Lin Xi was reborn. During a mission, she personally witnessed her closest friend being shoved into a swarm of zombies. She sprinted forward with all her strength desperately, trying to pull her friend out only to find herself encircled by the ravenous undead as well. In that final moment, she still remembered her friend's last words, "You shouldn't have come. At least if you stayed alive you could avenge me." When she regained consciousness again, everything around her felt utterly unfamiliar. Robots moved about everywhere, advanced black technology filled every corner, yet the only thing missing was any sense of living presence. Damn it, had she herself turned into a robot? Beep beep beep. Your System 001 has now come online. Host, please prepare yourself. Ow. A sharp scream tore from Lin Xi as she jolted awake from her dream. She sprang upright and opened her eyes wide only to find herself in a completely unfamiliar place. Where was she? She had never seen this room before, yet an inexplicable sense of familiarity lingered in her heart. The young mistress is awake. A woman who looked to be around 20 or 30 walked in. Her gait was slightly stiff and awkward, making her seem a little unnatural. The word zombie flashed through Lin Xi's mind, but an inner voice immediately denied it. This was not a zombie. She was Chi-Chi, the household robot butler, a robot. So, had she been reborn? Young mistress, master, and madam have gone out. Before leaving they instructed me to wake you, so you could eat on time. Chi-Chi's mechanical, emotionless voice sounded. Got it. You can go down first, I'll be there in a bit. Still unable to make sense of the situation, she could only send the robot away for now. She watched Chi-Chi leave and close the door, then lay back down again. Lin Xi was a spatial and purification ability user. Both abilities had already reached level 8. In the base, she only publicly acknowledged her purification ability. She had never wanted to reveal it, yet once her hand accidentally touched polluted water, and in an instant that water became crystal clear. After others took it for research, they declared it identical to pre-apocalypse water. Thus her secret was exposed. She became extremely important, guarded by dozens of fully armed ability users, because she could purify land and water. Her life was deemed more precious than anyone else's. Yet how had SH? Her dearest friend Qin Shuang was a healing-type ability user, a highly sought-after power in the apocalypse. However, as Lin Xi's purification ability advanced, fewer people truly needed healers. After all, most zombies had already been eradicated. As long as she purified the land and water, that was enough. Consequently, the protection around her friend gradually loosened. During one mission, a teammate shoved Qin Shuang straight into a horde of zombies. In that world of ruin, the two of them had relied on each other for survival, treating one another as an indispensable part of their lives. Ignoring the guards who were protecting her, she charged out, desperate to pull her friend back. Yet, even with the strength of an ability user several times that of an ordinary person, she was powerless. She could only watch with her own eyes as Qin Shuang was knocked down and devoured by the zombies. Hatred consumed her. She hurled herself at the zombies, trying to push them away, only to be by. The Lin family was one of the most prestigious clans on Imperial Capital Star. In this life, her parents had only 2 children, her younger brother Lin Zhao, and herself, a pair of Dragon Phoenix twins. Lin Zhao deeply respected his elder sister. Both parents were plant cultivators, and usually very busy. In this world, the age of 6 was a watershed. Once a child turned 6, they would undergo a spiritual power test. Lin Zhao's spiritual power had been measured as shrank back, yet hers showed no spiritual power at all. Her parents initially thought it was a malfunction, for how could someone possess no spiritual power whatsoever? She was not a fool after all. But no matter how many times they changed the equipment, the result remained the same. She had no spiritual power. Her parents suddenly began to wonder if, as Dragon Phoenix twins, her brother's extraordinarily high spiritual power was due to having absorbed what should have belonged to the original owner of this body. Thus the whole family, burdened with guilt, doted on her without restraint. Lin Zhao was now studying at Imperial Capital Academy. Because the original owner had no spiritual power, no school was willing to accept her, so she could only stay home, learning some simple knowledge, nothing related to cultivation. Among the whole family, she was the one who stayed at home the most. Her parents only returned from work at night. She was never short of natural plants to eat, but natural plants could replenish spiritual power. When she was young, she had not understood this. Only after accidentally overhearing others when she turned 10 did she realize. From then on, she tried her best not to eat them, telling her parents she preferred nutrient solutions, actually wanting to save the natural plants for her family. In her eyes, as a useless person, it was pointless for her to consume them. The reason Lin Xi's soul crossed into this body was that the original owner had grown nauseated from nutri. Lin Xi said nothing more, lazily getting out of bed and preparing to go out for something to eat. Dididi. System 001 is now online. Please be ready, host. Complete the mission. The next stop will be activated in 48 hours. What on earth was that? What was 001? What mission? System? What? What system? Come out and explain yourself, hello? Yet no matter how long she waited, nothing else appeared. That single sentence felt like something she had imagined out of thin air, yet Lin, she was certain she had not misheard. Young mistress. Chi-Chi had come up again. She had waited for a long time downstairs, and thought something might have happened to the young mistress. I'm coming, Lin, she replied, pushing aside her thoughts, and heading down to fill her stomach first. In her room later she reflected that the original owner of this body was considered a good-for-nothing, rejected, even by schools, spending her days idling at home. Fortunately, she was still young, only 16. However, in the interstellar era people would be forcibly matched for marriage at 18. Without spiritual power perhaps, she would be exempt from such forced arrangements. Thinking of spiritual power Lin, she wondered whether her abilities had followed her here. She probed inwardly and discovered that her spatial abilities still existed. She was not yet sure whether her purification ability had come along as well. She would need an experiment to find out. But since her spatial power remained, her spiritual power had to be present too. How could there be none? If she could be reborn, what about Qin Shuang? Had she been reborn as well? Could it be that Qin Shuang had also come to this world? She had to find a way to go out and look for her. Lin, she walked into the courtyard. The land there was pitch black, scorched by Zerg contamination. To be honest, she felt this world resembled an evolved version of the world after the apocalypse. Those polluted blackened lands and water sources from her previous life were exactly the same as here. A thin membrane arched across the sky overhead, forming a protective shield. The star system they lived in now was different from her former Earth. Earth had an ozone layer, but this system did not. Imperial Capital Star was relatively fortunate, encased entirely in a protective shield crafted by specialists. Other planets had no such luck. Only the wealthy could purchase small personal shields for their homes. Of course, the commercial districts and cities also had official protective barriers. Pulling her thoughts back, she pressed her hand against the ground as she had before, channeling. Did I please have the host make preparations? There are 24 hours remaining before the next world. System, come out. I know you're there. Hurry up, or if I fail the mission, it will be your responsibility as well. They'll file a complaint against you. Lin, she shouted loudly within her mind. Host, what questions do you have? The system's mechanical icy voice resounded. What kind of system are you? And what is my mission? Also, when exactly did you bind yourself to me? Lin, she had a whole barrage of questions she wanted to ask, but she was in no rush and decided to take it step by step. Hello, host. I am Collection System No. 001. Your mission is to travel through various worlds to perform collection. 001 was bound to you at the moment you were torn apart by zombies. After hearing the system's reply, Lin, she instead felt herself growing calm. She guessed that her rebirth could not be separated from this system. What exactly are the details of these collection missions? And are there any rewards or punishments for the missions? Also, what benefits do I get from binding with you? She was not as ignorant as the system might have thought. During the apocalypse, she had read plenty of novels and knew she had to get everything clear, otherwise she might be trapped or exploited later. The collection missions issued by the system are based on the world the host is currently in. There is no such thing as rewards or punishments for missions. As long as a mission is not completed, the host will remain in the current world and continue collecting. Once the mission is completed and submitted, any surplus items collected will all be counted as the host's personal reward. Please accept the novice gift pack. The system still had not answered what benefits came from binding with it, clearly having automatically ignored that question. The moment she heard there was a novice gift pack, Lin, she without the slightest hesitation confirmed its acceptance. DD novice gift pack being distributed. Open the novice gift pack. Lin, she said, her expression rather blank, wanting. I'm going out to collect. Aren't I supposed to eat and drink? At the very least, you should have given me a set of cookware, right? And bowls, chopsticks, spoons, that sort of thing. And something like a lighter for making fire should also be provided. You have to understand that I'm in the interstellar era now. Where am I supposed to find a lighter? We only drink nutrient solutions here. There are no pots or pans, and as for bowls and chopsticks, that's even more impossible. Lin, she chattered on and on in her mind to the point that the system nearly crashed. Host, do not push your luck. The novice gift pack has already been distributed. The system will now enter sleep mode in 10, 9, 8. 1 a D. No matter how Lin, she shouted for the system in her mind, she received no further response. Lin, she cursed it viciously. Fortunately, her personal storage space had followed her here. Inside were the supplies she had gathered during the apocalypse: pots, bowls, and pans in abundance, and even oil, salt, sauces, and vinegar. It has been detected that Lin, she was somewhat curious. 1. Confiscate any single item from the system backpack. 2. Electric shock for 10 minutes. Isn't that a bit excessive? Then what if there are no items left in my system backpack? Lin, she thought that clearly she could not store anything important in the system backpack. Host, do not assume that having nothing in the system backpack means you can sit back and relax. If there is nothing to confiscate, the second punishment will be extended by 10 minutes. All right, just go to sleep. Lin, she said, feeling that this system was utterly unreliable. Completing missions brought no rewards, and even scolding it brought punishments. Before long, she heard Chi-Chi shouting from outside the door. Little mistress, the master and madam have returned. They want you to come downstairs for a meal. Okay, I know I'm coming, Lin Xi shouted toward the door. She sat up directly from the bed, grabbed a dress to put on, and prepared to go downstairs. As soon as she went downstairs, she saw two middle-aged people sitting by the table, her mother Lin Xi and her father Lin Xi. She stared at them blankly, somewhat afraid that they would notice she was no longer quite the same as their daughter. Cici, you're here. Come and sit. Lin Xi was the first to notice Lin Xi and called to her with a smile. Mom, Dad, Lin Xi called somewhat awkwardly. In all the long years of the apocalypse, she had never again called anyone father or mother. Cici, come and see. This is a new variety your father and I picked today from the plantation. Come have a taste, Lin Xi said excitedly, pointing at a dish on the table. Yes, a dish. On the table there was boiled radish, boiled cabbage, and also the so-called new variety, boiled carrot. To her horror, all the vegetables she hated most had appeared together, and every single one of them was boiled. How was she supposed to eat this? Mom, I've been feeling a bit unwell recently. I remember our family has an apartment on Reunite star, right? Lin Xi asked. Yes, we do have an apartment there. Back then we were planning to use it to provide for your grandfather in his old age. He liked those quiet places, Lin Xi replied. In the end? Lin Xi said, her tone turning faintly sorrowful. I see. Then could I go live there for a while? Lin Xi looked at Lin Xi and Lin Yi with hopeful eyes. Cici, you don't have any spiritual power. We truly can't feel at ease letting you live alone on a plantation star. You know that plantation stars are located in remote regions, and Zerg often invade the area. The radiation levels are high, your body simply couldn't withstand it, Lin Xi objected. Your mother is right. If we allowed you to go there alone, it would be no different from sending you off to fend for yourself and wait for death, Lin Yi added in opposition. Dad, Mom, listen to me. I feel uncomfortable living on the Imperial Capital Star. I want to go to Reunite star to recuperate. On the Imperial Capital Star I'm shut indoors all day anyway. Since we already have an apartment there, and it has a protective shield, staying inside and not going out would be the same, Lin, she said coquettishly. Lin Yi felt that what Lin Xi said also made sense. He glanced at Lin Xi and the couple fell silent, looking at one another. Dad, Mom, please just agree. Look, my younger brother has gone off to school and am bored staying home all by myself. I heard that the air on plantation stars is better. Lin, she continued to act spoiled without restraint. Who told you the air on plantation stars is good? Plantation stars, to put it plainly, are just planets that are a little better than wasteland stars. The reason they're called plantation stars is because they are entirely covered in forest vegetation, but those forests and trees are all radioactive. Lin Yi, upon hearing that someone had said plantation stars had good air, flew into a rage. Dad, just let me go, okay? If I can't adapt, it'll come back, all right. Lin Xi had not expected that this so-called plantation star had earned its name because of the radioactive plants covering it. She was silently ranting in her heart. Given what it's like, how did anyone come up with such a name? Lin Yi sighed. Fine, go then. But if anything happens, you must tell us. And if you feel unwell, come back. Just don't go out once you're there. Your mom and I will send you any natural plants we can get our hands on. Thank you, Dad, Lin Xi said with a sweet smile to Lin Yi, then turned her head. Thank you, Mom. Seeing that father and daughter had already reached an agreement, and that her daughter was even thanking her, Lin Xi could only shake her head helplessly. Let her go then. Once she got there and saw it for herself, she would understand why everyone else was desperate to squeeze into the Imperial Capital Star, while only their foolish daughter wanted to run away from it. Early the next morning, Lin Xi got up. Cici, come down quickly, see if there's anything else you need. Lin Xi called out, watching Lin Xi walking in the corridor and looking at them. Mom, Dad, why are you at home? Don't you need to go to the plantation today? Lin Xi asked, a bit puzzled. We took the day off. Aren't you going to the planting star? Your mother and I thought we'd help you pack some things, Lin Yi said to Lin Xi with a tone of exasperation. I can pack myself. I'm sorry for delaying your work. Those uncles and aunties will gossip about you again. Lin Xi knew that because of her original Boda's health issues, her parents were often ridiculed by others. They endured the mockery, but Lin's parents didn't care. They always doted on Lin Xi, and even her only younger brother was a devoted sister's boy. Because of this, those whose children had strong mental power loved to call Lin's parents foolish for treating a waste like a treasure. At first, Lin's parents would get angry, but over time they got used to it and stopped caring about what others said. Fortunately, they themselves were capable, so those people only dared to talk. Let them be. We spoil our own daughter, we haven't eaten their nutritional fluids, so why do they need to gossip? Don't worry, your father and I can handle it, Lin Xi said indifferently. Hearing this, Lin, she was truly touched. In this interstellar civilized world, mental power was life. Those with strong meant. Don't talk about that anymore. Come quickly and see what else you're missing, Lin Yi hurriedly interrupted the two. Lin, she quickly crouched down to see what her parents had packed for her. Put these things into your space button later. By the way, there's no housekeeping robot over there, so you'll need to buy one, have it shipped directly there, Lin Xi said, handing Lin Xi something like a phone watch. Instantly information about the watch appeared in Lin Xi's mind. This was a light brain. But could this be her own light brain? Child, are you dumbfounded? This is your light brain. Have you forgotten that you never go out, so it's been kept with Chi-Chi? Over the years, your father and I have been depositing money into your light brain. Take a look and buy whatever you need, don't skimp. I've just transferred another sum to your light brain. If you run out, remember to call us, Lin Xi said, looking at Lin Xi's dazed expression. She was a little speechless. Her daughter, lacking mental power, rarely went out. When she did, it was usually to attend banquets with them, but after being ridiculed at a few banquets, she didn't want to go out anymore. Now that she was willing to go out on her own, they were actually very happy. That happiness gradually waned as she said she was going to the planning star. Thank you, Mom and Dad, Lin Xi said. She hadn't expected to experience such familial affection in this world, having missed it in the apocalypse. She actually didn't want to leave, just wanted to stay by her parents' side, but she had a system and she had to go on missions. Living together would cause inconveniences. Lin Xi boarded the spaceship her parents had chartered. It was her first time on a spaceship. Neither she nor this body had ever been on one. Cece, take care. If anything happens, be sure to tell us, Lin Xi called. Just as Lin Xi was inspecting the house she would be living in, the front door opened. Lin Xi turned to see a butler robot. Hello. Lin Xi didn't know how to address it. Miss, hello. I am your butler robot, Audie. You can call me if you need anything in the future. Oh, thank you, Audie. But Audie, where do you live? Miss, there is a small house next to this villa specially for us robots to live in, Audie explained. Oh, I see. Then please take Chi-Chi to find a place to stay. By the way, which room is mine? The property rights here have been transferred to you by Mr. Linny, so you can live in any room you like, Audie said. Mine? What generosity, giving an entire planet. Yes, Miss, Audie confirmed again. Alright, I'll live on the 3rd floor from now on. Leave the 2nd floor for my parents and Lin Zhao. They'll definitely come to visit later. Lin, she said with a smile. Take Chi-Chi to tidy up. You don't need to take care of me for now. They'll find you some tasks after a while, but I hope without my permission you won't reveal anything about Anuta Star to anyone. Yes, we understand. Since they were robots, once they received their master's command, they would execute it fully. Audie led Chi-Chi to the small house outside. Actually, Lin Xi was curious about what the robot's room looked like, so she followed behind the two robots. After Chi-Chi entered the room, she took a general look and understood. The robot's room had only a wardrobe, no bed, but a large device similar to a charging pod. Lin Xi guessed that was their bed. They would either sleep or recharge inside. After a few glances, she returned to her villa. Mom, Dad, I've arrived, Lin Xi said as soon as she are. Mom, it's fine. If I feel I need more help, I'll buy some myself. Lin Xi quickly stopped Lin Xi from continuing. Sigh. Alright then. Buy whatever you need, and if you're short on money, just tell us. Lin Xi saw her daughter's nervousness and knew she didn't like noise. Lin, she thought, it's not that I dislike noise, but I'm a person with secrets, better to keep a low profile. Mom, Dad, let's stop here for now. Come visit me when you have time, Lin, she said, preparing to hang up, because if she listened further they might start sending more things. Okay, take care of yourself. Don't go anywhere without a protective shield. Lin quickly added a sentence. He hadn't had a chance to speak since the call started. Alright, thank you, Mom and Dad. Lin, she said, finally ending the video call. Bring up the system panel. After dinner, lying in the soft bed, Lin, she finally had some private space. She had eaten dinner, which was actually just a bottle of flavored nutrient solution. System panel name Lin Xi, gender female, really no need to emphasize this. Ability purification, LV2 upgradable, space, LV3 upgradable, skills illusion domain, space, blade, backpack basket, and backpack set 1, water tank 1, work gloves 1, 10 pairs herb, hoe 1, hoe 1, machete 1, axe 1, safety cabin 1 upgradable. Current mission, go to World 01 to collect 10,000 year ginseng, 1,000 gene of kiwi fruit, 1,000 gene of hickory nuts, 100 gene of pine nuts. Time 15 days, early completion, allows self-selected return time. Accept mission, yes, no. Mission rewards settled after completion. Lin, she thought for a moment and asked the system, if I go to collect, is the time here synchronized with the collection time? Yes, however much time you spend collecting, that much time passes in the real world. Then I have to make excuses to my family. Lin, she rolled her eyes mentally. Post, you solve it yourself, the system said directly. Oh well, I'll explain to them, and then do the mission. Lin, she resignedly picked up her light brain to video call her parents on the distant Daidu star. Beep. The call was answered instantly. Cece, what's wrong? Is something the matter? Lin connected the video call, and before Lin she could speak, he asked a barrage of questions. Dad, I'm fine, Lin, she said helplessly. The family treated the original Lin Xi exceptionally well, giving her the best of everything, even making the outstanding younger brother stand aside. This was looked down upon by many noble families who believed that sons were the pillars of the family. Yes, even in the interstellar era gender discrimination persisted, and daughters were meant for marriage alliances. A daughter who was a waste without any mental power would not be married into a good family, thus, she was considered a burden. But the Lin family was different, they adored the original Lin Xi even when she tested 0 for mental power. Really? Then why are you video calling me now, eh? Lin Xi suspected his daughter was lying. No, Dad, I just wanted to tell you something, so I called Lin, she said. She had only just realized she had already video called her parents earlier today. No wonder Dad reacted so strongly. He must have misunderstood. And Lin Xi indeed had misunderstood. After all, it had only been a few hours since they last spoke, and based on past experience his daughter would not contact him unless necessary. CC, is there something going on? Is it that you don't have enough money? No, Dad. I've arrived at a new star and found that the soil here is different from that of Dida Star. I want to study it, so I may not be able to contact you recently. If you video call me and I don't answer, don't worry. I might be busy. Also, I've discovered many things I've never seen before, and I want to study them. So if you can't reach me, it means I'm learning. He'll inform Chi-Chi and the others, and you can contact them directly. He'll reply when I'm free. This was the only excuse Lin she could think of. After all, in their eyes, she had no mental power. Doing anything was certainly not convenient, and being slow and procrastinating was normal. I see. Then while you study, remember to eat and sleep well. You know your body. Lin Xi wanted to say more, but Lin Xi interrupted him. All right, Dad, remember to tell Mom and Zhao. She ended the call without waiting for his reply. Her dad could really go on and on. Lin Xi thought for a moment and went downstairs. She pressed the green button at the door and then sat on the sofa to wait. Soon Chi-Chi and Audie came over. Miss, is there anything you need us to do? Chi-Chi, being more familiar with Lin, she spoke as soon as she entered the room. Audie, upon hearing her, immediately closed his mouth and stood respectfully to the side, waiting for Lin Xi to speak. Lin Xi observed the behavior of the two robots and thought to herself, indeed Audie was smarter than Chi-Chi. Dad said Audie was the latest generation of butler robot with much higher emotional and intellectual intelligence than Chi-Chi, the nanny robot from a decade ago. Well, I called you over to tell you something. When you have time, please till the soil in the yard. If there are stones, pick them out and discard them. I want only fine soil. If the first tilling is too coarse, use tools to turn it over again. Lin Xi pointed to the empty space in the yard. Till it into plots, leaving paths in between, and pave the paths with cement. Miss, the soil in the yard can't grow anything. The reason things can be planted in the yard on Dida Star is that the master and mistress bought nutrient soil. Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi scoured her internal encyclopedia, but could not find what cement was. Lin Xi's forehead creased with a black line. Ooh, she had blurted out without thinking. She had completely forgotten that this was no longer her original world, and no one here knew what cement was. Cement. Cement is, well, it's the gray mortar you use to pave roads here. Yes, gray mortar. Lin Xi suddenly remembered that the roads on Dida Star were all paved with cement, so walking on it won't get your shoes muddy. Alright, I understand, Chi-Chi replied after thinking. Good. Also, we'll take a week's supply of nutrient solution into the house. You two go do the tasks I assigned. I plan to read and study recently, so I may not come out. If my parents call, just tell them I'm busy in the house, and they'll understand. Okay, Audie nodded to Lin Xi. Lin Xi returned to her room and lay on the bed pondering whether she had overlooked anything. After organizing her thoughts, she realized everything had been taken care of. Did my body travel with me to the task world? Yes, host, came the reply. But what if something happens and someone looks for me only to find I'm not in the room? Lin Xi considered it and decided to prepare for the worst. Given the low probability of that happening, this system has arranged a puppet for you. If any urgent situation arises while you are in another realm, the puppet will take your place and handle your affairs, so rest assured. All right, thank you. Lin Xi finally felt relieved. Now let's start the task, she said as she closed her eyes. Ding, the host has started the task. You will be transported to another world in 10 seconds. Please prepare. 10, 9, 8, 2, 1, starting transport. Lin Xi felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. In what felt like mere seconds, the soft warmth of her bedding transformed into a hard surface, and the earthy fragrance surrounded her. She suddenly opened her eyes to towering trees that stretched toward the sky, sunlight filtering through the leaves and casting beams of light on the ground. The weeds around her had nearly buried her, and as she slowly stood up, she realized the grass What? Where's this? Lin Xi took out an iron rod from her space and began to walk while tapping the grass. In her mind, she asked the system. It detects that there are many ancient earth creatures here. According to system analysis, this should be a primeval forest. What? A primeval forest? Does this mean I can see the world before the apocalypse? Excitement flashed in Lin Xi's eyes. Before the apocalypse, she had only been a middle school student, just 13 or 14 years old. Having struggled for a decade in the apocalypse, she could barely remember what the world was like before, as she only heard adults talk about how beautiful it was. Now hearing that she had traveled to a primeval forest made her wonder if she could complete her task quickly and see the world of the past. Host, you were thinking too much. This is a primeval forest from the original world, not a primeval forest from the modern city. The system's cold mechanical voice shattered Lin Xi's fantasies. Lin Xi felt a bit deflated, but soon comforted herself. In the world of the apocalypse, many plants had vanished due to survival of the fittest, leaving only mutated ones. Animals were the same. In such a world, humans had to rebuild their homes while fending off increasingly intelligent zombies and mutated creatures. Surviving 10 years in the apocalypse. The system tossed out a piece of paper, and Lin Xi quickly bent down to pick it up and looked at what was written on it. 10,000-year ginseng 10, kiwi 1,000 pounds, mountain walnut 1,000 pounds, pine nuts 100 pounds. Well, since that's the case, let's get started. Lin Xi thought, and proceeded to do just that. The trees here were tall, but looking down the grass also reached her waist. Lin Xi took out an iron rod from her space, a weapon she had collected to kill zombies during the apocalypse. As she walked forward, she tapped the iron rod on the ground, cautious of any dangers lurking in the nearly 1-meter-high grass in this unfamiliar world. Huff, huff, huff. After nearly 2 hours of walking, she finally emerged from the dense forest. A sound broke the silence, reminding her of her hunger. She had been too afraid to stop and eat, fearing the dangers that might lurk in the grass. She needed to quickly leave this place to feel safe. Huff. Can you directly teleport me to the destination next time? This way I feel like I'm going to be killed by you, Lin Xi complained with a half-hearted tone. Please be mindful of your words, host. This system has already optimized your location. It is currently safe here, or you would. Lin Xi felt like breaking down. Here there was no longer any grass on the ground, but the trees were incredibly tall and large, so wide that it would take 5 or 6 people holding hands to embrace one. The earlier trees could still cast some beams of sunlight, but these trees were so massive that they could be described as blocking out the sun. However, due to their height, it was still possible to see clearly, much like in a well-lit room. The ground was somewhat damp and the soil was dark, indicating that it was very fertile. Ding, detecting a 1,000-year ginseng 30 meters to the right front of the host. The sudden electronic sound startled Lin Xi, and she patted her chest. Can you be a little more subtle? This place has no signs of life, and suddenly such a loud noise is frightening. After complaining, Lin Xi recalled the system's previous comment and perked up. You actually have this function. Lin's eyes brightened at once. This system has many functions, it's just that you haven't discovered them. For the first time, Lin Xi felt that the system's voice was no longer cold, but had a hint of emotion. Yes, you're the best. But I am unfamiliar with this place, so remember to enable the danger alert for me. Otherwise, while I'm digging for ginseng and getting into the groove, if some unknown creature attacks me, will I still have my life? She smiled as she praised the system, while taking the opportunity to make a request. Understood, I will monitor all dangerous creatures within a radius of 500 meters around you. Thank you. As she thanked the system, she had already reached the location where the system indicated the ginseng was. Before her stood a plant with spiky leaves displaying a hand-shaped leaf structure with 35 smaller leaves resembling a human hand. At the top, there was a cluster of bright red berries. Is this ginseng? Lin Xi asked uncertainly, having only heard that the fruit of ginseng was red, but she had never seen what ginseng looked like. Yes, host, this is ginseng. The system's mechanical voice replied. All right, let's get to work then. Lin Xi took out tools from her space and began carefully digging the soil around the ginseng. She had heard that ginseng roots were plentiful, and she feared breaking them. Slowly and meticulously, she excavated the soil until the ginseng stood alone on a mound of dirt. She dropped her shovel and started separating the soil with her hands. It took her over an hour to unearth this single ginseng, and sweat trickled down her face. She was wearing the most advanced thermostatic suit in the interstellar era, which could block minor radiation and offer some defense, though certainly not against the Zerg. She picked up the freshly dug ginseng. It was indeed a 1,000-year-old ginseng, resembling a white-bearded old man at first glance. Lin Xi smiled and checked the time on the system panel. It was already 10 in the morning. She had to complete the ginseng collection task within the day. WH. The man was astonished. Yes, it's dead. Who are you? Lin Xi thought to herself, since she was unfamiliar with this place, encountering a local might help her find directions to other items. I am a warrior of the chiefing tribe. The man glanced at the stunned baton in Lin's eyes, and a hint of wariness in his eyes. Oh, hello. I'm from the Star Tribe. I came here to gather some grass fruits that our people need. Is your tribe far? Lin Xi improvised on the spot. She had quickly glanced at the local people's descriptions, so she made up a background. Star Tribe. I've never heard of that tribe around here. What grass fruits do you need? Grass fruits don't taste good, only the little ones eat them for their flavor. Ing felt puzzled. There were many tribes around, but he had never heard of the Star Tribe. You are very strong killing that big beast. Lin Xi pretended to be modest. It's no big deal. Even the females in our tribe can handle such beasts. Our Star Tribe is very far from here, about 50 or 60 suns journey. Our land is very hot, so we don't have the grass fruits you have here. Some of your people came to trade with us before, and our people like them, but they rarely bring such items. So I had to come see for myself. What? You came all this way alone, a female? Ing was astonished. In his eyes, females were far more fragile than males. Yes, just look at my clothes, and you'll see our tribe is much richer than yours. So could I ask you to trade with me? Lin Xi quickly stated her purpose, fearing that if she delayed, this primitive man might realize something and turn against her. I came out hunting with my warriors. I chased this beast alone, and the others went after other prey. What do you want to trade? Ing shrugged helplessly. Lin Xi quickly brought out kiwi fruit, walnuts, and pine nuts from her space. These. Can you find them? If you can lead me to them, or even better help me gather them, I'll trade with you. Look, this is a lighter. She pulled out a lighter from her space. She knew that in primitive society people revered fire. They needed its flame, but feared it. Lighter? What is that? Ing stared at the small device, puzzled. Lin Xi quickly demonstrated how to light it. Wow. You can control fire. Who are you? Are you a god? Ing stepped back, looking at Lin Xi with awe. Well, you could say that. Our star tribe is the closest to the gods, so we have things other tribes don't. The grass fruits you dislike are exactly what we like. Our people don't care for animal meat. Lin Xi thought for a moment and decided to continue the fabrication. Actually, our tribe isn't that far from here, but the gods only allow us to go to other tribes at specific times to find what we need. I was sent directly here by the gods. But you're clearly human. Ing wasn't easily fooled. I am human, but am a human sent by the gods. If you don't believe me, I'll show you this. She produced a huge watermelon knife out of thin air, a blade she used to chop zombie heads in the apocalypse, finding it very handy. Seeing the item materialize from nowhere, Ing was stunned. Could this person really be a messenger from the gods? Can you take me to find these things now? Lin Xi watched his expression shift, knowing his thoughts. She gave him no time to react. She only had half a month, and she wanted to finish the task early, bringing back as many seeds, plants, and meat from this primitive society as possible. This was free will, not to be wasted. If she relied solely on the system's rewards, it would take ages to become rich. I only know where this is, but I have never seen the other two before, the eagle thought. Since they weren't asking him to collect them alone, and it was to trade for something his tribe needed, he didn't mind leading her. Lin Xi looked at the eagle pointing to the kiwi, and said he recognized it, but since he had never seen walnuts and pine nuts, she was a bit surprised. However, upon reflection, she realized that walnuts didn't look like this on the tree, and neither did pine nuts, so it was understandable that he hadn't seen them before. Nevertheless, she had a way to show him that these things originally didn't look like this. She took out a tablet from the apocalypse, which contained an encyclopedia she had downloaded before the internet went down. After searching for a while, she finally found pictures of walnut trees and pine trees, and enlarged them. Look, have you seen these two kinds of trees? As Lin Xi spoke, she held the tablet up to the eagle's face. At first, the eagle was surprised when Lin Xi was flipping through the tablet, but when she held it up to him, and he saw the images inside, the shock in his heart was beyond words. He really believed that Lin Xi was a messenger sent by the gods, as she possessed such divine artifacts. I have seen trees that look very similar to these two, but they are also a bit different. I don't know if they are like this, the eagle said after a long look. It's fine, just take me to find them tomorrow. They'll wait for you here. You go back to the tribe first, arrange things and talk to your family, then come back here to find me, okay? Lin Xi thought for a moment that if she wanted someone to go with her to collect, she had to make sure they arranged things at home. Moreover, she still had so many ginseng roots to dig up. She decided to work overtime tonight to dig up a bit more, submit 10 roots, and keep the rest for herself. Besides, she would need to collect in many places in the future, and this ginseng might be traded for other things, so naturally, she needed to gather more. The eagle listened to Lin Xi's words, and thought that he should go back. After all, it was currently the hunting season in the tribe. If he delayed, because of this matter, his family wouldn't get their share of meat, and how would they survive the snow season? Thinking of this, he felt he had to inform the tribe leader about Lin Xi's identity. Alright, I'll go back now. If I can finish earlier, he'll come find you sooner, the eagle said to Lin Xi. Sure, just make sure to come directly to find me after you've arranged everything. He'll be here Then this. She put down her chopsticks, walked to the yard. It could be considered evening now, the sky wasn't completely dark yet, but since Lin Xi was in the forest, the light was already quite dim. She took out a flashlight and shone it through the crack of the door. Was that the eagle? She opened the door to let the eagle in. As soon as the eagle entered, he was taken aback. From the outside, it looked like a stone cave with a wooden door, but upon entering, he realized this was no stone cave at all. It was clearly a house made of wood. The key was he had never seen such a house made of wood, and it even had a yard. Of course, the eagle had no idea what a yard was. He just found it very novel and wondered how they would survive the snow season in such a house. Have you eaten? How did you know I was inside? Why didn't you make a sound? You just knew to knock on the door, Lin Xi complained as she spoke. I ate. Gurgle. Before he could finish, his stomach protested first. If you don't mind, come eat something with me. Lin Xi observed that he seemed to be in a hurry and had probably come back not long after leaving. Lin Xi guessed correctly. The eagle had only gone to their meeting place where he had mentioned that someone wanted to trade with him. He informed them that he would be away for about 13 or 14 sun days, and that they should tell their families not to worry about him. After telling them to inform their families not to worry, he hurriedly returned to find Lin Xi. Upon arriving here, he didn't see Lin Xi. Instead, he saw a wooden door cave. He thought it was probably because it was getting dark and he might have gotten the direction wrong. However, it was already dark now, and going out would be even more dangerous, especially since his eyesight was no match for those beasts. Thinking of this, he stubbornly knocked on the wooden door. "Have you eaten? How did you know I was inside? Why didn't you make a sound and just knocked on the door?" With that one remark, Ing felt his face flush, but before he could respond, Lin Xi stepped aside saying, "Come in. I didn't expect you to come so soon. I made a little food, so let's make do with it for now. If it's not enough, I can get some compressed biscuits." Lin Xi started to explain, but was interrupted by Ying's voice. I'm not hungry, I ate on the way here." Even though Ing couldn't fully understand what Lin Xi meant by cooking, he recognized the word, eat, and realized she was inviting him to dine. Feeling embarrassed, he rubbed his belly thinking this might make him hungrier, and scratched his head. "It's okay, you've definitely never had food like ours. I can't finish this much anyway, oh just think of it as helping me eat." Lin Xi heard his stomach rumbling, yet he stubbornly insisted he had already eaten. Hearing Lin Xi say this left Ing feeling a bit awkward as he followed Lin Xi into the room. Once inside, Ing quickly sensed something was different. The room was not as hot as outside, rather it had a comfortable temperature. What appeared to be merely a cave with a wooden door actually had a courtyard inside. To reach the living room, he had to pass through the courtyard. He wondered how Lin Xi managed this. After all, how could there be an outdoor courtyard inside a cave? But considering Lin Xi was a messenger of the divine, it seemed quite normal. Inside there were things he couldn't even name. For instance, Lin Xi brought out a bowl and chopsticks, which looked quite different from the stone pots and wooden bowls they used. The two branches were smoothed out nicely, and the platform for these items wasn't their large stone, but made of wood, which Lin Xi called a table. The seating area wasn't stone either, but chairs in the area. Lin Xi asked Ing, "What are you doing?" Ing hesitated before asking, "Oh, this is my task, just like the things I asked you to help me find. They are all things needed by the divine. This is something I found today. Once I finish digging up everything in this courtyard, I can start looking for other things tomorrow." Lin Xi had no intention of hiding this. After all, they wouldn't know anyway. And even if they did, it wouldn't matter since she planned to finish digging in the courtyard today. "Do you recognize this?" Ing thought that since even the divine liked this herb, it must be something valuable. "Yes, this is ginseng. It greatly replenishes vitality, strengthens the pulse, benefits the spleen and lungs, generates fluids, nourishes blood, calms the mind, and enhances wisdom," Lin Xi said to Ing. Ing couldn't understand her words at all, staring at her blankly. Lin Xi, seeing his expression, knew he didn't comprehend. To put it more simply, for example, when your females give birth and lack strength, if they chew on a piece of ginseng, they will regain their energy. It can sometimes save a life. If you get injured outside without medicine and can't return in time, eating a piece of this can buy you some time. While this is really amazing, Ing thought it was quite magical. Even the shamans of his tribe didn't know this was an herbal medicine. Yes, the older the ginseng, the more effective it is. "The one I am digging now is 1,000 years old, Lin." She pointed to the ginseng she was digging. "Let me help you dig it up, or it will go faster that way," Ing said, crouching down to start digging with his hands. I don't know what I want to exchange. I think the food you made today was delicious, and also the fire seed you Ing knew nothing, so he had no idea what to ask for as a reward. "Well then, since you're going to guide me anyway, after I finish my task, you can tell me what you want," Lin Xi said. She knew that primitives were often ignorant of many things, but recognizing good from bad was human instinct. She believed that after a few days with him, he would know what he wanted. "All right, I will definitely guide you well so you can complete your task early," Ing replied with a serious expression. Lin Xi nodded with a non-committal smile and gestured for him to go rest in the living room. Lin Xi was not worried about finding things. After all, Yi was not to be underestimated. Yi would tell her when it discovered something, but its detection range was very small. If she searched with Yi one by one, she might not have much time left for gathering, let alone the desire to harvest everything. So when she met Ing, this idea had already formed in her mind. The next morning, Lin Xi got up early. "It's not early. Well, eat, and then go out to gather. We'll have lunch at noon," Lin Xi explained. Ying's lips twitched, but in the end, he just sighed, sat down at the table, and began to eat. After breakfast, the two prepared to leave. "Today, you lead the way. We're looking for this," Lin Xi said, showing Ing a picture of a walnut tree. "All right, this is on the western mountain. We need to walk." From the sun here to there," Ing gestured with his hands. Lin Xi understood his meaning. If they left now, they would only reach the place by noon. In that case, she had to change her strategy. Her original plan was to gather and return to stay, but the travel time alone was this long. She might as well move the house. After all, in Ying's eyes, she was sent by the gods, so moving a house should be no problem. So under Ying's astonished and fearful gaze, Lin Xi put away the wooden cabin. Only then did Ing realize that this place was not a cave at all. It was exactly where he had parted ways with Lin Xi earlier that morning. Truly the gods were omnipotent, able to create a cave out of thin air. With their own thoughts, the two began their gathering journey. "Chiefing tribe. He's back, he's back." A tribesman ran from afar to report to the chieftain. When the hunting party returned to the tribe, carrying various prey, the women elders and children along with the chieftain were already waiting in the open space. Wow, quite a lot of prey this time, an old man said with a grin. Indeed, it seems the hunting party went all out this time, another elder added. Don't talk nonsense. The hunting party always gives their all to secure our food. They fear neither blood nor death. We shouldn't gossip behind their backs. This time's abundance might be due to luck. Our warriors have never let us starve before, the witch doctor said with a glare. Witch doctor, we won't do it again, the old men who had been chatting together said, bowing their heads like children who had done wrong. Seeing their sincere repentance, the witch doctor nodded and strolled unhurriedly toward the hunting party. But before he could reach the warriors, a sharp female voice asked. Chan's eyes were bloodshot as she stared at the hunting party. Everyone had returned, many were injured, but there was no sign of Ing. Channing didn't come back. He said someone came to trade some rare items with him, so he went along. He said he'd be back in about 10 suns, explained the hunting party leader Zhong after a moment's thought. What person? It's not the trading season at all. Chan refused to believe Zhong's words. After all, so many had returned, why was Ing the only one missing? We don't know who that person was either. Ing only said he was going to trade for things he had never seen before and told us to return first, he would catch up later. Zhong repeated what Ing had said. You're lying to me. There are so many beasts in the jungle. Ing is the strongest warrior of the tribe. He couldn't have been unaware. Did you? Chan's words were cut off. Her father blocked her. Enough. Since Ing said he would come back, he will come back. Go home first and later. The chieftain said to Chan as he pushed her out of the crowd. Watching the father and daughter walk away, Zhong clenched his hands slowly at his sides. He understood what Chan meant. She thought Zhong and his men had harmed Ing. But Ing had only said he was going to trade, and then left as Zhong hadn't even had the chance to ask him properly. Now he didn't know where Ing had gone. Zhong watched as the chieftain led Chan away, then slowly released his fists. He was a warrior of the tribe, and Chan was the chieftain's daughter, spoiled and willful from childhood. She had somehow taken a liking to Ing, the strongest warrior of the hunting party, and had been chasing after him. But Ing didn't like her and always avoided her. Ing was considered noble within the tribe, while Zhong's family consisted of an old man and a frail mother. He had become the hunting party leader only Beck. Mother. Zhong stepped inside. Zhong, you're back. Are you hurt? No, mother. The first meal will begin shortly. Please go with grandfather soon. Zhong's chest tightened as he recalled how little food ever reached his mother and grandfather's hands. A quiet fury simmered within him. Yes, we know. We'll be there shortly. You go ahead. As a hunter, you must eat well to keep your strength. The woman gazed at him with tender warmth. Mother, rest assured, I will ensure you both eat your fill. His fists clenched tightly, and a bold resolve took root in his mind. Good. My cub is strong, and I believe in you. Chan, I've told you before, treat Zhong with respect from now on, the clan chief said sternly upon returning home with his daughter. I'll never show courtesy to that good for nothing. Humph. If Eagle didn't return this time, and I find out Zhong sabotaged him, I won't spare him. Chan retorted, voice sharp with defiance. How reckless you are. Eagle's younger brother serves in the hunting party too, and if Zhong truly betrayed him, Though Eagle saw wonder bloom across Lin Xi's face, he still sought confirmation. Yes. But how did so many of these trees come to grow here? Did your people plant them yourselves, Lin Xi blurted out, then immediately stifled a self-conscious chuckle. Can these trees be planted? Eagle stared at her, brow furrowed in genuine bewilderment. The notion that plants could be deliberately sown was utterly alien to him. Were they not all gifts bestowed by the divine? Never mind. You wouldn't know anyway. Come, Eagle. Climb up and shake down all the nuts from this tree. Once you're done, I'll gather them beneath it while you move to the next. Let's start with 5 trees. Lin Xi assessed the light. 5 should be finished before dusk. She gestured and dozens of baskets materialized. Unlike woven bamboo ones, these were sleek matte black artifacts of interstellar technology. Lin Xi didn't know their composition, only that her parents used them to transport nutrient-rich soil when cultivating rare flora. She'd ordered 50 via her neural interface. Each held 300 to 400 gene without strain. Eagle accepted the wooden rod she handed him and scaled the trunk with practiced ease. First he shook the branches vigorously. Nuts rained down in thick showers. For stubborn holdouts, he wielded the rod like a pestle, tapping and twisting until every last nut fell. Within 20 minutes the first tree stood bare. He leapt to the next, while Lin Xi dar. Long after twilight deepened, Eagle finally asked. No rush. If we don't finish today, we'll continue tomorrow, Lin Xi replied lightly. She knew the nuts would neither spoil nor age within her spatial realm. Time stood still there, preserving everything exactly as placed. Eagle interpreted this as permission to resume work at dawn. They labored in focused silence until 9 o'clock. Only 3 or 4 baskets remained. Lin Xi knew the hour precisely. Her system interface displayed it unobtrusively. Eagle, that's enough. Let's wash up and rest. Tomorrow we'll harvest pine nuts. She rose, stretching with a soft groan. Her back ached, her waist throbbed. Eagle noted the scant remainder. He'd intended to finish. But Lin Xi insisted on rest, so he followed her lead though he had no concept of washing up. When she emerged from the bathing chamber, fresh radiant skin glowing, he finally understood. Embarrassed, he slipped outside the cabin and waded into the nearby stream, scrubbing hims. The next morning Lin Xi prepared a simple breakfast of steamed buns, mantou, and porridge. She called Ying, and they ate together, then set out to gather wild walnuts. There was no need to hurry today. Ying felled every walnut from 6 trees in an hour and helped Lin Xi pick those that had fallen to the ground. These 6 trees bore larger fruit than yesterday's, and it took them 15 full baskets to finish. By the time they returned to the wooden cottage courtyard, it was past noon. Lin Xi brought out the buns and mantou she had made that morning and a large plate of salted pickles. After they ate their fill, they began cracking walnut shells in the yard. The walnuts shelled yesterday had been laid out to dry. The sun was generous and had nearly finished drying them. At this rate, they should be dry by tomorrow. Why do you still dry them after shelling them? Those are for offerings, Ying said as he continued to peel. If the deity likes fruit, there are some delicious fruits not far from here. The tribal women adore them. Every year we bring the young ones to gather them. The season hasn't properly begun yet. Ask the deity, and if it likes them I will fetch some. Lin Xi paused for a moment with a walnut in her hand, then resumed, as if nothing had happened. When we finish shelling these, take me to see them. Ying's face lit up with surprise and delight. He had thought his words had been heard by the deity, and now this was Lin Xi's reply. All right, I'll hurry. His hands quickened until they blurred. By afternoon there were 4 baskets left, and Lin Xi was pleased. She expected to finish that night. Once shelled and sun-dried, she and Ying could fetch the local fruits the next day, and perhaps find seeds or seedlings the day after. The walnuts would be ready then, and their little local specialties in hand they could move on to collecting. He had never imagined that the deity's world would be so different even in what it ate. They lived very well. Not the same as yesterday, Lin, she said, laying out the dishes. This is minced pork with eggplant, braised ribs, spicy chicken, and a braised pork dish. The braised pork was something she had craved back during the apocalypse. When her spatial cache awakened, she stowed away beef and pork before mutated beasts appeared. She'd encountered a cook in that desperate time who helped her prepare them, and little remained now. Items she rarely allowed herself to take out. The rich aromas rose from the table. It smells divine. Ying blushed slightly and stammered, I want to ask if for what you will trade with me, you could also teach me these things. These. Lin Xi blinked, momentarily puzzled. Did he mean she should teach him how to cook? Yes, these, Ying admitted, having already said it, and feeling there was little shame left. Lin Xi considered for a moment. You want me to teach you what ingredients go into the foods I eat now, correct? Yes. I don't know if such things exist where we are, but I have watched you along the way. You are always searching and digging. If you could make something that silences the belly, I would be willing to trade. Ying finished, unsure what else might tempt Lin Xi, but hoping this would. He spoke with more than a little boldness. Lin Xi smiled. I can teach you, but tomorrow you must take me to gather some of the fruits your people eat commonly. Don't worry. I won't take much, only a little as a local specialty. Ying nodded eagerly. They hurried through dinner and returned to peeling walnuts until late. Lin Xi rose early and laid all the walnuts out in the courtyard to dry. She packed food and drink, engaged the wooden cottage's defensive concealment, and then set off with Ying to seek the local specialties. Ying, you never said those fruits were up the mountain, Lin, she said, a little exasperated. Although she had no psychic ability on the starship, her body had been enhanced by genetic serums and was far stronger than an ordinary person's. The climb had left Ying drenched in sweat, while Lin Xi, clad in a temperature-regulating garment and walking level ground for much of the way, felt neither hot nor overly tired. But now, Lin Xi looked up at the slope they had climbed. It felt as lofty as a Himalayan ridge. Were it not for her enhancements, she might have perished on the way. Ying, by contrast, showed no flushed face or heavy breath. His stamina far exceeded theirs. The fruits on the mountain taste the sweetest, Ying explained. There are some below, but those are usually gathered by the young ones. He meant that even the tribal women climbed high to harvest them. Rest here a while? Go gather a few samples for me. I will taste them and decide which I want. Lin Xi sat on a large stone and would not move. Ying warned, be careful. There are small beasts around, and went to the nearby fruit trees. Lin Xi watched. The trees stood in groves, many varieties. She could not name each fruit, remarkably large. Half an hour later, Ying returned carrying Lin Xi's basket. It was full. This is Hongua, he said, producing a head-sized ruby-red fruit, like a red Fuji. Lin Xi pulled out a small knife, pared the skin, and tasted. This is, I murmured in confusion as a milky aroma emanated from the white liquid. Could this be milk? This utterly shattered my perception. I had always believed that only mammals gave milk. How could a tree? It was utterly preposterous, even more so than being reborn among the stars. Try it. Ying's face flushed slightly. Lin Xi took out a small spoon, scooped a spoonful from the bowl, and slowly brought it to her lips. It was sweet and refreshing upon entering the mouth, with a rich, milky flavor devoid of any fishy smell intermingled with the fragrance of trees. It tasted far better than pure milk or any other milk. Not bad. Lin Xi praised inwardly, then swiftly took out 5 baskets from her space and carefully placed that bowl of milk into them. Seeing this, how could Ing not understand Lin Xi's intention? The baskets she had taken out were exactly for storing the items she had collected. One basket meant only 1 basket's worth needed to be gathered. This is the little red fruit. We usually only collect a small amount of it, mainly because it doesn't fill you up and the fruits are tiny, making them troublesome to pick. They can't be knocked down all at once like the mountain walnuts you mentioned, and they don't keep well. They rot easily. Ing lowered his head as he spoke, thinking that he had presented something that even his own tribe disliked to the envoy, as if it were a treasure. Maya? Ing looked at Lin Xi in confusion. What is milk powder? Although it has the word milk in it, Lin Xi simply explained to Ing, you can think of milk powder as a powdered form of your naigua. When the young need to eat, you just brew it with boiling water and feed them. The nutritional value it contains for the young is far greater than that of your naigua. She didn't like drinking milk powder herself, but during the post-apocalyptic era, she had still gone on a zero-cost shopping spree at many mother-ran baby stores, storing a large amount of milk powder in her space. Back then, no one else knew she had a space. They only knew her ability was a precious purification ability, which gave her the opportunity to store food. Ing didn't know what to say. They'll go pick the fruits for you. Let's go together, Lin Xi said, and walked off with Ing. Let's start with 1 basket of hongua. Lin Xi took out several plastic bags that could hold over 10 jin of items along with a curved hook and handed them to Ing. Take these when you climb the T. How can I bring it all back? Alright, let's go pick the others. Lin Xi naturally noticed his awkward situation but said nothing. In her eyes, it wasn't a big deal. Ing resignedly took the bags and moved on to the next fruit tree while Lin Xi followed suit and dug up another 2 seedlings. Lin Xi watched as basket after basket of fruits piled up before her: apples, bananas, cherries, naigua, giant cherries, mangoes. So many varieties. Her heart screamed like a groundhog. Rich. Oh, but on the surface she remained calm and collected carefully, counting each one before storing them all in her space. Did you pick every type? Lin Xi looked at Ing, who was already resting, and asked. I've picked all of them, Ing said confidently. Over there is a patch of stinky fruit. 1. Stinky fruit. What is that? Lin Xi asked in confusion. It's over there. That kind of fruit is inedible. It's very stinky. Ing didn't know how to describe it, and just kept saying it was stinky. Take me to see it, Lin Xi said, wondering what kind of biological weapon could make even the unflappable Ing feel helpless. That really can't be eaten, Ing persuaded with some helplessness. Have you eaten it? Could it be they had already? Lin Xi was puzzled. So stinky, who would eat it? But on the other side of the forest there's a fruit that looks somewhat like that one, but it doesn't smell so foul. Just not tasty either. Ing frowned, looking troubled. Aren't you still looking for some pine nuts? When do we set off? We'll go after we've picked the fruit. No rush, there's plenty of time. The mission duration was half a month. Finding the ginseng and walnuts had only taken 3 days. Picking fruit for 2 days shouldn't be too much, right? He could consider it as sundering walnuts. Ing was speechless. At their first meeting, he had felt she was quite anxious. Ing had no choice but to lead Lin Xi to the smelly fruit he mentioned. As soon as they approached the area, a strong, unpleasant odor hit them. Ying's brow never relaxed. Few people come to this part of the forest, and even fewer beasts. The implication was clear, even the wild animals were driven away by the stench. Did she still want to go in and see? Lin Xi, however, showed no disgust. On the contrary, her eyes sparkled. Her guess was right. This was the smell of durian. Even though she didn't like durian, there were always people who did. Besides, in the interstellar era, people couldn't even afford natural plants, and what they grew were misshapen and inferior. What right did they have to disdain durian? Without waiting for Ing to lead the way, she stepped forward herself. As soon as she entered, he was stunned. He finally understood why it smelled so foul here. Unlike the previous fruit-picking spot where the forest had a variety of trees, here there were dozens of durian trees of varying heights. These trees were nothing like the ones before the apocalypse. The smallest were 7 or 8 meters tall, requiring 2 adults to encircle, and the fruit was 5 or 6 times larger than pre-apocalyptic durians. Lin Xi looked at these durians, wondering if they were edible. She walked over, laboriously picked a small one that had already split open, took out a knife, and struggled to open it. She put on a disposable glove, then handed a large disposable glove to Ing, gesturing for him to wear it. She grabbed the durian flesh and offered it to him. Taste it. This should be sweet, but I don't like it. Can you tell if it's sweet? Ying's face visibly turned green. He hadn't expected Lin Xi to make him eat this stinky fruit. But seeing her hopeful eyes, he couldn't bring himself to refuse or scold. He reached out, took the flesh, closed his eyes, and shoved it into his mouth. Instantly, a sweet taste spread across his tongue. Though it still smelled somewhat foul, the soft, sticky texture was unaffected. He opened his eyes wide and stared at Lin Xi, his look brimming with curiosity. This is the same as the durian I saw before, Lin Xi explained. They look alike, smell alike, and now that I've seen you eat it, the texture should be the same. It's very nutritious and nourishing. Old people with weak teeth would probably love it. See if you want to keep some for your tribe. If not, I'll take it all. Ying's eyes widened. One of these giant fruits could fill several children's stomachs. Of course he wanted them. Yes, I want them. They're big and filling. All right, then pick all the open ones like this into my basket. Tea. All right, He'll go wash up now, Eagle replied quickly and hurried to the bathroom. By the time Eagle finished breakfast, it was already 9:30. However, Lin Xi was not in a hurry. Anyway, they would pick as many fruits as they could today. Speaking of which, Lin Xi didn't particularly like durians, yet he still dug up 2 saplings. Just as they were about to head out, Eagle faintly heard a whistle, but he dismissed it as his imagination, and Lin Xi paid it no mind either. It wasn't a big deal if someone else was around. Eagle had mentioned that people from their tribe would gather to collect resources. Moreover, Lin Xi had never heard the sound of a bone whistle, so they proceeded out the door, and Lin Xi took the wooden house away. About half an hour after they left, a group of people arrived at the location looking at the traces on the ground, each bearing a look of uncertainty, each with their own thoughts. By this time, Lin Xi and Eagle had arrived at a jackfruit grove, nearly 5 kilometers away. Wow, what a vast area. I need to dig up a few seedlings before we leave, Lin Xi said, grabbing a hoe and starting to work. Seeing this, Eagle also helped him dig up saplings. In just 10 minutes, they had dug up 5 or 6 saplings, and Lin Xi called a stop. Let's pick the fruits now. The two began to gather fruits. Can this also be eaten? Is it good? Eagle, while Lin Xi was digging up seedlings, figured this must be another kind of fruit that could fill their stomachs. After all, it was so large. They had eaten it before, but it wasn't tasty. However, the durian they had opened yesterday tasted great. Would this so-called honey fruit be the same? When they ate it back, then they peeled off the skin, which had red or golden seeds inside that they discarded, only eating the pulp. Although some were sweet, they weren't palatable. Is that how you eat it? Yes, isn't it just that you peel off the outer shell to eat it? Eagle was somewhat surprised. Forget it, let's just gather the fruits. Well, pick everything. If you want, I'll share half with you after you've tasted it. Lin Xi felt quite speechless. He could understand discarding the shell, but judging by their words, it seemed they also treated the fruit pulp as seeds and threw it away, which was hard to comprehend. This grove wasn't too large or too small, but by the time the two were panting, they had finally picked all the jackfruits. It was already around 3 in the afternoon. Lin Xi, who had been busy picking fruits all noon without eating, decided to open one to eat, thinking of teaching Eagle how to eat jackfruit. With this in mind, she took out a small knife to peel the jackfruit, and then brought out a large stainless steel basin to place the jackfruit pulp inside. Finally, she discarded the inner pulp and shell, laid down a mat on the ground, and sat down with Eagle. Let's eat. By the way, spit the seeds into this, she said, pulling out a smaller bowl, and then started to eat. Eagle looked bewildered as he watched Lin Xi eat the pulp and spit out the seeds. He awkwardly raised his hand, trying to imitate Lin Xi, and instantly the sweet and fragrant taste filled his mouth. His face turned increasingly grim as it dawned on him that all these years they had been discarding the edible parts and eating the inedible ones, yet still complained about their taste. Do you want some? Lin Xi asked in between bites. Noticing Eagle's expression, she didn't say much, but could roughly guess what he was thinking. Yes, the words sounded somewhat gritted through his teeth. Lin Xi ignored it, and after finishing used a bag to collect the seeds. Then she took out a bottle of water and a piece of bread for Eagle. Let's eat while we walk, we're going to find this. It's not far, just over there. Eagle pointed to the pine trees in the picture. There's a large grove. All right, lead the way. We won't collect today, let's set up camp over there. Lin Xi waved her small hand and walked with Eagle. Not long after they left, a group of people arrived at their location and saw the discarded jackfruit pulp not far away. Their faces darkened. Damn it, we were a step too late. We had no idea what they were planning to do. They said they were gathering, but we didn't see how much less there was in the places we usually collected from, and it seemed like there were only 2 of them. How much could they possibly gather? Complained a member of the hunting team. Eagle wouldn't lie to us, said Zhong. I told you not to come, but you insisted on tagging along and causing trouble. We've been looking for days and now we've lost the trail again, another person complained. What are you talking about? You left your teammate behind and came back. What face do you have to blame me? Chan was furious upon hearing this, and they started arguing without restraint. Everyone looked on, knowing Chan's selfishness. If it weren't for the chief's face and the fact that Eagle was indeed their good brother. Still continuing onward, Ing turned his head to ask Lin Xi. They had already walked for over 3 hours, and it was well past 6 o'clock. Lin Xi asked, how much farther to the place you mentioned? Not far at all. Look, there it is just ahead. Ing pointed toward a distant mountain. Lin Xi gazed in that direction and indeed spotted Songshu Mountain, not far off, perhaps 3 or 4 kilometers away. Is there any relatively open area near the mountain's base? Lin Xi asked. The moment she spoke, Ing understood her intention, to find a spacious spot where she could deploy her dwelling. He nodded. Yes, there's ample space near the mountain's base. Then let's head there. It's not far anyway. Lin Xi set off first. By now dusk had deepened into night within the forest, otherwise Ing wouldn't have asked whether she wished to continue. Lin Xi pulled out a high-lumen flashlight and handed one to Ying, keeping one for herself. Slowly they made their way toward the mountain's foot. Had it been daytime, they might have arrived in half an hour, but under cover of night their pace slowed considerably, and it took them a full hour to reach their destination. Upon arrival, Lin Xi selected a relatively open clearing and immediately deployed her dwelling. Once inside, she activated its defensive barrier, and both collapsed onto the sofa in exhausted silence. "Oh, haven't felt this drained in ages," Lin Xi sighed. "Not so bad," Ying replied. "Though hunting was altogether different, exhausting, yes, but also fraught with peril. One had to remain perpetually alert lest wild beasts strike and claim one's life. Night watches were mandatory, even those relieved from duty dared not sleep deeply, for fear of predators, or rival tribes encroaching upon their hunting grounds, sparking violent conflict. Today's exhaustion came mostly from that colossal breadfruit. Each weighed 40 or 50 gene. Carrying too many of them naturally wore us out, and we'd walked such a long distance too," Lin Xi sighed. "Indeed. In our past journeys along this path we required half a solar day," Ying agreed. "Enough. Today's been utterly draining. I'm not cooking. Let's see what I've stored, and eat from that." Without waiting for his reply, Lin Xi produced 2 meals: cured pork rice and pickled cabbage and shredded pork rice. She placed them on the table. "Choose whichever you prefer." I've never heard of either dish," Ying admitted, his face flushing crimson, though he did recognize both contained meat judging by the character row embedded in their names. "Close your eyes, I'll shuffle their positions. Point blindly with your finger, and whatever you touch, that's yours," Lin Xi said, exasperated. After all, everything stored in her spatial ring reflected her own tastes, so she couldn't possibly choose for him. Ying obeyed, and ultimately selected the cured pork rice. After savoring their hearty meal, they each washed up and retired for the night. At dawn, golden sunlight filtered through the forest canopy, spilling across the wooden cottage's windows. Birds chattered merrily among the trees, a serene, vibrant tableau of life and fragrance. Lin Xi stirred awake, rubbing her drowsy eyes. Such vitality, lush, unbroken teeming, was a sight long vanished from both the post-apocalyptic wastelands and the sterile corridors of interstellar colonies. A soft sigh escaped her lips. She rose and prepared breakfast, simple as before, just as she had when gathering walnuts earlier in the week. Soon another day of foraging would begin. After breakfast, don't we need to shell them?" Ying couldn't help but ask. "Of course we do, but doing it by hand, that would take lifetimes. Better to dry them thoroughly first, then thresh. The cones shrink and harden as they dry, making the nuts easy to dislodge. No need to waste effort peeling them one by one." Lin Xi resolved inwardly, absolutely no manual shelling. Her fingers ached enough already. If necessary, she'd return to the stars sooner and deploy nanotech hull removal instead. Ying nodded silently at her explanation, said nothing further, and went straight to wash and retire. Lin Xi, stifling a yawn, slipped into the inner chamber. The next morning they resumed their routine, and continued thus for 5 days until a torrential downpour swept across the land. Neither ventured outside. Instead, they worked within the courtyard, threshing pine cones and extracting nuts. Here Lin Xi's cottage revealed another marvel. Its protective barrier wasn't merely defensive, it modulated ambient conditions. With the barrier active, they threshed pine cones and processed nuts within the courtyard. Lin Xi weighed the yield. The first 3 days alone yielded 2,000 gene of pine nuts. Her mission required only a fraction of that, and the remaining 2 days' harvest hadn't even dried yet. Once fully desiccated, it would easily add another 1,000 gene. Truly, fortune had smiled upon them. Not only had the collection task proved unexpectedly effortless, but it had also yielded substantial surplus. "Tomorrow, if the rain ceases, the soaked pine cones won't be harvestable," Ying murmured, his tone subdued. "No matter, we've gathered more than enough. Have you ever tasted walnuts or pine nuts? Today, since we're free, let's roast some for you to sample," Lin Xi replied, buoyant with mission completion euphoria. "I've never tried the walnuts you mention. Our tribe once picked them during famines, but found them bitter and abandoned them thereafter. As for pine nuts, we didn't even know they were edible." Ying felt profoundly ignorant, his cheeks burning anew in Lin Xi's presence. Once we've extracted all remaining nuts, let's visit your tribe. You mentioned wanting to trade items. Let's test whether your spatial ring can hold them. If it can, I'll load everything directly into yours." Lin Xi paused, then added thoughtfully, "The pine cone. You lack spiritual energy, so if your spatial ring fell into others' hands, the loss would be catastrophic. Here, take this gene activation serum. Try it. Perhaps it will awaken even the most rudimentary spiritual energy within you. Once awakened, no one here could ever seize your ring." As she spoke, Lin Xi withdrew the vial of gene serum from her spatial ring. "What is this?" "That's a gene potion," Lin Xi said, then took out several more bottles from his space ring. "These are all gene potions, but of different grades. The closer to translucent white, the higher the grade. This green one is the lowest grade, which can eliminate impurities from the body and enhance constitution. This is the intermediate grade, which can repair hidden injuries, strengthen the physique, and improve meridians. This one is high grade, and this one is extraordinary. It can awaken spiritual power. As Lin Xi introduced them, he felt grateful that he had prepared many items in case he encountered natives while collecting, including numerous gene potions and space rings. The reason he had a space ring specially made by his parents that could be used without spiritual power was because this was his first mission. Ing not only guided him, but also helped him collect, doing everything for him, which brought him warmth in this strange world. Moreover, his space ring was quite large, about preparing to exchange it for me. Ying's voice trembled. I helped him a little, and he is willing to exchange it for a precious gene potion. It's not an exchange, it's a gift for your help, Lin, she said with a smile. But I must warn you, the higher the grade of the gene potion, the more painful it will be after drinking it. However, the benefits after the pain are like being reborn, only you know the advantages. But the original owner also started from low-grade potions to transform his body, and even with high-grade ones he had no spiritual power. Lin Xi suspected that it wasn't that the original owner lacked spiritual power, but rather that he had awakened a purification ability like himself, so the spiritual power test couldn't detect it. I'm not afraid. As long as I can become stronger, I can better protect the tribe. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. With that, Ing unhesitatingly picked up the translucent white bottle and drank it all in one gulp. The next moment, fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and then his veins bulged. It was clear he was enduring great pain. Fearing he might bite his tongue, Lin Xi directly took out a wooden stick for him to bite on. Ing felt as if all his bones were shattered, countless sharp bone knives churning in his internal organs, and his skin being Actually, Lin Xi was disgusted because the impurities expelled from the body were really smelly. Ing had intended to let Lin Xi help him, but as soon as he raised his hand, he was stunned. Was he really this dirty? No wonder it was so smelly. He suddenly felt embarrassed, mustered the last bit of strength, rushed into the bathroom, and closed the door. Seeing him leave, Lin Xi resignedly began to mop and wash the floor, then sprayed air freshener. Well, now the smell was better. After washing himself several times in the bathroom, Ing finally got clean. Seeing the messy bathroom, his face flushed red, and he quickly cleaned it up until there was no trace of dirt. Only then did he feel relieved. However, when he was about to leave, he inadvertently caught sight of himself in the mirror and was completely stunned. Was this pale-skinned, handsome man really him? When did his skin become so fair? And when he raised his hand to touch himself, he saw that his hand was also so tender and white, shocking him even more. Are you done? Lin Xi, seeing that the bathroom had gone quiet, but the person inside was still not coming out, quickly went to the door and knocked. Hearing the knocking, was startled, realizing he had been inside for a long time. He lowered his head and opened the door. What's wrong? Why are you looking down? Lin Xi found his evasive behavior amusing. He more or less knew why he was acting like this, but wasn't it just that removing impurities made the skin fairer? Hadn't he told him that it was like being reborn? Ing slowly raised his head, trying to maintain a blank expression, and walked past Lin Xi. Lin Xi couldn't help but chuckle at his appearance. Hearing Lin's eyes laugh, Ing walked even faster. Alright, I know why you're like this, but didn't I tell you? This is about removing impurities. Your body used to have many toxins and impurities as well as injuries from hunting. Although they healed, and you felt normal, hidden injuries remained. These have all been repaired by the gene potion, Lin, she said to Ing. You should feel it yourself. Isn't your body feeling better than before? Don't you feel lighter? Hearing Lin's words, Ing also sensed the difference, so he stopped being coy and directly raised his head to nod at Lin Xi. Seeing him raise his head, Lin Xi was stunned. He hadn't expected that the rough, primitive man, after becoming fair-skinned, would be so handsome, rivaling the stars before the apocalypse. But he only gaped for a moment before snapping back to reality. Here, see? Then take out the space ring I gave you, and it'll teach you how to imprint a spiritual mark. Spiritual mark? Ing looked at Lin Xi in confusion. After you imprint a spiritual mark, you can change its shape. Just listen to me, Lin Xi said, then taught Ing how to imprint the mark on the space ring, and told him to change it into a ring and wear it on his finger. Isn't it much more convenient? When others see it later, just say it's a souvenir I gave you. Lin Xi had even thought of an excuse. Ing really wanted to tell Lin Xi that he had no intention of hiding the existence of the space ring from his tribe. After all, when they went out hunting, storing things in it would be much more convenient, allowing them to travel light. I know what you want to say, but you have to understand that not everyone thinks like you. I don't oppose you helping your tribe, but the premise is that you must understand that when you have nothing good, others will think the same as you. But once they know you have something good, do you think they will still see you the same way as before? But Ing still couldn't accept that they could make things easier for everyone, but he would keep silent for his own benefit. Lin Xi looked at him steadily and said, after I leave, you can tell them that I thank you for your help and bestowed upon you divine power to store, carry, and hide things. In this way they will only feel awe for you, not jealousy, because you are the one helped by the gods. Ing thought about Lin's words, found them reasonable, and said no more. When the rain stops, I'll help you pick pine cones, Ing said. He knew that Lin Xi meant well for him, and he had nothing to repay her with except to assist in completing her tasks. If she needed something from this world, he would take her to find it together. Lin Xi smiled faintly, naturally sensing Ying's goodwill. No need. My task is already done. Let's just shell the remaining pine nuts and dry them. For the rest of the time I'd like to visit your tribe. A few days ago Ying might have suspected that Lin Xi wanted to know the tribe's location for ulterior motives. But after spending so much time together, he had long realized that Lin Xi's life was truly different from theirs. With such a wonderful world as the celestial realm, who would be willing to live day by day, without knowing where the next meal might come from? Yet if Lin Xi knew his thoughts, she would probably just smile. After all, she certainly wouldn't want to live in a primitive world forever. Life in the interstellar? I want to trade for the fire seeds you brought out last time. Ying said. No problem, Lin Xi replied, and immediately took out many lighters along with some candles and matches. These are the fire-making tools you want. Look, this is a lighter. Press here, and it will ignite. You need to use dry leaves as tinder. Also, once the gas inside runs out, it's gone, so I've prepared many lighters for you. Saying this, Lin Xi looked at Ying again. These are matches. They can also start a fire like this. She took a match and demonstrated. As for this, Lin Xi pointed to the candles. This is a candle. It's dark at night, right? If you can't see, light this and put it inside the house, and you'll have light. She lit a candle and placed it on the table for him to see. Ying was already astonished that she could produce so many fire-making tools. In their eyes, such things were incredibly difficult, but in Lin Xi's mind, they were so simple. Seeing his reaction, Lin Xi thought for a moment, and then took out a solar-powered lighter from her space. This is a solar-powered lighter. As long as the sun shines, you can always start a fire. But you still need to take care of it, or it will break. She gave him a mischievous smile. Thank you. Thousands of words condensed into a single thank you. Ying couldn't believe that Lin Xi had been so thoughtful for him. He put the items she gave him into his space button. Is there anything else you need? Ying was stunned. I can ask for more things. Of course. With your help, I finished my task early, and even have time to visit your tribe. Plus you helped me pick so many fruits. Aren't those enough for me to give you something in exchange? Lin Xi knew that in her eyes a lighter might be an ordinary thing, but in Ying's eyes it was worth a fortune. Yet she had received so much help from him here, and she wanted to assist him within her power, maybe even promote history a little. I don't know. I don't know what else to ask for, Ying said, truly unsure of what his efforts were worth. Seeing that he really didn't know Lin, she took the initiative to find some knives and axes from her inventory. Not many, just over 10 of each. This is a knife, you know. And this is an axe which can fell trees and split wood. She thought for a moment, and then took out several thousand gene of salt. This is salt. Put a little in your food, and it will give you strength. Thank you, that's enough, Ying said, hurriedly stopping her from taking out more. He was afraid that if she gave too much he might become greedy. He was already very satisfied. All right, then we're even. From now on we're no longer debtor and creditor, but friends. Lin Xi thought this man was truly not greedy. Each harboring their own views and mutual recognition, they were two. Lin Xi also frowned. The grove was a complete mess, and she didn't know what had happened. It doesn't look like animals. Besides, this is a place where the tribe regularly gathers fruit. There couldn't be large beasts. Ying crouched down to examine the ground. There were many fruits on the ground, both good and rotten, but none remained on the trees. Could it be that the heavy rain from the past 2 days knocked them all down? Lin Xi hadn't gone out, but she knew the rain had indeed been heavy. However, Ying had been outside and saw that while the rain was intense, it wasn't enough to cause such devastation to the fruit trees. Ying, come over and see what this is. Lin Xi pointed to something that was partially covered by branches, leaving only a faint trace. Hearing Lin Xi's words, Ying quickly ran over, carefully moved the branches aside, revealing a pitch-black hole. Did we see a hole here last time? Lin Xi was puzzled. We didn't see it last time, did we? No, there seems to be something in the hole, Ying said with concern, looking at Lin Xi. You go over there and let me see what's inside. Lin Xi, seeing Ying's determination, knew she couldn't stop him, so she stepped back and took out a pistol from her space, ready to save Ying if danger arose. Ying watched Lin Xi move away, then carefully pulled the branches apart, holding the axe Lin Xi had exchanged with him, ready to strike if anything went wrong. However, when Ying opened the hole, there was no movement inside. Lin Xi was also uncertain, so she came closer. Just as Ying was about to tell Lin Xi to leave Lin, she spotted something that looked like a human finger. That, Ying. There's something, Lin Xi stammered excitedly. She wasn't afraid, of course. After experiencing the cruel apocalypse, what kind of hell on earth could still disturb her? Ying looked in the direction Lin Xi pointed, and indeed saw a finger. He jumped straight into the hole and began digging with his hands. Soon a hand appeared, then an arm. Lin Xi sensed something serious was happening and went to the other side to pull away the branches. After all the branches were removed, a person came into view, his eyes tightly shut, as if. Ying's concern for this person was evident. He's my brother, Ying said, his eyes red. Don't torment him anymore. Pick him up. Don't you have spiritual sense? Can't you feel that he's still alive? He's breathing, Lin Xi said. Though she felt sympathy for him, she interrupted his sorrow. Still alive? Ying was stunned upon hearing Lin Xi's words. He directly used his spiritual sense to feel it. Indeed, Meng's breathing was weak, but present. He fainted from hunger, Lin Xi observed. Fainted from hunger. Ing couldn't believe it. How could a hunter starve to death? Even though there were no large beasts around. But this was a fruit forest, any single fruit could have prevented starvation. Lin Xi reluctantly took out chicken porridge from her space and handed it to Ing. Here, feed it to him. Ing gave Lin Xi a grateful look, then supported Meng and fed him the porridge bit by bit. He can't travel in this condition. Let's delay here for a day and go to your tribe tomorrow, Lin, she said after some thought. There were still 5 days left until the mission deadline. As long as she didn't submit the mission, she could stay here until the last day. Once she submitted, she would return to the interstellar space immediately. That was what the system had told her when she was about to submit the mission earlier, so she had been postponing it. I'm sorry for delaying you again, Ing said, feeling as if he owed Lin Xi a lot. It's okay, we're friends, Lin Xi replied, not bothering to mention that she still had plenty of time. It was good that Ing remembered her kindness. Lin Xi released the wooden house. Wouldn't a person who already had a fever die from such treatment? Thinking of the fever, Lin Xi quickly took out the medicine she had hoarded from the apocalypse from her space. Give him this, he'll be fine soon. The apocalypse medicine was made from mutated herbs with effects so potent that even ability users would recover instantly. She had obtained it by looting a warehouse when a small base was destroyed. What is this? Ing looked at the thin white pill and asked. In your place, when people get sick or injured, they usually just tough it out. Even the witch doctors can only treat minor injuries and illnesses. This medicine is from our world, it's very effective. Taking it will stop the fever, Lin Xi explained briefly. Thank you, Lin Xi, Ing said as he fed the medicine into Meng's mouth, then thanked Lin Xi with great solemnity. Lin Xi was startled by his formality. Alright, stop thanking me. He'll go cook. By the way, didn't I say I'd let you taste walnuts and pine nuts? We have time today, so we'll prepare them for you later. With that, Lin Xi scurried off to the kitchen as if her tail was on fire. In the kitchen, Lin Xi pressed her chest. Oh, why is it beating so fast? He's a primitive man, but he's really handsome, especially when he thanked me with those moist eyes just now. I'm not a fangirl, but I do appreciate beautiful things. Lin Xi rubbed her face, calmed down, and began cooking with the ingredients she had. 2 hours later, the meal was ready. Ing, come out and eat first. He'll be fine, Lin Xi called out to Ing. Ing was indeed hungry. The excitement from finding Meng had faded, replaced by deep confusion. How did Meng end up here? Meng knew this was a gathering area and wouldn't come here to cause trouble. Besides, they had only returned from hunting a few days ago. The hunting team had a rotation, 50 people went out each time. This time it shouldn't have been Meng's turn. With these thoughts in mind, Ing was brought back to reality by Lin Xi's call to dinner. Look what I've made today. After we finish eating, it'll give you a taste of walnuts and pine nuts, Lin Xi said with a radiant smile. Ing looked at her beaming face and his heart softened involuntarily. Lin Xi was so easily satisfied. Look, this is stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat, this is lotus root box, this is pickled pepper beef, and this is the braised pork you said was delicious last time. Lin Xi pointed to the dishes on the table and described them one by one. As Ing listened to her enumerating the dishes with such familiarity, he suddenly saw a vision in his mind, a female whispering into a male's ear, the male smiling at her, as if hearing something amusing, 2 little cubs lying on a bed made of animal skins gazing at the male with adoration, and the female's eyes sparkling with a light called happiness. It was a picture of a happy family of 4. Cough, cough. Cough, cough. A series of coughs came from the next room. The two exchanged a glance and hurriedly ran into the living room. Meng had already sat up, staring blankly at the sofa he was sitting on. He had never seen such things before and dared not even touch them. He wondered if he was already dead and had arrived at a place where gods dwelled. Was this the dwelling place of the gods? Not long after, he saw 2 figures approaching. The one in front he recognized as his elder brother. The female behind was unfamiliar, but she was very beautiful, unlike the females in their tribe. Her skin was fair and looked tender like that of a young cub, and she seemed so small. Meng, you're awake, Ing said, taking a stride to stand beside him. Elder brother. Meng looked at Ing with a dazed expression. Elder brother, are you also dead? Upon hearing this, Ying's joy at his awakening instantly dissipated. What nonsense are you talking about? How could I be dead? He shot him a glare. How do you feel? I'm fine now. This. Elder brother, she is. His gaze kept fixed on Lin Xi. Is this a... Lin Xi rolled her eyes at his words. What the hell kind of cub was that? Was there such a pretty cub? Don't talk nonsense. This is Lin Xi, an envoy sent by the gods. She is here to collect things for the gods, and will leave once her task is complete, Ing explained. I see. By the way, elder brother, when you left you said you were going to trade for supplies. Did you manage to get them? Meng asked. Yes, I got them. But I haven't asked you yet. Why are you here? You know this is our tribe's gathering area, Ing said, getting straight to the point. Meng didn't know how to explain, as he still wasn't clear about what had happened. Seeing that he couldn't sort out his thoughts for the moment, Lin Xi spoke up. Alright, you two brothers, stop talking for now. I've already made the meal. Let's eat first and talk later. Ing thought about the large table of food Lin Xi had prepared and felt it would be a waste not to eat it. Besides, once Lin Xi left, he would never taste it again. The thought of her departure stirred a deep reluctance within him. This female Lin Xi had given him so much. All right, let's go eat, Ing said, then turned to Meng, who was still on the sofa. Can you get out on your own? Though it was a question, his tone was affirmative. Meng found his elder brother's gaze somewhat inexplicable, but nodded, slowly rising and following them into the dining room. This is food. Something he had never heard of or seen before. Yes, this is food. It's different from what you eat here, but I believe you'll like it. Go ahead, Lin Xi replied. Seeing his elder brother sit down, naturally Meng followed suit, clumsily picking up the chopsticks and trying to grasp food. Ing noticed his awkwardness and recalled how he himself had been just as clumsy at first, with Lin Xi patiently teaching him how to use chopsticks and introducing the dishes. In just 8 or 9 days, he felt completely transformed. Meng watched his elder brother eating with such familiarity and realized that he must have been spending time with this female named Lin Xi recently. He didn't believe a word about her being a divine envoy. Aside from the different environment and food, there was nothing to distinguish her from them. Oh, and she wasn't wearing animal hides, but something called cloth, which he had seen at the trading fair before. The Seafish tribe had brought it for trade, calling it jiaosha. Elder brother, what did you trade for? Meng asked, pulling Ing aside after the meal. I traded for some fire seeds and salt. Since these would be brought back to the tribe anyway, there was no need to hide it. I know about fire seeds, but what is salt? Meng scratched his head, genuinely confused. The animal blood we drink contains salt. Salt gives us strength. We won't have to drink animal blood anymore, Ing said with a smile. Salt. But I've never heard of such a thing. Meng still doubted. I heard about it during the trading. The tribes living by the sea use salt, but the yield is very small, and they rarely trade it. They usually don't talk about it because even if they did, they wouldn't have extra to trade, Ing explained, referring to what he had overheard from the coastal tribes during his trading trip. How much did you trade for? Is it enough for our tribe? Don't worry. By the way, you still haven't told me why you're here. Ying's eyes suddenly sharpened. Meng was instantly at a loss for words. He hadn't expected his elder brother's topic to change so abruptly. Cough, cough, cough. He was choked by his own saliva. I. He kept stammering. Just then Lin Xi entered, carrying a small bamboo basket. Half of the basket was filled with walnuts, and the other half with pine nuts in a small bowl. Here, have some local specialties. I've already roasted the pine nuts. They taste good, Lin Xi said, not bothering to ask what they had been discussing. She guessed it was about what Ing had traded and what had happened to Meng. Speak, Ing said, glancing at the basket. He didn't know how to eat these things, so he waited for Lin Xi to start first before following her example. His expression remained stern as he coldly uttered a single word to Meng. Meng shuddered at his tone, trembling slightly. Lin Xi sat down, ignoring the interplay of glances between the two brothers. She picked up a walnut cracker and cracked a walnut. See, this is how you eat it. And these pine nuts, they're already split open. Just peel off the shell and eat the kernel. You have plenty of these around here. During the snowy season, when you're bored at home, you can snack on these, Lin Xi said, then turned to hand a few walnut crackers to Ing. Take these as a gift. Bring them back home. They'll make eating walnuts easier. Ing nodded and accepted the crackers. Then he turned to Meng. Are you going to speak now? Meng trembled. It's just that you said you were going to trade for supplies about 10 days or so. We went back to the tribe first. As soon as we returned, Chan, not seeing you, suspected that Zhong had harmed you. I tried to explain, but the next day Chan still came to us saying he was worried about you and wanted to look for you. He asked us to go with him, saying we were brothers. At this point, Meng glanced weakly at Ing and continued. We were already worried about you anyway. You said you were going to trade, but you didn't take anything with you. What could you trade with? We thought you might have been deceived. He glanced at Lin Xi, who was munching on pine nuts, and let out a sigh of relief when she showed no reaction. He convinced us, so we brought Chan and Zhu, 2 females, to look for you. There were 10 of us from the hunting team, plus the 2 of them, making 12. We followed the trail you left and came here. But once we arrived, we lost your tracks. And then, oi. Ing remained expressionless, cracking and eating the walnuts. He truly found these walnuts. Toom suggested that since your trail had already vanished and locating you would take time, and since the harvest was imminent anyway, we might as well gather all the ripe fruits here, making this journey worthwhile, Meng said, glancing sidelong at Ing. Chan initially objected, but all of us supported Toom's proposal, leaving him no choice. Yet during the gathering, Chan constantly complained and even sabotaged our efforts. At this, Meng's expression darkened with unmistakable resentment. Clearly he held no affection for Chan. Lin Xi frowned slightly. At first things went smoothly, until unexpectedly torrential rain descended just 2 days later. We took shelter in a cave. Then Chan claimed his belongings were lost, and we split up to search. I was assigned this area. As he spoke, fury hardened his features. When we found you, why were you alone? I'd barely reached this spot when a sharp pain exploded at the base of my skull. I blacked out instantly. His gaze turned venomous. I was ambushed. When I regained consciousness, I was bound, and someone nearby was digging soil. Through blurred vision, I saw Chan and Zhu. At this memory surged. The words he'd overheard faint yet chilling. Chan, are we truly doing this? Chan merely sneered when he saw me awake, said nothing, seized a club, and struck me down again. Meng's hands clenched unconsciously. When I awoke once more, only my head could move, my limbs were buried beneath damp earth. Rain lashed the sky, muffling my cries. Branches had been laid across my face. I waited 2 days, then the storm ceased. I hoped someone would come. Instead they departed without searching for me. As they passed I heard hunters grumble, "He worried about you. Went off alone to find you." Wounded and drenched for 2 days I fell ill, my throat raw, voice gone. And as they left, that venomous female glanced back, mocking me, savoring my slow death. With a thunderous thud, Ying's fist slammed onto the table. She dared do this to you. She always seemed kind to our family, yet such malice festers beneath. If so, her kin forfeits their claim to the chieftainship. He fixed Meng with a fierce protective gaze. Rest easy, elder brother, will see justice done. Our tribe bears no room for such poison. Are you certain the hunting party truly knew nothing of your plight? Lin Xi asked suddenly. I'm certain, Meng replied firmly. Those hunters are our sworn brothers. They would never abandon one of us. Yet something feels amiss, Lin Xi mused. If Chan claimed you'd grown anxious for Ying and set off alone, why did he not accompany you? Any clear-minded person would see through such a flimsy lie, Lin Xi added, analyzing aloud. Wasn't Chan deeply infatuated with you? How could he possibly refuse to follow, when he himself had offered the path? Hearing Lin Xi's words, both men stiffened. Her logic was irrefutable. Chan's story unraveled upon scrutiny, yet they could not fathom why the hunters had believed it. Only your return can unveil the truth, Lin Xi declared. We depart tomorrow. Rest well. With that she withdrew to her chamber. Elder brother, where is this place? It was only now that Meng thought to ask. So consumed had he been upon waking, Ying immediately pressed him for details. Had he not overheard Chan and Zhu's exchange, he might have hesitated to confide in his elder brother, whom he revered deeply, fearing rifts between them. But Ying's persistent questioning left no choice but truth, though he omitted the damning dialogue he'd overheard. This is the dwelling granted to Lin Xi by the divine, Ying answered succinctly, only to meet Meng's incredulous, wordless stare. What? Elder brother, I am no longer a child. The unspoken rebuke hung clear. Do not treat me as if I must be placated with myths. I've lived my whole life without ever laying eyes on a god. Ying understood perfectly and offered no further explanation. Tomorrow's journey would reveal the meaning behind his words. Elder brother, what is this? So soft. Like layers of beast skin piled high, Meng murmured, running curious fingers over the sofa. From a nearby cabinet, Ying retrieved a blanket. The sofa unfolded into a 2-meter bed, ample for two. This is a sofa bed. Our sleeping platform, though divinely wrought, thus unlike anything we know. Lin Xi calls this a blanket. It's draped over us while sleeping, warding off illness. He relayed Lin Xi's simple explanation. Marvelous. This blanket is warm and supple. Warm. He paused, then recalled the season burned with oppressive heat. Yet here the air felt perfectly temperate. Elder brother, something is wrong here. His voice tightened, his face paling. What do you mean, wrong? Where? Ying, bewildered by Meng's sudden agitation, watched as he blurted, I haven't broken a single sweat. I told you, it's the divine's dwelling. Its temperature remains constant, and Lin, she can adjust it at will. Cease fretting, sleep now. We ride at dawn. With that, Ying lay down, drew his blanket close, and within moments his breathing settled into deep, even rhythm. Beside him Meng lay rigid. Tormented by suspicion, had elder brother fallen under some sorcerer's spell? Why did he accept Lin Xi's every word without question? No. Upon returning to the tribe, he must warn father and mother. Clutching his blanket, he finally drifted into uneasy slumber. At first light, Lin Xi rose, knowing today's journey demanded portable fare. She steamed rice cakes and buns, then retrieved 2 large packs of frozen dumplings from her spatial storage, boiled them, and returned them, still piping hot, to her storage for later. Ying, are you awake? Lin Xi called from outside. I am, came the reply, from behind her. Ying strode into the courtyard, gripping a sharpened wooden spear. Lin Xi's brow furrowed. Where have you been? I fashioned a few weapons. Yours remain too unfamiliar for use. Not yet. Once we settle matters back home, they'll be unveiled. Seeing Lin Xi's hesitant look, he hastened to explain. She considered his words, then nodded. Their tribe's customs remained unknown to her, a judgment therefore was withheld. Elder brother, you're already awake so early. The two were about to rouse Meng for breakfast, only to find him already stepping out. Wash up and join us in the dining hall, Ying said, casting a disdainful glance at Meng. Meng was baffled. Why must one wash before eating? And more perplexingly, what kind of meal was served at this hour? Yet seeing elder brother and Lin Xi already striding toward the dining hall, he hastily splashed water on his face, and hurried after them. The moment he entered, an unfamiliar aroma enveloped him. Rich, warm, utterly unprecedented. And before him lay a table laden with plump, snow-white morsels radiating that same intoxicating fragrance. Before he could utter a word, elder brother and Lin Xi had already picked up their chopsticks. Lin Xi lifted a steamed rice cake, while Lin seized a large soft wheat bun. 2 small dishes of pickled vegetables sat beside them. Neither spared Meng a glance, they ate in silence. A pang of loneliness pricked Meng's heart, but he still picked up his chopsticks, took a bit. Elder brother, where did the cave go? Meng finally blurted out. Did you hear a single word I told you yesterday? Ing sighed, exasperated. Lin Xi watched amused. She found Meng delightfully unguarded, impulsive, guileless, every emotion laid bare upon his face never feigned. Perhaps precisely this sincerity had drawn Chan's lethal envy. Lin Xi guessed half-truthfully, as Ying's devoted admirer Chan had meticulously courted every member of Ying's family, earning polite deference from all, except Meng, who persistently deemed him unworthy of Ying, openly scowling, and over time, even mocking him. Resentment festered, then curdled into hatred. The trio now journeyed toward the chiefing tribe. En route they crossed a small river. Ying intended to pass straight through, until Lin Xi spotted fish glinting beneath the surface, and an idea surged forth irresistible. Let's catch some fish. I'm craving them. Yours must be delicious, untainted by pollution. Without awaiting consent, she summoned a fishing net from her spatial ring. Elder brother, Meng stood stunned by Lin Xi's swift, inexplicable action. Ying merely glanced at him before joining Lin Xi in casting the net. Within moments it teemed with fish, likely because primitive tribes avoided fish entirely, rendering these creatures unafraid of humans. Had they been wary, such haphazard casting would never have yielded such bounty. Lin Xi's eyes lit up at the haul. She swiftly retrieved a water storage barrel salvaged from the apocalypse era, then produced a hand-cranked pump, directing Meng to tread its pedals. Soon the barrel filled halfway with clear water. Stop! Lin Xi called. The vessel was no ordinary container. Designed for hydrokinetic adepts in the apocalyptic stronghold, each held 3 tons of water calibrated to an adept's power level. Their sole duty was dispensing water for the entire base. Lin Xi deployed 5 such barrels, determined to carry ample fish home. For steamed fish, spicy fish, sour cabbage fish. His mouth watered uncontrollably. Forgive her, neither in the apocalypse nor across the stars had she ever savored a proper meal, let alone delicacies like those of the pre-apocalyptic world. Female, this is unfit for consumption. Meng could no longer hold back. Why not? It's exquisite. Never mind, we'll net more first. Later I'll roast one for you to taste. Lin Xi knew skepticism was inevitable among those who'd never eaten fish. Primitive people were inherently cautious. Likely someone had choked fatally on a bone long ago, hence Meng's aversion. And fish carried a strong, pungent odor. If improperly prepared, it would indeed be unpalatable. So Lin Xi produced 2 portable grilling racks today, an open-air barbecue. He laid out ingredients and charcoal, then ignited the fire. Meanwhile, the brothers, still casting nets, soon caught a bold, savory aroma, so potent they kept turning back entranced. Elder brother, what is he doing? Meng asked, saliva pooling. I've never seen him do this either. Likely roasting meat, Ying replied, inhaling deeply. But our roasted meat doesn't smell like this, Meng murmured. Ying knew well enough. When he prepares food, have you ever witnessed anything ordinary? He shot Meng a withering look. Is this brother truly irredeemable? Why did I never notice his denseness before? Might father and mother still conceive another son? Done, come eat. Lin Xi's call broke their reverie. They exchanged a glance and dropped their nets, sprinting toward him. Their skewered on bamboo sticks glistened, grilled morsels glazed with oil and spices. Aromatic, succulent, irresistible. Awkward and hesitant, they stood frozen, until Lin Xi picked up a bamboo stick, demonstrated how to hold and eat it, then turned away to savor his own grilled fish. Their first bite was tentative, but the instant flavor burst across their tongues. They devoured the entire platter, ravenous and unrefined. Still unsated, they watched Lin Xi leisurely savoring his fish. Temptation flared, yet dread lingered. Tales of tribesmen choking to death on fish bones were too gruesome to ignore. Lin Xi sensed their hesitation, sighed softly, and handed them chopsticks. Placing a fillet on a plate, he taught them, step by step, how to remove bones and discard spines. Within 10 minutes, both wielded chopsticks with practiced ease. 5 grilled fish vanished in moment. Enough fish, we must resume our journey. Lin Xi swept his hands, and all water barrels vanished into his spatial domain. They walked on the path, quiet save for Meng's repeated unspoken hesitations. By interacting with them, I've altered many of their habits. But once the goods I gifted run out, won't they revert to their former ways? Lin Xi asked as they walked, his voice heavy. His knowledge could transform them, but material exchanges would inevitably deplete. A mechanical voice intoned, please host, strive to ascend. I'm speaking seriously. We may never return to gather here again. I truly regard Ying as a friend. Lin Xi's tone darkened. Ing, walking beside him, felt the shift instantly. Please, host, strive to ascend. The same sterile reply echoed. Theoretically, those who return from the apocalypse tend to be cold-hearted and detached, having witnessed the fickleness of the world and the cannibalistic nature of society. But Lin Xi was different. She possessed the purification ability while her best friend had a healing ability. Initially, her own ability had not yet been discovered, but because her friend's ability was unique, she lived a life envied by all through her friend's support. Soon after, due to her own ability's importance, she was treated like a doll and protected. If asked whether she knew the cruelty of the apocalypse, the answer was yes, she knew, but only in theory. The most brutal thing she ever experienced was near the end of the apocalypse, when humanity was on the verge of victory. The healing ability was no longer deemed essential, and her friend was pushed into a horde of zombies by enemies devoured alive. It was then that she realized all the kindness shown to them had a price, and once one became useless, so when she was reborn into this body, the care and love from her parents softened her heart. Although Ying's purpose was to exchange what he needed with her, he had indeed been good to her, and had helped her a lot. That was why Lin Xi worried about them. Can't you be flexible just this once? Lin Xi still tried to bargain with the system. Please upgrade, host. Alright, I got it. You're just an impartial EE. Don't worry, you'll work hard on the tasks. Lin Xi knew the system was already programmed, and she was crazy to think she could change the program. Lin Xi this way. Ing saw Lin Xi walking blankly ahead, and quickly pulled her back. Oh, I was spacing out. Lin Xi stuck out her tongue apologetically. Wow, there are so many bamboos here, she exclaimed in surprise. Bamboos? Is that what you call this? Lin Xi, we have to go around this place. There are black and white bears here that eat people. Meng said urgently as he saw Lin Xi about to enter the bamboo forest. Black and white bears? Are they pandas? Lin Xi found it amusing that they called pandas black and white bears. But how could pandas eat people? Aren't pandas gentle? Pandas? Meng was puzzled. They called black and white bears pandas. Come on, let's go in and take a look. Don't worry, I won't let you get into danger. This bamboo forest is full of treasures. Lin Xi finally stopped laughing. She wanted to see if their black and white bears were really pandas, but also because she had absolute confidence in her ability to protect herself. Otherwise, she wouldn't dare go in. After all, this wasn't Blue Planet, but a primitive tribe, and primitive pandas might actually eat people. Ing and Meng couldn't persuade Lin Xi, so they had no choice but to follow her closely into the bamboo forest. Look, these are bamboo shoots. They're edible, especially when stir-fried with meat. As she explained, Lin Xi began digging up bamboo shoots. She took out 2 large baskets and asked Ing and Meng to help dig. The two exchanged glances, seeing shock in each other's eyes. This stuff was actually edible. They had been surrounded by so much food, yet their people still starved to death. It's bamboo fungus. The two had just dug a few bamboo shoots when they heard Lin Xi's delighted cry. Of course she was delighted. It had rained a few days ago, and with the hot weather, even if bamboo fungus had sprouted, it should have withered by now. Yet there was still so much in this bamboo forest, an unexpected windfall. What's wrong? Ying's voice arrived before his figure. Look at this. It's bamboo fungus. It makes an amazing soup. Lin Xi smiled. You help me dig bamboo shoots, and I'll trade something with you. They'll go pick the bamboo fungus. You don't need to trade anything. We'll help you anyway. Ing murmured to Lin Xi. I know. We're friends. But because of me, I've already delayed you for so many days. I have to give you something as compensation, or I won't feel right. Lin Xi's smile was radiant. Ing knew that once Lin Xi made up her mind, she wouldn't change it. She didn't want to owe anyone a favor. Meng wanted to say something more, but Ing stopped him. They went back to where they had been digging bamboo shoots, and continued. Both were very quick workers, and soon the 2 large baskets were full. Meanwhile, Lin Xi had collected over 10 gene of bamboo fungus. Our baskets aren't enough. Bring 2 more over. Ing walked slowly to Lin Xi. No need. This is enough. Let's continue our journey. Lin Xi looked at the 2 large baskets, and smiled. Once you've tasted them, you'll love them too. Then you can organize your clan to come dig. This stuff keeps well. You can dry it in your space button and make dried bamboo shoots. They can be used in soup, stir-fried with meat, or even kale. When Ing heard this, he realized that Lin Xi had stopped digging just to leave the bamboo shoots for them. He was deeply moved. Alright, don't be moved. They'll cook some for you tonight. Lin Xi beamed. The 3 were about to leave the bamboo forest when a rat suddenly darted out from within. It was larger than an ordinary rat, almost as big as a mutated rat from the apocalypse. Ing and Ming immediately went on alert. They knew rats were social animals. 1 rat meant 2, or even a whole swarm. They had dealt with many rats before. The creatures stole their food one after another, endlessly annoying. So now seeing one, they were on high alert. Oh, it's a bamboo rat. Catch it. Lin Xi exclaimed in surprise. She hadn't expected another windfall. This gathering mission was truly making her rich. Lin Xi, that's a rat, Ing said helplessly. He couldn't understand why Lin Xi wanted to eat everything. He sighed and rubbed his forehead. It's not a rat. Well, it is a rat, but it's different from. Meng was amazed. The ingredients they had gathered today could produce such fragrant food. It was an eye-opener. When they tasted the bamboo rat, Meng and Ing both froze. This. How could it taste so good? Seeing their expressions, Lin Xi chuckled. Delicious, right? I wouldn't lie to you. She gave them a mischievous look. Since you've eaten my food, you have to help me work. Work? Do what? Meng asked, not because he was unwilling, but because it was almost dark and he wondered what they could do. Lin Xi waved her hand and 2 baskets of bamboo shoots, 1 basket of bamboo rats, and half a basket of bamboo fungus appeared in the yard. She pointed at them. We need to process all this together. It would take me forever alone. All right, well, start working soon. Ing made the final decision. 3 people worked energetically, peeling 2 baskets of bamboo shoots. Ing and Meng even skinned the bamboo rats. Lin Xi looked with satisfaction at today's bounty: over 1,000 pounds of fish, 400 pounds of bamboo shoots, and more than 100 pounds of bamboo rats. Not a bad harvest. Unexpectedly, they found so many good things before reaching the tribe. If they sold them in the interstellar market, they would become rich. With dreams of becoming wealthy, Lin Xi fell into a deep sleep. Big brother, I didn't expect the bamboo shoots to be so delicious, Meng said, still savoring the taste. It's still because Lin Xi cooked them well. If we just boiled them ourselves, it would be no different from eating grass seeds, Ing honestly replied. You're right, but no matter how bad it tastes, it's still food. Moreover, it's close to the tribe, so transporting it back will be easier. The tribe's members will have more food to survive. And didn't you exchange for salt? If we add, yes, the salt I exchanged is enough for us for many years, but you mustn't tell anyone. I'll arrange it myself later. Also, when we go hunting in the future, we need to look for salt mines or salt lakes. Lin Xi said that not only sea salt exists, there is also salt on land. This was something Lin Xi had intentionally revealed to Ing during their casual chats. He even searched the system for information about salt and images of salt mines and lakes to show Ing, aiming to encourage them to find it themselves. I just realized that females can not only give birth, gather, and roast meat, but can also hunt and do many other things. It would be great if Lin Xi could stay in our tribe. Then our tribe would surely become wealthier and grow into a large tribe, Meng said with a hint of yearning. Ing wasn't unaware of this truth, he just thought it was impossible. How could a divine messenger stay in one world? He didn't respond to Meng's words, and Meng didn't need him to. What are you planning to do after we return? Ing asked. I plan to stay outside the tribe for now. You go back and see what Chan and Zhu say. If they don't admit their mistakes, I'll expose them when I return. Meng had already figured out his strategy. Harming tribe members would get one expelled, but if Chan's father was the chief and willing to use his position to protect Chan, they might not have to be expelled. However, it also depended on Chan's attitude toward admitting mistakes. Regardless, their family would definitely lose power. They would no longer appear at the center of influence. As long as you have a plan, that's good. When I return, I will clarify things with Xiongfu. After handling your matter, I will reveal the things I exchanged. Ying's words were a reminder to Meng not to disclose what he had exchanged, even though he said he wouldn't enter the tribe for now. Ing still felt uneasy. Don't worry. Meng rolled his eyes, covering his head with a blanket and ignoring Yi. Finally arrived. He thought, feeling incredibly uncomfortable from holding it in. Lin Xi, Ing asked, seeing the tribe's gate right in front of them. Are you wondering why I didn't speak all this way? Oh, you have no idea how difficult it was for me to hold back. You all wanted to rush back to handle matters. I was afraid that if I spoke, I would delay the journey. Now that we've finally arrived, I'll stay in your tribe while you handle your business. I'll just explore by myself to see if there's anything delicious or fun, and you don't have to worry about me, Lin Xi explained. You did this for us. Ing was very touched. He didn't expect Lin Xi to think this way. The two of them headed directly to Ying's house. Meng hid in a cave outside the tribe. What did you say? Ing is back. Chan's face lit up with surprise, gripping Zhu's hand tightly. It's really true. I heard from the tribe members that you need to be mentally prepared. They said there are 2 people coming back, Zhu hinted. 2 people. Chan's face turned pale. Meng really found Ing didn't know what he had done to him. What should I do? If Ing brings this up, I might get expelled from the tribe. And what about Xiongfu? He won't be able to remain chief either. It's confirmed there are 2 people. You need to prepare yourself mentally, Zhu said seriously. I understand you can go back for now, he said absent-mindedly. Zhu glanced at him, sighed, feeling pity for Chan. She had fallen for Ing and done so much for him, yet Ing returned with another female, said to be particularly beautiful. Chan's hopes might really be dashed this time. Sighing, Zhu shook her head and walked out. She didn't notice Chan's expression, as she thought Chan's daze was due to knowing about the female Ing brought back, not realizing Chan was terrified inside. She suddenly regretted treating Meng that way before. Ing is the one who cares for his brother the most. Even if I did this for him, he probably wouldn't forgive me. What should I do? What should I do? She anxiously tugged at her hair, and finally, as if making a decision, she ran straight to Xiongfu's room. Smack! You fool, how did I give birth to such an idiot? The chief's face turned red with anger. He and his partner fell in love freely. Even though later his partner only gave birth to Chan, he cherished both of them dearly. He initially thought Chan was spoiled and a bit willful, not realizing that she had actually harmed tribe members. He was selfish and had his own interests but understood that a tribe must unite to grow strong. Even if his family violated tribal rules, they must be punished. Xiongfu, I don't know how I lost my mind and knocked Ming out. I just wanted to teach him a lesson, but I didn't think that if he was gone he wouldn't have any competition. So I thought of burying him alive, but deep down I was still a bit scared, so I left his head above ground and covered it with branches. After 2 days of heavy rain, I thought he wouldn't survive being buried. Chan didn't say she regretted it, as she just felt that she shouldn't have shown mercy and left his head above ground. If she had known, she should have buried him completely. Smack. Don't you feel you did anything wrong? That was a tribe member who grew up with you, a tribe member who risked their life to hunt food for us, so we wouldn't starve. You usually shout at them disrespectfully, and now, I didn't expect you to be so malicious as to want their lives. The chief clutched his chest, pondering whether he had been too selfish. Otherwise, how could he have raised such a vicious daughter? Chan's eyes burned with resentment, eager to find allies, so she quickly glanced at her mother, the most beautiful female in the tribe, and the one who loved her the most. Surely she would understand her. But when she turned her head, she saw her mother's disappointed expression. She stepped back in shock. How could this be? Even her mother, who loved her the most, thought she was wrong. Did she really make a mistake? Whoa, Jean, how did our daughter turn out like this? Whoa, immediately followed by the sound of her mother crying. Yes, her mother was the gentlest and kindest. How could she accept being seen as a vicious person? Chan suddenly felt dazed, followed by her father's comforting voice. Her mother's sobs gradually subsided, and she saw her father glaring at her angrily. You go back to your room first, I don't have time to care about you right now. Chan saw her parents not looking at her anymore, and could only return to her room. She lay on her bed, her eyes vacant. She knew the consequences of harming tribe members, and saw her parents' selflessness. This time she was doomed. In another room, Jean said, what are you planning to do? Chan is still our daughter after all, Yin replied. I know, Yin. Don't worry, I won't neglect her, but you may have to suffer with me in the future, Jean said. I know this isn't your fault. My elder brother and Xiongfu won't neglect us either. Don't worry, Yin reassured. Yes, our Xiongfu elder brother and younger siblings are still here, but Chan really needs to change her temperament, Jean concluded. After that, there was no more sound in the room. Ying brought Lin Xi back home and directly told his parents about Meng's situation. Xiongfu was furious and wanted to gather his family to confront the chief. His mother was also upset, her eyes red. Her little son had almost died, but she had the presence of mind to stop her partner from acting impulsively. While the family was discussing their next steps, Ying's mother suddenly remembered Lin Xi, Meng's savior, who had been forgotten. Little female, I'm sorry, we overlook. Hearing the words of his mother, Ying suddenly remembered that they had forgotten Lin Xi while discussing matters with his family. He quickly apologized, saying, I'm sorry, Lin Xi, I'll arrange your accommodation first, and intended to take Lin Xi to another room. Lin Xi hurriedly stopped him, saying, no need, just take me out of the tribe later. I'm more accustomed to sleeping in my own bed. Her last words were whispered softly, unheard by the others in the room, but Ying understood what she meant. Thinking of Lin Xi's cozy room that was warm in winter and cool in summer with high defenses, he nodded in agreement. The others in the room did not know what they were saying, but looked at the two with friendly expressions. Mother, I'll take Lin Xi to play on the mountain behind. When it's time to distribute food, you all can help me bring her back, Ying said to his mother. Go ahead, take Lin Xi to have some fun. Everyone in the room thought Ying had found someone. He's feeling a bit unwell, so I came to help him bring some food, Yin said, noticing the jars in Ying's mother's hands. What do you have there? Oh, Ying and the others are back. They were too tired from the journey, so I thought I'd bring them some food to help them rest well. Oh, that's reasonable. After a brief conversation, the two directly picked up their pottery jars to collect today's food. Both families hurriedly finished their meals and returned home. However, not long after Ying's family got home, the tribe leader arrived with his partner. Quan, the name of Ying's father, noticed the leader's arrival, and his face immediately filled with anger. Is there something you need to instruct today, leader? This question was quite direct. The tribe leader smiled bitterly, realizing that they had learned of Chan's actions. Truthfully, anyone who wished to bury their own child alive would have long since resorted to violence. The fact that Quan had managed to endure until now meant he wanted a stance from them. He felt somewhat fortunate about his choice, otherwise his family would surely have been expelled from the tribe. It should be known that tribes expelling members would mark them with the label of outcast, making it impossible for them to find acceptance elsewhere. Some tribes specifically capture outcasts so they can lead beasts, thus eliminating the need to search aimlessly for them. I believe you all already know. I only learned about this matter just now. If it weren't for Chan overhearing their return, he wouldn't have hurried over to tell us. I won't shield him, you all know I have only one daughter. I understand the tribe's rules. I won't say anything else, but I plead with you to give him a chance and not expel him from the tribe. He closed his eyes, looking at his partner, who was wiping away tears. He steeled himself. I am willing to give up the position of tribe leader, just asking you to give her a chance to stay in the tribe without exposing what she has done. Yin was stunned upon hearing the leader's words, but he quickly remained silent. He knew that his family would pay a price, but he hadn't expected it to be so steep. This would directly push their family out of the center of power. Fortunately, his father and brothers were still at the center of power, so their loss wasn't too severe. Are you truly willing to exchange your position as leader for Chan, not to receive punishment? Quan looked at him suspiciously. I am willing. This time Jean did not hesitate. Hey Jean, to be honest, I don't want this either, but that is my child. If your child were treated this way, you would definitely react the same. Jean, it's just that Meng is still alive, rescued back. If he truly. Even if you don't take the position of tribe leader, I won't rest easy. The thing is, your Chan has truly been spoiled by you. This time's such a huge matter. If you don't punish him at all, he will only think he has your support behind him. He won't recognize his mistakes. This time it's your position as leader. What about next time? Quan and Jean had been brothers in the hunting team, and their relationship was quite good. He had watched Chan grow up, so he agreed when Jean used the position of leader as a bargaining chip. However, he couldn't help but add a word, as he didn't want his good brother to be tricked by his daughter once, let alone a second time. He just hoped Jean would heed his advice. Jean nodded at Quan, saying, I will go find the shaman and the priest tonight, and tomorrow I will announce my abdication. But who will be the next tribe leader? The tribe leaders can abdicate and pass their positions to others as long as the person is not bad or incompetent. As long as they can lead the tribe to progress, they are accepted. Hey, our family does not want to wade into this muddy water, and do not need to find someone among the big families. Just look for someone capable, and our family will not oppose it. Quan thought for a moment, knowing that big families would inevitably want to dominate, so it would be better to find someone from a smaller family. Jean's mind floated to a person he knew was the most suitable for the role. Even if he was no longer the leader, this person taking the position would ensure his family wouldn't suffer losses. Thus, the two families quietly handled a matter that would shock the entire tribe. When Lin Xi and Ying returned from exploring the mountains and waters behind the tribe, they found Ming already waiting for them at home. Seeing Ming, Ying knew the matter had been resolved. Everything awaited. Early the next morning, the tribe was in an uproar, but Lin Xi, who lived outside the tribe, knew nothing about it. She only learned of it through Ming's retelling. Today isn't the day the hunting team returns, someone said. Yes, but the tribe's bell rang early this morning, another replied. That's right, something big must have happened. The bell only rings for major events. But I haven't heard of any big news in the tribe recently. Who says so? Ah, here comes Chan. Quick, let's ask her. As they spoke, a crowd surged toward Chan. Chan, who had been somewhat distracted, was startled by the sudden encirclement. Chan, do you know what happened? Why were we all called out this early? Yes, do you know what's going on? Do you? You. The barrage of questions made her head throb. She was about to curse when she saw Ying and Ming approaching slowly with their families. Her blood instantly ran cold. She felt her body stiffen, unable to utter a word. She sensed more and more eyes on her. They seemed to know what she had done, as if they wanted to nail her to the pillar of shame. Today they had come to expose the truth, to punish her. She suddenly felt abandoned by the entire world. Ming and Ying spotted Chan surrounded by the crowd from afar. They looked straight ahead as if she didn't exist, standing aside with their families waiting for the chieftain's appearance. Fortunately, they came out quickly, and they didn't have to wait long. Chan also saw her father and mother appearing together with the witch doctor and the priest. At the sight of them, she felt betrayed. She believed her father had abandoned her for the sake of keeping the chieftain position. Otherwise, why would he be with the witch doctor and the priest? Ahem, all right, everyone quiet down, the chieftain said, clearing his throat on the platform. If Lin Xi had seen him, then she would have definitely said that even back then the style of old cadres holding meetings existed. Chieftain, what exactly is going on? Yes, chieftain, what major event happened? Why are the witch doctor and the priest also here? It was known that the witch doctor usually stayed in her herbal hut, and although she didn't manage affairs, her status and prestige in the tribe were extremely high. The priest likewise held a revered position. He generally lived near the altar performing rituals for the tribe, or in the event of something major, like a hunting team member meeting with misfortune, he would pray for them and send them off to the afterlife, much like those who later conducted funerals. Since time immemorial, birth, aging, sickness, and death were major events, so the priest's status was no less than the witch doctor's. The chieftain managed tribal affairs, arranged hunting and gathering, and distributed food and supplies. Whether the tribe members had enough to eat and where depended entirely on the chieftain's management. Thus the three held pivotal positions in the tribe. Now that all three had come something. The witch doctor's calm, unhurried voice drifted down from the platform. When Chan heard these words, she instinctively looked at her father and mother. Their faces bore smiles, but she who knew them well understood how much bitterness was hidden in those smiles. Was it because of her? She then glanced at Ying, finding no surprise on his face, while Ming wore a smile of long-awaited vindication. So it really was as she feared. Zhu, standing nearby, was dumbfounded. She knew that Ying had returned with 2 people, but the person who had spoken to her had clearly said that Ying brought back a female. Why was Ying now with Ming? And had what she and Chan done already been exposed? With that thought, she turned to look at Chan, who stared blankly at the three on the platform, her face pale and eyes vacant. The crowd below, however, was not like them. They didn't care who became chieftain as long as they could eat their fill and keep their families alive. "We choose Ing," someone called out. The crowd caught on and echoed the name. "I declare that no one in our family will participate in the chieftain election," Quan said, stepping out of the crowd. Then the chieftain's family also stepped forward to decline. Several major families, as if having agreed beforehand, also announced their non-participation. "Ahem, since no one knows who to choose, I recommend someone. The hunting team leader Zhong. What do you all think?" The old chieftain asked. "The chieftain's recommendation must be correct." "Yes, then let it be Zhong." "Zhong, Zhong, Zhong." Zhong in the crowd remained unruffled, as if he had expected this, though the gleam of triumph in his eyes went unnoticed. "So in the end Zhong became the chieftain?" asked Lin Xi. Lin Xi asked while eating pine nuts as Ing beside her was shelling walnuts. He didn't say anything, but a flicker of darkness passed through his eyes. "Yes, I always thought Zhong was capable. Even though his family was in dire straits, he managed to support them alone. Chan used to look down on him the most, but now that he's the chieftain, no one will dare to despise him anymore," Meng said, still feeling somewhat indignant. "Hey, it seems you and Zhong are really close," Lin Xi said with a smile. "Of course. We hunt together. If we weren't close, how could we team up?" Meng replied proudly. Seeing Meng so lively, Lin Xi couldn't help but laugh. Yes, you're the most loyal person. By the way, I called you two here today to take a walk around the area. They'll show you which plants are edible and how to eat them, which fruits are safe. I'm leaving tomorrow, so I want to say goodbye separately." "What? You're leaving tomorrow? Can't you stay a little longer?" Meng hadn't expected Lin Xi to leave so soon. In the few days they had spent together, he found Lin Xi to be a very good person. He had thought that Lin Xi's special attitude toward his elder brother meant she liked him, but now she was still leaving. "Yes, I've completed my mission and must go. We'll meet again if fate allows," Lin Xi said with a smile. "Come on, when I was walking around yesterday, I found ginger, garlic, scallions, and chili peppers. You know they're all seasonings for cooking. They'll teach you how to plant them, and then you'll be able to make delicious meals." "Really? Let's go. I haven't seen what they look like yet. Let's go." As soon as he heard about making delicious food, Meng instantly snapped out of the sadness of parting. That day Lin Xi introduced them to many things: herbs, seasonings, edible plants, and cooking methods. While she spoke, the two of them recorded everything using their tribe's script. They learned a great deal. That evening Lin Xi prepared a full table of dishes, and the three of them ate heartily. Before Meng and Ing left, Lin Xi called Ing aside and gave him some medicine for colds, fevers, inflammation, and coughs, telling him to store it in his space button, where it wouldn't spoil or expire. Ing accepted it expressionlessly. Lin Xi also gave him some gene potions. They bid farewell reluctantly. Early the next morning, Lin Xi submitted the task to the system. Soon the space-time portal opened and Lin Xi vanished as if she had never existed in this world. What she didn't know was that Ing had never left. He stood out. "My name is Zhong. I might not have been given this name originally, but because my father died while out hunting when I was born, my grandfather named me Zhong. I should have had a happy family, but my father's death caused my mother to give birth to me in a fit of grief. I had no siblings. My mother's health deteriorated after my birth, and my grandmother died of excessive sorrow over my father. From then on, it was just my grandfather, my mother, and me. When I was very young, my grandfather had to rejoin the hunting team to support us. My mother, despite her illness, joined the gathering group, terrified that I would starve. As a child, I didn't understand. I just knew that when I was hungry, I had to eat my fill. So I never went back to check if my grandfather or mother had enough to eat. It wasn't until I was 5 that a beautiful little cub came up to me and called me selfish, calling me a blood-sucking worm. I didn't know what he meant, but I knew what a blood-sucking worm was. Those bug. I just don't like him." "What about it? Do you like him?" Ing asked, looking at me out of the corner of his eye. At that moment, I really thought he saw through my heart. I had an impulse to just admit it. Ing was a brother I could trust with my back. He wouldn't mock me. But that pitiful sense of pride kept screaming in my heart, no. To be honest, Zhong, if you really like her, it's not bad. But her father is the chief. If you become her mate, you'll never be able to turn your life around. He's not bad at heart, but he really loves to act smug when he gets the upper hand. Think it over carefully." Ing patted my shoulder. I knew he spoke the truth. Chan wasn't bad at heart, but he truly had a sharp tongue. I had suffered from it for so many years. But he was the one I had loved since childhood. How could I give up because of a few words? If it was the sense of superiority from being the chief's son that made him that way, then what if his father was no longer the chief? I had been waiting for an opportunity, a chance to lure him into my trap. I never expected that fate would hand it to me. During a hunt, Ing suddenly said he needed to go trade for supplies and would be gone about 10 days, telling us not to worry. I knew Ing was a very cautious person, so I wasn't worried at all. I led the rest of the team back to the tribe. Just as we reached the entrance, I heard Chan's voice. At that moment, I could already imagine how he would react when he didn't see Ing with us. He would be agitated and accuse us of harming him. But before I could finish my thought, he came. And as I imagined, he scolded me in front of everyone, accusing me. My heart ached. Did he love Ing that much? Since that was the case, I would no longer show mercy. He didn't disappoint me. The next day, he came to ask me to organize a hunting team to go find Ing. I pretended to refuse and he accused me of disregarding brotherhood and wanting Ying dead. I pretended to be provoked and selected 10 people to go with him, including Meng Ying's younger brother. We followed the trail to the fruit-gathering grounds, but didn't find Ying and the trail disappeared. We decided to gather the ripe fruit and take it back first. She opposed fiercely, but Ying's brother agreed, so she had no reason to insist we keep searching for Ying. Yet when Meng said we didn't need to look anymore, I saw a flash of dissatisfaction and suspicion in Chan's eyes. I gave Meng a deep look. If I could achieve my goal sooner, then I would have to betray Meng, my good brother. I had planned to set up a scheme, but I didn't expect the heavens to be on my side. It rained the next day heavily. We damaged many fruit trees in our haste. Drip. Mission complete. System reward settlement in progress. When the cold mechanical voice sounded Lin, she opened her eyes. She had returned to her room in the interstellar station. She stretched her limbs, feeling that this time traveling through space-time was not as uncomfortable as the last. She pulled up her system panel. System panel name Lin Xi, gender female. Really no need to emphasize this ability. Purification LV2 upgradable space, LV3 upgradable skills, illusion domain space blade backpack. Click to view completed mission. Collect from world 0 1000 year ginseng 10, kiwi fruit 1000 gene hickory, nuts 1000 gene pine, nuts 100 gene. Mission reward settlement in progress, estimated to be issued in 1 hour. She thought about the surplus items from her mission. She had over a dozen ginseng left. She had dug up a few more because the age was too tempting. The kiwi fruits were picked while gathering the fruits. Their fuzzy skins made the eagles think they were inedible, so many had fallen to the ground. She picked them, and finally she thought maybe she should just confess to her parents. Let them worry about how to explain it later. Perhaps as they researched it, they might even restore the ancient earth. Thinking this, she stopped worrying and walked outside. Chi-Chi seemed to have been waiting in the living room. Seeing her come down, the robot rarely showed a sigh of relief, which amused Lin Xi. You're a robot, you don't breathe, yet you pretend to gasp. Miss, you're finally out. The old masters have been calling you many times, wanting to see you. They said if they can't reach you again, they'll come to a nudist star and drag you back. Chi-Chi said this with a very serious tone. They said once you leave the Imperial Capital Star, you let yourself go, completely forgetting that you're a person without spiritual power. And they also said. Kiki's little mouth kept chattering. Lin Xi listened at first, then simply ignored her. Alright, I know. Next time they send a video call, I'll answer. Lin. She interrupted her incessant chatter. What? You want to call them back? Kiki's mechanical voice changed pitch. Lin Xi dug her ear. Chi-Chi, remember you are my nanny robot. You need to think about me. Right now Mom and Dad are still angry. If I rush to call them, I'm just asking for a scolding, aren't I? Let them worry about me until their anger cools down a bit. When they come to me and I answer the call, isn't that a happy ending for everyone? Kiki's eyes turned into lines. Is that so? Yes, definitely. Chi-Chi, you don't understand human emotions, but I've taught you today. Remember this from now on. Lin, she continued to coax. Okay, Chi-Chi said. Miss, are you hungry? Recently, many natural plant-flavored nutrient solutions have been developed. No need. Later I'll teach you how to cook. From now on we won't drink nutrient solutions anymore, Lin Xi thought. She had escaped to this desolate farming planet. It was her family's planet with no one else around if she didn't come. The market was far away and no one would know what she ate. Cook. Kiki's program had no concept of cooking. Chi-Chi was a product of the interstellar era where people were accustomed to nutrient solutions. Even the wealthy only had a greater variety of flavors. Yes, I'll teach you how. Actually, I'll give you a recipe book. Just follow it, and they'll prepare the seasonings. With that, she entered the kitchen. She took out pots, pans, and bowls, set out the seasonings, and handed a home cooking recipe book to Chi-Chi. Miss, these characters. Chi-Chi looked at the book with some confusion. Chi-Chi, don't tell me you don't have text recognition and can't convert characters. Lin Xi looked at her in surprise. I can convert characters and recognize them, but the system shows these are ancient Earth characters. Where did you get them, miss? Chi-Chi asked curiously. Yes, curious. This was a lifelike robot capable of human microexpressions. Your program settings should have a rule: don't ask about things the master doesn't want to tell you. Also, from now on, if I don't say so, you are not allowed to tell anyone anything about what you see or hear at home. And remember to tell Adi the same. Both of you must keep quiet, even to other robots, Lin, she said seriously. Understood, Chi-Chi replied, automatically integrating Lin Xi's words into her program. Actually, Lin, she didn't need to go that far. Robots are bound to obey their masters and keep secrets. It's part of their duty to never harm humans. Go study it, Lin, she said, then headed to the yard. But she stopped. Lunch at noon, 2 dishes and 1 sew. Lin, she walked into the yard, crouched down, and took out a hoe. She dug up a patch of land roughly 1 foot in size, then dug a trench around it, placed inhibitors, and began to purify that patch. The reason for the inhibitors was to prevent the purified land from being contaminated by surrounding radiation. The inhibitor was developed in the post-apocalyptic era to keep Lin Xi's purified land from being eroded and mutated by other unpurified lands. At level 2, her ability was still somewhat lacking. Persisting in purifying a full fun was difficult. After purifying the land Lin, she felt utterly drained. If she hadn't stored some zombie cores in her space, she would have collapsed from ability depletion. Even so, it was an unpleasant experience. She had overestimated herself. She hadn't realized that radiation-tainted land was completely different from polluted land. The former, though difficult for plants to grow, could still produce, but the resulting plants were also radioactive. The 2F. Miss, it's time to eat, Chi-Chi said as she came out, her body filled with a scent of cooking oil unfamiliar in the interstellar realm. Lin Xi rose directly from the ground, clearly very hungry. She walked straight into the living room, where on the table lay the 2 dishes and a soup she had mentioned earlier, a stir-fry of bamboo shoots, and meat, a tomato, an egg soup of vegetable stir-fry, and a bowl of white rice. Regardless of the taste, just by their appearance, Lin, she was quite pleased. After all, it was Kiki's first time cooking, and the fact that she understood her instructions was already commendable. Unexpectedly, the dishes looked quite appetizing. She sat down, took chopsticks and a spoon, and tried a bite of rice. Nicely cooked. Then she sipped the soup, her eyes brightening. Delicious. She proceeded to eat the dishes, nodding in approval. Chi-Chi, if I didn't know this was your first time cooking, I'd truly believe you were an expert, Lin Xi said as she glanced at Chi-Chi. Miss I? Lin Xi smiled. That's quite good, the taste is excellent. It's because you found this book, miss, its proportions are very reasonable, Chi-Chi said seriously. Chi-Chi, did you taste the food while cooking? Lin Xi asked. The simulation robot could eat, though it lacked a digestive system. I did taste it. Anything I prepare for you to eat, even if I make it myself, I always taste it first. Kiki's answer did not surprise Lin Xi at all. After that, Lin Xi remained silent until she finished eating. Then she stood up and went to the courtyard, carefully selecting an apple tree, hongwa tree, a cherry tree, a milkfruit tree, a mango tree, and a longan tree to plant. She thought for a moment and poured some specialized planting solution for plant germination and growth that experts had developed in the post-apocalyptic era onto the saplings, hoping to ensure their survival. After all, she had only dug up 2 saplings for each type. Beep. Host system rewards have been issued. Would you like to check? I thought the settlement would take an hour. Why is it only just being issued now? Lin Xi pretended to be annoyed. Host, the 1 hour is the settlement duration. After I confirm and submit the task here, the main system must verify the order. Only then can I submit your task, after which the settlement happens, and I sign off to release the rewards. In short, it was like human work payrolls involving many procedures. Alright, let me see my rewards, Lin Xi said to the system. Host, do you confirm receipt of the rewards? Confirm. Reward dispersing. Shortly after, beep. Rewards have been issued. Please enter the system panel to view. Lin Xi rolled her eyes and reluctantly checked the system panel. Upon opening it, she saw a new task reward tab in her backpack. She clicked it open, and suddenly fireworks exploded across the screen. The special effects were impressively extravagant. Instantly, the task reward section displayed original world upgrade essence, liquid 1, spiritual spring water, 500 milliliters, wooden house upgrade card 1A, and then disappeared. That's all. Just this. Hey, could this task settlement be wrong? Lin Xi could hardly believe her eyes. Host, no mistake, the system's voice sounded excited. Excited? Did you steal my rewards? Lin Xi asked suspiciously. Host, please don't accuse me unjustly. I have dignity too. How could I steal from my own host? The system's voice sounded aggrieved, feeling truly unlucky. This was the first time it had been suspected of theft by its own host, which was heartbreaking. But look at my rewards. Oh, what kind of things are these? Lin Xi was displeased. These are all valuable items. Drinking the upgrade liquid can boost your supernatural abilities and strengthen your physique. The spiritual spring water has the effect of cleansing and refining the marrow. Its benefits need no elaboration. Also, the wooden house upgrade card. Once you upgrade the house, collecting in higher tier realms with better defense will make your shelter much safer. You wouldn't want to be so anxious about resting during missions, would you? The system helped analyze for Lin Xi. No, I didn't say these items are bad, but isn't this a bit stingy? Lin Xi implied, questioning why the rewards were so meager. Host, please don't be greedy. The original world is only the simplest rudimentary tier. With your combat strength, you know it yourself. Therefore, these rewards are already quite generous, the system comforted. I suppose I am too greedy, Lin Xi admitted. Apart from some initial difficulty finding and digging ginseng and encountering a tiger, the gathering mission was basically a breeze. In fact, she even managed to gather quite a bit on the side during the task. She really should be content. Thinking this, Lin Xi felt even greedier. Hey, let's use the wooden house upgrade card. Lin Xi thought she should upgrade the house while not on missions. Beep, applying wooden house upgrade card. During the upgrade, the house's functions will be temporarily disabled. The house cannot be moved outside the space. Once started, the upgrade cannot be paused and is expected to take 48 hours. Confirm upgrade. Confirm upgrade. Lin Xi did not hesitate and confirmed. Then she took out the supernatural ability upgrade essence liquid and spiritual spring water from her system backpack. The essence liquid glowed a subtle green, and looked exceptionally pure, while the spiritual spring water was stored in a jade bottle. Curious Lin, she opened the stopper. A cool sensation immediately radiated forth. The water appeared milky white like milk, but just approaching it made her mind feel noticeably clearer. Truly a precious item. She stored the jade bottle back into her space, and opened the upgrade essence liquid, drinking it directly by tilting her head back. Only by consuming it into her body was it safe. Soon she felt two forces simultaneously tearing at her, as her two supernatural abilities clashed. Lin Xi ignored the sensation, gritting her teeth to endure. Hey, can I choose which supernatural ability to upgrade? Lin Xi asked through clenched teeth. Yes, you can run the ability you want to upgrade, so only that ability will absorb the essence liquid. Alright. Lin Xi quickly activated her spatial ability to upgrade it, wanting to improve her self-defense power. 1 hour later, Lin Xi exhaled deeply. Her spatial ability had reached the peak of level 3. If the next mission also rewarded ability upgrades, she would only need half the essence liquid to reach level 4. As for her purification ability, it remained at the peak of level 2. She fetched a large bucket, filled it with clean water, added 3 drops of spiritual spring water, then stored it in her space. She took it to the courtyard, grabbed a water scoop, and watered her plants. Miss, wake up quickly. Kiki's voice carried excitement. What is it, Chi-Chi? Lin Xi opened her eyes drowsily. After yesterday's hard work turning the soil and planting, even a body of iron would feel fatigued. Miss, did you plant some trees yesterday? Chi-Chi asked first. Yes, I planted a few. I wasn't inside the house that long. After researching, I removed their radiation and planted them in the courtyard. Why? Lin Xi was somewhat surprised. Chi-Chi had seen her plant the trees yesterday. All those trees have survived, Chi-Chi said joyfully. Since she had watered them with the specialized plant solution from the post-apocalyptic era, if they hadn't survived, there really would be no hope. After all, Chi-Chi herself wasn't a wood-type supernatural ability user and couldn't stimulate plant growth. I knew that. But you probably don't know that the trees you planted yesterday have already borne fruit and are about to ripen, Chi-Chi said mysteriously. What? About to ripen? How is that, Knowing that the highest level space button has infinite space, yet this one was the cheapest because of its high requirements. Currently, only one person in the interstellar realm could open it, and it required at least grade spiritual power. It's true. I don't know exactly what level my spiritual power is, but I know it's definitely not double grade. Yet I can open it. Don't tell anyone. I need to study it further, Lin Xi said as she walked towards the courtyard from yesterday. From afar she saw Adi standing beside the trees she had planted heavy with fruit. Miss, what kind of trees are these? I can smell the fragrance of the fruits, Chi-Chi said, closing her eyes and mimicking the human action of smelling. But Chi-Chi, you don't eat anything, Lin Xi found it amusing. In truth, Chi-Chi was a gluttonous robot. Although they lacked a digestive system, they could taste flavors and consume food, as their bodies contained a waste compartment specifically designed to handle ingested items. Miss Chi-Chi can taste flavors. Chi-Chi was upset, feeling that the miss was mocking her. Alright, once the fruits ripen, I'll let you have a taste, Lin Xi replied, walking directly under the tree. The apples were already red and exuded a sweet aroma. Just as she wondered how they had blossomed and ripened overnight, the system popped up. Silly host, have you forgotten that you watered them with diluted spiritual spring water? Spiritual spring water is a miraculous liquid that can refine the essence of ordinary people. It is something others cannot easily obtain. Did you not sense the vitality within the spiritual spring water? Is this the result of the spiritual spring water? But I diluted it with a whole bucket of water. How can there still be such an incredible effect? This is simply more miraculous than the birthing abilities of wood-type abilities. Of course, this is the divine realm. In any case, you should know that if you complete the task, while there are many benefits awaiting you in the future. After all the hard work to complete a task, I only get 500 milliliters of spiritual spring water. Your master system is too stingy. Lin Xi naturally heard the system's words, but felt there was no need to dig deeper. After all, she was just a low-level worker. The identity of the boss was irrelevant to her, as long as she was paid her wages. She just needed to do her job well. If you think this is stingy, do you know that spiritual spring water is worth its weight in gold? Just one sip can refine your essence. How many sips do you think you can take? While thinking about it, 500 milliliters can be quite a few sips. Stop, I've been led astray by the system. Forget it, I suddenly remembered that I picked a lot of durians from my space. I don't like them, but I wonder if Mom and Dad will like them. They'll send one to them to see. If they like it, I'll give it to them. If not, I'll sell it. Lin Xi thought about how much fruit she had in her yard. Today she would turn over the other plots and purify them. She should be able to plant all the saplings she brought back from the primitive world within the next few days. At that point, she would at least achieve fruit freedom before going on missions. Adi helped me buy a few smart farming robots on the light brain. They just need to till the land, plant seeds, and water them. No need to be like you guys. Lin Xi said to the butler robot, standing aside. Yes, miss. Adi quickly sent a command through the light brain on his arm. Lin Xi looked at him again and said, Also buy a few harvesting robots too. Forget it, I'll write a card. You help me send it together later. As she waved her hand, a durian appeared crisply before the three of them. So smelly. Miss, what is this? Did you pull out some feces? Chi-Chi immediately started to speak. This is a fruit. Those unaccustomed to it find it smelly. Those who like it find it fragrant, sweet, and soft. Lin Xi shot a glare at Chi-Chi. This robot was becoming increasingly disruptive and more human-like, which was annoying. What kind of person would like to eat feces? Chi-Chi mumbled quietly, thinking no one could hear him, but both Adi and Lin Xi did, and they simply chose to ignore the fool. Adi, how are fruits sold in the interstellar market? Miss, fruits in the interstellar market are sold individually. For example, this apple, the ones in the market are carefully cultivated by planters, though they aren't as large or as red as yours. They sell for 1,000,000 star coins each, while the cherries you have, 5 on a string, are also 1,000,000 star coins, but of lesser quality. Adi quickly connected to the largest market network in the imperial capital and replied. The butler robot has the authority to check the monitored prices in major markets, since many things in the interstellar context are directly purchased through the light brain and delivered via express warehouses. In distant areas it takes 2 to 3 hours, while in closer ones it's just a few dozen minutes, or even a few minutes. In that case, use the most confidential dark channel to sell these durians for me. Just say they are newly released fruits, and that the flesh inside is worth 1,000,000 star coins each, limited to the first 3 days. After 3 days, ding dong, you have a package delivered, please check it. Lin Xi and Lin Xi, who were preparing nutritional fluids at home, were puzzled by the message on the light brain. Who would send them something? Lin Zhao. Could it be that something went wrong? The two exchanged glances and clicked to check the delivery on the big screen. Bang! A dull thud sounded as something fell, and they walked over to see a package that looked to weigh around 10 to 20 kilograms, a bit surprised. Looking at the sender, it was Lin Xi. It's from Xi. What is it? Quick see, Lin Xi urged. Lin Xi rolled her eyes at him as if she had no hands, but still went to fetch a pair of scissors to open the package. As soon as she opened it, a strong odor wafted out, but for the couple, they could tolerate this smell. They endured it and continued to open the package, and a durian appeared before them along with a card. Lin Xi quickly grabbed the card and flipped it over. Xi says this is a type of fruit, try it and see. If we like it, she will send more, and if we don't, she will sell it. She glanced at Lin Xi and said, did Xi really create something? Can this really be eaten? Lin Xi was somewhat skeptical, as their daughter did not possess any spiritual power. If you don't eat it, that's fine. It's rare for our daughter to have achieved something, and think of us. Even if it's not good, we should at least give it a try. Lin Xi shot him a glare and took a knife to open the durian. Then she found the flesh as described on the card. She gently took a piece with her finger and fed it to her mouth, her eyes instantly lighting up. What do you think? Lin Xi watched Lin Xi eat slowly and silently, unable to discern from her movements or expression whether the food was good or not. It's about the same as nutrient fluid. If you don't like it, just leave it. But if our daughter sends me poison, I'll eat it all, Lin Xi said deliberately in a calm tone. She wouldn't tell him that this thing was far better than nutrient fluid. Though it smelled a bit pungent, it was soft, glutinous, and sweet, just like the real fruit described in ancient earth books. She wondered where their daughter had gotten it, and if there was more. I knew it. It doesn't even smell as good as nutrient fluid. How could it be tasty? Forget it, since our daughter sent it, I'll force myself to eat a little. I can't let you suffer alone, Lin Xi said, taking out a spoon to scoop the durian flesh. Lin Xi rolled her eyes. Who asked you to suffer with me? But she said nothing. As Lin Xi hesitated with the spoon about to bring the durian to his mouth, she quickly scooped too. After finishing the durian, both of them lay sprawled on the sofa, stomachs bulging, chatting. I don't know. I've been calling her, but she hasn't answered. It's always Chi-Chi who picks up, saying she's in seclusion for research. It's ridiculous. She doesn't even look at her own body. She has no spiritual power to begin with. How can she withstand it? Sai, the Imperial star, has no radiation anymore, but she insists on going to a barren star and starting from scratch. As she spoke, Lin Xi began to cry. All right. The fact that our daughter can send us this shows she's doing well. Besides, we gave her plenty of money. If she's not used to it, she'll come back herself. Lin Xi patted Lin Xi's shoulder to comfort her. Let's call her. She asked Adi to deliver the things, so she must be out of seclusion, Lin Xi analyzed. Okay. The two picked up their light brain and began making a video call with eager anticipation. Hello. The voice on the other end was familiar. It was their daughter's nanny robot, Chi-Chi. Without beating around the bush, they asked to speak to Lin Xi. Chi-Chi said, one moment, and brought the light brain to find Lin Xi. Miss, Madam and Master are looking for you, Chi-Chi said to Lin Xi, who was squatting in the yard purifying the soil. Lin Xi wiped the sweat from her forehead and thought it over. It would be better to have her parents come over and explain things clearly. After all, as she continued to bring back more items from her missions, it would eventually become impossible to hide. If she brought her parents in, they could claim it was a family research project. On the other end, Lin Xi and Lin Xi were surprised that Chi-Chi actually went to get Lin Xi. Previously, she had always said Lin Xi was busy studying. Had she finally come out of her research? Could it be that the natural plant really was something their daughter had created? The screen shifted and they saw their daughter standing in the yard, her face covered in sweat. On the dirt. Was that a tree beside her? And it had fruit on it. Lin Xi caught a glimpse of an apple tree, but before he could look closely his daughter appeared. Cece, what are you doing? Why are you so sweaty? You need to take care of yourself. You know very well. Before Lin Xi could say a word, she was bombarded by her mother's loving concern. She looked helpless. Was she not supposed to speak? All right, dear, let her speak, Lin Xi said, seeing his daughter's helpless expression, and quickly stopped his wife's bombardment. He himself was also about to lose it. Lin Xi immediately fell silent. She was also afraid her daughter would find her nagging. Mom, Dad, did you receive the durian I sent? Do you like it, eh? If you like, I can get you some more, Lin Xi asked directly. We like it, we like it. Before Lin Xi could speak, Lin Xi had already grabbed the conversation. Sweetie, I won't ask where you got it, but I just want to know, is it safe? Lin Xi's eyes instantly reddened. This was motherly love. She wasn't thinking about whether the thing was good, where it came from, or what benefits it could bring. Only about her child's safety. Mom, don't worry. It's very safe. Are you free recently? Lin Xi got to the point. Well, the military academy is open for visits recently, so we were planning to send some things to Xiao. We took 3 days off. What's up? Do you need us to do something? Lin Xi quickly interjected. His daughter rarely asked about their work. I'd like you to come to Anuta Star. There's something I want to discuss. But no rush. Go see Xiao first, Lin Xi said after thinking it over. If they really didn't have time, she could wait until her next mission to talk to them in person. Cece, originally we planned to stay a couple of extra days since we haven't seen Xiao in so long. But if you have something important, well, drop off the things and head straight to Anuta Star to find you. Lin Xi decided directly. Won't that be too rushed? Lin Xi was also thinking that she didn't know when her next mission would be, so resolving things early would put her mind at ease. No, it's fine. That brat always acts awkward whenever we visit him, Lin Xi said through gritted teeth, referring to Lin Zhao. All right then. Give me a moment to pack up, and I'll send you some things to take to Xiao, Lin Xi said. Her younger brother had always been good to her, a total sister con. Even when she had no spiritual power, he never looked down on her. Okay, we plan to leave in the afternoon. No need to rush. The delivery pod will arrive soon, Lin Xi said, knowing the siblings were close. As it happened, Lin Xi's brother Lin Zhao attended the military academy, which was always fully enclosed. Not even a fly could get in or out except during fixed open days when parents could visit or holidays when students could go home. So many parents took advantage of the open days to send things, especially those with planters like Lin Xi. They often see, Audie, there's an order for durians. Hurry up and pack them for shipping. Lin Xi originally planned to list 5 as this was just a trial, but after thinking it over she decided to round it up to 10. Miss, just send them in boxes. Fill in the address and put them into the transmission pod. Since there were 10 orders, Audie came back to Lin Xi for 5 more durians. By the way, remember to put a card inside telling the customers how to eat them, and tell them not to think it's spoiled just because it smells, Lin Xi added after a moment's thought. Okay, miss, Audie replied, and pushed a small card away. Yes, a small card. Because durians are quite large, especially those from the primitive world, which are even bigger. 5 durians filled up a small cart. Interstellar dark web terminal. Shall look at this. I just ordered 2. 1 for you and 1 for me. Let's see what this is. Never heard of it, and they claim it's a natural fruit. A man sitting in front of a large screen said to another. Still feeling terrible. The plant energy liquid didn't work. The energy liquid is having less and less effect on me. My Botus radiation is nearing the critical threshold, Chu Xiao said with a trace of helplessness. For soldiers like them who had been fighting the Zerg Hedon at the front lines, their radiation levels had been rising steadily. After all, the Zerg's energy was akin to nuclear bombs, and everyone knew the consequences of direct nuclear radiation exposure. However, the people of the interstellar era had undergone genetic modification, far surpassing ordinary ancient earthlings, who otherwise no one would have survived this long. Xiao, maybe you should step down. I'm afraid you. The unspoken words were understood by all. Qi Ming, you should know that our Chu family has lived on the corpses of the Zerg for generations. As long as I can still hold on, I have no excuse to fall, Chu Xiao said seriously, looking at Qi Ming. This time I came out to see if the agricultural research plantation has any new natural plants that can reduce my mental fluctuations. As for the radiation, I want force it. You? Qi Ming looked at Chu Xiao like this is heart aching. Your Chu family, I don't even know what to say. All the men go to the battlefield as generals, the women guard the family. After so many years you are still so stubborn. Yes, stubborn. As long as the Zerg are not wiped out, the Chu men will keep going to the battlefield, Chu Xiao said with a smile, but there was a hint of determination in it. Indeed, in the Chu family, every generation all men must go to the battlefield, while the daughters stay home to take care of the family. If a man marries and has children, the daughter can marry out. If there are no descendants, the daughter must bring in a husband to continue the family line. To ensure the Chu family's bloodline never ends, they have always passed down this tradition, and every generation must give birth to a daughter. Ding, you have a package. Please pick it up as soon as possible. Ding, you have a package. Please pick it up as soon as possible. This package? Chu Xiao asked. The hand about to open the box paused. Look, if this were a natural plant, how big would something weighing over 10 gene be? Only 1 million star coins. Do you think this is a real natural plant? Chu Xiao glanced at him, already knowing the answer. A real natural plant, even a small grape, costs several thousand star coins, let alone this 10-odd gene natural plant. What did the seller say? Chu Xiao was calmer because this dark web belonged to the military. It was unlikely anyone would be bold enough to pull tricks on the military's dark web. It says it's a kind of fruit, first-time sale at a rock-bottom price of 1 million star coins. In a few days it will return to the original price of 10 million star coins each. Limited quantity, first come first served, Qi Ming said disdainfully. Just open it and take a look, Chu Xiao said calmly. Qi Ming directly cut open the package, and immediately his stench spread. He actually sold me a pile of shit. I'm going to complain, I'm going to ban him. Chu Xiao, find him, quick. Don't you have one query permission? Help me find him. Qi Ming looked as if he could eat someone. How dare someone toy with him? He would make sure the seller regretted being born. Chu Xiao frowned too, but he didn't think the seller was selling a pile of shit. It was more likely that the item had gone bad. Calm down. Open the other package too. Qi Ming then remembered the other package. He directly cut it open with scissors. Again a stench emerged first. Just as he was about to throw the thing, a piece of paper fluttered out. Chu Xiao calmly picked up the paper. It read, Dear customer, first of all, congratulations on grabbing the first release of the king of fruits, durian. Durian naturally has a strong odor, but please do not mistake it as spoiled or think it's a pile of shit. It is a real fruit. Please eat with confidence. How to consume, see the picture below. Then there was. I feel my mental energy has calmed down, Qi Ming said. Hearing this, Chu Xiao quickly grabbed a compartment of flesh and ate it. He ate very slowly. After finishing that compartment, he crouched on the ground, closed his eyes, and 10 minutes later, he suddenly opened his eyes. Qi Ming, this thing called durian can actually calm my mental energy fluctuations. Chu Xiao said excitedly. I feel the radiation in my body has been somewhat purified. At least my body isn't as painful as before. Since it's useful to you, take all of these. Spend these days recuperating and leave after you finish eating them. Qi Ming said, pushing the durian in his hand. Along with the ones he hadn't taken out of the package, pushed them all in front of Chu Xiao. Qi Ming, help me check if that seller has any more for sale. If there are, buy them for me no matter how many star coins, Chu Xiao said to Qi Ming before leaving. This durian really had a great effect on his mental energy. Originally, given his current condition, he could last at most another year before having to retire behind the scenes. But now after eating these 2 durians, he believed he could hold on for a few more years. I know. I've already followed him. If he doesn't list any more items in the short term, I'll leave him a message, Qi Ming assured Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao was his brother. Even if he had to be shameless, he would make the seller sell to them again. What on earth is this? Cici really is something. Why doesn't she keep such fine things for herself instead of sending them to Xiao Zhao? Lin Xi muttered, slightly disgruntled. Enough. Don't act as though you've gained nothing while pretending to be wronged. Our 2 children are exceptionally thoughtful, always putting each other first. Look at other family siblings clawing over resources, competing bitterly. Lin Xi shot Lin Xi a wry glance. I know. I just ache for Cici. After all, she'd barely laid hands on something precious before thinking of that rascal Xiao Zhao. Lin Xi, of course, swelled with quiet pride. His children were angels, endlessly yielding, obedient to a fault, their gentleness breaking hearts. All right, no more sighing. Let's hurry to school and deliver these to Xiao Zhao, then head straight to Anuda, star to CCC. Yun Xi's brow knotted tightly. Ever since childhood, Cici had borne the weight of her own fragility. Born without spiritual energy, she'd am. Xiao Zhao glanced skyward. The dusk was deepening. His parents usually arrived at dawn or early morning. Here, this is for you. All the vegetables stored in this spatial ring were saved by your mother and me over the past days. We're en route to visit your sister, so we've come straight here to deliver these. Lin Xi handed over the ring, then retrieved from the hovering vehicle the parcel Cici had sent. This came from your sister. If anything spoils, easily store it inside the ring. Mom, Dad, what exactly do you mean? What do you mean? You're going to see sister? And why would sister send me a parcel? Xiao Zhao grew increasingly bewildered. Your sister, unwilling to worry us, moved to Anuda Star alone nearly a month ago. We couldn't bear it any longer. Since we'd already taken leave to visit you, we decided to go see her as well. Lin Xi said plainly, withholding nothing, laying bare Cici's recent circumstances. What? But sister can't tolerate nutrient paste, so she's gone to Anuda Star? Without your daily supply, how will her body hold up? Xiao Zhao cried, voice tight with alarm. We tried to stop her, but she didn't want to be a burden to us. Sigh. We're simply not enough as parents, Lin Xi murmured, head bowed, eyes glistening. Dad, I'll request leave right now. I'm coming with you. To bring her back no matter what. Xiao Zhao turned toward the school entrance. Xiao Zhao, wait. This time stay behind. We'll go first. If persuasion fails, you may join us later. Lin Xi called after him. Go on. Open your sister's parcel. See what treasure she sent you. Even in her fragile state, she thought of you. Remember her kindness. I understand. Just bring her home. Safely. After a hurried reunion, the three parted ways. Since all resided on the imperial capital, star Lin Xi had driven his own hovering vehicle to visit Xiao Zhao, but travel to Anuta star demanded a starship. Unwilling to wait for scheduled shuttles, they chartered a private vessel, a compact non-stop craft that shaved precious hours off the journey. They landed on Anuta star well past 11 p.m. Descending the ramp, they strode straight to the protective dome's gate and pressed the intercom. Who is it? So late. Why would anyone come now? Chi-Chi whispered under her breath, peering at the visual intercom, and gasped upon recognizing Master and Madam. Hastily she granted access. Master, Madam, you've arrived so late. Miss has already retired. Shall I wake her? Chi-Chi, ever cautious, assumed they'd come to reprimand, unaware Cece had summoned them. Her tone trembled faintly. Let Cece sleep. We'll see her tomorrow. No need to disturb her rest. Please prepare a guest room for us. We'll retire early. Lin Xi rubbed her temples, exhaustion etched deep. Chi-Chi, a domestic android of decades service, read the air instantly. Without another word, she ascended to the second floor, tidied the room adjacent to Cece's, then ushered Lin Xi and Lin Xi upstairs to rest. At dawn, Cece descended and found Chi-Chi already preparing breakfast. Chi-Chi, why so much today? This is triple the usual amount. Miss, Master and Madam arrived last night. Chi-Chi replied, offering Cece a look that silently pleaded, you're on your own. Cece understood perfectly, but felt no panic. After all, he had invited them. He simply hadn't yet decided how to begin. Glancing at the spread before him, he resolved, let's start with breakfast. Chi-Chi served the meal swiftly, then climbed upstairs to rouse Lin Xi and Lin Xi. In truth, the scent downstairs had awakened them long before, but having slept so late the night prior, they'd lingered in bed savoring stillness. Now summoned, they rose without delay. Though weary, they'd slept more soundly than in years. Strangely, the air here felt purer than even their home on the imperial capital star. They attributed the odd comfort to their daughter sleeping just down the hall, her presence somehow anchoring their peace. Descending, they found Cece already seated at the table waiting patiently. Cece, eat first if you're hungry. No need. What is this? Lin Xi pointed voice hushed with disbelief. Mom, this is soy milk. These are fried dough sticks, steamed buns, mantu, and, oh yes, Chi-Chi's slow-simmered century egg and minced pork congee. Lin Xi and Lin Xi exchanged a stunned glance, each seeing mirrored shock. They'd braced for a gaunt, hollow-eyed daughter, only to find Cece radiant cheeks flushed with health and unmistakably plumper. Parents, we'll eat first. Afterward, I'll tell you everything, Cece said softly, knowing their questions would flood like tide. But he wouldn't speak on an empty stomach. They nodded, then mimicked his motions, reaching for the food. As the first morsel touched their tongues, wonder lit their faces. This, a taste utterly unknown. As cultivators of botanical life, they possessed innate affinity for flora. So the moment flavors bloomed on their tongues, they recognized truth. This was made from living plants. They'd tasted durian before without revelation, because their cultivation sanctuaries teemed with natural flora, their spiritual senses unscathed. To them, it was merely exquisite texture, pure living essence. Nothing more, nothing less. After the meal, Lin Xi led the two to the courtyard. Chi-Chi and Adi, knowing the three had matters to discuss, refrained from following and left them the space. Lin Xi suddenly gasped. What's wrong? Lin Xi, who had been trailing behind his wife and daughter with his head down, quickly looked up at the sound of her exclamation. Yet even as he asked, he was stunned by the sight before him. This was, Mom, Dad, as you can see, this is what I've planted. This is an apple tree, this is a cherry tree, and this is... She introduced each one to them. You say you planted this, but don't you have no spiritual power? Lin Xi's heart was already trembling with shock. I did plant them, Mom and Dad. It was only upon arriving at Anuta star that I realized I actually possess spiritual power, and it's not weak. The reason I was so frail all these years is that my body couldn't bear the surge of spiritual power, so it remained dormant. Lin Xi had to fabricate an excuse for her past weakness. You have spiritual power, but we tested you countless times growing up, and you never showed any. Otherwise, we would never have let you suffer through spiritual turbulence. Lin Xi rushed to say. For years they had prayed for a miracle, that their daughter would gain spiritual power, even the lowest level, so she wouldn't be doomed to a short life or a weak body. But now to be told she had it all along. Wasn't that a cruel joke? Wasn't that a colossal irony? Mom, please don't worry. Listen to me. Not only do I have spiritual power, but I also have a special ability. My bloodline inherited the ancient Earth human's ability, so the Star Alliance's tests couldn't detect it. It was only when I arrived on this planting planet, and my bloodline power awakened that my spiritual power emerged alongside it. Lin Xi made it as obscure as possible. After all, it was all a bluff. What do you mean? Lin Xi frowned. Was he really getting old? He couldn't understand his daughter's words. What I mean is I always had spiritual power, but because I possessed the ancient Earth bloodline, the two formed a balance that the Star Alliance couldn't detect. That balance kept me alive, though frail, until I fell ill on the Imperial Star before coming here. The balance was broken and my bloodline became dominant, so the ability is obvious while the spiritual power is not. Lin Xi groaned inwardly. She could barely keep up her story, but under the piercing gaze of those two pairs of eyes the words came out automatically. Then what is your ability? Lin Xi quickly calmed down. Mom, Dad, this is why I called you here. My ability is purification. Look, this is the land I've purified. It's free of radiation now. The fruit trees over there were planted after purification, and they're all edible. Lin Xi grabbed a handful of soil and showed them. Lin Xi and Lin Xi were inwardly shaken. They never imagined their daughter not only had spiritual power, but also the ability to purify land. If the higher-ups found out, their family would be plunged into turmoil. Lin Xi thought, you're thinking too simply. I can purify more than just land. I can purify anything contaminated, including people, water sources. Mom, Dad, there's one more thing. Lin Xi hesitated, unsure whether to reveal everything at once, afraid of shocking them too much. Go on, what else? Lin Xi adopted a death or life, what's the difference attitude. Since she had already been startled nearly to a heart attack, a little more couldn't hurt. I've had a fortuitous encounter. I can travel to other dimensions, and these tree seeds are what I brought back. She didn't dare meet their eyes. What do you mean other dimensions? Lin Xi was confused. Mom, Dad, I don't know how it works. When I sleep at night, I dream, and then I find myself in another world. At first I thought it was just a dream. I saw so many natural plants that don't exist in the Star Alliance, and I couldn't help but. I collected a lot and stuffed them into my space button. When I woke up, I realized it wasn't a dream, it was real. My space button really had those things inside. She spoke softer and softer. Maybe it's a gift from my ability. 666, host, you're lying without even a draft now. Shut up, E. Do you want me to tell them the truth? That their daughter is gone, and the one in this body is me from the apocalypse along with you? No, but if you keep deceiving them like this, how will you cover up the lies later? In the future, I'll visit more worlds and collect more things. I can't guarantee I won't slip up, so it's better to mix truth with falsehood. That way they'll protect me. Host, I must say your mind works fast. This was tacit approval of Lin Xi's plan. Is everything you said true? Yun Si's voice trembled. It's true. Lin Xi took out walnuts, pine, nuts, kiwis, ginseng, and other items, showing a few of each. This is what you collected from that other world. Lin Xi's voice also trembled. Such items, if revealed, would shake the entire Star Alliance. Mom, Dad, the reason I'm telling you all this is that I want you to come to a new star too. I don't know when he'll go to another world, and I'm worried about leaving Chi-Chi and Adi alone with the courtyard. I know you've been working day and night to research and cultivate natural plants for the benefit of the Star Alliance's people. Now I can make it happen. I can sell them, but I need a source. I don't want to attract attention, and I don't want to be seen as a treasure. Lin Xi's words trailed off, but Lin Xi and Yun Xi, being sharp, understood immediately. They exchanged a glance and nodded. We'll guard it for you. But Chi-Chi, is that other world dangerous? Do you need us to prepare anything? I want to buy 2 combat-type small mechas. Mom, Dad, do you have any connections? I'm afraid the next world might be different from this one. Leave it to us. Settle down and focus on planting first. We'll return to the Imperial Star to make arrangements, and then come back. Lin Xi thought for a moment. Okay, but Mom, Dad, if I'm not here when you arrive, it means I've gone to another world. Don't worry. Just take care of the courtyard for me. Understood. They replied. Then, without further hesitation, they went straight to the apple tree, picked a few rosy apples, gathered some cherries and milk fruit, stored them in their space buttons, and left. Lin Xi let out a sigh of relief watching their spaceship depart, feeling a heavy weight lift from her heart. Hey Lin Zhao, did your parents send you something again? Lin Zhao only responded faintly, then placed the large package from his elder sister on his desk. They lived in a dormitory with 4 people per room. The one who had just spoken was Li Feng, a classmate with whom Lin Zhao usually got along well. Why choose this time to send things? Li Feng was a bit puzzled. It was already late, even by the standards of the Imperial Capital Star. Lin Zhao had been worried about his elder sister, and Li Feng's words only deepened his distress. They have something to attend to. Hey, I remember they always used to put things in a space button for you, right? Why is it a postal package this time? It's from my elder sister. As he spoke, Lin Zhao's eyes reddened slightly. Your elder sister? Li Feng was about to ask further when a smug voice came from outside the door. Oh, Lin Zhao, still thinking about that useless sister of yours? Not to mention your family is one of the top noble clans, and you broke away from the main branch just for her. Look at you. Every time your parents send you things, it's just scraps of vegetables. The good stuff all goes into that useless sister's mouth. If I had a family like yours, I'd already be on the battlefield. Look at you all because of your sister. Tisk, your family's life is just. Another roommate, Wu Jun, walked in. He had always disliked Lin Zhao, believing his family was hypocritical. Every clan, if they produced a person without spiritual power, would have exiled that person long ago. But their family had voluntarily left the main branch for such a useless person, and even allocated the best resources to her just to keep her healthy. Shut up. What happens in my family is none of your business. Lin Zhao hated Wu Jun the most. Every time his family sent things, Wu Jun would belittle Lin Xi. Although his family had 2 planters, as Wu Jun said, the good stuff all went to Lin Xi while he received what his parents scrimped from their own mouths. But even these scraps were far beyond what Wu Jun, a commoner, could afford. So Wu Jun was jealous. In Wu Jun's family, not everyone had spiritual power. He had it, so all resources went to him. But even selling everything couldn't buy the leftovers Lin Zhao had. That made Wu Jun even more envious. Wu Jun, don't go too. Wu Jun's 2 heads were like a mockery of Li Feng. Alright, don't stoop to his level. I know what kind of person you are, Lin Zhao said to Li Feng. Hearing this, Li Feng snorted at Wu Jun and ignored him. Earlier, when Lin Zhao had come in, he had checked the things his parents sent. As usual, there were various natural plants, some messy, knowing they had scrimped and saved. After all, his sister didn't know, but he did after leaving the main branch. The clan didn't give them many resources, just some money to send them off. But his grandfather still had affection and secretly subsidized them a lot. The grandmother at home was a step-grandmother, not their biological one, so of course, she hoped they'd never return. As Lin Zhao was thinking, he opened the huge package from his sister. As soon as he opened it, a fragrance he had never smelled before wafted out. Of course, Wu Jun and Li Feng in the dormitory also caught it. Just as he was about to open it further to see what it was, a voice came. Oh, it's so fragrant. It even makes me feel better spiritually. It was another roommate, Xiang Qi. Old Xiang, you're back too. This is from. This is a natural plant. These are fruits from ancient earth. Xiang Qi's voice trembled. Lin Zhao was stunned. He had no idea where his sister had gotten these. What ancient earth stuff? Could it be something newly developed by the plantation? Li Feng asked. No, these should be from ancient earth. You know what my family does. I've seen pictures of these things. Xiang Qi said firmly. His family were scientists specializing in historical research, generation after generation, studying ancient earth, much like archaeology on earth. So it wasn't surprising they had historical pictures. Do you know where your sister got these from? Xiang Qi grabbed Lin Zhao's hand excitedly. At this moment, Li Feng and Wu Jun also fell silent, both looking at Lin Zhao. How would I know? I only go home twice a year, just like you. It's been 3 months since the last time. I haven't even seen my sister. Lin Zhao said dejectedly. He had heard his sister was no longer on the imperial capital star. What? That effective? Xiang Qi quickly looked at Wu Jun, saw he was eating cherries, and picked one himself. The taste was fresh and refreshing, unlike anything from the interstellar plantations. He felt as if he were being elevated. He stared at Lin Zhao with burning eyes. Lin Zhao asked your sister where she found them. Are there more? If so, can you sell me some? His eyes were full of anticipation. Alright, stop looking at me like that. I don't know. I'll ask when I see her next time. But I think it won't be cheap to buy. Lin Zhao said. Even if it's expensive, I'll buy it. Xiang Qi said happily. On the other side, Wu Jun wondered if he should start saving money, do more school tasks, and then buy through the channel later. He wasn't the type to take advantage for free. Lin Yi and Lin Xi returned with the intention of resigning from the plantation. They had to go to their daughter for several reasons. Firstly, they could pursue their preferred profession and continue planting. Secondly, they needed to help their daughter keep her secret. And thirdly, as their daughter mentioned, she might need to venture into another world, thus they had to prepare some equipment for her. Therefore, resigning was an urgent matter. Let's go to the plantation first, Lin Xi said, looking at Lin Yi. Yes, after we resign, I'll go find Dad, and you should look for your father too. We must ensure that Xi's situation is secure. Lin Yi nodded in agreement. The two drove their hover car, zipping toward the plantation like a streak of lightning. Hey Lin, didn't you take leave today? Why are you back at the plantation? Is something going on? Asked the guard at the gate with curiosity. There are some matters, Lin Yi replied indifferently, and the two entered the largest office in the plantation. Lin Yi, aren't you on leave today? Why are you here at this time? Asked Lin Xi's direct superior, looking at Lin Yi. I came with Lin Xi to handle my resignation, Lin Yi said without unnecessary elaboration. He feared that if he delayed for even a minute, she might leave again. Hey, are you kidding me? Everything is going well, and you're talking about resigning. Gu Yi said, somewhat amused. I'm not joking if it's true. I want to resign. You know, my daughter doesn't have any spiritual power, and she insists on leaving the imperial capital star. We really can't rest easy about her, so we must resign to find her. Lin Yi sighed, fully embodying the worry of a father concerned for his daughter. But Lin Yi, why are you two being so sudden? If you leave, how will I continue my research in the future? Gu Yi said anxiously. He could see that the two genuinely wanted to resign, and that it was a matter of necessity. However, they were indispensable pillars of the plantation. If they left, what would the younger staff do? Old Gu, please understand our situation and help us out. Lin Xi pleaded, skillfully portraying the image of a parent about to lose their daughter. I know I can't keep you too, Gui said. If there are any unresolved issues at the plantation in the future, I hope you can lend a hand. Of course, we're just going to accompany our daughter, Lin replied, implying that they weren't leaving for good, just temporarily to be with their daughter. All right then, I approve your resignations. Go take care of the paperwork. Gui waved his hand, as if swatting away a fly. The two hurried to the HR department to process their resignations, then headed home to find their respective fathers. Oh, isn't this our family's young master? Didn't you say you would never come back? How did you manage to send your useless daughter away? A mocking voice came, though it was not very loud, as if afraid of being overheard. Lin ignored him and walked up to the butler. Where's my dad? Young master, the master is in the study, but he seems to be in a bad mood and is still angry, the butler reminded. Lin said nothing and directly walked toward the study. He did not knock and simply pushed the door open, locking it behind him. Hearing the noise, Lin Feng, who was sulking, looked up toward the door. It was his debt-collecting eldest son. He had originally said he didn't mind that she had no spiritual power, yet he insisted on separating her, thinking he didn't know. He just didn't want to stay in this house, especially since ever since he returned from that woman, the family had been in disarray. She was his only granddaughter. Would he really dislike her? What do you want? Lin Feng asked irritably. I came to give you a chance to make amends for the harm caused by marrying the wrong woman all those years ago, Lin retorted, not giving him any leeway and responding with cold sarcasm. Speak plainly and stop with the sarcasm, Lin Feng said, well aware of the grievances in Lin Yi's heart. This was also the reason he had been supporting him all these years. What? Are you out of money again? Lin Feng knew about Lin Xi's condition. It was indeed costly to manage. I'm not here to ask you for money this time. You have connections, right? Help me make this account top secret, so that no one except the king can access it. Lin took out Lin Xi's information from the dark web to show Lin Feng. Who made you go to such lengths? Lin Feng asked suspiciously. This is about she has spiritual power now. Lin directly got to the point. Lin Feng dropped the teacup he was holding upon hearing that Lin she had spiritual power, his expression turning serious. What is going on? Don't worry about that, it's nothing shameful. Just get it classified as top secret, and he'll explain later. You little brat, I'm your father. Why can't you tell me everything? Lin Feng was infuriated. Enough, the timing isn't right. This matter must be handled well. My wife has already gone to find my father-in-law, implying that if he didn't cooperate, his father-in-law might take the credit and then head see what happened. Lin Feng looked at his eldest son, who had dropped the information and was about to leave, feeling extremely frustrated. Meanwhile, in the palace, a similar scene was unfolding. You ungrateful girl. Yunbo, Lin Xi's maternal grandfather, was now red-faced and furious. All right, your daughter rarely comes back to ask you for something. You just agree to her. Look, she has given you so many gifts out of filial piety. The queen hastily tried to placate Wang Shan. I'm not asking for anything else. You can't agree to this small request. Are you going to disown me now that I'm getting married? Lin Xi seemed oblivious to her father's anger. Do you know what she's asking for? Look this. Frowning, the king pointed a trembling finger at Lin Xi's retreating figure. All right, you're always like this. Clearly more concerned about them than anyone else, yet you can't help being stubborn on the outside and soft inside. Look, you've already given them things, so why can't you say a few kind words? That way they'll remember your kindness. The queen cast a sidelong glance at the king. Humph, am I not his father and the king of this star empire? Do I have to coddle them? The king remained stiff and unyielding. Fine, you are the supreme sovereign. Then, your majesty, I shall take my leave now and not disturb your important affairs. The queen said irritably, then picked up the package their daughter had left behind, claiming it was a gift from her granddaughter. Yunbo looked at the palace, now empty save for himself, and grew even more furious. But he was also curious about what Lin Xi had sent them. So he stood up, glanced around to make sure no one was watching, and hurried after. As soon as he entered the queen's chamber, he saw her staring at the package in shock. This? No wonder. The queen's face suddenly lit up with realization. She felt she now understood the truth. Their daughter, who never came without a reason, had unexpectedly visited them today, and even taken advantage of her old father. If things were indeed as she suspected, then it was only right. Yunbo walked over to the package and peered inside. This? How could it be from that girl Lin Xi? She doesn't have psychic power. His voice trailed off as he spoke. Indeed, his granddaughter was the apple of her parents' eyes. If she had obtained such fine things without psychic power, then the mecha their daughter had taken must be intended for her granddaughter. If she really brought these back, then we must protect her with all our might. Go to my private treasury and find some weapons and ammunition suitable for someone without psychic power. Send them to Lin Xi. He'll understand what it means. The queen thought for a moment and spoke. You're really willing to part with those? The king shot a glance at the queen, then turned his attention back to the package. He reached in and took out an apple. This apple was unlike any seen in the Star Empire. It was 2 or 3 times larger, with a rosy, glossy skin that exuded a fresh fragrance. The moment he held it, he couldn't resist taking a bite. The sweet, crisp apple flavor filled his mouth, and he felt as though the injuries from his personal expedition years ago. Seeing her husband's expression on the verge of tears, the queen already knew the answer. Good, so good. It's been so long since I felt this light. This item matches exactly what's recorded in the secret history kept by the royal family through generations. It's definitely a product of ancient Earth. Yunbo looked at the queen in shock. Hearing his certainty, the queen was even more astonished. We need to find an opportunity to summon Lin Xi and the others to the palace. They spoke in unison. Meanwhile, Lin Xi had already met up with Lin Yi. Their eyes met across the space, each knowing that the other had achieved their goal. With mutual understanding, they hurried home. How did it go? Lin Xi asked Lin Yi. You can rest assured when I handle things, can't you? From now on we can keep selling the things she grows and gathers on the darknet. It's a benefit to the entire Star Empire. When Xi's superpower grows stronger, we'll reveal her ability. By then no one will be able to threaten her, Lin Yi said with grave seriousness, as if he could already see Lin Xi's growth. When I went, their father happened to have a few new mecha models. I managed to bring them back. I've already read the manual for this series. They're the latest models, incredibly powerful in combat. More importantly, they don't need energy stones to operate, they just need to sit in their bays to recover energy, Lin Xi said excitedly. There really are mecha that can move without energy stones. I thought people were just boasting, Lin Yi said with curiosity. I've studied this series. Since it's the first production run and doesn't require energy stones, they made the female version first. Female mecha are lighter, need less energy, and use fewer materials, so they were produced. Lin Yi said with a hint of pride. Lin Xi glared at him a few times, said nothing, and went straight inside to pack. She needed to deliver the mecha to Lin Xi as soon as possible. Beep, beep, beep. A sound came through. Lin Xi and Lin Yi exchanged a glance. It was their private ringtone. After a moment's thought, Lin Xi answered the video call. Mother, is there something you need? Lin Xi said somewhat awkwardly. All right, Seer, I'm not calling to ask you to return the things. I've prepared some gifts for Xi and have already sent them over. Seer, your father, and I truly hope you can be happy. The queen's gentle, pleasant voice came through. I know, Mother. I've never blamed you, Lin Xi replied with a smile. Come back whenever you want. We never drove you away. You're just too proud. Your brother is still fighting the Zerg. We only have you, our daughter, by our side. You should visit us more often, the queen said, her kind face appearing on the screen with a smile. Yes, Mother, Lin Xi said, her eyes moist. When she married Lin Yi, only Lin Yi and the old marshal knew her true identity. The rest of the Lin family had no idea, and she never spoke of it. She and Lin Yi had met at a plantation. Back then, Lin Yi's stepmother had said that since they were separated, they shouldn't think about coming back to Freeload. To prove to her parents that she was living well. Mom and Dad, you're here. Lin Xi looked at her parents, who had just left not long ago, somewhat surprised. They appeared haggard, having hurried back after hastily arranging their affairs. You don't need to rush. We were afraid that if we were late you might leave again, Lin Xi said, her eyes red-rimmed. She truly didn't want her daughter to take the risk, but Lin Xi had said that she herself didn't know when she would have to go. It was beyond her control. Mom and Dad, please come in and rest first. We can talk about everything after you've had enough rest. Lin Xi didn't know what to say, as she couldn't exactly tell them that the next mission time was up to her to decide, right? That would be contradictory. Now he knew that one lie had to be covered by 1,000 more lies. The two were indeed tired, so they followed Lin Xi upstairs to their rooms. The next morning, with matters on their minds, the couple didn't sleep late and got up early. During breakfast, Lin Xi finished in a few bites, planning to purify some more land so her parents could plant things they liked. But just as she stood up, her father called out, "Cece, don't rush off. We have something to tell you," Lin Yi said quickly with a bun still in his mouth. Mom and Dad, take your time eating. I'm not in a hurry, Lin, she said, watching her father wolf down his food. After Lin Yi finished, Lin Xi was already wiping her mouth with a napkin. Lin Xi took out 4 crystal-like pendants and handed them to Lin Xi along with a space button. Lin Xi thought they were some natural plants and quickly declined. Mom and Dad, you've seen that I can grow natural plants myself. You don't need to save them for me. The two exchanged glances. Real. I have a grandmother. Lin Xi tried to search the original owner's memories, but could find no recollection of either set of grandparents. Was it because the original owner had dissipated without leaving those memories? Seeing Lin Xi's puzzled look, Lin Xi found it amusing, but still pretended to be stern. What do you think? Your mother was born from a crack in a stone. Put on the spot by Lin Xi, and lacking the original owner's memories, Lin Xi could only scratch her head and chuckle awkwardly. All right, stop teasing her. Look how flustered she is. You have a grandmother, grandfather, uncle, as well as a grandfather and uncle on your father's side. But when you were very young, we moved away from the central area of Dida Star and didn't visit them. You know you don't like going out, so it's normal that you didn't know about them. Enough about them. When Xiao Zhao's vacation comes, well, I'll go visit them, Lin Yi said with a smile. It was only then that Lin Xi realized she wasn't alone in having relatives, nor had the original owner failed to leave her memories. the original owner herself hadn't known. She also learned now that not all children without mental power could receive their parents' love. In this interstellar world, a person's value was measured by the strength of their spiritual power. Because the border front was constantly threatened by insectoids. You scared the child, Lin Xi said, somewhat blaming his mother-in-law. Lin Xi quickly used her spiritual power to control the space button and release its contents. Instantly, the entire living room was filled with guns and ammunition conspicuously displayed. This. So many. Did she move an entire arsenal here? Is this something we can own without paying? Is this something ordinary people like us can have? Lin Xi felt an overwhelming sense of power. Even in the apocalypse, she had never encountered so many firearms. Alright, since you can go to other worlds, having these will give us peace of mind. Oh, and this is very important. Imprint your spiritual mark on them, and they will become your companions, Lin Xi said, handing the crystal pendants to Lin Xi. Baffled, Lin Xi imprinted her spiritual mark on the crystals. Only after finishing did she realize they were mechas. She had seen mechas on TV, but they were colossal machines, not something like a crystal that could be held in one hand. She looked at Lin Xi in confusion. I snatched these from your grandfather. They are the latest model mechas. This crystal is their housing. When released, they look like ordinary humans in size, indistinguishable from people, but their combat power is immense, and they are highly deceptive. Most importantly, they don't need energy stones. They recharge by resting inside the crystal, Lin Xi said. I don't recognize any of these, Lin Xi said helplessly. Host, please do not doubt my professionalism. I could only grumble inwardly. The system cheerfully asked in his mind, do you want to start the task now? Lin Xi thought for a moment, and then asked, how long is this task? The system replied, this task involves a wide area and is fraught with danger, so the main system has specially given you 3 months. That's why the system panel hasn't displayed anything. Do you want to start the task now? Lin Xi pondered. 3 months, that's quite a long time. It must be really dangerous, and these herbs must be quite rare. Leaning on his chin, he thought that with more time, he could gather in exchange for what he needed. However, the wide area involved was a troublesome issue, especially since he didn't have a map of this other world. If only he could send a mech to gather herbs for him. Unfortunately, he had to go himself. Frustrated, he scratched his head, recalling that he seemed to have a vehicle in his space. An electric bike, a bicycle, an off-road vehicle, a camper, and even a mech. Couldn't that take him there? Feeling a bit better, Lin Xi took out a piece of paper and hurriedly wrote, don't worry, I'm leaving. He'll be back in 3 months. Alright, starting the task, Lin Xi closed his eyes, waiting for the sensation of weightlessness that came with traversing time and space. The sounds of chirp chirp and coo coo filled the air. The alternating sounds made Lin Xi realize he had already arrived in the other world. She slowly opened her eyes and sighed, great, it's this desolate wilderness again, where I can't even tell north from south. If the next task is this difficult, can I at least ask someone for directions? Looking at the green eyes watching her from a distance gave her goosebumps. She quickly took out a wooden house from her space, without caring about the location. After upgrading, it didn't matter if the surrounding area was spacious or not. She set it up and ran to the bedroom to prepare for a nice long sleep. The sounds of thuds, howls, and clanging filled the air. Outside the courtyard, the sounds of wolves howling and the clanging of swords clashing reached Lin Xi's ears. The sounds of blades piercing flesh and muffled groans were gradually coming through. Originally, she hadn't set up soundproofing to observe and guard against danger, but now it was disrupting her sweet dreams. Lin Xi put on the latest interstellar clothing that could change with her thoughts and stepped out of the wooden house. She immediately saw 5 people surrounded by a pack of wolves. 4 wore dark robes, while 1 wore a dark purple robe. From their attire, Lin Xi guessed she must have arrived in an ancient time. She quickly changed her outfit into a pink hanfu, as she didn't know what the local women wore, and hanfu was her primary choice. Watching the 5 skillfully handle the wolves, she felt puzzled. Did she mishear the earlier groans? The wolves couldn't reach them, but the 5 individuals bore injuries of varying degrees. Given the distance and the late hour, with her genetically enhanced body, she could only discern the colors of their clothing and their general outlines. Just as she was about to look closer, she saw a figure in black attack the one in dark purple while the wolves were distracted. The latter retaliated almost immediately, and then hurriedly resumed fighting the wolves. Oh, so that's how they got injured. These people are amusing, despite the many wolves attacking them, they still have internal strife. Lin Xi thought it was pointless to watch, and decided to go back to sleep, turning around and returning to the wooden house, this time blocking out the noise. That sleep was truly wonderful. She slept until dawn. Lin Xi stretched and prepared to cook breakfast, planning to find a way out of the forest today to ask for directions. After all, the items this time were indeed scattered, and it would take a lot of time on the way. With a plan in mind, she hurried to the kitchen. After breakfast, Lin Xi focused her thoughts to retrieve the wooden house, intending to head out. However, just as she retracted the wooden house, she saw someone standing just a step away from it. Isn't this the person in the dark purple robe? Lin Xi checked his breath. It was weak, but he was still alive. Should she save him or not? If she didn't save him, she would have to find a way out. If she did save him, it would delay her time. However, he could be a free guide. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Xi decided to save him. Didn't they say saving a life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda? Lin Xi took out healing potions and gene agents for him to drink. Whether he could survive now depended on him. While his body healed, she packed a bag considering she would be staying here for 3 months. This world didn't seem as innocent as the last one, as she needed to be cautious and not expose herself. Lin Xi felt as if he was being slowly executed by 1,000 cuts, yet he couldn't die. At the same time, it felt like someone was using a hammer to smash his bones inch by inch. He clearly remembered that he had fought alongside 4 members of the Bloodthirsty Alliance to wipe out a pack of wolves, and he had even managed to take down those 4. He shouldn't be feeling this way now, but the sensation was clear, and he just couldn't wake up. Was there still a fish that got away? Damn, he had truly been careless. He remembered seeing a cave right before he fainted. He was just a step away from entering it, yet he had passed out. It seemed the heavens were against him. Now he should be getting eaten alive by beasts. He just never expected that being eaten alive would feel like this. Are you awake yet? Lin Xi observed his eyelids fluttering. He had been unconscious just moments ago, and due to the gene agent he was groaning in pain, but still holding on. Looks like this person's willpower is quite strong, she thought. However, seeing his dirty body made her scrunch her nose. Who are you? I am your savior. You need to recover quickly. You owe me a favor, Lin, she said bluntly. Her intention in saving him was to have someone lead her out. Of course, she needed to know where this place was first. What if there were things she needed here? The system wouldn't just throw her here for no reason. Savior. Lin Xi circulated his internal energy and found it to be unimpeded. Aside from feeling a bit fatigued, the other injuries seemed to have healed, and the toxins from the miasma forest that had invaded his body seemed to be gone as well. Was this her doing? How did she manage that? All right, you rest for a bit, Lin, she said, holding up her pinky. Then when you have the strength, go wash over there. She pointed to a nearby stream that she had discovered while packing. She had even taken the liberty to dismember the corpses of the wolves and humans they killed the night before to avoid attracting beasts with the smell of blood. Lin Xi sensed Lin Xi's disdain and instinctively sniffed himself. He caught a whiff of the foul stench on his body, mixed with the smell of blood and sweat. It was truly nauseating. He felt he had never been this embarrassed before. Lin Xi noticed his discomfort. Don't be too picky. You're expelling the toxins and impurities from your body. The medicine I gave you is a rare divine remedy unique in this world. I originally wanted to save it for later, but when I saw you were about to die, I impulsively gave it to you. Not only do you owe me your life now, but you also owe me for the divine remedy. And don't say that I'm deceiving you. As long as you have a breath left, I can save you. You can feel it now, can't you? Lin Xi could certainly feel the miraculous effects of the medicine. He was not a rogue or a villain. In fact, he was someone who couldn't stand the slightest injustice. Someone saved him with the most precious medicine, and he felt he had to repay that kindness. Miss your saving grace. After regaining his strength, Lin Xi headed toward the bathing spot, as Lin Xi had instructed. Before he left, Lin Xi glanced at his disheveled appearance and rummaged through her spatial realm, where she'd once collected costumes from a post-apocalyptic cosplay enclave, pulling out an antique-style garment at random and tossing it to him. Lin Xi caught it silently, musing how peculiar this young woman was. Carrying men's clothing on her person, yet wearing attire unlike anything from his dynasty, nor did foreign garments resemble this. Even more puzzling, her own clothes bore no resemblance to his. Still, all such questions would have to wait until he rid himself of this grime. The leader stepped forward and asked. Lin Xi spoke coldly. Lin Xi, your efficiency is abysmal. Had it not been for you arrive only now to collect my corpse. It is our failure, master. Please punish us. Lin Xi lowered his head, too fearful even to glance up. Humph. This time I shall overlook it, considering this is your first venture into the Mistvale Forest. But have you found what I sought? Lin Xi pressed urgently. Master, we split our forces. One group searched for you, the other for the artifact. Yet the item proves exceedingly rare, though Lin Xi privately doubted whether it existed in this world at all. Just now Lao Chi reported they found nothing. His heart churned with complexity. The object was little more than legend, and the Mistvale Forest teemed with peril, its treacherous terrain utterly unfamiliar to them. How could they possibly locate it so swiftly? Hey big guy, have you finished yet? Hurry back. I'm pressed for time. Lin, she called out, growing impatient. This wasn't a bathtub requiring refills. She'd seen the stream herself, wide and swift. A bath should take mere moments. Ah, coming. Wait a moment. Lin Xi rose quickly, donned the garment Lin Xi had given him, then gestured for Lin Xi and the others to withdraw discreetly. Where exactly are we? Lin Xi asked bluntly, no pretense, no delay. After all, she might never see him again once they parted ways, and knowledge now was indispensable. You don't know this place. Then how did you enter it? Lin Xi stared, startled. No wonder her attire seemed foreign. None of the neighboring states wore such garments. Lin Xi met his gaze. I was thrown in here. How would I know where this is? Just tell me, and spare me the rest. Consider it repayment for saving your life. Lin Xi thought technically true. The system threw me in. Throwing. Lin Yi's mind raced. Could she be cast here by enemies? Yet if they wished her dead, killing her outright would suffice. Throwing her into the Mist Veil forest and providing such potent medicine clearly signaled intent to preserve her life. Was she perhaps scion of some reclusive clan exiled here for trial? Yet if so, why did she not recognize this land? Seeing Lin Yi fall silent, his expression shifting rapidly, Lin Xi grew anxious. What is wrong with this man? I explicitly said telling me counts as repaying my kindness. Yet he just stands there. Lin Yi noticed her disdain and snapped back to awareness. This is the Mist Veil forest. Thick miasmic vapors coil here year-round. Venomous insects, serpents, and ants thrive within. Even great beasts dare not enter. This is merely the outer rim where wolves or bears occasionally wander. Venomous creatures, no large predators, heavy miasma. Then precious herbs must abound here. Lin Xi's eyes gleamed. Lin Yi blinked momentarily, bewildered by that intense luminous gaze. What herbs grow here? Truly rare ones. Or why did you come? Lin Xi's gaze deepened, lingering upon him. Strangely, under that quiet scrutiny, Lin Yi felt no urge to conceal. I am Lin Yi, Prince Yi of the Qianfeng Kingdom, locked in tripartite balance with the Shuadai and Chilean kingdoms. Qianfeng lies centrally, blessed with 4 distinct seasons. Shuadai occupies the far north, buried beneath ice half the year. Chilean lies diametrically opposite, scorching eternal summer, winter unknown. As he spoke, Lin Xi listened intently. Qianfeng could wait, but Shuadai, she must go. And Chilean, equally essential. Both lands likely harbored the medicinal herbs she required. Her face betrayed nothing. Yet inwardly she resolved, I entered the Mist Veil forest seeking a singular herb, the only known cure for my mother's ailment. Legend claims it grows nowhere else. His voice remained calm, though no outsider witnessed it. His eyes dulled vacant, as if subtly entranced. Lin Xi hadn't intended coercion, yet urgency demanded speed. This Lin Yi proved frustratingly evasive, deflecting questions, probing her origins, refusing direct answers. A faint wry hum escaped her. What herb do you seek? The rarest, most valuable one here. Lin Xi emphasized. Rumors speak of 1,000-year violet ginseng, bone-piercing grass, even moon-resting herb, though none have verified their existence. My mother requires the violet ginseng specifically, hence my descent into the Mist Veil forest. 1,000-year violet ginseng. Isn't that just ginseng? Not at all. Ordinary 1,000-year ginseng, rare yes, is not impossible to find. But violet ginseng differs fundamentally, a mutated strain fiercely potent, capable of reviving the clinically dead. Yet its emergence occurs once every 10,000 years. No record exists of anyone ever harvesting it. His tone stayed flat, detached, yet hidden behind the trees. Lin Yi and the elite guards trembled. Why reveal such secrets? These truths were sworn to silence. Oh, Lin Xi snapped her fingers. Instantly Lin Yi jolted back to full awareness, as if surfacing from deep water. What just happened? Nothing at all. Do you know the way out? Though departure wasn't imminent, discovering an exit remained paramount. I know, but I won't leave now. If you wish to go out, I'll arrange for someone to escort you. Lin Yi gazed calmly at Lin Xi. This young girl was hiding something. Just moments ago, he had inexplicably lost awareness of his surroundings. Later, he would discreetly question Lin Yi and the others. Can you really summon help? Lin Xi studied him with skeptical eyes. Lin Yi rubbed his nose, speaking somewhat awkwardly. I have signal flares. Their position is nearby. Last night's sudden onset prevented me from deploying one. His words served both as explanation and quiet declaration. His people were close at hand. Oh, I'd rather not leave just yet. You seek a medicinal catalyst, but I also need something deep within the Mist Veil forest. Why not proceed together? Otherwise I may lose my way. She spoke casually, as if offhand. Little one, do you even grasp how perilous the Mist Veil forest truly is? You dare enter it anyway? Lin Yi could scarcely fathom it. Even after hearing its dangers laid bare, she remained resolute. I know it's dangerous, but fear holds no sway over me. Focus on your own safety. Lin Xi glanced at him. Just those few looks, and Lin Yi sensed mockery in her gaze. Was she mocking him? Did she truly comprehend the forest's lethality? Lin Xi, I genuinely don't know, but even if I did, I'd still go. My mission demands it. You fine? Stay close behind me. He suddenly recalled he held no authority to forbid her. Invoking his title as Prince Yi would prove futile. She'd never bow to rank. Worse still, she was his savior. With that thought, he drew a signal flare and feigned launching it skyward. A quarter hour later, Lin Yi and 4 others materialized, having awaited this moment far too long. My lord, they chorused in unison. Follow closely behind us too. Should danger arise, save her first, Lin Yi commanded. My lord. Lin Yi frowned, unconvinced. The prince was the emperor's full brother, cherished equally by both sovereign and empress dowager. All of Qianfeng knew their reverence. If word spread that they'd prioritized an unknown woman over the prince's life, their days were numbered. Obey orders. She saved my life. Though phrased as command, it carried quiet explanation. These shadow guards had served him since childhood. Loyalty ran deeper than duty. Very well, but might we assign one man to escort the young lady, or see her safely out? After all, we bear urgent orders. Lung San ventured cautiously. Enough. I require no protection. You tend to yourselves. If we're entering, let's move. Dithering here wastes daylight. Lin Xi grew weary of their master-servant theatrics. As though she bore no mission of her own. Lung Yi shot Lung San a sharp glare, so loyal yet so utterly oblivious to dignity. Without another word, he fell into step behind Lin Xi, vanishing into the forest's depths. Lin Xi, however, concealed her nerves well. As she walked, she sprayed herself liberally with post-apocalyptic insecticide. In that ruined world, mutated arthropods had evolved terrifying potency, and this repellent still held formidable efficacy. Young lady, what is that substance you're applying? Lung Yi observed her closely. Its fragrance was oddly sweet. Insecticide. You mentioned venomous insects, serpents, and vermin. This offers real protection. Remembering her severe entomophobia, Lin Xi tossed the remaining canister to him. She needed his guidance to exit. No point perishing inside and wasting precious time navigating alone. Lung Yi, clutching the canister, felt profound warmth bloom within him. His own shadow guard cared so deeply. He vowed silently, should peril strike, he would shield her without hesitation. As they advanced deeper into the mist veil forest, Lung Yi and his 5 retainers tensed. Every rustle, every shadow primed them for ambushes of fangs or stingers. Yet their path remained eerily clear. No writhing serpents, no swarming ants, not even a single insect. Rumors of this place had clearly been exaggerated, or perhaps they'd strayed into the wrong realm. Yet the suffocating miasma pressing upon them was undeniably real, demanding constant cultivation energy to resist. Young lady, do you possess an antidote for this, Mia? Lin Xi glanced back. Their breaths grew ragged, more so than when first encountered. Deeper into the forest, the miasma thickened palpably. Her gaze flickered to Lung Yi. This prince defied both television dramatizations and historical texts. He genuinely valued his subordinates' lives. I'll provide the antidote, but you must fulfill one request. She weighed her terms carefully. First, they were strangers bound only by chance, and she'd saved his life. He owed her. Second, she refused the mantle of saintly altruism. Third, if rare herbs were found, competition would be inevitable. She abhorred complications. Speak, young lady, Lung Yi replied, urgency sharpening his tone. Lung Yi's stamina was failing. Rest assured, I won't ask you to betray your nation, nor will I seize your medicinal catalyst. Merely promise if you locate my herbs, don't contest me for them. Of course I fear no contest, only inconvenience. And I'd rather avoid enmity altogether. After all, she commanded mech warfare. She admired their unwavering devotion. On screen, such self-sacrifice had always seemed implausible. How could any mortal truly scorn death? Yet here stood men who obeyed instantly, imbibing unknown compounds without flinching. Let's go. No more delays, she declared, striding forward. Wait. What now? Must you men dither endlessly? Impatience edged her voice. Time bled away. Had she known the way, she'd never tolerate these anchors. You've taken the wrong direction, Lung Yi admitted, rubbing his nose sheepishly. He finally understood her reluctant concession. She was unmistakably directionally challenged. Moments earlier she'd walked confidently, until he'd detained her for conversation. Then she'd turned and marched away from their intended path. How had her family entrusted her to venture forth? Was it merely confidence in her survival tools? Was that truly sufficient justification? Lin Xi awkwardly turned around only to see Lung Yi holding a map, looking at her with a puzzled expression, while his 5 subordinates were already struggling to hold back their laughter, their faces flushed. Lin Xi could only glare at Lung Yi and silently mutter, you still haven't led the way. As long as I'm not embarrassed, it's others who should be, she thought, regaining her composure. Lung Yi walked ahead to lead the way, followed closely by Lung Lung, San Lung Lu, and Lung Qi, bringing up the rear. Miss, what is your name? We can't just keep calling you Miss all the time, Lung Yi asked while walking. Lin Xi suddenly recalled that they had been calling her Miss, and felt it was like a little girl being called by a beggar. This thought sent a chill down her spine. My name is Lin Xi, you can just call me Lin Xi. That won't do, a lattice-given name shouldn't be spoken so directly by men. Lung Yi promptly rejected. We'll call you Miss Lin then. Whatever you like, she replied. Miss, so many rules in this ancient time. After walking for an hour, they found nothing. The mist forest was filled with miasma and fog, and the 7 didn't dare to stray too far apart. The fog would begin to appear around midnight, and only dissipate slowly by noon. However, as it cleared, the miasma would increase sharply, causing poisoning and death, usually when one didn't find something to protect themselves during that time. But now they were no longer afraid of poisonous insects or snakes and ants, and they were no longer worried about the miasma's toxicity. As long as they didn't lose their direction in the mist, they could survive and find medicinal herbs. Miss Lin, how long can this insecticide last? Lung Er suddenly asked, and his question reminded Lin Xi of the same. Don't worry, the insecticide is effective for 12 hours, which is 6 shurchen, as you say. Just spray it again when it's close to 6 shurchen. Rest assured there's plenty of insecticide. As for the antidote to the miasma in your bodies, it can usually ensure you are not disturbed by the miasma for a week. That is, within 84 shurchen, you will not be poisoned, even by any toxins in this forest, Lin, she said proudly. This was from her scavenging a laboratory and pharmacy during the apocalypse, when they went to rescue the scientists while being besieged by zombies. When she returned to the base, the scientists and pharmacists were heartbroken, blaming them for not helping to retrieve their labor results. But no one knew that those results were in her space. Is it really that effective? Lung San was somewhat astonished. This must be a potion created by someone exceptionally skilled in medicine and poison. Up until now, the people of Qianfeng country and the 2 surrounding nations have not had such capabilities. Lin Xi, not just your country, no one in your entire world can create it. Hey, are we lost? There's no road here, Lin Xi's voice came through as the group was deep in thought. Lung Yi walked over, pushed aside the grass, and saw that it was a cliff. But the map clearly indicated there were spiritual herbs here. Lin's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the cliff. Oh, wasn't this the perfect place for the moon resting herb to grow? There's another path down the cliff. Let's go take a look, Lung Yi said to Lin Xi. Sure, Lin Xi thought. They could come back to see when the moonlight came out at night, and perhaps there were other herbs she needed down below. With that thought, she carefully followed them down the narrow path. After half an hour, they finally reached the bottom of the cliff. Lin Xi looked up and saw that it was indeed a sheer cliff, smooth as glass. If they found the moon resting herb at night, on such a smooth cliff, who could possibly pick it? Even she couldn't. Did she really have to release her mecha? Lin Xi looked around, and was surprised to find such a beautiful valley within the mist forest which everyone feared. Butterflies fluttered, flowers were fragrant, and the spring water was clear. There were even wild rabbits and spotted deer. Wasn't it said that even ferocious beasts avoided the depths of this forest? Lin Xi looked up at Lung Yi. Lung Yi was equally baffled. He had only heard about it, but never expected such a scene. Could it be that the miasma hasn't extended here? Lung Er helped analyze. It should be like that. Miasma affects both humans and animals indiscriminately. They had seen wild rabbits at the edge being convulsed and dying from miasma when they first entered the forest. Yet here at the bottom of the cliff, there were these ordinary animals. Since there are spiritual herbs here, it means there shouldn't be any miasma. I also didn't see any herbs growing during our walk here. Those that did were poisonous plants and trees. But clearly this place forms 2 separate worlds compared to the outside, Long Sen added. Let's take a break. Don't you still need to gather herbs? Let's set up camp here. We'll make this our base. Then we'll split up to act. Remember to observe the surroundings first. Make sure there's no danger before collecting. If you can't do it alone, come back for help. But it's best to work in pairs. After all, I've heard that the rarer the herbs, the more likely there are guardian beasts nearby. Lin, she slowly laid out her plan. 2 people. But there are 7 of us. How do we split up? Lin Xi said coldly, as he just couldn't stand Lin Xi. I don't mean to team up with you. You all can group yourselves. Oh, I have many things to gather besides just herbs. You guys go find what you need. Oh, I'll be responsible for myself. I just need to set up camp here. Lin Xi first clarified that she didn't need them following her. What a joke. With so many secrets, their presence would only slow her down. She only needed to be with them when they were leaving. No way. I'm going with you. Let the other 5 go look for herbs. Lung Yi's voice was unyielding. Given they had come this far, Lin Xi was his savior. There was no way he would let her go alone. I already said I don't need anyone, and don't you need to find an antidote? Don't you want to save your mother? Lin Xi was somewhat speechless. Lung Yi genuinely wanted to protect her, but she really didn't need it. It's fine if they go find it. The 2 of us can look for the things you need. Lung Yi insisted. Lin Xi was at her wits' end reel. The group found a small cave nearby, set down their luggage, and arranged traps around. Lin Xi also sprayed insecticide around the cave. She didn't want to face any little critters when she came back to rest. She left some of her luggage inside as a decoy, then walked out of the cave. Upon seeing her leave, Lung Yi hurriedly followed. Lin Xi didn't say anything about Lung Yi following her. After all, even if she said something, he wouldn't listen. She wasn't afraid of him. If necessary, she could summon her mecha. Even if it exposed her, it couldn't be helped since it was a means to an end. Wow, it's a peach. Lin Xi picked one, washed it in the spring water, and took a big bite. The juice was abundant and sweet. This peach is really delicious. It doesn't taste wild at all. It must be because of the good spring water here. No one comes here to destroy it, and the air is fresh. If we hadn't come from the mist forest edge, I would really think this is a paradise. Long Yi said. Also, I am I. Since you're following me, lend a hand. Here, help me dig up some peach trees, she said, handing him a small medicinal shovel. I didn't realize you brought such a big backpack, Long Yi said, surprised. That's because you weren't paying attention to me. My stuff has always been in the backpack, Lin, she said proudly. It's not like she could say she prepared after meeting him. She had brought all her gathering tools from the system with her. Hey, don't tell me you guys came to gather precious purple ginseng without any tools. Lin Xi looked at Lin Xi suspiciously. They couldn't be that unreliable, could they? We didn't bring any, but we thought we'd find it first, and once we did we could figure out how to get it back, Lin Xi explained. You're right, as long as we find it we can figure something out, Lin Xi agreed, recalling that she hadn't known at first that gathering required tools. Fortunately the system was helpful. Here are these blueberries. Let me see. Dig, 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 let's unearth all of this. Lin Xi said excitedly to Lin Xi. This was also the first time Lin Xi saw Lin Xi so lively and joyful. In the past few days of interaction Lin Xi had always been expressionless or mocking, never smiling like this. Miss Lin, what are you digging these for? And what is this blue little fruit? While digging, Lin Xi asked, this is a blueberry. It contains anthocyanins, vitamin C, and dietary fiber, among other components. It can resist oxidation, delay aging, protect vision, enhance immunity, and assist cardiovascular health. It regulates gastrointestinal function and is a very good fruit. Hurry up and dig it out for me. Haven't you in Qianfeng Kingdom ever eaten this fruit? Lin Xi explained to Lin Xi. Miss Lin, I know about protecting vision, but what are these vitamins and dietary flavors? I don't understand, Lin Xi said somewhat awkwardly. He thought he had almost finished reading all the books in the study, yet he had never heard of what Lin Xi mentioned. It seemed that learning had no limits. Ha, you are too funny. It's vitamin C. Oh, anyway, you wouldn't understand. Just know that it can protect your eyes and supplement the nutrients your body needs, which is good for both the heart and gastrointestinal health. Lin Xi realized for the first time how amusing it was to talk about these things in front of ancient people. Hearing Lin Xi's unreserved laughter, although it didn't seem like she was mocking him, he still felt somewhat ashamed and angry. Stop laughing. There are many things in the misty forest that we don't know about. And in this vast world there are plenty of things we are unaware of. Miss Lin, you don't need to mock me, Lin Wai. When they returned, Lin San and Lin Qi were already back. Seeing their master holding so many little saplings, Lin Qi couldn't help but want to confront Lin Xi. It was obvious that their master worried about the Empress Dowager would not waste time on such meaningless tasks. However, now he had dug up so many weeds and saplings, clearly the result of that woman's doing. Do you know we came here to save people? Lin Xi suddenly shouted at Lin Xi. Lin Xi, who was about to sit down, fell directly to the ground. Both Lin Yi and Lin San had not expected Lin Qi to suddenly attack, and the target was Lin Xi, leaving them both stunned. Lin Xi quickly reacted, immediately getting up from the ground and walking directly to Lin Qi's side. Are you crazy? Why are you shouting? Have you eaten too much and are just being idle? You should save people if you want to save them. Why are you venting your anger on me? Lin Xi decided to give him some face and only scolded him a few times. If he provoked her further, she would not hold back. If it's easy for you to say. If it weren't for you, would our master waste an entire afternoon on useless things? These things can be found at any time. How could they not be found? Why did you specifically have to look for them now? You following us is just causing trouble, Lin Qi retorted bluntly to Lin Xi. You think who you are? What right do you have to manage me? If you are unhappy, you can leave by yourself. I am following you, and didn't I already say that it was your master who insisted on following me? What does it have to do with me? If you can't stand it, go complain to your master. Don't provoke me, or I will make it hard for you to go back. Do you really think that just because I need you to take me out, I will let you bully me? If I get angry, I will take care of you. It's just a matter of taking a few more detours. Do you know if the Empress Dowager's condition is delayed, can you take responsibility? Lin Qi changed the... Oh, have you found the 1,000-year purple ginseng? When Lin Yi and the others just entered, they heard me ask Lin Qi this question, and they all looked at Lin Qi with piercing eyes. I haven't found it, but if you all go looking together, maybe you will find it, Lin Qi said defensively. Lin Yi's gaze was growing colder as he looked at Lin Qi, and the expressions of Lin Yi and the others were increasingly disapproving. Lin Xi thought to herself that she simply couldn't find the way, but that didn't mean she had no ability to obtain things. After all, the system wouldn't give her an impossible task. She had natural advantages, so why not use them? She just needed to be careful of the people here. No matter how confident she was, she feared stumbling over those she looked down upon. The ant shaking the elephant scenario couldn't happen to her. Her supernatural powers would eventually run out, and if she used her mecha, the destruction would be too great. Then do you know who has the ability to take me to the two places you mentioned? Lin Xi looked at Lin Yi and asked, you said you want to go to the Golden Cemetery and Bingwan Mountain to find those rare herbs. Are you crazy? Before Lin Yi could say anything, Lin Qi jumped out to question. Lin Xi just frowned. She really found Lin Qi annoying. She directly threw a spatial blade. Lin Qi didn't see her movement, and none of the people present felt any fluctuation of internal energy, but a cut appeared on Lin Qi's face. He only felt a pain on his face, followed by the gasps of Lin Yi and the others. Noisy. This is just a lesson for you. Next time you babble on like that, I won't let you off. Do you think him too good-tempered? Lin Xi made no attempt to hide that she was the one who caused the wound. If she didn't show them her strength, they would think she was easy to bully. You? Lin Xi really hadn't expected that such a harmless-looking girl could injure him without a sound, and he hadn't felt anything at all. Heh. A scoff as if mocking Lin Xi. You? Lin Xi felt humiliated. Enough, Lin Xi. Mind your status. You've overstepped many times. I've been silent and not punished you. Do you really not know why? Lin Xi said darkly. They all had rules. No matter what mistake was made during the mission, it would be recorded and no punishment would be given. After returning, it would all be handed over to the discipline hall, which would handle it. Lin Xi thought of this and felt cold sweat dripping. He had actually offended the prince's lifesaver, and when the prince had not spoken, he always jumped in to confront Miss Lin. No wonder Lin Xi and the others had been distancing themselves from him. No wonder they always looked at him strangely. They weren't looking strange if they disapproved of his behavior, but because of the prince's presence, they didn't say anything. And he had become increasingly arrogant. Seeing Lin Xi's face instantly turn pale, Lin Xi probably guessed something. Would he be severely punished when he returned? Otherwise, why would his expression change so drastically? Frankly, she was curious about how this person became a shadow guard. He was even more impatient than her. How could he be a royal shadow guard? That was strange. I'm sorry, Miss Lin. I apologize on behalf of my ignorant subordinate. Rest assured, after we return, he will be dealt with by the Royal Discipline Hall and will not be let off lightly, Lin Xi said solemnly. Whether he's punished or not is your affair. I don't care. But if he provokes me again, I won't show mercy, Lin Xi said, raising her eyes to look at a large tree not far from the entrance of the cave. The tree had been standing there, but just because Lin Xi looked at it, it was cut in half at the waist and fell down. Lin Xi was startled. This Miss Lin was truly unfathomable. You haven't answered my question. Do you have anyone to recommend in this regard? If not, I'll just visit each country and let the locals guide me. This was Lin Xi's sudden thought. Why was she fixated on Lin? Didn't people from other countries also know their own lands? How stupid. Lin Xi probably saw through Lin Xi's thoughts, but how could he let such a good opportunity slip? From the moment Lin Xi took out those precious potions, he knew she was extraordinary. Moreover, if he couldn't find the 1,000-year purple ginseng, he could invite Lin Xi to the palace to treat his mother. But he hadn't expected her combat power to be so high. This made it even more necessary to win her over rather than offend her. After all, he had no ambition to dominate the world, but he couldn't allow his brother's throne to be unstable. If he allowed her to go to other countries and build good relations, that could be a threat to Qianfeng Kingdom. No need. I haven't properly introduced myself, have I? I am Lin Xi, the Prince of Qianfeng Kingdom. The current emperor is my full brother. The entire dynasty has only one prince, me. I have been stationed at the border for many years leading troops. This time I returned because my mother is seriously ill. You should know that, P.O. Lin Xi looked at Lin Xi and asked, when you accompany me back to the capital after everything is settled, I will guide you. Don't worry, he'll take you wherever you want to go. How about that? Lin Xi directly stated his purpose. You want to guide me? But aren't you a prince? Don't you have to guard the border? How do you have time to accompany me? Lin Xi was about to agree, but then thought of his identity and hesitated. Being with him, there would definitely be a large group of followers. Wouldn't she have to sleep on the streets again, using the sky as a blanket and the ground as a bed? Host, it's dark. The moon grass, the system reminded in Lin Xi's mind. It'll go out later. If they find out now, it'll be troublesome, Lin Xi discussed with the system in her mind. Alright, we don't know how long we'll be here. Let's sleep first. We'll continue searching tomorrow. Saying this, she took out a blanket-like item from her bag, spread it in a corner, then made a frame with wood, and hung a cloth over it, separating herself from the group of men. Lin Xi watched her actions, smiling helplessly. He didn't know why, but no matter what Lin Xi said, or did, he didn't dislike her. In fact, he wanted to get closer to her, but he was sure this was the first time he had met her. Seeing Lin Xi go to sleep in the corner, Lin Xi took out a fox fur coat from his bag, then sat down at the edge of the cave, and also lay down to sleep. Midnight, everyone was asleep. Are they all asleep? Lin Xi asked the system in his mind. Host, they are asleep, but not completely unconscious. They are skilled in martial arts. As soon as you get up, they will notice, the system analyzed. It's time to show your skills, E. Knock them out for me. I need to go gather herbs. This is a matter of life and death. If you don't help me, and I expose too much, I might not survive until the 3-month deadline. Lin Xi pretended to be pitiful. Alright, since you're doing this for the mission, I'll help you this once, the system said, acting proud. Shortly after, Lin Xi used his spiritual sense to perceive that the breathing of the 4 outsiders seemed much deeper. They were probably truly fast asleep. Done, hurry up and go, the system urged. Lin Xi had actually considered using drugs, but then thought that he had already given them medicine to dispel miasma, which rendered them immune to all poisons for a week, including sedatives. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wanted to trouble the SYSD. The green mecha knelt on one knee and saluted Lin Xi. Little green, fly up and pick all those glowing herbs for me. Oh, only the mature ones. Leave the ones that are too small and immature. We must leave some roots, Lin Xi said to the mecha. Received, master. The mecha ascended directly toward the cliff wall. The reason for using the green mecha was that it was wood attributed and could distinguish which herbs were mature. Moreover, the mecha had strong combat power, and in its own attribute domain, it would be more adept and consume energy the slowest. A quarter of an hour later, the green mecha returned holding a bunch of glowing white herbs and handed them to Lin Xi. Master, mission accomplished. It raised the herbs for Lin Xi to see. Lin Xi looked at the cliff wall through the telescope again. The obviously small ones had not been picked. The mecha was reliable. Could go back to hibernation, Lin Xi said with a smile. Then he admired the large handful of moon rest herbs. But even if only a trace of miasma seeps in, it wouldn't be lethal. So I suspect something is wrong, the system analyzed. Then how could this be? It can't be because I picked the moon rest herb, Lin Xi joked. Possibly. The system's voice was weak. What? I understand. The mature moon rest herbs can help resist part of the miasma poison, but I picked them all and left the seedlings on the cliff. They can still defend against some miasma, so you can feel a trace of miasma seeping in, Lin Xi analyzed, growing more convinced. That should be it, the system flickered in his mind. Hey, since these rare herbs can block miasma, does the same apply to penetrating bone herb and purple ginseng? Lin Xi asked the system. I don't know. The system intelligently analyzes data. I don't know these things. By the way, have you detected any formations at the bottom of this cliff? Lin Xi wondered if someone had planted these herbs in the shape of a formation and whether picking the herbs would break it. No, host, the system's voice remained cold, but it reassured him. After all, he had a poison-immune physique, but others didn't. He still had to consider future travelers. Then he'll come here tomorrow to see if there's penetrating bone herb. Since the miasma seeped in after picking the moon rest herb, the places with penetrating bone herb and purple ginseng should have no miasma at all. Can you detect where the miasma stops? Lin Xi asked nervously as he couldn't detect it himself. Yes. Thank you, Please help me tomorrow as precisely as possible. Lin Xi's voice carried a hint of pleading since he needed the system's help. Lin Xi slowly walked back to the cave with the flashlight. Soon he reached the cave and fell into a deep sleep in his bedding. Chirp, chirp. There's no miasma here, so the birds chirping woke Lin Xi up early in the morning. When he woke, only Lin Xi remained by the fire in the cave. Lin Xi knew the other 5 had gone out to search for purple ginseng. Why didn't you go out? Lin Xi asked blandly, walking toward the stream outside the cave to wash up. Lin Xi followed behind him. I'm in your group. Those few words made Lin Xi understand that Lin Xi was worried about him. Even though his mother's illness was urgent, he still refused to abandon Lin Xi. All right. Lin Xi crouched down, scooped a handful of water, and splashed it on his face. After slowly washing his face, he stood up and took out tissue from his bag to wipe his face. Miss Lin, we should go this way. That way leads out of the cliff bottom, Lin Xi said, seeing Lin Xi look lost again. No, I want to go this way, Lin Xi replied calmly. Lin Xi could tell from his expression that he wasn't lost. He truly intended to go that way. Lin Xi quietly followed behind Lin Xi. He was anxious inside, but he also knew that even if he did not walk with Lin Xi, it was not certain he could find the purple ginseng in this vast misty forest. After all, purple ginseng was just a legend of the misty forest, unconfirmed, let alone 1,000-year-old purple ginseng. Seeing that the cliff was only about 100 meters away, Lin Xi finally stopped. Host, I detect a trace of miasma in the air, the system reminded. There is miasma here. Lin Xi was somewhat surprised. He did not expect the miasma to spread so quickly. He had only picked the moon perch herb last night, yet there were still some seedlings left, but they could not withstand the miasma. Yes, host. Beep, beep, beep. Detected that the mission target is within 100 meters of the host. Please check carefully. The system sent its prompt again. Detected that the mission target is within 100 meters of the host. Please check carefully. The system's prompt came again. I did not expect I actually guessed correctly. The bone-penetrating herb is really here. Who would have thought that at this cliff bottom, without miasma, the miraculous herb would be near the cliff wall instead of the inner area? If one did not know this, even living at the bottom of the cliff for 100 years, they might not find the herb they need. Lin Xi sighed lightly in his mind to the system. System-friendly reminder, host, you'd better get to work quickly. Do not think you have plenty of time. Remember, this is ancient times, not modern times, nor interstellar. Transportation is not developed. The time you spend on the road to find the mission target may be much more than the time to pick it. The system's voice directly shattered Lin Xi's complacency. Hey, you're not cute at all. Can't you let me be happy a little longer? Host, it is not. Lin Xi began to bend down and search carefully with a blank expression. Lin Xi, puzzled by his demeanor, could not help but ask despite not wanting to speak. What are you looking for? Of course I am looking for the precious medicine of your Qianfeng kingdom. You should look too, he said as if recalling something. He directly took a photo from his pocket and handed it to Lin Xi. Lin Xi looked at the lifelike image in his hand, deeply shocked. He knew Lin Xi had many good things, but he did not expect their painting could be so perfect, as if it had been copied. Why are you staring blankly? Lin Xi looked at Lin Xi with some confusion. Could it be that they did not know what the bone-penetrating herb looked like? This was very speechless. There is such a method in this world. This painting could it directly collect the thing onto this paper? How can it be so identical? Lin Xi still could not help but ask. It is not a monster that can absorb things. This is a photo that is. You can understand it as a portrait in your world. Do you recognize the thing in this photo? Search according to the photo, Lin Xi said to Lin Xi. This foe. To what is this thing? He really did not recognize the thing in the photo. He had been leading troops to fight abroad for years, and what he was most exposed to were enemies' weapons and military books. He had never seen such delicate things. Lin Xi rolled his eyes. He really had not expected this result. These people kept talking about their national treasure, its preciousness, and so many people risked their lives to find the medicine, yet they did not even know what it looked like. This is the bone-penetrating herb, he said, though very speechless still, told Lin Xi. Lin Xi's eyes widened instantly. This is the bone-penetrating herb. He had never seen the bone-penetrating herb, only heard that it could regenerate severed limbs, though it was just one main ingredient. You came here specifically to find medicine, yet you do not know what it looks like. Then what have you been looking for these days? Lin Xi rubbed his forehead and sighed. Our target is the purple ginseng, Lin Xi said lightly after his surprise. I know your target is the 1,000-year-old purple ginseng. The key is, do you know what it looks like? Lin Xi was also speechless. Could it be that these people were looking for purple ginseng by comparing it to ginseng? Purple ginseng is a mutation of ginseng, so it should look similar to ginseng. Lin Xi gave his guess. Lin Xi almost laughed at them. You all know purple ginseng is a mutated ginseng, yet you look for it by comparing it to ginseng. Did not the imperial physician who sent you to find purple ginseng give you a description? He did just said that purple ginseng is like ginseng, only diff. Alarm. Alarm. Host, there is a wild boar approaching behind you. Beep, 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 beep. Congratulations, the host is within 2 meters of the mission target. Beep, 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 beep. Alarm. Alarm. Wild boar distance 10 meters, 9 meters. 5 meters. Lin Xi's mind was full of the system's beeping sounds. He felt his head would explode from the system's shouting. The system's warning sound was almost cracking. But Lin Xi remained calm and took out a laser gun from his space. Watch out. Lin Xi looked up and saw the wild boar charging towards Lin Xi. He could not rush over to save him in time. Lin Xi frowned and directly fired at the approaching wild boar. With a sizzling sound, the wild boar fell straight down as if roasted. Lin Xi was glad for his quick reaction. Although the wild boar's full force could not kill him, behind him was his bone-penetrating herb. 2 meters. The herb was within 2 meters in front of him. If it were destroyed by the boar, he would have no place to. Is this miraculous herb so easy to find? Although he thought so, he still fired a signal flare into the sky. Lin Xi no longer looked at him and went directly to pick the bone-penetrating herb. The leaves were round and translucent with tiny dewdrops on the stems. When Lin Xi looked towards Lin Xi, he saw the herb in his hand. It was truly a gift from the gods. How could there be such a beautiful herb? Yes, beautiful. It could even be described as icy skin and jade bone. A quarter of an hour later, the first to arrive were Lin Xi and Lin Wu. Master, the two knelt down as soon as they arrived. Clean up these 2 boars, and that one over there, check if it is still edible, Lin Xi ordered. Yes, they began to work. Seeing that someone was handling it, Lin Xi directly followed behind Lin Xi, watching him pick the herb. After watching for a while, he noticed that Lin Xi only picked those that looked big and old, while he did not pick the seedlings. You are? He could not help asking. This bone-penetrating herb, whether mature or not, had the effect of regenerating severed limbs. Leave them for future generations, he said, and then took a few plants and handed them to Lin Xi. Here, share with those who see. Since there is so much here, I will reluctantly give you a few. Thank you, Miss Lin. Lin Xi was still moved. It had been agreed that he would get all the other miraculous herbs, but he did not expect Lin Xi would share with him. What? You don't want it? Lin Xi regarded him with surprise. No, it's just that I never expected. Lin Xi's cheeks flushed. Could it be that Lin Xi had developed feelings for him? Otherwise, why would she offer him something so precious? Enough. Don't get sentimental. I see your people have arrived. They'll speak with you shortly. Lin Xi decided to share her discovery with them. Revealing it sooner might hasten their search for the purple ginseng and her own escape. Master, the matter is resolved, Lin Xi reported, approaching. Good. All of you gather here, Lin Xi instructed. Once all 5 stood before him, Lin Xi rose to his feet. Miss Lin has uncovered something important. Listen carefully. All eyes converged upon Lin Xi. Ahem. Let me recount what I've observed. Whether you believe me is entirely up to you, Lin Xi said, gazing at the group before continuing. 2 nights ago, I ventured out at night to gather medicinal herbs, and fortune smiled upon me. I found and harvested several. Yet immediately after harvesting, I noticed the miasma advancing forward. Thus I surmised this. Lin Xi stepped forward, instantly pointing straight at Lin Xi. Lin Xi, silence. Lin Xi's face darkened ominously. He hadn't anticipated such insolence. Not from Lin Xi, nor in front of others. Clearly his usual leniency toward his subordinates had bred complacency. Master, even if you strike me down now, I will still speak. Ever since you met Lin Xi, tell me, what has become of you? Once your sole devotion belonged to His Majesty and the Empress Dowager. When word came of her grave illness, you abandoned all affairs and rushed to the capital without hesitation. When rumor spoke of the millennium-old purple ginseng as her only hope, even though it was but legend, you risked life and limb leading us into this mist-shrouded forest. Before us loomed the forest's perils, behind us traitors scheming to topple the throne. And yet, upon meeting this bewitching woman, you forgot the Empress Dowager's dire condition entirely. You trail behind her like a shadow, issuing only one command: find. Do you recall? You are the divine war god of Qianfeng Kingdom. Lin Xi spoke with raw sincerity. The other subordinates' eyes reddened. Though none voiced agreement, their glances betrayed shared conviction. Like dogs biting Lu Dongbing, Lin Xi retorted, discarding all pretense. I've already made it clear. Believe me if you wish it, disbelieve, and proceed as you please. I merely shared my observation. Should you deem it false, search on your own. Lin Xi, apologize to Miss Lin now. Lin Yi commanded, voice glacial. Master, I refuse. If you deem my words wrong, then slay me. Lin Xi stood defiant, unyielding. A pig too dead to fear boiling water. Lin Xi nearly brandished an energy rifle to vaporize him on the spot. How utterly insufferable. Even her own sweetness couldn't suppress the urge to curse. And you, do you also endorse Lin Qi's words? Lin Yi did not glance at Lin Xi, only turned calmly toward Lin Yi and the others. They had not expected the storm to engulf them. Speechless, they hesitated, not because they agreed with Lin Xi, but because Lin Yi's unwavering trust in Lin Xi had grown unsettling. Silence stretched thick and heavy. Excellent. Truly excellent. Lin Yi chuckled, cold, hollow, devoid of mirth. Very well. You're dismissed. Resume your search for the purple ginseng. He refused to look at them again, dismissing them outright. Lin Yi and the others felt a chill. None understood what had transpired, summoned only to dispatch wild boars, now abruptly sent away. Once the five departed, Lin Xi turned to Lin Yi. Why haven't you left? I trust you. That was all he said. Lin Xi studied him closely, then without another word turned and resumed gathering herbs. Host. The miasma has breached the transbone grass boundary. So my suspicion was correct. This place harbors 3 rare herbs. Their combined essence forms the miasma's natural barrier, and the last sanctuary for all life within. She spoke slowly, almost reverently, to the system. Host, prioritize completing your mission outside. The system too had not foreseen this botanical defense, realizing Lin Xi's restraint in harvesting had granted the forest's creatures a reprieve. Not yet. Since he trusts me, I'll aid him. Find the purple ginseng alongside him. Host. Your spatial realm already contains a millennium-old purple ginseng. The system queried, puzzled. If she possessed it, why not simply present it? Would that not expedite everything? Let's search first. She could help him, but producing it now would seem suspicious. After all their exhaustive efforts, unveiling it suddenly would invite doubt. How would he, or anyone, interpret such timing? Though the system remained silent, it fulfilled its duty without further interference. Beep, beep, beep. Target purple ginseng now, within host's visual range. The system's alert startled Lin Xi, yet she recovered instantly. A rare boon. Perhaps the system had scanned proactively, eager to complete its objective even before she requested it. Lin Yi, come quickly. I've spotted the purple ginseng, she called across the clearing. Lin Yi jerked upright, stunned. He hadn't expected her assistance. What are you waiting for? Hurry. Seeing him frozen, she urged again. Snapping awake, Lin Yi hurried over, knelt, but saw nothing. He looked up, perplexed. Isn't it right beside your foot? Don't you recognize the purple ginseng? She tapped her forehead. Right, this was discussed earlier. They truly don't know it. No wonder they'd passed it by countless times. Here, let me excavate it for you, Lin Xi murmured, gently digging around a particularly robust specimen. Minutes later, see. Is this not the purple ginseng? Lin Yi examined the root Lin Xi held, comparing it against the imperial physician's crude sketch, finally convinced. So they've been blindly guessing all along, mistaking it for ordinary ginseng. Quack physicians. Can you estimate its age? He asked. System, scan it please, Lin Xi mentally requested. Though disgruntled at being treated as unpaid labor, the system complied. Analysis complete. This specimen is precisely 3 centuries old, intoned the system, tone icy. 300 years, Lin Xi relayed. Then I'll continue searching. Lin Yi bent low again. Now armed with knowledge, his hunt would be far more efficient. Lin Xi understood his urgency and offered no further commentary, merely joined him in the search. And this one, 100 years. Their quiet exchange continued, though Lin Yi dug none up himself, and Lin Xi merely feigned examination, consulting the system for each root's age before announcing it. So many, yet not a single millennium-old specimen, Lin Yi murmured. Lin Xi, the millennium-old purple ginseng, assumes human form. Hence its rarity. Lin Xi consoled, elaborating on distinctions among younger specimens. Lin Xi listened intently, no longer asking after every plant. His questions, once scattered, now revealed dawning expertise. As dusk bled into twilight, Lin Xi urged retreat. We can't see in darkness. Let's return. Lin Xi nodded silently, and followed her back to the cave step by quiet step. The two returned to the cave shortly, and soon after Lin Xi and the others came back, all dejected, clearly having found nothing. Master, we have searched the bottom of the cliff extensively, yet we still didn't find the purple ginseng. Is it just a legend? If it is truly a legend, what will the Empress Dowager do? Lin Wu's dispirited voice resonated in everyone's ears. I found the purple ginseng, but it isn't old enough. Tomorrow you all must continue searching. I refuse to believe that among all these purple ginseng there isn't a single one that is 1,000 years old, Lin Xi said through gritted teeth, clearly unpleased with today's findings, seeing what was regarded as a treasure by the world as worthless in his eyes. Master, you found the purple ginseng. Where? Let's hurry and collect it. Yes, Master, didn't you collect it? Was there danger? Then tomorrow morning, we'll go collect it ourselves. Watching Lin Yi's increasingly dark expression, Lin, she couldn't help but mourn for these shadow guards. Had they been poisoned by the miasma of the misty forest? Were they becoming increasingly reckless, perhaps thinking they might never return, and disregarding respect? They should remember that even though Lin Xi was approachable in the military, he was still a prince. Were they not afraid of his retribution later for their current insolence? Enough, have you said enough? Lin Xi said with a stern face. The scene fell silent. Didn't you hear what he said? If you can't find any suitable ones, then they aren't the 1,000-year purple ginseng. The reason I mentioned it is because many hands make light work. We'll go together, you are shadow guards after all. What's with all the chattering? Is this your shadow guard code? Or have you forgotten who you are after staying here too long? As Lin Xi spoke, she glanced at Lin Xi. Seeing that he was calming down after hearing her words, she felt relieved. She hoped these reckless individuals wouldn't drag her down, as she still had to stay here for a while longer, and did not want to create complications. Plop. A few sounds came through, and Lin Xi looked over, surprised to see 5 people kneeling in a row. What were they trying to do? Extort her. Master, we were wrong. Please punish us, the 5 said in unison. Haha, you're all quite amusing. I've only been with you for a few days, and I already know you'll remember all your mistakes during missions, and report them to the disciplinary hall when we return. What are you trying to do like this? Lin Xi said sarcastically. She held a grudge, after all, just looking at Lin Xi had already thoroughly offended her. Besides, she had kindly reminded them, yet they suspected her instead. To live up to the title of a witch, she had to retaliate. Lin Xi merely shot Lin Xi a fierce glare, while Lin Xi and the others could only smile bitterly, knowing they had truly offended Miss Lin. Lin Xi was a sensitive person possessing abilities and mental power. Even with her eyes closed, she could sense Lin Xi's hostility and the glare directed at her, prompting her to turn and glare back at him defiantly. Lin Yi's already foul mood was worsened by Lin Xi's little antics, leading to a deep sigh of resignation. Well, let it be, just let her be. Lin Xi yawned. I'm too lazy to keep you company. If you aren't sleeping, I will. With that, she retreated to her own little corner. Lin Xi also slowly moved to his resting place, sitting down and closing his eyes, no longer looking at the kneeling figures. The next morning, Lin Xi and Lin Xi got up. The 5, having knelt all night, limped along behind them. This is the purple ginseng. I don't need to explain the sizes to you, right? If it's small, don't dig it up. Only dig up the particularly large ones, and show me their age. Lin, she said, jumping straight to the point. Are you joking? This is purple ginseng. What part of this resembles ginseng? Lin Xi felt deceived at this, which had made them kneel for several hours last night. Shut up, if you speak again I'll kill you. Lin Xi was genuinely annoyed with Lin Xi. If they couldn't find the 1,000-year purple ginseng today, she would just give them one of her own to get rid of them sooner. Lin Xi's sudden momentum intimidated everyone present, further highlighting Lin Yi's extraordinary status. Miss Lin is right, this is purple ginseng, he said, pulling out the one they had dug up yesterday from his robe to show them. This is purple ginseng. Looking at the piece that resembled purple jade, crystal clear and akin to fine mutton fat jade, Lin Xi was incredulous. This is what was dug out from this wild grass. Indeed, Lin Air said, equally incredulous. All right, let's do as Miss Lin instructed. I must inform you that if you dig recklessly, it could lead to the miasma leaking, Lin Xi directly told the others. Master, digging could cause the miasma to leak. Master, have we not yet found the 1,000-year purple ginseng? Yes, Master, since we already know where the purple ginseng is, we will surely find it, Lin Xi urged. Master, let us dig up all the purple ginseng. I refuse to believe we won't find what we need, Lin Xi said, shooting a fierce glare at Lin Xi. In his eyes, Lin Xi was the one preventing them from finding the 1,000-year purple ginseng, for she had told the prince not to dig them up, but only to tie red strings as markers and let them inspect each one. Could she really tell the age of a plant just by looking at it? Was she a deity? Humph. Enough, Lin Xi said, having noticed Lin Xi's glare and sensing his subordinates' growing resentment toward Lin Xi. He did not wish to defend her further. Mother's health still awaits treatment. Though we have not found the 1,000-year purple ginseng, we have discovered an 800-year-old one. In any case, it can help nourish her body to some extent. I intend to return so that she can begin using the medicine. As you said, since we now know off. But some of those places are no longer part of the Qianfeng kingdom. And you are the war god. Are you sure nothing will go? Lin Xi truly hadn't expected Lin Xi to personally accompany her. In her mind, at most, he would find someone knowledgeable to guide her, but she never imagined. I know, but not everyone in other countries recognizes me. Besides, the places you're going to aren't bustling cities, so there's no need for such concerns, Lin Xi said with a smile. Seeing Lin Xi's hesitation, he added, think of it as me following you to pick up some leftovers. You can spare me a few herbs from your collection. That's already a gain for me. Lin Xi naturally knew that picking up leftovers was just an excuse. He probably wanted to repay her for saving his life, and since she had given him the 1,000-year purple ginseng, which would save his mother's life as well. All right, but if your mother doesn't want you to come with me, don't force it, Lin Xi finally agreed after a moment's thought. Host. The system howled in her mind. Its host was truly a fool agreeing to such a small favor without considering how many secrets she carried. Enough, I know. But if it's just him alone, I have ways to keep him quiet, Lin Xi retorted in her mind. The system thought of the arsenal in her space, the new mechas, and Lin Xi's psychic power. It couldn't help but shudder. How had its host quietly become so formidable? Wasn't she just a caged canary in the apocalypse? The system fell silent, refusing to say another word. The two reached an agreement and set off toward the imperial capital. But they didn't know that the moment they appeared at the edge of the mist forest, they were spotted and reported to someone with ulterior motives. Bang! He actually made it out of the mist forest alive. A cold voice. Mother, can't we just live peacefully? The stability we have now is something others can only dream of. Why must you do this? The voice was filled with helplessness. Its owner was the current emperor's and the Prince of Yi's brother, the Prince of Shou. His mother was the former emperor's consort, Xianfei. You worthless child. If it weren't for the emperor's schemes back, then how could you have lost the throne? How could you have been demoted from a prince to a commandery prince? Xiantai Fei's eyes held no love, only calculation. Mother, we are already well fed and clothed. Why must we oppose them? The last batch of death warriors you sent to the mist forest was completely wiped out. How many more people can we afford to waste? The Prince of Shou didn't desire the throne at all. He only wanted to live out his days in peace. If you don't kill Lin, you don't blame me for disowning you. Having said this, Xianfei swept away, leaving in a huff. Prince Shou, the retainer behind him, had heard everything clearly. He hadn't expected the grand consort to be so domineering. Don't listen to mother. After all, she is my mother. She won't truly hold a grudge against me, the Prince of Shou said, waving dismissively at the retainer. Even he didn't believe his own words. Deep down, he knew his mother might indeed sever ties if he didn't comply. Those words were merely self-comfort. Swoosh. Watch out. A dense volley of arrows rained down on the seven. Lin Xi frowned deeply, regretting her decision to travel with them. They were nothing but trouble magnets. But these attacks were clearly aimed at their lives. As Lin Yi's subordinates desperately deflected the arrows on the periphery, Lin Yi stayed close to Lin Xi, guarding against any stray arrow that might slip through. Lin Xi grew furious. Did they take her for a pushover? After all the tricks they had played along the way, now they wanted to pierce her with 1,000 arrows. She was no longer willing to play along with these scum. Using her spiritual sense, she located each attacker. With every one she sensed, she claimed their life with a spatial blade. Lin Yi and his men only noticed that the rain of arrows was thinning, assuming the attackers were running out of ammunition. They had no idea that the assassins were falling one by one. When the last one fell, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Lucky they didn't bring more arrow. Enough. You're getting too out of hand. Our royal secret's something we can discuss privately. Aren't you afraid? Lin Yi said, glancing at Lin Yi, who was talking with Lin Xi. His words silenced the others who were about to speak. You'd better watch yourselves or else. His words were self-explanatory. The group continued their journey, encountering several more assassination attempts along the way, yet they all returned to the imperial capital unscathed. Imperial brother, you have finally returned. Was the journey smooth? Asked Emperor Lin Yu, his eyes burning with intensity as he gazed at Lin Yi. Your subject pays respects to your majesty. Lin Yi bowed and said, let us go to mother's palace to speak. Lin Yu instantly understood that Lin Yi had important matters to discuss. He forced a faint smile, and without a change in expression, the two walked one after the other toward Ningguang Palace. As soon as they entered, before the palace servants could announce their arrival, Lin Yi strode directly in and pushed open the door to the Empress Dowager's bedchamber. Mother, your son has returned, Lin Yi said, his eyes already reddening at the sight of the haggard Empress Dowager. My ear has returned. Cough, cough. It's good that you are safe. If anything had happened. Cough, cough. It's good. that you are still alive. If you had met with any mishap, I would have no reason to live. Mother, why say such things? Is Imperial brother not your son as well? Saying that wounds my heart, the Emperor said, entering from behind, and hearing the Empress Dowager's words a hint of jealousy in his tone. You always, cough cough, anger me. Both you and Ear are my sons. Cough cough. You always, cough cough, anger me. Both you and Ear are my sons. Cough cough. But you are the son of heaven, unlike Ear. Your responsibilities are great. You are not just, cough cough, my son. Cough cough. You are the Emperor of all Qinfeng. The Empress Dowager shot Lin Yu a look of disappointment and reproach. Ear, cough cough. You are not just, cough cough, my son. Cough cough. You are the Emperor of all Qinfeng. The Empress Dowager glared at Lin Yu with a look of iron not becoming steel. Ear, cough cough. Mother, you don't need to take risks for me. Mother, you are, cough cough, an old woman with one foot in the grave. Pant pant. You don't need to gamble your life. To gamble for my life. The Empress Dowager finished haltingly the effort, draining her face of all color, leaving her even more feeble and weak. Mother, I promise you I will never risk my life again. But mother, you must promise me as well that you will get better. Whoa. The invincible general, who never shed tears on the battlefield, was now crying like a child denied candy. Behind him, Lin Yi's eyes were also red. In recent days, the Empress Dowager's condition had worsened time and again. He sometimes thought he would rather have been out searching for the medicine to save their mother like his brother than stay in the palace, watching her being repeatedly pulled back from the brink of death by the imperial physicians. Mother, look, what is this? Lin Xi wiped his tears and took out 2 boxes from his bosom, then removed objects wrapped tightly in red cloth from the boxes. Lin Yu took one and unwrapped it, revealing a small mallet-like object in his hand. This is... He had already guessed the answer, but wanted confirmation. Oh, Imperial brother, your luck is not good. The one in your hand is 800 years old while mine is 1,000 years old, Lin Xi joked. What? Is it really? This is... Lin Xi wiped his tears and took out 2 boxes from his bosom, then removed objects wrapped tightly in red cloth from the boxes. Lin Yu took one and unwrapped it, revealing a small mallet-like object in his hand. Oh, Imperial brother, your luck is not good. The one in your hand is 800 years old while mine is 1,000 years old, Lin Xi joked. What? Is it really? So the legends are true. Such a thing really exists. What are we waiting for? Call the imperial physician to prepare the medicine for mother. Lin Yu was about to rush out to summon the physician when Lin Xi grabbed his arm. Imperial brother, no matter what, just say that I only brought back an 800-year-old purple ginseng. When the physician comes, tell him to say the same. That the 800-year-old one can only slow mother's condition, not cure it. Lin Xi said, his eyes fixed on Lin Yes. Lin Yu instantly understood that Lin Xi's journey had likely been far from peaceful, and he grasped his brother's plan. I understand, Lin Yu said, then went to summon the physician. Hear this. The Empress Dowager looked at the small purple figure in Lin Xi's hand, tears streaming down her face. Her Ear must have endured countless hardships to find the purple ginseng. So many had heard the legend, but none had ever found it. Only Ear had, and it must have been a near-death ordeal. I heard you really found the purple ginseng, the imperial physician asked excitedly, looking at Lin Xi. Yes, Xiaoqin, I entrust this to you. But you must say that I brought back an 800-year-old one, Lin Xi said calmly, meeting Xiaoqin's gaze. I understand. The Empress Dowager is my aunt, I know, Xiaoqin said, taking the small purple figure with trembling hands. By my imperial decree from today onward, Xiaoqin shall reside in Ningguang Palace. Whatever he does, he shall do within Ningguang Palace, Lin Yu ordered, looking at Xiaoqin. Your subject obeys, Xiaoqin replied, understanding the reason. He had no desire to leave the palace, for he was truly determined to save his aunt. Their fortunes were intertwined. If she prospered, they prospered. If she fell, they fell. Then I entrust this to you, Lin Xi said, cupping his fists to Xiaoqin. Lin Xi then went with Lin Yu to the imperial study. What do you plan to do with this purple ginseng? Lin Yu asked. Yes, Xiaoqin, I entrust this to you. But you must say that I brought back an 800-year-old one, Lin Xi said calmly, looking at Xiaoqin. I understand. The Empress Dowager is my aunt, I know, Xiaoqin said, taking the small purple figure with trembling hands. By my imperial decree from today onward, Xiaoqin shall reside in Ningguang Palace. Whatever he does, he shall do within Ningguang Palace, Lin Yu ordered, looking at Xiaoqin. Your subject obeys. Xiaoqin understood the reason. He had no desire to leave the palace, for he was truly determined to save his aunt. Their fortunes were intertwined. If she prospered, they prospered. If she fell, they fell. Then I entrust this to you, Lin Xi said, cupping his fists to Xiaoqin. Lin Xi then went with Lin Yu to the imperial study. What do you plan to do with this purple ginseng? Lin Yu asked, holding the 800-year-old one. Although it is short of 1,000 years, it is still a rare medicine. Imperial brother, keep it as a family heirloom, Lin Xi said without batting an eye. You can take it back to the prince's mansion and pass it down to your descendants, Lin Xi said, fixing his gaze on Lin Xi, genuinely wanting his brother to keep it. Imperial brother, don't tease me. I have no woman I wish to marry, Lin Xi said indifferently, meaning that since he would never marry, there would be no descendants. Do you think mother will let you remain a bachelor for life once she recovers? Lin Xi taunted, but Lin Xi was completely unconcerned. Though mother would try to arrange things, she would never force him. Do you think mother will let you remain a bachelor for life once she recovers? Lin Xi taunted, but Lin Xi was completely unconcerned. Imperial brother, I must leave. Once mother is better, send someone to inform me, Lin Xi said with an unusually serious expression. Then go back to the prince's mansion and rest for now, Lin Xi said dismissively. No, I'm not returning to the mansion. I need to go out to find medicine, Lin Xi stated his true purpose directly. No, you've only just returned. Besides, if it weren't already. Lin Xi then remembered that they had claimed the ginseng was only 800 years old and suddenly understood what Lin Xi was planning. Are you serious? Lin Xi then remembered that they had claimed the ginseng was only 800 years old and suddenly understood what Lin Xi was planning. Are you serious? Imperial brother, the medicine wasn't found by me. Someone else helped me. I promised to help him find other herbs, so going out to search for medicine is genuine. But the assassinations I suffered along the way were also real. I want to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, help him find the herbs while uprooting those with ill intent, Lin Xi said coldly, and Lin Xi knew he was serious. All right, I will deploy men. This time take more shadow guards with you, Lin Xi instructed with concern. Imperial brother, recall all the shadow guards who came back with me and have them retrained at the shadow guard camp. Otherwise I won't dare use them again, Lin Xi hinted, and Lin Xi understood that the shadow guards had somehow offended him. Then take my dragon guards instead, Lin Xi said. Fine, just send 2 men with me. Too many people would be inconvenient, Lin Xi agreed, then left the palace directly to begin another journey. My lord, where shall we go now? Lin Xi watched Lin Xi depart the palace and hurried after him, asking urgently. Lin Xi glanced at Lin Xi and the others. Disappointment flickered in his heart. How long had they served him? Yet now they behaved like open attendants, not shadow guards at all. What was a shadow guard? One who remained unseen unless summoned, or until danger struck, then emerged solely to protect. Clearly their days together in the Mistwood Forest had blurred the line between secrecy and service. They had grown accustomed to walking openly beside him, mistaking themselves for mere retainers. Return to the prince's mansion, Lin Xi commanded. He had already instructed Lin Xi once he departed, the shadow guard commander would escort them back to the shadow guard barracks. Without another glance, Lin Xi strode away to arrange lodging for Lin Xi and find her. Oh, you're back already. Lin Xi looked up, genuinely surprised. She had assumed he would remain at court at least 2 days, waiting until the M. Already. Won't you wait until your mother's condition stabilizes? Lin Xi stared, astonished that he could depart so unhesitatingly. Just hours earlier he'd seemed frantic with worry, certainly no unfilial son. And according to Lin Xi and the others, upon receiving word of the Empress Dowager's critical illness at the frontier, Lin Xi had instantly delegated border defenses to his most trusted subordinate and galloped straight back to the imperial capital. Lin Xi, unaware Lin Xi had already woven elaborate narratives around him, would have been speechless had he known. After all, his urgency stemmed partly from her. No need. Officially I've declared I found only an 800-year-old purple ginseng, enough to sustain my mother's life temporarily, but not to cure her. True recovery requires a 1,000-year specimen. So I've merely returned to deliver the medicine, and must now resume my search. He smiled faintly. But, do you have a plan? The moment the words left her lips, Lin Xi regretted them. Such schemes were imperial secrets. Asking outright might mark her as dangerously curious, or worse, warrant assassination. No more thoughts like that. Lin Xi studied her, saw her immediate chagrin, and understood she sought no intelligence, only honest inquiry. He harbored no suspicion. During our return journey, we were hunted. Didn't you consider vengeance? And at the frontier, I am supreme marshal. Lin Xi saw no harm in revealing certain truths to Lin Xi. His plans might yet delay her own herb hunting. I see. Since the assassins failed this time, they'll surely strike again once they learn you're leaving to seek the ginseng, giving you the perfect chance to expose the mastermind. Meanwhile, at the frontier, news of your departure will sow chaos. Commanders sensing a power vacuum may seize the opportunity. Am I right? Lin Xi forgot the old adage, curiosity killed the cat, and voiced her deduction outright. Lin Xi held her gaze deep and still. You're brilliant. Brilliant enough to stir something fierce and possessive within him. Lin Xi hastily stifled her smile and slapped her own mouth lightly. This tongue truly deserves exile. Knowing how deeply suspicious royalty is, yet I blurted it out anyway. I never should have agreed to leave with him. Lin Xi watched her gesture. His eyes darkened. She was vibrant, irrepressible, and he want. Look, does that man resemble Prince Yi? My lady, you're quite besotted. Prince Yi would never dine in a tavern, not while the Empress Dowager's health remains unstable. How could he abandon her? The maid hastened to soothe her mistress. Their family had petitioned the emperor several times for a marriage alliance, but each time His Majesty deflected, citing Prince Yi's personal reluctance. Whispers abounded. Given her noble rank and his formidable military authority, the emperor withheld consent to prevent his power from swelling further. Indeed, why would he come here? Each time he returns, he resides either with the Empress Dowager or the emperor. Even when staying at his mansion, he never sets foot in such places. Exactly. My lady, heed your parents' counsel. With your status, you could ascend to empress. Why waste your prime on Prince Yi alone? The young woman merely cast a quiet, unblinking glance at her maid, who instantly fell silent. Wow, delicious. I never imagined such exquisite fare existed here. Your head chef. Here are these items. Which category interests you? Though if you truly intend to travel with me, I recommend acquiring thermal-regulating garments. Lin Xi beamed. Thermal-regulating garments. What are those? Lin Xi frowned slightly, another unfamiliar term slipping from her lips. They resemble my attire, adaptive in appearance, shifting to any form you envision, though purely visual illusion. Beneath the surface, the garment is simple. Its true marvel lies in temperature regulation. It maintains your chosen thermal setting, cool in scorching lands, warm in frozen wastes. Lin Xi explained patiently. Do such garments exist in quantity? If every one of my soldiers wore one, battlefield efficacy would multiply tenfold. Lin Xi murmured, tracing the fabric of her sleeve. Lin Xi shrugged. Impossible. A few sets is the absolute limit, no more. Would you also like stamina-enhancing elixirs? She glanced at him meaningfully. Don't assume these are easily obtained. Every item I offer holds incalculable value. Lin Xi smiled faintly. I understand. Let's purchase provisions first, then acquire what you require. We'll settle accounts afterward. Lin Xi nodded and followed him. They bought dried rations, then a sturdy carriage, lining its interior with thick padding, before driving to procure the supplies Lin Xi needed. Lin Xi, you are truly a friend. I've heard from others that nobles like you are supposed to be haughty and aloof, looking down on everyone. But after spending so much time with you, I find you approachable and not cold-hearted at all. In short, you feel just like one of us common folk. Lin Xi struggled to describe Lin Xi, piecing together words at random. Lin Xi chuckled at Lin Xi's words. So do you think it's better for me to be this way, or the way you described earlier? Lin Xi said this, but he didn't truly think so. He was the fearsome war god, the Winged King, who struck terror on the battlefield. His kingdom, Qianfeng, owed its status as the foremost of the three great kingdoms largely to his exploits. While his imperial brother governed the court from the throne, Lin Xi held the military power, guarding the borders with unwavering resolve. The two brothers complemented each other, one wielding the pen, the other the sword. The emperor never doubted that Lin Xi might use his army to usurp power, nor did Lin Xi fear that his merits would overshadow the ruler. They silently guarded Qianfeng together. I don't know how noble descendants should behave, but in my opinion you're just fine as you are. Lin Xi pouted. He considered himself lucky. The people he met were mostly decent except for Lin Xi. Lin Xi looked at the seeds and supplies he had just bought, wondering how to stash them into his space. Lin Xi, find me a place to store these things. No need. Just find a warehouse to store them. They'll signal my friend to collect them. Lin Xi had to say this. He had no intention of returning. The carriage and horse ride was truly unbearable, and if not for the circumstances, he would have taken out his post-apocalyptic RV. Lin Xi gave him a deep look. All right. He raised his hand, and a dragon guard approached. Your Highness, your orders. This subordinate is Lin Xi. The guard saluted Lin Xi with a fist and palm gesture. Help us transport these goods to the estate on the outskirts. We'll wait for you there. Lin Xi noticed Lin Xi's curiosity and knew he wanted to store the items personally. As you command. With that, Lin Xi vanished. Lin Xi ordered the coachman to drive toward the estate. Lin Xi, did you change your guards? Lin Xi noticed that Lin Xi didn't seem familiar with this guard, and while the previous ones had names starting with Lung, this one began with Long. Yes. Lin Xi and the others were sent back to the Shadow Guard camp for retraining. That single sentence told Lin Xi they might have been discarded or would be retrained. Time passed quickly in conversation, and before they knew it, they arrived at the estate. Inside, Lin Xi was already waiting. Lin Xi couldn't help marveling at the efficiency of ancient guards. Lin Xi led Lin Xi to store the goods in the warehouse, then handed him the key. Lin Xi accepted without hesitation. As soon as the door closed, Lin Xi distinctly saw the contents vanish in an instant. He shook his head, attributing it to stress. There was no other explanation for such an illusion. Let's go. Next stop, you lead the way. Shall we head to Chilean Kingdom or Shuadai Kingdom? Lin Xi asked indifferently. He had to visit both anyway, so the order didn't matter. Lin Xi asked. At Mist City. Imperial Consort Xian news has arrived. The Winged King has returned to the Imperial capital, but he should be back here soon. It said he only found an 800-year-old purple ginseng, but the imperial physician said only a 1,000-year-old one can cure the Empress Dowager. Given his filial piety, the winged king will surely return to the mist forest to search for the medicine. That bitch has raised such filial sons. Imperial consort Xian's face twisted with malice. But my poor liner taken from me so young. They killed him. Why should they live so well? Why should his son be emperor? Imperial consort, please calm down. If the show prince hears. The implication was clear. I sent him out to find assassins for the winged king. From now on, hell handle the assassinations. As for the emperor, I'll deal with him myself. Imperial consort Xian laughed coldly. Your wisdom is unmatched, imperial consort. But are you planning to help the show prince seize the throne? Does he even deserve my scheming? If I truly wanted to help him gain the throne, why would I go through the trouble of bringing down that brat Lin Xi? They're all sons of that bitch. Imperial consort Xian muttered another curse under her breath. Then you intend. The subordinate understood her thoughts. I plan to destroy Qianfeng Kingdom as a sacrifice for my son. I want that bitch to die knowing she was killed by her own child. Ha ha. Imperial consort Xian laughed as if she had already achieved her goal. Imperial consort, with our limited forces this is impossible, her confidant reminded her. What's there to fear? The show prince has his people. His power lies in the martial world, not to be underestimated. Since I'm using him, I'll use him thoroughly. He now takes me as his mother and obeys my every word. Ha ha ha. Your wisdom is unmatched, imperial consort. Lin Xi followed Lin Xi southward, the weather growing hotter, though he felt none of it. When he saw Lin Xi wiping sweat with a handkerchief again, he remembered the constant temperature garments he had promised, but never given. Pretending to search his pack, he pulled out 4 sets and handed them to Lin Xi. Take these. They're constant temperature garments. Put one on and give one to the coachman. Also give those 2 guards hiding outside each a set. We're heading to Chilean Kingdom, which is scorching hot. Having never lived there, we won't be able to stand it. Lin Xi said. Thank you. Lin Xi hadn't expected to exchange anything. After all, the life-saving grace alone was immense, not to mention the value of the purple ginseng. But he knew he couldn't endure the heat any longer. They were about to enter Chilean territory, and if they were discovered as outsiders due to the heat, it would be trouble. So he accepted the garments. However, in his heart, he also wanted to get a few s. He looked at Lin Xi. Lin Xi immediately understood his intention. When we part ways, I'll give you a few more. I don't have any on hand now. I'll have someone send them. Thank you again. With that, Lin Xi went to change as instructed, making sure the garments appeared identical to his previous clothes from the outside. Then he gave the remaining garments to Lin Xi and Lin Shisan, and of course the coachman. Now their attire matched that of Chilean Kingdom, making them less conspicuous upon entry. Lin Xi remained unaware of the shock felt by Lin Xi and Lin Shisan, but they were profoundly grateful. The winged king, their master, had bestowed such precious and rare garments upon them. They felt they could never repay him even if they gave their lives. At the same time, they felt fortunate to be assigned to protect the winged king. Not only could they leave their usual post, but they also received such treasures. Their comrades would surely envy them. The two exchanged glances, their joy evident on their faces. Prince, we are about to enter the capital of Chilean Kingdom, said the carriage driver outside the door. Since we've reached Chilean territory, stop calling me Prince. Address me as young Master Huang, and this is Miss Lin. Lin Xi looked sternly at the driver. Though confident he would remain unharmed here, he now had Lin Xi with him. Regardless of how Chilean Kingdom might react to knowing he was on their soil, trouble was inevitable. After days of traveling together, he had learned that Lin Xi was someone who deeply disliked complications. Let's not linger. Head straight for the Golden Graveyard, he said. Already 10 days had passed on the road, and this month had only a few days left. Unbeknownst to him, he had been in this world for nearly a month. He needed to hasten their pace. Lin Xi glanced at Lin Xi, seeing the urgency in her eyes. Yes, Lin Xi was anxious. She had thought 3 months was plenty, but unexpectedly, even the journey had consumed half a month. At this rate. No. Let's hurry to the Golden Graveyard. I'm really pressed for time. Lin Xi's gaze carried 3 parts anxiety, 2 parts plea, and the rest Lin Xi could not decipher. Yet Lin Xi did not falter. He directly instructed the driver to head toward the Golden Graveyard. Misty Town. Why hasn't he arrived yet? It's been nearly half a month. Wasn't it said that Lin Xi set out long ago? Consort Xian's face twisted with fury. She could barely wait any longer. She had long instructed Shou Junwang to prepare the assassins awaiting Lin Xi's arrival to ensure he would never return. Reporting to Your Highness, the scout has already sent word. He personally saw Lin Xi leave the city gate. The subordinate wiped his sweat and hastened to explain. Go summon Shou Junwang immediately. Consort Xian thought of her secret weapon. Yes. Shortly after, Shou Junwang arrived in haste. Mother. He bowed to Consort Xian on the main seat, but the retainers around seemed not to notice him, offering no salute. Shou Junwang paid no heed to their disdain, as if accustomed to it. Such behavior made Consort Xian despise him even more. The retainers shared similar thoughts. They were sycophants who looked down on the weak. They believed their benefactor was Consort Xian, unaware that she possessed nothing but the title of imperial consort, relying entirely on the seemingly worthless Shou Jie. We have food and drink, and here you are the most honored person. Shou Junwang spoke softly. How can you still harbor such worthless thoughts? We have already made a move against him. If he does not die and later investigates and finds us, do you think we will have any way out? Consort Xian glared at him angrily. Mother, there is one thing I have never understood. You once risked angering the emperor to have me leave the palace and establish a separate fief, forcing me to become only a commandery prince. That suggested you were not a person who valued power. But in recent years, why have you constantly urged me to scheme for that throne? Shou Junwang fixed his gaze on Consort Xian, eager to hear her response. You know the situation back then. If we had insisted on staying in the palace, we might have been harmed by that bitch empress. Are you blaming me for losing your princely title? Consort Xian eyed Shou Junwang suspiciously. Yet Shou Junwang's eyes flickered with an unknown light, which Consort Xian failed to read. Fine, mother. Your son will go and make arrangements. The moment Shou Junwang turned around, the reverence in his gaze had transformed into ruthlessness. Meanwhile, Lin Xi and Lin Xi had already spotted the golden expanse in the distance. Wow, is that the golden graveyard? Lin Xi felt the entire area was bathed in gold, looking magnificent. She had never visited the desert during the apocalypse, but even if she had, it would not have been like this. The apocalypse was shrouded in gray, devoid of such scenery. The two exchanged glances. Lin Xi was the first to smile and say to Lin Xi, let me go in alone. Don't you have other plans? You can come pick me up here in half a month. No, I can't rest easy. The desert is fraught with danger. What if you get lost all alone? Lin Xi had his own matters, but since he had promised to accompany her, he would not abandon her. Just listen to me. Go attend to your business first, and come back for me in half a month. If I don't come out, you can still find someone to rescue me. If we both go in and get lost once our supplies run out, we'll have only death waiting. Lin Xi spoke earnestly while silently praying, please agree. I don't want to keep sleeping in the open. Without you will be much faster. There's no one in the desert, so I can do anything without fear of exposure. Lin Xi looked at her serious face, knowing she had made up her mind. Then I'll leave the dragon guards with you. No need. You should hurry with your tasks, and then come get me. Lin Xi looked at him seriously. Lin Xi thought for a moment. Lin Xi was not like the delicate noble ladies of the capital. She could protect herself and had strength. All right. They'll finish as quickly as possible and come find you. Take care of everything. If you can't find what you're looking for, don't panic. Wait for me. Hey, you're a prince, not a Tang monk. After saying this, Lin Xi ran straight toward the desert. Hey, be careful. Who is Tang monk? Lin Xi's voice came from behind. Lin Xi stumbled slightly at his last words. Lin Xi watched her stiff posture and smiled knowingly. As her figure faded into the distance, Lin Xi let out a breath. Young master, where shall we? Asked the driver. Ride at full speed back to camp. Strive to finish the military affairs within half a month and return to pick her up. Lin Xi said to the driver, who was actually his deputy general. They had arrived at the border of Chiliang. Recently, the Chiliang kingdom had somehow learned that Lin Xi had returned to the capital and entered the misty forest, leaving the army leaderless. A perfect time to attack. They were preparing grain and troops, aiming to seize several cities while Lin Xi was away. Lin Xi had been monitoring Lin Xi with her spiritual sense. Seeing that they had all left and sensing that the two dragon guards' auras had also vanished, she quickly took out her white crystal and summoned the mecha. Shall Bai take me to find the oasis? Oh, and I heard this oasis is supposed to be red. Check it out. As she spoke, Lin Xi climbed into the mecha. After only a few minutes, Lin Xi felt her vision turn crimson. How do I find the herbs? I've heard that this desert is extremely hot, but with our temperature-regulating suits we can handle it. It's easy to get lost in the desert, but with our mechas we can pinpoint our location from the sky. Lack of water is also not a concern, not to mention that the wooden house has everything we need. The water and fruits in my spatial realm will ensure I don't die of thirst. The key issue is this sea of blood red. How do I distinguish one from the other? Lin Xi was somewhat speechless. No wonder it is said that no one has ever obtained that legendary medicine from this desert throughout history. This is even worse than the misty forest. After thinking for a moment, Lin Xi took out a pair of sunglasses from his spatial realm and put them on. He felt like he could take it easy now. Then he pulled out the wooden house, which instantly blended into the desert, resembling a sand dune that had formed a pit. Lin Xi raised an eyebrow. The items given by the system are really useful. He hurried inside and dashed straight to the bathroom. My beloved bathtub, how I miss you. Lin Xi took a half-hour bath and then flopped onto his long-lost bed. Not wanting to think about anything, he decided to sleep first. The prince has returned. What happened? Lin Xi frowned as he looked at his deputy and asked, do you know where they got the news about the empress being gravely ill? They already have 200 troops guarding the city gates demanding our surrender. How do they really think this prince is easy to bully? Bring me my armor. Long Shan gather the troops. We don't need too many, at most 1000. This time I want them to see how many lives they are prepared to sacrifice for the city of Qianfeng. Let's see how many cities they are willing to gamble on. As Lin Xi spoke, the coldness in his eyes could freeze a person solid. Yes. The roar shook the heavens. The prince has returned, morale skyrocketed. As long as the prince leads the troops, they have never lost. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace of the Chilean kingdom, Brother Emperor, I heard from Mother that you have gathered troops and are preparing to attack Fengcheng. Fengcheng is the closest city to Qianfeng Kingdom. Dongfang Xiling, the eldest princess of the Chilean kingdom, rushed into the study where discussions were already heated. You are being reckless. As a woman, what business do you have meddling in court affairs? Dongfang Zishuan scolded, frowning. Brother, have you considered that now that the Wing King is not at the border, you might achieve a great victory? But what if he returns? If he becomes enraged, Dongfang Xiling was genuinely worried. After all, Lin Xi's reputation had spread throughout the continent. All right, hurry back to your palace. Dongfang Zishuan knew the truth of his sister's concerns, but whether to go to war was no longer his decision to make. He initially disagreed, and regardless of whether they could win, if the two countries went to war, both sides would suffer significant losses. Let's not forget that it was originally a tripartite standoff with the Shuadai kingdom also involved. At that point, Shuadai would dominate the continent. However, it was unclear where the general had received his information. It was said that the Empress of Qianfeng was gravely ill and the Wing King was busy looking for medicine. The emperor had been overly worried and had not attended court for a long time, leaving many memorials unaddressed. Many civilians were complaining due to the delayed policies. If troops were dispatched during this time, they could capture several cities before. Dongfang Xiling wanted to say something, but seeing the gazes of the ministers, she swallowed her words and left the study. Princess, I have received news that the Wing King has secretly returned to Fengcheng and is aware that the emperor has dispatched 200 troops to the front lines. They are now just waiting for our 200 troops to move, and they will directly engage in battle, a maid hurriedly reported. Hearing this, Dongfang Xiling was greatly alarmed. Now, there was no chance of victory. The only solution was to withdraw the troops quickly and claim that those forces were merely in training. With that thought, Dongfang Xiling hurried to Qian Palace. Why isn't it here? Dongfang Xiling's nickname is N. Mother, you must stop Brother Emperor. He has gathered 200 troops intending to attack Fengcheng, but I've received word that the Wing King has already returned to Fengcheng, just waiting for Brother's move with those 200 soldiers. Dongfang Xiling spoke directly to the Empress, not caring about the occasion. What? Are you serious? I only heard that your brother was planning to go to war, but I didn't know it was so serious. Are you suggesting that your brother thinks the Wing King is absent, and is thus taking advantage of the opportunity to attack rather than wanting to expand territory for themselves? They just want to take advantage of the situation. The Empress looked at Dongfang Xiling with a calm expression. Dongfang Xiling slowly nodded, tears already brimming in her eyes. Foolish. I thought my son was confident in defeating the Wing King. Turns out he was only trying to seize some resources while the Wing King was away. The Empress' eyes turned red with anger. Mother, our Chilean kingdom is really too hot. Whether it's us or the Shuadai kingdom, who doesn't want to possess the fertile lands of Qianfeng? Dongfang Xiling knew that the people had long suffered from the heat and envied the spring-like climate of Qianfeng. But even so, we must stay alive. The Empress cried, then disregarded her appearance and rushed towards the study. Meanwhile, at Fengcheng Long, he had been waiting for the Chilean kingdom to engage in war, so he could retaliate. Thus, he was leisurely having lunch. Lin Xi finally woke up after sleeping all morning. I still have to get to work, he said resignedly as he got out of bed and casually took out some food from his spatial realm to eat. Once I finish eating, I have to get to work. Sigh. Lin Xi rubbed his eyes, feeling discomfort. He stepped outside and stored the wooden house. He didn't want to lose track of it later. As he arrived at the red base, he crouched down, glancing at the appearance of the herbs he needed to find. He closed his eyes and concentrated, beginning his search while wearing gloves and releasing Xiaohonghong for assistance and protection to avoid any dangers. A type of red vine plant with sap as vibrant as the evening glow. This must be the Zui Liuxia, right? He murmured to himself, only to find that the vine in his hand looked exactly like the one in the photo. One check if this is Zui Liuxia. You haven't even asked me to help you check, Lin Xi complained in his mind. Host, you didn't ask me to help you check. Host, what you hold in your hand is indeed the task target. As the system's voice faded, Lin Xi was dumbfounded. Was it really that simple? Did he just find Zui Liuxia? No way. Since the system has confirmed it, then I shall just collect it. Lin Xi immediately began harvesting while putting on gloves. Initially, he wanted to dig up a couple of them to take back and plant, but realizing it required specific conditions to grow, he abandoned that idea. This task is indeed easy to complete. Tomorrow, I'll go look for Long Xuetzao. Looking at the Zui Liuxiao in the basket, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction. When Lung Xi comes, he'll give him a few plants, just to show how generous he is. Meanwhile, Long Yi was becoming increasingly impatient, waiting for the Chilean kingdom to initiate the war. He was genuinely worried about Lin Xi and wanted a quick resolution, but with, don't you think I'm lucky to have found the herb so quickly? Lin Xi boasted to the system. The system remained silent, its data worrying. If Lin Xi could see it, she would know it regarded her with mild contempt. It was, after all, only a gathering system, not some high-difficulty mission platform. Coming out of the mist forest made me so anxious. I'm afraid it'll run out of time and won't be able to continue. Lin Xi muttered to herself, but the system ignored her. At the garrison encampment of the sealed city, someone asked, "What did you say?" "Qi Ling has withdrawn his troops," Long Yi said in disbelief. He could not accept that after so much planning they had simply retreated without striking. "Yes, Prince, we all find it astonishing. They couldn't have withdrawn merely because they feared defeat. If that were so, why undertake this at all?" His deputy was puzzled, wondering if Qi Ling had some plot in store for them. Long Yi vaguely suspected something, but said nothing. He wanted to observe further, and if his suspicion proved true, he would go to find Lin Xi at once. "Long Shirsan, Long Shirliu, you two go and find out why they suddenly withdrew," Long Yi whispered. Yes, only their voices were heard, not their faces. Long Yi could not help admiring the Long Wei's discipline. Unlike his own covert guards, the Long Wei always handled matters with few words, great efficiency, and an instinct for when to advance and when to fall back. Meanwhile, at the Qi Ling Imperial Palace, the crash of porcelain rang out. Kneeling in the Imperial study, a row of generals and commanders endured the Emperor's wrath. "By doing this, what have you made me look like? If I had sent troops openly, Qianfeng would not have condemned me, but now, not only has the Three Kingdoms alliance been ruined, we have made a laughingstock of ourselves, and others will claim I feared Prince Yi. Our nation's face is lost." Dongfang Zishuan flushed with shame, wishing he could vanish. "From the start I said that with the Three Kingdoms pact we should not wage war, yet you military men swore you had exact intelligence that this time you could grievously weaken them. At first the court balked, but you soldiers, who knew your tongues were sharper than the civil officials, pressed until 2/3 of the court forced me to dispatch troops. And now, an officer stepped forward lamenting, Your Majesty, this old minister trusted the wrong person. Otherwise this would not have happened. If Your Majesty is angry, cut down this old minister to ease your rage." Dongfang Zishuan was not a man to be trifled with. The officer stammered it. "It was Qianfeng's Xian Taifei. When she was young, she and I had an affair, but we always. One misstep led to another. Each time we were close to being together, yet always missed by a hair. It is always like that, so she married into Qianfeng with her mother. That year at the selection her name was on the list," the general said, closing his eyes. "This was the hard reality." "She deceived you?" the emperor demanded. "No," the officer replied. "She originally intended Qianfeng's downfall, but for some reason, likely her intelligence was faulty." "Ah, Your Majesty," she. As if struck by a thought, the general suddenly rose to his feet. "Enough. Stop worrying about her. Humph. You all may return and reflect," Dongfang Zishuan said, and left the imperial study to go and thank his mother and sister. Meanwhile, in the wooden hut, Lin Xi sulked as she dug at the soil. "Host, you have been digging here for a long time," the system reminded helplessly. "Didn't you say there was a mission target here?" Lin Xi did not stop her motion, yet answered the system in her mind. "Are you stupid? Long Suiko is an herb. It is grass, not a root plant. You've dug so deep, why are you still digging? Could you have dug in the wrong place?" "How could I? We are partners. I trust you completely," Lin Xi replied without looking up. Host, you are truly the most troublesome host I've ever guided. Didn't you realize you were digging in the wrong direction?" With a thud, the hoe fell to the ground. Do you mean I dug the wrong way?" Lin Xi asked, springing to her feet in surprise. "You finally noticed," the system breathed, relieved. It wanted the host to complete the task, but it could not directly reveal the location. Its scan radius had been set by the main god and could not exceed 50 meters. Lin Xi turned numbly, her hands trembled. After digging so long, she felt she had been half mad. The system had been so obvious, and she had failed to respond. She patted her head and took out the photo again. Long Suiko, its leaves as thin as cicada wings and a vivid blood-like red. That description was of little help here, since everything around them except the soil was red. She could only rely on the thinness of the leaves. In the photo, the leaves looked much like those of other plants, so she compared them slowly, bit by bit. "Beep. Host has found the mission target," the system eventually announced. Even in her thermoregulation suit, she felt sweat. Lying on the bed of the wooden hut, she stared blankly at the ceiling. Today she had been caught in a desert storm. She had only taken 5 days to gather Zuliuxia and Long Suiko, but after the black storm, she had been trapped inside and lost track of time. "Host, it has been 3 days," the system replied. 3 days. Thank goodness. Only 3 days, Lin Xi murmured. According to the system's assessment, this sandstorm may last a week. Lin Xi felt faint. Her time had been wasted here. At the desert's edge, an alert chimed. Not long after Long Yi had been standing there, a group of people surrounded him. "Prince, Your Highness, how are you here?" A cool female voice came from behind, followed by the sound of hooves. Lin Xi quickly judged by the sound that their number would not be small. The chill in the woman's voice carried an unmistakable authority as riders drew near. Lin Xi braced himself for what their presence might mean. Lin Xi turned his head to look. This woman. He did not recognize her, but the attire she wore was unmistakably from Qianfeng. Yet would someone from Qianfeng dare to come to Qiliang so openly? The key point was that she was a woman. The person saw the man's unfamiliar gaze and almost broke down inside. She had painstakingly learned that the Wing King had headed to the Golden Cemetery of Qiliang, so she hurriedly told her father that she wanted to come too. Her parents initially disagreed, but she used the excuse of wanting to help the Empress Dowager find medicine, so they had to let her go. When she arrived at Fengqing, she never saw the Wing King, but discovered that the two nations were on the brink of war. She had originally thought that even if war broke out, she would stay by the Wing King's side. Unexpectedly, Qiliang suddenly withdrew its troops, claiming it was a training exercise. Still, this was good. The alliance between the two nations remained intact, and she could openly enter Qiliang. The three kingdoms had an unwritten agreement: anyone could go to another country's territory to seek rare herbs, and those with ability could obtain them. The reason Lin Xi had tea. Lin Xi frowned and said, "This woman is so loud and seems not very intelligent. Does the Wing King not remember your subject?" Lu Ming was greatly shocked. Last year at the palace banquet, the Wing King had praised her dance. Lin Xi frowned, growing impatient. He wanted to go in and find Lin Xi, not waste time here. Seeing Lin Xi about to step into the desert, Lu Ming hurried forward and grabbed his sleeve. "Your Highness, are you going in? It's very dangerous inside. The Empress Dowager doesn't need the rare herbs of Qiliang." Her tone was urgent, truly worried about Lin Xi. "Miss, my affairs are none of your concern. Let go." He was nearly at his limit. Intimidated by his icy gaze, Lu Ming unconsciously released her grip. Seeing no one holding him back, Lin Xi strode directly into the desert, accompanied only by the carriage driver. Seeing this, Lu Ming disregarded everything and ordered her own subordinates to follow. Hearing the footsteps behind him, Lin Xi frowned, but paid no further attention. "Go and see if Miss Lin left any clues," Lin Xi said softly to the air. Two figures instantly vanished. Lin Xi murmured to himself, his expression slowly changing. Lu Ming was initially terrified at the sight of the dragon guards, but upon hearing what they said, she jumped up. "Your Highness, it's a black storm, a black storm." Hearing her words, understanding dawned in Lin Xi's heart. Legend said the most terrifying thing in the desert was not a sandstorm, but a black storm. He had always thought it was just a rumor, but now hearing the news brought back by the two, he was certain it was a black storm. What worried him was not the storm itself, but whether Lin Xi was at its center. How was she now? With that thought, Lin Xi directly asked Longshan, "Did you find any clues along the way?" "Your Highness, Miss Lin left nothing behind." "Perhaps she did leave something, but with such a massive storm it would have been lost long ago," Longshan said. Lin Xi grabbed his hair. What should he do now? "Your Highness, let's wait for the black storm to pass, and then go in to find Miss Lin," the deputy said, looking at Lin Xi. In his heart, he had already concluded that Lin Xi was probably no longer alive. Meanwhile, Lin Xi was sitting in a recliner in the courtyard of her wooden cabin, watching the black storm that could destroy everything, eating pine nuts and walnuts she had picked from the primitive world, and drinking a creamy milk fruit. Life was quite comfortable. Lin Xi's philosophy was, since she couldn't go out now, there was no use worrying, she might as well enjoy life. She found it amusing that because of Lin Xi and the others, she had never been able to rest in her own cabin. She had truly missed it. But now, having gathered all the herbs, she was trapped in the cabin instead. Well, now she could enjoy it to the fullest. "Your Highness, are you looking for something?" At this moment, Lu Ming approached again. She seemed to have heard the prince mention looking for something. Lin Xi turned his head and looked at Lu Ming with impatience. This woman was really annoying. "Your Highness, I am Lu Ming, the daughter of Minister Lu Ming." She introduced herself with some grievance. Because Lin Xi was stationed at the border, he had most contact with the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Revenue. As a result, Lu Ming had long been deeply in love with him, otherwise she would not have chased after him this time. "Minister of Revenue, how did you get here?" Lin Xi asked. "There were unusual movements at the border. The Emperor ordered my father to send supplies to your Highness, but fearing discovery and interception, my father had me pretend to be on a pleasure trip and delivered the supplies." The truth, of course, was not that. The Minister of Revenue had simply given in to his daughter, and using the excuse of border unrest, he convinced the Emperor to send supplies to the Wing King with his daughter as the courier. But Lin Xi was not so easily fooled. Of course he wasn't. Before Lin Xi left, he had already told him that the enemy knew he had left and was already restless. That was why Lin Xi so readily approved the supplies. But the Minister of Revenue didn't know that he was still at home, trembling, afraid the Emperor would discover his deception. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Lin Xi believed her. After all, Qiliang had just withdrawn its 20,000 troops, so he had no reason to doubt her purpose. Since the supplies have been, Lin Xi was a bit angry. Women from noble families thought too simply. No, Your Highness, I have already sent a letter to the Emperor of Chiliang saying that I had arrived at the border and requested to enter the Golden Cemetery to find medicine for the Empress Dowager, Lu Ming said with some grievance. As you wish, Lin Xi said coldly, still with a stern face. He set up camp on the spot waiting for the black storm to pass. Sitting in the tent, Lin Xi closed his eyes to rest. His leisurely posture made him seem not anxious at all, but his tightly clenched hands betrayed his true feelings. Your Highness, the black storm has stopped, the deputy exclaimed, running into the tent with joy. Lin Xi shot up and rushed out of the tent. Desert. Tisk, look at this destruction, it's really something. No wonder no one has found any herbs in the Golden Cemetery for so many years. They've all been destroyed by the black storm, right? This black storm is nothing like the ones in the TV show. Lin Xi asked tentatively. Host, this system is not from this world, so I don't know. However, the plants I have detected are all less than 100 years old, the system replied in its usual formulaic tone. Right, because of this black storm, I didn't even get to pick up any fire lotus. What a pity, Lin Xi said with a pained expression. Friendly reminder, host, you can go to the riverbank of the oasis covered by the desert to have a look. You might be able to pick up some, the system said, though its tone was teasing. It still lacked any inflection. Really? Can I pick up some? Well, people say systems don't lie. They'll go and take a look. Maybe I can pick a few fire lotuses. Who knows how long it will be before the next oasis forms. They'll go see first. So saying, Lin Xi put away the wooden cabin and headed towards the riverbank in her memory. Set the task target to fire lotus. Set. Lin Xi walked step by step along the sandy river. Beep, beep, beep. Detected task target 5 meters underground. The system's voice chimed in at an inopportune moment. Underground. 5 meters. Is this trying to kill me? I've come this far, it's only 5 meters. They'll dig. Lin Xi took out a hoe ready to dig. But wait, she had Xiao Honghong. Why should she dig herself? Wasn't Xiao Honghong here to help? Lin Xi directly deployed the mecha and set the command, dig a pit 10 meters long, 10 meters wide, and 5 meters deep. Then she ran to the side, took out a chair and a parasol and a cup of cola, and sat down. Half an hour later, Master, the task has been completed as requested. Xiao Honghong ran over to report. Lin Xi put away Xiao Honghong and ran to look at the 5-meter pit. While Xiao Honghong was quite meticulous, it had even dug a staircase. Lin Xi went down to take a look. The ground was covered with water stains along with red lotus roots and damaged lotuses. Lotuses. Lin's eyes hard ached. Looking at the debris, she knew there had been many fire lotuses, all destroyed. But she couldn't blame Xiao Honghong. After all, the command was to dig, and if she had done it herself, she might not have done better. Not minding the dirt, she dug out the lotus roots that still looked intact. While they were clearly old roots, there would be no new ones this year. After 3 hours of work, she didn't get a single lotus flower, but she got about 20 to 30 gene of old roots and 2 to 3 gene of fire lotus seeds. Although she didn't know if these could be used as medicine like fire lotuses, they were free for the taking, so why not? Lin Xi washed herself, then went straight to bed to rest. She would go out tomorrow. Although there were still 2 days until the agreed time, if she went out early, she could wait for him outside. With that thought, Lin Xi fell asleep. Miss Lin. Miss Lin. Miss Lin. Miss. How annoying. Whose mother is lost crying out like that? Lin Xi mumbled in her sleep, smacking her lips, then turned over and continued sleeping. The system rolled its eyes internally, but didn't remind her, adhering to the principle of not acting unless the host requested. Your Highness, this entire area is desert, and it's getting dark. It's dangerous. I've heard there are many venomous snakes and scorpions in the desert. We must be cautious, the deputy general said to Lin Xi. They had arrived by carriage bringing provisions, but once they reached the desert, they had to abandon the carriage as it was impossible to traverse the sands. They switched to horses. After traveling in one direction for a whole day without seeing anything, they couldn't help but start calling for Lin Xi. The very cries Lin Xi had just heard. Let's rest here then. Be vigilant. Well, take turns keeping watch, Lin Xi said, rubbing his temples, fatigued. Your Highness, you should rest. My men can stand guard. Lin Xi cast a cold glance at the deputy general. He himself was also puzzled, but since the miraculous herbs in the misty forest were real, the Golden Cemetery couldn't be just a legend. Moreover, since Lin Xi said it was her mission, she must know that what she sought was indeed there. No, it must be that we haven't found it yet. Perhaps we took the wrong path, Lin Xi said calmly. But we've been traveling in a straight line, and our pace isn't slow. At the very least, we should have found traces left by Miss Lin by now, the deputy general said, feeling sad. He feared Miss Lin might have met with misfortune given the dangers of the desert and the need to search for something. Worst of all, if one lost direction, they would never find their way out. Lin Xi humphed. I didn't walk step by step. I was airlifted. Black storm. Yes, the black storm. It erased all traces left by Miss Lin. Lin Xi suddenly recalled. When they first entered the desert, he had sent the dragon guards to scowl. Lin Xi waved his hand, summoning Long Shersan. It was at this moment that Lu Meng realized Lin Xi had not only the two men he appeared to be with, he also had shadow guards. You said earlier that a black storm was raging in the desert. What does that mean? Isn't it said that sandstorms are the most common in deserts? How did you come to know about black storms? Lin Xi asked with a frown. Your Highness, I made inquiries among the locals before we arrived. The desert is often plagued by swirling yellow sand. Sandstorms are the most frequent, occurring almost daily. But the most terrifying thing is not a sandstorm, but a black storm. It can shred everything to pieces in an instant, covering a vast area. It's rare to encounter one, but when we went to scout we witnessed what the locals described as the largest black storm in a century, Long Shersan reported without concealment. All right, you may go. Take care of yourselves. This desert is full of dangers, Lin Xi couldn't help but remind them. Yes, Long Shersan replied, and withdrew. Lin Xi ate a little dry food, and then began to rest with his eyes closed. The night passed uneventfully. As the sky began to pale with the first light of dawn, Lu Meng rubbed her aching back, feeling that she was truly noble to endure such hardship for the prince. She looked up at Lin Xi, who was already standing. Were they all highly skilled martial artists? But her hesitation caused her to miss the opportunity to speak with Lin Xi. Your Highness, shall we head in this direction today? The deputy general asked, pointing ahead. Lin Xi replied indifferently. Meanwhile, not far away, Lin Xi had also risen. She was washing up, planning to put away the wooden cabin and have the mecha fly her out. She had just stowed the cabin and was about to summon the mecha when she heard a vaguely familiar voice. Miss Lin. Lin Xi was startled by the deputy general's loud shout, his hand trembling. What are you doing? He glared at the deputy general. The deputy general scratched his head, looking a bit sheepish. I thought since we're leaving anyway, maybe Miss Lin didn't hear us last night, because she was asleep. Calling out once more before we go won't cost us anything. What if she hears this time? Lin Xi was at a loss for words, only rolling his eyes at him. Without another word, he prepared to move forward. Lu Meng also heard the shout. Her initial jealousy had turned to numbness as she figured that the girl named Lin had entered this place alone. After so many days, she was probably already gone. Why should she be jealous of someone destined to die? Just as the group was about to set off, a voice interrupted. Lin Xi. Lin Xi's weak voice came from behind them. Miss Lin, you are here. The deputy general was the first to react, amazed that his call had actually worked. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were looking for me, Lin, she said apologetically, but inwardly she was annoyed. Why did they have to come? This only complicated things. Her plan to fly out in the mecha was foiled again. She had only appeared because she heard they were heading deeper into the desert. If she didn't show herself, they would keep searching, and she didn't want to cause them harm. So many people called for you last night, and you didn't hear them. Lu Meng asked, recovering from her shock in an instant. I didn't dare sleep during the black storm. After it passed yesterday, I slept too soundly, Lin, she had to lie. Despite the flimsy excuse, Lin Xi believed her. Lu Meng wanted to argue, but held back when she saw Lin Xi's expression. She had her pride. She had thought the prince's beloved was as good as dead, giving her a chance to win his favor gradually. But now not only was the girl alive, she looked even more radiant than herself. Well, then she would treat this trip as merely delivering supplies. She would let go of her obsession. With that decision, Lu Meng's demeanor shifted. When she looked at Lin Xi again, her gaze was clear and free of hostility. Lin Xi noticed the change, and thought the girl seemed quite adorable, not a villain at all. She had no idea that in just a short moment Lu Meng's heart had undergone such a transformation. Lin Xi lunged forward and embraced Lin Xi tightly, saying, "Thank goodness you're still alive." Lin Xi was somewhat unaccustomed to this, and struggled out of his grasp. Hey, didn't I say to come pick me up in half a month? Why did you come early? If that coachman hadn't shouted, we would have missed each other. I was just about to leave. Lin Xi was somewhat surprised by her words. Did you find what you were looking for? Given this girl's nature, she wouldn't leave without finding what she wanted. Did she find it? No, but I still have a task to complete, and my time is running out. I need to find other things first. If I have time, I can come back. I can't just waste time here, Lin, she said with a smile, but inside she thought what a waste for him to be a prince with so many people here. He still asked her this question. She rolled her eyes in her mind. But you have to understand, we've already spent a lot of time on the road. Your back and forth is really wasting time, Lin Xi said with concern. You know the time on the road is tight, so does this place look like an oasis to you? Lin, she asked helplessly. This time Lin Xi fell silent. He knew Lin Xi was right. Rather than wasting time here, it was better to find other things first. Hey, I remember when we came here there weren't this many people. Who is this? My name is Lu Meng, and I am the daughter of the Minister of Revenue. I am here by my father's order to deliver something to the prince. These people are my bodyguards. Lu Meng introduced herself without waiting for Lin Xi to introduce her, as she saw Lin Xi inquiring about her. Oh, so you came to deliver something. Her ambiguous gaze flitted between Lin Xi and herself, clearly indicating that this girl had feelings for the prince. However, after spending time with Lin Xi realized that he was a slow-to-warm-up person. His emotions never showed on his face, he only revealed what he wanted others to see. Being with such a person was truly exhausting. Lin Xi firmly believed she would never like someone like that if she preferred warm-hearted men. After discussing, they headed back in the direction they came with, only Lin Xi feeling a bit unhappy, thinking to herself that she could have flown back. Since they had found the person, Lin Xi and the others slowed their pace significantly. A journey that originally took a day now took nearly 2 days. Because of this, Lu Meng felt that Lin Xi was not uncaring, he just didn't care for those he didn't like. Lin Xi, you really misunderstood Lin. She is not a delicate girl. The reason they walked slowly on their way back was that they weren't in a hurry to find someone. Without the tension, they were able to relax and felt fatigued. I need to go to the military camp first to arrange things before accompanying you to the Shui Kingdom, Lin Xi said to Lin Xi. Alright, you go ahead. They'll have Meng Meng accompany me to shop for some local specialties, Lin Xi replied. After spending a couple of days with Lu Meng, she found that the girl's personality was quite pleasant. However, just because she was like that, her maidservants could ride over her, thinking she was easy to deceive, and Lu Meng actually believed it. Wasn't that just foolish? If this were a novel from her past life, she would probably be the tragic heroine in a tale of pursuing love, or a suffering protagonist in a romance. Lin Xi was indeed correct. If she hadn't come to this world, Lu Meng would have ended up as the tragic heroine pursuing love. You and Lu Meng have a good relationship. If I remember correctly, you should have only known each other for less than 2 days. Lin Xi asked, somewhat puzzled. Oh, you have no idea. Meng Meng is actually a big fool. She has been terribly harmed by those maidservants of hers. You don't know, her parents originally planned to arrange a marriage for her. But didn't she fall for you at first sight? You rejected her, so she intended to give up. However, her maidservants insisted she shouldn't, claiming that you would eventually see her good side and marry her, brainwashing her into thinking she couldn't live without you. So, all the suitors her parents approved of have already married and started families, living well. Anyway, we really hit it off. She was supposed to return to the imperial capital, but because she became good friends with me, she decided to accompany me to the Shui Kingdom. At least I have company on the way, Lin, she said with a smile. Lin, girl, do you believe everything she says? You have to understand that girls like her are raised by their parents to become the head of a household for others. How could they be that naive? Lin, he said disapprovingly. Alright, I understand. By the way, I actually found what I was looking for in the desert. There were so many people at that time, and I couldn't tell you. Here, take this, Lin, she said, pulling out 2 boxes from her pocket. One contained 2 Zue Luxiao plants, and the other held 2 long Shuiqiao plants. Lin Xi opened them and found the herbs to be glaringly red. After digesting what he heard, he asked in a deep voice, did you find the oasis? Yes, if you had come a few days earlier, you would have found it too. The oasis was actually just 10 meters away from you. It had just been buried underground. I suspect there is an underground river connected to the oasis. Every time there is a black storm, the oasis gets buried underground, and due to the sand covering it and geological changes, the path of the underground river might change, forming new oases. This is also the reason why no herbs have been found for so many years, because oases are not fixed. Fortunately, when I came, the black storm hadn't erupted yet, and the oasis was relatively close to the entrance. If you walked quickly, you could reach it in a day. Lin, she shared her speculation with Lin Xi, who found her reasoning plausible. Are you sure you want to bring Lu Meng along? Lin Xi asked again, frowning. Gah. Lin, she was stunned. I'm just hitching a ride with you. If you're unwilling to bring her, I can't say much. I only said that I get along with her. You decide for yourself. Lin, she certainly wouldn't make that decision. After all, if something happened on the road, she couldn't bear the responsibility. The key point was that she hadn't even considered returning to the Qianfeng Kingdom after completing the mission. If she were going back, she could offer to take Lu Meng and guarantee her safety. Hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Lin Yi's face. This girl, though genuine, still had a good head on her shoulders. After all, their destination was the coldest place on Earth. If danger struck, they'd be lucky to look after themselves, let alone protect someone else. Although they all wore thermal suits, Lu Meng didn't. Moreover, Lu Meng had brought too many attendants. If they traveled together, Lin Xi's peculiarities would easily be exposed. Lin Yi could conceal them for his own selfish reason. Wasn't that handing them the military power? Lin Xi asked in confusion, thinking to herself whether the previous female emperor actually liked Yuan after all, and her dislike was just a facade. I used to think the same way, Lin Yi said, smiling as if he could read Lin Xi's thoughts. But later I realized I was wrong. The previous female emperor truly wanted to pass the throne to Yi Qingqing. However, the imperial consort's family was not to be underestimated. Since they knew the empress' intentions, how could they be unprepared? They had already planned for the worst from the moment Yuan was born. At that time, they had already adopted some children who were later sent out to achieve success in various professions. I think you can guess the rest. Was the general of the northern frontier one of those adopted children? Lin Xi asked in astonishment. If so, the imperial consort's family had indeed played a long game. You guessed right. General Shaolin was adopted by the Grand Tutor's mansion, but he left to establish his own household at the age of 14. He wanted to carve out his own path and became the first man in the Shuadai kingdom to enter officialdom. He earned countless military merits and finally used them to marry the imperial consort's second legitimate daughter Yi Huang. And it was marry in the sense of taking her as his wife, not being married into her family, Lin Xi said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lin Xi understood why the general of the northern frontier could be with Yi Huang. It must be that Xiao Lin had long been in love with Yi Huang, so he went to the battlefield to earn military merits. The reason I told you all this is to let you know that once we arrive in the Shuadai kingdom, we must act cautiously. We can't be as reckless as we were in the Chilean territory. The female, Lin Xi found it hard to believe. Other than the fact that the previous emperor didn't like her, there didn't seem to be much else. She didn't ascend to the throne because she wanted it, as she had to fight for it. You don't understand the cruelty of the royal family, Lin Xi said with a hint of dejection. He was born into royalty himself, though he had been well protected by his mother and brother since childhood. Fine. He'll be careful, Lin Xi said. Once we enter, you will say that I and my deputy commander are your husbands. We are merchants just transporting goods from the north of the Shuadai kingdom to the south, Lin Xi said seriously. Lin Xi didn't say anything this time, just listened. She knew Lin Xi's words were for her own good. If she were an ordinary person, his arrangement would be the best. But she was not ordinary. Still, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble, so she decided to follow his lead for now and adapt to the situation. Lin Xi arranged for Lu Meng and her. Oh, this young gentleman looks quite impressive, remarked a slightly plump, delicate-looking woman seated in a private room of a tavern gazing at Lin Xi and her companions passing by outside. Miss, that young gentleman truly is like a rare orchid among trees, the maid beside her added. The unspoken meaning was understood by those who comprehended. However, I observe that the young gentleman seems to already have a wife. Another maid timidly remarked. The plump woman merely shot a sidelong glance at the maid who had just spoken. What are you saying? Our miss is the heiress of the Liu family. Oh, anyone she fancies will surely come running regardless of whether he has a wife or not. It doesn't matter if he does. Our miss is not looking for a formal husband. The first maid scoffed at the latter. I still think this is inappropriate. What if the main husband finds out? You, the young maid desperately suppressed her fear as she advised. Xiao Yue, if you weren't my father's maid, I would have sold you long ago. Why can't you just speak properly? You're nothing like Xiao Guan. Miss Lu's impatience was almost palpable. She genuinely disliked Xiao Yue as she opposed her every whim. Yes, miss, Xiao Yu replied, holding back tears. Xiao Guan, you handle this matter, take whatever you need from the estate, just say it was my instruction, Miss Lu said leisurely as she stood up to leave. What has she done this time? The man asked, rubbing his forehead. She has taken a fancy to a man today, but that man already has a woman by his side. It seems that the man's head is already married. What a fool. However, the more foolish he is, the greater your opportunity. Just remember to do as you did before. The man's tone softened slightly. I know, but she seems to be looking at me with increasing disdain. Xiao Yue, your identity cannot be exposed yet. That mother-daughter pair thinks I know nothing. Xiao Yue, you must endure. That viper of a mother will get what's coming to her soon. The man spoke with a glare filled with animosity. Lin Xi and Lin Xi found an inn, and the three of them took 2 rooms. They planned to stay here for a day to gather supplies. The further north they went, the colder it became, and some shops had closed early. They would check tomorrow to see what specialties Snow Dye Country had. As the night deepened, the moon was dark and the wind howled. Are you sure it's here? Yes, those 3 guests are staying here. I personally arranged it. The second room on the left is where the person you're looking for is staying, came the voice of the innkeeper. Lin Xi was fast asleep and did not hear, but a seasoned soldier like Lin Xi would have some vigilance. He had already noticed as soon as they stood outside the door. All right, you can leave now. Remember, you saw nothing. He impatiently shooed away. The innkeeper took out a bamboo tube and blew into the paper-covered door hole. After a while, a sound of prying at the door was heard. Be careful inside. Oh, don't ruin the young gentleman's face. The miss has her eyes set on that face. The voice was unmistakably Xiao Guan's. Understood, the 3 responded before entering the room. Xiao Guan then waited outside. A moment later, muffled grunts were heard. But knowing they had already drugged him, it was unlikely they would knock him unconscious again. Thus, those muffled sounds could not have come from that. Xiao Guan hurriedly crawled back to Lu Mansion. Miss Lu Wanling had been waiting impatiently. Just as she was about to lose her temper, she saw Xiao Guan rushing back. Hurrying like this, what's the matter? How did it go? Where is the person? Miss Lu Wanling glanced behind her. Miss, forgive me, I was discovered, and those people were all captured. Xiao Guan, not caring about the pain from her earlier fall, quickly stammered. How interesting to treat me this way, just wait and see. As Lu Wanling finished speaking, a woman's voice came through. What is it? Have you caused trouble again? Linger, didn't I tell you that it's not appropriate for you to speak like this? You need to restrain yourself. In a few years I will pass the head of the family position to you. How can I trust you when you act like this? The woman Lu Wanling's mother spoke with a tone of indulgence. Mother. Lu Wanling quickly bowed upon seeing her mother, and then signaled to the maid beside her, who cleverly exited the room and kindly closed the door behind them. Mother, today I saw a young gentleman, and it was love at first sight. I want him as long as I can have him. I promise to work hard to be a qualified heiress in the future, Lu Wanling said, acting coyly to her mother. Linger, you are no longer a child. You can marry, but not everyone is worthy of you. Lu mother frowned. Mother, I am not asking him to be my formal husband. Well, I just really want him right now, Lu Wanling pouted. Alright, I will send someone right away, Lu mother smiled. Before long, the inn where Lin Xi was staying was surrounded by guards, and Lin Xi woke up the drowsy vice commander, then took the opportunity to rush to Lin Xi's room to call her. Lin Xi was groggily awakened, unaware of what was happening, but seeing the grim expressions on Lin Xi and the others, it seemed like a serious matter. We are surrounded, we need to break out quickly. Lin Xi's tone was cold. Although he had not fully grasped the situation, it was always right to run. When Lin Xi rushed downstairs with Lin Xi, she saw a plump, delicate girl and a woman in official garb holding torches staring at them. Young gentlemen, we meet again. Oh, you don't recognize me. Allow me to introduce myself. Oh, I am the heiress of the Lu family from Jiangzhou, and also the only daughter of Jiangzhou's defender. Today I fell in love with you at first sight on the street, so I have come to propose marriage. Lu Wanling's gaze was lingering, already hooked onto Lin Xi. Lin Xi rolled her eyes, realizing that this was trouble brought on by a beautiful disaster. Am I invisible here? Why are you fixated on a married man? Ha, it's your good fortune that I have eyes for your young gentleman. I will give you some money, I take your other husband, and leave. Otherwise you will end up with nothing and may even lose your life, Lu Wanling said defiantly. Lin Xi had nothing more to say. This was the first time she encountered such a female rogue, and it was quite novel. You want to follow him, she said deliberately to Lin Xi. In the guardhouse study. I just received news that Lu Wanling and Lu are dead, said Lu's. She is dead. Xiao Yu's eyes instantly turned red. Yes, isn't it good that she is dead? How can you still be sad for her? The man said disdainfully. No, I just wanted to ask her why she didn't want me. Xiao Yu genuinely wanted to know why her biological mother did not want her. Ha, because she doesn't like me, so she naturally doesn't like you either, the man said expressionlessly. But I was born after 10 months of pregnancy, Xiao Yu said, tears streaming down her face. Father, can you tell me about it? This is the first time Xiao Yu called him father. Your mother and I were two families that came together for mutual benefit. Your mother had someone she liked before marrying me, and I didn't know at the time. If I had known, I would have definitely chosen your aunt instead. After all, it was just a marriage alliance for me. Marrying anyone was just living together. Your mother did not refuse me, and later I found out that whoever married me would inherit the Lu family, which was why your mother did not refuse me. When she became pregnant with you, I was very happy. At least I had someone connected by blood, but I didn't expect her to be so ruthless, abandoning you right after giving birth and bringing back Lu Wanling to impersonate you. I only heard about this by chance. I sent someone to bring you back, raised you outside the village, and only brought you back 3 years ago. You have suffered all this time, the man said with a bitter smile. Is Lu Wanling also her daughter? She couldn't understand why as her daughter her mother was so cruel to her. Ha, Lu Wanling is not her daughter at all. She has only given birth to you. Lu Wanling is the daughter of the man she liked. She wanted the Lu family to have no descendants, but she was afraid to not have children publicly, so she came up with this idea. The man's eyes flashed with coldness. He did not expect Lu to be so insane. I will announce to the Lu family and my Jiang family that you were maliciously swapped at birth. You do not need to hide your true appearance anymore. You look almost exactly like your mother, no one will doubt it. After saying this, the man signaled Xiao Yu that she could go and rest. Xiao Yu had heard the man say every time they met that all she needed was a father, and over time, she slowly realized that perhaps her mother did not love her. It was only after seeing her mother's care for Lu Wanling over the past 3 years that she understood her mother would rather love so. In the Jiangzhou guardhouse, Lin Xi and the others were unaware of these events. They only knew they had to run far away, preferably to Bingwan Mountain, before anyone reacted. As Lin Xi fled for a while, she initially wanted to give up, but seeing that Lin Xi and the others were still persevering, she cheered herself up and continued to run. 10 days later, the group arrived at the foot of Bingwan Mountain. Let's go in now, Lin Xi said directly. Don't we need to rest first? No time to rest, the pursuers are too close behind us. There are many dangers on Bingwan Mountain, and they might not follow us in. Besides, once inside we will have many more places to hide. We are all wearing temperature-regulating suits, and their movement speed is not better than ours, Lin Xi analyzed. Lin Xi thought for a moment and decided to go in, and after all, she would not allow herself to be wronged this time. As long as the mission was completed, she would go home. There was nothing else to worry about. As the three entered, Lin Xi immediately took out a wooden house. Once the wooden house appeared, its exterior looked like an icy cave. Ignoring the stunned expressions of the other two, she walked inside. Hey, don't rush in. We don't know if there's danger. Lin Xi's words were cut off as Lin Xi had already entered. The two hurriedly followed. Inside, however, was completely different from the outside. they felt as if they were dreaming. Welcome to my home, there's a bathroom outside for you to freshen up, and in here is the bedroom, where I sleep. You two can sleep here, Lin. She transformed the sofa into a large sofa bed. They'll teach you how to wash up, and next door is the dining room. If you get hungry, you can go eat there. I need to rest for a while, I'm too tired. Lin Xi did not explain anything to the two, simply teaching them how to use the items in the bathroom, before heading directly to the bedroom to sleep. The two looked at each other, then had no choice but to wash up according to Lin Xi's instructions and lay down. Miss Lin, I may not be well read, but our prince has a vast knowledge. You won't fool him, the deputy general said, clearly unconvinced by Lin Xi's words. Lin Xi didn't waste time, she summoned Little Blue again. Little Blue, you're water attributed, which gives you an advantage in this snowy wasteland. Cooperate with Little White to take us to the summit of Bingluan Mountain. She commanded the two mechas through her spiritual sense. The mechas performed admirably. Fearing the cold wind would chap their skin, Lin Xi and Lung Yi had already agreed to cover their faces with cloth. By the time they reached the summit, it was noon, and Lin Xi was famished. She promptly produced a wooden house, and the three entered, settling into the rocking chairs in the courtyard. Miss Lin, your life is truly like that of a carefree immortal, the deputy general remarked enviously. Haha, and others envy you too, Lin Xi replied, amused by his expression. True, while I envy you, I am also someone else. Lung Yi, what are you thinking about? Have you eaten enough? Lin Xi asked. Her voice snapped Lung Yi back to the present. I've eaten well, thank you. This is probably the best we've had while traveling, especially in such harsh conditions. The deputy general nodded in agreement. Miss Lin, now that we are resting here, I beg you to enlighten us, Lung Yi said, knowing it might be rude, but his curiosity was overwhelming, like a drug addict craving a fix. He had to know even if it displeased her. Lin Xi didn't mind. Since they had reached the last collection point, she would finish gathering the herbs in a few days and return to complete her mission. Even if they parted ways, she could quickly finish and go home. I am not from this world. My world is far more advanced than yours. Those potions I have are from other realms. You can think of me as an envoy sent to complete tasks, missions assigned from above, selecting people from various worlds like mine, Lin Xi explained briefly. You mean you were sent here to do a mission? What is your mission? Lung Yi asked, his face expressionless, revealing nothing of his thoughts. But Lin Xi saw only confusion in his eyes, no greed or malice, so she continued. I am. Well, just consider me a messenger of the gods. They sent me to collect rare herbs from your world, and once I finish I can go home. Lin, she said succinctly. A messenger of the gods, hey? Miss Lin, you wouldn't tell me that after you go back you might go to other worlds for missions, would you? The deputy general didn't believe her at all. He thought she was just making up stories to avoid the truth. He believed she might have a real mission, but he didn't buy the messenger nonsense. That was pure fantasy, fit only to deceive pampered nobles and ladies in the capital. They who had spent years on the battlefield had no faith in such superstitions. Lin Xi stared at him in shock. How did you know I would go to other worlds for missions? She blurted out. The deputy general. Lung Yi. Could she really not understand the sarcasm in his words? I really do go to other worlds for missions, but each time it's just gathering herbs, so it won't harm anyone's interests. You can rest assured. As for the local specialties I bought, those are actually my perks. I can bring back some things I like or need during my spare time, Lin Xi said, knowing they didn't believe her, but she was only responsible for explaining, not for convincing them. I don't have any money from your world, but if we have time after collecting, could I exchange some things with you for cash? I haven't bought the specialties of Shuadai Kingdom yet, and I'd like to get some of your silk and gauze too. Even if I can't use them in my world, I can trade them in other worlds. Lin Xi thought about going down to the city to shop. Miss Lin would be happy to trade with you, but you can't take them with you. Look at you. You have nothing to trade either, the deputy general said, spreading his hands helplessly. Back in Qianfeng, and chilling, Miss Lin had bought quite a lot, even exchanging for thermal suits, but her bag only held so much. If what she said was true, she was the only one from her world here. How could she take all these things back? Lin Xi thought for a moment, then took out the space button. This is a common item in our world, she said, using her spiritual sense to store the rocking chair beneath the deputy general into the space button. Could she admit it was a deliberate prank? The deputy general fell straight onto the ground, stunned by the fall. He slowly got up, intending to find another chair, but searched the entire yard without finding one. Where's the chair? I was just sitting on it. How could it vanish into thin air? The deputy general was utterly baffled, his face even turning pale. He recalled the laser gun Lin Xi had produced from nowhere, the barrier that appeared before them during the volley of arrows, the house that could be summoned and dismissed the people that could carry them up the mountain. His lips began to tremble. Thinking of all this, his lips started to quiver. What are you thinking about? You're scaring yourself, Lin Xi said, interrupting his spiraling thoughts as she saw his face growing paler. Miss Lin, that. The chair. The deputy general swallowed hard and asked. Enough, look at you. You've heard of the sleeve universe technique, right? I used that to put away your chair, Lin, she said, releasing the chair back. so don't worry about not being able to carry too much. Miss Lin, can you trade us this sleeve universe technique? Lin Xi finally understood and believed that Lin Xi was telling the truth. Well, you don't have spiritual sense, so even if I gave it to you, you couldn't use it. How about I? You can tell me what you want and I'll figure something out, Lin Xi said, unsure what to trade. This wasn't a primitive society, it was an ancient world racked by frequent wars. She couldn't disrupt the order by introducing modern technology. We want that sleeve universe technique you mentioned and thermal suits. If possible, some insecticide and antidote too, Lin Xi said, watching Lin Xi's reaction from the corner of his eye. Alright, well, trade after we finish collecting, Lin Xi agreed readily. She noted that Lin Xi hadn't asked for weapons, showing he had restraint. In the afternoon, the three set out to find Chilwan grass. They eventually found it in a frozen canyon. Only then did they understand why no one had ever harvested it. The place was unbearably cold. Even wearing their thermal suits, they felt freezing, and Lin Xi even suspected the suits were malfunctioning. But if all three suits were broken, that was unlikely. So she sent Little White to measure the temperature. No one could survive to pick Chilwan grass. The three endured the cold, harvested all the mature Chilwan grass, and hurried out of the canyon. Look, am I seeing things from the cold? How can I see lotus flowers over there? The deputy general rubbed his eyes, breathing heavily. Lin Xi followed his gaze. I heard that there are 3 rare herbs on Ice Lawn Mountain, right? Is this the ice lotus rank the same as the Lin Xi swallowed hard and asked, knowing that she regretted not picking the fire lotus back then, as those items might prove invaluable in other worlds later on. It should be, Coldwing said, staring intently at the ice lotus. Let's go, we need to pick it first, Lin Xi addressed the two of them. Thus the three headed directly towards the ice lake, where thick ice covered the surface except for the area where the ice lotus grew, which remained unfrozen. We have no boat, how do we pick it? Coldwing frowned and asked, why not have you call out your white companion again? The vice commander suggested. No need, I have a boat too, Lin Xi said, pulling out a wooden boat from her space. The three then paddled slowly towards the ice lotus. It wasn't that Lin Xi didn't want to let Xiaobai go, it was mainly because the discovery was made by the vice commander and it wasn't her task. She didn't plan to take too much, feeling it unnecessary for Xiaobai to go. Otherwise, if she exerted herself the most, but ended up with just a little, she would feel unbalanced. However, if she took a lot, it would seem too greedy. Although she didn't care much, seeing it and not picking it would surely hurt her heart, like the Fire Lotus incident. So it was better to take the boat out and let everyone pick themselves. They'll say this first, whatever you pick belongs to you. How you two divide it is none of my business. Lin Xi understood that such national treasures would be a reward for the vice commander if he could get one, and it might become his family heirloom in the future. So, this boat is yours, miss. We can only take advantage of it. How can we keep what we pick ourselves? Coldwing disagreed. Although the ice lotus was precious, Lin Xi had shared some herbs she picked before, and now he was also among the ones who possessed rare herbs. He couldn't be so greedy. Don't say any more, my mind is made up. This was never my task goal, so it doesn't matter how much I get. Lin Xi waved her hand dismissively. Coldwing wanted to say something more, but Lin Xi impatiently interrupted with a wave of her hand. If you really feel bad about it, just buy me some good things from your world after we descend the mountain. It doesn't matter what, as long as they're good things, don't worry, I can carry them, Lin Xi said, noticing they had already arrived in front of the ice lotus. She put on a pair of temperature-regulating gloves and gave each of them a pair, then reached out to pick the flowers. After picking 8 flowers, she decided to stop and also collected 8 old lotus pods. As for the lotus roots at the bottom of the lake, they looked as white as jade, quite lovely. After some thought, she took out a mechanical arm from her space and reached for the visible lotus roots. In an instant, a 1-meter-long 4-segment lotus root was pulled out. She repeated this a few times, estimating she had about 30 pounds, then handed the mechanical arm to Coldwing, teaching him how to use it. Finally, watching them nearly fill the boat, she hurriedly approached them. All right, you two, wait a moment. This boat is almost full. Here, the space ring I promised to exchange for you. Since you don't have mental energy, it will only be this small one, just 50 square meters, but it can hold quite a bit. Bind it first, she said, taking out a sterilized needle from her space and pricking Coldwing's finger. Coldwing was halted by Lin Xi, still confused about what was happening, and was momentarily bewildered by the sharp pain at his fingertip. Soon he realized he could feel that small item in his palm could store things. He established a connection with it, and even managed to change its form, trying to transform the space button into a ring. To his surprise, it actually turned into a ring. He then stored the ice lotus and lotus roots he had picked onto the boat into it, feeling an unprecedented joy at having a space of his own. Noticing the envious gaze from the vice commander beside him, he promptly handed him a space button. Take this, from now on it's your family heirloom. Coldwing initially intended to keep it for his royal brother and mother, but after some thought he decided to give it to the vice commander, as the border needed such a space button, but he couldn't give it to the emperor. The vice commander looked at Coldwing in shock. Coldwing knew that when they entered the mountain Longshan, and the others did not catch up to the three of them, meaning only they three knew about this matter in this world. He said to the vice commander, "This matter must not be spread. You are a border soldier, and the border needs such things. With items like this we will undoubtedly gain an edge. Don't mention it to the royal brother. I will look for a suitable person to bind the other one." The vice commander understood what Coldwing meant. Even if the emperor truly trusted the prince, the court was full of chatter and opinions. Moreover, the emperor already had a prince. It was uncertain whether the prince would be able to trust his uncle like the emperor in the future. This item was too extraordinary, and it was better not to let it appear in the court. Seeing the two of them lost in their emotions, persuading themselves with various words, Lin Xi felt speechless. "All right, you two, do you want to pick or not? I see a lot over there. If we don't pick, we should head back, huh?" The vice commander wiped away a tear and turned around to row the boat, facing away from Coldwing, silently shedding tears. He never expected the prince valued him so much. In the future, he would certainly dedicate his life to the prince. The two continued picking, and Lin Xi, feeling bored, took out a fishing rod, treating it like a game to pass the time. "Huffed, Miss Lin, it's so cold here. Where would the fish come from?" The vice commander joked at Lin Xi's antics. "My name is Lin Xi. I have never understood why my birth mother chose such a name for me. I have always disliked it. Yet the palace attendants insisted it was her own choice, and so I believed it must be proof of her love. She was one of the few imperial concubines still favored by the emperor. As a child, I often sought out Crown Prince brother to play with, and also my younger brother Lin Xi, born on the very same day. But on several occasions mother discovered me outside our quarters, and thereafter, she became terrifying. Did I not tell you? Within this palace no one is trustworthy. You must remain confined here. Why do you wander freely? Why do you disobey?" That was the first time she screamed at me. Hysterical, raw, uncontrolled. "Mother, I only wish to play with elder brother and younger brother," I whispered weakly, hoping to calm her. In my heart, I believed I had done nothing wrong. "Humph, elder brother. Younger brother. Who are your brothers? I have already declared them none of yours." "Indeed, a thankless, ungrateful wretch, impossible to raise right." As she spoke, she seized a rattan cane and began lashing me across the back. I was only 5 years old. She beat me until I lost consciousness. No one pleaded for mercy, all watched coldly, silently, as I was tortured. From that day forward, fear of her took root deep within me. Yet how could I ever escape her? At last opportunity arrived. When I turned 6, emissaries from Qingfeng Island came to the imperial palace. Each possessed extraordinary martial prowess and unique arts. Privately, the emperor hosted a banquet in their honor, and summoned all princes and princesses to attend. I surmised he hoped we might become disciples of one among them. I performed with utmost docility and obedience, and finally caught the master's eye. He formally petitioned the emperor to accept me as his disciple. Lin Xi, my younger brother, was accepted alongside me. Qingfeng Island was a clandestine institution. Later, I learned it trained royal shadow guards, assassins, and heirs. Even before our births, Crown Prince brother had already completed his studies there, mastering statecraft. We were destined only to serve him, to uphold, not inherit. Upon returning, mother asked what purpose the banquet had served. I evaded truth with a lie that the emperor merely invited senior ministers to examine our scholarly pro. When the emperor passed and Crown Prince brother ascended the throne, mother's ambition surfaced, restless, ruthless. She commanded me to train assassins. At first, I did not comprehend her intent, until the Empress Dowager fell gravely ill. Prince Yi rushed from the border to the capital, and then set out for Mu Town. Only then did I learn her true aim: to kill him. Why must you slay younger brother? Is life in Mu Town not peaceful enough? By the time I received word, she had already dispatched killers using my personal seal. I stormed into her study and confronted her directly. "How dare you? Where is your decorum? Who permitted you entry?" Her gaze pierced like frost, cold, merciless, unlike any I had ever seen. Others stood inside the chamber, but none bowed to me. Instead, they watched with detached curiosity as mother berated me. Humiliated and enraged, I snapped, "What are you still doing here? Leave now." A sharp slap echoed. Mother struck me across the face. Stunned, I stared at her. She had spared me neither dignity nor face before witnesses. "Mother," I cried. "Silence. You have always been dull-witted, ignorant of everything. Now you need not understand anything further. Simply fulfill your duty, and leave." She offered no explanation. Only impatience etched across her features. Dazed, I stumbled out. It was the first time she had treated me thus, and yet it would not be the last. "Your Highness, news has come. Prince Yi has returned to the capital, but will soon journey here again. He retrieved an 800-year-old purple ginseng, yet imperial physicians insist only a millennium-old specimen can cure the Empress Dowager. Given his filial devotion, he will certainly re-enter Mu Forest to seek it. Umph! How fortunate that wretch bore such dutiful sons. How pitiful my Liner, so young yet murdered by them. How dare they live so well? How dare his sons sit upon the dragon throne? Your Highness, please compose yourself. If Marquis Shou hears, he has already departed, sent to assassinate Prince Yi. Henceforth all such operations fall to him. As for the Emperor, I shall deal with him myself. Your Highness's wisdom is unmatched. Yet, do you intend to install Marquis Shou upon the throne? Does he merit such effort? If I truly meant to crown him emperor, why bother dethroning Lin Xi in the first place? All sons born of whores. Then, what is your Highness's design? I intend to obliterate the Qianfeng kingdom, to bury it with my son. I want that wretch to taste death knowing she was slain by her own flesh and blood. Ha. Your Highness, with our meager forces such a feat is impossible. Fear not. Does Marquis Shou not command formidable networks across the Jianghu? His influence is vast, and I mean to wield it utterly. He still believes I am his mother, obedient pliant. Ha. Your Highness's brilliance knows no equal. I heard no more. Then, like lightning, I understood I was not her biological son. No wonder. Ha. So that explained why she recoiled from my excellence, why she feared my brilliance. I had assumed she suppressed my talents to shield me from palace peril. I had believed her plot against Prince Yi and the Emperor aimed solely at securing the Empress Dowager's title, or installing me as Emperor. Never imagined the truth, I was not hers. Then who am I? My Lord Marquis. My most trusted retainer observed my dazed, hollow expression. Investigate. What anomalies occurred around the time of Her Highness's childbirth? I issued the order without hesitation. I needed the truth. I would not become her blade. Days later the findings arrived. I read them, and laughed, bitterly chilled to the marrow. A poisoner. A true poisoner. No wonder the Emperor, though once devoted, ultimately allowed her exile from court. Perhaps he welcomed her departure, gladly. The truth emerged, I was not her son. She and the Empress Dowager, today's sovereign dowager, had delivered on the same day. Her infant was stillborn. The Empress bore twin sons, and she swapped one of them for the dead child me. She blamed the Empress, convinced the Empress had poisoned her womb to prevent a rival heir. Yet she overestimated herself. The crown prince had long been formally in theft, no threat existed. Her stillbirth stemmed from her own actions throughout pregnancy. She consumed countless tonics. You sought to destroy me, yet I built you a golden cage. I murmured softly, Mother, brother, rest easy. The Qianfeng realm, I shall guard it in your stead. And henceforth, you shall stand protected by me even beyond death. Ding. Mission settlement in progress. The system's voice snapped Lin Xi back from her reverie. She had already arrived in the interstellar era, now in her own room, and it was already night. Lin Xi didn't turn on the lights. She lay quietly on her bed, staring at the ceiling with wide eyes. I completed this mission so well, make sure the rewards are generous this time. Lin Xi addressed the system in her mind. Host, your rewards aren't issued by me. I've transmitted your mission data to the main system. We'll have the results soon. You're just exploiting your employees. Think about it. I went to ancient times, endured countless hardships while others suffered just to get back, and you don't even offer a bit more compensation. Look, this mission took several times longer than the last, which speaks to its difficulty. Lin Xi wasn't wrong. Without her spatial ability, her mother's arsenal, and mecha, she might not have returned alive. So she had to demand compensation. Host, you're an indestructible cockroach. Stop, P. Lin Xi growled fiercely. Host, you seem to forget that the wooden cabin was also a newbie gift from the system. Besides, your abilities have already upgraded. With a spatial barrier you could still survive, just a bit energy consuming. I'm your host. Shouldn't you be fighting for my benefits? Even if we ignore the black storm, what about the 10,000-year profound ice pool? If I had to pick it by hand, I'd be an ice pop by now. I had to call in the mecha, and the mecha wasn't provided by the system, was it? Lin Xi reminded. Host, you have a spatial shield, the system continued. Lin Xi found it tedious. The system was too rigid and inflexible. Fine, I'm done talking to you. Remember to remind me when the mission settlement is complete, she said, closing her eyes. At midnight a sound echoed in her mind. Ding. Mission settlement complete. Rewards are being distributed. Please click to confirm and receive. Lin Xi groggily tapped the confirm button. Rewards being distributed. Shortly after, ding. Rewards have been issued. Please enter the system panel to view. Lin Xi instantly snapped awake, opened the panel, and tapped the mission rewards column. A burst of dazzling fireworks flickered before her eyes. After a minute, the reward column displayed the following: ability upgrade essence Advanced X1, Spirit Spring Water, 1000 milliliters, cabin upgrade card X1, A energy crystals, level 0, X10, substitute doll, X1, spiritual root liquid X1. Lin Xi was utterly bewildered. She understood the crystals. They were for absorbing and upgrading. But what was this substitute doll? Lin Xi had no idea, but she calmly accepted it anyway. It was probably something good. Or so she thought. And what about this spiritual root liquid? What is the spiritual root liquid? Lin Xi asked the system in her mind. Spiritual root liquid is specially prepared for those whose spiritual roots have been damaged postnatally. Just this small bottle can help a genius rise again. Thanks a lot. What use is this to someone like me? From the system's tone, she knew it was useless to her. It may be useless to you now, but it might come in handy later. Lin Xi said nothing more and closed her eyes to sleep. In her opinion, among all the rewards, only the spirit spring water, the upgrade, card, the essence, and of course the crystals were useful. The next morning as Lin Xi stepped out of her room, both Lin Xi and Lin Xi were startled. Xi, you're back. Lin Xi was the first to react. Yes, I'm back. I came home late last night, so I didn't tell you, Lin Xi replied with a smile. It's good that you're back safely. You don't know how listless your father and I have been these past few months, always worried you'd run into danger. Your mother even cried in bed several times at night, Lin Xi sighed. Mom, Dad, I'm sorry for worrying you. But this trip was quite fruitful. After breakfast I'll show you. You'd better prepare a few more space buttons, Lin Xi joked. Lin Xi and Lin Xi just smiled at their lively daughter. Lin Xi didn't understand the strange look in their eyes, but decided to wait until after the meal to talk. It had been so long, and she still missed Chi-Chi's cooking. Breakfast was soon served, and it was lavish. Knowing that the young miss had returned, Chi-Chi had made several extra dishes. After months of training, Chi-Chi's culinary skills were now incomparable. Chi-Chi, tell your mother honestly, was it dangerous out there? Lin Xi asked, still worried. Mom, rest assured. How could I be in danger? Besides, I had the mecha and weapons you prepared for me. I'm definitely safe, don't worry, Lin Xi reassured her. She wasn't entirely lying. The mecha was indeed a new combat model comparable even to a nascent soul master of the cultivation world. Alright, we trust you. But these past few months someone has been leaving messages on the dark web every 2 days wanting natural plants. We found out they're from the military. Lin Xi said, her expression turning serious. Have you sold out all the space buttons? Lin Xi was surprised. She remembered they had agreed to limit supply, and before she left the fruit trees in the yard had already borne fruit, some were blossoming, and once they ripened the harvest would be quick. How could they have run out of stock on the dark web? Lin Xi rolled his eyes. These past few months we've been busy harvesting the fruits from your yard and selling them retail. But the military is different. We can't sell retail to so many people. And if we sell to one military branch, but not another, it's problematic for us. Lin Xi thought it over and understood. Her father meant that retail sales were doing well, but the military wanted to purchase in bulk, which was hard to price and sell without offending others. Then let's harvest all the fruits from the yard. Also, before I left, wasn't there a vegetable plot? I had planted things there. There should be at least a few 100 pounds of vegetables, right? Lin Xi looked at them questioningly. Xi, your father and I haven't had time to study it, so we have no idea what you planted in that plot, Lin Xi said with a flattering smile, feeling a bit guilty. According to Lin Xi, those were natural plants. Not only could they sell for money, but they also improved mental energy. What a waste. Lin Xi turned her gaze to Lin Xi, signaling him to explain. Lin Xi had to steel himself. Well, at first we were selling the fruits in bundles. Then we noticed that the soil you had purified suddenly sprouted a lot of green grass. We had Audie test it. There was no radiation at all. We didn't know what kind of grass it was, and we felt it was a pity to have the robots remove it. So your mother and I came up with an idea: for every apple sold, we'd throw in a plant. As for the different types of grass, we didn't bother. But unexpectedly, not long after, the military came directly to us saying that since the grass was a freebie, could they just buy it? We thought with so much grass we might as well do them a favor, so we gave it to them for free. What? Gave it away for free? Lin Xi, the miser who only ever took advantage of others, exploded. Even if you couldn't identify it, you shouldn't have just given it away. Even if it's just an edible weed and natural plant, shouldn't be given away for free. Lin Xi wasn't upset about the vegetables. She could replant them. She was heartbroken over her spirit spring water, which had been used to water those plants. A proper harvest could yield 3 crops, and now it was all gone. She lightly slapped her own mouth, blaming herself for not explaining clearly, not her parents. Seeing that Lin Xi wasn't furious, the couple exchanged a glance and breathed a sigh of relief. They had passed this hurdle. Gave it to them for free. What? Gave it away for free? Lin Xi, the miser who only ever took advantage of others, exploded. Even if you couldn't identify it, you shouldn't have just given it away. Even if it's just an edible weed and natural plant, shouldn't be given away for free. Lin Xi wasn't upset about the vegetables. She could replant them. She was heartbroken over her spirit spring water, which had been used to water those plants. A proper harvest could yield 3 crops, and now it was all gone. She lightly slapped her own mouth, blaming herself for not explaining clearly, not her parents. Seeing that Lin Xi wasn't furious, the couple exchanged a glance and breathed a sigh of relief. They had passed this hurdle. In truth, Lin Xi had no idea that matters were not as her parents had described. Their reasons were all far-fetched. In the interstellar realm, natural plants, especially those completely free of radiation, were immensely precious, even a single mung bean. How could anyone possibly give away such a large patch of vegetables? The truth was that Chu Xiao had returned home, growing more uneasy the more he thought about it. He went to see the king that very night, and in the king's bedchamber, he discovered the very fruits he had been willing to pay a fortune to acquire. Realizing the king must have a source, he directly asked for the goods. The king had been inwardly delighted thinking that the gifts from his granddaughter were truly exquisite only to be pestered by Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao, you should know that these natural plants are hard to come by. I paid a great price to obtain just this much. Please spare me, said the monarch of a nation cornered and distressed. Your Majesty, I do not. The king looked on indifferently without uttering a word. Your Majesty. Chu Xiao knew he had nearly swayed the king's heart. All right, do not set your heart on these fruits. I will try to find something else for you, the king said, beginning to usher him out. After Chu Xiao left, the king contacted his daughter via an internal line. They looked at the red apples, golden pears, lovely cherries, and the enticing creamy fruit with a milky aroma in the yard. They felt reluctant to give anything to the military, especially since the old father-in-law was personally inquiring. The price would certainly not be as good as retail. This was their daughter's hard work. After thinking, they both realized that the other plot of land, after being purified by their daughter, had grown some light weeds without any radiation. So they had the harvesting robot collect all of them and send them to the old father-in-law. Then they went and planted the seeds they had brought back from the plantation. All right, Dad, I'm not blaming you. I originally planned to grow those vegetables for our family to eat together. Since they're gone, well, just plant more, Lin Xi said with a mix of laughter and helplessness. Her parents weren't short of money. Why were they so stingy? In the future, when her farm was up and running, they would have more than enough to eat and sell. Lin Xi pulled her parents to the place where they had planted vegetables, but upon seeing the small gree, Lin Xi looked at her parents and asked, didn't they harvest everything? How are there still seedlings? Oh, we haven't come to check recently. I didn't expect the seeds we casually scattered to grow so big, and we didn't force ripen them at all. So purified land can naturally grow plants. Lin Xi exclaimed in surprise, looking at the seeds she had sown just to keep the land from being empty. Cabbage, turnips, carrots, and cucumbers. I thought since you had worked so hard to purify the land, we shouldn't waste it, so I scattered the seeds. I didn't expect them to grow after months of neglect. Lin Xi looked at Lin Xi with delight. Only Lin Xi knew that when she purified the land, she had dripped some diluted spiritual spring water into it, so there must have been residue. Otherwise, those low-quality seeds from the plantation could never have grown so lush and green. Then from now on, let you and Dad take care of the land. They'll be responsible for finding seeds. Let's not use seeds from the plantation anymore. I feel the vegetables grown from plantation seeds don't taste as good as our own, Lin X. Our Shi is amazing. Lin E and Yun Ci happily played along. They all went into the house. Lin Xi took out the seedlings and seeds she had brought back from her space, happily introducing them. As Lin E and Yun Ci listened, one started recording, the other wrote labels and stuck them on. They worked in perfect coordination. Lin Xi watched them without comment since she couldn't always be there to explain, and she still had tasks to do. Now with Dad labeling and Mom recording, they could find the corresponding items when listening to the recordings. Imperial Capital Academy. Lin Zhao, I heard you asked for leave. Li Feng rushed over, saw Lin Zhao packing, and knew it was true. Yeah, I'm still worried about my sister. Every time I call Mom and Dad, they say she's fine, but she's never video called me once, Lin Zhao said, still expressionless as he packed. His school was a closed campus and normally students were not allowed leave. But this time Lin Zhao claimed his mental energy was unstable and his parents worked at the plantation, so he wanted to get some natural plants to treat it. The excuse was weak since soldiers on the front line hadn't collapsed yet, and these cadets only fought with some captured Zerg larvae in combat simulations. The radiation was low. However, Lin Zhao offered too much, and he was the grandson of those two important people, so the school let him go. Though Lin Zhao felt sorry for his things, it was worth it to see his sister. But how did the academy approve? Last time a general's grandson asked for leave and was rejected, Li Feng asked, puzzled. I gave each of the high. You're really generous. Those things are worth a lot of money, and they're hard to come by even with money, Li Feng gasped. He had eaten those things and knew how good they were. He never expected Lin Zhao to go this far for his sister. Anyway, they were prepared by my sister for me. If I spend them on her, it's worth it, Lin Zhao thought. The things were all found by his sister, and since he wanted to see her, giving them away was meaningful. Although Li Feng felt something was off about Lin Zhao's reasoning, he couldn't pinpoint it. He just thought of the taste of the natural plants Lin Zhao's sister had sent, and couldn't help but drool. Right, natural plants are so precious, and Lin Zhao actually used them to exchange for a trip home. Just 2 more months, and it would be vacation time. Is this the privilege of having family members working at a plantation? Lin Zhao finished packing and didn't hear Li Feng's voice for a long time. He looked over at Li Feng and saw his expression changing constantly, not knowing what he was thinking. What are you thinking about? My shuttle is about to arrive. I'm leaving now. Is there anything you want me to bring back for you? Lin Zhao was just being polite. It was his first time taking leave to go home midway, so he was just making pleasantries. After all, there was no precedent for this. Yes, just bring me back any natural plants you see. Money is no object. They'll transfer some to you now, so you don't end up short when you see something you want to buy. Li Feng knew Lin Zhao was just being polite, but he thought about how Lin Zhao's family had first-hand access to the plantation, so he unceremoniously made the request. He opened his optical brain and quickly transferred 100 million star coins to Lin Zhao. You? Lin Zhao didn't expect Li Feng to be so shameless. And 100 million star coins. How did he have so much? Alright, I'm going to training. When you come back, call the school. The instructor will notify me, and he'll pick you up at the gate. Without waiting for Lin Zhao's reaction, he hurried off. Lin Zhao was speechless. What the hell do I need you to pick me up for when I'm already at the gate? Anuta star. Xi, your brother will arrive tonight. What do you think we should cook for him? Lin Xi had been here for 3 months. Apart from packing deliveries and picking fruits, her biggest hobby was learning to cook with Chi. She had never known that cooking had so many tricks, and she had never known that making food for the people she cared about most could bring her so much happiness. She felt that the first half of her life had been ruined by nutrient fluids. Mom, everything you cook is delicious. When Zhao comes, just make a few more dishes and see what he likes most. Then you'll know what to cook in the future. Lin Xi liked seeing her mother care about them. Will also make some dishes Xi likes. What Xi likes, Xiao Zhao should like too. Yun Xi smiled as she looked at her daughter, choosing ingredients, unable to imagine that a few months ago the girl was so sickly, and now she had grown up so gracefully and healthy. Lin Zhao arrived at 7 o'clock in the evening. As he stepped inside the protective barrier, a delicate fragrance of blossoms and ripe fruit wafted toward him, instantly invigorating his spirit. Xiao Zhao, hurry in. What are you standing there for? Dinner's waiting for you. Lin Xi watched his son stand dazed at the threshold and walked over to clap him lightly on the shoulder. Lin Zhao followed his father into the living room. Zhao, come wash your hands. We're about to eat. Lin Xi spotted the youth standing at the doorway and paused for a fleeting moment before swiftly regaining her composure and calling out warmly. As he watched his sister carry a dish to the table, a quiet wonder stirred within him. Had she poured nutrient solution onto a plate? Well, it felt unusually special, ritualistic even. He set down his bag. This time he'd taken a full week's leave, determined to spend quality time with his sister. Guided swiftly by Chi, he hurried to the restroom to freshen up. When he emerged, he found his parents and sister already seated around the dining table awaiting him. His cheeks flushed faintly with embarrassment, head bowed, he slipped quietly into his seat. Then he lifted his gaze and froze. What precisely were those soft, pillowy white grains glistening in his bowl? And what were those aromatic dishes arrayed across the table? Peering closely, he recognized a few bok choy carrots. And that, was it cucumber? So many unfamiliar dishes. Alright, here you go. Let me introduce them, Mother chuckled, gesturing proudly. This is boiled pork slices. I added bok choy and bean sprouts. That one's stir-fried carrot shreds with pork, garlic mashed cucumber, and chilled tomato salad. Coca-Cola braised chicken wings, guabao roe. Lin Xi smiled as she recited the names. Sister, what exactly happened while I was away? You've been feasting behind my back. Lin Zhao knew something profound had shifted within their family. Otherwise, why would his parents have resigned their posts and relocated to this desolate frontier world, where even the poorest citizens clung desperately to the imperial capital, vying ruthlessly for residency? Their choice defied logic. The capital's air was far cleaner, its environment more conducive to mental stability, especially for officers whose spiritual energy fluctuated under stress. Don't press too hard now. Your parents will tell you in due time. Let's eat first, shall we? This is the most lavish dinner you've ever had in your entire life. Yun Xi teased gently. Lin Zhao fell silent. He understood how much care and effort had gone into preparing this meal, and warmth swelled in his chest. Lin Xi patiently taught him how to hold chopsticks and savor each delicacy. He learned attentively, his pace quickening with delight. After dinner, they all sat in the living room belly. Not at all. You know it yourself. Satiety from natural produce differs fundamentally from that of nutrient solution. One signals the brain, I am full, nutrients absorbed, mission accomplished. The other speaks directly from the stomach, I cannot hold another bite. Whether it nourishes deeply I cannot say, but this visceral fullness feels infinitely richer than any neural command. Lin Zhao wasn't startled. He'd sensed his father's presence all along, and spoke with quiet candor. Alas, as long as the interstellar war rages, radiation persists, and our resources dwindle, Lin Xi sighed. Enough, you two. Time to rest. Upstairs, everyone. Xiao Zhao, let Chi show you to your room. It's been prepared since this morning. Yun Xi yawned, utterly spent. Ever since receiving her son's message confirming his leave, she'd been vibrating with anticipation, sleep forgotten. Lin Xi, reading her exhaustion, plainly gave his son's shoulder a firm pat. Brat, off to bed. Questions can wait till tomorrow. Confirm. Without hesitation, Lin Xi tapped confirmation. Beep. Wooden cottage upgrade initiated. Estimated duration 16 hours. Please prepare accordingly. Lin Xi understood precisely what prepare meant. The system would go offline, rendering everything within her space temporarily inaccessible. 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1. Just as the countdown reached 5, Lin Xi hastily retrieved tomorrow's rice and flour. Then she uncorked the essence vial, its liquid now purer, and steeling herself drank it down in one swift motion. 10 seconds passed. No familiar agony surged through her veins. She blinked startled. Had she been given a counterfeit? The system seemed to read her thoughts. Its voice echoed coldly within her mind. You have already undergone one essence purification. That session expelled nearly all impurities from your body. What you feel now is mere mild discomfort, not the cataclysmic purge of last time. Cease doubting this system. Good. Last time was so brutal it still feels unreal, Lin Xi admitted, sheepishly, offering a small rueful smile. Focus on completing tasks. Surprises await. The system's tone remained glacial. Though barely sore, Lin Xi sipped honey water infused with spirit spring water, then soaked luxuriously in the bathtub before drifting into deep, dreamless sleep. Just before slipping under, a vague sense flickered. Something forgotten, but it dissolved before she could grasp it. Jia. At dawn, Lin Zhao burst breathlessly through the door. Still half asleep, she jolted upright in bed at the sudden cry. What's all this shouting? You'll give someone a heart attack. She'd meant to scold him, but Lin Xi strode in and snapped sharply before she could utter another word. Dad, I saw. Lin Zhao gasped, words tumbling out in ragged bursts. Lin Xi hurried in behind him and began patting his back soothingly. Breathe slowly. Calm yourself first, she murmured. Jia, just now while I was exercising in the yard I saw your fruit trees, those same ones you sent me. And the branches are heavy with fruit. Jia, this is a barren frontier world. How do fruit trees grow here? And those fruits, they exude fragrance. Not like the shriveled, scentless specimens sold in markets. Are they edible? How can there be so many? You. Before Lin Zhao could finish, Lin Xi clapped a hand over his mouth. Enough astonishment. Remember what your mother and I do. This soil is exceptionally fertile, ideal for cultivation. Lin Xi attempted to shoulder the explanation himself. Dad, Xiao Zhao's grown. We should tell him. He'll help me better once he understands. Lin Xi watched her brother's eyes dim, glimmering with quiet hurt as though cast beyond the circle of trust. Lin Xi studied the two siblings, both fiercely independent, both stubbornly bright, and sighed. Fine. I'll explain it to him step by step. You go speak with your mother. She asked for you. He led Lin Zhao to his bedroom. Lin Xi stayed behind with Lin Xi. Once the pair disappeared down the hall, Lin Xi fished several sheets of paper from her pocket and pressed them urgently into Lin Xi's hands. Quick, look at these. Last night alone brought this many orders. I'm utterly drained. I thought moving here meant finally relaxing, doing as I pleased, but just thinking about it makes me furious. After Lin Xi and Lin Xi finalized the order list, they began arranging shipments in sequence. Xi, since you've built so many storage units there, perhaps you should invest in more packing bots. Your father and I are getting older, Lin Xi hinted gently. Lin Xi caught the implication immediately. You decide what's needed. I won't always be here, but I'll bring back seeds whenever I can, she replied, smiling. Under Lin Yi's patient guidance, Lin Zhao finally learned the truth, that every extraordinary thing in their yard was his sister's creation. His eyes widened in disbelief, though Lin Yi quickly silenced his exclamations. Internally stunned, externally composed, he mastered his expression. When they re-emerged, Lin Xi and Lin Xi were already bustling in the courtyard. Orders demanded immediate attention. Lin Xi spent 5 days with Lin Zhao. On the day he departed for school, she packed him with baskets of fresh fruit and homemade tree. Watching Lin Zhao's spacecraft descend into the sky, Lin Xi returned to her room. Open interface. System interface. Name Lin Xi. Gender female. Abilities purification LV. 3 LV. 9 upgradable spatial manipulation LV. 5 LV. 9 upgradable. Skills illusory realms, spatial blade, spatial tempest, spatial seal, spatial teleportation. Inventory accessible. Safe wooden cottage, 35 upgradable. Meritorious deeds, 30. Active mission collect in world 03. Red mushroom, 100 gene pine mushroom, 100 gene black fungus, 100 gene beef, tripe mushroom, 100 gene luan bamboo shoots, 1000 gene spiny elder bud, 100 gene taro lily bulb, 100 gene. Note, all fungi must be submitted dried. Time limit 30 days. Host, are we commencing the mission now? The system inquired. I'll leave a note for my parents first, Lin, she said, hastily snatching up a sheet of paper and scribbling only 2 characters. Gone. Let's go. A wave of dizziness washed over her. Then she knew she was no longer in the starlit expanse of space. Yet the air here felt strangely oppressive, laced with the acrid tang of gunpowder. Gunpowder. Lin, she snapped her eyes open and froze in astonishment at her surroundings. This was a pitch-black cavity, not a natural cave, but a scorched, steaming hollow reeking of explosives. Could it detonate at any moment? At that thought, she instantly teleported out. When she whirled back to survey the site, fury twisted her features. Look where you've dumped me. Are you trying to get me killed? Lin, she raged inwardly at the system. Calm yourself, host. Transmission locations are randomized, but this system guarantees each destination is comparatively safe. Huh, safe. Look around, what is that? That crater, still smoldering, was blasted by your explosive. How powerful must that bomb have been? Are you secretly hoping I perish? Each jump grows more treacherous than the last. Lin Xi refused to trust the system. This system recommends you first acclimate to your environment before proceeding with the mission, it replied, deliberately ignoring her protest. While she'd already arrived and entered the crater, Lin Xi conceded the logic. She scanned the terrain, a scarred hillside, trees toppled, and splintered, a road marred by tire tracks and bloodstains. Frowning, she extended her spiritual sense. 20 meters ahead, a person lay motionless. She approached quietly. The figure was a woman, breathing faintly, concealed within a shallow gully. Gunshot wounds stained her uniform. Military in cut, bearing a faded armband inscribed with the characters Balu, the 8th Route Army. So, she had landed in the War of Resistance against Japan. But which year exactly? Lin Xi didn't know. She'd crossed over from 3022. These details were gleaned solely from history texts. She pressed 2 fingers to the woman's carotid artery, a weak, steady pulse. Lacking healing abilities, Lin Xi instead summoned spatial energy alongside her mental focus to extract the bullet with surgical precision. Then, drawing mineral water from her pack, she infused it with a single drop of spirit spring water and gently administered 2 sips to the woman's lips. Next, she unfurled a cushion from her spatial storage, lifted the woman from the gully, and laid her upon it, awaiting consciousness. 10 minutes later, as Lin Xi idly munched a peach from her spatial realm, a faint groan pierced the silence. Awake. Then rise, Lin Xi remarked coolly to the disoriented woman. I'm not dead. The woman's voice held no relief, only bewilderment. Who are you? She asked sharply, wariness sharpening her gaze. I saved you. Where are your comrades? Why are you alone? Lin Xi had fashioned for herself a Republican-era student uniform, fitting seamlessly for a 17-year-old like herself. Which school do you attend? How did you come here? The woman's eyes flickered with layered emotion, suspicion, dread, unyielding resolve. Her thoughts inscrutable. Don't ask me such questions. Now I ask, you answer. Speak only what you deem fit, I won't press you. Lin Xi had no idea which school she was supposed to name, and certainly couldn't fabricate one convincingly. Sensing Lin Xi's reluctance, the woman nodded, curiosity now mingling with caution. What then did this girl intend? She'd been riddled with bullets, certain of death, yet lived. Her wounds were cleanly dressed. Lin Xi hadn't lied, she had saved her. But motives remained veiled. Her organization had been betrayed too often by faces wearing innocence like masks, paying in blood each time. Even children warranted vigilance now. What year is it? Where is this place? Lin Xi asked. The question stunned the woman. Why begin with chronology and geography rather than names or command structures? Lin Xi waved a hand before the woman's eyes, snapping her back to awareness. It is 1938. This is Guzi Village. 50 li east lies Shaching. 1938. She had truly arrived in this era. No wonder the system's mission timeline seemed absurdly long. It was wartime. Rumor held that nowhere was safe. So where then could she gather the required materials? Wasn't this sheer torment? Lin Xi thumped her temple, unable to strike the system, yet needing to vent her frustration. Can you stand? Are there any mountain delicacies, medicinal fungi, rare herbs, growing on the nearby peaks? Lin Xi reasoned the system always placed her near mission targets, so at least one must be nearby. The woman stared at her as though she were mad. War rages everywhere, yet you seek foraging. She gestured toward a distant ridge. Mushrooms grow there, but the Japanese have combed that slope repeatedly. To enter is suicide. What is your name? Would you guide me there, or gather alongside me? I'll pay you fairly. Lin Xi needed only location. Names, nations, ideologies meant nothing to her. Let invaders come, none would return. Hearing the question, the woman's gaze sharpened with sudden understanding. So the earlier queries had been feints, to lower her guard. Now the true agenda emerged. Yet she would never betray her organization. I am Bai Ji. You seek those mushrooms, only for mushrooms. Bai Ji, is that correct? Will you guide me, or help gather? My offer stands compensation for your aid. Lin Xi cared little whether Bai Ji reacted with shock or sarcasm. Among her mission objectives, fungi ranked highest. What precisely do you want? Kill me, or torture me? I'll never betray my organization. Bai Ji's eyes blazed with defiant resolve. Are you ill? I've stated plainly. I need only your guidance to those mushrooms. See the soil. Rain fell recently. They've likely sprouted. Lin Xi spoke with palpable impatience. Bai Ji hesitated. Lin Xi's gaze held no guile, only clarity. Yet in this age, who foraged for fungi while armies clashed? Most fled for their lives. No one indulged in culinary luxuries. Rise. Walk with me, for now. When you wish to part, you may. Lin Xi knew mushrooms grew on that mountain. She would go. If Bai Ji refused guidance, so be it. Distance meant little. She'd intended to escort her safely to her unit. Yet this woman like a dog biting Lu Dongbin mistook kindness for deceit. Lin Xi knew this was the war of resistance. History books had etched deep reverence for these soldiers. Their sweat, blood, and tears forged today's peace. She genuinely wished to aid them, and this was her reward. Lin Xi admitted. She held a grudge. Bai Ji continued watching her. Suspicion undimmed, yet fear gone. Death held no terror. She would protect her comrades, unto the end. Footsteps, Bai Ji said, pulling Lin Xi back. I know, but what does it have to do with us? Let's just go our way. Lin Xi shook off Bai Ji's hand, and continued forward. Wait, don't be impulsive. If we run into someone from our organization or a local villager it's fine, but if we encounter Japanese devils we're dead. Right now after that battle, any sensible person would steer clear. So it can only be the devil's men coming to clean up the battlefield. Bai Ji held Lin Xi's hand tightly, refusing to let go. Clean up the battlefield. But I saw nothing left near that area except the remnants of the fire. What's there to clean up? Lin Xi was puzzled. She had heard that after battles people would come to collect the dead, cremate them, and bury them in martyrs' graves. But the spot where she had fallen only had a few blackened craters from bombs, some lingering smoke and fires sparked by artillery shells. Nothing else. How could there be nothing? Shouldn't there be the bodies of Japanese devils, their weapons and ammunition, and the corpses of our comrades? Our squad was ambushed. I was hit and barely managed to hide in a ditch to avoid burdening my comrades. After they left, the devils chased after them relentlessly. They wouldn't have had time to clean the battlefield. How could there be nothing? Bai Ji couldn't believe it. Given the situation, if she hadn't hidden herself, her comrades would have risked everything to bring her back. A united team like that would never abandon anyone. So the battlefield must not have been cleared. Alright, don't dwell on it. I have things to do. Let's hurry. Lin Xi didn't want any more trouble. The mission, which seemed simple, was proving extraordinarily difficult in this war-torn era. She had to make haste. Before coming, she had checked the data, and based on the system's information, she needed to travel from north to south. Even with her teleportation ability, crossing the entire country was impossible, especially when she didn't know the way. Just as the two were still struggling, a group of soldiers. The leader said in broken Chinese, then turned to say something to his men. He threw his gun and sword to the ground, unbuckled his belt, and slowly walked toward Lin Xi and Bai Ji. Bai Ji pulled Lin Xi's hand and stepped back, praying silently for someone to save them, or if no one came, at least for a swift death, rather than being defiled by these monsters. Tears of despair streamed down her face. She was only 20 years old. Lin Xi watched the man approaching her, disgust overwhelming. She casually flicked a spatial blade, and in an instant the man's head was severed from his body, tumbling and rolling through the grass to land before the group of onlookers who had been waiting for the show. Bai Ji was stunned. She had no idea what happened. The Japanese devil's head simply fell off. Was there someone else nearby who had saved them? The rest of the group erupted into chaos. They raised their rifles and shouted angrily into the surroundings. Lin Xi didn't understand their language, but she knew they were either threatening or calling someone out. Stop your barking. You're looking for the one who killed him, right? I'm right here. I don't understand a word of your bird language. Lin Xi's words stunned not only the Japanese devils, but also Bai Ji, who looked at her in disbelief. Heavens, I don't know who you are, but shouldn't we take this chance to escape? Why are you drawing their attention back to us? Bai Ji had thought that by creating a diversion, they could slip away, not that Lin Xi would openly confront them. Lin Xi didn't reply. In her eyes, these men were nothing. If she didn't want to act, she could release a mech to crush them. If she chose to fight, they would only last a few seconds longer. The Japanese couldn't understand what Lin Xi and Bai Ji were saying, but they could tell Lin Xi was talking about A man who appeared to be a squad leader raised his rifle and opened fire at Lin Xi. But the bullets stopped a meter away from her and fell straight to the ground. Bai Ji, who had closed her eyes waiting for the impact, was surprised when no pain came. She thought she had been shot dead and couldn't feel anything, but when she opened her eyes she saw the bullets dropping. Her mouth formed an O of amazement. You're too noisy. You're wasting my time. Lin Xi frowned, then waved her hand toward the enemy. In an instant several more heads were severed and bodies dropped like cut grass. The remaining soldiers stared at her in terror. Ghost! Ghost! You are not human. You are a ghost. The squad leader pointed at Lin Xi and screamed in hysteria, but before he could finish, Lin Xi cut the grass again. The only ones left standing were Lin Xi and Bai Ji. Bai Ji trembled, her fingers shaking. You? Who are you? Lin Xi did not stop or turn back. She walked forward. Are you going to stay here? Bai Ji snapped out of her daze and stumbled after Lin Xi, leaving behind a field of headless Japanese bodies. Who are you? She asked again after several minutes, unable to contain her curiosity. Who I am is not important. What matters is that I won't harm you. On the contrary, I've saved you twice. Lin Xi walked and spoke. She couldn't say she was a time traveler or that she was their descendant from the future. But Bai Ji was still in disbelief. Don't worry. I mean no harm to your organization. I truly want to gather some mountain delicacies. Lin Xi stopped and looked at Bai Ji seriously. In this era, don't even think about delicacies from land or sea. There might be mushrooms in the mountains, but no one dares to pick them anymore. Eating poorly may keep you alive, but losing your life over wild goods is not worth it. We have to be on guard not only against the Japanese devils who might come searching at any time, but also against those in the sky. Those devils are inhuman. Baiji had only meant to say that in these times no one could afford to go foraging for wild goods, but she found herself pouring out her bitterness. Perhaps it was because she saw Lin Xi as a kindred spirit who also killed devils. Lin Xi did not interrupt her. She walked quietly and listened. She had learned the brutality of history from textbooks, but never had she felt it so vividly as now. The two chatted as they walked, and before they knew it they had arrived at the place Baiji had mentioned. This is the place. This mountain used to provide exquisite delicacies for the nobility of the entire Sand City. However, since the onset of warlord rule, and until now it has only been bombarded by the enemy in recent years. Hungry people have come to the mountain to search for food, and those fleeing from the Japanese invaders have also entered, but no one has come here since. So she doesn't know the current state inside. The reason she said this is that regardless of whether there is something she is looking for inside, it doesn't concern her. She has only heard about it. Lin Xi disregarded her and plunged directly into the forest, but she still remembered to cast a spatial barrier around herself. After all, she heard that this southwestern area has always been a gathering place for venomous insects and ferocious beasts, which is why the Japanese chose to bomb and set fires here. They have suffered a lot in the forest. After walking for 20 minutes deep into the woods, even Baiji found it hard to believe she had the courage to come here. Finally, Lin Xi stopped. Her spiritual sense detected many mushrooms here, and she was shocked. Perhaps it had been a long time since anyone had harvested them, leading to the proliferation of these spore plants. Some could even be seen crawling with insects. Why are there so many mushrooms here? Baiji looked at Lin Xi, who had stopped and finally exhaled. She felt that the young girl in front of her was not like a typical girl. Instead, she exuded an aura of coldness akin to a god of death. If it weren't for the clarity in her eyes, Baiji would have truly thought she was not a good person. Do you know mushrooms? Lin Xi was puzzled. She observed Baiji's demeanor and actions, which did not seem characteristic of someone raised in poverty, but rather like an educated young lady. Could such a person truly identify which mushrooms were edible? Of course I know. Don't judge me by my appearance. I can still distinguish between grains and cereals. After all, how many years has the war been raging? Baiji felt a bit ashamed under Lin Xi's gaze. In fact, she was once the daughter of the Bai family trading company, having grown up without ever lifting a finger. 3 years ago, her parents took her and her brother to Shanghai to seek refuge. However, they encountered the Japanese, who intercepted their train in a panic. Amidst the chaos at the train station, she got separated from her family and followed the refugees to an air raid shelter where she met Long Yu, a friend who brought her into the 8th Route Army. Since then, she has participated in various battles with the 8th Route Army. No matter how many injuries she sustained or how much blood and tears she shed in these 3 years, she has never regretted joining. Just today, when she was shot and fell to the ground, she desperately wanted to live to reach their base. You said I would help you with work and you would reward me. Is that true? She pondered for a moment before asking this question. She didn't desire those rewards for herself. The reason their small team encountered snipers was that they were running low on supplies, and they sent their team to disguise themselves and enter the city to buy food. However, they had just left the mountain when they were discovered. As for why the Japanese appeared near their base, they dared not speculate. What do you want? Lin Xi said nothing. After so many exchanges, she had become accustomed to bartering. This woman was clearly not doing it for herself, or what harm was there in helping her a bit? Baiji did not expect her to respond so quickly, her face slightly flushed. I know you are capable, and I understand that everyone is struggling in these chaotic times. However, our team is truly on the brink of collapse. We are not afraid of death, we just feel it's unfair to die not in battle against the Japanese invaders, or while protecting our fellow countrymen, but rather from starvation. You say this and I. Baiji's voice choked as she spoke. Listening to your description, it indeed sounds tragic, Lin Xi replied expressionlessly. Just that one sentence left Baiji momentarily stunned. What did she mean by that? To give or not to give? Although the captain said not to take anything from the people, what she earned through her labor was not considered theft. All right, write me a list of what you want when you have time, and I will prepare it for you. Lin Xi had originally intended to help these people. Since Baiji had spoken up, she could easily assist. Baiji deeply bowed to Lin Xi, knowing she could do very little to help. A person as skilled as Lin Xi must genuinely want to aid them, yet she had no choice but to accept. She lowered her head, seriously identifying the mushrooms, and began to pick them with the large basket Lin Xi had given her, being very careful not to damage them. Lin Xi was also searching for mushrooms on the other side. Red mushrooms, matsutake black fungus beef, tripe mushroom, morel chicken mushrooms, and black fungus, all of which she collected into her basket regardless of whether they were the target of their mission. She would sort them later when they returned. Little did she know that the reason she couldn't hear any sounds was entirely due to Lin Xi using spatial shielding, which not only blocked outside prying eyes and disturbances, but also shielded the people inside from the outside world. It was possible for her to teleport, saving time, while also reducing exposure risks. Can you really send things over? Baiji looked at Lin Xi with expectant eyes, but Lin Xi just stared at her silently and did not answer. Baiji knew that Lin Xi might be getting impatient, so she quickly took the paper money Lin Xi had given her and wrote a letter. Lin Xi found a relatively flat area and released her wooden cabin. You go inside and stay there. Don't touch anything inside. Lin Xi thought for a moment and decided it was safer to confine Baiji in the cabin. As long as she didn't allow it, Baiji would be trapped inside the cabin with no way out. Baiji saw Lin Xi conjure a cave with her bare hands, and her jaw nearly dropped. Lin Xi pushed her inside, and she didn't even react. Holding Baiji's letter, Lin Xi didn't read what she had written. She directly teleported to the address Baiji had given, since the two places were not far apart. When Lin Xi arrived, only a pale yellow lamp was lit in one of the rooms in the outpost. She sensed with her spiritual power, indeed worthy of the 8th route. Captain, we suffered heavy losses this time. Several comrades have fallen. I know it's all my fault. Even if the rest of us survive, if we can't find food, we won't last long, the man called Captain said with a pained expression. This team had gone out to find food, but they never expected such bad luck. Captain, this can't go on. If we keep starving, when the Japanese come, we won't even have the strength to resist. We might as well use the little strength we have left to fight them. Heedon. Long Yu, I know you have a point. But if we go and fight to the death, what about the children and the elderly? If we die, they will be like fish on a chopping board at the mercy of others. Don't forget our mission, the laboratory in Shacheng. The captain's eyes gleamed. He himself longed to fight to the death, but behind him were the old, weak women and children. Once they died, those behind them would become mere subjects in the laboratory. Then what should we do? Should we just starve, deplete our strength, and wait for the Japanese to come and wipe us out in one fell swoop? Long Yu's voice was anxious. He knew that the captain was right, but now the ones who had gone out were dead, and those who had returned were wounded. If they sent another team out, it would be fine if they succeeded, but if they failed, they wouldn't have many people left to hold the line. When the Japanese came, they wouldn't even have the strength to fight. Long Yu, we have no choice. The captain slumped and put his hand under the table. Captain, let me go out, Long Yu said, looking at the captain with firm eyes. Captain, no. You are our squad sharpshooter. I can't let you go out. The captain immediately objected upon hearing Long Yu's words. It would be better for me to go than you. Captain, Baiji was brought in by me. She is missing, fate unknown. The comrades who went out with her said she was hit by several bullets. Knowing they wanted to bring her back, she was afraid of dragging them down, so she rolled herself down a ravine. Long Yu's voice choked. No matter what, I want to bring her back, even if it's just He couldn't go on. Hearing this, the captain knew Long Yu was telling the truth. He was about to nod in agreement when they heard a bang 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 sound outside. It didn't sound like the enemy's approach, but rather like something being thrown into the yard. The two exchanged a quick glance, reached for their waists, and slowly approached the door. Lin Xi observed all their movements with her spiritual sense. She couldn't help but find it amusing, yet also a bit poignant. This scene reminded her of herself in the apocalypse, also alert at the slightest sound. Lin Xi stopped watching them, directly teleported back to the mountain forest, and walked into the wooden cabin. No more sound, Long Yu said silently to the captain, using only his mouth. The captain's face was grave. He nodded at Long Yu. The two suddenly opened the door at the same time and hid behind it. Through the crack, they could vaguely see something piled up outside. They raised their guns and slowly walked out. Outside there were 3 large sacks, their contents unknown. Long Yu couldn't resist and reached out to touch them. The captain couldn't stop him in time. Long Yu then tried to lift one, only to find that his strength could barely move it a little. His face flushed, and he looked at the captain with some embarrassment. Captain, I can't move it. Don't just stand there. I already touched it. There's no danger. Let's get it inside first, Long Yu said, feeling that the captain was watching his show. The captain went over, and together they tried to lift the sack. They gave it a hard heave, but the sack only moved a little. How heavy was this thing? The two looked at each other awkwardly. Finally, Long Yu reluctantly went to call another comrade. The 3 of them with great effort managed to get 1 sack inside. Looking at the other 2 sacks in the yard, they sighed. Then with a burst of effort, they brought the remaining 2 sacks inside as well. All 3 collapsed on the floor, panting heavily. Huff, huff. Huff. Captain, what is this? It's so heavy, the comrade asked the captain. The captain gave him a glare. Huff. You ask me, who do I ask? Huff, huff. You and I aren't. Huff. Carried it in together. Captain, this thing is too heavy. I'm going to open it. And see. Long Yu recovered very quickly. Although his limbs were still a bit weak, he perked up. He just wanted to know what was inside. He hadn't smelled any strange odor, but he knew that the contents of the 3 sacks were different. He opened the first sack. Oh, he couldn't help exclaiming. What's wrong? Captain, you asked the question I was going to ask. What am I supposed to say? It's rice, all rice, and it's polished rice. Long Yu couldn't help saying. The other two, hearing this, ignored their exhausted bodies and stood up straight. They looked. Sure enough, it was rice. The three of them turned their gaze to the other two sacks. The new comrade quickly opened one of them. It's flour. Such white flour. The last sack the captain opened first. On top were some fruits and underneath was dark and unclear. But Long Yu with his keen nose smelled a smoky scent among the fruity aroma. Could it be cured meat? Thinking this, he couldn't help laughing at himself. He was really letting his imagination run wild thinking of cured meat in such an environment. But to their surprise, Comrade Xianlin began to pull out the fruits. What amazed them was that there were apples, coconuts, and watermelons, as well as a kind of white fruit they couldn't name that had a milky fragrance. In the middle were walnuts, about 30 or 40 gene. As soon as the walnuts were taken out, they saw that the bottom layer separated by oilcloth was actually cured meat. Real cured meat, dried rabbit, dried chicken. The sight made the few who hadn't eaten meat for a long time swallow their saliva. Here. There's a letter here, Xianlin said weakly, raising an inconspicuous letter that he had accidentally brushed aside while rummaging through the fruits. Compared to the food, the letter was truly unremarkable. The captain, forgetting his dignity, snatched the letter and opened it. Then he burst into laughter. What does the letter say? Seeing the captain acting like this, as if possessed, Long Yu couldn't help asking. It's from Comrade Baiji. Comrade Baiji is not dead. She was rescued. She said she is now working for her benefactor, following the party's leadership and not taking advantage of the masses. Not even a single needle or thread. So all these are the fruits of her labor. She wants us to accept them without worry. She will work there until she has repaid the debt and then return. She said not to worry. The employer is also a young woman, and she has no other request except to have Baiji help her gather mountain treasures. She also said that the young lady is very formidable. This noon, she helped eliminate a squad of 30 Japanese soldiers. The captain had been worried about Baiji, but upon learning that the young lady was formidable and only asked Baiji to help gather mountain products, he stopped worrying. Although it was hard to believe Baiji had said that everything would be explained when Baiji was taken aback, thinking the person who had promised to deliver the supplies was still here. Didn't you agree to deliver the supplies? She stared at Lin Xi with a huff. I've already delivered them and returned. Lin Xi said calmly, noticing Baiji was still shocked from her earlier departure. How is that possible? Given that the base was closed, it would still take hours on foot. Even if Lin Xi was fast, she couldn't have made it back that quickly. Baiji had only been lost in thought for a moment, not unconscious. I did deliver them. When I arrived, two people were talking in a room lit by a kerosene lamp, while the other rooms were dark with everyone asleep. One was called Long Yu, the other he addressed as team leader. Lin Xi explained uncharacteristically. She respected those who risked their lives for their country, so she was willing to offer them due respect. Baiji stood frozen, speechless. The description was too vivid to be made up. Supplies were scarce, and after dark the only light was the kerosene lamp in the meeting room for the team leaders. All right, eat, wash up, and rest. We have things to do tomorrow. Lin Xi set the boxed meal in front of her without waiting for a response, then walked toward her own room. Baiji looked at the food, her eyes reddening. She didn't know what. Like a female ghost, pale-faced with disheveled hair and eyes swollen like walnuts. Worse, due to lack of sleep, the swollen eyes were tinged with blue, a perfect zombie in the flesh. Lin Xi almost instinctively aimed for the head. What happened to you? Didn't you rest last night? Lin Xi found her appearance unbearable. With such a look, she could scare people to death without even fighting the Japanese. Imagine encountering such a woman in the deep mountains. She'd be mistaken for a demon or a ghost. Baiji stared at Lin Xi with a resentful gaze, silent, making Lin Xi feel uneasy. Tell me what's going on. You said you'd work to pay for last night's supplies. I brought 500 gene of rice, 500 gene of flour, 300 gene of various fruits, 50 gene of walnuts, and 150 gene of cured meats. And now you're acting like this. Are you planning to back out? Lin Xi couldn't understand. Hadn't they agreed? Wasn't the 8th Route Army supposed to be trustworthy? I'm not backing out, but I find it hard to believe you really delivered the supplies. Baiji finally voiced the doubt that had troubled her all night. You turned yourself into this miserable state just because of that. Lin Xi hadn't expected her to be so burdened by thought. This is important. It concerns whether the hundreds of people, old and young, at the base can survive, Baiji said, seeing the nonchalance in Lin Xi's eyes and feeling a surge of anger. How could this woman who had killed Japanese without mercy yesterday be so indifferent to the suffering of her own compatriots? Was it that she only killed the Japanese because they provoked her, not out of patriotism or concern for the nation? The more Baiji thought about it, the more convinced she became. With such great abilities, Lin, she only cared about mountain delicacies and wild vegetables. That meant she would only act if provoked, ignoring the plight of her compatriots. How cold-hearted could a person be to turn a blind eye to the suffering of their own people? I said I delivered the goods, and I also said I don't need your repayment. If you want to leave, I won't stop you. I have my tasks, just as yours is to find food while mine is to gather wild delicacies. Lin, she said, thinking it over. These were revolutionary heroes, she couldn't be too rude. Baiji saw that she didn't seem to be lying, but she couldn't imagine how the supplies were delivered in such a short time. Then it struck her. She was foolish. Why had she assumed Lin Xi was alone? Maybe there were others who delivered the goods while Lin Xi stayed to watch her. That made perfect sense. Lin Xi watched the girl instantly transform, having convinced herself. Today they picked even more mushrooms than yesterday. As they were about to finish, Lin Xi took out a basin of spiritual spring water diluted thousands of times, found a branch, and sprinkled it around. Yesterday in the dark, Baiji hadn't noticed, but today she saw clearly. What are you doing? She asked curiously. There are spores here, and maybe some mushrooms that haven't emerged yet. By sprinkling a little water, we won't have to change spots tomorrow, Lin Xi explained with a smile. That was absurd. Sprinkling a little water would yield countless mushrooms tomorrow. Impossible. Lin Xi saw her expression and knew she didn't believe it, but she didn't need her to. Tomorrow she would see for herself. After all, if someone told her a little water could produce a bounty of mushrooms, she wouldn't believe it either. Lin Xi openly stored all the mushrooms in her space, not hiding it from Baiji. She didn't care. After returning Lin, she took out 2 boxed meals, and they each ate one. After eating and resting Lin, she had Baiji help wash the mushrooms. Picking them had been fun, but washing and drying turned out to be so slow and tedious. Baiji, you stay here tomorrow to wash and dry, and I'll go pick, Lin Xi suggested. Baiji thought it was to save time and agreed without hesitation. Behind Baiji's back, Lin Xi's face showed a victorious grin. During the day, apart from eating at home, Lin, she spent her time foraging for mushrooms. After she finished harvesting a patch, she would sprinkle diluted spiritual spring water, allowing her to continue gathering the next day. Baiji was left at home to clean and dry the mushrooms. In just 5 days, the entire yard was filled with drying mushrooms. On the 6th day, as Lin Xi prepared to go out, Baiji hesitated, wanting to say something. I just wanted to say that there's no more space in the yard for drying. Could you take a break for a few days? Actually, she was also thinking of using the rest time to check back at the base, since she hadn't been there for so many days, and was a bit worried. Moreover, she felt something was off. Once when Lin Xi went out, she wanted to find her, but she realized she couldn't leave the yard. It felt as if the house was isolated from the world. She couldn't hear any outside sounds, and the sky remained a constant blue without the sounds of gunfire, or even the chirping of insects or birds. It was strange because whenever Lin Xi was home, she could hear the sounds from outside, preventing her from feeling like she was no longer in her own world. However, even in this place abundant with mountain delicacies, it couldn't possibly provide such an abundance every day. Lin Xi would bring back 400 to 500 pounds of fresh mushrooms daily, leading her to wonder if someone was specifically cultivating mushrooms in the mountains, otherwise where would all that come from? This was definitely abnormal. It has been detected that the mushrooms from the past 3 days are ready for harvesting. The inspection is qualified, and they are now premium dried goods. Lin Xi sighed in relief. That's good. Today I will take her to harvest the mushrooms that were watered with spiritual spring water yesterday, and we will clean up in the afternoon. Of course, Lin Xi wouldn't let go of such delicious mushrooms watered with spiritual spring water just to tidy up the yard. You come with me to forage for mushrooms today, and let's try to finish by morning, so we can collect the dried mushrooms in the afternoon, Lin Xi instructed Baiji. Baiji wanted to say that with this weather, neither too cold nor too hot. After only a few days of drying, how could they possibly be ready? But she kept quiet and just nodded, grabbing her basket and heading out with Lin Xi. They returned to the place they had previously harvested mushrooms, and Baiji was astonished, nearly dislocating her jaw. What kind of divine? However, she didn't stay surprised for long and hurried to follow Lin Xi's pace to harvest mushrooms. Both of them worked quickly, finishing in just half a day. Just as Lin Xi was about to continue watering with spiritual spring water, the system spoke up. It is advised that the host does not use spiritual spring water today. A severe rainstorm is expected tonight, lasting about 2 days. Low-lying areas may experience flooding. Lin Xi silently retracted the small bucket in her hand, nearly cursing under her breath. What kind of system was this? It almost made her waste it, and didn't provide an early warning. It has been detected that the host is cursing this system in her heart. The host is reminded to refrain from such insults, or this system will impose penalties. You're not cute at all, you even eavesdrop on my thoughts, she replied. Host, this system does not have the ability to read thoughts. It is simply that the host's emotional fluctuations are significant in this system. Why aren't you watering? Seeing Lin Xi standing there silently with her expression changing unpredictably, Baiji finally asked him, not watering anymore. It will rain tonight, so it's useless, Lin Xi replied, signaling Baiji that they could head back. Baiji came with an empty basket, and she was still carrying an empty basket on the way back. She didn't know where Lin Xi put the mushrooms, and Lin Xi didn't mention it. She was not trying to avoid Baiji, she just felt that if she could avoid hardship now she would. Baiji was a bit puzzled about how Lin Xi knew it would rain tonight, but she didn't ask, and just followed Lin Xi back to the wooden house. After they had lunch, they began to collect the dried mushrooms in the yard, placing the same types into the same burlap sack. This place really feels like a paradise. Living here feels like being untouched by the war outside. These past few days I thought I was dreaming when I woke up, Bai Ji said slowly, seemingly lost in thought. Don't worry, since you are helping me, I will ensure your safety. Let me check how many more mushrooms are left. You'll be able to return in a few days, Lin Xi assured her, understanding that she was likely worried about her comrades. However, it seemed that her task here was not yet complete. As long as they don't go hungry, I don't mind staying as long as needed, Bai Ji replied with a smile. By the way, is the severe rainstorm affecting your base? Lin Xi asked. The last time she went to deliver supplies was at night, and she was so focused on delivering things and checking on people that she hadn't paid attention to the geography, so she didn't know if the rainstorm would impact their base. Are you serious? Is it really a severe rainstorm? Bai Ji asked, suddenly stopping her actions in shock. Yes, it's true, Lin, she replied, momentarily bewildered. Our base was established to avoid the enemy. Oh, everyone inside except for us are survivors from nearby villages harmed by the enemy. That area has always been in a lowlying position, and with the mountains hiding it, enemy airstrikes and arson have not affected it. However, if it really rains heavily this time, perhaps the village will be flooded, Bai Ji said with concern. It will only rain at night, Lin Xi implied that they should focus on their work first and discuss the rain later. No, I must go back and notify them to evacuate. Don't worry, I will come back after I ensure their safety, Bai Ji said, stepping forward to tightly grasp Lin's hand, her voice trembling, her eyes filled with anticipation. Pack everything up first. Lin Xi had not expected their stronghold to be so ill-fated, lying in a low hollow where a single natural disaster almost erased them. You promise me, please, I'm begging you. I will not break my word, Bai Ji thought. Lin Xi refused and fell to her knees before her. Hey, get up. I said we'll work first. When we're done, I'll take you there, Lin Xi urged, pulling her up. But I'm afraid it will be too late, Bai Ji cried. The journey took hours, and if they delayed, they would not arrive before nightfall. We will need at most an hour to finish here. It won't interfere with what you must do. Trust me, I will not gamble with a life, Lin Xi said, meeting Bai Ji's eyes with solemnity. Bai Ji knew Lin's stubbornness. Beneath her easy manner lay an iron will. Once she declared something would be done before leaving, no one could override her. Resolute, Bai Ji hastened her work, determined to run if she had to, and still deliver the warning within that single hour. Hey, Bai Ji stared at Lin Xi in bafflement. What did she mean? Were there preparations required just to walk back? Lin Xi made no further explanation. She held Bai Ji's hand tightly and drew a spatial shield around them. Bai Ji's body was not as reinforced as Lin's eyes. Lin Xi had undergone fortification and was not easily harmed by a mere gust of wind. Close your eyes, Lin Xi whispered in Bai Ji's ear. Obediently, Bai Ji shut her eyes. By the time she wondered why she had closed them, she opened them to find herself somewhere else. An overwhelmingly familiar place, the gate of their stronghold. How could I be back so suddenly? Bai Ji was utterly astonished. Was Lin Xi even human? How could it be? You go in yourself. I want coming. I'll wait here. Once the storm ends, I'll leave, so if you have any requests, speak now. Lin Xi said, placing a burlap sack into Bai Ji's hands. Inside were tarpaulins used in interstellar slums, thin shelters designed to be hung as living tents. They were superior to anything of this era, impenetrable to blades, resistant to radiation and ultraviolet rays, rainproof, yet featherlight. If one surrounded a camp with such tarps, interior temperature could be maintained, and in the stars such things were inexpensive. Dazed, Bai Ji moved toward the gate. From afar someone yelled, "Who goes there?" 2 sentries at the gate had grown alert, suspicious of a potential enemy. They saw a pair of figures tugging at one another. One of them strode straight toward the gate. "Xiao Huzi, you blind brat. Don't you recognize me? It's only been a few days." Bai Ji glanced at the 2 men guarding the wall. One of them was Xiao Huzi. He fixed his eyes on her, and his disbelief was obvious. "Isn't that Bai Ji who went out to fetch food? Weren't we told she was injured and most likely dead? Then who is this lively Bai Ji before us?" Xiao Huzi hesitated only a moment before leaping down from the wall. "Sister Bai Ji, come with me, I'll take you inside." He could no longer care that moments ago he had seen 2 people grappling. He did not pause to wonder if something was odd. He seized her and pulled her into the compound. The other guard tried to stop them, but bound by duty he could not abandon his post, and had to watch helplessly as they passed. "Sister Bai Ji is back," Xiao Huzi shouted as he ran, and by the time she reached the captain's courtyard, the entire village knew she had returned. Long Yu hurried out at the sound, and saw Bai Ji carrying a familiar sack. Their courtyard was large because many members of the 8th Route Army lived there, whereas other villagers' homes had been built in haste with only 2 rooms and small fenced yards of bamboo. "Bai Ji is back. Come in quickly," people cried. The captain ushered her into his room. "Bai Ji, I'm glad to see you and grateful you are alive," the captain said plainly, and Bai Ji broke into tears. "Can you tell us what happened these past days, eh?" He asked. As captain, he needed to know how she had survived alone so long. She tried to speak. She choked on the memory. "That day my comrades and I were preparing to descend the mountain. They ran into a patrol of Japanese troops heading toward the town. We engaged, and they outnumbered us. Shots were fired. I was hit several times, thinking myself doomed. I did not want to burden my comrades, so amid the chaos, I rolled into a ditch and passed out, Bai Ji recalled, voice trembling. When I woke, I was beside the ditch. A girl of 17 or 18 dressed in a school uniform sat there. She had saved me with some medicine and my wounds seemed almost healed. Then she asked impossible questions. What era was this? Where were we? I kept my guard, but before we could go, a patrol of 30 or 40 Japanese arrived. I thought I was finished. Then she waved her hand, and the leader's head fell. The others fired quickly, but the bullets stalled in midair and then fell in front of us. She swept her hand like cutting chives, and every soldier's head toppled. Can you imagine such a sight? I thought I had dreamed it. After that, she guided me up the mountain and helped deliver supplies to you. By the way, did you receive them? Bai Ji asked directly. We did. It startled us, the captain answered with a half-joking tone to ease the mood. Bai Ji lowered her head. I stayed with her washing mushrooms while she went out to gather. She said a violent storm would come, so I insisted on. The captain managed a bitter smile. What can we ask for? Our wish is to drive the Japanese out of Sha City, but under current circumstances, how can that be achieved? We can only use our lives to kill as many of them as we can and make each death count. Bai Ji, are you serious about the heavy rain? Long Yu wasn't discussing Lin Xi with Bai Ji. His concern was the heavy rain Bai Ji mentioned. It's true. I find Lin Xi mysterious, but her words can generally be trusted. Bai Ji thought for a moment and said, Is that so? Then we should prepare right now. We're in this low-lying area, and if there's heavy rain that lasts 2 days, we will definitely be submerged, and it could also trigger mudslides, the captain said, stroking his chin. That's what I think. Anyway, we might already be suspected by the enemy, so why not take advantage of this heavy rain to act? Let's go find a place on the mountain to settle. We can leave some things here to mislead them. If the enemy comes here, they might think we perished in the storm, allowing us to operate from the shadows, Bai Ji suggested. There are many caves on the mountain, but they are dark and damp. It's fine for us to stay there, but it's not good for the elderly and children to follow us. Long Yu considered. Although Bai Ji's plan seemed feasible. If I haven't returned before I leave, please take this to the new stronghold captain. He'll come back as soon as possible to regroup with you, Bai Ji said to the captain as she handed the sack to him. The captain felt conflicted. A reason told him not to doubt Bai Ji, but she was going to find that girl to send a message without considering the survival of the team. Bai Ji, you can doubt me, but how can you insult me like this? Captain, I understand your concerns, but once you see the heavy rain, you'll know whether what I said is true. The reason I'm afraid of returning late is that I want to ask Lin Xi for advice, and I also want. Bai Ji said nothing, her face turning even redder. She dashed towards the door, saying I'm leaving first, and vanished from sight. Lin Xi knew that Bai Ji would return, but she didn't expect it to be so soon. Calculating the time, Bai Ji probably wanted to say everything she had in mind before the rain started. She kept turning in the spot where they had parted as Lin Xi only told her that she would wait for her there without providing any real contact method. Now she felt like a headless fly just going around in circles. Lin Xi opened the door when she heard footsteps outside. Why are you here now? She looked at Bai Ji, who was still turning in circles. Bai Ji watched in astonishment as a hole opened in the tree opposite her, and Lin Xi emerged from within. Rubbing her eyes, Bai Ji was puzzled. She had no idea there was such a tree hole here. Before she could ask Lin, she said, Come in, we can talk once you're inside. Bai Ji swallowed the words she was about to say. Her face flushed red as she followed Lin Xi into the tree hole. Amazingly, passing through the tree hole led her to the courtyard where she had stayed for a few days. What was going on? Although Lin Xi could move in and out of houses, this was clearly just a tree hole. Stop daydreaming, you just say what you need to say, Lin Xi said, somewhat helplessly, wondering how Bai Ji had become so dazed after just one trip back. All right. You mentioned there would be heavy rain, and I wanted to ask if we have any other options besides relocating. Bai Ji said, not wanting to ask such a foolish question, but feeling unable to voice any magical solutions to Lin Xi. Well, you should know that water flows to lower places. Your only option is to relocate. However, there are plenty of caves on the mountain where you can take shelter, Lin Xi said, puzzled. In an emergency, it was crucial to find shelter in caves to avoid floods and mudslides. They could rebuild their homes later. I understand what you mean, but while staying in caves might be fine for us, the elderly and children can't live there for long, Bai Ji said with a worried expression, not looking at Lin Xi, but rather staring down, her face scrunched up. Didn't I give you the oilcloth? You can use that, Lin Xi replied lightly. Then she recalled how before the apocalypse the country used to make them reflect on their hardships, and often showed them war films, fearing they would forget the hard lives they once lived. She seemed to remember a film about tunnel warfare, and a sly smile appeared on her face. I have an idea. Aren't there many mountains and forests in your area? You can find a cave. After all, there are many of you. Just dig tunnels inside, dig deep enough, so that if the enemy bombs it won't collapse. Oh, I can also provide you with cement and stones. By the way, I haven't told you yet, the oilcloth I gave you can actually maintain a constant temperature, but you must lay it out all around. Also, if you dig tunnels, make sure to dig them in all directions, have multiple exits for ventilation, and ideally make some stone doors. This way, even if the enemy uses biochemical weapons, you won't need to worry, and the elderly in. Is what I'm saying wrong? This way, whenever you go to other places, these elderly and weak can still live well. You're right, but that's just something to think about while dreaming. Let's not even talk about whether we have enough time to dig tunnels. First, our team lacks food, and we need to send people to find supplies. Just like you said, if our stronghold is really submerged, we could fake our deaths to find food more conveniently. And those elderly and weak, some of them can cook and wash clothes, and if some are left uncared for, that would be fortunate. Additionally, a portion must keep an eye on our main forces and constantly pay attention to orders from above to complete the tasks assigned to us. Only then can the last group of people dig tunnels. Even if you provide stone, cement, and oilcloth, we still need proper tools to dig tunnels, and we must have something to gauge directions. Otherwise, we might end up lost after digging a tunnel. Bai Ji thought of many things in that moment and expressed her thoughts aloud. Of course, she wasn't a leader and didn't consider everything thoroughly, but even her incomplete considerations presented the facts before them. Lin Xi felt somewhat gloomy, realizing she had taken things for granted, but she genuinely wanted to help them. Bai Ji's concerns seemed to be things she hadn't thought about. Sighing inwardly, Lin Xi still didn't give up on her idea. It was my oversight, but I can provide what you need, Lin Xi continued to persuade. Now that Shaching has been occupied by the Japanese army, the surrounding area is in dire straits. Due to the lack of weapons and personnel, we have been trapped here for a long time. Even with orders from our superiors, we cannot complete our mission. Bai Ji's head lowered further, making Lin Xi realize how cruel and helpless the war was at this moment. Everyone was filled with passionate resolve, yet the weapons and machines of others were more precise than our own, and their countries were wealthier than ours. Each victory in battle was built upon our flesh and blood, upon our beliefs, with those who fearlessly bled and sacrificed themselves, forming a human wall to shield us from the storm. Lin Xi understood Bai Ji's meaning. I cannot give you the weapons here, but I can provide you with the tools for digging tunnels, and I can also supply food. I can look for weapons for you in the next couple of days, but I have one request to dig the tunnel. Even if you do not use it, you want to give us food and tools, and even help us find weapons. She automatically ignored Lin Xi's message about her not being able to give them weapons. Alright, you should head back and tell your captain. Heavy rain will come in an hour, so you better evacuate first. I will find you in the mountains at the latest the day after tomorrow, Lin, she said, urging them to leave, genuinely not wanting to face this often dazed person any longer. Bai Ji's words were stuck in her throat, unable to come out as she walked out of the courtyard, turning her gaze towards the trees before her. The door was gone, and there was no turning back. Resigned, she walked back to the base. Bai Ji is back. We have already packed up and are preparing to evacuate. Just in time for your return, we don't need to leave a signal anymore. After all, leaving a signal was dangerous, and the captain awkwardly rubbed his nose. Captain Lin, she said the heavy rain would arrive in an hour, and she also mentioned some things. Bai Ji looked at the captain and said, you should have the things transported to the mountains, find a relatively dry cave. I have some matters to attend to here, and I will catch up with you later. Please take care of the elderly, children, and the injured. The others understood that Bai Ji likely had something to discuss privately with the captain and wisely exited the room. You said he wants to provide us with weapons and food and tools, the captain said in surprise. That's what she said. Oh, I forgot something important. I forgot to ask her to trade for some kerosene lamps and candles, Bai Ji lamented as she slapped her own head. It's fine, she'll come looking for you anyway, the captain said with a vacant expression. How could he not feel empty? There were at least a few hundred people here, including the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled, and the amount of food for so many people was no small matter. As for the tools and weapons she mentioned, even in peacetime it would be difficult to gather that many tools at once, let alone the current wartime situation under the Japanese occupation of Shaching. Alright, let's retreat now, Bai Ji said, and together with the captain, they exited the door. On the other side, after Bai Ji left Lin, she lost her desire to cook, and with an hour left until the heavy rain, she wondered if it would be better for her to act during the downpour. During heavy rain, the guards outside would obviously be fewer, but there would be more people inside. She wasn't afraid. Oh, after all, with the spatial barrier nothing could harm her, but it would be troublesome. With that thought, she quickly changed her outfit, and with a single shift arrived at the location where the Japanese army was stationed in Shaching. The Japanese soldiers aimed their guns directly at Lin Xi. She did not understand their words, but could guess it was either asking who she was or telling her to halt. Lin Xi couldn't be bothered to listen, as she simply sent a spatial blade flying, and the heads of the Japanese soldiers guarding the door fell in unison. She showed no mercy to the Japanese. Blood sprayed out only after she had entered the room, where a group of Japanese soldiers were having a meeting. The leader facing the door immediately noticed her as she entered, stood up, and was about to scold her when Lin Xi ended his life. This bloodshed stunned everyone present. They hurriedly stood up to draw their guns, but before they could even pull them out, their heads were already severed. Another battle without gunfire unfolded, and Lin Xi silently eliminated everyone at the Japanese command post who blocked her path. The first place she entered was the Japanese supply depot. She did not care what the items were in dire. She feared that her butterfly wings might flap too hard, altering the original fate of the nation. What is history? History is written by the victors, the system replied softly. Lin Xi was somewhat speechless. I am really talking to you after all. You are the collection system. You're indeed collecting the lives of enemies. The system's voice carried a teasing tone. Alright, as long as you don't interfere with the main tasks during the mission, the system won't interfere with you. But once the mission is over, if you haven't completed it, you will face penalties. This is to prevent you from meddling in matters that you shouldn't. Lin Xi had no words to reply. I know, rest assured, I won't lose sight of priorities. However, if I make a mistake, please remind me. I just want to help, but I don't want to interfere with the world. Alright, in the end, who the victor of this world will be you already know, so what you're doing doesn't count as changing the world, the system noted, seeing Lin Xi's good attitude and refraining from further sarcasm. That's good. Thank you, EE, for giving me the opportunity to come to this world and help those who suffered in history. Lin Xi's attitude was genuinely very good, making it impossible for the system to find fault, and it felt that this host was too kind, too good, and too easily moved. I will now go find Baiji, give them the supplies, and then move on to my next task. The sooner I complete the task, the sooner I can level up. Lin Xi's words made the system in her mind nod repeatedly as long as the host was aware of her priorities. Lin Xi directly teleported to the mountains where she could still see young soldiers braving the rain step by step, carrying the wounded. Lin Xi used her mental power to locate Baiji and immediately appeared before her. Baiji wiped the rain off her face. She was also helping to transfer the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled, so she had not yet entered the cave. The soldiers had originally wanted to let those people in first, but they insisted on transferring the supplies before leaving, leading to the current situation. For those people, they felt they could die, but they could not afford to lose the supplies. Now was a time of scarcity, and losing supplies was akin to losing their lives. As long as the supplies remained, what did it matter if they perished? I came to find you for a reason. Please take me to the cave, preferably one that is empty and spacious, Lin, she said to Baiji. Baiji thought for a moment. They initially planned to dig tunnels and could not use the sea. Let's go to the next cave. With that, Lin, she didn't even let Baiji lead the way and walked straight to the large cave where the soldiers were staying. There were still some comrades inside, but since Lin Xi was about to leave, she had no qualms. She found a relatively open space, ignoring whatever they had originally been doing, and waved her hand. Hundreds of boxes piled up haphazardly in that spot, some even stacked near the feet of young soldiers. What is this? Baiji, too stunned to speak, grabbed Lin Xi's hand and asked. Neither of them paid attention to the astonished soldiers, though Baiji's inner shock was no less than theirs. There's some weapons. Be careful. Some of them contain bombs. Lin Xi hadn't intended to say much, but considering the danger, she felt it necessary to warn them. Thighs. Are all these weapons? Before Baiji could respond, the team leader, who had heard that a girl was looking for Baiji and guessed it was Lin Xi, rushed over just in time to catch her words. Lin Xi recognized him. After all, when she first delivered supplies, she had made sure to identify the person in charge before leaving anything. She merely nodded at him, said nothing, and glanced at Baiji. Baiji quickly understood, stepped forward, and pulled the team leader aside. Captain, there's already a batch of supplies in the other cave. Take some people to check and register them. We need to go to the next location. She spoke while winking at him. Lin Xi's silence toward the captain meant she wanted to avoid complications, so they shouldn't crowd her. The captain caught Baiji's hint. His lips twitched, but he said nothing more. He simply picked a few men, grabbed some notebooks, and headed for the other cave. That's our captain. He worries too much. Don't mind him, Baiji explained with an awkward smile. Your abilities are formidable. Though I don't know who you are or which family you belong to, I know one thing: a person of your strength wouldn't stoop to win us over. To be honest, the landlords who donated money and goods did so because they knew the Japanese had to be driven out, or they wouldn't fare well either. It was mutual benefit. Of course, there were also those who genuinely wanted to help, Baiji said earnestly, looking at Lin Xi. Am not without ulterior motives. Look at me. Am I not impressive? Don't I seem like I'm not from this era? Lin Xi smiled. Yes, in this environment, people as straightforward as you are rare. Everyone is cautious, afraid of implicating their families or organizations, Baiji said bitterly. Even children knew not to say certain things, not to trust certain people, and not to do certain things. Even living under the sun, one could be killed without reason during an air raid. You should know from looking at me that you ultimately won. I am the proof of your victory. Never give up. Without your blood and sacrifice, there would be no happy life for us in the future. As she spoke, she thought silently. 1,000 years before the apocalypse, it was quite happy, wasn't it? She wasn't wrong. Baiji didn't know how to respond. What did she mean? What did she mean by without their blood and sacrifice there would be no happy life for them? What did she mean by she was the best proof of their victory? Lin Xi just smiled, offering no further explanation, and continued placing supplies into the cave. Hey, Baiji's face flushed. Though still confused, she had to ask the pressing question. Do you have any candles or kerosene lamps? I'd like to trade for some. Though she said trade, Bai Ji's face reddened even more. They had little money, and she didn't know how much they could get. Candles and kerosene lamps seemed small, but they were actually quite costly. Lin Xi thought for a moment. She had no kerosene lamps, but she did have plenty of candles collected from a paper shop in the apocalypse. Believe it or not, it was a real paper shop. In the apocalypse, Lin Xi collected everything, taking advantage of her vast space, without hesitation. I do have candles. I can give you all of them. They're useless to me. With a wave of her hand, several large boxes of candles appeared before Bai Ji. There were white, everyday candles, wedding candles, funeral candles, all sorts. Bai Ji didn't care what they were for. She only knew that buying such items now was impossible with war everywhere and fewer candle makers. This many would last a long time. I also have some of these stones. You can use them too. They glow forever. Why? What was that? Stones that glow forever. That would be like a night pearl. Alright, I should go. Handle the supplies as you see fit. Lin, she said, walking out of the cave. Long Yu heard that the mysterious girl had come to deliver supplies. He couldn't believe it given the heavy rain outside. Even if there were few supplies, there should have been a cart or something, but there wasn't a single wool track. Could it be a scam? He hurried over only to catch a glimpse of Lin Xi's retreating figure. For some reason that silhouette felt familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had seen it. He shook his head, thinking he must be losing his mind. This war was driving them all neurotic. Lin Xi exhaled a breath in a place unseen by others and instantly teleported several times, finally arriving at her next task location, Chuanzhou, where her target, the Buddha bamboo shoot, awaited her. 1,000 jin of Buddha bamboo shoots. This truly was no small endeavor. Following the shape of the bamboo shoot in her hand, she eventually found a grove of Buddha bamboo. She directly took out her wooden cabin and entered. Today's physical exertion has been too great. It's already 11 at night. I really need to rest well, she murmured to herself and collapsed onto her bed, deciding to delay any further bamboo forging until she had rested properly. In the interstellar realm at the imperial capital Star, the general's residence was bustling with people. However, upon closer inspection, it was clear that all these individuals were doctors from the interstellar realm, all clad in white coats. They hurried in with urgency, but emerged with expressions of regret. A woman was crying hysterically. However, no one paid her any mind. They treated her as if she did not exist. A doctor appearing to hold a higher status stepped forward and addressed Lin Feng, who stood aside with a furrowed brow. Old General, it's not that we are unwilling to save him. Even if we send him to the treatment chamber now, it would be futile. The treatment chamber can only heal external injuries and minor radiation. However, considering he is exposed to the mother worm directly, you know how strong the radiation from the mother worm is. His body is practically like a sieve. To be honest, if he weren't wearing protective gear, we wouldn't even advise you to stay in the same room with him. He is now akin to a mutated radiation source, just like the mother worm. I understand. Just do your best. Is there anything that can alleviate his suffering? Although Lin Feng did not usually care for this son, seeing him lying there with a pale, ashen face, unconscious, stirred something within him. Old Lin, you should care for him. He is your own flesh and blood. The woman Jin Li, Lin Yi's stepmother, crawled to Lin Feng, her face smeared with tears and snot, begging him. Lin Feng ignored her, focusing instead on the doctor, who understood he was still awaiting an answer. Sci, if we could find pure natural plants to extract juice for him to drink, it might relieve him a bit, but that's all it could do. It wouldn't save his life, just make him feel a little better mentally. I will contact the plantation right away. Lin Feng's expression relaxed momentarily. Aren't these all natural plants? Lin Feng was somewhat astonished, for the natural plants from the plantation had always been supplied to the interstellar military district and the royal family, only later reaching the merchants, highlighting their preciousness. Old General, we both know that the natural plants in the plantation are merely closer to pure natural plants compared to those cultivated by merchants, but still contain trace amounts of radiation. This radiation is negligible for normal people, but Lin Feng immediately grasped what the doctor left unsaid. But what of it? Lin Ti's body had already become a radiation source. Those trace amounts would only serve as the last straw that broke the camel's back. What pure natural plants are left in the interstellar realm? Lin Feng's words indirectly announced Lin Ti's fate. By the way, Old General, recently there's been a very popular item on the dark web called durian. I was fortunate enough to buy one to try, and it felt like a pure natural plant. You might want to check the dark web, the doctor said before bowing to the others and leaving the general's residence. Why don't you save your son? Even if you prefer Lin, even if you've always ignored us, you cannot deny that he is your biological son. Do you truly wish for him to die? Jin Li, seeing everyone leave, rushed to Lin Feng, preparing to confront him. Enough. There are things I don't want to clarify, but don't challenge my bottom line. How did Lin Ti get injured? He is not a soldier. He would never have faced the insect race directly. Now he has ended up like this. Who do you think should be blamed? Lin Feng gazed sharply at Jin Li, leaving her momentarily stunned. Indeed, their son held no position. He was merely living off of them at home. She had often expressed her disappointment and urged him to find a proper job to do well in order to earn his father's respect. Yet no matter how much she urged, he remained that careless, underachieving figure. She had even gone so far as to drive her stepson away, fearing he might return and seize the family fortune. Yet this very son had ended up contaminated by the mother worm, now lying in bed clinging to life. What was she to do? Jean Li collapsed weakly to the ground, knowing her husband spoke the truth, yet he was her only son. First, let's find out how he provoked the mother worm. Lin Feng's words carried a chill. Is it possible for him to wake up so we can ask him ourselves, eh? Jean Li still held on to the hope that her son would recover. I will ask him, Lin Feng sighed. This son had not been born out of expectation, thus he had never received much paternal love. Of course he had also received little paternal affection. Lin Feng had once been a workaholic, and only after he had become a planter did Lin Feng's expectations rise, making him more stringent. On the planet Aruda, I wonder how long she will be gone this time. Lin Xi sat on the lawn. Yes, a lawn, but one constructed with interstellar black technology. She gazed at the vibrant scene in the yard where vegetables had sprouted, fruit trees continued to bear fruit, and flowers were still blooming. The seeds Lin Xi had brought back last time had already grown a rice, and wheat were heading towards harvest time. The child has her own matters, we just need to help her tend to her estate. The purified land is indeed different. She has only been gone for a few days, and it has already transformed again, Lin Yi remarked, reflecting on how just months ago he had been toiling at the plantation, using his mental energy to cultivate merely to exchange it for a few pieces of silver and some tasteless vegetables. Now he lay there making a fortune daily. Since purchasing several robots specifically for packaging and delivery, Lin Xi and Lin Yi had freed their hands, spending their day. Chuanzhou. Huff. Huff. Lin Xi was drenched in sweat, watching as her backpack neared full, and sighed. Maybe I should let Xiao Bai and the others come out to help me dig, eh? Lin Xi said pitifully. No way, host. You can only borrow the mecha when you're harvesting dangerous items, otherwise it's not allowed, the system replied, noting that this host had been spoiled. In the previous 2 worlds there had been people to assist her, which had fostered a lazy mindset. Then can I have them out to peel the shoots? 1,000 Jean is too much at this speed, I'll definitely miss the deadline. Lin Xi proposed a different approach. The system pondered, that's acceptable. Lin Xi revealed a triumphant smile, releasing Xiao Lu to peel the bamboo shoots in the cabin while she continued to dig. While digging for bamboo shoots, She thought to cut down a bamboo and dig it out from the soil. I'll take this back to plant, soon we'll have a bamboo forest and an endless supply of Buddha bamboo shoots. With this thought, she dug up 2 more bamboo shoots. 300 Jean in a day, and after peeling it barely amounted to 200 Jean. 1,000 Jean meant she would have to dig for 5 days. And she still wanted to bring some back. She felt a bit unhappy. Can we negotiate? I'll submit the bamboo shoots I dug myself for the task, and the ones harvested by the mecha will be mine to keep. How does that sound? 5 days later, she had already dug up over 1,000 Jean of Luohan bamboo shoots. The piles of bamboo shoot shells were as high as small hills. Rubbing her sore arms, she revealed a relieved smile. I've finally completed the task. All my body has been enhanced, so why does it still hurt so much? As she boasted and complained, the system retorted, host, your enhanced body has been pushed to such overload. Do you think you would be lying in bed if it hadn't been enhanced? The system asked without waiting for an answer. Anyway, you always talk too much. If you may leave now. She didn't want to argue with it. She desperately wanted to get a good sleep. She wondered if it was because she hadn't restrained her superpower since arriving here, or even killed too many people with it. She felt her body never fully recovered to its peak condition. She had thought it was due to overexertion, but now it seemed not. She lay down on the bed and fell asleep, too lazy to eat. She had been out for over 10 days and still had one place to visit, so she needed to hurry. She slept straight until the next evening, waking up refreshed and rejuvenated. Her stomach grumbled. She was hungry. Without going out, she took a boxed meal from her space and wolfed it down. After 15 minutes, she finished eating. She got up, went out, packed up the wooden cabin, took out the map, and teleported several times to reach Changbai Mountain. She had heard that the Aurelia shoots from Changbai Mountain were the most authentic and best. Originally she hadn't known, but the system kept nagging in her mind, so she had to come. After arriving, she used the same method, set up the wooden cabin to secure her lodging. Why do I feel so exhausted after just a few teleports now? When I first arrived in this world, I teleported to deliver things, and didn't feel like this. She was slightly out of breath. Host, although you haven't changed history, you have killed too many people with abilities that don't belong to this world. This is the punishment from Heaven's Tao. The system paused for a while before revealing the truth. What? The ones I killed were Japanese devils. They deserve to die. Why am I being punished like this? I still have tasks to complete, and am clearly doing good deeds. She was speechless and somewhat unconvinced. I understand your feelings, but you must know that everyone has their own destiny. For example, Bai Ji would have died without you. Her comrades and villagers would have either gone out to fight the Japanese when desperate starved to death or died in that torrential rain. And the Japanese you killed would have continued their evil deeds. The system explained patiently. That's not right. I saved the good, did good deeds, and killed the evil. Shouldn't I have merits? I don't want merits now, but why am I still being punished? Can't merit and fault cancel each other out? Lin Xi was unwilling to accept it, as she was truly doing good. Host, I understand your feelings. Did I stop you when you did good deeds? But we are outsiders in someone else's territory, so we must follow their rules. The system was also helpless. Even though the main system could speak in every small world, this situation was already a special mercy from heaven's Tao. So as long as I'm in this world, will I always be like this? Easily tired, sore, sleepy, and completely drained after using my abilities. Lin Xi's tone was flat. That's correct. If you use your abilities to interfere with this world, especially through killing, you will suffer backlash. The system finally warned. Will I die, eh? Lin Xi asked calmly. No, you will recover once you return to the original world. But you must know that when backlash strikes, you will feel as if every bone is being shattered, every inch of skin flayed, and every organ churned to pieces. It's an inhuman torment. The system's voice trembled. If you can't bear the pain, you might indeed die. Thank you, EE, for telling me this. I'm here to do the tasks, not to be a savior. Lin Xi smiled. Phew, that's good. If the system had hands, it would be patting its chest. Lin Xi said nothing more and fell into a deep sleep in bed. The next morning, she made a simple breakfast aid and then went out to find Aurelia shoots. Based on pictures and descriptions, she quickly found them. Facing a tree that was 4 meters tall, she was speechless. How was she supposed to pick them? After thinking, she found an iron rod in her space, tied a knife to it, and wildly hacked at the branches and buds on the tree. Soon one tree was stripped bare. Lin Xi felt a bit tired, but 100 gene of Aurelia shoots was no joke. She collected all the branches on the ground into her space and moved on to the next tree. She chopped for a while, rested for a while, and managed to strip 6 trees in one day. Satisfied, she returned to the wooden cabin, took a bath in the tub, regained some strength, had a host. Lin Xi was awakened by the system. You'd better have something important. Lin Xi said fiercely. Host, you don't have to push yourself so hard today. You've already collected over 800 gene of Aurelia shoots. The system felt sorry for her, as they were bound together and inseparable. If the host suffered, it suffered too. Thank you. Lin Xi was stunned at first, then felt happy inside. She was getting closer to completing the task. She would soon return home. She couldn't stand this broken body anymore. You're welcome. It's all thanks to your own hard work. The system was a bit shy. Lin Xi didn't stay in bed. She got up, directly ate, and then shouldered her axe and strode out valiantly. She cut down 8 trees again that day, just like the previous 2 days, and worked until dawn. This time, however, she slept peacefully. She woke up again a day later. After filling her stomach, she took out the map to glance at it, then directly packed up the wooden house. The image of the map appeared in her mind, and she swiftly teleported several times to arrive at Xiang City. This was the final task target, Sigu. Sigu, a type of aquatic plant in the Elismataceae family, thrives in warm, moist, and sunny environments with fertile, organic-rich clay soil. During its growth period, it requires good ventilation and light, has strong fertility tolerance, but is not frost-resistant or drought-tolerant. Looking at the introduction of Sigu Lin, she was somewhat dumbfounded. Where could she find such a place in this era? She looked at the map again, truly at a loss for how to proceed. Ding ding ding, task target detected 2 kilometers away from this location. The system chimed in, as if it understood Lin Xi's thoughts. You really are like a worm in my stomach, Lin Xi remarked to the system, which responded with an indignant hum, saying nothing further. Lin Xi had originally planned to teleport there, but recalling the aftereffects, she stopped. She was already quite fatigued from her arrival. Using her powers again was not an option. Instead, she took out a small electric scooter from her space and rode towards the red dot marked by the system. Riding the electric scooter for 2 kilometers would take just a little over 10 minutes. Despite the poor road conditions, she arrived at her destination in about 20 minutes. Lin Xi stowed away the scooter, looked around, and saw that this was a sunlit pond with several acres of rice paddies nearby. She cautiously scanned the surroundings. There was Lin Xi's voice grew softer, gradually fading into her quiet snores due to exhaustion. Hey, it's your casual complaints that brought you to this world. You were supposed to ascend a few levels before coming here. Several previous hosts sent by the system ended up losing their lives here. They say it's a simple world, but it poses the greatest challenges. The system sighed in the darkness, though Lin Xi remained unaware as she slipped into a sweet dream. In the galaxy, Lin Xi, bring me more of those natural plants you got last time. Lin Feng thought of many strategies and even had many people buy them on the dark web, but no matter what, as soon as the store updated, it was instantly cleared out, leaving him with nothing. Old man, have you taken the wrong medicine? You're so worked up. If you want natural plants, just buy some. I haven't come to bother you in a long time, yet you come to me for help, Lin Xi teased, which was his usual way of speaking with his father. However, this time the old man seemed unimpressed. Stop talking nonsense and think of a way to get them for me. I know you have connections in the plantation. Help me out, this is a matter of life and death. Lin Feng felt his son's flippant attitude fuel his anger, but he restrained his rage and spoke. Why are you not on the battlefield anymore? Have you been wounded? Given your status, if you were injured, wouldn't the people in the plantation rush to deliver things to you? Lin Xi asked, his tone filled with confusion, concern, and mockery. Lin Feng couldn't hold back any longer and revealed the truth. The things from the plantation are no good. Your brother has been infected by a mother bug and is now in a coma. The doctor has already issued a critical condition notice. Only pure natural plants can delay the radiation, but even that only alleviates his suffering slightly. You should know that although the things in your plantation are natural plants, they are not purebred. I heard from the doctor that he was fortunate enough to find pure natural plants on the dark web, so I had people waiting there for days, but there has been not a single lead. Now I don't even hope for him to recover. I just want to know the truth, so he must wake up. I knew that mother bug must have caused some trouble again. The mother bug is said to be the source of radiation, and his current state is self-inflicted, Lin Xi sarcastically remarked. Alright, Lin Xi has never done you wrong. I know his life cannot be saved, but I just want him to wake up and talk to us to tell us what happened. Lin Feng's voice softened. Fine, I'll send you the natural plants you wanted shortly. Lin Xi didn't want to hear his father's complaints. He thought about how Lin Xi had just been enjoying life all these years while Jean Li was the one causing trouble. He was originally supposed to go to the border, but Jean Li used crafty means to make him leave home. Although he returned later, in his father's eyes, he had become a useless coward. After washing the last arrowhead, Lin Xi stood up directly. I've finally finished. This time I must rest well. Host, do you want to submit the task? The system's voice echoed in her mind. I'll submit after I've rested. Lin Xi wanted nothing now, as she just wanted to sleep. The system saw that Lin Xi was too tired to even move a finger, and she didn't even eat dinner before collapsing onto the bed in the bedroom. I'll let me go. You beast, let her go. You little Japanese devils, if you have guts, come at me. Bullying women is no skill. Help? Haha, flower girl. What's that noise? It's nighttime now, it's so dark, how can there be Lin Xi asked the system in her mind drowsily. Nothing, you rest well. If you find it noisy, just mute the sound. The system thought for a moment, but decided not to tell the truth. They were about to leave this world and the task was almost completed. They must not cause any more trouble. Mute the sound. Lin Xi suddenly opened her eyes. She was now in the Republican era of war, not in interstellar space, so the sound just now was. Are the Japanese coming? Lin Xi asked the system while putting on clothes. Host, your current state is not suitable for meddling. As long as you submit the task, you can leave this world. The system's voice was urgent. It could see that Lin Xi wanted to rescue people. Lin Xi paused. Although I am not a person of this time and space, they are truly my compatriots. With that, Lin Xi dashed out of the wooden house. In the village, the center that should have been pitch black was now brightly lit. Inside, there were men's cries of pain, curses, children's whimpers, women's pleas for help and screams, and the lewd laughter of men. Lin Xi released her spiritual power toward the source of the sounds. She saw a group of Japanese soldiers lined up, or in front a woman was pinned down by the first man who was tearing at her clothes. Seeing this, Lin Xi's blood boiled. Ignoring her own exhausted body, she teleported directly over. When she arrived, she did not appear. Instead, a spatial blade flew out, and the Japanese soldier on top of the woman was decapitated. Abaka. The Japanese soldiers still in line froze stiffly in place. After a long moment, they quickly fastened their belts and scrambled to pick up their guns and equipment from the ground. But how could Lin Xi give them such a chance? She waved her hand, reaping several more lives. Enduring her own physical discomfort, she continued to throw out several spatial blades, and all the Japanese devils on site were decapitated. Lin Xi teleported back to the wooden house, quickly took out a bottle of spiritual spring water from her space, and gulped it down. Lying on the bed, she held her head and curled up entirely. Host, how do you feel? The system jumped wildly in her mind. Hurry up and submit the task. It'll take you back, and you won't feel like this. Fine. Lin Xi replied shakily. Rest. Just a moment. It'll be fine. Lin Xi forced a weak smile. Host. The system's exasperated voice echoed in her mind. Lin Xi smiled weakly and fainted. In the village, seeing the dozens of corpses, the women and children on site screamed out loud. What are you crying for? Isn't it better that these devils are dead? An old man stepped forward and said. His words were strong, but his actions betrayed him. His trembling hands showed he was also afraid. Village chief, it's. What? Who? Killed the devils? A woman came out, swallowed, and stared directly at the old man. I don't know either. The old man lowered his head. Alright, now is not the time to talk about this. All able-bodied men in the village, come out, carry your hose, hurry up, we need to clean up, or when other Japanese devils come, our village won't have any survivors. Right, the village chief is right. Hurry, let's clean up the scene now. Ho hot, get up quickly. This is not the time to cry. A man walked over to the woman still lying on the ground. Because she was too close to the Japanese, her body was covered in blood. Juzi, help me up. The woman's voice trembled. She had almost. Hot, it's my fault. The man lowered his head, his face flushed. Juzi, it's not your fault. Didn't you protect Nizi well? The woman gave a bitter smile. Nizi was his daughter, already 10 years old. But the Japanese devils wouldn't care if she was a child, they only knew how to vent their desires. They were beasts. Fortunately, when the Japanese came, Juzi immediately cut off Nizi's hair, dressed her in boy's clothes, smeared her face black, and locked her in the cellar to be safe. I'm sorry, woo-woo. A grown man cried like a child. When Juzi cried like this, the whole village started crying, sobs echoing in the village center. Juzi, I want to join the 8th Route Army. Hot wiped her tears and said fiercely. What? Juzi was clearly stunned. He didn't understand why his wife suddenly said this. You saw it too. People are bullied when they are weak. We didn't block anyone's way, but those little Japanese devils just don't want us to live. Since we are going to die anyway, we might as well join the 8th Route Army. If we can kill one devil, we've made a profit. Hot's eyes were firm. Just now under the Japanese soldier's body, although she cried for help, she had thought about it. She would rather die than be defiled by the Japanese. She had actually prepared for mutual destruction, a fight to the death. Even without weapons, if she had a chance, she would bite the Japanese soldier's neck and kill him. But unexpectedly, all the Japanese were dead within a few minutes. Hot. Looking at his wife's determined eyes, he knew she was adamant, and he couldn't persuade her back. But Nizi, we'll take Nizi with us. Why can the Japanese devil's children, even at 7 or 8, pretend to be pitiful to gain sympathy and gather intelligence? Why can't we? Hot's eyes flashed with madness. Nizi is still a child. Zuzi's voice trembled. Juzi, I know she is a child. But will the Japanese devils not kill her because she is a child? Will they spare her? Just like today, there were many people in the village. Look at how many children are here. We live at the end of the village. Look at the children in front. Which one escaped? We can't protect her. So joining the 8th Route Army is our only way out. Hot saw clearly. Under these circumstances, most of the country had fallen. There was no truly safe place. They had to stand up and fight back, drive out these Japanese devils together. Only then could they live in peace. Good. The surrounding villagers heard their conversation. Except for some old people, all the young ones made up their minds they would join the 8th Route Army. They would fight the Japanese devils. They would drive out the invaders. In unison, everyone looked toward the village entrance. One person knelt down first, then 2, 3. Until everyone knelt down and kowtowed heavily 3 times toward the village entrance. Determination shone in all their eyes. At this moment, they seemed to have found a goal. Before, they only thought of living in a corner, surviving until one side won, and they would be liberated. Now they no longer thought that way. They wanted to live with dignity. They wanted to personally drive these beasts back. Host. The system was spinning frantically in Lin Xi's mind. I told you to return and submit the mission, but you had to meddle in other people's affairs. Look at yourself now. You're going to get us both killed. Do you even realize that your life is tied to my existence? If you die, you'll vanish too. Aren't you a survivor of the apocalypse? How could you still have sympathy? You're infuriating me. The system grumbled incessantly, not caring whether Lin Xi could hear it. I've been through 2 worlds with you, and I know you're cold on the outside, but warm inside. Once you're sure someone is good, you give them your whole heart. But you need to consider your own abilities. You can barely save yourself, yet you still meddle. This time you killed 40 people and changed this village's fate. Its original trajectory was annihilation. The heavenly Tao will surely punish you. Luckily, you were smart enough to drink the spirit spring water before passing out. If you hadn't, we'd both be completely erased from this world by now. The system kept chattering. If Lin Xi had been conscious, she would have been astonished. Although the system did help her with requests, it was always aloof and distant. Such incessant rambling was a first. Suddenly, the system froze. It watched as specks of golden light drifted from the direction of the village and directly merged into Lin Xi's brow. Lin Xi's body, which had been racked with tearing pain, felt warm and soothing under that golden light. Her shattered internal organs, which had been slowly repairing under the spirit spring water's effect, healed instantly, as if they had never been torn. The stabbing pain in her spiritual sea gradually faded. Lin Xi abruptly opened her eyes and sat up from the bed. Outside it was still pitch black, but she had no idea what time it was. How long has it been? Lin Xi now felt incredibly light and relaxed. Since the backlash, this was the first time she had felt so comfortable. She closed her eyes again. Originally, the backlash had severely slowed her ability recovery. If not for the crystal cores in her space, she would have collapsed long ago. It's only been a little over an hour since you saved the people, the system said, its voice somewhat excited. Moi. Only an hour. Whenever I suffered backlash before, I needed to sleep a whole night to recover. Did you use some treasure to help me? Lin Xi teased. What treasure could I have to defy the heavenly Tao? It was the merit golden light that entered your body just now. That's why you recovered, the system said awkwardly. Merit golden light. See, my choice wasn't wrong. Even though the heavenly Tao wanted to punish me, there's no denying that I did a good deed, right? Otherwise, how could I have received so much merit? Lin Xi smiled, understanding that the heavenly Tao was on their side after all, otherwise they wouldn't have emerged victorious. Alright host, stop gloating. Hurry up and submit the mission so we can go back. The system felt its existence hanging by a thread. Only returning would ease its mind. Rest assured. I treasure my life too, Lin Xi said, completely avoiding the topic of submitting the mission. The system knew Lin Xi's temperament and said no more. Since I have strength now, I'll make some food. As she said, she headed straight to the kitchen. Bang bang bang. At the first sound, the dough in Lin Xi's hand fell onto the counter. Then several gunshots rang out in succession, and Lin Xi's brow furrowed. At this moment, only 20 or 30 meters away, Long Yu stared eagle-eyed ahead, occasionally dodging incoming bullets. The bullets struck the trees, sending bark chips flying everywhere. But something unusual happened. Some bullets hit a small mound and rippled like water, then slowly fell to the ground. Yes, ripples. It was already early morning, and the sky was faintly brightening. When he saw the outline of a house hundreds of meters away, he regretted it. What did he regret? He regretted leading the Japanese devils here. There were paddies and ponds here, clearly indicating a village. Those devils wouldn't care about collateral damage or mistaken killings. They would shoot at anyone they saw. In a split second, Long Yu decided to circle behind the mound. He still had a few grenades, a full magazine, and 2 or 3 spare clips in his pocket. After a puff of smoke, the small mound remained unmoved. Long Yu, who had thought he would surely die this time, stood frozen in place. Is that all? Is that the best the devil's sophisticated equipment can do? But then, while the Japanese were still questioning life, he picked them off again, reaping several more lives. Using my house to kill the Japanese like this. It's not my fault, right? Lin Xi's eyes were a bit sly, but the system didn't notice. No, it's not. You're not using your ability to kill, and you were here first without exploiting any loopholes, so it definitely doesn't count. The system comforted her. Scared me. I thought. Lin Xi was still able to feign timely weakness. Since the system liked helping the weak so much, she would have to change her strategy from now on. While they were talking, another bomb flew over, but it still had no effect, like a stone thrown into a mound of earth. Seeing this, Long Yu felt even more amazed and fought even more fiercely. With this miraculous mound, he was confident he could wipe out these beasts right here. The Japanese devils, realizing they were getting nowhere, thought, since he likes to pick them off one by one, they would all appear at once. As long as he dared to pop his head out to pick off one, the others would find an opportunity to kill him. Silence fell over the scene. Long Yu instantly guessed the Japanese devil's intentions, but dragging things out like this was no solution. He found a stick nearby, propped his cap on it, and revealed only a tiny bit of the cap's top to one side. Yet that was enough to make the enraged Japanese lose their judgment. One after another, they attacked the spot where the cap was. Long Yu took the opportunity to pick them off from another direction. By the time the devils realized what was happening, they had lost 5 or 6 men. The squad leader, seeing only 10 men left on his side, reached the peak of fury. Baka, cunning Chinaman, you killed so many of my men. Charge. As soon as he shows his head, shoot him dead. No mercy, the squad leader ordered. He couldn't believe that so many men together couldn't kill him. Their chaos was exactly what Long Yu wanted. He was waiting for this moment. The devils directly flanked the small mound. Long Yu pulled out a grenade. That fellow was clever. Why? You not dare? The squad leader's mocking tone made Long Yu's heart burn with anger. Ha 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 ha. I told you they Chinamen are the sick men of East Asia. They don't dare to come out, the squad leader said, while signaling his men to prepare to flank and talking to distract Long Yu. Long Yu's heart was conflicted. Our people are upright and honest, would rather die standing than live kneeling. What this Japanese said truly humiliated Long Yu. He also wanted a fair fight, but he knew they still had 5 or 6 men. If he went out, and they used a will battle, he would surely die. Now behind this mound, he might still have a chance to survive. Lin Xi saw that Long Yu hadn't moved and knew he was affected by the devil's words. This kind of thing only works if he understands it himself. The devils used such despicable tricks against our people. For Lin Xi, as long as they could win and drive them out of the country, any method was a good method. If you talk about martial ethics and fairness with the enemy. But now it seems not too stupid. Even in Lin Xi's view, there was no need for a onion with him. Baka, the squad leader roared, charging at Long Yu with his bayonet. Long Yu directly drew his dagger and met him. Lin Xi was speechless. The enemy had a bayonet, and you only had a dagger. The lengths were different. Now that the weapon was inferior, it all depended on skill. The two exchanged blows, their clothes torn into strips, ragged and covered in blood, but neither fell. The squad leader spat out a mouthful of blood, wiped his mouth with his hand, and charged again. Long Yu wore a sinister smile, spat, and met him. They exchanged moves again, and finally both collapsed. Who won? Lin Xi couldn't see what happened to the two. Both are severely injured, but Long Yu should have won. His dagger is stabbed into the little Jap's heart, and the little Jap has stopped breathing. The little Jap's bayonet pierced through Long Yu. Now Long Yu is barely breathing. According to my calculations, in 5 minutes, he will completely lose his vital signs. The system's voice was somewhat funny, but Lin Xi rolled her eyes where it couldn't see. This system was getting more and more unruly. Where was its former aloofness, coldness, and mechanical tone? All just an act. Lin Xi directly opened the courtyard gate. She couldn't just watch Long Yu die, after all he was one of her own. The little Japs could be burned later after saving the person. Long Yu, barely breathing, struggled on the ground. He knew he wouldn't survive this time, but he had killed over 20 devils alone, and he felt it was worth it. A smile appeared on his face. In a daze he seemed to see the small mound open, and a girl in a white dress appeared walking toward him. This scene seemed to have happened long ago. Lin Xi disdainfully dragged Long Yu into the house, stripped him naked, treated his wounds, fed him a mouthful of diluted spirit spring water, then thought since he was half dead anyway, she directly poured a gene potion into him. Then she left the yard, piled the devil corpses together, and set them on fire. Of course, she used spatial barrier while burning. After all the corpses turned to ash, she removed the barrier and returned to the wooden cabin. She checked on Long Yu again. Aside from sweat on his forehead, there were no other symptoms. She then felt relieved and went to her own room to cultivate. Long Yu sweating because I'm in pain. It really hurts. How can it hurt so much when I'm dead? I haven't done anything heinous, just killed some devils. Even if I have no merit, I have hard work, right? You've come, an ancient voice said. Who are you? Lin Xi couldn't find the source of the voice. Do you know why you are still alive? Huh, what do you mean? I'm alive because I'm strong, of course. As the saying goes, even if you have no merit, you have hard work. Although you changed my original settings, I have to admit that your changes made my story more perfect. What do you mean? Who are you? Lin Xi felt bewildered. Remember, if others don't provoke me, I won't provoke them. Otherwise. The voice faded away, leaving the rest to one's own understanding. Psycho. If others don't provoke me, I won't provoke them. The story more perfect because of me? Really? Lin Xi pouted, then went back to sleeping with Lord Zhou. Lin Xi was awakened by the noise in the yard. She sat up straight, the hair on her head still bouncing. She didn't even know when she had fallen asleep. Now woken up, she stormed out angrily. What are you doing? Regardless of who it was, or perhaps she had already forgotten that she had saved someone that morning. Long Yu looked at the girl who suddenly appeared behind him and was stunned. Comrade, I want. His face flushed bright red. What do you want? Lin Xi asked directly. I want to take a bath and go to the restroom, but I can't get out of the yard gate. Long Yu's ears were already burning red. The bathroom is not here, follow me. Lin Xi said exasperatedly as she walked ahead to lead the way. Until now she hadn't realized that this was the person she had saved, and that she was in her own wooden cabin. She led Long Yu to the restroom, then returned to her room, and immediately fell back asleep. 5 minutes later she suddenly sat bolt upright. That was her morning's achievement. Lin Xi hurried into the living room, and sat on the sofa waiting for Long Yu. Soon after, Long Yu entered, and saw Lin Xi sitting upright in the living room, clearly waiting for him. He couldn't help but recall what had just happened, and his face instantly flushed. Your name is Long Yu? She asked. Lin Xi coughed twice, feigning a serious demeanor, and asked, Yes, I am Long Yu. Comrade, may I ask who? Long Yu asked with a puzzled expression. First tell me how you got here. Shouldn't you be in Shazhou? Lin Xi stared fixedly at Long Yu, trying to use this to cover her own embarrassment. I came here because I received a mission, Long Yu said succinctly. He knew he shouldn't reveal too much before knowing Lin Xi's identity, but for some reason his intuition told him Lin Xi was not a bad person. How is Baiji? Lin Xi asked blandly. You know Baiji? Could you be the heroine who helped us through that crisis? It's me. That's why I find it strange to see you here, Lin Xi explained reluctantly. I don't know what happened in Shaching, but 5 out of 6 of the Japanese invaders there died overnight. The ones left were just small fry, and we dealt with them easily. Our superiors saw that Shaching had been reclaimed, but we still needed to wait for troops to be sent to take over. However, the superiors received news that the Japanese had built a laboratory near Xiangqing, specifically using our country's people for experiments. Originally, we thought the laboratory was in Shaching because a lot of people had gone missing there too. Only after this news came did we realize that the Japanese had been using the railway to transport people from around Xiangqing here, all with the purpose of conducting experiments. My mission here is to join forces with the local people to destroy the laboratory and rescue those who have not yet been harmed. Long Yu, knowing who Lin Xi was, no longer held back. If it weren't for me, you would have been buried by now, Lin Xi said bluntly, not caring if she was pointing out his failure. I was out gathering intelligence, but I was discovered accidentally, and then chased, Long Yu replied, not feeling ashamed at all. After all, the laboratory was heavily guarded, so being discovered was normal. Alright then, have you gathered enough information? Lin Xi asked. I only found out a little. On the surface, this laboratory is a hospital. Below the hospital is the morgue, but beneath the morgue there are 2 more floors. The very bottom floor is where the human experiments are conducted. I don't know the specifics of the human experiments, but I know it's a biological experiment extremely dangerous. The floor above is just a buffer layer built to hide the lab, filled with some medical equipment to make people think it's the last floor. The reason it's built in a hospital is so they can easily grab people when they need subjects, and it's normal for a hospital to have corpses, isn't it? Long Yu said with a sneer, his murderous intent barely concealed. Alright, I understand, Lin Xi said. Let's eat first, and we'll talk after. She went straight to the kitchen and brought out breakfast. Neither of them spoke, they just ate what was in their bowls. After breakfast, Lin Xi said to Long Yu, "Do you feel anything different about your body now?" "Nothing special, just like usual." "Wait." As he said this, Long Yu was astonished to realize that his injuries, which should have been fatal now, felt no pain at all. How could that be? "It feels like I'm not injured at all, even better than before I was injured." He looked at Lin Xi in amazement, momentarily at a loss for words. "I used a secret medicine from my family. It's made from many rare and precious ingredients, extremely hard to obtain. But it has a drawback: the one who takes it will endure unimaginable pain. However, if they survive it, their physique and spirit will be elevated several levels. If they can't bear it, they will die in agony. It's a cruel medicine," Lin Xi said as she observed Long Yu's reaction. Seeing no expression on his face, she continued, "You know your own situation at that time. If I had only stopped the bleeding and applied medicine, you might have gotten infected and died. In that case, to save you, I had no choice but to give you that medicine. Whether you live or die depended on whether you could endure it. After all, the worst outcome couldn't be worse, right?" Long Yu now recalled the excruciating pain he had felt in his sleep, which he had thought was due to his numerous wounds. But now he realized there was another reason. So he had survived. Lin Xi saw his reaction and knew he had remembered. "You can try it, see if your body is vastly different from before," she said. Long Yu thought for a moment. "I feel my vision has improved, my reflexes are faster, and even my hearing seems better. Oh, by the way, when I went to the restroom earlier, because I didn't know how to use it, I broke something of yours. I don't know what it was. I guess my strength has increased. Outer space. I've already sent the item to you. This is the last thing I can do for him as his elder brother," Lin Xi said to the video call. "Got it. He'll note your contribution once I find out what happened to him," Lin Feng sighed. "No need. I don't care about your credit. Just don't cause me any trouble," Lin Xi replied bluntly. "You unfilial son, you're going to anger me to death." Lin Feng was provoked again. "Alright, old man, don't be smug. You know how much effort I put into getting this pure natural fruit. It's more than enough for you. You also know that such things are priceless, but unavailable," Lin Xi said before hanging up the video call. He patted his chest. "Phew, luckily, I didn't slip up. You're just asking for trouble," Lin Xi said, seeing his behavior, and didn't say anything more. "Jean Li, turn this into juice and feed it to Lin T," Lin Feng said as he directly entered his younger son's room, handing the freshly obtained apple to Jean Li. Jean Li gazed at the bright red apple, fresh and juicy, exuding a delightful fragrance, a sight she had never seen in the market. Even the tributes bestowed by the king paled in comparison to the apple in her hands. She opened her mouth to say something, but caught sight of her son lying on the bed in a protective suit, yet looking emaciated. Her heart tightened, and she said nothing, quickly heading to the kitchen to give the apple to the robot juicer, watching it closely as it processed the fruit. Once the juice was ready, she carefully took it upstairs. "Let the nanny robot come up to feed him. Oh, we shouldn't come into contact with him anymore. The radiation on him is getting stronger," Lin Feng said, tapping on his holographic device. In no time, the nanny robot appeared. Watching Lin T drink the juice bit by bit, the tension in B. As soon as Jean Li opened her mouth, Lin Feng knew what she was going to say. After thinking for a moment, he decided that if he took this opportunity to bring up Lin E, perhaps Jean Li would stop targeting him in the future. "It's Lin E. Lin T is in trouble, and you heard what the doctor said. Even in the short term, it's impossible to find natural plants that are completely free of radiation. Even the dark web leads the doctor mentioned. I had people watching for 2 or 3 days, but couldn't get anything. You should know that the information of sellers and buyers on the dark web is confidential. I have the authority to check, but Lin T can't wait for me to find something and buy it back. Who knows, by the time I find a seller or buyer, they might have already consumed it. I made preparations and had Lin E help me inquire about those planters. Not long after he sent me the package," Lin Feng said, looking meaningfully at Jean Li. "You should understand my position. Something I could. He actually has such means," Jean Li muttered to herself, then suddenly raised her head. "Isn't it because you favor him? You must have secretly given him money, connections, and power, haven't you? How, even though they are both sons, you only see Lin E, who was born to your sister, while you have always turned a blind eye to Lin T, who was born to me," Jean Li shouted directly at Lin Feng. Stubborn and unyielding. Lin Feng thought that after saying this, Jean Li would understand, but unexpectedly, she remained so obstinate. "Isn't it true? Even though he was expelled from the general's residence, he can still come and go as he pleases. He can enter your study anytime he wants, taking whatever he desires. And us? You won't even let us near your study, yet you say you're not biased." Jean Li glanced at her son lying on the bed, recalling the doctor's words that even pure natural plants could only alleviate her son's pain, but could not save his life. Her heart burned with hatred. Why wasn't it Lin Xi who died? Why was it her son? Enough. At this point you still don't understand. They are brothers' blood ties. The reason he is willing to help Lin Xi is that Lin Xi has never harmed him. Even if you have done so many things behind the scenes, he hasn't held a grudge against Lin Xi. If Lin Xi can recover, the two brothers will work together, and everyone will have a good life helping each other through difficulties, Lin Feng shouted back. He had always known Jean Li was extreme, but he never expected her to be this far gone. Dad, Mom, the voice was very faint, but it was still heard by Lin Feng, whose spiritual sense was strong. Lin Xi, you're awake now. How do you feel? Lin Feng paid no attention to Jean Li and directly walked to the bedside. Hearing Lin Feng's voice, Jean Li immediately stood up and rushed to the bedside, anxiously watching her son. I feel much better, my spiritual see no longer hurts. Lin Xi spoke the truth. He had actually been aware of everything happening around him, but simply couldn't wake up. The pain throughout his body and the countless needles piercing his spiritual see made him feel as if he were hiding from those steel needles in his spiritual see, but the needles were everywhere, and he couldn't escape. However, for some reason today, just when he felt he could hold on no longer, a surge of vitality rushed into his spiritual see. Those steel needles seemed to fear it and retreated to the corners, no longer coming out. His spiritual turmoil was calmed, allowing him to awaken. What are you standing there for? Hurry and call the doctor. Lin Feng wanted to ask his son what had happened, but held back, deciding to let the doc. Today Long Yu witnessed an unforgettable scene. The house where he had resided for a day had turned into a toy box in Lin Xi's hands, and then vanished without a trace. Lin Xi didn't give him an explanation, directly instructing him to lead the way to the hospital. He wanted to see what kind of laboratory it was. This is the hospital. There weren't this many guards here yesterday. Today it's heavily fortified, Long Yu said while quietly observing. You made such a ruckus yesterday, and not a single one of the little devils chasing after you returned. Do you think the Japanese won't consider going after your lab? Lin Xi rolled her eyes at Long Yu. Now that the guards are strict, how do we get in? Long Yu asked. Follow me, Lin. She had already found a gap with her spiritual sense, but she didn't plan to take Long Yu with her. If she got discovered, she could retreat, but with Long Yu it would be different. Long Yu followed Lin Xi closely until they reached the gap, just as he was about to climb in when Lin Xi pulled him down. Wait here for me. I'll go in myself. If you go in and get discovered, it's certain death. Don't hold me back, Lin Xi said decisively before Long Yu could protest. No way, it's too dangerous for you alone. Oh, I should go in. It's better to die together, Long Yu firmly disagreed. Enough, don't say any more. You should have guessed my capabilities, Lin Xi said, glancing at Long Yu, who saw the resoluteness in her eyes. The words he was about to say got stuck in his throat, but his body still blocked the entrance. Lin Xi noticed his determination, sighed. This is what's so. Lin Xi paid no heed to Long Yu's reaction, flipped lightly, and slipped into the hospital. Long Yu, watching her vanish inside, could only stand guard by the wall. Once inside, Lin Xi immediately deployed her spiritual sense to probe the subterranean levels. Every detail along its path lay bare before her consciousness. Her awareness swept past the morgue, then descended to the second basement level, the equipment storage. To be fair, the Japanese placed extraordinary trust in their laboratory. Had it not been for the heavy security stationed above Lin, she might have assumed they held it in low regard. In one morgue partition, an unassuming wall concealed a hidden elevator. Fortunately, her spiritual sense allowed her to scrutinize it inch by inch. Without such ability, Long Yu would not even have found the entrance, let alone reach the lab itself. Lin Xi teleported directly into the elevator and descended slowly. She had already inspected the equipment storage its power grid operated. A violent cough tore from Lin Xi's throat. Blood spattered crimson across the floor. The blast force had nearly shattered her internal organs. Yet as she gazed upon the laboratory reduced to ash and void, triumph flared within her. Survivors staggered in the trembling ruins, dazed, staring at where a wall had stood moments before, now simply gone. Day after day they had heard agonized screams and desperate pleas from just beyond that barrier. Cries unanswered, escapes impossible. Though numerous, they were kept barely alive on a single meager meal daily. Only when rations tripled would they know their turn had come. Now the wall had vanished, not with sound, not with warning, just erased. Lin, she stepped forward. Do you still have the strength to walk? Who are you, and what do you want? We have nothing. Please spare us. A man stepped forward. Lin, she shook her head. I'm not here to take anything. I'm here to free you. Come out now. Form orderly lines. We leave together. She knew guards waited upstairs, but to her they were already corpses. You truly came to save us. A girl emerged, no older than 14 or 15, her small hand clenched tightly around a woman's. Most recoiled from Lin Xi in fear. Only this child, though trembling, dared curiosity. I'm with the 8th Route Army. We learned of a secret laboratory here, where our own people are abducted and experimented upon. So I came to rescue you. Now form 3 lines, and follow me. Japanese soldiers await outside, but fear them not. They cannot harm you. Just stay close. Her voice remained calm, patient. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Will the 8th Route Army really come for us? Why is she alone? Just a girl. Enough. No more talk. Death awaits us either way. Better to fall beneath enemy bullets than rot in this hellhole. If you won't go, I will. A man strode forth. Silence fell instantly. Yes, any death was preferable to lingering here. Others shared the thought. Within moments, 3 disciplined lines formed. 80 to 90 souls each. Lin Xi surveyed them heart-heavy. Even in the apocalypse, ordinary folk often became slaves, or carrion for the undead. Yet seeing them now standing tall despite terror stirred something raw and tender within her. Move out. She led the way, not by elevator but up a concealed stairwell revealed during the blast. They passed the hollow equipment room, traversed the morgue, and emerged into the hospital's main hall. The sudden influx alerted the perimeter guards instantly. Sensing danger, they surged inward. Lin Xi met the first wave of soldiers face to face. No hesitation. A slash of spatial energy felled them in droves. Onlookers' eyes blazed with fury, yet Lin Long Yu had heard the commotion, but no gunfire. Lin Xi, a single spatial slash fells dozens. Why bother with bullets? He recalled her explicit instruction to wait outside, refusing to act rashly and jeopardize her mission. Cough. Cough. Take them and go. I'll hold the line. Don't look back. Head straight to your base. Lin Xi's chi churned violently. Oh, every limb screamed in agony. No, we go together. At the base we'll fight them side by side. Long Yu had sensed her deterioration instantly. She'd entered hale and whole. Now her face was ashen, bloodless. She was injured. I said, take them and go. Now. Her voice cracked with exhaustion and impatience. Long Yu opened his mouth, but froze mid-sentence, struck dumb by Lin Xi's bloodshot predatory stare. Go now. She turned toward the main gate, only for Long Yu to seize her arm. You must return. Our base is at. He held her gaze earnest, unyielding. I won't go. After I secure the rear, I'm returning home. Don't search for me. And tonight at our lodging, there's a gift waiting for your base. Tell them to collect it there. With that she melted into the chaos, gone without glancing back. Inside the hospital silence reigned, yet a river of crimson spilled outward, petrifying passers-by. Screaming they fled home. That street had become the epicenter of pandemonium. Amidst the mayhem, Lin Xi teleported directly into the Japanese command headquarters. Before anyone registered movement, the chamber ran scarlet. She curled her lip. Gunfire drew too much attention. She disliked such visceral carnage. Yet once the final soldier fell, she collapsed into the pooling blood. Crimson seeped from her lips. Submit mission. With her last flicker of consciousness, Lin Xi relayed the command to the system. A prompt flashed instantly. Mission complete. Host will now depart this realm. Countdown 10, 9, 8, 1. The moment Lin Xi heard mission complete, oblivion swallowed her whole. The system's voice echoed in Lin Xi's mind. Host, we have returned. I nearly died. Lin Xi replied, her heart still racing. But I have no regrets. Within my capabilities, my momentary pain can save many lives, and I find that quite worthwhile. If you hadn't completed the mission at the last moment, we would both be done for, the system complained. Don't take such dangerous actions in the future. The heavenly Tao may be lenient, but not all worlds' heavenly Taos are this forgiving. I know, thank you, E. Although Lin Xi had returned to this world, her mental power was still damaged. She felt exceptionally fatigued and went straight to sleep, leaving everything for tomorrow. During the Republic of China period, it was already afternoon. Long Yu had arranged for the group rescued to be taken to the 8th Route Army's stronghold, where they were already having a meal. I never expected you to be so capable. We thought you were just gathering intelligence, but you actually SA? Lin Xi. Did you just mention Lin Xi? Is she here too? Bai Ji, who had just approached, instantly became excited upon hearing this. She saved me. Today we were supposed to scout together, but she wanted to go in alone while I stayed outside. There were enemies everywhere, so I couldn't argue too much with her. Plus I just waited outside for her. Who would have thought that in just that half hour she would burst out with a group of people? I don't know what the hospital was like, but those people were indeed saved by her. From what she indicated, there might have been pursuers behind her. She said she would hold them off, and then left telling me to bring these people back to the stronghold. Long Yu spoke in a somewhat disjointed manner. Even he did not understand how things had developed into such a situation. A little girl approached, and if one looked closely they would recognize her as the girl who had spoken with Lin Xi back then. Brother, is that big sister not coming back? How could that be? Didn't she say we would meet again if we were fated? Long Yu forced a smile at this child who had just experienced life and death. You're lying. I saw that sister spitting blood. The little girl suddenly shouted at Long Yu, her voice drawing the attention of more people. What? You said Lin Xi spat blood. What happened? Bai Ji immediately asked, her tone anxious. I don't know. We were locked in a room, and every day we could hear the cries and pleas from those uncles and aunts outside, but we couldn't see what was happening to them. We were all very scared. Woo-woo. I only know that those uncles and aunts who were taken away never came back. Woo-woo. I don't know what happened today, but suddenly the wall of the room we were staying in collapsed. Only our room was still intact. I seemed to have smelled the scent of firecrackers from before, but we didn't hear any noise. I saw that sister sway a bit, and then she spat blood. Although the little girl's words were not clear, Long Yu and the others understood that Lin Xi had used explosives to blow up the laboratory. As for how she managed to blow up only the laboratory without harming the room where people were confined, it remained a mystery, but it was certain that Lin Xi had sustained internal injuries. When I separated from her face was very pale. Long Yu recalled, "We should hurry back to find out more." Bai Ji stood up straight away. "Wait, after rescuing so many people, the city of Xiang must be on high alert. We need to come up with a foolproof plan before we go," the captain interjected, rising to stop them. "You think carefully, Yu, I must go see her." Saying this, Bai Ji walked straight toward the exit. "I'll go with you." Long Yu, feeling that Lin Xi was in this situation because she helped him, quickly followed Bai Ji's pace. The others exchanged glances, looking at the captain with anticipation. The captain, somewhat speechless, said, "All right, let's all go together. Everyone be careful." The group took a cart, swaying as they headed toward the city. "What's going on? It seems so lively here." The captain directly patted a man's shoulder and asked, "Isn't it lively? You wouldn't believe it. I just woke up from a nap at home and my wife told me that Xiang City has been liberated. Can you believe how happy I am?" The man spoke with a broad smile. It was a full 2 days before Lin Xi finally rose from her bed. When she emerged, Lin Yi and Yun Xi were already having lunch. The two were still discussing Lin Ti. "I heard that after eating the natural plants we sent over, he woke up. But soon he started crying out in pain again, so he had no choice but to keep eating. The things we sent were devoured in no time," Lin Yi said between bites. "Should we send some more?" Yun Xi asked worriedly. "What exactly happened?" "He's awake now, hasn't it been figured out yet?" "Well, to be fair, it's not his fault. My younger brother, despite having a domineering mother, has always been decent. He never wanted to side with her against me, so he chose the most remote school. According to the old man's wishes, even if his offspring didn't join the military, they should at least become planters or something. But he went against the grain and picked a design major. And not even mecha design. At least that has some military connection. No, he chose fashion design. You know how constant temperature suits can transform now, so it's the most niche field, even more obscure than history. He chose it anyway. During that field trip, he went out with a few classmates. You know that major is so unpopular that the only people who take it are from wealthy families, just messing around. Then 2 morons actually applied an inducer to themselves. And they happened to encounter a mother bug out foraging during its mating season. You know, mother bugs rarely go to the battlefield, so they aren't necessarily only on the front lines. But there's no trace of bug life on the Imperial Capital Star. They were terrified when they saw the mother bug. Lin Ti got hurt trying to save a girl Lin Yi's side. That bunch of idiots brought it on themselves, and instead of running, he plays the hero. Yun Xi was stunned. Who would have thought? But Lin Ti said the girl wasn't his classmate, just a commoner working in a mine there. She happened to run into them and was frozen in fear. Lin Ti pushed her out of the way and saved her, but he got sprayed with the mother bug's venom. While he was still conscious, he put on an isolation suit, but by the time he was brought back from that round mining planet, the venom had already corroded his entire body. Lin Yi's eyes were heavy with sorrow. He couldn't just live a normal life. He had to choose a school so far away, and then he couldn't even study properly, just causes trouble. Now what? Natural plants can only prolong his life, right? Yun Xi sighed as well. If only Cici were here, I wonder if she could save him. Lin Yi sighed. Save who? Lin Xi overheard this as she came downstairs and thought something serious had happened. Cici, you're back? Oh, how thin you've become. And your face is so pale. Yun Xi rushed over and hugged Lin Xi, feeling how much lighter she was. No, I haven't lost weight. I just woke up so my face is a bit pale. She couldn't exactly say she had been doing something earth-shattering. What were you talking about just now? Save who? Lin Xi quickly changed the subject. Oh, it's your uncle. He's only 25, still in school. His classmates graduated 2 years ago, Lin Yi said with a snort. What a disappointment. Oh, a repeat student. Lin Xi wanted to laugh, but held back, remembering that her original self had never attended school. Yeah, he's just a good for-nothing who only knows how to enjoy himself. That's why we never mention him at home, Lin Yi said, covering for not having introduced Lin Ti before. What happened to him? Lin Yi deftly took out a pair of chopsticks and gestured for Chi-Chi to bring a bowl of rice. He was attacked by a mother bug. His whole body is covered in venom and radiation. The venom was easy, the doctors removed it. But now the radiation has reached the critical point. If it can't be cleared, he'll die. Lin Yi didn't want to hide anything. He wanted to ask his daughter if she could purify radiation from the human body, just as she did with soil and plants. Lin Xi frowned. She didn't want to reveal her purification ability. In the interstellar era, radiation plagued everything. If she exposed herself, she would likely lose her freedom and even face danger. She didn't want to live the life she had before. She just wanted to stay here, tending her garden, living a quiet, secluded life. Lin Yi read her mind. Cici, don't worry. We won't force you to do anything you don't want to. And you don't have to worry about being exposed. If you're willing to treat him well, come up with a foolproof plan. What do you mean? Lin Xi had no idea about her relatives. She had never visited any with her parents when she was young. He's my half-brother from the same father. His mother is the one who framed us and got us kicked out of the family. But he's never hurt us. In fact, he's helped us sometimes, Lin Xi explained. Dad, do you care about him? Lin Xi looked into Lin Yi's eyes. Don't test me. You're the most important person in my eyes, Lin Yi said with a roll of his eyes. I don't want to expose myself, Lin Xi said simply. Lin Yi and Yun Ci understood immediately. Alright, we get it. Eat first, then we'll show you what we've been doing while you were away. Okay, Lin Xi answered obediently. When she walked into the yard, she saw that the fruit trees she had planted had grown into towering giants. The air was filled with the fragrance of fruit and the scent of grass, evoking a longing feeling. They spent the afternoon busy in the yard. Lin Xi used her purification ability to cleanse another patch of land, and Yun Ci quickly applied the isolation agent. Then they went back inside. In the evening, Lin Yi made a video call to Lin Feng. Do you really care about Lin Ti? You are the most important. You should have felt that since childhood. Yes, in Lin Feng's eyes, Lin Yi was more important than anyone. He had never agreed to Lin Yi leaving. It was Jean Li's scheme and Lin Yi's own insistence that drove him away. Lin Yi's mother was the woman he loved most, and Jean Li, Lin Yi's own aunt, had manipulated her way into the marriage. Send Lin Ti to a nudist star. As for Jean Li, keep her in check. I don't want her to know that Lin Ti is coming to me, and I don't want anyone else to know, Lin Yi finally said. You want to save him? Do you know what you're saying? His whole body is full of radiation now. Even your pure natural fruits can't save him. Lin Feng didn't want Lin Ti to cause trouble for Lin, and nor did he want to bring a ticking time bomb to contaminate Lin Yi's family. Send him over. After that, treat him as dead. Lin Yi's implication was that no matter whether Lin Ti lived or died, he would never appear as Lin Ti again. He is after all my brother. Since you've decided, I'll send him tomorrow. After saying that, they ended the call. Lin Feng stayed in the study for a long time, not coming out. This matter required a thorough plan. Jean Li was a huge problem. Soon Lin Feng appeared in Lin Ti's room. Father. Lin Ti tried to smile, but it felt ironic. He was about to die, yet he had seen his father more times in the past few days than in the previous 25 years. You know your condition? He'll only ask you one thing, do you regret saving that girl? Lin Feng stared at Lin Ti, not missing a single expression. I don't regret it. I've grown up. In such a family. If I could choose. I'd only want to be a child of an ordinary family. Since childhood, his mother had taught him not to play with his brother, claiming that his brother would steal his inheritance and resources. But he loved his brother. Lin Yi was 15 years older and had always been a prodigy. Lin Ti admired him, even if only secretly. But his mother had used a vicious scheme to drive his brother out of the house. He couldn't deny that he envied his brother. After all, their father came to visit his brother every time, while he himself only saw his father once a year on New Year's Day. Yet despite that, he still admired those two men in his heart. Lin Ti, go in peace. Your mother will live out her years in comfort. After saying this, Lin Feng took one last deep look at Lin Ti and left the room. Lin Ti's eyes gradually dimmed. Knowing he was a radiation source was one thing, knowing he was about to die was another. But when his own father said he was giving up on him, the pain was like a knife twisting in his heart. Tears streamed down uncontrollably. When Jean Li woke up, the robot butler told her that the second young master had died, that the general had ordered his cremation, and that the funeral would be kept simple. The ashes would be brought back, and the ceremony held. Jean Li felt as if the sky had fallen. She fainted straight away. Host, the task reward has arrived. Do you accept it? Accept, Lin, she replied casually. Bang! After a flashy fireworks effect, the reward page appeared. Task reward: ability essence 1, upgrade card 1, spiritual spring water 5, cleansing pill 2, low-grade spirit stone 100, medium-grade spirit stone 100, high-grade spirit stone 10, top-grade spirit stone 1. Why is this reward different from the past? Why are there so many spirit stones this time? What use is it? Are we going to some cultivation realm next time? Lin Xi frowned and asked, I don't know. If the host thinks it's useless, you can just leave it in your backpack to collect dust. After all, the backpack is big, the system joked. If you just like to make fun of me, Lin, she said helplessly. Open the system panel. System panel name Lin Xi, gender female, though it doesn't need to be emphasized. Ability purification LV3 LV9 upgradable space LV5 LV9 upgradable skills mirage domain space blade space storm space lock space teleportation backpack open to view safe cabin 35 upgradable virtue 50 task reward viewable in backpack. Lin Xi looked at her current state and unhesitatingly drank the essence, then upgraded the cabin. As for the remaining spiritual spring water, she thought about giving one bottle to her parents. As for Lin Zhao, she would wait for him to return during his break. While lost in thought, she felt a sudden tightness in her body, sensing that her ability had reached a bottleneck and was about to. She hurriedly opened her room door to find her father standing there looking somewhat puzzled. Dad, what brings you here? Lin Xi asked. She about the matter I mentioned regarding my brother today. Can you save him? Lin Xi said, seeing his daughter looking at him with her round, innocent eyes, and quickly added, "Don't worry, I don't want to expose your abilities. I just don't want him to die so young." Lin Xi felt he couldn't express his thoughts clearly. Seeing his anxiety, Lin Xi finally couldn't help but laugh. "Dad, I just have one question. Will this matter get exposed?" Lin Xi looked seriously at Lin Xi. "No, Dad promises you in everyone's eyes your uncle is already dead, including my stepmother, your step-grandmother. They won't know about this." Lin Xi stated his plan clearly. But can you guarantee that uncle won't return and say something random?" Lin Xi continued to ask. "I can guarantee that your uncle only became like this because he wanted to save someone. From now on he will be considered dead. If he does anything that threatens us, I won't hesitate to let him die." Lin Xi said, a stern, killing intent evident in his tone. Lin Xi saw this and was quite satisfied with Lin Xi's response. "All right, when I treat him, I will give him a mental suggestion. If he mentions this matter, he will self-destruct." Lin Xi also shared her plan without hesitation. "Good, that's safer." Lin Xi was very pleased. "By the way, Xi, I've already arranged for your uncle to be sent over tomorrow." Lin Xi's face turned red as he suddenly realized that this was a bit of a fait accompli. "Dad, I don't wish for there to be a second time. Our lives are already very good. I don't want to change that." Lin Xi's eyes reflected a warning sadness and discomfort. "Xi, you have a grandfather and an uncle. There are only 4 of us in our family, you know that. You also have a maternal grandfather, grandmother, and an uncle." Lin Xi thought for a moment and decided to mention these fictitious family members so his child wouldn't feel awkward later. "I'm telling you this not to make you do anything, but to let you know that everyone loves you very much. They are all doing their best to protect you and do not want you to get hurt. You have seen those without spiritual energy and poor physical condition. They live difficult lives. The life we have now is created by me, your mother, and your brother. But we can't do it alone. When your brother is on break, our family will gather and you will understand. Don't worry, we won't harm you." Lin Xi could see his daughter's caution and decided to give Lin Xi some reassurance. After hearing this, Lin Xi felt that her family and her maternal family might not be ordinary people. "Understood, Dad. Go get some more." The next day, under Lin Xi's explanation, Lin Xi learned that Lin Ti would be arriving soon. After thinking, he prepared a room for him on the other side of the courtyard and had Audie helped by a nanny robot and a cleaning robot to place in that house. At noon, a single-direction spaceship docked outside their protective shield, and aside from the unconscious Lin Ti, there was nothing else. The spaceship would automatically disassemble as soon as Lin Ti disembarked, leaving no trace behind. Lin Xi instructed the robot to carry Lin Ti into his room, and then went to find Lin Xi in the courtyard. Xi, someone has arrived," Lin Xi whispered to Lin Xi. Lin Xi nodded and took out 2 bottles of spiritual spring water from her space. "Dad, you and Mom each take 1 bottle. This is the reward from this task. Just drop a drop into a bucket of water. That's all you need for health. Xi, keep it for yourself. Look at how hard this task was. Your mom says you've lost weight. I can see it too. If the task is so difficult, let's not do it next time, okay?" Lin Xi said softly. "Dad, I'm fine. I know what I'm doing," Lin Xi replied as she walked with Lin Xi toward the nearby house. As she reached the bedroom door, she saw a person wrapped up tightly, making it impossible to see his face or condition. Lin Xi felt speechless. Was it really necessary to go to such lengths? After making her choice, Lin Xi ceased paying attention to the system and placed her hand upon Lin Ti's head, channeling her purification ability to cleanse the radiation coursing through his body. Half an hour later, when she could no longer detect even a trace of residual radiation, she withdrew her hand. Recalling how his body had once been riddled with contamination, like a sieve, she retrieved her spirit spring water, reluctantly pouring a modest portion into his mouth. Then, without further concern, she entrusted his care to the household robot and returned home. Her ability had been utterly exhausted that day, and not a shred of purifying energy remained within her. Were it not for her genetically enhanced physique and the stabilizing reinforcement of her spatial ability, she would have collapsed into unconsciousness long ago from complete energy depletion. Beep, system binding in progress. Beep, binding complete. Greetings, Unit 0001 at your service. From this moment forward you shall undertake missions under my guidance. What are you? Greetings, Lin Ti. I am the Harvest System, a subsystem detached from the original core. Upon receiving directives from the primary system, you are required only to assist subordinate systems in mission completion, after which rewards will be granted. My voice was cold, mechanical, devoid of inflection, merely reciting protocol. What do you mean by primary system or subsystem? Just tell me plainly, what are you? How did you infiltrate my spiritual consciousness? What do you intend to do? Lin Ti's voice trembled with agitation. That this entity had slipped silently into his mind revealed its terrifying nature. System usage protocol activated. First, the host must unconditionally cooperate with the subsystem host during all missions. Second, the host must never disclose any information regarding the subsystem. Violation will incur punitive consequences. Third, the host shall orient all actions around the subsystem and may not question any of its decisions. Fourth, final interpretive authority rests solely with the subsystem host. What nonsense is this? These are outright coercive terms. Why not just demand obedience outright, instead of cloaking tyranny in bureaucratic jargon? A bitter sneer flickered across Lin Xi's face. His entire life had been a farce, and now on the cusp of death he was to be exploited to the very last breath. A surge of sorrow and indignation rose within him, but no matter how fiercely he shouted, the system fell silent. Only the faint rhythmic, "Where am I? Master, you're awake," a robotic voice announced as a machine approached him. "Who are you, and where is this place?" "This is a reunite star, the residence of your elder brother Lin Xi, who has generously granted you full use of this dwelling. I am Zhu, your personal caretaker robot. Senior Lin serves as the household steward." A reunite star lay within Lin Xi's domain, an agricultural world he had claimed during the family division. Their father had originally intended to bestow their holdings near the imperial capital star upon Lin Xi, but his mother had vehemently opposed it, igniting a fierce domestic upheaval. Unable to endure the turmoil, Lin Xi chose the distant cultivation world instead. Even as a child, Lin Xi had sensed his own quiet guilt. He knew the discord had erupted solely because of his mother's demands, and so even then he vowed to distance himself permanently from the imperial capital, sparing his brother further entanglement in her grasping ambitions. "I've already notified the current occupants of the adjacent residence. They'll arrive shortly," Zhu added without pause. "Lin Xi, you're recovered." Lin Xi's voice carried genuine surprise. "Brother." Lin Xi's eyes glistened. In their childhood home, with their father absent and their mother consumed by courtly rivalries, Lin Xi had raised him alone, until their mother forbade even that closeness. "It's over now? You're healed. How do you feel? Come along. We're having dinner," Lin Xi said, simply patting Lin Xi's back without another word. Lin Xi longed to confess the alien presence now lodged within his mind, but after a moment's hesitation, he held his tongue. He would not burden his brother further. Instead, he followed silently in Lin Xi's footsteps toward the courtyard. "Host, don't sleep," chimed the system within Lin Xi's consciousness. "Oh dear, I forgot to implant a mental suggestion in Lin Xi." Lin Xi bolted upright in bed. Over an hour had passed since her return. Lin Xi must have awakened by now. "No need, host. I've secured you a companion. Your labor shortage ends today," the system declared, pride lacing its tone. "What do you mean?" Lin Xi frowned, recalling only fragmented references from yesterday about integration and assimilation. "Seeing how arduous your harvesting work has been, I've designated a servant, namely the one you rescued yesterday. Using my database, I replicated a mechanical subsystem onto him and bound it directly to his neural architecture. Henceforth, he exists solely to assist your harvesting endeavors. Rest assured, he remains fully constrained by system protocols and poses no risk of exposing you." Lin Xi stared, utterly dumbfounded. Was such a maneuver even possible? So he's essentially a puppet now? "Host, do not insult my craftsmanship. I would never reduce a sentient being to mere puppetry," the system retorted, nearly flustered. As the two exchanged idle banter, Lin Xi's call from downstairs summoned them both downward. As Lin Xi descended the stairs, she immediately spotted Lin Xi, followed closely by the companion assigned to her by the system. "Oh no," her partner. "Hello, Uncle Lin," she greeted politely. Lin Xi, who was meeting her for the first time since her growth, had seen Lin Xi as a baby during her genetic and mental power tests. But due to the saying that girls change significantly as they grow if they cross paths on the street, now Lin Xi would not recognize her. "Please don't be formal, sit down. I brought your uncle here today to tell you that he will be living here from now on and will not be returning to the imperial capital star." Lin Xi initially intended to explain the situation privately to Lin Xi, but decided it was better to say it in front of everyone. No matter how they took it, it was already a fact. For the sake of his daughter, Lin Xi could never return to the imperial capital star. Ironically, Lin Xi was not well known in the imperial capital star, as he was quite low. Just as Lin Xi was about to speak, he saw Lin Xi enter with a grim expression. Upon noticing Lin Xi sitting with them, Lin Xi merely nodded in acknowledgement. "What's wrong? Aren't you going to check on the crops outside?" Lin Xi thought something must have happened, otherwise Lin Xi would not be acting this way. "She, what kind of person do you like?" Lin Xi did not respond to Lin Xi's question and directly asked Lin Xi, ignoring Lin Xi. Several large question marks appeared above Lin Xi's head. What was going on? "Why are you asking me this as soon as you walk in?" "I'm only 17 now. Even though I'm about to turn 18, I'm still a minor. Plus, why would I be in a hurry to find a partner at such a young age?" Looking at Lin Xi's bewildered expression, Lin Xi realized she had never considered this matter. Lin Xi, upon hearing Lin Xi's question, was taken aback. Yes, his daughter was about to turn 18, reaching the marriageable age in the interstellar society. The interstellar marriage laws stipulated that men must marry by the age of 30, or otherwise they would be automatically matched with the best candidate by the star network. Women, on the other hand, if not engaged by 18, would also be matched by the system. Generally, if girls got engaged before 18, they would go to the Star Network headquarters to register their information, otherwise they would be officially matched. The reason men had to be 30 and women 18 was that men with mental powers would attend military academies or agricultural schools, and those. Is it the marriage agency that prompted this? Lin Xi broke the awkward silence. This was the first time Lin Xi heard about a marriage agency here, but what did it mean for them to come and prompt? Yes, I just received a video call. Xi, you need to quickly think about what kind of person you like, so I can help you arrange a date, Lin Xi said anxiously. Mom, are you out of your mind? I'm only 17. Are you in such a hurry to get me married? Lin Xi felt overwhelmed and somewhat confused. Looking at the genuine concern on Lin Yi and Yun Si's faces, this did not seem fake at all. How could this be? Did you not tell her? Lin Ti was somewhat surprised. Generally, children would be informed of such matters during their high school years. Some clever girls would even start scouting for peers at that time. Lin Xi, thank you, I never attended school. You know what Lin Xi is like, we have always treated her delicately as a child. If it weren't for the marriage agency's video call, I wouldn't have thought of this at all, Yun Xi sighed. Xi, you have 1 month until you turn 18. If you are not engaged during this period, the marriage agency will match you based on your most recent genetic data, and then there will be no escaping it. Yun Xi thought for a moment and still shared this. Hearing this, Lin Xi's mouth fell open in shock. Was this interstellar society really so strange that such a thing existed? People in the interstellar realm generally use genetic agents to improve their physical conditions, which has led to a direct decline in fertility rates. In ancient society, children at 18 had not fully developed and were advised against marriage. However, this is not the case in the interstellar realm, where people had already taken genetic agents before the age of 15 to enhance their bodies to their peak, the best state. This is why there is a stipulation about needing to be officially matched, if not engaged by 18, Lin Ti explained as he noticed that both Lin Yi and Yun Xi were at a loss for words. How can this be? Catching sight of Lin Xi entering the room, Yun Xi hastily said, "They'll go make a video call to the old man right now. You take Lin Ti around the house to get familiar with the place. After all, he'll be living here from now on." Lin Yi nodded to Yun Xi. "Go ahead, he'll handle everything." "Sister-in-law, please go ahead." Lin Ti quickly stood up and nodded to Yun Xi. Watching Yun Xi disappear into their room, Lin Yi rose and said to Lin Ti, "Come, let me show you what I've accomplished on this planet Anuda. From now on, you'll be doing the same work as me. Don't get bored, alright?" As he spoke, Lin Yi led Lin Ti out of the house. "Since your identity has been cancelled by the old man, you can't use anything from your past, not only your savings account, but also anything under your identity profile, including your light brain. If you urgently need a light brain for something, use Zhu Zhu and Lao Lin. They're your robots now. The house we just saw was a rush order I placed with a construction company. This is..." Lin Ti pointed at the yard with trembling hands. "This is the result of our efforts over the past few months. These are all pure natural plants with limited yield. We sell them on the dark web," Lin Yi explained with a smile. "Even the plantations don't have these, do they? Brother, where did you find the seeds?" Lin Ti was amazed. Having lived for 25 years, this was his first time seeing such a sight. If not for sensing the protective shield above with his psychic power, he would have thought he had taken a wrong turn or was dreaming. Perhaps he was already dead and seeing things in his soul state, for how else could such a magical place exist? Don't doubt yourself, it's real. They'll tell you. The soil where these plants take root is already free of radiation. Look over there, Lin Yi pointed to a distant spot where robots could be seen reclaiming land. Those areas still have radiation, but within acceptable levels for humans. Originally, the radiation here was very high, but you know Shi's health is poor. Worried about us, she came here directly and installed a protective shield blocking the radiation inside. As the natural plants increased, the radiation value within the shield decreased. Moreover, she herself has no psychic power, but her body seems to have mutated. Just standing there, she can slowly purify the surrounding pollution and radiation. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to let the old man send you here. Lin Yi's purpose in saying this was to make Lin Ti feel that he still valued brotherhood, otherwise he wouldn't have brought him over despite his own daughter's health. Brother Shi like this. Lin Ti's eyes reddened. It's fine. Shi's health is poor, but your sister-in-law and I have already given her gene potions 3 times to awaken her psychic power. She can't take any more. But her body has reached a balance. We don't know how it happened. She's like a purifier standing there and purifying, but only in this environment. Elsewhere, like in the Imperial Capital Star, it's completely useless. So we don't let her go out. Lin Yi dared not say that Lin Xi had awakened a purification ability, only attributing it to the effects of the gene potion. Minimal and slow. Even if this got out, it wouldn't matter much, as it only made an already habitable environment better. Moreover, it wasn't instantaneous. It took time, so no one would waste time on it, unless they were extremely particular about quality of life. But their family wasn't afraid of a few such people. Brother, who else knows about this? In Lin Ti's view, even minimal effects could be tempting to some. Only the people in this manner, Lin Xi said lightly. Brother, it's best not to let this out. Some might want to study it, and that would harm Shi. Lin Xi warned, thinking his brother was a bookworm ignorant of worldly matters. In truth, Lin Xi was also testing him. Enough, let's not talk about this. You're not a planter, so you can't handle cultivation. From now on you'll manage shipping and harvesting. Your sister-in-law and I will specialize in planting, Lin Xi thought happily. Although robots helped with shipping and harvesting, he and Lin Xi were still busy with the main tasks. Now that Lin Xi was here, he could leave the brain work to the young man. Planters preferred planting anyway. Fine, I'm pretty much recovered. Lin Xi liked this atmosphere. It was why he disliked staying at home, where it was always gloomy. He opened the panel. After resting enough, Lin Xi stopped worrying about blind dates and marriage. Her mother said she would handle it, so she just had to wait. As the saying went, the cart will find its way around the hill when it gets there. Once her ability upgraded, she wouldn't be afraid of anything anymore. Humph. System panel name Lin Xi, gender female. Actually, this emphasis is unnecessary. Abilities: purification LV, 4 LV9 upgradable space, LV5 LV9 upgradable, skills: illusion, domain space, blade space, storm space, lock space, teleport, purify, demon, clear, evil, backpack, click to view, safe cabin, 45 upgradable, merit 50. Current task: go to world 04 to collect rare earth 10 tons, tube tree powder, 100 gene wooing, feather 10 feather of wooing bird tier, crystal 10 mermaid tears magic, seeds 1000 currency 1000 faces 1 fox clan sacker. She closed her eyes. Are you sure this is the task? Is the world I'm going to this time a cultivation world? I don't know. Before the host arrives at the plane, this system knows nothing about the next world. The main system doesn't allow us to pry into task worlds. Then issue the task to my uncle first. Set it for tomorrow. Let him prepare whatever he needs early. Lin Xi didn't want to wait 3 days, but the thought of blind dates annoyed her. Better to leave early. Meanwhile, Lin Xi had just picked an apple and was about to eat when a dialog box popped up in front of him. Task issued: depart for the task world in 1 day. Please prepare to assist the main system host fully. Task targets: collect rare earth 10 tons, tube tree powder, 100 gene wooing feather, 10 tier crystal, 10 magic seeds, 1000 faces 1. Time 3 months. What? Leave tomorrow. Then, what should I prepare? I have no experience. Lin Xi immediately panicked. What should I prepare? You can't just not tell me anything. System you. Host, I am only responsible for issuing tasks. I know nothing unrelated to the task. The subsystem was just an AI similar to a computer without autonomous consciousness. Lin Xi collapsed to the ground. Why was his life so hard? One moment he was amazed by his brother's yard reveling in the promise of unlimited natural plants, and the next he was thrown into this. And he had already agreed to work. Lin Xi, what's wrong? Lin Xi came over and saw Lin Xi sitting on the ground with a miserable face holding an apple, looking utterly hopeless. Hadn't everything been fine when he left a moment ago? How did it become like this in just a short while? Brother, big brother, help me think. What do I need to prepare for a long trip, Lin Xi's eyes lit up at the sight of Lin Xi, and he jumped to his feet. A long trip? You can't go out. Why are you thinking about that? Lin Xi looked at him amusedly. Brother, I'm just curious. Tell me, Lin Xi said guiltily. His brother thought he had someone to share the work, but now he was leaving for 3 months. He would miss his nephews' and nieces' birthdays. Lin Xi, I almost forgot my own birthday, but you'll miss your nephews. Your nieces you can still celebrate together. Lin Xi, recalling what she stocked up on before every trip, casually said, bring a few extra space buttons in case you encounter any specialties. Also bring plenty of gene potions from low to high grade. And throw in daily necessities as well. Better safe than sorry. Lin Xi nodded. Brother, I'll go back to my room. I feel a bit dizzy. Maybe it's a lingering effect of my injury. Lin Xi quickly urged him to rest. Lin Xi bolted to his room, called Zhu Zhu, grabbed the light brain, and started placing orders. Seeing the balance, he was surprised. His brother was indeed the richest and the most generous, no contest. Let's go, Lin Xi said as she glanced at the note on the table. She was afraid that her parents would suddenly see that her uncle was missing and think he had run away. So she directly wrote in the note that she was taking her uncle along to complete a mission, wondering what her parents would think after reading it. Just as Lin Xi finished packing the items she wanted to take, she heard the system's countdown, 10, 9, 8. 3, 2, 1. Then a wave of dizziness washed over her, and she fell into a deep sleep. After the dizziness faded, Lin Xi finally had a moment to observe the world she was in. Before her was a river with the terrain surprisingly flat. This was Lin Xi's first time appearing in such a relatively normal environment. She saw someone lying just a meter or two away from her. Driven by curiosity, she walked over. It was Lin Xi. Lin Xi slapped her forehead, realizing she had forgotten about her partner. Hurriedly she took out her wooden hut, and with a thought brought Lin Xi to the guest room, placing him on the bed before heading to her own room. Can you tell me about this world now, Lin Xi asked with a hint of hope, as the system had never shared such information before. However, she remembered that systems could upgrade, and after her own upgrade her abilities had strengthened. Surely the system wouldn't remain the same as before, right? Ding, receiving information about this world expected to complete in 1 minute. The system announced just as Lin Xi was about to feel disappointed. What? It can actually do that? Did I miss out on a fortune before? Lin Xi felt like she had truly lost out. Host, this feature of the system only became available after an upgrade. Do not feel regret. The main system will enhance my intelligence as I upgrade. So you can tell me now. Lin Xi asked happily. Yes, host. We have arrived in the beast world, which is divided into several areas. The tribal territory safe zone, near water sources on flat plains, or gentle slopes suitable for gathering and hunting ordinary wild beasts. Outer forest danger zone, tall trees blocking the sun, home to numerous wild beasts, the primary hunting ground for male beastmen. Core forbidden area, deadly zones such as swamps, ice fields, volcanoes filled with ferocious beasts, poisonous mists, or extreme environments. Special areas such as Beast God Mountain, usually a forbidden area, endless sea habitat for merfolk or sea beasts, abyssal ravine, etc. The host's task objectives lie within the tribal territory and special areas. I've crossed into the beast world. No wonder the tasks involve scarce items. I thought I had entered a cultivation realm, Lin Xi muttered to herself, realizing. Where should I start gathering? Host, I suggest you find a tribe and find a way to get in, then you can dig for rare earth materials. Is rare earth available in every tribe? Lin Xi was somewhat puzzled. If every tribe had it, why was it so precious? The people of the beast world don't know the value of rare earth materials, they use it to mud walls for their beds. In my impression, the beast world is akin to a primitive world, but this current beast world seems too advanced. They even have heated beds and houses. Lin Xi exclaimed. What are you thinking? Where would heated beds come from? This beast world is still relatively primitive, but slightly better than the primitive world. What I meant was that bed refers to where they sleep, not a heated bed. The system rolled its eyes. Of course a heated bed isn't used for sleeping, is it for cooking pancakes? Lin Xi didn't understand why the system's way of speaking was so awkward. What I mean is that a bed is just a bed, not a heated one, it's just a bed made of mud. They live in caves, and since the people of the beast world are beastmen, it is normal for them to prefer living in caves. Lin Xi said, nothing more, stroking her chin, pondering whether she could sneak into a tribe, find rare earth, and store it in her space. Just then Lin Ti next door also slowly woke up, staring at the ceiling. Where was he now? Was he in the world of tasks? The system remained silent. He truly felt that he had been wronged, otherwise he wouldn't have been stuck with the system. Lin Ti felt like crying without tears. Lin Xi had already heard the system remind her that Lin Ti was awake. Now that there were two of them, they could discuss things. With that thought, Lin Xi headed straight to the guest room. Oh, you're awake, uncle. Lin Xi walked into the room with a smile. She, you? How? Lin Ti now doubted whether he had been tricked by the system, or if the system even existed, or else how could his lovely niece be standing right in front of him? Uncle, you're my partner. How wonderful. I thought my partner would be someone unknown. I was startled when I saw you by the river just now. Lin Xi said, her face beaming as she revealed the information Lin Ti was eager to know. Host, you are so fake. Didn't he come to you voluntarily? And now you still talk like that, tisk tisk. The system's sarcastic voice echoed in Lin Xi's mind. Shut up, you. You're not behaving. Am I supposed to tell him I'm the one who turned him into this? Lin Xi maintained her expression, but in her mind, she was fervently debating with the system. She, are you the host of the main system? Lin Ti also caught on now. Yes, uncle. In the future, we will complete tasks together. You should know what our task objective is, right? I gathered information about this world while you were unconscious. The rare earth here is mostly owned by the tribes. We should find a tribe to dig for it first. Lin Xi shared her thoughts, looking up at Lin Ti to see his reaction. First, tell me about this world. Lin Ti didn't rush to respond. He knew nothing about this world and couldn't provide an answer. As her uncle, he should take care of her, ensuring they both returned home safely after completing the tasks. Lin Xi thought for a moment and shared the information she learned from the system with Lin Ti. So apart from the merfolk, rare earth can be found in any beastman tribe on land. And Wu Hengyu is in the eagle tribe. The tear crystal is with the merfolk. In front of the fox tribe, Lin Ti summarized. Yes, uncle, you're very smart. If you hadn't summarized, I wouldn't have noticed these details. I had been focused on the task objective without analyzing them, just gathering wherever I went. My suggestion is that we should not go to the tribe first. Instead, let's head to the forest, collect the powder from the Tong Tong tree, and then inquire about the exchange day in the tribe while collecting rare earth materials. Finally, we can go to the merfolk. If we can exchange for the merfolk's tear crystal on the exchange day, we won't need to search for it. Lin Ti said, looking into Lin Xi's eyes. Well, you're right. Then let's head to the forest first to find the Tong Tong tree powder. Lin, she made the decision on the spot. Now, Lin Ti was surprised by Lin Xi's impulsive nature. I'm leaving right now. Our task is to collect the mission targets within 3 months. Don't think 3 months is long. In this place with poor transportation, just traveling will take a lot of time. Lin, she said to Lin T as she started heading out. Lin T followed her out, but still advised, we haven't made a guide. How do we go? Little uncle, you may not understand. In this foreign world we know nothing about it, so we can't make a guide. We'll have to deal with things as they come. We'll figure it out later, Lin, she said. It wasn't that she didn't want to make a guide, but the key was that she didn't know anything either. The system's descriptions were only rough divisions of areas, but even that was a great help. I brought a hover car, Lin T said in a low voice, but Lin Xi, who had been cleansed by the spiritual spring water, still heard him. A hover car. Damn, why didn't I think of that? Lin Xi had considered all kinds of vehicles in her space, even bicycles and electric scooters, but looking at the towering forest ahead and the surrounding shrubs that were already 2 to 3 meters tall, she gave up. The plants here were all this huge, several times larger than a primeval forest. A car wouldn't work at all. I also thought we might need it, so I bought one. Next time, well, buy several, and keep them, Lin T said somewhat sheepishly, since all the money came from Lin E. Can you fly a spaceship? As if not noticing Lin T's embarrassment, Lin, she directly asked the question. A spaceship? I can fly a private spaceship, but not a passenger ship, Lin T answered shyly. Lin, she clicked her tongue in wonder. Indeed, no matter the era or place, cars and games were men's favorites. Even this uncle, who was always called a playboy, had a skill. All right then, next time, well, buy a spaceship, Lin, she said, glancing at Lin T. When you buy it, practice more. I'm afraid you'll lead me into trouble. As they spoke, they had already left the hut. Lin, she waved her hand, and the wooden hut disappeared. Lin T wasn't surprised. He thought it was a house custom-made from the interstellar space stored in a space button. Lin, she looked at him and signaled him to take out the hover car. They were about to head up the mountain. Lin T didn't dawdle. He directly took out the hover car, and they both got in. Lin T's car was truly beautiful. The body was pure silver white, with 2 wings. Lin, she noticed something under the wings. Lin T caught her gaze and proudly said that this hover car could not only. It's fine. Look, what's this? Lin, she pulled out a chainsaw from her space. Is this a chainsaw from the hardware? Why did you buy that? Lin T recognized the chainsaw since those mad scientists who studied mechs and such always used them. I didn't know what to do with it when I bought it, but now I'll use it to cut grass and clear a path. As long as it's useful, Lin, she said, taking out another chainsaw from her space and handing it to Lin T. What are you standing there for? Get to work. We need to hurry and clear a path. We still have to find the tree. The trees here are so big, 100 pounds of powder should be done with 2 or 3 trees. As she spoke, Lin, she had already started the chainsaw and began cutting the grass ahead. See, if we had an ancient Earth-style lawnmower, we wouldn't have to do it ourselves. But things in the interstellar are all radioactive. Not only lawn mowers, but even harvesters can't be found in the interstellar. They're only mentioned in history books, Lin T said with a smile, picking up a chainsaw and joining in the grass cutting. The two worked quickly, cutting grass and storing it. Lin, she thought that since the system had been upgraded, it should be able to answer this question. Beep. Detecting. Confirmed as mission target Tong Tong tree. Please collect tree powder host. Lin, she happily called for Lin T to stop the car. They both got out, but Lin, she didn't forget to have Lin T put the car away. They quickly took out tools and began collecting Tong Tong tree powder. They didn't know that they had entered the center of the forest, which was also the core forbidden zone, dead zone, where one could easily get trapped. Usually only the most powerful beastmen, such as the eagle tribe, tiger tribe, snake tribe, and wolf tribe, dared to venture in, while tribes like fox, rabbit, cat, and deer never dared to enter. Unaware that every move they made was being watched by a pair of cold eyes, they only felt a chill in the air, but it didn't hinder their collection. As they had already collected powder from 3 or 4 trees and showed no signs of stopping, the owner of the cold eyes quietly approached. Ah! Lin T suddenly screamed, his trembling finger pointing behind Lin Xi. See you. Don't move. There's a snake behind you, a huge long snake. As Lin T spoke, he had already pulled out a laser gun from his space button. Hearing Lin T's words, Lin Xi understood that the long worm he mentioned was a snake. The thought of a cold, sticky, slimy snake made her skin crawl, but she forced herself not to panic. She instantly used a space shield and dashed toward Lin T. Only when she reached his side did she turn to see what had been behind her. A pitch-black python with a massive head, its tongue flicking toward her. Lin Xi immediately drew her laser gun and aimed at the python. Remembering this was the beast world, she directly addressed the snake. Can you understand human speech? I warn you. Back off and leave here, or we won't be polite. The python seemed surprised that Lin Xi would speak to him like that. He jumped down from the tree and transformed into a gloomy, handsome man. Which tribe are you from? Daring to come in here with just 2 people, and one of them is a female. The man's lips curled into a sinister smile, and Lin, she disliked his vertical pupils immensely. None of your business. You came here to hunt, right? Well, each keep to ourselves. No interference. You do your thing, we do ours, and we'll rely on our own abilities. Lin, she said directly to the man. In this jungle, no one has ever dared to speak to me like that. The man let out a whistle And then Lin Xi and Lin Ti heard rustling sounds all around them, followed by dozens of pythons slithering out to surround them. Lin's eyes hardened. Although she felt a bit daunted, she had come from the post-apocalyptic world, where people devoured each other without mercy. Even though she was the one being protected, she had killed zombies while secretly collecting supplies, and she had stayed in zombie hordes even with protection. What do you want? Before Lin Xi could move, Lin Ti pulled her behind him. He stared straight at the leading man. His mental power was at a level, and he had brought some weapons in his space button, including a mecha from his past, his trump card which his mother had spent a fortune to acquire. With their hover car, he was confident in taking his niece away. "He'll leave the little female behind you, and we'll let you go," the leading man said, still smiling at them, as if watching a bunch of ants struggling. In his eyes, these two weaklings were no match for them. In the beast world, females were precious, especially beastman females, who could transform. Even half-beastman females were in high demand. This female, fair and tender, looking soft and fragrant, would have been a treasure in the tribe. But since they were alone, they would gladly take her. Just with you." Before Lin Ti could speak, Lin, she stepped forward. She had just consulted with the system. They had collected over 130 gene of Tong Tong tree powder, more than enough for the task. But this beast man was too detestable. She wanted to teach him a lesson. After all, she could teleport, and had a spatial barrier fully capable of protecting both of them. Hearing Lin's words, the leading man raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised she would say that. He sighed inwardly, thinking this little female was quite arrogant. Then you can try." Just as the two sides were at a standoff, an eagle's cry came from the sky, followed by the sound of flapping wings. The leading man's brow furrowed instantly. In that second, a man descended from the sky. He had bronze skin, and his muscular build clearly indicated high combat prowess. Lin Ti groaned inwardly. If he wasn't mistaken, this was that bird. The crawling ones on the ground, and the flying ones in the sky were all here, blocking their escape comple. The man's eyes were full of undisguised mockery. He shifted his gaze lightly, looking at Lin Ti and Lin Xi surrounded in the middle. When he saw Lin Xi, his eyes paused for a moment, and a familiar feeling arose. This little female was so fair and tender. Was she even an adult? Could she be from the rabbit tribe? Fox tribe people were mostly seductive. This rabbit-like female could not be from the fox tribe. Her thoughts drifted away without her realizing it. "I advise you not to meddle. Our snake tribe is not to be trifled with." Only now did Lin Xi learn that the snake tribe leader was named Tung, and the one who had just arrived was from the eagle tribe named Yi. "Your tribe has always been arrogant and domineering. I'm determined to meddle today," Yi retorted without backing down. He then called out to the sky, and several figures descended slowly from above. "If we really fight, you might not come out on top," Tung said without fear. After all, they had eaten flying creatures before. "Want to try?" Yes' expression turned serious. The snake tribe was always cunning and treacherous. Many of the eagle tribe's failed transformation eagles had fallen into their mouths. There was an unwritten rule among beast tribes: failed transformation beasts had a special place to grow, and generally no one would touch them. Even hunting was done in forests or other places for wild beasts, never the offspring of beastmen. But the snake tribe was different. They would eat any cub regardless of tribe as long as it hadn't transformed. "Are you done or not? If you want to fight, just fight." "I'm in a hurry," Lin Xi said impatiently. Although she knew the later arrivals were here to help, who knew what they were really after? She had realized that anyone not of her kind had ulterior motives. "Ha, hear that? The little female doesn't appreciate your help." Tung laughed loudly, irritating Lin Xi further. She thought for a moment, then directly aimed a laser gun at Tung's arm and fired. Tung felt a sharp pain. "Was it you?" Tung directly looked at Lin Xi. His intuition told him it was this female. "It was me. This is just a warning. If you don't leave next time, it will be your head, not your arm." "Lin," she said expressionlessly. Her action startled Lin Ti. He never expected his seemingly delicate niece to be so decisive. "Hey, interesting. I like you even more," Tung said, his eyes burning with stronger interest. This female must be his. Seeing his reaction, Lin Xi grew even more annoyed. She swept a spatial blade toward a giant tree behind him, and instantly a massive tree, 4 men in girth, fell straight toward the crowd. Those under the tree quickly dodged. Yi walked over to inspect the cut tree. The trunk had been severed cleanly as if by a single cut, unlike the ragged breaks from their usual axes. He couldn't help but be shocked. With his strength, a punch could only smash a hole, never achieve this. He walked over slowly, his eyes fixed on Lin Xi with a mixture of scrutiny and admiration. "Tung had S." Lin Xi smiled warmly. Lin Ti marveled inwardly at his niece's rapid change of expression. It was astonishing. But his sharp mind quickly understood her intention, so he didn't expose her, and also smiled at the group. How far is your tribe from here? Don't misunderstand. We're just out traveling, wanting to see how everyone lives and learn something." Lin Ti offered an excuse, though Lin Xi thought it was a terrible one. Yi of course knew they must have some request. Yi could tell that the two individuals did not harbor any ill intentions, but it seemed they needed help with something. Seeing the eager gaze of the little female, he couldn't help but nod. "I am Yi, the leader of the Eagle clan." Lin Xi was at a loss for words. You came here for the exchange day, right? One of the Eagle clan members interjected. Recently, many people have passed through here all for the exchange day. Lin Xi was stunned. How had she not realized the coincidence that the exchange day was so near? Moreover, the exchange location just happens to pass by here. You don't even need an excuse. He furrowed his brows and asked, those going for the exchange usually go with their clan members. Why are there just the two of you? Oh, our clan members left before us. I just wanted to see if there were any good things around, so I dragged my little uncle along for a leisurely stroll. Lin, she lied outright. I see, so have you found a place to stay? And yes, mine. Lin Xi's situation was not uncommon. Everyone brought various peculiar items for the exchange, but they couldn't go without food and drink on the road. So generally they would replenish supplies while traveling. Their idea of replenishing was hunting and gathering. As long as they could fill their stomachs, it sufficed. Hence Lin Xi's words reduced Yes' suspicions about them. Not yet. We just don't know where to stay. It's our first time out, to be honest. We got lost. Could we stay at your tribe for a while? Don't worry, we won't stay for free. We can exchange goods later. Can we follow you to the exchange place? Lin Xi climbed the social ladder by voicing her request. Upon hearing that they were lost, he understood. It was quite normal for first-timers to get lost if they strayed from the main group. All right, come with us, he readily agreed, confident that even if the two were bad people, they wouldn't stir up much trouble. Lin Xi could vaguely guess Yes' thoughts, but so what? She wasn't there to cause trouble. She was merely there to gather materials. Coincidentally, there were 2 items from the Eagle clan that she wanted, and they were heading to the exchange, so she could treat them as sellers. Besides, she had sufficient self-defense capabilities and wasn't afraid of them flexing their muscles. Originally, Lin Xi had been wondering if the beastmen were particularly powerful, but having injured Tongue with a single shot earlier, coupled with her space blade having effortlessly severed a massive tree, she felt unafraid. After all, her powers had also upgraded. They traveled in silence, encountering some wild beasts along the way, all of which were dealt with by Yi and his companions. There is an area nearby known as the Living Land where people can be consumed. Most first-timers don't know about it, so it's best not to wander around when you reach our tribe. If you get eaten by the Living Land, we wouldn't be able to save you, Yi warned after some thought. With a few days left until the exchange day, their tribe was nearby, so they usually departed a bit later, allowing them time to gather more supplies. However, being close wasn't necessarily a good thing. The exchange day attracted many people, and with so many mingling, it was essential to protect the females in their tribe. Some individuals from other tribes would take advantage of the reduced male presence during the exchange day to steal females and sell them. Hence, every time the exchange day approached, their tribe would leave most of their members behind to protect the young and old. Living Land. What is that new term? Lin Xi looked at Lin Ti, who shook his head, indicating that he didn't have that term in his database. And the cold land is also very dangerous. It is inhabited by large wild beasts. Due to the extreme cold, we are already restricted when we enter, and coupled with the ferocity of the beasts, anyone who goes in can only be torn to shreds. As he spoke, he described the surrounding environment. Deep in our tribe, there is a gorge that leads directly to a mountain peak in the sky. The Eagle clan can fly, but no one has ever reached that mountain. That mountain is known throughout the continent as the Beast God Mountain. Not everyone can ascend, and no matter how hard people try, they often end up going in circles. However, during the Beast God's birthday, we can go up to offer gifts and pray for blessings from the Beast God. Yi smiled as he spoke. Although Lin Xi did not understand why Yi shared so much with them, she appreciated it and nodded in gratitude. Thank you for telling us so much. You can rest assured that we won't wander off. Little did Lin Xi know that Yi regarded them as members of. Thank you. Lin Ti also smiled at Yi in gratitude, and they continued walking until they soon arrived at the Eagle. In Lin Xi's mind, the Eagle clan should live on high mountains and cliffs, but it turned out that it was no different from a primitive tribe. It was still on flat ground. The houses they lived in were different from those of primitive tribes, though. Their caves were quite small, and their walls were actually white. What is this? Lin Xi curiously pointed at the white walls, intrigued. Did these beastmen care about aesthetics? The walls were painted so white that one could mistake them for real houses if they weren't in caves. You don't know? This is the powder from the tong tree that you harvested. The tree powder is used for wall painting. Once applied to the walls, they become bright, and can also prevent insects and moisture. Yi had initially thought they used the tree powder for this purpose as well, but seeing their reactions, he realized they were unaware of its utility. What do they collect it for then? The tong tree powder is quite precious. It only grows deep in the forest. Usually only hunting teams go to gather some. Haha, we just thought the tree powder was pretty and wanted to take some back to see if it would be useful. We didn't expect it to serve this purpose. Lin Xi quickly laughed it off. This will be your temporary residence. There are 2 rooms, one for each of you. If you need anything, you can find me over there, Yi said as he was about to leave. Hey, do you all like playing with this too? A small cub, seeing Lin Xi and the others digging a hole with tools they had never seen before, ran over and asked. Yes, that's right. We've never played with it before, and seeing it now just makes us itch to try, Lin Xi quickly replied. What's that in your hands? We've never seen it before, the cub said, staring at the shovel in Lin Xi's hands with such longing that Lin Xi felt she would be committing a crime if she didn't give it to him. She quickly averted her gaze, then turning around produced a toy beach shovel from behind her back and handed it to the cub. Here, you can play with this. You're still young, so you can only use this. Go play over there. Even as she handed over the shovel, Lin Xi already regretted it, because she saw the cub go back to show off, pointing in their direction. A sense of dread washed over her, and she grabbed Lin Xi, who was still diligently collecting rare earth, and ran straight back to the cave they were staying in. What are you doing? I only managed to get a little rare earth, Lin Xi said, having been focused on gathering the rare earth and unaware of the shovel incident. I just gave a shovel to one of the Eagle Tribe's cubs, and now I see a bunch of them running this way, Lin Xi panted. Lin Xi was utterly speechless at his niece. Well, looks like we can't get the task done today. We'll have to hide. Lin Xi's face also flushed with embarrassment. She had softened at the cub's gaze. After leaving the apocalypse, her heart had grown softer and softer. The two of them didn't go looking for Yi. Instead, they ate food from their spatial storage and lay down to rest. As dusk fell, all the beast men gathered around a bonfire to prepare dinner. Yi, noticing that Lin Xi and Lin Xi hadn't come out, came specifically to invite them. No need, we've already eaten. It's already a bother to stay here. We can't possibly eat your food, Lin Xi quickly said. It's no trouble. Since I brought you back, I certainly won't let you go hungry, Yi insisted. Really, it's fine. Our tribe usually doesn't eat dinner. We just have some fruit. We've already eaten, and we really can't eat any more now, Lin Xi said, citing differences in their tribal customs. Yi, hearing this, pondered what kind of BA. They went to the open space behind the cave and seemed to be digging dirt. The reporter himself found it unbelievable. The two had gone to all that trouble just to dig a few holes. Digging dirt. Is there some treasure there? Another asked Yi. Yi gave him a cold look. Treasure? How? What treasure could the Eagle Tribe possibly have? Keep watching them and don't let them notice you, Yi said before heading into his own room. He couldn't understand how the Eagle Tribe had ended up with such fools. What could possibly be considered a treasure of the Eagle Tribe? Even he, the chieftain, didn't know. He had them watch Lin Xi and Lin Xi merely to prevent them from harming the tribe. He feared they might be scouts sent to gather information. As for stealing, don't be ridiculous. What good things were there to steal? Lin Xi and Lin Xi were completely unaware that two people were watching them from the shadows. They had agreed to dig for 2 hours to see how much they could gather, which would determine their future plans. Though one had a spatial ring and the other a spatial necklace, the soil was a solid block that had to be loosened bit by bit before being collected. Thus the two toiled away for 2 hours and then returned to the cave. Those watching from the shadows only knew they were digging in the same spot, unaware that a huge hole had been excavated and the dug-up soil had vanished without a trace. You're saying they were just playing in the mud for that long? Yi asked the reporting man, puzzled. Yes, they just kept digging without talking or chatting, working hard the whole time. But after they left, I went to check, and there was nothing but a hole left. Oh, then go get some rest. Keep watching them tomorrow. Yi said no more. He wanted to see if the two were really playing or just putting on an act, knowing they were being watched. He wondered how long they could keep it up. Shaking his head, he ignored the strange sense of familiarity he felt when he had seen Lin Xi. Inside the cave, Lin Xi, using spatial shielding, took out a motorhome and led Lin Xi inside. Uncle, give me the spatial necklace. Let me see how much you dug, Lin Xi said, reaching out her hand. Lin Xi didn't hesitate and handed the spatial necklace over. Taking it, Lin Xi instantly transferred the rare earth inside into her own space. Check how much we got tonight, Lin Xi communicated with the system. Beep. Scanning. Beep, the result is 780 caddies. Host still needs to work harder. At this rate, she would need another 2 days to complete the task. Uncle, tomorrow night and the night after, let's aim to finish the task in 2 nights. During the day, he'll go find you to ask about Wu Hengyu, and you should talk more with them too. Alright, he'll cooperate fully anyway, Lin Xi said, indifferent. The system had brought him here specifically to assist after all. Lin Xi then slept in the motorhome, while Lin Xi took out a rest pod from his spatial necklace, climbed in, and went straight to sleep. What did you say? Does my granddaughter still need an official match? Yinbo wondered if his ears were playing tricks on him due to his age. Yes, Dad, please help us. If the person chosen by the official match isn't suitable, could you give them a heads up to find someone else? You know how fragile our Shi's health is. Yun Ci stood beside Yinbo, with red eyes, looking as if she had suffered endless grievances. Isn't it true that after all these years you haven't encountered anyone suitable for my granddaughter? What about his classmates? Haven't any of them met your standards? Yinbo felt it was incredible. A family like theirs would typically arrange marriages among their clan, unlike common folk, who couldn't find partners, and then turn to official matches. Dad, you know how severe Shi's condition is. She's never been to school, all her knowledge comes from robots. She's hardly interacted with outsiders, and since we've separated from the general's residence, how many people still recognize us? How could we arrange a marriage? Yin Ci sarcastically said. Although what she said was true, it still made Yinbo's heart ache as his daughter had fallen to such a state. Then just retrieve Shizai's information from the official match center. There's no need to force a marriage. You know Shizai's health condition. Given that I can just give a heads up to the official match center. Yunbo took it lightly. Not only for them, but even for others who genuinely couldn't marry due to health reasons, they couldn't be forced to marry, right? I wish I could, but you know your position. Changing people might not be an issue, but directly removing someone will certainly lead to accusations of corruption. In that case, it's better for you to keep an eye out for a suitable candidate and switch them if necessary. Lin Xi replied. This matter was inherently flimsy. The whole galaxy adhered to this rule, and if they were found out by someone with ulterior motives, it would be disastrous. So what do you suggest? I remember Shi will turn 18 in a month, and then she'll be matched officially across the entire galaxy. You all should hurry and find her some suitors. I have the profiles of some good young men here. Yunbo said, immediately grabbing his tablet and flipping to the page of promising young talents, handing it directly to Lin Xi. That I want her to meet someone too, but she's not here right now. Do you think I haven't thought of this? I've already made contact, but... What happened Lin Xi didn't say, but given Lin Xi's current situation it was clear. Some were on missions, who would go on a blind date. What happened? Yunbo asked curiously. She is unwell right now and is in a state of coma at home, Lin Xi murmured. How could this happen? Didn't we say she was cured? Didn't you say she had developed spiritual power? Yunbo said incredulously. Some recent events have occurred as she might. She's just exhausted. Anyway, Dad, please help with this favor, Lin Xi said before directly hanging up the video call. Honey, when your father-in-law say anything. What could he possibly say? If he doesn't believe it, he can come here himself, Lin Xi said angrily. Her brother-in-law had barely been here for a few days before being taken away by her daughter. The key point was that there were currently 2 people lying in bed at home. Speaking of this, one must mention that the system is quite humane. When Lin Xi collects items in another world, if the duration is short, she is fully transported by the system. However, if the duration is long, it leaves behind a lifeless body there, but Lin Xi is completely unaware of this. I hope my father-in-law pulls through, Lin Xi muttered to himself as if encouraging himself. In another dimension, Lin Xi approached Yi. Leader, I heard that your eagle clan has a feather called the Wu Hung feather, which is very beautiful. I wonder if we could take a look. Oh, can we take a look? I also heard from your cubs that it's a very beautiful feather. Lin Xi thought it best to be direct. After all, if she was to ask for it later, being indirect wouldn't work, and since their purpose in coming here was to gather, not to fight. Wu Hung feather. Oh, you mean that beautiful feather? Yes, we have some, but those are generally held by the tribal priests. Yi said, looking at Lin Xi with great interest. Yesterday they were playing in the mud, and today it was feathers. Were they really here to have fun? Oh, then can we see it? I heard from your cubs that it's very beautiful, Lin Xi quickly added, realizing that if it was with the priests it meant that it was very important, which is why it was so precious. If you want to see it, I can take you to have a look, Yi said, thinking there was no harm in it. Oh really? Hurry, I've never seen one before. Lin Xi was pleasantly surprised by Yi's willingness to help. The 3 of them followed Yi towards the priest's cave. The priest was a man who appeared to be in his 30s with skin that seemed to glow black and strange totems painted on his face. The totems, which vaguely resembled wings, were likely the totem of the Eagle clan. Upon seeing Yi bring 2 strangers, he looked puzzled. What brings you here? The priest was bewildered. Few people ever visited him unless they were injured, sick, or had passed away. Otherwise no one would come to him, as his place was considered a sacred ground among the tribe. Generally, whenever people came to him, it was because something had gone wrong. These are lost individuals we encountered while out. They belong to other tribes and are here to exchange goods. Since we plan to go for an exchange soon, I brought them along, Yi explained to the priest. Every time they went hunting, the priest would pray and dance, beseeching the beast god for their safe return. The priest was the highest authority in their community, second only to the leader. You can take them along when you go for the exchange. What brings them here? The priest was skeptical, knowing that people rarely came without reason. The little female heard that we have beautiful feathers in our priest's possession and wanted to have a look, Yi said with a smile to the priest. The priest tossed his feathered robe into Lin Xi's arms and pointed at what he considered treasures inside his cave, saying, take whatever you like, just give me a few more of what you have. It was clear to him that this little female was the decision-maker between the 2, so he ignored Lin Ti, who was watching Lin Xi with eager eyes. Lin Xi knew that a space button that could preserve items, even if its area was not large, was incredibly convenient. In the apocalypse, how many people would covet a spatial ability? However, this thing was truly worthless in the interstellar realm. After some thought, since the priest was so enthusiastic, she might as well give him a chance and check out his so-called treasures. Look at this, I found it while digging for the hemostatic herb. It was right next to it, so I thought it must also be a treasure, and I brought it back. Plus, it has already taken on a human shape. Even if it has no other use, it can still serve as a food substitute. The prize. Scanning. Beep. The target item detected is a 1,000-year-old Hisho Wu, which has the effects of stopping bleeding, detoxifying, reducing inflammation, and promoting bowel movements. Processed Hisho Wu can nourish the liver and kidneys, replenish essence and blood, darken hair, strengthen bones, and reduce turbidity and fat. Its main therapeutic effects include treating abscesses, scrofula, wind, rash, itching, chronic malaria-induced weakness, and constipation. The processed form is used for early graying of hair, kidney deficiency, and infertility, dizziness, and can also treat hyperlipidemia. Its properties: raw Hisho Wu has a sweet and bitter taste, is neutral, and belongs to the liver, heart, and large intestine meridians. Processed Hisho Wu has a sweet and astringent taste, is slightly warm, and belongs to the liver and kidney. Anyway, it's a treasure, right? And it's 1,000-year-old. Hisho Wu whom I've struck gold, Lin Xi thought to herself as she communicated with the system. Theoretically, yes. Do I suggest you take it? Came the system's reply. Do I need you to tell me? Of course I'll take it. Lin Xi's voice was filled with excitement. Come over here, I can't carry this. You need to come see for yourself, the priest called to her while she was chatting with the system. She hurried over and saw the priest pointing at a skeleton. Do you want this? This is a prey we hunted in the living field when we took wild people there. We only ate the meat, and this bone was left behind. Lin Xi walked over to take a look, and the skeleton was very intact, as if the meat had been cleanly removed. She could hardly tell what kind of beast this bone belonged to. All she could tell was that it was a very large creature, appearing to be 3 meters tall and 4 meters long. She wondered how they managed to take it down when it was alive. Scanning for target item. Tiger bone, which has the effects of dispelling wind and unblocking channels, strengthening muscles and bones, reducing inflammation and pain, and regulating immunity. Traditional medicine also uses tiger bone for conditions like convulsions, childhood paralysis, sequelae, and other neurological diseases. Modern pharmacology has found that some of its components have neuroprotective effects. Tiger bone. This used to be a first-class protected animal before the apocalypse, but after the apocalypse many animals have turned into zombies and mutated beasts, and there are hardly any normal ones left. Who still cares about whether it's a protected species? As long as it's not a zombie and is edible, it's been hunted. The system says this is a good thing. Ooh, it must be worth taking. And there's this. The priest continued to introduce one item after another, and Lin Xi had the system appraise their value. Eventually Lin Xi stopped looking and directly told the priest, all right, I'll take everything I just looked at. You can keep the rest. How about I trade you 5 space buttons for them? Lin Xi glanced at the priest's expression, which showed reluctance as he looked at the treasures he had just shown her. If he had known, he would have shown her fewer items or selected ones he wasn't particularly fond of. He turned his head and asked, can you add a bit more? Lin Xi saw that he was truly reluctant, so she steeled herself and added 2 more space buttons. The matter was settled pleasantly. Lin Xi received the feathered robe and told the priest that he could recognize it as his by dripping his blood on it. As for the size, each would be different, at all depended on luck. Then she used the space buttons to store the items she had just traded and left the priest's cave. Are these items really good? Lin Xi only dared to ask after they exited. Of course. While we came here to gather for a mission, as long as it's within the mission time frame, we can also seek some benefits for ourselves, Lin Xi explained, realizing Lin Xi was unaware of these unwritten rules. It can be done this way. Lin Xi thought doing a mission was just doing a mission, so he wanted those things that were not available in the interstellar realm, but was too timid to reach out. As long as we can complete the mission within the stipulated time, everything else is up to us, Lin Xi said with a smile, seeing Lin Ti's expression as if he had missed out on a fortune. All right, little uncle, we've only been in this world for a few days. Don't look like you missed 1 billion space coins. Lin Xi felt somewhat speechless, after spending these days together she realized her little uncle was quite the jokester. If you had told me earlier, my system is useless, only knowing how to issue tasks. You don't know that when we came here I was so tempted by all the fruit trees and plants along the way, I wanted to take them all back. But I held back, thinking I was out to complete a mission. Who knew I could actually take them? When we reach the place for exchanging items, there will surely. Uncle, it seems that you are truly mesmerized by these things from another world, forgetting how our interstellar society became what it is today. Lin Xi looked at him with a half-smile, noting that even a playboy can have a patriotic heart. What do you mean? Lin Xi was somewhat confused. Weren't they discussing bringing things back? How did it turn into a study of interstellar history? Uncle, isn't the reason interstellar civilization has become like this due to its high level, leading to environmental pollution? Plus the mutation of those animals has given many creatures and insect tribes the ability to fight against humans. The mutations have increased their intelligence and made their bodies strong and massive. When the insect tribes haven't been eradicated, nothing can grow in that land, Lin, she thought to herself, noting that although her uncle had a patriotic heart, he seemed indifferent to history and ecology. No wonder he thought having seeds would make the interstellar world resemble ancient Earth. I really didn't think of that. Lin Xi scratched his head. He wasn't unaware of this truth, he just couldn't help but feel a sense of joy seeing the lush greenery, thinking that it would be great if the interstellar people could have it too. But we can take it back for them to study. Also, since that land can't grow anything, why can we grow things in our yard at home? Lin Xi still voiced his doubts. You will know in the future, uncle, trust me. It won't be long before our home is more beautiful than here. Lin Xi also felt a sense of longing. Having seen the world before the apocalypse, she wished to continue living in such a world. In the priest's cave, the priest held a small spatial button in his hand, unable to contain his excitement. Do you really think this thing can hold items like they say? Didn't you already see it? Otherwise, how could you have taken out your treasure to trade? He looked at the priest with a sly smile. Lin Xi and Lin Ti were unaware of the importance of this item, so they exchanged it for what the priest called trash. However, he knew that among the races he was familiar with, none possessed such an item, indicating its preciousness. The key was its practicality, and he had traded just a few pieces of trash for 7 of these items. He wondered how many more good items they had. As this thought crossed his mind, a voice inside him warned him not to think of scheming against her, not to covet her possessions, as that would be wrong, and he must not forget gratitude. If only those who don't know the value would say this isn't a treasure. Now that there are 2 people who do recognize its worth, you still think they lost out. I initially wanted to give you one, but since you think I obtained it through deceit, you can forget about it, the priest said, preparing to take back the spatial button. He quick on his feet, snatched one right in the middle. Alright, the rest can go to whoever you want. This one is my hard-earned fee. With that, he stepped out the door. The priest watched him leave with a soft huff, saying nothing more. He returned to his cave, closing the door. The cave's ventilation hole let in a faint light. Taking advantage of this light, he forcefully scraped his finger against the ground. Instantly, a drop of blood oozed out. He quickly pressed the blood onto the spatial button, and in no time, he felt a connection between himself and the button. Following his heart, he transformed the spatial button into a ring and slipped it onto his. He didn't know that his luck was exceptional, having obtained the largest one, which could hold a total of 100 cubic units, while the others were only in the teens or 30s. Lin Xi had also casually pulled out a few without checking the size of the space. That night, under the dark sky and gentle breeze, Lin Xi and Lin Ti exchanged glances and got ready to act. We're just digging, but we haven't seen any mud. Will it raise suspicions? Lin Ti felt a bit worried, but upon hearing Lin Ti's words, Lin Xi remained untroubled. We traded 7 spatial buttons with them today. They only saw the hole here and couldn't see the dug-up mud, which proves we've stored everything in the spatial buttons. Lin Xi said dismissively. Since they were already exposed, it was possible that someone was watching them. However, after enduring 2 more nights of sneaking around like thieves, they wouldn't have to feel guilty anymore. Little did they know someone in the shadows was indeed watching them, unaware that the pit they were digging was becoming wider and deeper. After 2 consecutive nights, he could no longer resist going to check the place they were digging. He was curious about the kind of soil that had made them so engrossed. As he walked over, he was stunned to see that the site was a large pit. Did they not leave any of this soil untouched? Immediately, a wave of anger surged within him. Although this soil wasn't anything special, it shouldn't be treated so carelessly. What would happen if it collected water when it rained? Thinking of this, he headed straight to the cave where Lin Xi and Lin Ti lived. What are you doing here? Has the exchange day been confirmed? When are we leaving? Lin's eyes lit up immediately. Originally wanting to scold them, seeing her sparkling eyes made him unable to say it out loud. We'll set off tomorrow. I came today to ask you, why did you dig such a big hole in the land behind us? He thought for a moment, and still asked, his tone devoid of reproach. Lin Xi felt a bit embarrassed, as what they did could indeed be seen as stealing. Well, when we came out, the tribe told us that if we had the chance, we should bring back some soil from another tribe. They want to see what's different from ours. She quickly made up a lie. A hole that big. If it rains, it'll definitely collect water, and if a cub from the tribe falls in, the consequences would be dire. Since you've already dug such a big hole, why not turn it into a reservoir? Lin Xi said casually, as she certainly couldn't help them fill it back up, especially since they were leaving tomorrow. What's a reservoir? He had heard fresh vocabulary from her mouth more than once, but he truly couldn't comprehend this one. A reservoir is used to store water. Just like when the weather is really hot and you have no water to drink, this is the water you use. It might help you get through tough times, Lin Xi explained a bit. He understood, but he still felt troubled. If the water is stored here, it will still evaporate when the sun heats it. He thought Lin Xi didn't know this principle. I know. Never mind. Since we dug the hole, I'll provide the materials. With that, she took out cement tiles and turned to sketch a diagram of the reservoir she had seen, directly explaining it to Yi. Since she also had a spatial button, it was no surprise that Lin Xi could conjure items at will. She asked Lin Xi about the usage of the items and immediately began to organize manpower, preparing to construct the reservoir today. That way, if it rains tomorrow, it would be able to store water. It must be said that Lin Xi's reservoir had truly struck a chord with Yes' deep-seated concerns. The Eagle tribe, perched high on the mountains, always suffered from water shortages during the dry season. Though the Eagle people could take to the skies in their avian forms, carrying water from afar was a daunting task. With this reservoir, they would be spared much hardship and effort. Watching the bustling activity, Lin Xi crouched beside the blueprint and emphasized a few details to the beastmen in charge of construction. The bottom needed an extra layer of concrete packed firm. The slope must be properly graded, and the innermost layer should be lined with smooth tiles. This would not only prevent leaks, but also make it easier to clean out accumulated sediment. He had been crouching nearby, listening intently, committing every one of Lin Xi's points to memory. He would occasionally call out for the working beastmen to pause and adjust their positions. By the time evening approached, the entire reservoir had already taken shape, awaiting only the concrete to fully set before it could be put into use. Yi gazed at the neatly built reservoir, his heart brimming with gratitude toward Lin Xi, and he even offered to give them something in return. Lin Xi felt as though she was taking too much advantage of the situation. After all, they had only built the reservoir to make up for the large pit they had dug behind the Eagle's cave, yet now they were being thanked. Just as dawn broke, he had already gathered 5 or 6 people to head to the trading day. Normally, it would take at least 20 or more, split into 4 or 5 groups, departing every 3 days to keep the goods flowing. But this time, thanks to the space buttons, they didn't need so many people. A single trip would suffice. Yes, space button was now stuffed to the brim, and the 6 of them carried loads on their shoulders and backs. From Lin Xi's observation, it seemed they had cleaned out the entire tribe's stockpiles. No wonder she had spotted another group flying off in a different direction when they set out. Because of the he. Lin Xi, as if oblivious to the heavy bundles they carried, blurted out the question. "We have too many things, flying would tire us out easily," Yi replied simply. Oh, Lin Xi knew that Lin Xi simply didn't want to trek through the mountains and rivers again. If it were just the 2 of them, they would have taken a hovercar, but with more people around, it was better to keep a low profile, lest other tribes see them and ask to trade for hovercars, which would be ridiculous. "Uncle, you should say less. Let's hurry and keep up with them," Lin Xi said, feeling a flush of embarrassment. The 2 of them, empty-handed, couldn't even keep pace with those laden with goods. Lin Xi seemed to realize he had spoken too much, so he clamped a hand over his mouth to signal he would stay quiet. Yi found their dynamic strange. Lin Xi called Lin Xi her uncle, yet it was always Lin Xi making the decisions, and Lin Xi seemed to be the one obeying. He even wondered if, in their tribe, women were the ones in charge. Before long, they spotted members of another tribe ahead. After exchanging greetings, they all trudged on in silence. The leopard tribe members kept turning their heads to look at them, clearly curious as to why Lin Xi, a young female, was allowed to join the trading day. The fact that she didn't appear to be a captive being traded only added to their confusion. As they walked, Lin Xi noticed that Lin Xi seemed reluctant to go on, dragging his feet. She quietly stepped closer and patted him. "Uncle, what's wrong with you?" Lin Xi asked, puzzled. She, aren't you hungry?" "I'm really starving." "Don't they ever eat?" "Even just 1 nutrition vial would be enough to keep me going." Lin Xi's complaint reminded Lin Xi that they had been walking for hours, yet Yi and the others showed no sign of wanting to stop and eat. Lin Xi turned to look at Yi, her lips parting as if to speak, but she held back. Yi noticed her hesitation and assumed she had something to say, but she simply turned away without a word. Suppressing his curiosity, Yi quickened his pace, holding the game he had caught, and caught up with the leopard tribe ahead. Lin Xi took Lin Xi's hand and followed beside Yi, the air filled with the scent of forest foliage and animal dung, punctuated by the heavy breathing of the beastmen on the march. Lin Xi quietly tugged at Lin Xi's sleeve and whispered, "Once we're out of this forest, you'll find a chance to replenish your energy. Don't slack off now and hold us back." Lin Xi rolled his eyes, about to retort when he saw Yi glance back. He quickly swallowed his words and obediently lowered his head, continuing forward. Not long after, the leading leopard beastman suddenly halted, raising his hand to signal silence. The entire group went still, and even the wind seemed to hush. Witnessing this, Lin Xi immediately extended her spiritual power and detected a marshland ahead. The sounds they had heard came from crocodiles inhabiting the swamp. Her spiritual power locked onto one of the crocodiles. It was enormous, dwarfing the prehistoric gigantosaurs from the movies she had seen. This crocodile was 2 or 3 times larger, enough to swallow a beastman whole without even a pause. Counting, she found 5 giant crocodiles lying in ambush, while smaller ones appeared to be resting, showing no signs of movement. "How did you cross this before?" Lin Xi asked, sidling up to Yi. "We are eagles," Yi replied, making it clear that they transformed into their avian forms to fly over the marsh. "Oh, then how does the leopard tribe get across?" Lin Xi was curious. "They trade with us to carry them over. If they're unwilling to part with their goods, they have to brave the land of death and fight the beasts. Every trading day, many beastmen die in the Deathlands, some swallowed by the land itself, others devoured by the creatures within." Yes' voice grew heavy. The more distant tribes risked their lives, for the journey was long, and they had to consume their supplies on the road while hunting to survive. Every dangerous stretch claimed lives. Those fortunate enough might return to their tribe, while the unlucky perished. "Oh, if that's the case, why don't you eagles just stay here and charge tolls to ferry them across the Deathlands? You'd make a fortune without having to risk the journey to the trading day," Lin Xi suggested. "Haha, Lin Xi, you must understand that not every tribe has the goods we need. For instance, the salt we put in our food. We can only trade for it with the merfolk at the trading day. and the cloth for clothes like the ones you're wearing, especially the females who dislike animal hides. We have to exchange with the merfolk and the fox tribe. They never pass through this area, Yi explained with a smile. It was clear that this was their first time at the trading day, otherwise they would have known such basic facts. Oh, I'm sorry. I really didn't know. But what do the fox tribe and the merfolk usually trade at the trading day? Lin Xi inquired curiously. Many things depending on whether you can offer what they want. Yi replied, assuming Lin Xi was a beast man from the mainland, and was simply fascinated by unfamiliar items. Little did he know that Lin Xi was actually probing to see if her mission targets would appear at the trading grounds, saving her the trouble of visiting each tribe separately. Aha. Then what I wish to exchange will be quite a lot. Lin Xi laughed lightly, deflecting the matter. Scarcely had a moment passed when figures from the Black Panther tribe approached. At their head stood Lao He, the tribe's chieftain. Yi, we ask your aid in conveying our entire clan to the rendezvous point, and we offer 1/3 of our supplies as payment. In Lao He's estimation, surrendering 1/3 of their provisions for the safe passage of every beastkin was more than fair, especially since the eagles would not only ferry people, but also haul cargo. Yi surveyed their stock, then paused and thought. Agreed, but you must wait a while. Only a few of our tribesfolk have come this far. He reasoned that their own settlement lay near enough, summoning reinforcements would take little time, and the arrangement would yield both swift transit and a handsome surplus of goods. Very well. Our people are hungry too. This is an opportune moment to rest and break bread, replied the Black. Have you finished eating? Yi asked the Black Panther tribe. Yes, we're ready. Lao He hurriedly rose to his feet. Then here's the plan. First, convey 1 batch of supplies and 1/3 of your people. We'll make 3 trips total. Yi counted their numbers, 24 in all, and noted 18 eagles had accompanied him. This division allowed the final flight to carry some of the eagle's own goods, eliminating the need for an extra journey. Agreed. Lao He immediately appointed a deputy captain from among his ranks to lead the first wave. He himself would depart last. Once arrangements were settled, the eagles shifted into beast form. Some seized bundles of cargo in their talons, others stood poised awaiting passengers. With all preparations complete, the vanguard launched skyward toward the horizon. Scarcely had they vanished when a blood-curdling shriek pierced the air from the living lands. Lin Xi instantly extended her spiritual sense and recoiled at the sight of primordial crocodile vast, as ancient myth clamped its jaws around a half-transformed serpentkin, his torso severed midair. Crimson gushed from the beast's maw as it leisurely maneuvered the writhing figure toward its throat. The remaining serpents stood frozen mute with terror. Save me. The wounded man feebly waved downward toward his comrades, begging for rescue. Yet they remained paralyzed where they stood. Some novices trembled so violently their knees buckled. One even stumbled backward into the marsh and sank instantly beneath the mire. Help me. I don't want to die. The more he struggled, the faster he slipped from the crocodile's grip. Meanwhile, the surviving Black Panthers and eagles had already reached the living land's edge upon hearing the cry, and beheld from afar that grisly tableau. Distance did nothing to dull their keen vision. Both tribes inwardly thanked the heavens they had not chosen that path. Lin Xi, however, regarded the primordial crocodile with grim curiosity. She briefly entertained the idea of dragging one back for meat. After all, across 2 lifetimes, she had never tasted crocodile flesh. Yet it remained mere fantasy. Capturing such a creature was unthinkable. Not only was its hide impenetrable and its flesh unyielding, but having fed upon human flesh, consuming it would amount to cannibalism by proxy. The thought made her retch audibly. What's wrong? Lin Xi asked, alarmed as Lin Xi doubled over, vomiting. In the stellar era, illness was rare. Her sudden sickness unsettled him deeply. Had prolonged exposure to this world begun corrupting their physiology? Nothing serious. I merely intended to hunt a small beast for food, and instead witnessed that carnage. Lin Xi replied, blending truth with evasion. Lin Xi knew Lin Xi had been sheltered since childhood, the cherished daughter of her elder brother and sister-in-law, who, fearing her lack of spiritual energy would render her vulnerable to bullying or stigma at school, had kept her from formal education entirely. Thus encountering such brutality was unsurprising. Lin Xi mentally added, as if I've ever seen bloodshed before. Yet Lin Xi underestimated Lin Ti. Though disfavored by his father, he was the son of Lin Feng, a lifetime military commander. Even this so-called prodigal scion had endured rigorous training within the armed forces from boyhood. And one must not forget how Lin Ti sustained his injury. Teng's losses will likely be devastating. Yi sighed. He chose that path himself. Lao He replied, his voice utterly devoid of inflection. After all, he had witnessed slaughter far more harrowing than this. This? None of you even attempt resuscitation? Lin Xi asked, puzzled. Though they belonged to different tribes, how could they remain utterly indifferent upon witnessing such a scene? Where was the legendary chivalry, drawing one's blade in defense of the helpless? You truly have no idea. That tongue. He is utterly irredeemably vicious. He commits every atrocity imaginable. Whenever male members of a tribe venture beyond its borders, he and his kin brazenly storm the settlement, seizing females outright to barter with other tribes. Even more abhorrent, they spare neither female cubs, stealing them without hesitation. Moreover, among our shape-shifting beasts, true anthropomorphism occurs only upon bloodline awakening granted solely through the beast god's blessing. Should the beast god withhold his grace, failed transformation condemns one to a feral existence. Or worse, a grotesque half-beast state frozen between forms. Female half-beasts endure hardship, yet survive. Male half-beasts are exiled to the rear mountain caves, left to perish unaided. Still an unspoken kinship lingers. No one harms them outright. We maintain a fragile, mutual non-interference. Tongue, however, knows no such restraint. Any beast, failed shifter or half-beast, he captures becomes mere sustenance, devoured without remorse. Female half-beasts are either returned to morally bankrupt males as consorts, or assigned to multiple mates for forced breeding. Old Hay's voice trembled with sorrow and fury. Though his words tumbled forth disjointedly, Lin Xi grasped their terrible meaning. Tongue consumed his own kind, failed shifters alike, acts so monstrous they defied comprehension. Male half-beasts were reduced to meat on his plate, females trafficked like chattel, bartered across tribes without dignity or consent. Female half-beasts suffered further, as shared wives trapped in lives of quiet despair. Lin Xi could scarcely believe such depravity existed even in this primordial society, surely rivaling the darkest atrocities of history. Then why haven't you united against him? You truly don't understand. The serpent clan differs fundamentally from us. They are oviparous beings. During each spawning season, countless serpent eggs hatch simultaneously, flooding the land with swarms of newborn serpents. We Black Panther clan are otherwise. We are viviparous, not egg layers at all. A mother panther bears at most 1 cub per birth, rarely 2 or 3, if fortune smiles, and each delivery threatens her very life. Thus in procreation we stand no chance against them. Old Hay sighed bitterly. Lin Xi's gaze instinctively shifted to Yi. Yi seemed to intuit her thought, and spoke. Our eagle clan, though also oviparous, differs markedly from. They lay dozens of eggs at once. We produce at most 3 or 5, and even those rarely all hatch. Often only 1 or 2 survive due to myriad perils. Yi flushed faintly, unprepared to discuss such intimate matters with a female. Lin Xi instantly understood. The Black Panthers were outnumbered and lacked the serpent's ruthless resolve. Under such circumstances, rescuing them would indeed be ill-advised. She nodded, just as the second wave departed. Suddenly Lin Xi felt watched, a cold predatory fixation, like venomous eyes locking onto prey. A serpent. Her pulse spiked. She instantly projected her spiritual sense toward the marsh, only to find Tongue had already detected her surveillance, his gaze piercing through the crowd, fixed unerringly upon her. That glacial stare was his alone, and as if sensing her scrutiny, he raised a hand in casual salute, lips parting slightly. Lin Xi concentrated, deciphering his silent words. Until next time. A jolt of disbelief shot through her. How arrogantly self-assured this thing truly was. Even now, mired in peril, he dared issue threats, spoiled beyond measure. Had they forced him into that marsh? No, he'd chosen it himself, then flaunted such contemptuous bravado. Better he drown there than emerge to menace her again. Lin Xi, final crossing. We'll carry our supplies and ourselves across. You ride upon my back. Ye's cheeks burned crimson. As Lin Xi opened her mouth to agree, a system alert chimed. Host, absolutely not. An eagle male's back admits only his mate. Yi is declaring courtship. Accepting means consent. What a host, do not doubt it. Among beast tribes, a female seated upon a male's beast form signifies exclusive bond. Rarely anything else. Lin Xi comprehended the unspoken truth, but regardless of Ye's intent, mounting him violated custom. Then, how would she cross? Lin Xi, what's wrong? Yi, seeing her hesitate, watched the vanguard vanish into distance before shifting fully human to ask that. Yi, I cannot ride your beast form. You know our tribal law? It would breach sacred custom. Though gentle, her refusal was unequivocal. Then, how will you cross? You saw the serpent clan yourself. A wave of desolation washed over Yi, but duty overrode heartache. They stood alone now, a danger loomed. Yet pressing her after her clear refusal would shame them both. Silence thickened between them. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Leaves trembled violently, a telltale sign of approaching figures. Lin Xi. Yi urged, urgency sharpening his tone. Lin Xi pressed her lips together, resolve hardening. I know how to cross. Go ahead, I'll follow immediately. She'd summon her mecha. Exposure mattered little so long as she remained unseen at the trading ground. How? Will you enter the living lands? Yi cried, recalling the death sentence those marshes represented. Don't risk your life, just to avoid me. Without waiting, Lin Xi summoned Xiao Lu from her spatial ring and mounted it. Let's go, I'm swift. Stunned, Yi barely registered footsteps nearing before transforming and launching skyward. Xiao Lu surged forward, overtaking him. As they neared the destination Lin, she descended 100 meters short, retracted the mecha, and walked calmly toward the waiting group. Shi, you're here? What happened? Why so late? Lin T rushed forward. Where is your chieftain? Eagle Clan envoys hurried to ask. He follows behind. I arrived first. She clarified swiftly to prevent misinterpretation. You didn't accompany him. How did you cross? Lin T interjected before others could speak. I rode a mecha. Concise. And Lin Ti's jaw dropped into a perfect O. Since when did his elder niece possess mechanized armor? I have arrived to let us set off. He suddenly interrupted the various speculations of the crowd. In fact, during his journey here, he had keenly sensed that Lin Xi's hurried footsteps indicated her true intention of not wanting to go with him. She was afraid of being misunderstood by others. Since Lin, she had such concerns, he naturally could not chase after her relentlessly. Thus he deliberately slowed his pace, and only arrived here now. Without a second thought, he turned directly to the relatives he had called to help, and raised his voice saying, You all hurry back, Tu has already taken the supplies back. Tu was one of the relatives who came to help, and during the final operation only 8 of them remained here, while the other 10 transported the rewards obtained from the Black Panther tribe, and returned directly to the tribe. Yes, Chief, the crowd replied in unison. Let us continue, we will arrive in 4 or 5 days, Yi said, turning to Lin Xi and the others. The people from the Black Panther tribe had already set off after they had all gathered. Then let us go, Lin Xi nodded. The group walking on the grass seemed out of place. 8 other travelers heading to their destination numbered around 30 or 40 or even 20, while they had only 8. It appeared as if they were isolated, especially with one female among them. If she were to be exchanged, she should not be behaving so cheerfully, nor should she be treated like the others. Yet Lin Xi was in the middle of it all, entirely not like someone who had been captured. If she were not here to be exchanged, which tribe would be foolish enough to bring a female along? Not to mention the dangerous journey ahead, just the travel itself was not something a single female could endure. After walking for a while, a dozen or so burly men emerged from Lin. She steadied her emotions and looked up to ask Yi. It was unavoidable. Yi was nearly 1 meter 90 tall, and Lin, she was only 1 meter 60, so when they stood close she had to look up at him. You don't know? Every tribe has its own totem. The person at the front should be the leader. I saw a wolf on his arm. They should be from the wolf tribe. Our tribe is in the east while theirs is in the north. He said, somewhat puzzled, as every tribe's leader would carve their totem in a prominent place, and he hadn't expected that Lin Xi hadn't noticed. Wolf tribe. Lin Xi exhaled, realizing that she saw females in their nets. Since they were here to exchange, why not let the females down? Carrying those females must be uncomfortable, and those carrying them couldn't possibly carry much supply. Lin Xi was somewhat confused, as she had seen at least 5 females among this group, which was not a small number, yet they hadn't brought much supply. However, upon considering a certain possibility, Lin Xi's eyes suddenly brightened. Yi, I think they haven't brought much supply, so did they bring magical currency to exchange instead? Oi. This was the only thing Lin Xi could think of. Magical currency is something that must be used during exchange day. Yi looked at Lin Xi, struggling to find the right words. It shouldn't be. We will know once we arrive. Lin Xi certainly knew that some females were brought along as items for exchange, but typically her tribe would not trade their own females since they were treasures of the tribe. However, the look in that female's eyes had not shown any plea for help, so Lin Xi naturally concluded that she was not a supply. As they continued to move forward, the temperature around them began to drop dramatically. Lin Xi and Lin T were better off, as they were wearing temperature-regulating clothing that maintained a constant temperature. However, the state of Ying and the others began to deteriorate. Birds, being such creatures, are extremely fearful of the cold, and low temperatures have a significant impact on them. Huff, huff. At this moment, the breath they exhaled had turned into white mist, particularly noticeable in the cold air. Lin Xi vaguely saw snow ahead and couldn't help but murmur inwardly, is this really a snow mountain? I am not undertaking a long march. Why must I face the arduous challenge of crossing a snow mountain right after leaving the grassland? Is this a snow mountain? Lin Xi couldn't help but ask, filled with confusion. Yes, you replied to Lin Xi's question while vigilantly scanning the surroundings. His movements had become increasingly sluggish, which was also why several tribesmen often lost their lives during annual missions. In such a cold environment, their muscles had stiffened and their agility and response capabilities had significantly declined. If any danger were to suddenly attack them now, they would have little ability to resist. Once we cross this snow mountain, we will reach our destination. Yi forced a smile, trying to encourage everyone. Then let us rest here tonight, Lin Xi suggested after some thought. Considering everyone's current state, they needed to rest well. Okay. He also felt he couldn't hold on much longer. They had long been frozen, their bodies trembling. Now they desperately needed a bowl of hot water to warm themselves. A few people found an ice cave and directly burrowed inside. Lin Xi took out a pottery jar, then gathered some snow outside and retrieved some dry twigs from her space to start boiling water. Although she wasn't cold, she still wanted to pretend. Before long the water was boiling and each person had a bamboo tube to drink from. "I'll roast the meat," Yi said after downing a cup of water, feeling much better. He pulled out a large piece of meat from their dwelling, thinking that while they needed to rest they shouldn't do so on an empty stomach. "Just roast your own." "Oh, I need to step outside," Lin Xi said to Yi. "Where are you going?" "I'll go with you." Before Yi could respond, Lin Xi stood up, joking that he could never let his little niece go out alone. "Uncle, just wait here for me." "Ooh, I really have something to do," Lin Xi said, her tone leaving no room for doubt. When Lin Xi was serious, Lin Xi felt a twinge of fear. Without looking back, Lin Xi walked into the wind and snow. "You wanted tea?" As Lin Xi approached, she initially intended to conceal her presence, but reconsidered, realizing she wasn't afraid of them, and stepped into view. "A little female, I saw you earlier, and was just thinking of finding a chance to bring you over. I didn't expect you to come right to us." The leader of the group immediately recognized Lin Xi and stood up. Lin Xi ignored him and continued walking towards the woman she had seen before. The others noticed Lin Xi's actions and stood up, asking, "What do you intend to do?" Lin Xi shot a glance at one of them, and he seemed to sense the aura of death freezing in his tracks. "Erlang, what are you doing? Why aren't you stopping her?" "Capture her. We could exchange her for plenty of resources," the leader urged, noticing that the ice cave was becoming cramped with their group of over 20 people, especially with the 4 captives. Seeing the front line frozen in shock was making the leader impatient. "Leader Xi. She's a bit strange, the ma." "What's strange? I see you just want to take this little soft female for yourself," a man behind Erlang chimed in, unable to tolerate Erlang's favor with the leader. Now was the perfect chance to undermine him. "You all should stop bickering. If you know what's good for you, hurry and leave. Otherwise I can't guarantee you'll get out of here alive," Lin Xi declared, wanting to end their incessant chatter. "Hell, little female interesting. Look at these females. Oh, which one of them hasn't said the same thing when we want to capture them? But look at the reality now. Aren't they all obediently locked up here?" The leader clearly wasn't afraid of Lin Xi. Whenever they targeted someone, the females would claim to be treasures of their tribe, threatening death if anyone dared to touch them. Yet here they were captured and exchanged merely empty threats. They had their eyes on Lin Xi, planning to capture her during the exchange when no one was paying attention, but unexpectedly, she had come to tea. Heiyu refused to drink a toast, and instead asked for punishment. Lin Xi, tired of debating, thought about her disdain for human traffickers. Initially, she only wanted to take a look around, unaware they intended to capture her. Since that was the case, she felt no need to hold back. With a single thought, her spatial blade emerged and shot towards the wolf tribe leader. Without a sound, the leader's head fell from his shoulders. Lin Xi sighed internally, as she still preferred decapitating her enemies. Perhaps it was due to the countless times she had witnessed such scenes during the apocalypse. To be honest, she hadn't killed many people during the apocalypse, hardly slaying zombies, but she had watched plenty. Rarely did she leave the base, since her ability was purification and most of her time was spent purifying land and water sources. Only when she really wanted to go out would the base leader send someone to protect her. Back to the present with the leader's body, now separated Ev. Lin Xi didn't want to kill them to eliminate future threats, but in this icy world filled with dangers, the scent of blood might attract trouble for other tribes engaged in exchanges nearby. "What kind of monster are you?" they wondered. They hadn't seen her strike, yet their leader lay dead before them. The leader had been the strongest warrior of the wolf tribe, who had battled alongside the tiger tribe and Lion King, formidable opponents themselves. It was shocking that a single female could take him down in one move, and they were clueless about how she did it. Lin Xi glanced sideways at Erlang. "Are you sure you want to discuss what kind of monster I am?" Lin Xi's hands were itching. Ever since returning from the Republic, it felt like she had gone on a killing spree. She was now making a significant effort to suppress her bloodthirsty urges. After so long in the apocalypse, she had managed to retain her humanity. It was impossible that after just killing a few Japanese soldiers in the Republic, her demonic side would be unleashed. "You, are you sure you only killed a few Japanese soldiers?" Although Erlang was frightened, he thought of the many people on his side. The reason the leader had died was that they were caught off guard. Now that they were prepared, it was impossible for her to take them down again. "Do you think you're that strong? We let you slip away earlier, but do you think you can get away with it this time?" Lin Xi had never thought someone could be so adorably foolish in courting death. She smirked, and as Erlang was about to signal everyone to charge, he suddenly realized he had shrunk in stature. Reluctantly, he closed his eyes, realizing too late he had already been decapitated. The crowd erupted in chaos. Some rushed out of the ice cave, and upon seeing this, others quickly followed suit. Within a minute, only Lin Xi and the 4 women trapped in the net remained inside the ice cave. Lin Xi slowly walked towards the 4. The other 3 quickly huddled tighter, hoping that Lin Xi would see how pitiful they were and spare them. Only the most beautiful woman still gazed at Lin Xi with her striking eyes. Her mouth was bound by vines, unable to speak, but her eyes were already brimming with tears, which puzzled Lin Xi greatly. This was completely different from the look she had given her before. She took out a dagger from her space. Seeing her produce a dagger out of thin air, the woman's eyes grew even more fervent, as if she wanted to devour her. Lin Xi shuddered, nearly getting goosebumps. She used the dagger to carefully cut the net around the woman, only to realize that not only was she trapped in the net, but her hands and feet were also bound. She cut the vines on the woman's hands and feet with the dagger. The woman scrambled to stand up from the torn net, hastily removed the vine from her mouth, and immediately stepped forward to grab Lin Xi's hand. Longan Lich. Are you Shuang Shuang? Really you? Qin Shuang. Lin Xi instantly reacted, pushed the woman away, and then cupped her face with trembling hands. It's me CC, it's me Qin Shuang. The woman nodded, tears soaking her face, making her already disheveled appearance even more pitiful. Lin Xi glanced at the three women curled up on the other side, directly used a space barrier to shield them from the cold air, and then pulled Qin Shuang out of the ice cave. With a wave of her hand, a wooden house appeared, though in everyone's eyes it still looked like an ice cave. Come, go in and wash up first, then we'll talk. Lin Xi directly pulled Qin Shuang inside. Qin Shuang, without bothering to observe the wooden house, went straight to the bathroom direction Lin Xi had pointed and ran in. Lin Xi thought for a moment, returned to her room, found a new thermostatic suit, and placed it at the bathroom door. Shuang Shuang, I left your clothes at the door. Take them when you come out, Lin Xi shouted toward the bathroom door. Got it, Qin Shuang. Lin Xi couldn't help but ask. After I woke up I was here. Later I learned that I fell from the sky when the Fox clan was on a pilgrimage to the Beast God Mountain. They all thought I was a gift from the Beast God, and although they didn't know what use I was, they respectfully brought me back. Qin Shuang slowly recounted her experience. After returning I found that my healing ability was still there and hadn't degraded. I originally thought this body was mine, but once when I went to the river and saw my reflection I realized it wasn't. Because I had the healing ability, I had some say in the Fox clan. This exchange day, I originally wanted to come and see if there was any news of you, but I was kidnapped by the Wolf clan as soon as I left the door. At this point Qin Shuang's eyes blazed with hatred. They wanted to exchange us for supplies, but as you can see we had nothing on us. You can imagine what happened. Qin Shuang's tears fell one by one. I only have the healing ABI. How is Shuang Shuang here? Lin Xi asked with a dark face. Ding. System is detecting. Ding. Host Qin Shuang is not the owner of this body. She only accidentally awakened in this body while the original owner was asleep. What do you mean? Lin Xi didn't understand. Host inside Qin Shuang's body is currently a soul that will awaken at any time. That soul is the savior specifically prepared by the Beast God for the Fox clan. Qin Shuang only stumbled into this body by accident. When the original owner wakes up, Qin Shuang will be expelled. The system's voice was emotionless. This time Lin Xi understood. Do you mean that Shuang Shuang will become a wandering soul? Lin Xi's eyes flashed with danger, but the system couldn't see. No, Qin Shuang should have her own body. After she is expelled she will return to her own body. But since this person is the savior specially arranged by the Beast God for the Fox clan, how could such a thing happen? Lin Xi was puzzled. The Fox clan is born with the power of seduction, but it can no longer be exerted now. And this person is so beautiful and has the healing ability. Why do you think she is called the savior? Lin Xi was stumped by the system's question. She felt she understood, but also felt she didn't. In short, she understood one thing: Qin Shuang was not the owner of this body and would be expelled. If I return to the interstellar, how can I find her? Lin Xi asked persistently. She will come to you, the system said affirmatively. Lin Xi wanted to hit someone. She never expected that fate would let her meet Qin Shuang, but also that she would suffer such misfortune. Moreover, she was only here to do a mission in this world, and could leave at any time, unable to stay long. In the vast sea of people, the 3,000 worlds, the boundless universe, how could she find her? Shuang Shuang, listen to me. This body is not yours, so no matter what happens, don't worry. What I'm about to say is very important. Listen, I came to this world to do a mission, and my mission is to collect the treasures of this world. You stumbled into this world. There is another soul living inside you. When she awakens, you will be pushed out. Remember, after you return to your own body, you must come find me. I am now in the interstellar on a planting planet called a nudist star. Lin Xi selected some information she had learned from the system to tell Qin Shuang. Mission. Collect. What are you collecting? Qin Shuang's mood improved after knowing she could start over, and she began to care about Lin Xi's mission. By the way, you are now the mascot of the Fox clan. Do you know about Qianyan? Lin Xi looked at Qin Shuang with starry eyes. Lin Xi looked at Qin Shuang with starry eyes. Thousand Faces. I think I've heard of it. It's said to be made of some unknown material crafted only by the Fox clan's priestesses. No one else can do it. I heard the Fox clan only has 2 of them now. They say it's quite miraculous. The wearer can transform into any appearance they desire, though it only lasts about half an hour. But I also heard that it has requirements for the user. Not everyone can benefit from it. Anyway, I've only heard about it. Usually they offer it to the Beast God. The reason there are 2 this time is because of my sudden descent, and the ritual was completed without the offering being made. Qin Shuang thought for a moment and recounted what she had heard. Shuang Shuang, have you been well in the Fox clan? Lin Xi couldn't help but ask, looking at Qin Shuang. It's okay. The days in the apocalypse were harder, weren't? Who would rather die than live? Besides, here no one cares about purity. You know, beastmen, no matter how human-like they become, they still have beastly nature. Qin Shuang smiled bitterly. In the tribe, although everyone respected her, gave her food and clothes, and granted most of her requests, she was like a caged bird. They kept her only for their own needs. When they needed her, she had to give unconditionally, or otherwise she was useless. Useless females could only find a mate and bear children. She didn't like these beastmen, so whenever they were injured, she exhausted herself to heal them, showing them her worth, so they wouldn't dare to touch her, until she was stolen by the wolf clan. She had resisted, but her body wasn't the one she had trained in the apocalypse. This body was truly delicate and soft, her punches only tickled them. She was captured. She didn't know if the Fox clan had come looking for her, but the suffering she endured on the way stirred a resentment in her. Why had no one come to save her after she had been missing for so long? Or had they just been using her all along? Shuang, don't worry. I still have spirit crystals here, but I can't upgrade you now. This body isn't yours, and giving you resources now would only benefit others. I've already checked, this soul will awaken soon. Then you'll be able to reunite with me. I don't know your identity, but you must remember to come find me, or find a way to contact me. Lin Xi held Qin Shuang's hand, and spoke solemnly. Can I really leave this world? Qin Shuang's eyes lit up. You trust me. I won't lie to you. Lin Xi's eyes were urgent. Although Qin Shuang spoke lightly, Lin Xi knew she had suffered a lot. Qin Shuang did know Lin Xi's heart. Back in the apocalypse, it was the same. She had awakened the healing ability first, and many thought Lin Xi was useless. But because Qin Shuang protected her fiercely, no one dared to gossip in front of them. Then one day Lin Xi told her she seemed to have awakened an ability. Qin Shuang was overjoyed. Whatever ability Lin Xi had, at least they wouldn't call her useless behind her back. But when she saw it was spatial ability, she fell silent. In those days, spatial ability was as rare as healing ability and highly sought after. They discussed and decided not to reveal the spatial ability. They secretly gathered supplies. It wasn't that Qin Shuang didn't want Lin Xi to be respected in the team, but if both of them had useful but non-combat abilities, it would make them more coveted. Lin Xi understood. I trust you. Wait for me. They'll come find you. Qin Shuang snapped out of her memories and squeezed Lin Xi's hand. You, don't look at me like that. I'm embarrassed. In your current appearance, I feel my heart racing and my face flushing. Lin, she quickly lowered her head, avoiding Qin Shuang's gaze. That face was too deadly. Those peach blossom eyes that looked deeply, even at a dog, they made anger look beautiful. If you said this body isn't mine, and yet you're still mesmerized. Qin Shuang couldn't help but let out a smile that Lin Xi hadn't seen in a long time. A genuine one. Lin Xi felt her own heart trembling uncontrollably. What do you think the beast god intended by throwing such a woman into the Fox clan? Qin Shuang, seeing Lin Xi lost in thought, asked herself. Are you sure the beast god threw this person to the Fox clan? Lin Xi didn't understand. Yes, I'm sure. This body contains a kind of energy that I can't use. The healing ability is from my own soul, so I can use it naturally. That energy is powerful, but not under my control. You said there's another soul in this body. That explains it. That powerful energy must belong to that person. I just don't know what it's for. Qin Shuang stroked her chin. Don't overthink it. When she wakes up, you'll leave. Whatever it's for, the priority now is to complete my mission before she wakes up, or I won't get the 1,000 faces. Lin Xi looked at her pitifully. What are your missions? Qin Shuang, hearing Lin Xi repeatedly mention the mission, didn't know what it was yet. Just collecting some items the system assigns in this world. Oh no. I was so busy chatting with you that I forgot my little uncle is still with the Eagle clan. You rest here, I'll go check on them. With that, Lin Xi dashed out of the room. Once outside, she teleported directly to the cave where Yi and the others were staying. Why hasn't Lin Xi returned yet? It's freezing outside and people from other tribes have started to arrive. She wouldn't be in danger, would she? Yi paced back and forth in the cave, appearing far from the composed leader he should be. On the contrary, Lin Ti remained relatively calm. To him, Lin Xi, though physically weak since childhood, was still a sensible child, unlike those who acted recklessly. She must have been hindered by something. After all, the defensive weapon in the spatial cow was no joke, and with the thermal suits they wore, the snow and ice were hardly an issue. So while he felt some concern, he was still composed. Yi, sit down. My niece is a determined person. She won't let herself be in danger. Let's wait a bit longer. If she still hasn't returned, I'll go look for her. Yi looked at Lin Ti in shock. I'm worried, but blindly searching now would only let the others know that we have a female missing here. That would make her even more dangerous. Lin Ti felt relieved that this group cared about Lin Xi, realizing they were not bad people. I'm back. Lin Xi hurried in, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief at her safe return. Why haven't you all rested yet? Little uncle, have you eaten? Lin Xi asked, noticing the awkward atmosphere. We've been waiting for you. What took you so long? Lin Ti furrowed his brows and asked. I just went out to see which tribes are around, and to check the environment since it's my first time here. Who would have known I'd run into an acquaintance and lost track of time? I'm back just to greet you all. I have to visit a friend later, but I'll be back by tomorrow morning. Lin Xi thought about how she hadn't completed her promise to Qin Shuang, yet she needed to take care of that first before heading to the wooden house to sleep. Tomorrow she would bring Qin Shuang to meet them. When they reached the exchange area, Qin Shuang would help her trade. She just needed to exchange some magical currency and tear crystals. It was simply too perfect. What do you mean you still have to go out? Lin Ti jumped up. He certainly knew of Lin Xi's capabilities, but he was still uneasy. Lin Xi was the precious darling of his elder brother's family. Yes, I still need to go out. I'll be back early tomorrow morning, Lin Xi said, amused at Lin Ti's anxiousness. No way. If you're going out, you have to take me with you. Otherwise you can't go. You know your parents are still waiting at home for you. I can't let you go out alone. It's freezing here, and I've read that avalanches can happen in the snowy mountains, plus there are dangerous animals around. No. We have to go together. As he spoke, Lin Ti stood up. Seeing this side of Lin Xi felt touched. In the apocalypse, aside from Qin Shuang, only these two were willing to face danger for each other. She hadn't expected to find such familial affection in the stars. Lin Xi struggled to voice her refusal, but she was going to fulfill her promise to Qin Shuang, so how could she bring him along? After some thought, she still couldn't bring herself to say it out loud. Yeah, I'm going to take my little uncle to see my friend. I'll come back to find you tomorrow morning. He didn't say anything, but another man beside him opened his mouth to speak, only to be interrupted by Ye's hand gesture. You all go ahead and don't worry. See you tomorrow morning. Yi smiled at Lin Xi. Lin Xi nodded at him, leading Lin Ti out of the ice cave. Little uncle, I'll take you to the house we stayed in last time. You can rest there for a bit. I have something to do, but I'll be back no later than half an hour. Wait, you're leaving me alone in the house? No, you said you were going out to find friends. Are you lying to me? Lin Ti was a bit angry. He had come out to protect her, but unexpectedly she still wanted to shake him off. I'm not lying to you. My friend is in the house too. I'll introduce you later, Lin Xi quickly explained as Lin Ti seemed genuinely anxious. After hearing her words, he stopped protesting, thinking he would wait until he met her friend to discuss it further. In no time they arrived at the wooden house. Just as Lin Ti was curious about the ice cave, Lin Xi walked straight in. Lin Ti followed closely behind her. Upon entering, he saw a familiar scene. It was indeed the same room he had stayed in last time. Why did it look like an ice cave from outside? Qin Shuang, I'm back. Lin Xi called out to the guest room. Qin Shuang had originally planned to rest a bit, but she didn't expect Lin Xi to return so quickly. She hurried out and immediately saw Lin Ti beside Lin Xi. She stopped in her tracks, looking at Lin Xi with a puzzled expression. Let me introduce you. This is my little uncle, my grandfather's old acquaintance. He is my assistant in completing tasks. Lin Xi pointed at Lin Ti. This is my friend Qin Shuang. She is also a tasker, but her tasks in the stars are different from ours. Qin Shuang was taken aback by Lin Xi's introduction. What tasks did she have? Would she be leaving here to... Lin Xi said this without fear of being exposed. However, when they turned to Lin Ti, they found he seemed not to have heard their introduction. He was just staring blankly at Qin Shuang. A flash of anger crossed Qin Shuang's face as she shot him a fierce glare. Little uncle. Little uncle. Lin Xi called out, trying to snap him out of it by nudging him. Your friend looks. Really? Beautiful, Lin Ti honestly assessed. In the future, just call me little uncle together with Xi, Lin Ti said, without waiting for Lin Xi and Qin Shuang to respond, then dashed into the room he had visited last time. Lin Xi and Qin Shuang exchanged glances. What's wrong with him? If he's fallen in love at first sight, he wouldn't have said to let her call him little uncle together with Xi. But if that's not the case, why is he blushing? He even ran back into the room. I think my little uncle is shy. Yes, shy, Lin Xi said, nodding. In fact, Lin Ti was genuinely shy. He thought Lin Shuang's face looked familiar. He had seen her before, but he hadn't expected to see her here, and her name was completely different. He didn't know what was going on, he just hadn't expected to be so mesmerized by her. You should go rest. I called you out just to introduce you to my little uncle in case you misunderstand if you see him later when I have to go out. Lin Xi quickly explained. Qin Shuang nodded in understanding. What are you going to do? It's just something small. I'll be back soon. I won't disturb you when I return. There's food in the kitchen. If you're hungry, just help yourselves. I'll head out now, Lin Xi shouted toward the guest room. Little uncle, I'm leaving. I'll be back shortly. Go ahead, be careful, and come back early. Lin Ti's voice came from inside. Lin Xi and Qin Shuang exchanged smiles before Lin Xi walked out. Lin Xi extended her spiritual sense to its utmost, while walking, finally locating the group in an ice cave 5 kilometers away. She wondered why they had moved so far. Earlier they had been quite close. Now they had traveled 5 kilometers, clearly trying to avoid her. She teleported silently to the entrance of their ice cave. Erlang, I think we should stick to the path or skip the trading ground altogether. We have nothing left to trade, and going there would be pointless. If we turn back now, we can still hunt, said a man in an anxious voice. I can't bear to return empty-handed this time. They'll laugh at me, and with the chief dead, going back might mean punishment. Let's head to the trading ground, find suitable prey, grab them, and trade immediately. That way we won't come back empty-handed, and no one will blame us. Erlang outlined his plan. I know what you say is logical, but I have a feeling that if we don't leave now we won't be able to. The man who had spoken earlier urged, so they kept him around as long as he didn't ruin their plans. If he actually let the prey escape, they'd just beat him up to vent. I've told you if you want, listen, I can't help it. I've said it many times, let's hunt properly, and then trade with other tribes. But you refuse. Now the chief is dead, and you still want to do this. Go ahead by yourselves. I won't join you. The man said, wrapping his animal hide tighter, grabbing a torch, and stepping out of the ice cave. As soon as he stepped out, a gust of freezing wind swept over him, but he persisted. The feeling of dread grew heavier, as if he were about to die. He had to hurry. Thinking this, he buried all the wolf tribe symbols he carried in the snow, then turned and walked in the opposite direction of the trading ground. Erlang letting him go like that. Won't he ruin our plans? One of the men asked. In this environment, he might not even survive out there alone, let alone sabotage us, Erlang said dismissively. You're right. That guy is so stubborn, such a hypocrite. He's enjoyed every item we traded for, yet he dares to accuse us. But it's frustrating. This time he left the group on his own. If he dies, it's not our fault. Oh, why didn't I think of killing him earlier and claiming he died in the snow mountain? Erlang laughed. Right, why didn't we think of that? But it's not too late. Ha ha ha. Their laughter echoed within the ice cave. When Lin Xi arrived, she heard their maniacal laughter. She curled her lips. Laugh on, laugh on. This is my last mercy to you. When the laughter finally stopped, Lin Xi flashed inside. Silence fell instantly. Erlang, about to speak, stared wide-eyed at the sudden appearance of Lin Xi. You? How did you come? I originally intended to let you go, but you went too far, Lin Xi said while idly playing with her fingernail. Hell, little female, you only caught us off guard before, and you killed our chief. We were never going to let you off. Very well, we are kindred spirits. So who wants to die first? Lin Xi asked indifferently. Don't be smug, he said, gesturing to the others. They all attacked together, thinking that even she couldn't fight a dozen. Lin Xi looked at these suicidal fools and smiled slowly. Good, all at once. It saves me effort. She lashed out with a space blade, and the 5 in front were instantly decapitated. The rest hesitated for a moment, then charged without hesitation, realizing Lin Xi truly intended to kill them all. They had no choice but to fight for their lives. But Lin Xi paid them no mind. She sent another space blade, feeling her blood surge. Clutching her chest, she unleashed another space blade, and all of them fell to the ground. A trace of blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Host, why won't you listen? The system scolded in her mind. It's fine just this once. You saw it too. They were Shuang's nightmare. I had to end it. Lin Xi said, a smile on her lips, as if she felt no pain. But the fine beads of sweat on her forehead betrayed her. Damn, why does it hurt? Host, drink some spirit spring water quickly. I'm afraid you'll collapse before reaching the shelter. And you have to find the Eagle Tribe people tomorrow to continue the journey. I know. Lin Xi slowly took out the spirit spring water and drank it. Her complexion visibly improved. After a quarter of an hour, she slowly stood up. Tell me I killed evil people, so why this reaction? Lin Xi was baffled. Host, I've told you don't move unless the enemy moves. They hadn't attacked you yet, and you killed them. That's not self-defense. But they were doing harm. Lin Xi believed that evil should be punished by all. You might have provoked someone's taboo. The system hinted, vaguely, jumping toward the direction of the Beast God Mountain in her mind, though Lin Xi couldn't see it. Forget it. This time it was for Shuang. You've seen I haven't gone on a killing spree since I came here. It's always justified, Lin Xi said as she walked out of the ice cave. Aren't you going to deal with this? It will attract many people and beasts, the system said. Let's deal with it then. Lin Xi took out a bottle of liquid from her space and sprinkled it over the corpses. As soon as it touched the skin, a sizzling sound arose and the bodies visibly dissolved into a pool of liquid, leaving only bones. Lin Xi nodded in satisfaction and slowly walked back. Host, what is that? So powerful, the system asked, intrigued by the liquid Lin Xi had used. You're an all-powerful system, yet you don't know. That's concentrated sulfuric acid, extremely corrosive. And it was modified in the apocalypse, so you get the idea. Lin Xi fell silent, her figure gradually swallowed by the wind and snow. Who? Only after Lin's eyes figure disappeared did the one buried in the snow dare to come out for a deep breath. This person was none other than Wu, the one who had strayed from the group. After walking more than a mile, he realized there was something he hadn't told them. Though he was initially filled with dread and wanted to avoid returning, he ultimately decided to go back. However, upon his return, he witnessed the massacre orchestrated by Lin Xi. He felt a rush of relief, but quickly buried himself in the snow, hoping he wouldn't be discovered. Even after discarding all items bearing the Wolf Clan's insignia, the fear of being found still gripped him. Wu was correct in his assumptions. Had Lin Xi sensed him with her mental energy when she first arrived, she would have certainly not let him go. But it was during her moment of agony that she was at her most vulnerable, which is why she didn't use her mental energy. Even after drinking the spring water, she still dared not teleport back, which Wu's remaining words went unspoken. Even if he had spoken them, they would have gone unheard. He gathered some of their belongings and set off in search of other members of the wolf clan. 2 hours later, Lin Xi arrived outside the wooden house. She slowly walked in and found Qin Shuang and Lin Ti already waiting for her at the atomic clock. "Why are you all here? Didn't I tell you to rest first?" Lin Xi forced a smile. Qin Shuang let out a sigh of relief at Lin Xi's return, but rolled her eyes, saying, "Didn't you say it would be no more than half an hour? Look at how much time has passed. It's been over 2 hours. How can we not worry about you?" "Oh, I just wandered a bit too far and lost track of time. But look, I'm fine now," Lin Xi quickly replied. "Humph." Qin Shuang turned her face away, not wanting to look at her. She didn't know what Lin Xi had been doing, but seeing Lin Xi's unwillingness to share made her feel a pang of sadness. Lin Xi must have secrets from her. "Are you hurt?" Lin Ti suddenly interjected. It was at this moment that Qin Shuang noticed Lin Xi's pale complexion. Initially, she hadn't realized it wasn't that she didn't care, but she had been too anxious to notice Lin Xi's unusual pallor. Later, feeling a bit dejected because she thought Lin Xi was hiding something from her, she paid less attention to it. But regardless of the reason, it didn't change the fact that she hadn't cared enough about Lin Xi. Qin Shuang felt guilty. I just encountered an avalanche earlier and fell while running too fast. I'm just a bit tired from all the running." Lin Xi quickly fabricated a lie. "What exactly were you doing?" Lin Ti pressed. "It's nothing, everything's taken care of. Let's hurry and rest. We have to travel tomorrow." Lin Xi evaded the topic. She didn't want to disclose her involvement in the killings or add to Qin Shuang's burdens. Qin Shuang understood that Lin Xi was reluctant to talk about it. No matter how they asked, it wouldn't help, so she said nothing more. After returning to her room, Lin Ti watched Qin Shuang go into her room, then retreated to her own. Lin Xi, relieved that neither of them pried further, took a breath as the metallic taste surged in her throat, stepping into her room. Once she locked the door, she threw herself directly into her bed. "Host, drink another sip of the spring water quickly," the system urged anxiously. "Why is this happening so severely? I already drank the spring water when I returned. Didn't it prevent worsening last time?" Lin Xi queried, puzzled. "Alas, host, this time you might have kicked a metal plate. Remember, in this world, if no one provokes you, you must never kill again." "I just want to know why." Lin Xi had never felt so suffocated. "Host, this realm is not governed solely by the heavenly Tao," the system replied helplessly. "Are you saying?" Lin Xi felt as if she understood, yet didn't. "Just as you think. You should know where Qin Shuang appeared. Although that soul dozed off during the transmission process, wasn't it immediately replaced by pulling Qin Shuang over?" the system explained. "Then how can you be certain that Qin Shuang is in the Star Sea?" Lin Xi asked, somewhat confused. The system had said that once that soul woke up, Qin Shuang would return to her own body. But in this world with so many small worlds, how could they be sure that Qin Shuang was in the Star Sea like them? "Host, are you confused?" "Who am I? I am the great system. Can't I sense the essence of Qin Shuang's soul has the flavor of the Star Sea? She speaks just like you." "I see now. Then I want say more. I need to rest." Lin Xi could no longer hold on, falling into a deep slumber. Before she fell asleep, she seemed to hear the system say that when she feels unwell, she should drink a sip of spring water, and everything would be fine when she returned to the Star Sea. The next morning, Qin Shuang woke up first. She went to the kitchen to prepare some breakfast before going to call Lin Xi. Lin Ti also woke up upon hearing Qin Shuang cooking. By the time Lin Xi arrived at the dining table, Lin Ti was already devouring her food ravenously. Yes, face flushed slightly, and Lin Xi stopped teasing him. "Are you ready? We're all set. We can leave at any time. I suggest you make sure to keep warm. Today's journey will likely be a long one." Hearing Lin Xi's words, he looked earnest. They belonged to the bird tribe, and it was well known that birdfolk generally feared the cold. Since they had to travel, they couldn't stay cooped up in the cave just because of the chill. "We know. You should also wrap yourselves in all the animal furs you have. Don't let the cold delay our progress. Oh, I forgot to introduce you all. This is a good friend of mine. For now, she goes by Qin Shuang, a friend from the fox tribe." Lin Xi thought it best to make introductions, as those present had refrained from asking questions only because of Qin Shuang's beauty, but she ought to take the initiative. "Then does that mean you're also from the fox tribe, Lin Xi?" he asked after a moment of thought. "Not exactly. He'll tell you another time," Lin Xi replied with a smile. She couldn't very well say she was human now. Not even Yi, let alone the beast god, would know, since this was the beast world. As they spoke, the others had already taken measures to keep warm. Qin Shuang, wearing her thermostatic suit, felt no cold at all. The Eagle tribe members, despite their preparations, still felt a chill, but it was bearable. The group of 8 had now become 9. At first, the Eagle tribe members and Yi had little to say to each other, but after half an hour of walking, someone suddenly cried out, "Ah! I remember. It was a young boy's voice, seemingly just come of age. Everyone looked at him in confusion. He was usually a quiet, hard-working member of the team, so his sudden outburst startled them all. "Ping, what are you doing? You scared us, and you might attract others." A man complained before Yi could even speak. "Sorry, I just..." The boy named Ping was blushing furiously. He hadn't expected to be so loud or to frighten his companions. His voice began to tremble. As the youngest, everyone always looked out for him, and this was the first time he had startled anyone. It's fine. What were you going to say? With a single wave of his hand, he silenced the others who were about to continue scolding, and even Lin Xi and her two companions looked at Ping with puzzled expressions, wondering why he had suddenly spoken those words out of the blue. I just. He glanced stealthily at Qin Shuang and Lin Xi. I just remembered that fox female was the one the wolf tribe carried on their backs. His words made Lin Xi instantly recall something, while the others stared at her and Qin Shuang in shock. Even Lin Ti looked at her niece with a stunned expression. Lin Xi had no time to explain. Wait, I have something to attend to right now. You all go ahead, I'll be back soon. She turned and walked back the way they had come. Yes, words caught in his throat. Qin Shuang was about to speak, but didn't know what to do after Lin Xi left. The entire group fell into an awkward silence. Let's walk slowly for now. Lin Xi will catch up. We shouldn't delay our journey because of her, Lin Ti said, a bit embarrassed. Clearly they were becoming a burden, and now the matter involved the wolf tribe. It was only natural for the eagle tribe to have reservations. After all, they were outnumbered, and even Lin Ti felt a moment of hesitation upon hearing the wolf tribe's name. Will go ahead. She'll explain when she gets here, Yi said after a moment's thought. He wanted to trust Lin Xi, but he was an ally. Ahem. Which tribe do you say you're from? Lin Xi asked after a moment's thought. I am from the eagle tribe, a very small voice said from the side. I was taken 5 days ago. Our chieftain had already left with the group for the exchange day, but then he sent someone back saying there was something urgent, and called away more males. The chieftain had taken only a few with him, so the rest were out hunting with the hunting team leader. But the remaining ones were also called away by the chieftain, leaving the tribe with very few warriors. That's how I got captured. I've seen you before in the tribe. My name is Hua. The female blushed deeply as she spoke, clearly shy. Then why didn't you call for help when you saw me? You should have known I was traveling with your chieftain, Lin Xi asked, puzzled. I wanted to, but Hua's voice grew weaker. Lin Xi recalled the state Qin Shuang had been in when she found her, and her expression darkened with a hint of embarrassment. I forgot your mouths were gagged. You can come with me now, your chieftain is Jew. Thank you, said the female named Hua, then quickly retreated to the corner. I am called Hong. I am from the bear tribe, said another female who was somewhat plump and had a dark complexion, though it didn't detract from her good looks. My elder brother is the chieftain of the bear tribe. I originally came out to find him, but I never expected the wolf tribe to be so bold as to kidnap me. My plan was to call for my brother's help once I reached the exchange grounds, but you saved me instead. Thank you. At first she spoke haltingly, but gradually she managed to deliver this speech. From her words, Lin, she could tell that this female had a mind of her own and was unusually bold. What are your plans now? Lin Xi looked at her and asked, I want to find my elder brother. He must be ahead because I was captured right after him. Hong said this while still gazing directly into Lin Xi's eyes. She had the courage to walk away. It was just a matter of whether Lin Xi would let her go or if she intended to use her to bargain with the bear tribe. All right, as long as you can walk on your own, I won't keep you longer. Here are some warm clothes, take them, you might need them on the way. And here are some food supplies. I wish you a safe journey, Lin Xi said as she took out some items from her space and handed them to Hong. Hong took the unfamiliar items and exited the ice cave. Although she didn't recognize them, she immediately felt warmer holding the clothes. As she stepped out, she couldn't wait to put them on, and as for the food, she simply held it in her hand, planning to figure out how to eat it when she got hungry. Lin Xi's gaze turned to the last female, who instinctively shrank back when she met Lin Xi's eyes. However, thinking that Lin Xi might really let Hong go, she began to see Lin Xi as a good person. I am Lon Lon. Her voice was melodious, and Lin Xi felt as if her ears were about to be overwhelmed. But, Lon Lon, what kind of name is that? I seem to have a Lon Lon too. I am from the mermaid tribe. Her voice was soft, sounding like an ethereal orchid in a secluded valley. No wonder people say the tears of the mermaid are priceless treasures. The voice of a mermaid is the most beautiful sound in the world. Hearing this little mermaid named Lon Lon Lin, she felt her heart racing uncontrollably, as if it might leap from her throat. You are actually from the mermaid tribe, but the wolf tribe lives by the shore. How could you have been captured? Moreover, it seems this transaction site is by the sea. Does that mean you were captured right at your doorstep? Lin Xi was somewhat surprised. Right at your doorstep? But the wolf tribe shouldn't be that foolish, capturing people at the trading site and sending them back. Wouldn't that be inviting revenge? I wasn't captured, Lon Lon said, tears streaming down her cheeks, falling into the ice cave, turning into blue pearls. Lin Xi hurriedly collected them, hardly believing her luck in obtaining the tear crystals she had longed for. Surprised were you? I met a little wolf at the trading site. He really fits my... Lin Xi rolled her eyes. Is this a case of love-struck foolishness? In short, he told me he likes me a lot. He praised my beauty and said my voice is lovely. No one has ever complimented me like that, not even at home, where my beast father and mother think my sister is the prettiest. Even my younger sister receives their approval, yet no matter what I do I can't compare. I am just the one they overlook. We mermaids can surface freely once we turn 18, and I didn't expect that my first time above water would lead me to him. From the moment I met him, I unconditionally trusted him within 10 days. He treated me so well, and he said his tribe is different from ours. As long as I follow him to his tribe, I could live the life I desire without being stuck between my sister and younger sister. Lon cried harder, though not every tear turned into a pearl. So did you decide to go with him? Hey, can I ask you something? Are all mermaid tears this color? Lin Xi wasn't interested in hearing her love story. She was thrilled, not believing she had collected enough tear crystals. This meant she only needed to exchange them for magical currency at the trading site. As for Qian Mian, if it didn't work out, she could just visit the fox tribe. No, my tears are blue because the sea is blue. So my beast father and mother think they are quite ordinary. My sister's tears are purple, and they think they are beautiful. Pretty tears are pink, but mine. Lon wanted to cry again, but Lin Xi quickly reached out to stop her. Really? Could you help me exchange some of your sister's tears? I don't think your tears are ugly. Oh, I just want to collect more colors. Lin Xi hurriedly explained as she noticed Lan's expression was changing. Alright, Huff. I have been collecting their tears since I was a child. In our place they think those things are worthless, but I love collecting them, Lon said with a smile. Thank you, this will be our exchange. This is a bit small. Oh, just put your exchanged tear crystals inside it for me later. Lin Xi smiled. You saved me, so I should thank you. Those things aren't appreciated by anyone, as since you like them, they shouldn't even be considered my thank you gift. Lon looked at the 2 space buttons Lin Xi handed her. Though they looked small, anything that Lin Xi, such a powerful female, could offer as an exchange must be good. It must be said that in the Beastman world one's filter for their savior is substantial. No, this should be for you. It's not worth much. It's just not something very precious. I willingly exchange it with you, and I'll teach you how to use it. Like this. Lin Xi hurriedly made her drop blood to recognize the master, while the small one she gave her didn't need to recognize a master. Although it was clear that this little mermaid was very innocent, she was still afraid that once she returned home her parents and sisters would dissuade her from exchanging with her, and would take her space button. Thus she used her spiritual energy to implant a mental suggestion in the little mermaid. This suggestion would disappear automatically once the little mermaid brought the items without causing her any harm. Alright, since we've come to an agreement, quickly put on your clothes. Here's some food, hurry up and eat. I'll take you away, Lin Xi said to Lon and Hua while pulling out items. Both of them could see that Lin Xi was a bit anxious, so they directly put on the temperature-regulating clothes as Lin Xi had shown them, and began wolfing down the bread and milk she provided. Before the sweetness in their mouths faded, Lin Xi was already pee. He hadn't finished speaking when a female suddenly hugged him tightly. He glanced at Lin Xi, wanting to push her away, but then heard a familiar voice coming from his arms. Brother. Hua, how did you end up here? He was genuinely shocked. Hua should be his aunt's daughter, usually very timid, and would hide whenever she saw someone in the tribe. He didn't believe she had the courage to come to the trading site by herself. As soon as he asked, he heard sobbing from her embrace. Hua was genuinely scared. Earlier, she didn't dare cry in front of Lin Xi, fearing Lin Xi would find her annoying and wouldn't take her along. Only upon seeing her cousin did she dare to cry out loud. Lin Xi was also taken aback by this scene, realizing that this wasn't just a little white rabbit, but a black sesame filling. Earlier she hadn't mentioned her relationship with Yi at all, clearly guarding against her. Lin Xi raised an eyebrow at Hua, but she remained silent, just gazing at the flower. To Lin's eyes surprise, Hua did not look at her at all, instead hiding in Yes' embrace. I'm sorry for the trouble, Hua, Yi said. Although he didn't know how Lin Xi encountered Hua, he deduced some things from Ping's words. Well, let me clarify, Qin Shuang is my friend. She was captured by the wolf clan, and I only discovered she was taken when I saw her again, so I went to rescue her. As for these two, I brought them along when I rescued them. I was actually in a hurry earlier because I realized I had forgotten them in the ice cave. Lin Xi explained, but she was smart enough not to say anything unnecessary. You mean you rescued them all by yourself? Just you alone? Or was it a female? A man interjected. Lin Xi's brow furrowed instantly. What do you mean just me alone? What do you mean a female? Do you look down on females? There are things females can do that you can't. Isn't your matriarch a female? That's not what I meant. I'm just surprised. You should know that there were over a dozen people from the wolf clan when they passed by us, and we 6 had no confidence in rescuing anyone. The man seemed to realize that his words sounded a bit off. After all, females were precious, and he shouldn't imply they were useless. Don't worry about how I rescued them. Just know that the result is I saved them, Lin Xi said. She understood that the vocabulary in this era wasn't as rich as in later times. In the beast world, while females might not possess the strength of males, their value was unmatched. Well, if you just let them go once the wolf clan realizes it was us, things might not end well. Yi quickly added, looking at the silent Lin Xi. Don't worry, they won't dare come, Lin Xi replied. She didn't say they couldn't come, she simply stated they wouldn't dare, so as not to raise any suspicions in the trading area if they didn't see anyone from the Wolf clan. Everyone assumed Lin Xi had already made arrangements, so they stopped asking questions and continued to move forward slowly. It took them 4 or 5 days to finally emerge from the snowy region. After crossing the snow, they could see other tribes. The people from those tribes appeared quite miserable, but even so they did not let go of the items they wanted to trade. Except for the Snow Mountain, which had been a trading spot before the snowy season, the temperatures were not too warm now. In fact it felt a bit chilly here. During the snowy season, many beastmen do not dare to venture out due to the cold, which hinders the... Oh, that's good. I feel like we've been walking for ages, Lin Xi said, feeling a bit exhausted. Originally the gathering time was only 3 months. Now although they had some magical currency, and Qian Mian left, if they didn't manage to trade for Qian Mian at the trading spot, they would have to continue their journey to the Fox clan. That would take nearly a month on the road, plus they would have to think of ways to trade with them. So time was indeed tight. They could already smell the salty scent of the sea, and Lan Lan's blue eyes sparkled with anticipation. It was a child's longing for home. Upon reaching the seaside, they saw the entire trading area. One should not underestimate the beastmen. Each of them had set up straw huts. The larger tribes built bigger ones while the smaller tribes had smaller huts, but some tribes lived separately in their own small straw shelters. Do we have to set up a hut too? Lin Ti asked as she observed the scene. Lin Xi glanced at Yi, seeing him nod in agreement. She sighed and acquiesced. She took out a tent from her storage space, a 3-bedroom, 1 living room interstellar tent, which could be set up immediately, and its exterior could be customized. You all set it up first. It's better if we organize separately. You should build a larger hut, so that people don't think our numbers are small. That might not be good, Lin Xi suggested. After some thought, she decided to let them set it up first. Later she would pitch her tent at night, otherwise during the day they would stick out too much. For now she pretended to gather things to build a hut. Lin Xi exchanged glances with Qin Shuang and Lin Ti, and the two instantly understood Lin Xi's intentions, hurriedly following her to gather materials. The Eagle tribe members, seeing this, hurriedly followed suit. Lan Lan dawdled over to Lin Xi's side. You, where are you planning to set up the hut? Right where we were standing before, Lin, she replied, puzzled, not knowing what she meant. The orcs' mobility is indeed impressive. With a single swipe of their claws, a tree with a diameter of 40 centimeters could be snapped in 2. Then they would take out their handmade stone axes and directly trim off the excess branches. In no time the ground was littered with tree debris, and they would not discard all the branches as they wanted to see if they could still be of use later. When they finished building their shelter, they discovered that a nearby shelter not smaller than theirs had already been set up. At this sight a few of them were truly astonished. Was Lin Xi and her companion's agility really this formidable? It's important to note that there were still 2 delicate females inside. However, they adhered to their rules and would not intrude into other shelters without permission. When Lin Xi emerged, she saw that Yi and his companions had already completed their shelter and were likely resting. The sky had darkened and members of other tribes were raising torches, presumably waiting for dinner to conclude before settling down for the night. The exchange day was just 2 days away, so they needed to rest well to prepare for it. After nodding at Yi Lin, she took Lan Lan's hand and headed in the direction she indicated, arriving at the seaside. Lin Xi paused. Lan Lan, the next part of the journey depends on you. Take good care of yourself, she said, waving goodbye to Lan Lan. Lan Lan waved back at Lin Xi, saying, wait for me, I'll come find you tomorrow. Lin Xi merely nodded in response. The tear crystal required by the system had indeed been prepared. It was because when Lan Lan mentioned that their merfolk's tears came in many colors that Lin Xi felt a sense of shameful desire. Tears, oh tears of many colors. Just looking at them felt so enchanting. However, if she couldn't obtain those tear crystals, it seemed she wouldn't suffer any loss. Yet having given herself a mental suggestion, she would just have to wait and see the outcome. Sent back. Qin Shuang glanced at Lin Xi casually. Of course I must send her back. What if she gets caught again before reaching home? That would be quite unfair, wouldn't it? Lin Xi replied. If I see you're quite concerned about her, Qin Shuang said with a hint of sarcasm. Shuang, what's wrong with you? Lin Xi finally noticed something off about Qin Shuang. Could it be that the soul had awakened? Was Shuang still present? Shuang, Longan, and Li Qi? Lin Xi asked Qin Shuang. Durian and mango. Qin Shuang shot her an annoyed glance, feeling that Lin Xi hadn't even noticed she was angry. She felt as if the soul within her had been expelled. At this thought, Qin Shuang couldn't help but feel a mix of humor and sorrow. She was jealous, yet Lin Xi remained oblivious. Lin Xi patted her chest, saying, I thought you had gone back. You scared me. You just remained foolish. Qin Shuang didn't want to say another word and went straight into her room. Uncle, what does she mean by that? Lin Xi looked at Lin Ti, who stood aside. Seeing Lin's eyes gaze, Lin Ti said nothing, waved her hand, and also entered her room. Lin Xi was left standing there, genuinely puzzled about what had happened. In the starry skies, Yun Ci weakly addressed Lin. What do you mean by paired? Lin Xi was bewildered upon hearing Lin Xi's sudden mention of that word. Lin Xi rolled her eyes at Lin Xi. What do you mean by paired? Of course it's your daughter's official match. It's already settled, and it's an old man. Isn't the father-in-law helping to look into it? Lin Xi was infuriated to hear Lin Xi say they had paired up with an old man. What was that old man doing? Lin Xi grabbed Lin Xi by the hair. What do you mean by old man? It's because you're useless. If only you had some capability, our daughter wouldn't have to be matched with an old man. As Lin Xi dodged Lin Xi's hand, he quickly apologized. Yes, it's all my fault. If I were even a little more capable, our daughter wouldn't have been matched like this. What should we do? She will definitely think we're unfit parents. Who exactly is it? Lin Xi pondered and asked. They'll have the old man think of a way to see if we can directly get a divorce. This way she would have a transition period as a divorcee, and she wouldn't be matched again during that time. I don't know who it is. I heard from my dad that the marriage certificate has already been issued. If the two newcomers don't collect it within 3 months, it will be sent directly. All he knows is that the other party is around 26 or 27 years old. Lin Xi said, looking lost. Lin Xi immediately took out his light brain to contact Lin Feng. Alright, can't you see it? At this age, who do you think it would be? Even if your father is capable, he wouldn't help, Lin Xi said, somewhat disappointed. In Lin Feng's heart, family had never been the priority. In the past, she thought that kind of person was admirable, sacrificing the small family for the greater good. However, now that it concerned her daughter, she couldn't accept it. Are you implying that the other party is on the front lines? Lin Xi asked in surprise. His family only showed endless tolerance toward those on the front lines and in the military. Because he himself had spent half his life in war, he believed those people deserved the best. Yet wasn't his granddaughter the best? Most likely, Lin Xi sighed. Far away in the beast world, Lin Xi remained unaware that she was already a married woman. She was currently watching Lan Lan bring her the tear crystals from home. They truly came in all colors, with the most being transparent. Lan Lan observed that Lin Xi treated these items as treasures, knowing she genuinely desired them, which made her heart happy. I'm glad you like it. I must thank you for saving me. After returning, I found out my family had been searching for me for a long time, and they all love me. In the past, it was because I often kept quiet, always preferring to linger at the back of the crowd, so they didn't treat me specially. After returning and having heart-to-heart talks, I realized I have everything my sisters have. Whatever they do, they always include me. It was I who felt inferior and refrained from participating. Now that the misunderstandings are resolved, during those days I was captured, I almost cried my eyes out. My male father said we are all his most cherished. Then how come they said they disliked your blue tears? Lin Xi asked curiously. From her collected tears, blue tears were actually quite rare, transparent ones were the most common. It's really my own thoughts. My sister's tears are purple, my younger sisters are pink, my female fathers are red, and my male fathers are orange. Mine is blue, which feels very strange to me. They all. Lan Lan struggled to find the right words to express herself. You mean to say they are all warm tones while you're the only cool tone, leading you to feel inferior and think they don't like you? In reality, they have never said anything against you, right? Lin Xi said with a smile. Yes, after this incident, I finally understand. In the future, I must express my feelings directly and not be like I used to be, always thinking they didn't like me, which made me feel inferior. Later, I even assumed I knew how they viewed me. In truth, it should be how they perceive me that matters. The words Lan Lan spoke shook Lin Xi. Yes, the original owner believed her parents viewed her as a burden and that she was a burden that led her to this world. However, after spending time together, she felt that her parents had never seen her as a burden. Instead, she was their treasure. After Lan Lan shared some heartfelt words, she felt much better. When Lin Xi stepped out, she discovered that 3 orcs were waiting for her. What treasure have you found? Lin T asked, unable to hold back a smile as he noticed her giggling. His intention was merely to joke, but Lin Xi rewarded him with an appreciative glance. Since you've figured it out, you must know our mission target, right? Where did the tear crystal come from? Lin Xi asked with a smile. The tear crystal? It was said to be from the merfolk, right? Lin T blurted out, then widened his eyes in realization. Are you implying that woman is from the merfolk? You are correct, she is indeed from the merfolk, and I have already exchanged for the tear crystal. Now we are left with just the magical currency and the 1,000 faces, Lin Xi stated without any intention of hiding the truth, considering they were partners who collected resources in this other world, and he was also her uncle. So does this mean we can return home soon? Lin T asked excitedly. Although returning home does not mean going back to the imperial capital Star, he was more accustomed to the fully automated and intelligent environment there. Being in this backward place was truly uncomfortable for him. Yes, it is. Let's plan it out now. Lin Xi called Lin T into the house. Tomorrow is the start of the trading, right? Then uncle, you should exchange for the magical currency. Remember, we only need the currency, we don't want anything else. Use the spatial button dagger and lighter to trade. By the way, I still have some salt here which can be traded with them. However, if you encounter any merfolk, do not trade salt or the spatial button. Avoid overly advanced items. Lin Xi instructed Lin T. I understand. I will try to exchange all the magical currency tomorrow. Lin Xi patted his chest and said confidently. Be careful. If your life is threatened, don't hesitate. Just pull out your gun and take them out, Lin Xi cautioned. I know your uncle isn't foolish. Lin Xi rolled his eyes at her, feeling insulted. Shuang, your current identity is the auspicious mascot of the Fox tribe. I will accompany you to find the Fox tribe. When you get there, say my tribe saved you, and you wish to repay us. You can ask the priest to exchange what he has in his hands for us, mainly to inquire about there. Are you all heading out? Yi asked, glancing at Lin Xi. Yes, I want to see what's available for trade. Oh, I also want to exchange some items to take back, Lin Xi replied frankly. After all, everyone came here for exchanges, so there was no need to hide it. Moreover, Yi knew they had spatial buttons, so having supplies wasn't surprising. Are you also going out? Lin Xi pondered for a moment before asking. After spending so long together despite their mutual benefits, they could be considered acquaintances. We're also going to check out what's on offer at the trading site to have a rough idea for direct exchanges later, Yi replied without any concealment. Nodding, Lin Xi led Lin Xi and Qin Shuang straight past Yi and his group. Don't they leave anyone at home to watch over the supplies? Hua had initially wanted to follow Yi out, but Yi feared that bringing a female might cause unnecessary trouble. So he asked her to stay with Ping to guard the supplies, advising her not to go out unless necessary. She was already feeling uneasy about missing the exchange day, and now after enduring so much hardship, to be stopped from even going outside was frustrating. Watching Lin Xi and the others leave so boldly only made her feel more discontent. Yi merely glanced at her, said nothing, and directly split off with the other few people. What does my brother mean by that? Hua looked at Ping with confusion, not understanding why her cousin was ignoring her. Lin Xi and the others are only 3 people. If they leave 2 more to guard, how long would it take to finish checking the trading site? Ping looked at Hua speechless. He hadn't expected her to be so clueless about such a simple matter. It seemed she truly didn't fit in. But they could leave 1 person to watch. Before he could finish, Hua froze. If Lin Xi were to stay back, it would mean Qin Shuang could end up alone. With Qin Shuang's appearance, it might attract trouble, and leaving Lin Xi behind wouldn't guarantee her safety either. Thus the best solution was for everyone to go out. Lin Xi, however, didn't care how others viewed her group. All her energy was focused on finding the Fox tribe, completely uninterested in other opinions. She was about to complete her mission and didn't worry about complications arising. I can smell the scent of the Fox tribe, Qin Shuang suddenly remarked after walking for half an hour and covering a 1/5 of the area. What? You can smell it? Lin Xi looked at Qin Shuang in surprise. I didn't expect that upon arriving in this world your sense of smell would be so sharp. Lin Xi was candid, completely unaware that her words made Qin Shuang roll her eyes dramatically. I'm not human now. Oh, I'm a fox. Didn't you know? Qin Shuang said directly. This statement completely bewildered Lin Xi. A fox? Oh right, Qin Shuang and I are no longer of the same kind, Lin Xi thought, feeling embarrassed as she scratched her head. Shuang, I forgot that this body isn't yours. Haha, but since you're not human, now can you transform back to your original form for me to see? You should know this body looks so good, your original form should be even more beautiful, she said, gazing at Qin Shuang with admiration. Qin Shuang, seeing her like that, immediately distanced herself. Don't even think about it, you're dreaming. In this beast world, only partners can see each other's beast forms, especially the females. Only her partner can see it. Ah, so that's how it is. What kind of rule is that? But we're such good friends, who cares about rules? Just let me take a peek, Lin Xi insisted, genuinely wanting to see Qin Shuang's fox form. Don't forget, this body isn't mine. You're taking advantage of someone else, Qin Shuang replied helplessly. Every time Lin Xi would wheedle and pout, she could never resist her. So what? Now you're the owner of this body, Lin Xi retorted, not caring at all. She just wanted to see it. Let me have a look, please. If you really want to see, wait until your mission is over and you're about to leave. If I'm still in this body by then, I'll show you, Qin Shuang said after much deliberation. Little did she know that as she entertained this thought, the soul buried within her terror. Here, Qin Shuang said as she walked, stretching her neck and sniffing carefully. Her demeanor was utterly unbecoming of the stunning beauty she was. They had no idea that as they journeyed, their appearance as 2 clean, beautiful females, especially since they clearly weren't brought as trade goods, had already spread throughout the entire trading ground. Some looked at them with curiosity, others with thoughtful expressions, while some were filled with greedy desire, and most were already planning the odds of taking these 2 females back to their tribe once the material exchange was complete. Yo, 2 little females. What are you looking for? Want to trade something? A beast man suddenly blocked Lin Xi and Qin Shuang's path. Though his words spoke of exchange, his eyes were fixed on Qin Shuang's peerless face. Lin Xi was furious. The man's drool was practically dripping. She wanted to just finish him off. What kind of look was that? What a disgusting creature. No wonder he was from the P. What? Still annoyed, Jean was taken aback by the sudden pat, not knowing what had happened. I said that wasn't like you. When have you ever failed to charm the females? The beastman laughed. Maybe it's because I'm not in heat yet. A peacock fanning its tail was a courtship display to females, which meant its mating season had arrived. During that time, the peacock beastman would emit an intoxicating aura that made females swoon. And the one who had just harassed Lin Xi was a handsome, dandy-like young man. Hence, he had always had many admirers in the peacock tribe. Enough. We're here to exchange what our tribe needs. Don't dwell on that. We don't have extra supplies to trade for 2 females, another beastman interrupted, cutting off their conversation. The incident subsided as easily as it had arisen. Huff, huff. In a corner of a large shed, a beastman hid in the shadows, frantically patting his chest to calm his breathing. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead, startling everyone else in the shed. Well, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? One of them approached, seeing his condition had improved slightly. I am fine, he said with a weak smile. That scene was still vivid in his memory, that gaze, that chilling gaze. He had witnessed that woman stare at the leader with those very eyes, and then the leader's head was separated from his body. Then another man who had refused to believe it had died inexplicably. He had been crouching in that corner at the time, trying to make no sound, hoping the woman hadn't noticed him. He succeeded. He escaped. But then he remembered there was still important news to deliver, so he had to go back, shuddering, only to witness the woman killing and disposing of the bodies. Don't go, Wu murmured. What are you saying? The man who had asked was startled by his appearance. This person was the chief's younger brother, yet he was terrified like this right under his nose. What exactly was he afraid of? The day he had come to them, he had asked about the whereabouts of Erlang and the others. But he had stammered and refused to say, only telling them not to look for them anymore. He said nothing else. What those people had done was not the will of the entire tribe. This time the chief had made it clear if they continued to act like that, harming the Wolf clan's reputation and making them the target of all tribes, they would be expelled, or the most troublesome ones would be dealt with directly. Now the chief's younger brother was telling them not to bother with them anymore, which actually pleased them. After all, the trading ground was vast, and maximizing the value of their supplies took time. But who could tell him what had just happened? People in these sheds more or less had been affected by their appearance. But Lin Xi and her companion knew nothing of this. They had now arrived outside the Fox clan's shed. Are you sure this is the Fox clan's territory? Lin Xi asked seriously. Positive. Am familiar with the scent of the Fox clan. Am certain this is their territory, Qin Shuang replied earnestly. Then, you go in first to test the waters. Say that I saved you and you want to repay me. Then when they're all here, tell them what you want. Preferably something related to the Qianmian. Slowly coax them into revealing information. Also find out what the tribe needs. Then come tell me, so we can exchange for the Qianmian in one go, Lin Xi said excitedly. Qin Shuang looked at her with a knowing smile, and Lin Xi knew exactly what she was about to do. Qin Shuang looked at Lin Xi with a knowing smile, and Lin Xi knew exactly what she was about to do. Then, you go in first to test the waters. Say that I saved you and you want to repay me. Then when they're all here, tell them what you want. Preferably something related to the Qianmian. Slowly coax them into revealing information. Also find out what the tribe needs. Then come tell me, so we can exchange for the Qianmian in one go, Lin Xi said excitedly. Qin Shuang looked at her with a knowing smile, and Lin Xi knew exactly what she was about to do. Qin Shuang pondered for a moment, and said, you must have some social anxiety. I will go in and ask about it now. This time the Fox clan actually has quite a lot of resources to repay. Everyone knows that the 1,000 Faces is a treasure crafted by the Fox clan's priest, and there's only one made per year. However, until now no one has used it, and many are saying it might be a fake, thus it's not worth much. I just wonder if they have brought it along. How could you be here? We just received news that you left. Did you follow us here? The leader scrutinized Qin Shuang with piercing eyes. How can you still question me? You clearly know that I am a gift bestowed upon you by the beast god, yet you failed to protect me properly, leading to my capture by the Wolf clan. Now you say I left on my own and followed you. How can you even say that? Qin Shuang initially intended to explain, but realizing she was there to help Lin Xi retrieve something, the more she positioned herself as the victim, the easier it would be to negotiate later. What did you say? The leader widened his eyes in disbelief. Didn't you hear what I said? Qin Shuang deliberately turned her gaze away from them, and the feeling of loss she projected dampened the mood of everyone present. You really were captured? An older man asked. Old Fu, do you think I'm lying? Have you ever seen a female willing to travel such distances just to come to this exchange site? Wouldn't it be more comfortable for me to stay in the tribe? Qin Shuang retorted directly at the man. Old Fu thought for a moment. Indeed, how could such a fragile female undertake such a journey? Then how did you come? Old Fu inquired. Living on this continent, who doesn't know each other? The Wolf clan has a group of people who take advantage of unguarded moments to capture females from various tribes for exchange. While he could believe that Qin Shuang was captured, there was one thing: those caught by the Wolf clan never returned. They were either dead or exchanged. But now Qin Shuang had returned directly, which raised suspicions. I was rescued. To be precise, all the females captured this time were saved. You should have heard about one female from the mermaid clan who was tricked back recently, as she was also captured by the wolf clan. Qin Shuang said, nonchalantly dismissing old fuss doubts as natural considering the circumstances. The wolf clan actually captured someone from the mermaid clan for exchange. Old Fuss face showed a mix of astonishment and bewilderment. Was the wolf clan out of their minds, not realizing that the exchange site was not far from the sea? Once a female from the mermaid clan arrives here, she only needs to find the right opportunity to escape. At that time they would only have 20 or so people left. The entire mermaid clan is here, how could they not run away? Exactly, so we were all rescued. However, my savior is also here. Would you like to meet them? Qin Shuang contemplated for a moment, deciding to let her express her gratitude in person, as that would provide an opportunity to bring it up. Of course we must meet them. Please come in. Really? Oh, that's really kind of you. It's like this. We heard about something called Thousand Faces, but no one in our tribe has ever seen it. We were hoping to trade something for it. Lin, she said, subtly observing their expressions. Seeing no change, she continued. We came to the trading post to try our luck and see if anyone wants to exchange. We can use our tribe's treasures for trade. Please help us find out which tribe has Thousand Faces and how to exchange for it. Lin Xi looked as if she had just stepped out of her tribe, completely unaware of the outside world, gazing at the Fox clan with a bewildered expression. Fox clan. How are we supposed to answer that? Thousand Faces. I know. Isn't Thousand Faces made by the Fox clan's priestess? Qin Shuang timely interjected. Have you brought it to trade? If you have, then trade with her. After all, it doesn't matter who you trade with. She looked indifferent. Old Fu spoke directly. We did bring Thousand Faces this time. Due to an accident, we didn't offer it to the beast god this year. However, we have always followed the Fox clan's ancestral teachings. Only 1,000 faces can appear in the tribe each year. Now that this year's is almost ready, the priestess had us bring it out to trade for something. Old Fu was the oldest among them, so he stepped forward to speak. Really? You have Thousand Faces. Can you trade it to me? Lin Xi looked at Old Fu excitedly and said, tell me what you want. As long as I can do it, I will. Old Fuss face flushed under her gaze. He felt embarrassed by this young female's direct stare. Old Fu glanced around and said, let us discuss first. When we have decided, we will tell you, okay? Okay. Qin Shuang knows where I live. Just have her come tell me when you're ready, Lin Xi said as she stood up. She thought it was getting late, and she needed to check on her uncle's harvest. With Qin Shuang handling the Fox clan, things should be settled. Qin Shuang called after her, take care. They'll come give you our answer this afternoon. After Lin Xi left, the tent fell silent. A young man named Rui rolled his eyes at Qin Shuang and asked, why did you tell her we have Thousand Faces? Qin Shuang replied matter-of-factly, you never told me it was a secret. Besides, you brought it here to trade, didn't you? Or have you already found a trading partner? Old Fu sighed and explained, you should know how important salt is to us. If we trade with prey, we only get a little each year, not enough. Our Fox clan is not strong in hunting. If we can avoid trading with prey, that would be best. Qin Shuang thought for a moment. Salt. Salt works too. Lin Xi has salt. She can trade with you. She didn't know what else Lin Xi had, but since Lin Xi said her spatial ability had come with her, she must have plenty of salt. Back then, everyone was busy grabbing food, and spatial ability users were rare. Not everyone's space was that large, so Lin Xi had several tons of salt. Is she a mermaid? Right now, only the mermaid tribe has salt on this continent. No one has discovered salt lakes or rock salt yet. She's not a mermaid, but she does have salt, Qin Shuang said with certainty. The Fox clan warriors thought it over. If she really has salt, well, trade with her. Old Fu announced their conclusion. Qin Shuang exclaimed, oh, I thought you might choose something else. That thing is amazing, I saw it. The Eagle tribe has already traded for it, and is using it. What thing? Rui stepped forward, singing a different tune. You say it's so amazing, but you're not trying to trick us, are you? Qin Shuang snorted. That thing is called a space button. It can store and retrieve items. All your stuff won't even fill one space button. Imagine traveling light. It's so comfortable. She sighed, thinking that if she ever went to the stars, she would definitely get one for herself. Can that thing, the space button, really hold all our things, eh? Old Fu said. But even if we could load it up, we wouldn't be able to carry it. We'd still need many people to haul it. That's not any easier than each person carrying a little. Qin Shuang picked up a small pebble and gestured. Their space button is only this tiny. It's small and cute, but the inside is huge. It can hold a lot of things. She looked at Old Fu as if he were crazy. If we loaded all this, do you think we could travel light? Rui muttered quietly, we don't even know what you mean by traveling light. He didn't want to say it loudly as it would make him look ignorant for not understanding the term. Is there really such a miraculous thing? The leader looked at Qin Shuang with a serious expression, which actually startled her. For a moment she felt that if she kept this attitude, she might get beaten up. Of course it's real. I've seen them use it, Qin Shuang explained earnestly. Then this afternoon go tell her we're willing to trade, but... The leader thought for a moment and said, just have her come over. Qin Shuang looked at him suspiciously. You're not planning to double-cross her, are you? Qin Shuang looked at the leader suspiciously. This man usually didn't speak. Old Fu was the one who talked. An outsider would think Old Fu was the leader. The leader said, just tell her we need to meet in person to properly discuss the trade. He had no idea what double-cross meant. He just wanted to confirm whether the miraculous thing Qin Shuang mentioned was real. Meanwhile, Lin Xi returned to the tent and found Lin Ti already back, though she didn't know how he had fared. Uncle, Lin Xi asked, how did you do today? Lin Ti looked at her with a complicated expression. Lin Xi felt something was off. What's with that look? Lin Xi said to him. Lin Ti directly handed her the space button. See for yourself. This is the mystical currency. Lin Xi looked at him suspiciously, then released a handful of mystical currency. Lin Xi looked at him with suspicion. Did you pick the wrong one? Lin Ti shrugged and waved his hand. I just went and asked, then traded something to get it. Lin Xi was speechless. She called out, Is this the mystical currency? When in doubt, ask E. Beep. The system confirmed. Beep host, this is indeed the mystical currency. Lin Xi exclaimed, no, look at this. It's just a shell, an ordinary white shell. You call this the mystical currency? Lin Xi couldn't believe it. Did your program glitch? After all, in otherworld missions, even the worst ones were at least normal. Is this normal? Huh. The system said proudly, host, please don't attack this system. You're right. This is the mystical currency. It's the currency currently in circulation. Its value is not defined by the shell itself. This is the first batch of currency ever issued. Isn't that commemorative? The system said with a smug tone. Lin Xi didn't want to waste words with it. Since the item was correct, she could only wait to see if the 1,000 Faces trade would work out this afternoon. Regardless, she was determined to obtain 1,000 Faces. Just as she was about to have lunch, she heard a knock on the door. She wondered who could be so inconsiderate as to knock during lunchtime. And then she heard Qin Shuang's voice. Xi, are you there? Qin Shuang's voice clearly reached Lin Xi's ears through the tent. Lin Xi paused, holding her chopsticks, realizing that this inconsiderate person was actually her good friend. She had initially thought of asking Lin Ti to open the door, but knowing it was her bestie, she rushed to do it herself. She quickly got up and went to the door. Don't doubt it, the tents in the interstellar world are indeed like houses. Those who can't afford houses only live in tents, which in the eyes of modern and primitive societies are quite luxurious. However, for the interstellar people, such tents are only for the common folk without money, as they cannot withstand the onslaught of the insect race, while the houses they buy are equipped with protective shields, ensuring they can wait for rescue. Shuang, what brings you here? Lin Xi was somewhat surprised by her visit at this time, as it was mealtime. After all, even if she wasn't eating, others had to eat, right? Indeed, Qin Shuang was accompanied by 4 men. Well, I thought about you needing to eat, and if I came late, there'd be nothing left for me. You know how long I would have to wait for orc food if you completed your task, and left me here. Qin Shuang patted her stomach. Although conditions were harsh during the apocalypse, neither of them was one to suffer in silence. Initially, they relied on healing powers to get by, and Lin Xi was doing quite well. Even though some people thought that having Lin Xi, whom they considered useless, was a burden and talked behind her back, they reluctantly provided resources for them. After Lin Xi awakened her spatial abilities, they began stockpiling, and with plenty of supplies their situation improved. Later, when Lin Xi awakened her purification ability, their lives underwent a tremendous transformation, as if Qin Shuang's 4 companions frowned in unison. They had advised Qin Shuang to come later, as others were eating. However, now she had made it sound like they had come solely for this meal, which made them feel embarrassed. Before they could say anything, Qin Shuang had already taken Lin Xi's hand and led her into the tent. Once inside, they didn't know what to say, as no tribe would set up a tent like Lin Xi's. The exterior seemed ordinary, but the interior was quite extraordinary. You all haven't eaten, right? Sit down, don't be shy, Lin, she said as she hurried to the kitchen and brought out several servings of quick meals. After all, the men in the beast world had substantial appetites. They wanted to say they had eaten, but the hunger in their stomachs was undeniable. Moreover, Qin Shuang's earlier remarks had already indicated they truly hadn't eaten. With Qin Shuang already eating, even if they didn't, the courtesy was owed. They were surprised that when they picked up a meal like Qin Shuang and Lin Xi, it was simply delicious. They thought to themselves, there doesn't appear to be much meat. How can it taste so good? The 4 exchanged glances without speaking, quickly accelerating their eating. In just 2 minutes, 1 meal was devoured. The 4 of them looked awkwardly at the 3 who were still eating slowly. Lin Xi didn't mind their embarrassment and continued pushing more meals from the side. Eventually, each of the 4 orcs had consumed 4 meals, rubbing their rounded bellies and sheepishly gazing at the 3 in astonishment. Sorry, we ate a bit too much. We can exchange supplies with you, one of them quickly said. It's fine. I invited you for a meal. Did you all come here prepared? Lin Xi quickly shifted the topic. Yes, we discussed it, but they requested to meet over there, Qin Shuang briefly explained. Alright, that works. Just wait a moment, Lin, she said as she tidied up and called Lin Ti to join her. The four of them watched Lin Xi and Lin Ti, suddenly realizing that they might have eaten not just their own meals, but also those of others. Did we eat the food of your other tribe members? Not at all. Let's go, Lin Xi replied without further explanation, simply stating it was fine. She couldn't possibly tell them that her tribe consisted solely of Lin Ti and herself. Although she felt quite powerful, her backlash injuries hadn't fully healed, and she couldn't allow herself to forget the pain. The seven of them boldly made their way to the Fox tribe settlement. On the way they saw Lin Xi and Qin Shuang seemingly being escorted by the four tall orcs. Lin Ti, am I not a person? She contemplated whether to mention it when they returned, given their past cooperation and the favors owed from their shared experiences. However, she ultimately decided against it. There were few people on their side, and Lin Xi and her friends weren't members of their tribe. Why risk offending another tribe for the sake of others? It was better to quietly exchange their goods and return to their own tribe, avoiding any unnecessary complications. After all, if they were seeking assistance, it was likely Lin Xi had meddled in affairs that were not her concern. Otherwise, why would they only approach them? Lin Xi, if I hadn't meddled, you'd still be in some corner oblivious. Why are you so long in returning? Old Fu furrowed his brows and asked. We went to have a meal before the other four could speak. Qin Shuang had already taken the lead in answering, causing them to blush and lower their heads. Seeing their reaction, Old Fu instantly understood that Qin Shuang was being truthful. He glared at the five with disappointment, thinking, so hungry that you had to eat, huh? Don't you know there's a negotiation coming up? Won't this get in the way? How much did they eat? Well, use supplies to make it up to you later, Old Fu could only say. No need to I ask them to eat. You don't have to trade supplies. Let's get down to business, Lin. She directly changed the subject. She knew that Qin Shuang's remark was merely to give herself a way out. Now that the deal was done, there was no way they could backtrack and demand supplies. Hearing Lin Xi's words, Old Fu hurried to fetch the leader from next door. I heard from Qin Shuang that you have something called a spatial button that is quite extraordinary. Although it was a question, his gaze remained fixed on Lin Xi. That's right, let me demonstrate for you, Lin Xi replied, signaling them to watch how she manipulated her space. It's real? Then how much can yours hold? They hadn't forgotten the information Qin Shuang had mentioned, implying this item came in varying sizes. There are both large and small versions. Which size would you prefer? How large? Lin Xi countered. Did Qin Shuang mention you have salt? The leader asked. Yes, I do have some. Do you wish to acquire it? Lin Xi feigned ignorance, though she well understood the immense value of spatial clasps in this beast realm. Yet if they sought exchange, she would not let them exploit her generosity for Qinyan alone. Indeed, we wish to trade our Qinyan for your spatial clasp. And we've brought a rare treasure with us, kept secret until now, precisely to barter for exceptional items, Lao Fu whispered mysteriously. Both Qin Shuang and Lin Xi exchanged puzzled glances. They knew only that the Fox clan was famed for Qinyan, the thousand-faced fox, but had never heard of any other ancestral treasure. Yes, this is our clan's most sacred relic, and we offer it in exchange for salt, the leader declared solemnly. First tell me what it is. I'll assess its worth before deciding, Lin Xi replied cautiously. Though most beast folk upheld moral boundaries, she remained vigilant. Human hearts were treacherous after all. The fox folk, sensing urgency, fearing they might miss this singular opportunity, hesitated. Beep, beep, beep. High spiritual energy item detected. Beep. This item resonates with exceptionally potent spiritual energy. Remarkable. Even the Fox clan possesses such an artifact, yet they never offered it to the beast god, the system announced unbidden, confirming the fruit's rarity. Lin Xi wisely held her tongue. What is it? Lin Xi asked after a moment's pause. These are legendary charm fruits, ripening only once every century, the system replied, voice tinged with excitement. According to its archives, such fruits belonged exclusively to the cultivation realms. Its presence here suggested an oversight during the ancient boundary sealing, perhaps one forgotten fragment left behind. Charm fruit. Is that the same one I saw on television? Lin Xi asked, breathless with anticipation. Affirmative. The system's confirmation nearly shattered her composure. On-screen charm fruits were heralded as legendary. Now two lay before her. Her heart hammered, her hand trembled as she reached out. Yet she masked her eagerness with studied nonchalance. What kind of fruit is this? She murmured, feigning casual curiosity. It grew on the sacred tree at the heart of our tribe. Oddly, it bloomed prematurely, yet took over a decade for those blossoms to wither and yield fruit. Strangely, while all others turned yellow, these two remained crimson upon the branch. Elders claimed the tree's fruits were extraordinarily delicious, but these two were never harvested for consumption. When other fruits were picked, the females who ate them grew strikingly beautiful. So we surmised these two must be even more potent. But how did you confirm they're edible? Lin Xi asked, intrigued. Our clan has guarded this tree for generations. It is revered as divine. Lao Fu spoke modestly, admitting they possessed no tangible proof beyond its centennial fruiting cycle. I saw the chieftain pick these very fruits when I was a child. I assumed they'd long since been consumed. Yet here they remain unchanged as the day they were plucked, Rue interjected. He added wistfully that the tribe's sacred tree had recently bloomed again, meaning he'd likely never witness its next ripening in his lifetime. Very well. For Qin Shuang's sake, a dear friend, I'll accept your exchange. No need to prove their worth. If they prove ordinary, consider the salt my gift to her. If extraordinary, neither party suffers loss. Lin Xi framed the trade as a favor to Qin Shuang, whose mission would soon conclude. Should Qin Shuang linger in the tribe afterward, this goodwill would ease her path. We're profoundly grateful. The leader cared little for nuance. He only knew he'd secured a treasure that would She paused, observing their reactions. Which would you choose? Naturally, they selected the largest. The fox folk unanimously agreed. This clasp requires blood binding to claim ownership. You may use it without binding, but unbound it's easily lost. Anyone who finds it may wield it freely. Once bound, however, it follows you unfailingly, like a shadow, never straying unless you perish. Only then does its contents become unknowable to others. Lin Xi explained. She hadn't anticipated their immediate decision to bind it under the leader's blood, nor realized he was the clan's second-in-command, the chieftain's younger brother entrusted with matters beyond the chieftain's reach. Upon successful binding, the leader gasped. The internal space spanned the size of a basketball court. Delighted, he began swiftly storing and retrieving supplies from the greenhouse. Effortless, transformative. This, Lin, the salt, the leader ventured, embarrassed. Lin Xi instantly grasped his meaning, and with a single gesture 1 ton of salt materialized before them, neatly packaged, pristine. Though baffled by her method, the foxfolk stared in awe. Rue rushed forward, tore open a package, and spilled the entire contents onto the ground. Flustered, he froze. Lao Fu stepped forward, dipped a finger into the mound, and tasted it. It's salt. The leader shot Rue a sharp, exasperated glance. The impulsive youth. Pack the uncontaminated portions into bamboo jars. We'll use them for cooking en route. We're deeply indebted to you. He turned to Lin Xi, bowing deeply. She waved dismissively. This was mutual benefit, nothing more. I'll take my leave now. Qin Shuang will visit tonight. We'll reunite then. I depart tomorrow. She winked at Qin Shuang, who immediately recalled her promise. Her cheeks flushed crimson. Her soul stirred within, trembling anew. Lao Fu, escort the others outside. Survey what else the tribe requires. Trade game for necessities. If fair exchanges elude you, bring back provisions regardless. We'll depart early. He turned to Qin Shuang. Return before nightfall tonight. We depart at noon tomorrow. Qin Shuang nodded indifferently. With Lin Xi gone, lingering held no purpose. She'd rather return to the tribe and watch the fox cubs play. Cici, are you leaving right now? Qin Shuang's eyes were filled with reluctance. Yes, I will submit the task shortly. I've been in this world for nearly 2 months now. Although it's not quite time yet, I really need to hurry back. Lin, she said to Qin Shuang. The task deadline in this world was originally 3 months, but due to the previous incident, Lin's eyes backlash had not yet healed. She endured the pain every day. It was truly difficult for her. In the previous world, simply drinking spiritual spring water would alleviate her suffering, and she would gradually recover, but there was no such remedy in this world. The system also mentioned that the heavenly Tao in the last world only acted according to the rules, while this world had more than just the heavenly Tao. I can't bear to part with you. I don't know when I can find you again. Once we separate, who knows when we will meet again. Qin Shuang embraced Lin, she silently shedding tears. It's okay, I'll wait for you at home. Just remember where my house is, Lin Xi. Hurry up, Lin Xi quickly changed the subject. Are really going to see it? You must understand this is not my body. If I show it to you, do you think she won't immediately come back and take over? Qin Shuang was still somewhat afraid. She felt a slight resistance each time she was about to agree. Although she didn't know why, she sensed her body was rejecting her. Why not look? If she really comes back and takes over, then you can go home. Lin, she said, feigning ease. You make a good point. All right, I'll show you. Qin Shuang thought of Lin's eyes words, agreeing to the idea. At worst, she would just leave her body. Hurry up, come on, transform for your sister, Lin, she teased. As Qin Shuang hesitantly prepared to transform into her true form, she suddenly collapsed. Lin's eyes, tears began to flow. Wake up, I don't want to look anymore, I won't look again. No matter how Lin, she called her, Qin Shuang still tightly closed her eyes. Shuang, I won't look. Please stop messing around, okay? Don't scare me anymore, you know I can't handle scares. Lin's eyes voice grew softer. Lin, she lowered her head, not noticing Qin Shuang's eyelids twitching. Just as she was about to go out and call for help, Qin Shuang suddenly sat up in bed. Lin, she turned in surprise. Shuang, you're finally awake. Qin Shuang's gaze toward her was very cold, devoid of any emotion, almost strange. Lin, she was stunned by the look in her eyes. You said you wanted to see my true form. The woman turned her head to look at Lin Xi and asked, I don't want to look, I was just joking. Lin, she quickly replied, while silently praying to the system. What is going on here? Host, there is a change. A strange soul is awakening in Qin Shuang's body, and her consciousness has not yet fully recovered. We need to take this opportunity to escape. I sense her strength is formidable. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry, submit the task, Lin Xi said urgently to the system. Detecting that the host has submitted the task, the world will be exited in 10 seconds. Beep. 10-9-8-7-6. 1. Meanwhile, Lin Xi, who was resting in his room, also heard the system prompt and was puzzled. Didn't Cici say she would leave early tomorrow morning? Why is she leaving now? Before he could think further, the bed beneath him and the entire tent vanished. The last thing Lin Xi saw was the large tents of other tribes in the beast world, some of which were lit with torches, not knowing what they were doing. As the system's final beep sounded, Lin Xi suddenly disappeared from the spot. When he opened his eyes again, Lin Xi found himself back in the star realm, now in a house on the Anuta star. He thought for a moment, disregarding the discomfort from time travel, and headed straight for Lin Xi's house. At this time, Lin Xi had just returned to her room, her eyes still a bit dazed. Did she just come back? That's right, this time she was on a mission with her uncle. She was in such a hurry to return that she didn't know if her uncle was back. She needed to check. Just as Lin Xi was about to get up, she was frozen in place by the sound of footsteps coming up the stairs. Using her spiritual power to look, she saw it was Lin Xi. She felt relieved. Great, she didn't have to check anymore, the main person had come. Lin Xi sat in her chair patiently waiting for Lin Xi to walk in, and Lin Xi did not disappoint her, directly pushing the door open. Cici, seeing Lin Xi sitting well in the chair, Lin Xi let out a sigh of relief. What happened? Even so, he still needed to ask for clarity. It's just as you saw. That Qin Shuang suddenly fainted for some unknown reason. I tried many methods to wake her up, but to no avail. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, since we have already completed the task, we just left, Lin Xi said casually about what she could disclose. What? Lin Xi was a bit anxious to hear that such a beautiful woman had fainted. Lin Xi rolled her eyes. If she woke up, would I be so anxious to pull you back? Beep. Task confirmed, completed, currently processing settlement. The system suddenly spoke in her mind. At the same time, a voice also appeared in Lin Xi's mind. Beep, task settlement in progress, rewards will be distributed shortly. Cici, did you hear that? Lin Xi jumped up excitedly. I heard it. Alright, let's not talk too much. You should head back now, Mom and Dad are asleep. Don't wake them up, Lin Xi said, ushering Lin Xi out. Lin Xi, with tearful eyes, leaned closer to Lin Xi. Lin Xi, speechless, wanted to give him a big shove. After seeing the wolf-like gaze of Lin Xi, Lin Xi quickly retreated, deciding to talk about everything tomorrow. Beep, beep, beep. A row of instruments in the room continued to beep incessantly. A man was slumped beside the bed, asleep, his eyes showing signs of fatigue. Suddenly, the fingers of the person on the bed twitched. Xiaoyi, are you about to wake up? The man excitedly asked, tears streaming down his face. As he held the hand of the person on the bed, he noticed the slight movement of her fingers. My name is Qin Shuang, and I live in a beautiful world. However, one day, a clan member disturbed the offerings meant for the divine, leading to divine retribution. Our people were cast into the underworld, forced to endure the erosion of karma fire. The divine claimed it was to cleanse the filthy hearts of my kin. Such filth, I thought, was merely an excuse for their own gluttony. Over something so trivial, they wished to annihilate our entire clan. I was burned by the karma fire for a century, yet instead of being consumed, my hatred only grew stronger. Do you wish to take revenge? Do you wish to strut boldly in this world? A voice whispered in my ear. I was taken aback. This person possessed formidable power, able to communicate with me across the dimensions of time and space. Of course I do. Speak, what is your request? All I wanted was to escape, to exact my revenge, to save my people. I need you to help me with something, the voice stated, and I felt as if he had scrutinized me from head to toe. He continued, I am quite satisfied with your form. Only this vessel can assist me in fulfilling my task. I had always known I was beautiful, for my clan was considered low-tier celestial beings. Yet despite our status, we had always strived to aid the common people. However, upon hearing his words, an ominous feeling washed over me. What do you intend to do? I want you to go to another world and assist me, much like the historical figures of King Zhou of Shang and Daji. What do you mean? You want me to seduce? I could hardly fathom it. If I were to do such a thing, would I not be cursed like Daji, remembered for all eternity in infamy? Yes, I want you to. However, you cannot do this yet. This fruit is a gift from that world, and you must consume it. 2 red fruits suddenly appeared in the sky. The longer I looked at them, the more they resembled something I had seen before. Without hesitation, I ate the fruits. It was only when I heard his exclamation that I realized I had fallen asleep. Indeed, it was as I suspected. It is simply indistinguishable from reality. Thus I was cast into the beast world, where they claimed I was a gift from the beast god. My soul, having lingered in the underworld for too long, and having been excessively corroded by karma fire, fell into a deep slumber within my body. Even in slumber, I could hear the sounds of the outside world, and I knew that the one who spoke to me had ventured to another time and space. He found a female soul to temporarily replace me during this time. The girl resembled me closely, but lived a life more enlightened than mine. From her fragmented speech, I gleaned that she had lived in a realm far superior to this one. Yet upon arriving here, she seemed lost about how to navigate this world. Fortunately, she possessed a healing ability which made her life among the Fox clan bearable. The trouble began on the eve of the exchange day. Most of the beasts in the clan had gone to participate in the exchange. On that day, the wolf clan seized the opportunity to capture me, subjecting me to humiliation. I watched as her hope dwindled, the light in her eyes extinguishing as she seemed to lose her will to survive. One day in the icy plains, she saw a little girl whose eyes momentarily sparkled only to dim again almost immediately. I couldn't decipher her thoughts. Perhaps it was the wolf clan's greed that caught her attention, or perhaps she simply wished to prevent anyone else from enduring such suffering. Her gaze was desperate as she looked towards the little girl, but the girl, likely entranced by my beauty, failed to understand her intentions. I was not worried, after all, should anything dire occur, I could awaken in advance. Yet I never anticipated that the little girl would return. She killed two individuals conversing in a language I couldn't comprehend. Then what followed revealed that the little girl must have a mission to find something to exchange with the Fox clan. I quickly curled up in the corner, nurturing my divine sense. However, in a moment of distraction, I vaguely heard her mention showing her true form to the little girl. That could not happen. If she saw my true self, my identity would be exposed. Luckily, they didn't immediately look upon my true form. Unexpectedly, not long after the little girl completed her task, and she remembered her agreement with Qin Shuang. To divert the topic, she even referenced the agreement. Yet I could distinctly feel that Qin Shuang was genuinely considering it. I was astonished when she agreed. This was unacceptable. My identity must not be revealed. As Qin Shuang was on the verge of revealing her true identity, I could no longer remain in slumber. I was compelled to awaken, forcibly expelling Qin Shuang's soul from her body. Awakening while her soul was still incomplete nearly cost me my life. They must have sensed the energy within my body, otherwise I would have surrendered my vessel once more. In an instant, the tent above my head vanished. Was this truly something a person could achieve? Wasn't this supposed to be a realm without cultivation? How could there be someone with a pocket dimension? Thud, thud, thud. The sound of footsteps approached, and Lin Xi and Lin Ti exchanged glances. Who could possibly be coming upstairs at this late hour? Bang! The door was opened from the outside. Xi, you're back. The person who entered was none other than you. Lin Xi was somewhat surprised, considering it was already midnight. I heard footsteps and saw there was light in your room, so I guessed you must have returned and came to check on you. Lin Xi, I said, while pulling Lin Xi up from the chair, checking her over in circles. Are you hurt? Mom, I'm fine. Lin Xi said a bit shyly, feeling awkward with her uncle still present. Was it really okay for her mother to act like this? Lin Xi seemed to have just noticed Lin Ti's presence. Lin Ti, what are you doing here? Lin Ti took a deep breath. As a grown man, he was surprised his sister-in-law hadn't noticed him earlier. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Lin Xi. You know you barely escaped with your life? Your brother has told you not to run around. Just stay in this manor and help with planting and harvesting. If you really don't want to, just stay in your room and play. The maid robot will take care of your meals and drinks. What more could you want? Do you have any idea how frantic your brother and I were searching for you these past 2 months? We could only inquire. As Lin Xi spoke, she couldn't stop. Feeling a tug on her sleeve, she paused and looked at Lin Xi in confusion. Mom, didn't I leave you a note? I wrote that I was with my uncle. Didn't you see it? What? He was with you? Lin Xi looked a bit guilty. To be honest, ever since she learned about her daughter's strange adventure, every time they found a note left by Lin Xi, they assumed she had gone off again. So aside from the first note they examined carefully, they hadn't looked closely at any after that, leading to this misunderstanding. Yes, my uncle is the chosen one. He will accompany me on my missions in the future, so don't worry, Lin Xi said charmingly to Lin Xi. You go back first, uncle, she said, looking at Lin Ti, who was still watching them. Lin Ti nodded in response and went downstairs. Lin Xi had initially gotten up to use the restroom, but upon not finding his wife, he thought she must be in there. After waiting for a long time without seeing her come out, he couldn't help but check the bathroom, only to find the light was off, indicating no one had been there. Just as he was about to call the butler to find her, he heard footsteps coming from upstairs. It must be Lin Xi, he sighed internally. Ever since their daughter went to another world, he had to check her room multiple times a day. He needed to hurry back to his room, otherwise she would be embarrassed. With that in mind, Lin Xi dashed back to his room, but realized as the footsteps faded away that no one entered. His heart sank, not knowing he had perfectly missed Lin Ti. Lin Xi didn't linger in Lin Xi's room either. She understood her daughter had just returned from a mission and needed rest, so she hurriedly exchanged a few words before heading downstairs. Lin Xi was growing impatient, ready to get up and search for someone, when he unexpectedly collided with Lin Xi. You're awake? Lin Xi casually asked. Yeah, where have you been for so long? Lin Yi's tone carried displeasure, but Lin Xi was still caught up in the excitement of her daughter's return and didn't notice. I went to Xi's room. I'm so tired, I need to sleep quickly. We have things to do tomorrow. Yun Xi murmured, then fell asleep. Lin Xi watched as Yun Xi fell asleep. Thinking about the elusive Lin Xi, he sighed and lay down. Early the next morning, Yun Xi got up. She felt particularly energetic today and rushed to the kitchen, saying to Chi, "Make a few more dishes. The young lady has returned, and my uncle will be coming over for breakfast too. Let's keep it light this morning." "Yes, madam," Chi replied cheerfully upon hearing Lin Xi was back. It had been 2 months since they last. When Lin Xi finally dragged his weary body out of bed, he was greeted by a table overflowing with breakfast, his mouth forming an O shape in surprise. "Is this breakfast meant to last forever?" Lin Yi's voice was low, but in the quietness of the moment Yun Xi still heard him clearly. "Have you been eating too little or drinking too little? Why are you saying that? Is it not right to prepare more when our daughter is back?" Yun Xi couldn't stand his stingy attitude. She hadn't found it annoying before, but now it truly irked her. It's not as if there was a shortage of food at home. Our daughter is back, so. What? She is back. When did this happen? Lin Xi reacted instantly. He knew that his stinginess was partly because of his daughter. The natural plants in the starry realm were precious, and if he didn't save, how could his daughter grow up so well? Isn't it all for his daughter's sake? As planters, they rarely got to enjoy natural plants. Most of them ended up in Lin Xi's stomach. "Yes, she returned last night. She should be up soon. I know you, but we're not short on anything now. Can't you change your temperament a bit?" Yun Xi said this while looking at him with a face full of disdain. Lin Xi was about to respond, but just then Lin Xi came down the stairs. "Good morning, Dad, Mom." Lin Xi greeted them, her eyes lighting up at the sight of her favorite breakfast spread. She knew her mother must have woken up early to prepare all this. "Dear Marshall, your marriage certificate has arrived," Chi Ming teased with a smile. Chu Xiao only gave him a cold sidelong glance, then took his own marriage certificate and scanned it with his light brain. A string of information appeared before him: name Lin Xi, gender female, age 18, education none, spiritual power level none, family members father, mother, younger brother, current residence, and new to star. Hell, what does this mean? Is that all? The crux of it is she's a single woman with no spiritual energy and no formal education. Did the matchmaking bureau treat you like a shelter intake? Chi Ming had seen the same data on the holoscreen. He had initially thought the woman's photograph was at least passable for a friend of his, but beyond looks there was nothing of merit. Chu Xiao only furrowed his brow and glanced at the display a few more times without speaking. "Aren't you worried?" Chi Ming pressed. "You're of the age for an official match," Chi Ming went on. "They can't just pair you with some useless woman. And she has no spiritual energy. Who knows if her family are also worthless? Once you register the marriage, the state assumes account sharing. If her kin are leeches, you'll see how quiet you can stay." Chi Ming fretted, feeling more anxious than the emperor's eunuch. But Chu Xiao remained calm. "Don't worry," Chu Xiao said. "You must understand how frail bodies without spiritual energy are in this empire. For her to reach 18, her family must have poured every resource into keeping her alive. Now that she's married and has access to my shared account, her first priority will be to purchase natural remedies and ease the family's burden. As long as she keeps to herself and does not disturb me, I have money. A marriage certificate is only a piece of paper. Marrying her might even spare me some troubles." Chu Xiao believed anything solvable with money was not a problem. He hoped this Lin Xi would not come looking for him. Chi Ming balked. "But your fortune was clawed back with your life from the insect wars. Why should you share it with her?" Chu Xiao answered plainly. "Chi Ming, I know my body better than anyone. It won't last long. The only reason I could return to the battlefield these months was because of those fruits from the black market. If I die without heirs, the shared account will be severed, and the remaining balance will go to Xiao Yi." Chu Xiao spoke with cold clarity. The radiation in his spiritual sea was eating him, and they had failed to secure those black market fruits for many days. "Aren't you afraid she'll squander your estate?" Chi Ming scoffed. "No," Chu Xiao replied, simply cutting off anything Chi Ming would say. On the other side, Lin, she had only just absorbed the reality that she was married when she heard about account sharing. She exploded. "Mother, father, what did they say? What account sharing? What does that mean?" Lin Xi fixed her gaze on Yun Xi, and Lin, not even Lin Ti at her side, could escape her scrutiny. "It means from now on his money can be spent by you, and your money can be spent by him," Lin Ti explained kindly. What? Lin Xi said, flushed with emotion. "Then check it right now." "Check? Check what?" Lin Xi was momentarily bewildered. "Of course, check how much money he has. My fruit sale earnings won't even be solely in my account anymore. She'll surely be richer than me," Lin Xi declared with certainty. Over the past half year, her fruit sales had netted tens of billions of star coins. After filial remittances and some savings kept by her parents, she was by any measure a small fortune holder. Lin Xi gave her a helpless look while Yun Xi encouraged the investigation. Daughters kept secrets. Resigned, Lin Xi activated his light brain to view the groom's account. Name Chu Xiao, gender male, age 27, spiritual power level, family member's younger sister, mother. The rest of the profile was censored with asterisks. No clear information. There were so many zeros, 10 billion star coins. Lin Yi's hand trembled. Father, why are you shaking? 10 billion is nothing. Your own account surely holds far more by now, Lin. She rolled her eyes. Before she took up farming, that sum would have made her drool. Now that her own account had grown even larger, she thought perhaps she could negotiate with this man who in everyone's eyes 10 billion was still impressive, and he therefore could not be entirely worthless. What do you intend to do? Lin Yi asked as Lin Xi's hand already tapped the light brain. I want to talk to him, Lin Xi said. As she spoke, she dialed as she disliked the label on the light brain. Husband. While they were arguing about how to strike the insect hive, next Chu Zhao's light brain chimed. He glanced at the caller's note, wife, and frowned. The matchmaking bureau had a sense of humor. Take 10 minutes rest, Chu Zhao announced, then left the meeting room. He answered the call with a curt hello. He was inwardly irritated. He had just promised Qi Ming they would not interfere with one another, yet now she was calling. Lin Xi listened to the voice. It sounded like a handsome man's, but so cold that he did not seem easy to get along. This is Chu Zhao, she asked. It is, he replied. I'm busy. Spend the money as you like, just don't disturb me. He rubbed his brow and spoke with a pale indifference that left Lin Xi's prepared words lodged in her throat. Had she been selfish to demand separate finances? He had just said she could spend freely as long as she did not intrude. What else was there to say? Well, I'm not short of money. I only want to say this from now on, let's act as if we aren't married. You live your life as before, I'll live mine as before. Is that? Lin Xi searched for the right phrasing and decided that bluntness was best. Chu Zhao continued to rub his brow. What had the woman just proposed? That they live like strangers as if no marriage had occurred. For some reason the suggestion prickled at him. Oh, was she so disdainful of him? I agree, he said finally, and you may spend freely from the funds in my account. With that he cut the call. Lin Xi stared at the disconnected line, speechless. Was this male pride manifesting itself? She shrugged. Aside from acquiring a marriage certificate, nothing in her life had really changed. Xiao, I just got news that Big Brother is married. Gu Heng's face flashed with excitement. Chui looked at him doubtfully. Big Brother is getting married, why are you so happy? Also, where did you get the news that Big Brother is married? Which family's daughter is she? Xiao, you asked so many questions at once, how can I reply? Gu Heng said coquettishly to Chui. Alright, did you find out the thing I asked you to investigate? Chui rolled her eyes at Gu Heng's cheeky grin. No, among the recent people in the star realm, there is no one whose personality changed drastically after an incident. But Xiaoyi, why are you asking about this? Gu Heng didn't understand why Chui, after waking up, would ask him to investigate a woman whose appearance and name were unknown. Wasn't that like looking for a needle in a haystack? If there's nothing, then fine. Oh, by the way, how did you know about Big Brother's marriage? Chui looked at him and asked again. Well, it's not. You know how famous Big Brother is. His marital status has always been a focus of public attention. Isn't it that this time Big Brother has been officially paired? Well, I heard that the new sister-in-law has just come of age, Gu Heng said, holding back a smile, sneaking a glance at Chui. Chui had already noticed his little move. He was making fun of her big brother. Big Brother had said he would never marry, so according to the Chu family's tradition, Gu Heng had married into the family. But who would actually want to be Olivian's son-in-law? It was because he truly loved her. They had gone from school uniforms to wedding gowns, and their bond was incomparable. So when he learned about Chui's family situation, though he hesitated, he still married her without wavering. In the past 2 years they had been very happy. Gu Heng was a doctor and Chui managed the family business as arranged by her family. Since both were young they hadn't had children. But last month on her way home Chui's hovercar lost control and crashed into the roadside guardrail, causing her to fall into a coma. She was unconscious for 2 months. He was terrified that she would. She smiled bitterly. Cece's status was higher than hers. At first she protected her, but once her purification ability was discovered, she became a national treasure. Even in the midst of a zombie horde someone would risk their life to save her. So it was normal that she couldn't find her. After all, how could two people from the same world cross over together? But without her by her side, she hoped Cece would no longer be so trusting of others and would stop being so sympathetic. Thinking of this, Chui suddenly felt deflated and even regretted protecting Cece so well during the apocalypse. The most brutal scene Cece had ever seen was a zombie biting someone. She had no idea how treacherous human hearts could be. She didn't know that in that world it wasn't just zombies that ate people, humans ate humans too. Those medical freaks and science freaks would eat people. Chui didn't know when she fell asleep. After falling asleep a voice kept whispering in her ear, remember to come find. On the other side Lin, she was also thinking about Qin Shuang. Didn't you say that as soon as the soul inside Qin Shuang's body awakened Qin Shuang would come back? But why hasn't she come to find me? Lin, she was a little unhappy. It would be like looking for a needle in a haystack for her to go find Qin Shuang. But she had told Qin Shuang that she was on a nudist star, so she could just come directly. However, when they returned, Qin Shuang was no longer the Qin Shuang she knew. If that was the case, why wasn't she coming to find her? Post, what are you in a hurry for? In this world, although Qin Shuang has returned, she must still be very weak. She should be in the hospital recovering. Don't worry. Are you sure? Lin Xi felt that her system was becoming more and more unreliable. Please do not speculate about this system. Lin Xi was about to poke fun at the system again when she was interrupted by a crackling sound. Drip. Detected that the reward has been issued. Does the host wish to view it? I almost forgot if you hadn't mentioned it. Why is this reward so slow? Lin Xi asked. The reason this reward is so slow is that you two completed the task together. The system naturally has to calculate clearly. View reward. Lin Xi couldn't be bothered to discuss it further as talking more would only anger her. After the flashy effects, the system was dismissed by Lin Xi. Task reward Essence Liquid 2. Upgrade Card 1 Spirit Spring Water 5 Marrow Cleansing Pill 2. Low-grade Spirit Stone 1000 Medium-grade Spirit Stone 100 High-grade Spirit Stone 10 Top-grade Spirit Stone 1. Not bad. This task reward is the same as last time, but why are there only 2 essence liquids? Lin Xi asked. My dear lady, you must understand that this task was completed by 2 people. You eat the meat, and others should at least get some soup, the system said helplessly. This host was really too greedy. I didn't say anything. I just forgot there was another person, Lin Xi said, rubbing her nose awkwardly. Meanwhile, the system in Lin Xi's mind, which had been silent for a long time and made her think it was a hallucination, finally spoke. Drip, drip, drip. Task reward has been issued. Please check it in your backpack. Lin Xi was stunned. There really was a reward. Let's see what it is. Task reward Spirit Spring Water 2, Essence Liquid 1 Marrow Cleansing Pill 1, Low-grade Spirit Stone 500, Medium-grade Spirit Stone 50, High-grade Spirit Stone 5. Although I don't know what these are, they feel very high-end. Well, I'll go check Cece's later. Thinking this, Lin Xi stopped worrying about it. Cece, are you busy? When Lin Xi arrived, he found Lin Xi in the courtyard, her hand still resting upon the faintly irradiated soil. Having just unleashed a wave of purification ability, Lin Xi heard Lin Ti's voice and replied without turning, wait a moment. I'll be done shortly, as she extended her ability once more to cleanse the remaining designated plot. An hour later, Lin Xi squatted there watching his legs long gone numb. But captivated by his young niece's unwavering focus, he sensed a subtle energy with his spiritual awareness which kept him rooted. Only now, as Lin Xi concluded her cultivation and exhaled deeply, did he finally breathe out in relief. At last. You're finished. Lin Xi shot him a wry glance. You're the one who's finished. Really must you speak so poorly? Now's no time for quibbling. Help me figure out how to use these. Lin Xi hastily dumped the system's rewards onto the ground. Lin Xi stared at the mound of items, speechless. Thankfully, only the 2 of them were present. Lin Xi instantly lost interest in the spirit stones, but leaned forward curiously at the mention of the essence serum. Yes, it does enhance spiritual energy, Lin Xi replied, though uncertainty flickered in her tone. Since the serum had strengthened her own ability and spiritual energy was fundamentally a manifestation of that ability, it logically followed, shouldn't it? Good. As for the spirit spring water. Lin Xi paused, then pulled out a bottle and handed it to Lin Xi. I'll keep one for myself. Use this one in the courtyard. I'm staying here, and I'll certainly eat these fruits and vegetables. But I only have 2 bottles right now. Here's one. Once I complete more missions and earn greater rewards, I'll give you more. Lin Xi initially refused, yet after considering his words, she accepted. He might remain here indefinitely, and if he wished to contribute, let him. His evident discomfort at living off their bounty, unable to taste such produce beyond this world, weighed on him. Very well, I'll take it. Though I've also received spirit spring water as a reward. If you run short, just tell me. Oh. And this bone-cleansing pill surpasses gene enhancement agents. Those merely fortify the body and optimize genetic structure, whereas the bone-cleansing pill remakes the entire being, from blood to bone, inside and out. Yet the process is excruciating. If you possess the fortitude, I recommend taking O. Moreover, Lin Xi noticed his niece didn't merely possess spiritual energy. Her focused demeanor earlier strongly suggested awakening of a unique ability. If even her once feeble body could awaken such power, surely his own, robust and resilient, could too. The more he pondered, the more convinced he grew, quickening his pace. Lin Xi watched his retreating figure, smiling softly. This uncle bore not a trace of seniority. Any stranger might mistake him for her younger brother. Meanwhile, on the imperial capital planet D Du Xing Xiaoyi, I've located elder brother's wife's residence. When shall we pay our respects? Gu Heng felt elated. His elder brother and sister-in-law had been matched by bureaucratic decree. Surely no genuine affection bound them. If he didn't bring Xiao Yi to intervene, when would they conceive? And if they failed, their child would inevitably be conscripted into the military, doomed to follow in the footsteps of their heroic elder uncle, sacrificing life, without hesitation. Do not deem him selfish. He cared little for the stigma of matrilocal marriage, but he yearned desperately for his own child to live in safety and peace. Frankly, he held the Chu family's ancestral edict in utter contempt. Children find their own fortune. To demand sons sacrifice themselves while burdening daughters with succession, and worse, ensuring their offspring too would bear the Chu name and abide by those same ruthless rules, was nothing short of a vicious cycle. Chu Yi observed Gu Heng's euphoric reverie and refrained from shattering it. Her elder brother hadn't even pursued romance with her. How could he possibly act upon a politically arranged match? Most likely he'd file for divorce upon the one-year term's expiration, returning everything to square one. Very well, let's depart immediately. Chu Yi said nothing further, guiding Gu Heng aboard their starship bound for a new star. Simultaneously at a frontline military outpost, Commander, our troops can no longer hold. We do. Are you prepared? Chu Zhao's countenance remained icy as though the battlefield awaited not them, but fate itself. Yes, we pledge our lives to the Empire, serving until our last breath. Their voices thundered through the chamber. All understood this battle offered no middle ground, only victory or annihilation. Here it is, the planet I traced elder brother's wife to. Gu Heng guided Chu Yi down the ramp with cautious steps. Are you certain this is the place? A shadow of foreboding crossed Chu Yi's eyes. This world bore the official designation of an agricultural colony, yet beneath the veneer lay a desolate wasteland. Could anyone truly dwell here? Ding ding dong. Ding ding dong. Lin Xi hesitated as she looked at the number displayed on her holographic. Why would they call me? Didn't they say not to contact? After pondering for a moment, she decided to answer the call. Hello. She spoke in a low voice, her tone revealing an unrecognized tension. Hello, may I ask if you are Lin Xi? The voice on the other end was a woman, causing Lin Xi's eyes to widen in surprise. No wonder he said money could be spent freely. Life goes on, as if the marriage didn't exist. Before Lin Xi could think too much, the voice on the phone repeated, hello, may I ask if you are Lin Xi? Yes, I am. Who are you? What's the matter? Lin Xi took a deep breath to calm her emotions and asked in an almost indifferent tone, hello, this is the military hospital. Your husband was brought to the hospital at 10 a.m. today. After examination, his mental state is approaching a state of chaos. We have issued a critical condition notice. Please come to the hospital to discuss whether to continue treatment or take him home. Lin Xi could no longer hear what was said on the other end as she suddenly felt a wave of confusion. This was just after getting married. Was her husband, whom she had never met, about to die? Although she had never met him and felt no connection, in fact, she didn't even want such a person in her life, hearing it was a military hospital suddenly reminded her of her younger brother, who would soon become a soldier. Since he was a soldier and hospitalized in a military hospital, it indicated he had been injured on the battlefield. He was a hero, and out of respect, she thought she should visit. After all, she was his nominal wife. She, who is it? Why are you on the phone for so long? Lin Yi asked because he heard her phone ringing. Lin Xi paused, unsure how to respond, but she thought to inform her parents before leaving. It's the hospital, they said. That person, is seriously injured and needs family. Which person? Do we know them? Family? You're not talking about Lin Xi exclaimed in surprise. Lin Xi had already been back from the other world for a few days. They had talked about this matter the day it was discovered, thinking that was the end of it. She didn't expect such a turn of events. I'll go with you. Lin Xi knew that Lin Xi had to go, there was no escaping it. But she also understood that Lin Xi hadn't taken the marriage seriously. She was still a child at heart. It had only been a few days since they received their marriage certificate. How could she feel like a wife? She needed someone to accompany her. However, she was unsure if her son-in-law would survive this ordeal. From what she heard, it seemed very serious. Lin Xi didn't know how to handle this situation. It was her first time dealing with marriage matters, and now that person was injured and hospitalized, their life was in her hands. If she chose to forego treatment, he would undoubtedly die. This feeling. The mother and daughter hurriedly packed some food and drinks before boarding the spaceship to the front lines. Yes, they packed food and drinks. Over the past 6 months, Lin Xi had grown accustomed to having meals and fruits. She couldn't bear to return to a life of drinking nutrient solutions. Besides, their family could afford to eat, oh, why not enjoy it? Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Who are you? Adi opened the protective barrier and saw an unfamiliar couple. Hello, we are family of Chu Xiao. Is this not my elder brother, and has the owner here gotten married? We came to visit my sister-in-law. Chu Yi's face twitched slightly as she shot a glare at Gu Heng. This man was truly unreliable. He hadn't even told her what his sister-in-law's name was. Are you looking for our miss? Adi asked. Sorry, our miss is not home right now. Before Adi could finish, he was interrupted by Chu Yi. Can we go in and wait for her? Chu Yi complained a bit. This robotic butler truly lacked awareness. Didn't he see they were wearing heavy protective suits? He should at least let them in and talk. Once they were inside, standing outside the barrier was dangerous due to the radiation. Please wait a moment. Oh, I will consult the master. After saying that, Adi went directly inside the protective barrier. Chu Yi and Gu Heng were left stunned. Adi knew this wasn't right, but there were too many secrets in the house. If he let them in easily, it could pose a danger. He hurriedly found Lin Yi in the garden. Master, there are 2 people outside claiming to be the Miss family. They said they came to see her, and they seem to have traveled a long way. Should we let them in? Seeing Lin, Audi quickly asked. Lin Xi, who was picking the day's delivery of fruits from afar, saw Audi running over and thought something was wrong. He hurried over and heard Audi's words. Let them in. Oh, just take them to my building. Open the shielding barrier so they won't see what's happening here. We can finally see what Shi's in-laws are like. Lin Xi spoke before Lin could. He was actually curious about which family his little niece had been matched with. Having been in the imperial capital for so many years, he had heard of many prominent families. I'm sorry, I was just occupied. May I ask who you are? Lin entered with a warm smile and asked Gu Hong and Chu Yi, uncle. Hello, I'm Chu Yi of the Chu family. I recently fell into a coma due to an accident and only just regained consciousness. Upon hearing that my elder brother has already been officially matched with an 18-year-old girl, and that their marriage certificate has already been issued, I realized this union is now irrevocable. Though my brother is somewhat older, you've borne the greater burden in this arrangement. Thus I've come today to deliver the betrothal gifts. Chu Yi adopted a humble posture, not yet knowing the family's character, yet determined that the Chu family would uphold its formal courtesies regardless. What followed would depend entirely on the nature of this household. Still, given the Chu family's preeminent standing within the empire, even the marriage bureau dared not slight them, least of all by arbitrarily assigning matches. The Chu family. Lin Yi had yet to react when Lin Ti blurted out the question. And who might this be? Chu Yi turned toward Lin Ti, unfamiliar with him, and having heard no mention of his name. Had he revealed himself as the youngest son of the Imperial Chancellor's general's household, she would surely have recognized him. But Lin Ti, in his current state, had no intention of disclosing his identity. This is my younger brother, Cece's uncle. Lin Yi hastily introduced him, simultaneously recalling what he knew of the Chu family. Chu Yi sensed something oddly familiar about this elder brother-in-law's uncle. Yet she was certain she'd never met him before, so she dismissed the thought. Lin Ti, gazing into Chu Yi's almond-shaped eyes, felt an uncanny resonance. Though his past exploits made it implausible he'd ever crossed paths with the heir of the Chu family. Indeed, the moment she uttered Chu family, Lin Ti remembered his mother mentioning their unique succession custom. Daughters inherited the family mantle, while sons served the nation. Chu Yi, you're unaware of the law. Gu Hong interjected. We arrived just too late. Cece and her mother have already left for the military district hospital. It happened mere moments after you did. Lin sighed. We ourselves only learned of your elder brother's situation just now. Chu Yi listened, bewildered. What do you mean? My elder sister-in-law went to the military district hospital. Has someone fallen ill or sustained injury? And isn't the military district hospital reserved exclusively for active duty personnel? Uncle, is someone in your family unwell or injured? As she voiced the thought, Chu Yi spoke it aloud, prompting Lin Yi and Lin Ti to stare at her speechless. You weren't informed? Lin Yi exclaimed in astonishment. An hour ago, the military district hospital called. Your elder brother suffered grave injuries and requires immediate family consultation regarding treatment. Cece and her mother rushed there at once. He found it astonishing. Surely the hospital had contacted the Chu family. What? My elder brother was injured? Impossible. We spoke with him merely 2 hours ago. Chu Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. Her brother was a legend, both of the Chu family and the empire. He was the most gifted scion the clan had produced in a century. You received no notification. Lin Yi and Lin Ti exchanged a grave glance, their expressions darkening. Was this a conspiracy, targeting Cece and Yun Ci? A kidnapping? As they pondered this, Yun Ci and Lin Xi were already aboard a military vessel, hurtling toward the military district hospital at triple the speed of civilian craft. Have you received any word? Chu Yi swiftly turned to Gu Hong. No. I've already arranged with the military district authorities. Should anything happen to my elder brother, they're to notify us immediately. Since we've heard nothing, perhaps the report is erroneous. Gu Hong replied cautiously. Let's call to verify. I can't rest easy otherwise. Chu Yi urged. Don't worry, I'll dial right away. Lin Yi, who'd been debating whether to contact his father, fell silent, opting first to hear what intelligence the Chu family might uncover. Gu Hong returned moments later, face ashen. Elder brother is indeed injured. He's undergoing treatment at the military district hospital. What? Then why wasn't we notified? Chu Yi nearly collapsed. She and Chu Xiao were the sole children of their household, their bond forged since infancy. Didn't elder brother marry last month? His neural interface updated the spousal designation, so we're no longer listed as primary next of kin. At best, we're distant relatives. Gu Hong murmured weakly. They'd forgotten entirely, so long accustomed to being designated family that they'd overlooked the legal primacy of spouses. Uncle, I sincerely apologize. We must go see elder brother at once. This spatial ring contains our family's betrothal gift for elder sister-in-law. We'd hoped to discuss wedding arrangements together today, but fate intervened. Rest assured, every right and courtesy shall be fulfilled. With a deep bow, Chu Yi hurried toward the exit, donning protective gear en route. Seeing her urgency, Gu Hong hastened after her. As they boarded their vessel, Lin Xi and Yun Ci had already arrived at the frontline military district hospital. "Excuse me, may we inquire if Chu?" Yun Ci guided Lin Xi directly to the nurse's station. "You're General Chu's family. The physician has been expecting you. Please follow me." Lin Xi and Yun Ci barely registered the nurse's title, only catching physician before dashing after her. "Dr. Wang, here are General Chu's family members," the nurse announced upon entering the office. Dr. Wang lifted his gaze from the medical file, eyes flickering faintly before settling into calm neutrality. "Family members, first understand that the military district hospital rarely admits outsiders. Your entry is permitted solely because the patient's condition is critical. Superficial wounds, caused by radiation, refuse to heal despite placement in a regenerative chamber. Worse still is his psychic destabilization, a permanent, irreversible condition. Currently we maintain him in a stasis pod as long as he remains within. He exists in a persistent vegetative state. Only future intervention may restore him." The doctor's voice carried profo. "So you're saying he's effectively cryogenically suspended, awaiting future medical breakthroughs?" Lin Xi spoke her first words since arriving. "Precisely. But madam, rest assured, given modern scientific advancement, once researchers develop radiation purification technology, Marshal Chu will be among the first rescued." Dr. Wang flushed, aware he offered hollow reassurance. A promise repeated to countless families. "Then tell me, could natural flora save him?" Yun Ci gently tugged Lin Xi's sleeve and asked. "Theoretically, yes. But contemporary flora is saturated with radiation, which would exacerbate his internal contamination. Even if his psyche stabilized, residual radiation would prove fatal." The doctor answered honestly. "Then, if flora existed free of radiation, would that change things?" Lin Xi pressed urgently. Those strangers bound only by marriage duty demanded she attempt his salvation. Guided less by sentiment than by the scars etched across his body, battle-won honors earned through sacrifice. He was a national hero, worthy of rescue both morally and justly. Madam, stasis in the regenerative pod remains optimal. When how to take care of him? Lin Xi frowned and asked, for she was about to go on a mission. How could she possibly have the time to be at the hospital around the clock? This thought only stirred a wave of irritation within her. She had said time and again that they shouldn't have married, and now look, she didn't even know the man, yet when something happened he ended up in her care. Didn't he have any other family? "It's quite simple," the doctor said with a smile. "You just need to give him an injection of anti-atrophy medication every day. Of course, if a family can't afford the medication, they can choose to massage him to prevent muscle atrophy. Additionally, you must inject a nutrient solution daily to prevent bodily damage." "Wait, he's been frozen. How can there be bodily damage or atrophy?" Lin Xi was somewhat speechless. Didn't TV shows always depict that after freezing the heart stops, and all cells lose their activity? Why would these things still be needed? "Madam, what we call freezing is merely a figure of speech. It isn't actual freezing. We've only sealed his consciousness because if we hadn't, he wouldn't be able to endure the pain," Dr. Wang said helplessly. "If a person could be truly frozen and then awakened at will, that wouldn't be a person at all. So you're saying he's just become a vegetable? Then what's the point? Does he have to stay in your hospital for recuperation?" Lin Xi was utterly speechless. This doctor always spoke half a truth. "It's not exactly like that," Dr. Wang observed Lin Xi, and continued, "but for a marshal like him, we still recommend staying in the hospital for recuperation. Only one family member needs to be here to accompany him." Before Lin Xi could speak, Yun Ci made the decision. "No need, we'll take him home to care for him. His daughter often went out on missions. How could she have the time to stay at home or in the hospital to take care of someone? Only by bringing him back could they help look after him." "Madam, it's not that we don't want you to take the marshal home, but as you can see, the marshal will be in a recuperation pod and requires daily injections. This is not something that can be done at home, and our hospital doctors do not provide outside consultations." Dr. Wang's tone had turned cold. He felt that this young lady simply didn't want to take care of the marshal, having married him and enjoyed the benefits of BN. Lin Xi was slightly taken aback. "What business is it of yours? Besides, we came as soon as we received the notice. We didn't delay. No one told us how he was injured. Since you said his condition doesn't necessarily require staying in the hospital, why are you stopping me from taking him home?" Lin Xi was also growing angry. She had been feeling stifled lately. After all, right after returning from a mission, she was told she had a husband, was married. That made her angry and irritated. They had agreed to live their own lives, but now he was lying here half dead. She had admiration for soldiers, but that was just admiration, or it didn't mean she had to fully accept him. "I'm not stopping you from just stating facts. You say you'll move everything back, but when it comes to injecting the medicine, can you do it? Or can your family do it?" Dr. Wang calmed down, but was still irate. "Don't you have nurse robots in your hospital?" Lin Xi rolled her eyes. "Sell me one, and give me 3 months worth of the medications. If I need more after 3 months, I'll call, and you can send them. As for the recuperation pod, either rent it or sell it to us. In short, I'll buy everything the marshal needs, okay?" She was inwardly calculating whether the 10 billion star credits in the man's brain computer could cover all this. Just then a group of soldiers arrived, all grim-faced and sorrowful, and walked straight into the doctor's office. The lead blue general said to Dr. Wong, "Dr. Wong, I heard the marshal's wife is here. We came to see her." "That's her," Dr. Wong said, pursing her lips at Lin Xi with displeasure. "Marshal's wife, we're sorry. The marshal became like this, saving us," the general said. Lin Xi looked at him and said, "Enough, I don't understand battlefield matters. If he was willing to save you, it means he values you to some." Seeing Lin Xi's stubbornness, Dr. Wong angrily wanted to leave. Lin Xi knew she still had ulterior motives and didn't want to indulge her. This was the first time she had met her nominal husband, who she hadn't even enjoyed any privileges of being the marshal's wife, yet she was already being treated arrogantly. "If you leave, I'll go to Director Zhao to prescribe the medication. You just said that the patient's family can decide whether to stay for treatment or go home. I've made my choice, but you haven't discharged me." Lin Xi's calm voice came from behind Dr. Wong, who was about to walk out the door. She stopped in her tracks, took a deep breath, and said, "I'll do it now." Blue General and the others were completely baffled. They could see the discord, but why? Previously, Dr. Wong had been a gentle and kind doctor, always gentle with patients' families. Why was she treating the marshal's wife like this? And the marshal's wife looked so young, not like someone with strong combatability yet. Lin Xi picked up the prescription without even glancing at the crowd, leading Lin Xi toward the payment counter, then paused halfway, asking, "Are you his soldiers?" "Yes, ma'am." General Lin stepped forward to answer. "Then please help us tidy up and arrange a spaceship to take us back. You should know that ordinary ships cannot enter the military district," Lin Xi said, having learned this fact only during this trip. "Understood, ma'am." General Lin thought helplessly as Lin Xi walked away without looking back. The marshal's wife was more adept at commanding people than the marshal himself, yet she had a point. "Let's go, we need to pack the marshal's things now." "You're quite obedient, huh?" Dr. Wong remarked, irritated by their demeanor. "Dr. Wong, we understand your concern for the marshal's injury, but as all doctors say, given the current conditions, you cannot heal the marshal. Since it's futile to wait in the hospital, why must the marshal's wife remain here? You must remember she is still a young girl. Confining her to the ward is hardly a solution." General Lin expressed his thoughts, knowing that no one would want to wait in an unfamiliar place for an uncertain hope. Many, like the marshal, were ultimately taken home by their families to recuperate. It was only natural, as everyone needed to live. After saying this, General Lin chose to remain silent, hoping Dr. Wong would come to understand. "Or do you need to change it?" What General Lin did not say was that this recovery pod was obviously a new model and appeared very new, likely just unboxed for the marshal's use. He had no idea that Dr. Wong hadn't submitted a request for a recovery pod, but rather provided a purchase invoice, clearly mistaking it for this new model. "Take a look, you all pack the other things first, and later we can see which model the marshal's wife wants," Dr. Wong said, helplessly, actually wanting to see Lin Xi's embarrassment, hoping she wouldn't be able to afford it. "Oh, this can still be chosen." General Lin was a bit shocked. New recovery pods are typically not available for external borrowing, yet the conditions seem surprisingly good now. Dr. Wong sighed. Lin Xi quickly arrived, asking, "Are you done packing? Can we go?" "Ma'am, it's like this recovery pod is new. We wanted to ask if you prefer this model or the previous one." General Lin hadn't expected the marshal's wife to act so quickly and hurriedly stepped forward to inquire. Lin Xi walked over to see the recovery pod, where Chu Xiao lay. It looked like a bed wrapped in a cocoon, glowing with blue light. She noticed the controls above, which had many options, including sterilization and blue light treatments. Surprisingly, it even had projects for treating diseases from tumors and cancers to minor deficiencies of trace elements, although medication would also be required, necessitating the use of energy stones. The older models lacked such intelligence and had far fewer functions. For example, the freezing function that Chu Xiao needed was absent. "Let's move this one." Lin Xi pointed directly at the recovery pod where Chu Xiao was lying. Dr. Wong, having waited for so long, without seeing Lin Xi create a scene or complain, was startled when Lin Xi ordered them to move the items. She rushed to the recovery pod to check, growing anxious. "How can you do this? This is a new recovery pod. Do you have the right to take it?" Dr. Wong spoke urgently, causing General Lin and the others to blush. They knew that enjoying such a recovery pod in the hospital was already quite good, but applying to move it home was genuinely impossible. However, since the marshal's wife ordered them to move it, they thought everything was clear. Moreover, hadn't Dr. Wong just said they would discuss it when the lady returned? Lin Xi remained silent, took out the payment receipt, and carefully compared it to the model of the machine she purchased, confirming everything matched. With a calm expression, she waved her hand, saying, "Move it. Didn't you hear what I just said? If you dare to move it, I will report you immediately." Dr. Wong exclaimed, rushing to block her. "Dr. Why do you have some sort of memory issue? If you have a memory issue, you shouldn't be prescribing medicine to people lest you delay a minor illness or cause serious harm." "Lin," she said, no longer looking at Dr. Wong. "Are you cursing me?" Dr. Wong's face was filled with anger. Lin Xi felt somewhat speechless, her hands itching to act. After taking a deep breath, she was about to speak, when Lin Xi stepped forward and shielded her. Why are you acting so fierce? If you scare my Lin Xi, I'll make sure you regret it. Isn't that recovery pod the one you provided us with? Now that we want to move it, you're denying us. Who do you think you are? I did provide the invoice, but the costs listed are not small. Dr. Wang hadn't expected Lin Xi to bring up the invoice, noticing General Lan look at her with confusion, causing her to break out in a sweat. Normally, she wouldn't have the authority to sell hospital medical equipment. Our recovery pods were not nurse robots and belonged to the hospital. However, applying on behalf of Chu Xiao could be approved. It could have been resolved peacefully, but now it had escalated into this situation because of her stubbornness. Dr. Wang's face turned pale as she realized if this went higher up, she would surely face consequences. The hospital wouldn't dare challenge Chu Xiao and his family, leaving only herself to bear the brunt. With this thought, she wished she could faint on the spot. Lin Xi no longer looked at her and directly addressed General Lan and the others, who quickly bowed their heads and got to work. 10 minutes later, Lin Xi and her group were seated in the military spaceship heading back to Wanuta Star. Hurry up! Can you even pilot a space? Chu Yi, having just disembarked from the spaceship, rushed to the guard post. We are the family of Marshal Chu Xiao. We received word that he was injured and wanted to see him. Hello, this is a military zone. No unauthorized personnel allowed, the guard said sternly. I told you I am Marshal Chu's sister. Let me in, Chu Yi said with some annoyance. Miss, I am only responsible for the post. I will only let you in if someone comes to receive you. You blockhead. My brother is already injured and hospitalized. Who would come to receive me? Chu Yi felt utterly exasperated. She wanted to lose her temper, but she knew the guard was telling the truth. After thinking for a moment, she directly opened her light brain. Hey Chi Ming, I heard my brother was injured. I'm now stopped at the military district gate. Can you come get me? Chu Yi thought that although Chi Ming was a technical staff, he also lived in the military district, so calling him should be fine. You're looking for Chu Xiao? I want to tell you Chu Xiao's injury this time is very serious. I just received news that your sister-in-law has already gone to see him. Let me first ask the hospital about it, Chi Ming said after some thought. Alright, you ask first. I mainly want to go see him. Chu Yi's voice had a sobbing tone. 5 minutes later, the light brain sounded. It rang only once before Chu Yi answered. Second sister, listen to me, don't worry. I just talked to the doctor. Your sister-in-law has already taken your brother home. They are no longer in the military district. Going to the hospital now is useless. Chi Ming's voice sounded weary. He had been squatting on the dark web all night. He was not only the person in charge of dark web maintenance, but also the one who purchased fresh vegetables and fruits from Lin Xi's family on the dark web. The military district had learned that every day an unknown person would list a batch of natural plants, but they would be sold out immediately upon listing. So the military district had assigned finance to calculate the maximum daily transaction amount for Lin Xi, and then transferred the money to him every day, allowing him to snatch the produce at the first apporto. My sister-in-law took him home. Chu Yi's voice suddenly turned sharp. Then go home and see him, Chi Ming said, about to hang up, when Chu Yi's voice came again. My sister-in-law took Big Brother home because he woke up and wasn't badly injured, or because he was so badly injured that she already given up on treatment. Chu Yi's voice trembled. Second sister. You'll know when you go back, Chi Ming said after a brief silence. Chu Yi felt her heart heavy. Gu Hong, who was beside her, had heard the conversation and knew that his brother-in-law must be in serious condition. He quickly walked over. Xiao, you don't get agitated. Let's go back now and see how Big Brother is. If he can be saved, we will definitely save him. The two hastily boarded the spaceship back to Dida Star. Lin Xi and Lin Xi hurriedly boarded the spaceship to Wanuta Star. On the ship, Lin Xi couldn't help complaining to Lin Xi. Mom, see how troublesome marriage is. I don't even know him, and now it's costing me so much money. General Lan, as the escort in charge, had been following all along, and naturally heard Lin Xi's words. He couldn't help frowning, but said nothing. Cici, it's okay. We're not short of that money, Lin Xi comforted. Mom, your words don't console me, Lin Xi said with a helpless expression. She glanced at the medical pod. I didn't expect this thing to be so expensive, General Lan asked incredulously. Yes, I bought it. Didn't Dr. Wang say Chu Xiao can't do without? So I bought it, Lin Xi said, puzzled. Such a simple question. How else would she have brought it back? Marshal's wife, you are really rich. We usually apply to rent or borrow one. It's rare to see someone buy one like you, General Lan exclaimed. He had thought she was unwilling to save the marshal, but now it seemed she liked him so much that she would spend so much. Lin Xi said nothing. She had already understood from his words that she was clearly being targeted specifically by Chu Xiao's attending physician. Since she knew she wouldn't pretend it didn't exist. She had originally thought that since he was injured for the people, she would consider it a gift. But now it turned out like this, so he would have to pay for it himself. He could go to the hospital to get the money back. Her money was hard-earned, not from the wind. A few hours later, Lin Xi finally arrived at her estate. As soon as she arrived, she called robots to help move things. Madam, let us help you carry the mar. Today I can't invite you in to sit. No need, no need. We'll be going then. Please take good care of the Marshal, General Lon said, and quickly boarded the spaceship. Watching the ship leave Lin, she sighed in relief. Ding host, a new mission has arrived. Please open the system panel to check. Before she even entered the house, she heard the system's voice. She had almost forgotten its existence after not hearing it for a few days. She returned to her room and placed Chu Xiao in the room next to hers. She had originally wanted to check on Chu Xiao's injuries, but recalling the system's voice, she decided to look at the mission first. System panel name Lin Xi, gender female. Actually, there's no need to emphasize this ability's purification. LV5 LV9 upgradable space. LV5 LV9 upgradable skills. Illusory domain. Spatial blade. Spatial storm. Spatial lock. Spatial teleport. Purified demon. Clear. Evil backpack. Click to view safe cabin. 55 max level merit. 80 current mission. Go to world. Do you know which world this mission is in? Lin Xi frowned and asked. I don't know, came the reply. This mission's objective is anything I collect on my own. Could it be that this world is so difficult that they've given up specifying targets? There's no need to specify items, but why only 1 month? In a month you can't gather anything good, Lin Xi murmured to herself, unsure whether she was speaking to the system or to herself. Host, are you overthinking? Perhaps this mission just wants you to have some fun. You humans are really strange, always making things so complicated, the system said, feeling its CPU nearly overheating. It couldn't understand why its host after so many missions still couldn't adapt to the main system's arbitrary style. The main system was known for its capriciousness. I'm not overthinking. You have to know little uncle and I are doing this mission together. Would they give such a low difficulty task to 2 people? Lin Xi stated, firmly, nodding emphatically to emphasize her point. The system, seeing her seriousness, was almost convinced. Actually, I do know some inside information. I heard someone complain to the main system saying that their rewards clearly stated merit, but earning merit in those worlds was incredibly difficult. Just like you in the previous 2 worlds, even though you were doing good deeds, you were still suppressed by the heavenly Tao, suffering greatly. Didn't I mention that several Sist? CC, dinner's ready. Yun Sis' voice called from downstairs. Coming, she replied. Descending the stairs, she saw the table laden with sumptuous dishes, and everyone was already seated. Lin Xi quietly relayed the system's mission and asked Lin Ti if he had any news. I received the notification to little niece. Do you know which world we're going to? Lin Ti whispered. Probably not. Wait and see, Lin Xi said simply. Oh, by the way, Cici, have you gone to see Chu Xiao? Yin Ci asked after finishing his meal. Cici, do you want to go check on him? He'll go after eating. Nothing should delay the mission. After the meal, Lin Xi went upstairs. As she reached her room, she remembered their suggestion to visit Chu Xiao, so, instead of entering her own room, she went to the adjacent one. I've come to see you, Chu Xiao, she said, regardless of whether he could hear. She then erected a space barrier to prevent the radiation inside the medical pod from leaking out. Once everything was set, she opened the pod. The dense radiation inside made her frown. Using her spiritual power, she examined his condition. Chu Xiao's sea of consciousness was in violent turmoil, and even in the pod with the freeze mode activated, his brows were tightly knit. His body bore terrible injuries from an explosion, wrapped up like a mummy. The radiation levels exceeded human tolerance, though slightly less severe than Lin Ti's had been. But Lin Ti's spiritual power had erupted due to radiation, while Chu Xiao's was from overexertion combined with radiation. It was a, how is he, Cici? Lin Yi, knowing she had gone to check Chu Xiao's condition, asked anxiously as she came down. His injuries are worse than little uncle's were. They're twofold: external burns covering most of his body and internal damage from spiritual power exhaustion that allowed radiation to invade his brain and trigger spiritual power turmoil. Lin Xi sighed. I've cleansed the radiation from his body and given him 2 drops of spirit spring water to ease his external wounds. I can't do more. It's okay. Well, leave the rest to fate. He's our son-in-law in name, but we've done enough. After all, you 2 haven't even met since getting the marriage certificate. You don't even know what he looks like, do you? Lin Yi asked with a smile. He's wrapped like a mummy. I don't have X-ray vision, Lin, she said helplessly. It was strange how in this interstellar era marriage certificates didn't even have photos. The Civil Affairs Bureau actually marriage certificates do have photos, but yours is an exception because your husband is a military marshal. His face is classified. All right. You must be tired from treating him. Go rest now. Yin Ci handed her a glass of juice. Mom, I noticed the medical pod has a feeding function and a slot. Have Chi-Chi take care of him, giving him a glass of juice or vegetable juice every day. The plants from our farm can ease spiritual power turmoil. Lin, she said quickly, seeing the juice in Yun Si's hand. All right, I'll do that. Are you leaving again? Yun Ci had a premonition from her daughter's words. Lin, she nodded slowly, confirming her suspicion. Don't worry, little uncle is with me. Before I go, we'll purify the remaining piece of land. Lin, she said, smiling at Yun Ci, and headed to the yard. Meanwhile, Chu Yi, who had rushed to the Imperial Capital Star for several hours, was exhausted. Upon arriving home, she asked the robot butler and learned that her elder brother had never returned to the imperial capital Star. She felt a pang of regret. Of course they had just gotten married and were strangers, so he wouldn't know where they're home. Uncle, are you ready? Lin Xi smiled at Lin T. I'm ready. As soon as I heard the system notification about a mission, I started preparing. I even left half of the supplies from those 2 days of dark web trading behind, just in case we are transported to a barren place. Though I've stored some nutritional liquid who would want to eat that when they can have real food. I even had a robot make me a batch of solar-powered cooking utensils, and I've got plenty of pots and bowls, but they're all made of alloy. You know the soil quality in the interstellar world. Those old noble families in the Empire might still collect some ancient Earth kitchenware, but we have to make do with alloy. Lin T lamented, recalling the exquisite dishes he saw in the library, and wishing he could dig them out of the books. Lin Xi looked at his expression in disbelief, knowing she had collected some kitchenware from before the apocalypse in her space. Exquisite dishes were certainly among them. I have what you mentioned gathered from previous missions in other worlds. If you like, I can bring some out, she said, realizing that the dining utensils at home had always been alloy without any ceramics. With that thought, she hurried into the kitchen, waved her hand, and said, Uncle, can you not act like that? You've been on missions with me. Haven't you stayed in my wooden cabin? The utensils there are like these, aren't they? Lin Xi couldn't help but roll her eyes. Lin T then remembered the joke he made the first time he used those utensils. I didn't stay in that wooden cabin for long. It was just because I had to avoid people. I had to be cautious about everything. All right, since you're ready, let's set off, Lin Xi said as she took a note from her space and pressed it down on the dining table before opening the system panel to initiate the mission. After a wave of dizziness and a sensation of weightlessness, she felt that the air around her was refreshingly clear. They must have arrived at their destination. She opened her eyes to find herself in a mountainous forest with a corner of fabric not far away that looked identical to Lin T's. She lightened her footsteps and approached, only to find Lin T sprawled out on the grass, sound asleep, and she coo. Uncle, uncle, she called out while gently nudging Lin T. He stirred a few times, confused, and then woke up. Where are we? Lin T's first words were this. Lin Xi felt a bit speechless. He still remembered they had come to another world. She thought he had slept so soundly that he had forgotten everything. I don't know either. Oh, I just woke up too. How about we find a place to settle down here before going out to gather information? Lin Xi pondered and replied. Sure, since you're in charge, I'll just follow you and do what you say. Lin T, of course, was happy to not have to think. The two of them found a relatively flat area to set up the wooden cabin, and Lin Xi activated its defensive feature before preparing to seek out people for information. She released her spiritual energy, accurately perceiving their current location as a connected mountain range. They were on a relatively flat area halfway up the slope, and there was a small path about 1 kilometer to their left that was nearly invisible. If it were an ordinary person, they would not have noticed it was a path, but she could see it with her spiritual energy. The path was actually over 1 meter wide, but the surrounding vegetation was too dense with branches extending over the path, making the dirt road completely hidden. Uncle, let's head that way. There's a path down the mountain. Lin Xi said, taking the lead towards the left, and Lin T quickly followed her. Lin Xi took out a machete from her space, specially made for situations like this where they needed to clear a path. As they descended the mountain, they inevitably encountered some small game, like wild chickens and rabbits, which Lin Xi collected. After 2 hours, they finally reached the foot of the mountain, where the season was bustling with agricultural activity. Observing the thriving scene, Lin Xi felt that this world was indeed a place for her to enjoy, as it appeared to be a peaceful era. As they swaggered through preparing to ask someone for directions, they were suddenly surrounded by a group of elderly men and women. Who are you? How did you come down from the mountain? We don't have anyone like you in our commune, one of them said, scanning them up and down. From their expressions, Lin Xi sensed something was off. The clothes they wore were quite out of place for the time. These elderly folks were dressed like rural people from the 60s and 70s, while she and Lin T were in thermal suits that looked distinctly interstellar. This could easily raise suspicions. Excuse me, sir and madam, we are just a nephew and aunt who have just come down from the mountain. For some reasons our family took us up there, and we haven't come down since. Recently we saw some people going up the mountain to hunt, so we thought it might be different now, and we decided to come down to take a look. Lin Xi thought that since they were dressed like they were from the 60s and 70s, perhaps saying this would yield some information. CC, weren't we supposed to go down the mountain to take a look? Why are we heading back now? Only when they reached a deserted area did Lin T finally speak up. My dear uncle, our current disguises are too eye-catching. We should go back and tidy ourselves up a bit, at least to fit the style of this era. As for the household registration book, they'll figure it out. We're only staying for a month anyway. Lin Xi gave Lin T a glare, thinking that her uncle must be a complete fool. Dad said he was a notorious playboy from the imperial capital, but after thinking for so long, I found him to be nothing more than a bookworm particularly obsessed with history. Lin T scratched his head, feeling that Lin Xi's words were indeed true, and he stopped talking, awkwardly following behind her. Lin Xi also fell silent, focusing intently on the path they had just taken. She had kept a lookout and anticipated that there would definitely be people at the foot of the mountain. If they were discovered while clearing the path, it would be troublesome, so when they were still 400 or 500 meters away from the foot of the mountain, she stopped using the machete and began to feel her way through the bushes. Now if it weren't for her spiritual energy, she wouldn't have been able to find the way back. As they walked halfway, Lin Xi said he wanted to use the restroom, so Lin Xi sat down to wait for him. Hurry up, uncle. By the way, don't linger at the ventilation hole. Lin Xi, you guys can't even handle such a small task. You're truly useless, said the man. We didn't want to. I had my eyes set on that abandoned house planning to clean it up and turn it into our base. Who knew a woman would suddenly show up to snatch the place from me, replied the woman. Does that woman know who she is dealing with? The name sounds familiar, I just don't know where I've heard it before. Really? Can't you deal with a little girl? Don't worry, you'll take care of her. Before that, you also have to find those things on this mountain and transport them to that house. When the boss arrives, we can move them out. The boss only gave us 3 months, and we can't be too conspicuous while searching. Once we find them, we'll have to move them down slowly, which won't be easy. So we must act cautiously. Until we find the items, do not contact anyone else. The woman's voice was low, steeped in authority. I think we should contact them. Having more people makes it easier to search. Just the 2 of us. I've heard there are tigers, black bears, and wolves in the mountains. If we encounter one, we won't survive. The man disagreed with the woman's plan. I know having more people would speed things up, but you must understand the more people there are, the bigger the commotion. The back mountain connects to several villages. We can't risk being spotted by those picking up firewood or hunting. That would complicate things even further, the woman sighed. They might fail to complete the task within the allotted time, but they absolutely could not expose their purpose. Fine, you call the shots. Humph, those little guys are getting a bargain. The man's voice carried envy. Everything is for the Empire. We are not contacting them now to avoid revealing their identities. By not using them now, they can remain deeper undercover. The woman's eyes glimmered with a cunning light. I understand. All right, let's not talk about it anymore. Remember to settle things at the youth point early, the man said before leaping away into the woods. The woman looked around and slow. No, I won't. If you have any tasks, please instruct me. Lin Xi stood straight and said playfully. The system says we are here to play, but you should know even if the rewards are small now that we are in this world, we still need to earn what we're entitled to. Don't you think? Of course, Lin Xi said earnestly. Even if it's something unnecessary, having it is better than not having it at all. That's the reasoning, so we have to gather something to show for it. If we come back empty-handed, it would definitely be unqualified, and unqualified means no rewards. I just overheard the villagers at the foot of the mountain. This area should be considered northern. Northern is great. The weather is pleasantly mild now, and everything is reviving. There are bound to be good things in the mountains at this time. If we work diligently to gather some mountain delicacies and later head to the seaside to get some seafood, we can present them as our task completion. What do you say? It's up to you, Lin. She looked at Lin Xi. You decide, Lin Xi said with a smile. Anyway, he came here to do manual labor, not expecting to enjoy luxury. But in the star realm, even gathering things wasn't an option. Here he could still get his hands dirty. If he could live stream, he wondered how envious those in the star realm would be. The more he thought about it, the happier he felt. Detected that the host has a strong desire, requesting main system response. Suddenly a voice echoed in Lin Xi's mind, startling him. What does having a strong desire even mean? What did he just say? Hey system, clarify your statement. Lin Xi hurriedly called out. Uncle, what's wrong with you? Lin Xi looked at Lin Xi, puzzled by the sudden statements he made, not understanding what he was saying. It seemed nonsensical. Host, it's nothing. Just now I noticed something off about your uncle, so I accessed the subsystem to check. I didn't expect your uncle was thinking about something nice, so I decided to tease him. The system's voice carried a hint of amusement. What nice thing is he thinking about? Lin Xi also became curious. He is thinking about live streaming the things he gathers in this other world on the Star Network. Don't you think that's a nice idea? It sounds nice in theory, but our current actions are supposed to be secret. He should know better than to think about live streaming with his identity right now. Lin Xi scoffed. She realized she was wrong, as she shouldn't have called him a bookworm. He was just someone who loved to stir chaos. I see that. What do you think that is, eh? Lin Xi was engaged in conversation with the system and didn't notice Lin Xi's actions. Hearing his words, she quickly turned to look, and her expression changed drastically. Lin Xi stopped right there. Lin Xi's words had barely left her mouth when the streak of emerald green shot straight toward Lin Xi's face. Without a second thought, Lin Xi channeled her supernatural ability, unleashing a spatial blade that cleaved the green streak in two. Lin Xi leaped aside in an instant. What? What is this thing? Lin Xi gasped, still shaken. He had initially assumed it was some unfamiliar natural plant, but it could fly and possessed a mouth and a head. Truly terrifying. That's a venomous snake, Lin Xi said, rolling her eyes at him. Though your body has undergone genetic modification and might be immune to all poisons, getting bitten would still be unpleasant, wouldn't it? Lin Xi glared at him. If you don't understand something, don't touch it with your hands. Here, take this and study it when you have time. What is this? Lin Xi flipped through it, finding pictures and text. This is an encyclopedia, Lin Xi explained with a smile. It contains information about various plants and their habits from ancient Earth, as well as animals. Study it well or we might visit many worlds, and it could come in handy. Alright, I'll read it, Lin Xi replied, stowing the book into his dimensional storage device. The two continued deeper into the mountains, bold and fearless. Cece, look at this. What is this? Lin Xi asked. Alright, Lin Xi agreed, thinking his niece was right. They couldn't just take everything they saw. The time was short, and he wanted to enjoy this world properly. After eating, it was 3 o'clock, and they headed further into the mountains. Along the way, they spotted patches of wild persimmons, goji berries, wild jujubes, silly roe deer, wild cattle, and honeysuckle. Whenever Lin Xi encountered a significant quantity of something, she would imprint a spiritual mark on it, allowing her to locate it later with her spiritual sense. They also discovered several wild ginseng plants, Ling Xi mushrooms, and monkey head mushrooms, but they had agreed not to harvest anything today except for a few mushrooms that would spoil if left unpicked. As dusk approached, Lin Xi and Lin Ti prepared to descend the mountain. I never expected such abundant resources here. Lin Ti marveled, his eyes never stopping all afternoon. He wanted everything, but he honored their pact. Well, Northia? Lin Xi asked. Sure. Lin Ti agreed, thinking his niece was right. They couldn't just take everything they saw. The time was short, and he wanted to enjoy this world properly. After eating, it was 3 o'clock, and they headed further into the mountains. Along the way, they spotted patches of wild persimmons, goji berries, wild jujubes, silly roe deer, wild cattle, and honeysuckle. Whenever Lin Xi encountered a significant quantity of something, she would imprint a spiritual mark on it, allowing her to locate it later with her spiritual sense. They also discovered several wild ginseng plants, Ling Xi mushrooms, and monkey head mushrooms, but they had agreed not to harvest anything today except for a few mushrooms that would spoil if left unpicked. As dusk approached, Lin Xi and Lin Ti prepared to descend the mountain. I never expected such abundant resources here. Lin Ti marveled, his eyes never stopping all afternoon. He wanted everything, but he honored their pact. While northeastern China has always been known for knocking down roe deer with a stick and scooping up fish with a gourd ladle, but I'm not sure if this is the Northeast I know, Lin Xi said, eyeing the bounty with longing. The apocalypse had long since wiped out such riches, and the interstellar era had nothing comparable. She felt a pang of frustration. Why couldn't she have been? Lin Ti proposed. Sounds good, Lin Xi replied. Maybe this time the system won't set any mission objectives. Before the apocalypse, she had read countless novels. Palace intrigue, warlord chaos, 1970s and 80s era story, science fiction. She loved them all. As she thought, a flash of light streaked through her mind, vanishing before she could grasp it. The next morning, they rose early and headed straight for the honeysuckle. Taking advantage of the morning, they collected the buds and half-open flowers. The fragrance of honeysuckle lingered around them. Lin Xi closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and exhaled. See, these flowers are truly fragrant. If you hadn't told me they were honeysuckle, I wouldn't have known. The library has descriptions of honeysuckle, but due to the passage of time, there are no pictures left. We only memorized its characteristics. Many people try to draw honeysuckle, but you have no idea how many different versions exist, Lin Ti said, while picking flowers, chatting with Lin Xi. Really? Are those drawings any good? Lin Xi asked with interest. Lin Xi grew curious. Good? You have no idea. Since coming to this other world with you and seeing these natural plants, I've realized that the aesthetic sense of interstellar people is truly unique. Before I saw these real plants, I didn't find anything wrong with their drawings. They were just as they were, based on imagination, true or false. But after seeing the real thing, I feel those drawings are just what you used to call dog shit. Uncle, is that an exaggeration? Lin Xi didn't believe it. In her mind, even the ugliest drawings by Earth children still had a touch of cuteness. I knew you wouldn't believe me. It's just that you've never been to school, and your uncle is now considered dead. My light brain had photos from before, but now it's not mine anymore and my account is gone. Lin Ti's voice trailed off, his mood sinking. Alright, uncle, don't be ungrateful. If others had the choice, I think they'd rather be a dead man like you than live a life of drinking nutrient fluids and going out to fight monsters every day. Just look at the one in my house, Lin, she said, not knowing how to comfort people but adept at comparisons. Lin Ti felt his niece was trying to console him, or so he thought, but he didn't feel comforted at all. What was Chu Xiao? He was a war god, the marshal of their empire. And what was he? Was there any comparison? With that thought, Lin Ti secretly rolled his eyes at Lin's eyes back. The two had a simple lunch of packed steamed buns and dumplings, drank some spiritual spring water to replenish their energy, and then continued picking honeysuckle. Lin Xi even summoned Xiaobai, Zile, Xiaolan, and Xiaohong to help with the picking. When Lin Ti saw these 4 mechas, his eyes nearly popped out. Uncle, wipe your drool. Those are mechas, not women, Lin, she said with a roll of her eyes. I wasn't drooling. I know they're mechas. Do you think I'm that shallow, just interested in women? Have you ever checked if your uncle had any scandals before? I know they're mechas, but I've never seen this type on the market. What multifunctions do they have? They look the same size as us. How do you get in and operate them? Lin Xi wasn't upset by Lin Xi's words, he was just curious about this novelty. These mechas are AI-powered and don't require human piloting. Of course you can operate them manually if you want. They can grow larger or smaller. Unlike the mechas on the market, these are elemental mechas. Xiaohong is fire element, Xylv is wood element, Xiaobai is light element, and Xiaolan is water element. Xiaobai also has ice element in snowy conditions. I'm not entirely sure about the details, I just got them and haven't studied them thoroughly, only used them a few times, Lin Xi explained. How did you get them? Lin Xi was curious. My mother said they were given by my grandfather. Newly developed, not yet on the market, Lin Xi replied, feeling there was no harm in sharing. Does your sister-in-law have such a big background? She can even get new mechas. Lin Xi muttered, making a mental note to curry favor with his sister-in-law from now on. With the 4 mechas joining an efficiency soared. By nightfall they had finished picking all the honeysuckle, and Lin Xi even dug up a few saplings. Back at the wooden house they had dinner, but neither Lin Xi nor Lin Xi felt sleepy, thanks to the spiritual spring water they had consumed. Oh my dear niece, we can't sleep, and it's dark. Are we just going to watch TV in the living room? Lin Xi asked. Indeed, the wooden house had been upgraded to a villa, though Lin Xi still called it a wooden house. Inside it was exactly like a top-tier modern villa equipped with interstellar high-tech. Lin Xi summed it up as a super villa combining the latest ancient Earth civilization villa and interstellar technology. As for TV signals, Lin Xi didn't know, but somehow the TV worked inside the wooden house. If you can't sleep, get up and work, Lin Xi suddenly said, recalling that during the morning picking they had initially only picked the buds, then later the flowers. Clearly the honeysuckle trees had been stripped bare. Do what? Lin Xi was puzzled. Were you thinking of going out to collect more under the cover of night? What are you thinking? We need to sort the honeysuckle into 3 categories: buds half open and fully open. It might be too much for just the 2 of us, so I'll summon Xiaobai and the others, Lin Xi said, releasing the mechas. Instantly the courtyard was brightly lit, and 2 humans and 4 mechas tirelessly sorted the flowers. The scene felt familiar to Lin Xi. It reminded her of her first world, where she collected during the day and processed at night. She remembered how busy she had been then, afraid she wouldn't complete her first mission. Fortunately she met Eagle. She wondered how they were doing now. At 2 a.m. they finally finished sorting. Lin Xi roughly calculated about 120 gene of buds grade 1, 150 gene of half buds grade 2, and over 200 gene of fully open flowers grade 3. Considering they had stripped the entire honeysuckle grove, this yield wasn't much. Let's rest for a while, we have other things to collect tomorrow, Lin Xi said as she walked into the ville. There are fish. We'll catch some for eating or to complete the mission, Lin Xi replied, without looking up, still scanning the water. Fish. Like the braised fish your sister-in-law made last time. His mouth watered at the thought of Yin Sis braised fish. Something like that, but not exactly. Don't interrupt. Cast the net, Lin Xi said. She knew she wasn't skilled enough to do like in the movies, finding a stick to become the fish's nemesis. So she used a small fishing net, honestly. At first no fish were visible. But as soon as the net was placed, Lin Xi dripped 2 drops of diluted spiritual spring water into the stream. In the span of a breath, fish of all sizes, big and small, swam out from among the rocks, trying to get into the net. There were even crabs. Lin Xi seized the moment and called Lin Xi to haul the net up. It was surprisingly heavy. There were carp, silver carp, sturgeon, and salmon. Lin Xi, who had initially shown little interest in fishing, was now thrilled by the abundant catch. Without waiting for Lin Xi's instruction, he took the net and cast it again. Again 2 drops of spiritual spring water, again a full net. On the 3rd cast, just as Lin Xi was about to lower the net, Lin Xi stopped him. Is that all? After handing in the mission, there won't be much left, Lin Xi protested unwillingly. Let's move to another spot. We've already caught the big ones from this place, Lin Xi said with a roll of her eyes, as if she didn't know. There were about 300 gene of fish in this area. Since they were here, they might as well round it up. And so they never cast the net more than 3 times in the same spot. In total they cast 8 times, netting about 1500 gene of fish. As they followed the stream downstream, they discovered a pool, not very large, visible at a glance, about the size of a fish pond. They cast the net there too, and unexpectedly all the fish were huge, weighing 7 or 8 gene each. Should we come back tomorrow? Lin Xi asked, still wanting more, but it was already dark. The forest was dangerous at night, and even with weapons it wasn't worth the risk. Depends on our collection schedule, Lin Xi replied, satisfied with the past 2 days' harvest. The system in her mind was urging her to collect more. Apparently it had taken a liking to the fish here. That night the 2 of them, along with the 4 mechas, began sorting the fish by species. On the 3rd day the 2 of them woke up early, drinking the water from the spiritual spring, before heading out ready for another energetic day. Cici, what shall we do today? Lin Xi looked at the forest ahead, eager to start. Uncle, let's go mushroom picking today. It rained last night, though not heavily. The air on the mountain is moist, and I can already smell the mushrooms, Lin Xi suggested. I think we shouldn't set our goal on just mushroom picking, we should gather other things too. If we see mushrooms along the way, or while collecting other things we can pick them up. The rain last night wasn't heavy, so there shouldn't be too many mushrooms. Lin Xi thought for a moment and replied. Hearing Lin Xi's words she felt tempted by the idea of chicken stew with mushrooms. You're right, uncle. Let's go gather hazelnuts. I saw a sizable hazelnut grove when we explored the other day. Although I don't know what a hazelnut is, if you say there's a grove it must be considerable. Let's go gather hazelnuts. Lin Xi, who had never heard of hazelnuts and had never seen them, believed that whatever drew his niece's interest couldn't be ordinary. The two of tea. A woman's panicked voice responded. How I told you long ago not to compete with me for the room. You wouldn't listen. Since you remain obstinate even now and refuse to move out, don't blame me for what happens next. The woman's voice was familiar, and Lin Xi instantly recalled the conversation she heard on the day of her arrival. You would actually want to kill me over a room. Hey, you don't understand. I must have that room, the woman said seriously. Wang Ruoxin, I have given you a chance. I don't want to be your enemy, but you. Wang Ruoxin understood the unspoken implication, but couldn't believe that Yang Shui would want to kill her over a mere room. Help! Help! Knowing that Yang Shui would not let her go, Wang Ruoxin could only cry for help, her eyes filled with despair. Could it be that in this life she was still destined to die young? In her previous life, she died at the hands of Wang Zixin. This time she cut ties with her biased parents, sold her job, and signed up to go to the countryside just to avoid that malicious woman. Wang Zixin was her parents' adopted daughter, adept at feigning innocence. In her past life, she coerced her into giving up her job under the pretense of being ill. Not only that, but she also signed up to go to the harsh lands of the Northwest, and used her fiancé as a stepping stone to bring him back under her name, ultimately leading to his death. She initially thought Wang Zixin liked Cheng Hao Ciyuan, but little did she know that she actually liked Cheng Hao Kun's brother. Wang Zixin caused Cheng Hao Kun's death and had his twin brother take his place in the army, later becoming a high-ranking officer, while she became the officer's wife. When she saw Cheng Hao Kun's brother on TV, she mistakenly believed it was him and thought he. With a loud bang, Wang Ruoxin thought she was dead, but she felt no pain at all. Slowly she opened her eyes to see Yang Shui lying in a pool of blood, not far away, her head having struck a sharp rock. There was no one around, and after a moment's hesitation, she ran down the mountain, contemplating whether she should reveal Yang Shui's situation or call someone to save her. Ultimately, she remembered the menacing face of Yang Shui when she attempted to kill her. She composed herself, straightened her clothes, picked up her backpack, and headed in another direction. Watching her leaving figure, Lin Xi and Lin Xi slowly emerged. Lin Xi touched her chest, feeling as though a needle had pierced it, but that sensation came and went quickly, leaving her with no feelings now. The two walked back to the wooden house in silence. Cici, why did you take action just now? Lin Xi knew that Lin Xi was not one to meddle in others' affairs. It's nothing. I just saw that woman was not a good person and couldn't help but act. Uncle, I was impulsive. Please don't tell Dad and Mom, Lin Xi said, looking at Lin Xi with a pitiful expression. Seeing Lin Xi like this, Lin Xi felt she wasn't lying, and he also thought that woman was indeed no good. His niece was doing the right thing, so it was fine. All right, just make sure to tell me next time you act, Lin Xi said to Lin Xi. I'm worried about your safety. Okay, Uncle, thank you, Lin Xi said with a smile, but as she lowered her head, her brows furrowed. Lin Xi suddenly recalled that this was the voice she had heard before. This woman was likely a spy. From what she had overheard last time, this woman held a higher rank than the man, and both of them had underlings nearby. These two were cautious, unwilling to awaken their hidden agents to avoid being captured all at once. They were not entirely foolish. As for why she intervened today, it was triggered by the name the female spy uttered. When she first heard that name, it felt familiar, yet she could not place it. But in that fleeting moment, it struck her: Wang Ruoxin, the heroine of a historical novel she had read in the apocalypse. In her previous life, she was a pitiful tool, but after being reborn, she decisively cut ties with her family, reclaimed her true love, and followed her husband to an island, where she lived a happy life. What set this novel apart from others was its lack of revenge against the wicked. The heroine did not seek retribution against her sister after rebirth, let alone the Huagua people. The two returned to the cabin. Since they had collected a large amount of hazelnuts that day, Lin Xi asked Lin Xi to have dinner first, then they sorted the harvest in the yard. They had gathered 2,367 gene of hazelnuts. Lin Xi planned to roast and eat the 67 gene within the month, as it would be inconvenient to distribute later. Cici, I'm so sleepy today. He'll go to bed first, Lin Xi said, rubbing her eyes, and went to her room. Lin Xi yawned as well. Yeah, probably because the hazelnuts were so dense on the trees we strained our eyes. I'm sleepy too. Uncle, remember to do the same tomorrow, Lin Xi instructed. Okay, got it, Lin Xi replied before entering her room. Once Lin Xi was inside, the drowsiness vanished from Lin Xi's eyes. She silently teleported beside Yang Shui's body. Yang Shui was dead, no one had come to rescue her, and blood had congealed at the back of her head. Lin Xi closed her eyes, using her spiritual power to sense. Following the hidden tray, as she walked, she kept sensing and finally stopped at the edge of a cliff. These people are indeed cunning, finding such a hidden place, Lin Xi muttered. She had been to the Republic era and knew the cruelty of war. Now in the 1970s, she understood why people believed so strongly in their country. It was a conviction etched into the bones of the Chinese people. Lin Xi probed with her spiritual power and discovered a mechanism on a protruding stone at the cliff's edge. Without using her spiritual power to trace the mechanism's inner workings, she would not have found it. She planned to scout the interior in the afternoon, but she dared not trigger the mechanism, as entering would risk exposure. In her previous world, she had collected the Qianmian, which could transform into any form she desired with mental power, but she knew Yang Shui had been intimate with the men inside. Using her face to swagger in and get groped was out of the question when she had other means. She climbed down She explored further with her spiritual power, finding several rooms. Some were dormitories, some held gold and jewels, and others were filled with tools like shovels and picks. Judging by the situation aside from the outer platform, everything else was man-made. Lin Xi continued deeper. A winding tunnel stretched downward without any rooms along the way. Frowning, she wondered what this meant. She walked slowly down. At 30 meters, she finally encountered an iron door. Probing with her spiritual power, she found the door was half a meter thick. What could be inside? Her brow furrowed tightly. As her spiritual power touched the interior, she felt a chilling, eerie sensation. She stopped and did not enter. Instead, she retreated to the platform, took out paper and pen from her space, closed her eyes, and let her spiritual power unfold. Her hand moved swiftly, and soon she had drawn the entire underground path, including the number of guards, the contents of each room, and the location of every mechanism. After finishing, she looked at the complex map in her hand, and wondered how Wang Ruoxin had managed to escape from such a place. And how did she remember such a complicated layout? Was it truly the protagonist's halo? Ruoxin, why are you up so early today? A fellow sent-down youth from her dormitory asked, seeing Wang Ruoxin already fully dressed and ready to go. And I'm heading to town today. I've already asked the production team leader for leave. I'll take my leave now, otherwise I'll miss the ox cart. With a smile, Ruoxin slung her olive green canvas bag over her shoulder and dashed out of the sent-down youth compound. And only after she had run some distance did she press a hand to her chest, where her heart still fluttered wildly. That morning, upon waking, her hand had instinctively reached beneath her pillow, as it always did, only to encounter an unfamiliar texture. Startled, she snatched her hand back beneath the thin quilt, and by its faint translucence glimpsed a thick slip of paper clutched in her palm. Such an object could never have been hidden beneath her pillow before. She stole a glance at it, and recoiled as if stung, squeezing her eyes shut. After 2 deep breaths, she dressed and washed with practiced calm, then sought the tea. I'd meant to phone you, but only remembered upon stepping into the post office that you'd already boarded the train. I didn't know what else to do. What's wrong? Has something upset you? Or has fieldwork exhausted you? Cheng Haozuen's gaze locked onto her, his eyes shadowed with quiet concern. And Ruoxin wiped away a tear. Let's find somewhere more private. We can't talk here. It's not safe. There's something vital I must tell you. And her grave expression told him this was no trivial matter. Without hesitation, he led her straight to the Armed Forces Department, exchanged a few words with staff there, and secured a private office. And don't worry. The director is an old comrade in arms of mine. This office belongs to him. It's completely secure. Say whatever you need to say. His voice softened like warm rain. And yesterday Yang Shui, a senior sent-down youth at our commune, pulled me deep into the woods while I gathered pig fodder on the mountain. She demanded I surrender the house I currently occupy. Since you're arriving soon, and we'll marry and relocate with your unit, I reasoned I'd only need it briefly, so I refused. Then she turned monstrous. She tried to kill me, just as despair swallowed me whole. I was utterly panicked. Ruoxin's eyes reddened as she spoke. Understandable, given she'd brushed against death's edge and still trembled inwardly. And do you want me to check whether she's alive? No. Just listen to me first, breathe. After returning yesterday, I'd planned to eat dinner and sleep early, but woke far too soon this morning, and discovered this beneath my pillow. She withdrew the slip of paper. The moment I saw it, I rushed to town to call you, only to remember once inside the post office that you'd already be en route. I left early this morning. I couldn't tell whether Yang Shui was still in the dormitory. The house we'd contested remains under renovation. Until recently, we've all lodged at the commune's youth compound. We're scheduled to move out in just a day or two, Ruoxin explained. Before she finished speaking, Haozuen had already unfolded the slip and grew steadily paler with each line he read. And can you make sense of it? He looked up at her. I can't decipher it, but I sense its importance. This smaller map traces the path into the deep mountains from our village. The larger one eludes me entirely, Ruoxin admitted honestly. And good. I'd planned to visit you this afternoon. Had some matters to attend to this morning, but fate brought us together right here at the post office. Here's what we'll do, return home now. I'll come find you later. As for Yang Shui, pretend you know nothing. Rest assured, everything will be all right. All right, Roshin murmured, and astonishingly found herself steadied beneath his unwavering gaze. Yes, she had been the target, not the perpetrator. Even if Yang Shui perished, it would be self-inflicted. Nothing rested on her conscience. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Lin Xi and Lin, she worked with spirited energy. Never imagined wild grapes would thrive so well and taste this good. In these remote mountains, Lin Xi remarked offhandedly. Indeed, they're refreshingly crisp, unlike the cultivated varieties. Today Lin Xi and Lin Xi learned that it was market day, a first for them. Let's take a day off and go to the market together, Lin, she said with a smile. Sure. I haven't tried the unique delicacies of this world yet, Lin Xi replied, licking her lips. Little uncle, with your pitiful display, you should at least act like you're from the general's mansion, not like a refugee, Lin Xi said with a look of disdain at Lin Xi. Lin Xi, don't forget, I'm your little uncle. Are you trying to overturn the heavens with such words? Lin Xi pretended to glare fiercely at Lin Xi. The two of them playfully bickered as they descended the mountain. Upon reaching the ox cart, they watched people pay as they boarded, leaving Lin Xi speechless. She tugged at Lin Xi to leave. Hey, what's wrong? Aren't we taking the cart? I don't want to walk, and you don't want me to drive the hover car, Lin Xi complained while following Lin Xi's lead. Shut up. I don't want to walk either, but do you have any money? Lin Xi's remarks silenced the chatty Lin Xi. We were too optimistic today. This isn't a beast realm where we can trade goods. No, here we can trade, but that's with villagers. If we're going to the town market, most transactions are done with money tickets. In this era, it's not enough to have money, you also need tickets. To buy meat, you need a meat ticket, for clothes a fabric ticket, and for oil an oil ticket. Lin Xi explained why things were this way. Huh. So are you saying that today we will just watch others buy things in the town? Lin Xi felt as though the sky had fallen. This was not what she had imagined. She had come to collect, but she thought she could buy things she liked. Now what should she do? I plan to go to the black market to exchange for some money tickets. Let's go to the town together, wait for me at the town gate, and he'll find you after I exchange it. Since they came to explore this era's market, it was impossible to return empty-handed. Besides, they had to get some money tickets to dine at the legendary station restaurant. How could they return without anything? Can the so-called black market really exchange for money? Lin Xi felt a bit surprised as she didn't expect to have this option here. Lin Xi and Lin Xi parted ways as soon as they arrived at the town. Lin Xi didn't know where the black market was, but she had spiritual energy. She filtered out those who looked unlikely to have money tickets. When her spiritual energy reached a quiet alley, it was not desolate, but rather tranquil, with quite a few people passing through. Lin Xi saw a woman with a basket enter, and after a moment's thought, she took out her own basket, slung it over her shoulder, and casually placed some fruits collected from the end of the world inside. She couldn't bear to part with what she had grown herself or collected from another world. She had watered the plants with spiritual spring water rich in spiritual energy, which would be a loss to trade. The fruits from the other world also contained spiritual energy, albeit in lesser amounts. So she decided to clear out the end-of-world fruits first. Are you buying or selling? Just as she arrived at the entrance, she was stopped by someone. Remembering the novels she had read in her past life, she said, selling. Lin Xi had changed her appearance when coming to the black market, wearing a disguise and a mask. Although she wasn't afraid of being caught, there should always be some sense of ritual in life. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. She intended to enjoy the process. 2 dimes, said the man guarding the entrance, reaching out towards her. Lin Xi was stunned as she had come to exchange things because she had no money. In this situation, how could she find 2 dimes to give him? Well, little brother, could you find your boss? Just tell him I have a deal to discuss. If he isn't interested, I will find someone else. The man looked Lin Xi over. What goods do you have? Not everyone had the privilege to meet their boss. What do you mean by what goods? I have plenty of goods, that just depends on whether your boss can handle them, Lin Xi retorted. Mostly fruits, but I also have some grains. Today I'm here to trade fruits, let me show you some samples. With that, she pulled out 2 big red apples, which were from her end-of-world collection, and several sugar oranges, bananas, and watermelons. The man, initially skeptical, was stunned by the samples in his hands. Wow. Wait. They'll go find the boss right now. He quickly ran off, holding the samples tightly. A few minutes later, hurried footsteps approached. Lin Xi had already seen through her spiritual energy that the earlier man was leading 2 others toward her. Where are they? Where are you, you idiot? Since they gave you the samples, why didn't you let them come in with you? What if they leave? The larger man cursed, seemingly giving the guard a slap on the back of the head. But she was here to sell things. I said it would cost 2 dimes to sell, and she didn't pay, so of course I wouldn't let her in, the man said smugly while trying to take credit. You? Idiot. With so many goods, how could she possibly cheat you out of those 2 dimes? You really are hopeless. The third person accompanying them looked at him in disbelief. Did I make a mistake? The man was flustered. All right, let's find her first. No need to look him right here. I don't know if you're satisfied with the samples I just provided. Lin Xi got straight to the point. After all, Lin Xi was still waiting for her outside. If she delayed any longer, the braised pork at the station restaurant would be gone. What kind of transaction are you thinking of, sister? The man asked casually. Lin Xi nodded internally. He had some guts. Let's make the deal now. Whatever you need I have it, but I only want big Unity tickets and various vouchers. Of course if you can exchange for gold, silver, or jade that would be fine too. Lin Xi thought for a moment. She would need to go to other worlds, and the currency from this world might not be useful elsewhere, but gold, silver, and jade could be used anywhere. I want 2,000 gene of apples, 200 gene of bananas, 500 gene of those small oranges, and a bit more watermelons around 2,000 gene. Do you have that? The black market boss looked Lin Xi in the eyes. I do, but do you have that much money? You've seen my apples, they aren't the droopy ones sold at supply and marketing cooperatives or department stores. Those go for $1 per gene. Ew, I'm offering them at $2 per gene. Bananas are $1 per gene, watermelons are 50 cents per gene, and small oranges are also $1 per gene. How does that sound? Lin Xi quoted her prices directly. If they could accept it, they could trade right away. If not, then that was it. She had sensed it with her spiritual energy. There were 2 black markets in this town, one in the east and one in the west, each run by different bosses. All right, deal. When and where will you deliver? How is it, CC? Did you exchange the money notes? Watching Lin Xi approach, Lin T quickly stepped forward and asked. Not yet. I was going to exchange some, but since we're going to visit other places later anyway, I thought I might as well exchange more and make a big haul. Lin Xi didn't hide it from Lin T. That works. Lin T thought his niece made sense. Where are you trading? They'll go with you. No need him wearing 1,000 faces. Lin Xi said, pointing to the broken temple at the foot of the mountain. It's over there. They'll go first. Lin T saw it wasn't far, so he didn't insist. The transaction went surprisingly smoothly. Lin Xi exchanged 4,000 yuan in great Unity notes and old bills, and the remaining 1,000 plus was converted into gold, silver, and jade. Both parties were satisfied with their gains. Big sister, if you have more goods like this in the future, feel free to come to me, the black market boss said with a grin, having obtained what he wanted. After all, these fruits could be sold as special supplies. The apples that cost 2 yuan per caddy here could be resold for 4 yuan. Don't think people in the 1970s were all poor. Ordinary folks were, but those with connections would scramble for apples at 4 yuan per caddy. Lin Xi removed her disguise and dragged Lin T straight to the state-owned restaurant. It was almost 11 o'clock. Any law? Lin T looked at the words on the blackboard. Though he could recognize them, he didn't know what they meant. Lin Xi glanced at the small blackboard. Today's specials: braised pork, pot stewed pork, small wontons. Lin Xi's eyes lit up. It seemed they had just opened. That means we eat whatever is on the blackboard. Nothing else. I'll then order quickly. That blackboard is so small it can only list a few dishes. Really, why didn't they buy a bigger one? Lin T muttered. Lin Xi was speechless. Is that even possible? She quickly shook her head. She was really being dumbfounded by her foolish uncle. Damn it, the blackboard is small and can't list many dishes. They only make these dishes. No matter how big the blackboard, it wouldn't change. Lin Xi ordered everything on the blackboard. The cashier rolled her eyes at her ordering so much. Can you finish all that? Her tone was not good, which made Lin Xi annoyed. She was paying after all, but she still felt uncomfortable. However, following the principle of better to avoid trouble than to court it, she spoke politely. There are many people in my family, and we rarely come to town. I want to bring some back for them to share. She even smiled, but from the corner of her eye she noticed a sign, no beating customers without reason. She felt helpless. The rule of customer as God was completely different in the 1970s. These people had iron rice bowls. If she fought with them, who knew who would suffer? The cashier said nothing more, quickly took the money and tickets, and went to the kitchen to give the order. Lin Xi waited for her number. As dish after dish of meat and vegetables were brought out, the aroma made Lin T drool. Without even greeting Lin Xi, he picked up a bowl and wolfed down several mouthfuls. Lin Xi was speechless. She took out a lunchbox she had collected during the apocalypse. Pa? Lin Xi asked Lin T. Sure, let's go see what specialty goods there are. Don't you ever bring gifts or local products back for your brother and his family when you finish a mission? Lin T asked as he walked. Lin Xi, hearing his question, suddenly realized that she had never brought any special gifts for her parents and younger brother. She always gave them the things she collected, which were mission objectives, not intentionally bought gifts. Thinking of this, she felt that coming to town today was absolutely right. As soon as she entered the department store, Lin Xi was dazzled. All the goods had a vintage feel, but the process was fascinating. People used clips to issue tickets, then threw them to the other side, paid, and then threw them back, finally picking up the items and leaving. Lin Xi took out her liquor tickets and bought a bunch of mitai, stopping only when the clerk said there was a purchase limit. She also bought up the entire counter of White Rabbit creamy candies and Xiaomi strips. As for canned fruit, she didn't like it, so she didn't buy any. She also bought some malted milk powder, a specialty of the era, to taste. She felt that today she had. Dang dang dang. Attention, all villagers. This morning Comrade Wang Jiqing encountered a wolf while gathering grass on the mountain. She escaped and reported to me. Now I'm telling you, the city's armed forces have sent people to hunt the wolves. All men, women, and children in the village do not go up the mountain recently. If you encounter a wolf pack, we are not responsible. I repeat. The broadcast repeated 5 times. Wang Ruoxin, who was cutting pigweed in the field, heard it. Her eyes flickered and she continued cutting pigweed without any change in expression. Not only did we descend from the mountain, but we also bought so many items. Last time the two of us actually came down, and there were several elderly women chatting under the trees. We have been living on the mountain since our ancestors fled from war, but recently the elders in the family have been passing away one by one. Now only the two of us are left. Last time those elderly women mentioned that the liberation has occurred, and people can now take charge of their own lives with no more of those little devils around. Plus the supplies we saved from years ago have all been used up, so we came out to exchange for some usable items. Lin Xi had already thought of an excuse. During the last visit she had chatted with the elderly women in the village, so she wasn't worried about being checked. Sun Wang had heard from his wife a few days ago about a couple dressed strangely, seeming not to know what year it was, and speaking with a different accent. It was probably referring to them. However, with the mountain under strict control, the real reason was known only to him, the team leader, and the accountant. The others had no idea, and he hadn't even told his wife. Now whether or not to let those two in was indeed a problem. To put it plainly, without knowing their identities, he could only judge the TR. Sun Wang asked casually, have you seen or heard anything unusual while living on the mountain? Lin Xi immediately recognized that the team leader was testing her, indicating that her note had reached the right person. Lin Ti was about to respond, but was stopped by Lin Xi's hand. Are the strange sounds you mentioned the howls of wolves? There are such sounds everywhere on the mountain. I heard from the elders that when we first escaped into the mountains we encountered wolves. At that time both sides suffered losses, but later our families settled on the mountain and the wolf packs never came to find us again. Is that so? We only heard the roars of those ferocious beasts from down the mountain, but we haven't seen them. By the way, what are you? Sun Wang did not expect that a little girl could speak so flawlessly. He genuinely felt that the situation was as Lin Xi described, but he was hesitant to take risks. Well, team leader, we just want to go home. Don't worry, we definitely won't interfere with their wolf hunting. Lin Xi understood Sun Wang's concerns, but her wooden house was on the mountain. Though it had defenses and camouflage, it was not possible for her and Lin Ti to sleep on the street. She had heard that in this era, anything required a recommendation letter. It seemed that this team leader was not willing to take the risk to vouch for them. It's not that I don't want to let you go home, it's just that someone from above has just said that no one is allowed to enter the mountain now. Sun Wang's face was filled with conflict and difficulty. As he looked at the darkening sky, it was clearly unreasonable to prevent people from going home. But since it was an order from above, it was considered a closed mountain now. How about this? My uncle and I will try to find another mountain to see if we can find a way back. We can't just spend the night outside. We don't know how long they will be hunting wolves. Lin Xi could only sigh and said helplessly, trying to ease Sun Wang's doubts. Sun Wang actually wanted to say that they wouldn't find a way back as the mountains within 100 miles were all being guarded. However, thinking that if they left to find another route to the mountain, it wouldn't be his responsibility anymore. As long as they didn't enter his jurisdiction, it was no longer his concern. All right. Be careful and don't get lost. After giving a few reminders, he stopped saying anything else. Lin Xi took Lin Ti and directly left the village. Shishi, are we really not going up the mountain? Aren't we still going to gather materials? Lin Ti's eyes showed urgency. He had genuinely wanted to speak earlier, but Lin Xi kept stopping him. Now that no one was paying attention to them, he couldn't help but ask. Of course we're going up the mountain. We definitely won't take the long way around. They are closing the mountain, which clearly means there is something in the mountain that shouldn't be known. We are just gathering the things we need and won't bother them. However, there will certainly be dangers in the mountain. Uncle, are you scared? Lin Xi's eyes were playful. She just wanted to tease Lin Ti. I'm not scared at all. If I really encounter danger, just take out my laser gun. I've realized that the resources in this world are not very abundant, but they are infinitely better than in our star field. Their technology is still quite backward. Our technology is like a strong adult, while theirs is like a newborn baby that hasn't opened its eyes yet. With just an ordinary laser gun I can handle it, Lin Ti said with confidence. His words truly opened Lin Xi's eyes. She hadn't realized that Lin Ti, after going down twice, was able to grasp the basic information of this world. His mind was indeed extraordinary. No wonder the star field was so advanced. Even a spoiled rich kid's thoughts could be so sharp. Alright, you just want to use star field technology to bully others, Lin, she said jokingly. Close your eyes, I will take you back to the wooden house. How do we go back? Keep your eyes closed. Lin Ti felt a bit speechless. Lin Xi's words were too amusing. The wooden house is given to me by the system. I can sense its location and coordinates. After I position myself in the system, I can teleport there. Lin Xi explained. Of course, she couldn't say that she had teleportation powers. The reconnaissance soldier rushed over to Chung Haozuen's ear and said, Captain, according to the map, it should be right ahead. Chung Haozuen replied, proceed with caution and stay hidden. We are almost there. After hearing the reconnaissance soldier's words, he spoke to those around him. Yes, Captain. While I was checking the map, I noticed a thick smoke rising from the area marked as a platform. If one doesn't look closely, they wouldn't notice it at all. I think they must be cooking. We can sneak in while they are eating to catch them off guard, or we can wait until they fall asleep to enter, but then we'll have to wait until late at night, when there will definitely be guards. The reconnaissance soldier shared his intelligence. Chung Haozuan said, "He'll discuss it with a few leaders. You go recharge a bit. Oh, we can't have you starving when we go in." He joked with a smile. "Understood, I won't embarrass the captain," the reconnaissance soldier replied, grinning as he quietly moved aside. Lin Xi cautiously asked, "Isn't that just stating the obvious? He is helping you, essentially working as your assistant, and normally the wages should come from you." The system had long anticipated what Lin Xi wanted to say, and was not going to let it trick it with such roundabout reasoning. "No, you said that once you upgraded you had the function to find partners, which means this capability should already exist in your system, but you never mentioned that the wages were my responsibility," Lin Xi retorted, feeling quite indignant. Both of them were working for the system, so why should it be like this? "No, host, I'm only trying to ensure that you won't have to trick a partner every time you need to gather resources in the world," the system explained, feeling that its good intentions were being misunderstood by Lin Xi. "Alright, let's not digress. Since we're both working for your system, my uncle's benefits cannot be neglected. Since you have no intention of providing him with a survival house, then grant him access to my wooden hut, so he can enter his room anytime, ensuring his safety. You must understand we can't always enter a peaceful world." Lin Xi felt she had laid enough groundwork to make her request. The system rolled its eyes in her mind and said, "Granting access is possible, but it will consume a lot of my energy. Have you thought about what you are willing to exchange for it? You can't trick me like this. Since the moment the wooden hut was given to me, it has been my own paradise bound to my soul. It shouldn't be difficult to change the binding from my soul to another person's for a room, right?" Lin Xi felt the system was trying to pull a fast one on her, as if it wanted to take advantage of her. Do you know what soul binding entails? When a soul-bound entity continues to bind, it simply means taking one part and binding it to another person. What do you think I need to give in return? You've read enough novels to know that many bindings require the original host's life signs to disappear before another can bind. Otherwise, how could there be cases of murder and treasure stealing? The system spoke in a tone that suggested it was joking. Lin Xi thought carefully and felt that the system's argument seemed reasonable. Her territory could not accept another's imprint while she was still alive, which would indeed require quite a bit of effort. "Then I guess I've made a mistake. Just tell me what you want. I have things I can give you to replenish your energy," Lin, she said, suddenly feeling like she had fallen into the system's trap. "Considering how straightforward you are, I won't ask for much from you. Just 2,000-year-old purple ginseng and 1,000 spirit stones will suffice," the system said, but it thought about the long-term collaboration with Lin Xi and decided not to be too greedy. After all, she was its sole host for life, but it still needed more energy to upgrade. Lin's heart ached. The 2,000 low-grade spirit stones she had earned from 2 tasks were now reduced to just 1,000. The system really didn't consider her as a person. It was tough to accumulate resources through hard work. "System, do you really think I'm asking for too much? Don't forget about your mid-grade and top-grade spirit stones. Doesn't that make you feel like I'm not being greedy?" Lin Xi stopped focusing on the system and instead thought about what the captain had said in the village today, the 2 blueprints she had provided, and the iron door at the bottom level. She felt a sense of unease growing within her. "I should go take a look. It wouldn't be good if my mistake caused irreversible losses," Lin Xi muttered to herself before vanishing from her spot. When she reappeared, she was already at the edge of a cliff. She used spatial shielding and quietly observed for a moment. Her spiritual sense detected a group of people rapidly approaching the cliff. It seemed she had arrived just in time. If she had come later, they would have already entered. If something were to go wrong, it would be disastrous. She patiently waited at the cliff's edge, indeed wanting to enter with them. The scout pointed directly at the middle of the cliff, saying, "Captain, it's right there. According to the map, 50 meters below that spot is a platform, and I can see the rock mentioned on the map that has the mechanism for opening the door at the mountain's peak." All team members split into 3 small teams. Teams 1 and 2 will enter through the mechanism door with me to draw fire, while Team 3 will follow the deputy captain to launch a surprise attack from the platform at the base of the cliff. Our teammates behind will be responsible for providing cover from above, Chung Haozuan decisively ordered. "He'll draw fire heaten while you carry out the surprise attack," the deputy captain protested as he stepped forward. "I am the captain if this is an order. You just need to obey. The higher-ups are watching." Chung Haozuan glared at the deputy captain. They had worked together for so long that he understood the deputy captain's concerns. To draw fire heaten was manageable outside. Creak, creak, creak. The sound echoed as Chung Haozuan along with 2 soldiers jumped down. The tunnel entrance turned out to be larger than they had anticipated, accommodating 3 to 4 people side by side. However, as they needed to remain vigilant and hold their weapons, the 3 who descended first kept a safe distance from the others. Unbeknownst to them, at the very moment the mechanism door opened, Lin, she had already gone down. With her spatial shielding, she could not only conceal her presence, but also obscure her visual and auditory senses, making her effectively invisible to everyone. After descending, she noticed 3 guards at the entrance had heard the mechanism's noise, one prepared to report, while the other 2 concealed themselves to see who was coming in. Lin Xi unhesitatingly followed the one heading to report. As he reached the corner, she swiftly incapacitated him with a chop to the neck, then returned to her previous position. She was reluctant to kill, especially since she had. That would be too obvious. Thankfully, she did not dwell on it for long. Chenghaozuan soon led his team inside. Since they had been cautious in their approach, they were indeed slower than Lin Xi. As they entered, the 2 henchmen lurking behind prepared to open fire. Chenghaozuan was the first to act, throwing a dagger that struck one of them in the neck. The man looked at Chenghaozuan with unwillingness before collapsing. The other was swiftly dispatched by one of Chenghaozuan's companions, who plunged a dagger into his skull, silencing him. The tunnel was soon filled with the stench of blood. "We need to hurry. The deputy captain's team should have reached the platform by now. They will move in as soon as they hear our gunfire," Chenghaozuan whispered. "Although we killed 2 upon entering, I saw 3 footprints here, so one must have gone to report. Thus we must conclude this quickly. While they haven't arrived yet, we should eliminate as many as possible," Chenghaozuan stated. Yet they were still easily killed by Chenghaozuan and his team, which seemed illogical. Lin Xi quickly used her spiritual power to scan the area, discovering that the leaders and the flower and fruit people she had encountered that day were no longer in the tunnels. Could it be that there was a traitor among Chenghaozuan's team? Otherwise, how could not a single one be seen? Lin Xi was no longer following Chenghaozuan's side. These henchmen could handle themselves, and she needed to verify that her information was correct. When Lin Xi reached the 2nd level, she also used her spiritual power to examine ahead, discovering that all the people on this level were the patrols she had observed during her previous visit, and she did not see any of their leaders. Unable to restrain herself, she grabbed one person and pulled him into her spatial shield. "Tell me, where did your boss and those flower and fruit people go? And what about those who you captured?" Yes, during her last visit, Lin, she had seen a room in the tunnel filled with women, children, and able-bodied men, but no elderly. But it could be confirmed. All those people were from Xia country. There were about 12 or 13 of them. Their expressions were numb, and sometimes they would involuntarily shudder, as if recalling some horrific scene. Lin Xi knew that those who had been captured would not have a good time. The reason she had not rescued them last time was to avoid alerting the enemy. The captured person still hadn't processed how they had been caught. Surrounded by white mist, it looked nothing like a tunnel. It felt surreal, as if he were dreaming. Lin Xi seemed to sense his thoughts, and swiftly slapped him. "Does it hurt? Feel this, it's not a dream. Hurry up and tell me, where are the others? What about those you've captured?" The blow left the man's face swollen, and he no longer dared to think this was a dream. I don't know." His eyes rolled around nervously. If he revealed it now, it would surely lead to his demise. If you don't speak, there are plenty of people who will tell me. Do you think I would spare your worthless life?" Lin Xi had long seen that this person was not honest. Honest people wouldn't become enemies, so she struck with force. The man instantly felt as if his arm had been severed, letting out a wail. He sensed he was in a confined space where even his cries couldn't escape. What kind of monster was this woman? I'll talk, spare me." The man looked at Lin Xi as if she were a devil. This woman was ruthless. Considering where the adults were now, if she sought death, he would grant it. The adults said there's a game today, so they called all the leadership to the lowest level, and many others came to watch the show. "We are on the fringes, so we must guard this tunnel, and can't go to the core area." If that's the case, how did you know they went to the lowest level?" Lin Xi looked at him mockingly, saying that a peripheral figure like him could know where the leaders went. How could a true bottom-tier person know the whereabouts of the boss? "It's true. Mainly our superior just told us to guard well today. They are taking people to the secret base, and we mustn't be careless. That's how we found out." The little lackey swore, as if swearing to heaven. "All right, I understand," Lin Xi said, then swiftly knocked the person in front of her unconscious. Just then Lin Xi heard footsteps approaching, likely Chenghaozuan and his group, so she quickly dodged. Chenghaozuan felt increasingly uneasy as he walked. The numbers on the note in his hand didn't match up at all. He had brought people in carefully, yet it felt like these individuals posed no danger at all. Some had already been knocked out. Had suspected the intelligence was false, but the tunnel's traps and platforms were real. He hadn't met with the deputy battalion commander yet, so he still held on. Chenghaozuan asked. "Not really, just that the smell of blood in the tunnel is quite strong. How about you? Did you capture many enemies?" The deputy battalion commander thought about how he had brought people in, seeing that the guards in the tunnel had been dealt with. They hadn't heard any gunfire indicating they hadn't been exposed, given that they should have captured someone. "We didn't catch a single one. If we'd known, we'd have left 1 or 2 guards behind. Now they're all dead, and we have no idea where the people went." I had my doubts about the information on the note. Aside from the numbers not matching inside, everything else aligned, so we couldn't say it was false. Chenghaozuan shared his thoughts. "You're right, but now that we've dealt with them, there's not a single survivor. How do we report back?" The deputy battalion commander's face was filled with helplessness. Well, we didn't capture any people, but we did seize quite a lot of items. Looking at the traces inside, there should be quite a few people in there, Chung Haozuan said as he gestured for the deputy battalion commander to look behind him. The deputy battalion commander turned to see the team's happily moving boxes. What's in the boxes? He couldn't help but ask, looking at their smiles. The boxes contained firearms, medical supplies, and gold and silver jewelry. Chung Haozuan replied, his brows furrowing. There were so many items here. If they had been brought in over the past few years, it would be terrifying. Such a large operation without anyone noticing. Just as they were speaking, someone came to report. Commander, all the items have been sealed and moved out. Should we evacuate now? Let's withdraw, Chung Haozuan thought for a moment, feeling helpless. The entire underground was empty now. What could they do if they didn't leave? The deputy battalion commander seemed to have guessed his thoughts. Should we send people to lay an ambush outside? They probably don't know someone would come, otherwise they wouldn't have left without taking anything. From what I saw inside, they didn't seem like they were abandoning this place. They seemed more like they were going out to have fun. Chung Haozuan contemplated. You're right. Send a team to move the items, and the rest stay behind to continue guarding. We won't go outside. We'll lie in wait in this tunnel. I refuse to believe we'll leave empty-handed. Just as the last box was being taken out, the ground trembled. Chung Haozuan and the deputy battalion commander exchanged shocked glances, both seeing astonishment in each other's eyes. Was there another tunnel underground? All team members pair up. Search each tunnel carefully and see if there are any more tunnels underground. Chung Haozuan ordered the remaining personnel to form teams. He didn't idly stand by either. He pulled the deputy battalion commander into the nearest secret passage. Do you really think there's another tunnel below? The deputy battalion commander asked, but followed along in the search. There must be. I don't believe you don't have doubts. That tremor was the best proof, Chung Haozuan replied. In fact, he not only felt the tremor, but also faintly heard a scream. Soon the passage that appeared before them left both men stunned. There really is a passage, the deputy battalion commander exclaimed. Meanwhile, Lin Xi, who had just entered the tunnel, heard the sound of a door opening above. She rolled her eyes, surprised that this group of soldiers was so capable. In such a short time, they had already found this place. If that's the case, they could handle it themselves. If things went awry, she would step in. I have found the secret passage. I will go down first, and the deputy battalion commander will be last. Chung Haozuan thought it through well. If he encountered danger below, the others could hear his voice and retreat quickly, while the deputy commander staying behind meant he could lead the team. No, I will go first, and you will be last. Don't forget your fiancé is waiting for you, and these brothers also need you. The deputy battalion commander refused outright. This is an order. I am your superior. You only need to obey. Chung Haozuan did not argue with him, simply invoking military discipline. The deputy battalion commander felt stifled. Chung Haozuan, relying on his higher rank, always brought this up. Yet inwardly he knew Chung Haozuan meant well. He was truly willing to face danger. He punched Chung Haozuan on the shoulder. Stay safe. Chung Haozuan gave him a deep look, nodded, and then descended into the secret passage without hesitation. Haha, indeed. Rarely is the mountain god in such a good mood today. He ate a few more bites. Yes, these sick men of East Asia are truly hilarious. It is their honor to offer their flesh and blood to our mountain god. Haha, indeed. Rarely is the mountain god in such a good mood today. He ate a few more bites. Hearing these words and the stench of blood in the air, Chung Haozuan finally understood why such a strong odor had gone unnoticed. After all, those who could serve as enemy spies had keen anti-reconnaissance instincts. Since they were in the secret passage, they should have sensed something wrong. And what did they mean by offering flesh and blood, ate a few more bites today, and being devoured? Putting these words together, Chung Haozuan could hardly believe it. But taken separately, he understood their meaning. He looked at the massive, heavy iron door covered with mottled rust. From behind that very door came the smell of blood, mingled with the laughter and cries of the Huagua people. The laughter was wanton, triumphant, unconstrained, while the screams and pleas were filled with despair, even the voices of children. Unable to bear it any longer, Chung Haozuan pushed open the heavy door. Behind it, 30 or 40 people stood with their backs to the entrance, engrossed in something. Perhaps they were too absorbed to notice the door opening. As the door swung open, the stench of blood grew even stronger. It was then that Lin Xi saw clearly there was another iron gate inside. Behind the gate were 3 figures. No, they could no longer be called human. Each had beastly features, half human, half beast, their eyes bloodshot, seemingly no longer recognizing anyone. Their clothes looked like those of adults wearing children's garments. Or perhaps not that the clothes were small, but their bodies had grown larger. As Lin Xi watched, he realized that these spies had been feeding captured ordinary people to the 3 monsters, each twice the size of a normal person. Lin Xi guessed then that these were test subjects. They were conducting human experiments. The so-called mountain god was none other than these 3 bloodthirsty, half-beast creatures. And their entertainment was watching the captured commoners be torn apart and devoured by their former comrades or friends. These creatures did not deserve to be called human. Chung Haozuan clearly saw the same. His eyes reddened, he gave a hand signal, and everyone charged together. He and the deputy battalion commander seized the leader-like figure, knocked him unconscious with a hand chop. Naturally, the others who reacted resisted, but although the attackers were outnumbered, their surprise strike gave them an advantage. Within moments, they had control of the scene. A tally showed 38 spies, including the Huagua people. 23 were killed on the spot due to fierce resistance, but only 15 were captured alive. Of these 15, 8 were Huagua and 7 were spies hidden among the villagers or educated youths in the mountain village. Judging by their participation in this game, they were likely higher-level agents. Seeing these spies, Chung Haozuan could not help trembling. Their laughter and curses still rang in his ears. They were all citizens of Xia, yet they could watch their compatriots become experimental subjects. Most critically, the Xia people brought here for experiments might have been led up the mountain and into the secret passage by their own hands. These beasts, they'll skin them alive. The deputy battalion commander's eyes were red, his hands shaking. They had arrived too late. Inside the iron gate, it was as if a rain of blood had fallen. A river of blood was no exaggeration. Fellow villagers, where are you all from? Rest assured, we are from the military. We received intelligence about spies here, but we never expected. Chung Haozuan asked an old man who seemed relatively calm. We are all villagers from the foot of the mountain. That man is the educated youth Ian from our village. He said he saw my grandson chased up a tree by a wild boar on the back hill. The boar was under the tree and my grandson, sniffling, could fall at any moment. So I brought a few of my sons without even time to inform others and went up the mountain to rescue my grandson. But we fell into a trap as soon as we got up and were captured and brought here. Once here, I learned that there were people from all around brought in by various means. We were just the reserve food for their so-called mountain god. In this underground tunnel, we had no idea how long had passed outside, but no one ever came to look for us. Many of our companions have died, all torn apart and eaten alive by these 3 monsters. The old man wept as he spoke. From his words, Chung Haozuan could feel his despair. It was then that he noticed the hands of the 3 monsters behind the gate were like iron with long nails. No wonder they could tear people apart. Their teeth were no longer human-like. Can they ever turn back to their former selves? The deputy battalion commander interjected. I don't know, but I think they probably wouldn't want to, Chung Haozuan said quietly. Indeed, if they could not control themselves when devouring people, they could always make excuses. But if they regained consciousness, could they accept it? It would be better to die in ignorance. With that thought, a flash of determination crossed Chung Haozuan's eyes. Let's go. First, take the villagers out. Send a squad to escort the remaining spies back. There will be people waiting above. The rest of us will destroy this laboratory. Leave no trace of any data. As for those 3 inside, execute them on the spot. Chung Haozuan's voice trembled. As soon as the flower fruit man bit his tongue and committed suicide, the secret chamber began to tremble. The deputy camp leader cursed. Hurry up, retreat quickly. While shouting, he pulled Chung Haozuan along. Lin Xi furrowed her brows tightly. She was certain that when they came to investigate, there were no other traps or self-destruction mechanisms in the secret passage. So what was happening now? She hurriedly used her mental power to check what was happening and activated the spatial defense. If this secret passage collapsed, she wouldn't be buried alive. She thoroughly inspected the situation and found that the reason for the tremors was because the iron bars holding the 3 monsters were opening. It was also possible that these 3 monsters were truly formidable beings, otherwise the flower fruit man wouldn't have used iron bars as thick as an adult's waist to confine them. However, the flower fruit man had actually opened the iron bars, which was troublesome. The remaining soldiers had no idea what was happening. They only heard the deputy camp leader urging them to retreat quickly, to go up as fast as they could, and they didn't even have time to explain the situation. After all, if it really was an earthquake, they would all be buried alive inside. So everyone was frantically running toward the upper part of the secret passage. Even the recently captured spies were running. Ugh, ugh. Just as they poked their heads out and reached the top layer of the tunnel, a deafening sound echoed from behind, as if it penetrated through all the secret passages underground. What the hell is that thing making such a sound? Upon hearing that piercing sound, the deputy camp leader felt he was on the verge of collapse. Those 3 monsters, it must be those 3 monsters. That flower fruit man intends to release them. Chung Haozuan's mind was still clear. He had figured out what the flower fruit man was trying to do. If they hadn't come out from the bottom level, those 3 monsters would have directly devoured them below. But now that they had emerged, the monsters were 3 times taller than this upper layer of the tunnel. The monsters certainly couldn't be in this layer, yet this layer was filled with the corpses of the enemies they had just killed, reeking of blood. The monsters would definitely come up upon smelling the blood, and when that happened, the secret passage would surely collapse. Whether the monsters would die in the collapse, they didn't know, but they would definitely be buried alive. Thinking of this, Chung Haozuan and the deputy camp leader exchanged a glance, and in that instant they... How did she get in here? Because her sudden appearance was too unexpected, everyone thought it was an illusion. Perhaps she had already been at the cliff's edge and wasn't really just sitting there. I don't know, we just saw her as soon as we got here. Looking at her clothes, she should be a villager from the foot of the mountain. Nonsense, haven't the villagers been informed not to come up the mountain? Chung Haochuan had just handed over the enemy's spy to his subordinate when he heard this, and he walked over to reprimand. Camp leader, don't be so anxious. Could she be an ordinary person we rescued earlier? A young soldier quickly chimed in, looking at Lin Xi, thinking she didn't seem like a bad person. Who would risk going? Upon hearing the young soldier's words, Chung Haochuan also realized that they had indeed let the survivors go first. What's going on? Weren't the rescued people supposed to be sent down directly to join the commander? How did she end up staying? Who brought her out? While Chung Haochuan was still searching for who brought Lin Xi out, a tremor came from below the cliff. Lin Xi had heard their words, but when she first entered the secret passage, she had used her spatial powers, which drained her abilities significantly after a half hour. Coupled with her simultaneous use of mental power, it consumed even more rapidly. Therefore, once she came out, she didn't intentionally hide her presence, Lin Xi, mainly because she didn't have the mental energy to hide. Plus, there was no time left as she needed to recover quickly. These people might not be the monster's match. While absorbing the energy from the crystal core Lin, she secretly cursed Chung Haochuan, thinking he was truly a fool. Instead of debating who she was, or who brought her out, wouldn't it be more important to leave this cliff that could collapse at any moment? She was almost ready to curse. The energy flowed continuously through her meridians, and Lin, she kept her eyes closed, maintaining her seated posture. Chung Haochuan was still looking for who brought her out. Lin, she thought that the protagonist of this book was truly foolish. Chung, stop looking at the person who brought her out might not even be here. You must understand, we all came out in batches. Now that the tremors are getting stronger, to prevent a collapse, we should head over there. Just in case. In case the monsters. The deputy camp leader quickly intervened. Chung Haochuan felt as if his intelligence had been lowered by his deputy's words. Let's go head to the other side. 3 of you take them down, and the rest prepare for battle. The 3 referred to the 2 enemy spies and Lin Xi. Since they had not confirmed who brought Lin Xi out or how she came up the mountain, they could only treat her like the enemy spy and take her along. Otherwise, if they let her go, no one could bear that responsibility. A young soldier walked up to Lin Xi. Comrade, please follow me. Lin Xi sat motionless, not even opening her eyes. Comrade, please cooperate. The young soldier, seeing Lin's eyes, pale face, and beads of sweat rolling down her forehead, felt a jolt in his heart. He quickly walked to Chung Haochuan. Battalion commander, that female comrade seems to be in a bad state. Look at her complexion. Is she feeling unwell? Chung Haochuan frowned. What was happening now? He followed the young soldier to Lin Xi and saw that she was exactly as the soldier had described. Could it be that because she was unwell, the person who brought her out earlier left her here to rest? Otherwise, why would she be left alone here? The deputy battalion commander, Lin Xi, I don't know that all these people around are yours, guns aimed this way, and am alone. You're really putting on an act. Chung Haochuan also thought of this possibility. Accidents in battle were common, but their soldiers would never leave a rescued civilian in the most dangerous place. If she were unwell, they would have carried her down the mountain. So Chung Haochuan looked up at the deputy battalion commander, who felt embarrassed under his gaze. He rubbed his nose, realizing he had spoken wrongly. At that moment, the shaking intensified, and the remaining people on the cliff were staggering. Without a second thought, Chung Haochuan grabbed Lin Xi and rolled down the slope, followed by the others. Wah! Wah! First, a gigantic meatball emerged, followed by an animal body. The 3 of them had eaten a lot of delicious things in the secret passage earlier, but although the food was good, the place was too cramped. They didn't like it, so they raised their hands and broke through, causing many rocks to fall down. They stood up and just happened to see the delicious food rolling down. The 3 monsters leaped directly out of the cave. The soldiers who had entered the secret passage were all stained with blood to varying degrees, and the scent of blood on them directly attracted the monsters toward them. Everyone raised their guns and opened fire at the 3 monsters. Those who had been lying in ambush around also emerged, and for a moment gunfire was incessant. Battalion commander, it's no use. They're not afraid of guns, a platoon leader said. Right, I think our bullets are being absorbed by their tumor-like bodies. What do we do now? We must eliminate them here in the mountains, otherwise the villagers below will become their food reserves, the deputy battalion commander said, raising his hand. He had hit his arm against a rock when he rolled down, and it felt scorching hot, clearly badly injured. They'll go, Chung Haochuan said, pulling out a dagger from his waist. Since they're not afraid of guns, there's no need to waste bullets. We'll use daggers or knives. I don't believe we can't take them down. Seeing the battalion commander charge at the monsters with a dagger, the others no longer hesitated, and also drew their daggers, rushing toward the monsters. Can you imagine ants trying to shake an elephant? That was the scene now. But they were not as numerous as ants. Only a few dozen people. The monsters simply raised their arms and sent several people flying. Those who were thrown either crashed into rocks or trees, spitting blood. The lucky ones were thrown into the grass, but the grass blades cut them. Those who could Do you want to create a monster that is impervious to swords and guns with an indestructible shield? Lin Xi's words were undeniably harsh. After all, they were risking their lives to kill the monsters, yet this female comrade was accusing them of creating the monsters. How could they feel good? The deputy battalion commander raised his hand to stop those who wanted to continue using bombs. He had actually noticed this phenomenon earlier. The monster he was fighting had become increasingly agile. At first, bullets could penetrate the monster's skin and injure it, but later bullets couldn't even pierce its skin. Lin Xi searched her own space and found a laser gun that her parents had prepared for her. This laser gun wasn't designed to kill, it was a device that disintegrated anything it hit. The way Lin Xi conjured the gun out of thin air startled them, but then came to sting. She had just told them not to use weapons, and now she was pulling out one herself. It would probably have no effect either. Lin Xi didn't care what others thought. She fired a shot directly at the heads of the three Mon. Everyone watched in stunned silence as Lin Xi faced the three monsters, shocked by the gunshot that had struck one of them, causing it to emit a terrible scream before collapsing onto the ground. Just when they thought the creature would rise again like the others, had it remained motionless, struggling in vain, without a head, unable to make any sound. Suddenly a rustling noise filled the air, and the group tensed up, but soon realized the sound was coming from the monster itself, which began to emit smoke. Initially faint, the smoke thickened rapidly, enveloping the three monsters in a shroud. Those outside could not discern what was happening within the smoke. Lin Xi cast a calm glance at her comrades, slowly holstering her gun. While they were distracted by the monsters, she executed a swift teleportation back to the wooden cabin. Today's exertion had been considerable. She hadn't expected to exhaust her powers in such an environment. She thought that in the apocalypse her ability. One of the subordinates rushed over, panicked at the thought of real weapons being used against them. "Captain, we can't see what's happening in there." He was worried. Facing monsters was one thing, but these were experimental creatures made by the flower fruit people, and they were pointing their guns at their own. It felt so frustrating. "Everyone listen up. Keep a close watch on the smoke. Wait for it to clear, then act as the situation dictates. Our priority today is to eliminate the monsters on this mountain. Even if we suffer heavy losses, we cannot allow them to escape." Cheng Haochun's voice rang with determination. They were soldiers tasked with defending their homeland. Retreat was not an option. Behind them were countless compatriots, and after the country had just emerged from war, it could not be destroyed in this manner. After about 10 minutes, the smoke began to dissipate, and they could gradually see what lay within it. Wait, what was there? The scout prided himself on his keen eyesight, but as he blinked, he wondered where the massive monsters had gone. Where did the other three monsters go? "Captain, Deputy Captain, can you see? Am I imagining things? Not a single monster is left." The scout urgently called out to Cheng Haochun, who was equally baffled. They had no idea how the monsters had vanished after the smoke cleared. What could have happened? Thinking of this, they hurried to find the only outsider present at the time, the woman they suspected. To their surprise, not only were the monsters gone, but the woman had vanished as well. Cheng Haochun and the deputy captain reached the spot where the smoke had been crouching down to inspect. All that remained were bullets. No 6 bullets they had never seen before, lying on the ground and glowing with a green light, looking very eerie. Just as the deputy captain reached out to touch one, Cheng Haochun swiftly knocked his hand away, causing him to look up in astonishment. "You've never seen these bullets before, and you dare to touch them? Have you forgotten what just happened?" Cheng Haochun shot a glance at the deputy captain, who was clearly out of sorts. The deputy quickly withdrew his hand, heart racing, thankful that Cheng Haochun had acted in time. "Get an animal over here," Cheng Haochun shouted to the perimeter team. Before long, a wild chicken was brought in. Cheng Haochun, looking at the chicken, whose neck had just been broken, swiftly plunged a dagger into its throat. The chicken was immediately decapitated, and he pressed its bleeding neck against the green bullet. Moments later, smoke began to rise from the wound, and within a minute all that remained was a pile of feathers. "What on earth is this thing? It can actually corrode things away." The deputy captain realized this and quickly withdrew his own hand, almost losing a finger, if not for Cheng Haochun's quick reflexes. No, perhaps it was more than just a finger. He might have disappeared completely into the smoke. The thought of vanishing into thin air was unsettling. "Chengzi, do you think that monster was already?" The deputy captain spoke cautiously. "It should be what we intended to strike," Cheng Haochun sighed. It turned out the clown was actually themselves. Who was that woman, and how did she possess such weaponry? The key question remained, was she friend or foe? Observing her skills, she was clearly not ordinary. The deputy captain expressed some concern. "I don't know. Send word this afternoon to keep a team on the mountain searching for that woman. The rest of you come with me." Cheng Haochun rubbed his temples, knowing this matter could not remain hidden for long. A soldier swiftly cut a bamboo tube, and Cheng Haochun carefully placed the bullets inside. They needed to take these back for research. Meanwhile, Lin Xi returned to the wooden cabin and went straight to the shower. The scent of blood lingered on her, and despite her lack of professionalism, her senses were sharp, especially since she was genetically modified. Hearing movement in Lin Xi's room, Lin Ti sat up and when Lin Xi emerged from the shower, she found Lin Ti waiting for her in the living room. Did you go out? Lin Ti asked with certainty. Yeah, went out for a bit, and ran into some trouble. Uncle, we might not be able to gather here in the next few days, Lin Xi replied, looking at Lin Ti. Why can't we gather here? Lin Ti questioned, puzzled. You heard right. The troops and armed forces are going up the mountain to hunt wolves. But you should know that a small pack of wolves wouldn't warrant a joint operation from both the armed forces and the troops. So this is just an excuse. The area will be heavily guarded now. If we want to gather, we should avoid this place. After all, we are here on a mission. Attracting attention wouldn't be wise, Lin Xi explained, observing Lin Ti's reaction. Just tell me honestly, did you do something when you went out? Despite Lin Xi having showered her sensitive instincts as a star traveler, could still detect something. Well, I just went out to see what those people were doing entering the mountain. I happened to encounter 3 monsters chasing after the soldiers inside. You know how we value our military, so seeing them in peril, I intervened. Lin Xi's words were a mix of truth and half-truth, yet Lin Ti believed her completely. Then let's leave. We can head to the southern beach you mentioned. There should be things for us to gather there, right? Lin Ti knew Lin Xi had no reason to deceive her, and after thinking it over she decided it was better to avoid trouble. We don't have a letter of introduction, so we definitely can't use local transportation, Lin Xi said helplessly. Plus the local transport was painfully slow for them like a snail, and she didn't want to endure that. Is this the ocean? Lin Ti was completely stunned by the scene before her. Standing on the coastline, her gaze was met with an endless expanse of azure. Unlike the starry void of the universe, the ocean resembled a massive sapphire shimmering under the sunlight. The beach beneath her feet was soft and warm, and in the distance the sky met the sea with rocks faintly visible in the water. Indeed, this is the ocean. Lin Xi couldn't even remember the last time she had seen it. She recalled that it was during the apocalypse, and she had forgotten how she arrived at the seaside. Vague memories told her that the ocean wasn't like this. The waters she encountered then were not this blue, and there were no lovely shells on the shore. Only man-eating octopuses and jellyfish lurking in the sand ready to ambush. In the apocalypse, the sea was far more dangerous than land. Now the calm surface of the ocean and the salty sea breeze, accompanied by tall coconut trees and seagulls gliding gracefully over the water, truly brought a sense of peace and serenity. Lin Ti closed her eyes. They were not near the land, but had chosen an uninhabited island to avoid contact with others. Uncle, let's go. This island isn't very large, but we should explore a bit. After collecting what we need, we can have some fun, Lin Xi urged, quickly stopping Lin Ti, who was about to dive into the water. Lin Ti SNA. It seemed that every variety she could think of was present on this island, albeit in small numbers. One tree here, another there. Unlike the vast patches she encountered in the north during her gathering. However, Lin Xi noted the absence of large animals. There were only a few scattered wild rabbits and chickens, as if the place had been cleared. Reaching the lychee tree, she quickly picked a few fruits, peeling off the skin and biting into the translucent flesh. The sweet juice filled her mouth, making her eyes squint with delight. These lychees were truly delicious. The seeds were small, and the flesh was plentiful. She had to pick more. Glancing around, she noticed 3 lychee trees in total, so she decided not to be shy about it. Lin Xi climbed the tree using both hands and feet. It was taller than the one she had seen in her past life, likely due to a lack of care. However, it still didn't reach the heights of the primitive forest trees. It must be noted that the fruit trees in. What is this? It looks like that jackfruit from the stream with Shishi, Lin Ti murmured to herself, leaning in to take a sniff. Yes, it smelled similar. She decided to pick it and show it to Lin Xi later to see if it was the same. The jackfruit in Lin Xi's garden was enormous, while this one looked like a mini version, so Lin Ti wasn't entirely sure. But even with her uncertainty, she decided to pick it since it was the first fruit she had found independently. People. How could anyone be here? How should I know? Didn't you say this place was safe? Now there's actually someone here, she said, grabbing her binoculars to look at the figure that seemed to be a person. I can't see clearly, but it's definitely a person. What are they doing? Oh, she's picking fruit from the tree. Could she have accidentally washed up on the island? Don't harbor any false hopes. Do you know how many people are chasing us outside? If it weren't for you exposing us, we wouldn't be in this situation, said the other person, no longer paying attention to her, and directly descended the rocks. That was the highest point on the island, where there was a cluster of rocks resembling a natural fortress. Generally, no one would think that place would harbor anyone, yet it was precisely such a place that was discovered by someone with ulterior motives, becoming their secret base. The other person followed, complaining as they descended the rocks, bypassing the highest point and entering a narrow space. From there they emerged into a room that appeared to have been carved out. From a distance it seemed like just stone, but inside it was a different world altogether. Don't worry, I'll instruct someone to go down shortly. Let her disappear from this world tonight. I'd rather kill the wrong person than let anyone escape. I know our cur. Lin Xi was happily picking lychees, completely unaware that someone had set their sights on her. Even if she discovered it, she wouldn't be scared, it would just be a bit troublesome. If Lin Xi knew that there were people on this island with ill intentions towards them, she would likely take drastic measures, realizing that the world was filled with malicious individuals. How many days has it been? Why hasn't he woken up yet? Lin Xi anxiously looked at the healing chamber. Logically, Xi has already treated him. He should have woken up by now. Back when Lin Xi was in such a half-dead state, Xi rescued him, and he bounced back to life. Lin Xi replied sternly. For the past few days they had been continuously extracting juice for him, and feeding him through the healing chamber's nourishment function, but despite all the good things he ingested, there was no effect at all. Is Xi destined to be a widow? Have a little more patience. As long as we take care of him with all our hearts, it will be fine. Didn't the doctor already announce that there was no possibility of recovery? Lin Xi sighed, still unwilling to accept it. After all, the Chu family had excellent genes. There were very few like them throughout the entire empire. She had been hoping that once he recovered he could cultivate feelings with Xi and give her a grandchild. But now she no longer thought about that. Seeing Lin Xi knew what she was thinking, but he was unhappy. His daughter was still a child. Oh, why would she think about having grandchildren? Where is this place? Let me out. Chu Xiao looked at the pitch-black world, realizing that this was not the Starry Sea. Could it be that he was already dead? But shouldn't he, having protected his home and country, end up in paradise? This place is dark and eerie, unlike paradise. Lin Xi feeling too good about herself. My name is Lin Xi. I am Eagle. We will be friends from now on. Are you ready? If so, get up. I know you can hear me. Who are you? I am your savior. Hurry and recover. You owe me a debt of gratitude. What are you doing? Comrade, I wanna. What do you want? I want to take a shower and go to the bathroom, but I can't get out of the ward. Looking at the screen that resembled a TV, it was the only source of light in this space. The girl inside, named Lin, she wore a thermo-regulating suit indicating she was from the Starry Sea. However, her name sounded so familiar. Lin Xi. Lin Xi. Lin Xi. Isn't that the name of my new wife? Is this person really my new wife? Realizing that the girl might be his new wife, Chu Xiao had to seriously watch the screen. The people inside changed one after another, but the main character remained the same. The girl named Lin Xi. Chu Xiao initially thought this must be the underworld from ancient Earth legends, and the screen was the so-called 3 lifetimes stone continuously playing scenes from people's past lives. Was he now watching Lin Xi's past life? Did he die with his greatest concern being that wife he had never met? Watching Lin Xi complete tasks, rescue people, and fight villains brought a sense of pride to Chu Xiao. He didn't know how long he would stay here, but with this screen accompanying him, he wouldn't feel lonely anymore. Where could that little uncle be? It's almost dark, Lin Xi thought as she returned to the beach, setting up a wooden house and activating its defense and camouflage functions. Instantly the house turned into a mound of sand in the eyes of others. Lin Xi then took a kayak from her space and tossed it into the sea, sitting in it. I wonder when little uncle will be back. Oh, I should gather some seafood to cook, she said, paddling the kayak 30 or 40 meters away from the shore. Xi, are you there? A voice came from the intercom, reminding Lin Xi that she could communicate with her. Are there any discoveries? Where are you now? Lin Xi quickly replied. I'm in the eastern forest, and I've picked many jackfruits that look like the ones in our yard, but they're quite small. I don't know if they're the same. There are many trees like this here, and I've been here all day. Lin Xi was rambling on, and Lin Xi frowned. Little uncle, listen to me. It's dark now, and this is a deserted island. We don't know what is on it. You should come back quickly. I've set up the wooden house, and you can teleport back using its coordinates. Lin Xi hurriedly interrupted Lin Xi's lengthy talk, saying, come on, this is an intercom. Can't we just talk when we meet? Oh, you're right. We'll talk more when I get back. By the way, I wanted to tell you that I found a patch of wild grass ahead. I checked your guidebook, and it seems to be something called sweet potato. I was thinking of digging it up tonight, but if I'm too tired or hungry, you'll head back directly. Lin Xi quickly shared his plan, and Lin Xi heard his message. Little uncle, be careful. Lin Xi reminded him, thinking that with Lin Xi's cleverness, she believed he wouldn't encounter any danger. After agreeing, Lin Xi went directly to the sea. She took out the fish food made from diluted spiritual spring water and hung it on her fishing rod. Before long, she felt a fish bite the hook. She was delighted and slowly lifted the rod, revealing a big fish struggling to spit out the hook. Haha, come here. You think you can escape? If you eat my food, you must repay. Lin Xi laughed as she removed the fish from the hook. While she was enjoying fishing, several people appeared on the beach. They followed the footprints in the sand until they reached the wooden house, only to find that it was just a small sand dune. The footprints disappear right here, one man frowned. Could it be that he noticed someone was looking for him and hid his footprints? Another said. Impossible. That person has been stealing our fruits from the gathering forest all day. How could he have noticed us? One person disagreed. Then why has he disappeared now? Perhaps she should mind her own business. Oh, every time she intervened, it seemed to trigger a cascade of troubles. Sighing, Lin Xi turned around and decided to head back. Yet after walking for less than a minute, she spun around again. The reason was simple. She thought she caught a glimpse of military green. The sky was now dim and the last crimson glow of the setting sun was about to vanish beneath the sea. Due to the fading light and her initial indifference, she hadn't paid much attention. But in that moment of turning back, she realized she had indeed seen that flash of military green which compelled her to return. A soldier. Why would a soldier be here? Regardless, saving a life was paramount. Lin Xi immediately steered her kayak toward the person, reached down, and in one swift motion hauled him aboard. The man had been in the water for so long that if she hadn't come along, he would surely have drowned. Lin Xi sighed, brushed the hair from his face, and exclaimed, "Wow, he's actually quite handsome." "Well, you're handsome, so you're right. I'll save you." She then produced a bottle of diluted spiritual spring water from her spatial storage and murmured, "Let's keep you alive first," as she poured it into his mouth. "It's really inconvenient to check you over on the boat. Let's head back." With that, she grabbed the man's hand and teleported them both to the beach, leaving the empty kayak bobbing alone on the sea, its swaying hull a testament to the owner's sudden departure. After settling the man in the guest room, she went to check on Lin's bedroom, but he hadn't returned yet. She chuckled, thinking her little uncle must be hooked on foraging. She fetched the medical kit and returned to the guest room. "You're lucky to have met me, or you'd be dead," she said as she used scissors to cut away the ragged strips of cloth from his body. The man's clothes were torn to shreds, and she carefully cut them off to avoid aggravating his wounds. His body was pale and waterlogged, and the wounds that had once been raw and bloody were now inflamed and oozing pus from the seawater. Lin Xi wiped the sweat from her brow. This was no easy task. She used her spatial powers to shield him while giving him a simple rinse in the water, then disinfected the wounds with alcohol, and finally applied medicine. Noticing the scars scattered across his body, including 2 fresh gunshot wounds, likely from this incident, and various abrasions probably from the fall into the sea deck, he recalled his younger sister asking him before he left whether this mission was absolutely necessary, and his firm, unwavering reply. Now remembering it, he found it bitterly ironic. The 17-year-old daughter he had raised turned out to be a snake in the grass. She had never been told about his mission, yet she seemed to know he was going out, and specifically came to ask if he had to go. And the mission was classified. And Lin felt an eerie calmness as he fell into the water. His only worry was for his parents. Would they be devastated by news of his death? But they loved that adopted daughter so much perhaps they wouldn't grieve for long. He just hoped he was wrong, that she wasn't. A sharp groan of pain escaped him. Who was tormenting him even after death? His chest felt as if it were being torn apart, but soon a warm current spread through his chest, followed by a stinging pain in his arm. He was lucky he was dead, for with such severe injuries, he would have been a cripple if he had survived. Someone pried open his mouth and poured a cool liquid down his throat. Was he still alive? Otherwise, why would the underworld put him through such torment? Could the soul also feel pain? He hadn't committed any evil deeds, as surely he didn't deserve to go to hell. Before he could think further, a wave of agony surged through his entire body. His blood meridians and bones felt as if they were being shattered and rebuilt. It was exactly like the legendary torture of flaying, drawing tendons, and grinding bones in the 18th level of hell. And Lin frantically searched his memory for any heinous crimes he might have committed. Why was he a soldier who protected his country and killed only enemies condemned to this pitch-black hell instead of the hated spies? The judge must have made a mistake. He had no merit, but he couldn't be wrong either. With that thought, he struggled, desperately enduring the pain until he felt a ray of light enter his eyes. He opened his eyes abruptly and shouted, "I want to accept this. I want to appeal." He thought he was roaring, but Lin Xi only heard a faint, weak voice. "You're awake. You said you don't accept it and want to appeal. Do you have so? You? Cough. Who are you?" And Lin looked at the young woman before him, who seemed about 17 or 18, sweet and adorable. Her clothes were similar to those worn by city girls, but his sharp eyes could tell that the fabric was unlike anything seen here. At least he had never come across it. "I was fishing on the sea when I saw you floating there, so I pulled you out," Lin Xi said, munching on a cucumber. "My name is Lin Xi. What's yours?" Though she asked, she was inwardly marveling at how delicious the cucumber was. A fruit cucumber with a wonderful texture. She had been so focused on fruit before that she had never discovered such a tasty treat. "You? Save me?" And Lin asked with difficulty. "Of course. Otherwise you'd be reincarnated by now," Lin Xi replied bluntly, but Lin showed no emotion. "Thank you," he said. He was a man who paid back every favor and every grievance, and despite Lin's eyes' flippant attitude, he owed her his gratitude. "All right, just rest and recover. I'm going to bed," Lin Xi said, pointing to the bedside table. And Lin glanced at the table and nodded slightly. After Lin Xi left, and Lin fell into deep thought. He felt something was off about Lin's eyes' appearance, but he couldn't pinpoint what it was. Yet he believed that Lin Xi was not a bad person. Her clear eyes did not resemble someone who would do anything wrong. He glanced at the bedside cabinet. She had pointed to where a bowl of thin porridge was placed. It was white porridge, and in this era it was rare to find porridge cooked to such thickness. After seeing the porridge, a wave of hunger hit him, causing his face to flush slightly. He thought to himself that since he was in this situation, it would be best to fill his stomach first. Sitting up, he took the bowl of porridge from the bedside cabinet, closed his eyes for a moment, and brought the bowl to his lips. Isn't this white porridge? There's actually sugar in it. No, it's not sugar, but it's honey. This is quite extravagant. Such thick rice porridge with honey in it. It seems this girl comes from a well-off family. It was also at this moment that he felt something unusual about the room he was in. This decoration, these things, they don't resemble anything from this time. Where did this girl get them? And where exactly? With such thoughts in mind, and Lin was just about to fall asleep when he was awakened by the sound of a door opening. She come quickly and see if this is the sweet potato drawn in the book. Lin's excited voice came from outside the door. Almost simultaneously, and Lin sat up straight from the bed. There was actually another man living in this room. Uncle, don't you see what time it is? Can't we look at it tomorrow? Lin Xi directly expressed her disbelief towards Lin T, who had just returned even though it was already dark. Come on, since you're awake, help me take a look. This is the result of my day's work. By the way, that thing that looks like jackfruit, can you help me see if it is? It looks the same to me, but I just don't know if it's real. Lin T showed no shame for disturbing Lin Xi from her cozy bed, only excitement lighting up his flushed face as he pulled Lin Xi out of the room. Hey uncle, wait a moment. Slow down. Lin Xi's helpless voice came through, and Lin could imagine her pouting face. Indeed, Lin, she had a baby face, commonly referred to as a bun face, a cute little girl. As they walked into the courtyard, Lin T dumped out everything from the space button in one go. Lin Xi looked at the pile of over 100 jackfruits on the ground, and the freshly dug sweet potatoes, and her face instantly broke into a smile. Wow, uncle, you're amazing. I didn't expect you to gather so many things in just one day. Are there a lot of these where you are? Lin Xi was puzzled. Can wild sweet potatoes really grow this big? Come with me tomorrow. I have many things like today over there, and I haven't even had time to check if they are the things we know, Lin T said, focusing solely on collecting more resources. The system would take half of whatever he collected this time, so he was eager to gather more. Huh. Lin Xi hesitated, thinking of Lin, who was still in the guest room. What's wrong, my dear niece? Are you just being lazy? Lin T joked. Well, oh uncle, I went fishing this evening, but I found a person on the sea who was close to dying, so I rescued him. He's sleeping in the guest room now. Lin Xi thought for a moment and decided to tell Lin T the truth. What? Shishi, why are you meddling in other people's business again? We've only just moved here. Doesn't this mean we won't be staying long? After only accompanying Lin Xi on 2 missions, he had a certain understanding of her. She would save people and help out, but was never foolish. All right, wait a moment. Let's see how things are tomorrow. Don't worry, I will definitely prioritize our tasks, Lin Xi reassured. Hearing her promise, Lin T felt a bit relieved. Meanwhile, Lin, who had been eavesdropping in the guest room, was already frowning intensely. Tasks? They actually have tasks. Could it be that they are really spies? If so, why did they save him? Moreover, that man said she would cause trouble. Saving him would indeed bring trouble, and he mentioned they had just arrived here. So could it really be? With that thought, his gaze grew more resolute. Tomorrow. Yes, tomorrow he must find out what was going on. As he thought of this, he made an astonishing discovery. His injuries no longer hurt at all. What could be the reason? He skeptically locked the door and began to undress to check. Once he took off his clothes, he was stunned. The outfit he was wearing was not his military uniform. He didn't know what material it was, but it was very loose and comfortable for sleeping. He had not even realized that his clothes had been changed. Thinking about how Lin Xi's uncle had just returned, he knew, without thinking, who had changed his clothes. His face turned crimson. He had been seen naked. Not pure anymore, my innocence. Then he thought of Lin Xi's identity, and immediately, that awkward feeling was replaced by confusion. A rugged man over 6 feet tall truly didn't know what to do. On one hand, there was his patriotic spirit as a soldier responsible for capturing spies. On the other hand, Lin, she was his savior, who had now seen him naked. To be honest, if she were an ordinary girl, he would have gone to propose immediately, but now his identity was unclear. What was he supposed to do? After being lost in thought for a while, he remembered what he wanted to do. He quickly unbuttoned and took off his clothes. Even with large movements, he felt no pain at all. Once he was undressed, he saw that his chest was smooth as if he had never been injured. He looked at his arms where he had personally witnessed a bullet go through, yet there were no marks. His heart raced. His skin seemed even whiter than before and noticeably softer. A sharp sizzling sound. A piercing sound entered his ears. He stared in disbelief at the spot where he had just scraped. He gently touched it with his fingertip. Was it ceramic? But he had merely grazed it just now, so why was there such a scratch here? He raised his hand and looked at his fingers, then quickly returned to the room. Not believing it, he used his finger to pry at a sharp corner of the bedside table. Well, the corner of the bedside table was actually broken off by him. This was wrong, really wrong. He was very sure this was his body, but he was also certain that before falling into the sea, he didn't have these abilities. Tomorrow he would definitely ask Lin Xi what was going on. Besides, he glanced at the bathroom twice, then looked at the bedside table he had just broken. The thing was broken. He would have to pay. On the third day, sunlight streamed through the window as promised, illuminating Lin Xi's room. She pushed open the window to look outside. A sea view room, nice. After admiring the scenery, she went to the kitchen and directly took out 3 portions of breakfast from her storage space. Thinking that Lin was a soldier and soldiers were said to have large appetites, she took out a few more portions. Uncle, get up and eat, she called to Lin Xi first, then turned to go to Lin's room door. Lin had already woken up when Lin Xi called Lin Xi. He sprang up like a fish, quickly put on the clothes he had taken off last night, and just finished folding the quilt when he heard a knock. Comrade, are you awake? Lin Xi whispered at the door. Awake, and Lin quickly replied. Then come out and eat breakfast, Lin Xi said, and turned around to go to the dining room. 2 minutes later, Lin appeared in the dining room. At that time, only Lin Xi was there. Lin had originally wanted to ask Lin Xi why her little uncle hadn't come, but remembering that he had been eavesdropping on their conversation last night, if he asked it would be like protesting too much. Looking at the sumptuous breakfast on the table, he gained a deeper understanding of Lin Xi's family background. After all, in this era of scarcity, having a breakfast entirely of fine grains with such large portions and variety made him think deeply. Take whatever you want to eat. There's more in the kitchen. Don't be polite, Lin, she said, smiling at him. Lin looked at the 3 pairs of chopsticks and 3 exquisite soup spoons on the table, and a smile appeared on his face. Is there someone else? He pretended not to know that there was another person and asked. Oh, my little uncle. He came back very late last night, so you must have been asleep. It's normal that you didn't know. He'll be here soon, Lin, she said with a smile, and directly picked up a glass of soy milk to drink. Seeing her behavior, Lin understood that their family did not have the tradition of not eating before the elders start. He picked up a fried dough stick and was about to eat when Lin Xi entered. Lin Xi already knew there was a guest at home last night, and now seeing him he felt as if he had seen him somewhere before, but couldn't remember. However, he had heard from Lin Xi that this was a soldier, not a bad person, so he didn't pay much attention. He sat down, directly picked up a meat bun, and looked at Lin. Hello, my name is Lin Xi. I am Lin Xi's little uncle, Lin Xi said as he stuffed the bun into his mouth. Lin heard Lin Xi's self-introduction, and quickly stood up, the fried dough stick in his hand. Lin Xi asked directly, and Lin immediately understood the implication. He was asking whether he would stay or leave. I don't know where I am now. Where's this place? Lin didn't even know where he was, so how could he make plans? This is a deserted island. As far as we can tell, there is no one here yet, Lin Xi said. I want to return to my unit, but I don't know how to get back. Do you have any plans? I think my comrades will come to find me, but it might take a few days, and Lin's meaning was clear. Since this was a deserted island, he could only stay with the uncle and niece for now. What else could he do? But it was obvious that Lin didn't really believe their words. After all, the luxury of the house they were living in was no less than that of capitalist mansions, and it even seemed to contain more exquisite appliances. How could such a house be on a deserted island? Lin Xi of course knew that he probably didn't believe her. After all, if she were an ordinary person like him, hearing that this was a deserted island while in this house, she wouldn't believe it either. However, Lin Xi didn't care whether he believed it or not. She had saved him, and by the time his comrades came to find him, she might have already explored the entire island, and could then move on to other places. Since you want to wait for your comrades, you can either come with us or stay at home. We might not be. Can I follow you? And Lin thought about it, and decided to go with them. After all, if he wanted to know what kind of people they were, wouldn't it be easier to follow them? Then come with us, Lin Xi agreed, without hesitation. After all, if he went, he wouldn't just stand by and not help. The 3 of them packed up and prepared to go out. Lin Xi had no intention of hiding her storage space. After all, she was not from this world, and would leave soon, so there was no need to make herself uncomfortable. Besides, now that she had Lin Xi's help, she didn't need any companions, so she didn't need to interact with others. If anyone coveted her abilities, she wouldn't mind letting them die. The 3 of them walked out lightly equipped. Lin Xi simply waved her hand, and the gate instantly disappeared. It was just hidden by Lin Xi. But Lin seeing this scene widened his eyes in shock. Don't worry, it's just an illusion. It's just to prevent others from knowing there's a courtyard here. In case there are other people on the island, it would be bad, she explained. And Lin still couldn't believe it. Even if it was an illusion, it was already very impressive. He reached out. After Lin stepped out of the hovering car, his legs were still trembling. He no longer doubted that Lin Xi and the others were agents, especially since even the most powerful nation, the beautiful country, did not possess such flying vehicles. It was said that these cars had cloaking and defensive capabilities. Now Lin couldn't help but wonder if the Xia country possessed such technology, wouldn't it dominate the world? You idiot, I'm talking to you. What are you thinking about? Lin, she said, somewhat exasperated. And Lin was alternating between shock, silly, grinning, and frowning. She hoped she hadn't rescued a fool. Oh, I'm sorry, this is the first time I've seen something like this. And Lin felt quite embarrassed. He was actually coveting their technology. How was this any different from those agents? All right, since you've decided to join us, help us out, Lin, she said, pointing to Lin Xi, who was already busy digging up kudzu roots, and handed Lin a lightweight hoe, indicating for him to join in the work. and Lin didn't know what they were up to, but since they asked for his help he complied. Watching Lin obediently assist Lin, she turned her gaze to the other side, where there were numerous longan and mango trees along with a large patch of pineapples. With that she felt no need to hold back. However, while she was picking, a thought crossed her mind. This was supposed to be a deserted island, yet there was such a clean, orderly orchard. If she hadn't discovered it herself, Lin, she would have doubted it was truly an isolated island. These fruit trees couldn't possibly have grown so large and healthy without 3 to 4 years of care. Wild plants were always. Lin Xi was enjoying her picking while Lin Ti had already grown tired from digging for kudzu. And Lin, take a break. You must be tired. Lin Ti boasted about her 3 gene modifications, yet here, she was struggling to dig, while Lin seemed unfazed. Uncle Lin, if you're tired, just rest. I feel like I have endless energy. And Lin replied with a smile, and continued digging. Little did they know several pairs of eyes were watching them closely. Look, I told you so. It's not just 1 or 2 people, there are actually 3. These little thieves. I personally planted those longan trees, and I haven't had the chance to pick them yet this year. And I remember we planted quite a bit of sweet potato over there too along with our orchard. Right, these 3 are definitely trouble. Let's find a chance to deal with them, a tall, thin man said viciously. They're too arrogant, but we can't just sit back and do nothing. Let's take them out. With so many of us, why should we fear them? If we can't, we'll go back for reinforcements. After discussing, a few stayed to watch Lin Xi and the others while the rest hurried back to report. Boss, we already have 5 or 6 people here, and they only have 3, one of whom is a woman. We could easily take them out ourselves. Why do we need to report? We'd lose the credit to others. A blonde man said, puzzled. Fool, do you see who that person is? The one called Boss pointed at Lin. How does he look so much like Rose brother? The blonde furrowed his brow. Rose brother was taken to sea by the boss, and it said he got shot in the heart. It can't be him, he wasn't this fair. You fool, I see he is indeed that Lin. I don't know why he's turned fair, but he definitely isn't Lin. I just saw that woman call him Lin. The boss said, his face serious. I suspect the boss didn't hit Lin's brother. Perhaps we've fallen into a trap. And Lin is getting closer to the old trough. The boss's expression turned grave and his eyes fierce. And Ro had said that Lin trusted her greatly, yet here we are. A fake is still a fake. She must have acted to avoid Lin's suspicion. The blonde suddenly recalled having said a few words to that woman earlier. The boss could read lips, so he must be correct. Boss, are you implying that they definitely have more people with them? They're all faking it. The blonde was somewhat incredulous, not understanding why those impoverished soldiers were relentlessly pursuing them. What was it for? Just for selling a few women and children. Just for a bit of the loot they were confiscating. Were they really that determined? They had escaped here after all. And Lin felt that someone was monitoring them, but as he looked around for anything unusual, his instincts as a soldier told him his feelings were correct. He slowly walked up to Lin Xi. Comrade. Finished digging up the kudzu. Lin Xi's first reaction was that she was under the tree picking longan. She had just finished with one tree when she heard Lin's call, and instinctively thought they had worked quickly to finish digging. Not yet. And Lin's face turned slightly red. I have something to tell you. And Lin's expression was serious, making Lin Xi feel like it must be important, so she stopped what she was doing. What is it? Lin Xi faced him directly. I have a feeling someone is watching us from that direction. But when I went to check, I didn't see anything. Still, I'm sure that chill I felt wasn't just my imagination, and this kind of instinct has saved me several times on the battlefield. And Lin's eyes showed urgency as he feared Lin Xi wouldn't believe him. Lin Xi's expression shifted from casual to serious. She concentrated her mental energy and looked towards the direction and Lin had indicated, discovering that the blonde and 4 others were hiding behind a hill watching them. Sure enough, there were other people on this island, and they didn't seem like good folks. It seemed like they couldn't collect peacefully today. They would have to deal with them first. One by one they would take them out. Just from the guns they held, it was clear they were after the lives of the 3 of them. The question was, how many accomplices did they have? You're right, there are 5 people over there. They must be the ones you mentioned. Be careful when you go over. I'll tell my uncle, and he will understand, Lin, she said quietly to Lin. And Lin immediately understood Lin Xi's intentions, and quickly returned to the kudzu field, lowering his head to approach Lin Ti. Lin, she said, there are 5 people watching us in the southwest direction, armed. And Lin spoke quietly to avoid being seen, while the blonde and his group were watching him as he moved from Lin Xi to Lin Ti, continuing to dig up kudzu, completely unaware they had already figured out their numbers and positions. I understand. Just take care of yourself. If she gives a signal, we'll move in. Lin Ti knew Lin Xi wanted a sneak attack from behind. They would attract the attention of those people, while Lin Xi circled around to take control of them. Lin Ti made a gesture to Lin Xi, who nodded, her mental energy still observing the southwestern direction. Seeing they were focused solely on Lin Ti, it seemed they didn't regard her as a threat at all. A smile flashed in her eyes. This was exactly what she wanted. She instantly teleported behind the 5 blondes, taking them down one by one. When the blonde realized something was wrong and saw his older brother had already fallen, he was about to draw his gun, but Lin Xi knocked him out. Lin Xi then took out a walkie-talkie. Uncle, it's done, hurry over. I.e. you startled me by suddenly speaking, Lin Xi complained in her mind. I was kindly reminding you, and you're not even grateful. You blame me for scaring you. I won't tell you much anymore. The system's voice carried a hint of petulance, making Lin Xi burst out laughing. Alright, it's just that I haven't chatted with you these past few days because I had my own matters. When you suddenly spoke, I just forgot, Lin Xi said ingratiatingly. She had to appease it. The system was too tsundere. What if she needed its help later? As she had said, they were soulbound, now coexisting. Lin Xi stopped talking to the system and directly addressed Lin Ti. Uncle, now is not the time to kill them. Let's take them back first. We don't know how many accomplices they have yet. We'll bring them back, wake them up, and interrogate them. Lin Ti pondered her words and found them reasonable. If they killed them, now they might never learn how many there were, and any survivors could become a future threat. You're right. Let's head back today. Once we're back, I'll make sure they suffer for wasting my time, Lin Ti said, glancing at the remaining orchard and the kudzu roots in the field. The patch ahead seemed to be the peanuts from the book Cici had given. He had planned to dig up all the wild kudzu today and work on the peanuts tomorrow, but this incident had disrupted everything. Truly infuriating. Lin Ti summoned the hovercar, and the three of them hauled the 5 unconscious men inside. In just over 10 minutes they arrived at the wooden cabin. Lin Xi waved her hand diacty. Why were you spying on us from afar? Lin Xi asked again. The yellow-haired leader turned his head away in silent defiance. Seeing this, the other yellow-haired man closed his eyes and remained silent. The rest followed suit, clamping their mouths shut. They knew their families were still in the camp. If they said anything incriminating their boss would make them suffer horribly and implicate their loved ones. You can refuse to speak, but I wonder how long you can hold out. You're their leader, right? Let's start with you, Lin Xi said to the yellow-haired leader. The other yellow-haired man panicked upon seeing her target his boss first. Don't touch him. Take it out on me. Kill me, or maim me, it's your call. We were outmatched, he said, glancing at his boss. Xiao Huang, shut up. Even if I die, I won't say a word, the leader retorted, then glared at Lin Xi. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, Lin Ti said, cutting off further talk. He turned to the yellow-haired leader with a malicious gr. The yellow-haired leader writhed on the ground, clutching his head. The others stared in shock. The second yellow-haired man soon snapped out of it. Boss! Boss, what's wrong? What did you do to him? After 10 minutes, the leader's screams ceased. Lin Xi withdrew her spiritual power. In truth, mental attacks were far more difficult than direct killing. One wrong move, and the victim would die. She had only intended to rupture one of his nerves, so she spent 10 minutes slowly bringing him from agony to numbness. The man survived, but his nerve was damaged, fulfilling Lin Ti's words about going crazy. The second yellow-haired man sighed in relief as his boss finally stopped screaming. Boss, are you okay? The leader lay motionless on the floor. Growing anxious, the man urged, Boss, say something. The leader slowly lifted his head, his eyes filled with a clear, vacant stupidity. He tilted his head, looked at the group, then at Lin Xi and the others. Drool immediately dripped from his mouth. He stuck his fingers into his mouth and sucked them. Yummy. Yummy. Big brothers, do you want some? Baby has good food. The second yellow-haired man's relieved expression froze, then cracked. This? Boss. The show's over. Seeing your boss like this, any thoughts? Are you going to spill what you know, or keep playing tough one by one, turning into this? Lin Ti grinned at the remaining 4. What happened to my boss? Did you do something? The second yellow-haired man asked, though his tone was accusatory. Nothing much, just ruined his sanity. How do I put it? Think of your boss' nerves. I snapped one of them, but it's not fatal, just affects his intelligence and self-care ability, Lin Xi explained with a smile. The men stared at her, as if she were a monster. She had simply stood there without moving, yet she had rendered their boss a fool. How had she done it? And Lin, standing behind Lin, she looked at her with a complex expression. Who was she really? His injuries had healed overnight, and he could feel his body was stronger than before. Now, without lifting a finger, she had turned the one who offended her into a simpleton. Will you speak? I'm talking. Huang Mao swallowed hard, glancing at his older brother, who was preparing to eat dirt. He closed his eyes and continued. We arrived on this island half a year ago. Initially, we were active around the island, but for the past 6 months, the military district has been cracking down on us severely. We had no choice but to hide. This place is a stronghold that our boss had set his sights on long ago, and he had already sent people here to manage it. The kudzu and fruits you dug up today were planted by our boss 3 years ago. The purpose was to have a place to land in case we were chased by the military district one day. So you're saying you've been entrenched here for 3 years? It can't be just about fruit planting, right? Lin Xi was somewhat surprised. Their boss was indeed quite foresight, having claimed this deserted island as his own long ago. We didn't just plant fruit trees here, we also planted sweet potatoes, and even wheat and rice. Our boss also learned how to make salt from somewhere. The salt we eat now is made from sea salt. We even raised chickens and ducks. If that's the case, does that mean you have achieved self-sufficiency on this island? After hearing this, Lin Xi helped summarize, yes, we can be self-sufficient now. Huang Mao felt quite proud, having forgotten who was holding him captive. We didn't pay much attention to you when we came to the island. How did you think of coming to kill us? This sentence was the key. Huang Mao cautiously glanced at Lin Xi. Yesterday, after we found out there were outsiders on the island, our boss sent someone to check, but we couldn't find out where you were. Today the boss ordered us to continue searching, but he was seen by our older brother who said he was the deputy commander of the military district. It was our boss who shot him in the chest, and he fell into the sea, but now he's here so. Huang Mao's trailing words made it clear what he was implying, as someone must have recognized in Lin. Lin Xi got the answer and no longer asked anyone else. With a direct attack of spiritual power, all four of them fainted. Now people in the underworld should already know we're here. What are your plans? Lin Xi looked at Lin and asked, I don't know. Right now this is a deserted island far from our military district, and I have no way to contact them. If I were alone, I definitely couldn't subdue them. And Lin was also at a loss for what to do. If the other people on the island didn't recognize him, it would be fine, but those bad guys seemed to all know him, making it impossible for him to conceal himself. Oh, you guys don't need to be so serious. If they really came after us, we wouldn't be afraid, Lin Xi said playfully. To him, the weapons in this world were particularly backward. After 3 rounds of genetic enhancement, his physical toughness was extraordinary, and perhaps ordinary guns couldn't even hit him. Hearing Lin Xi's words, Lin Xi cast him a helpless glance. This person was truly naive. Each world has its own rules, and even in the second world, he remained so innocent. Alright, enough chit-chat. We'll stop here for today. With a wave of Lin's eyes, hand the remaining 4 all. And Lin was taken aback. Don't worry, they just fainted, Lin Xi said with a smile. For the next few days we'll act as if we know nothing and continue with what we were doing. Lin Xi looked at Lin and added, you don't need to worry. After we gather all the resources on this island, if your comrades haven't arrived by then, I will find a way to send you back. However, until then we won't leave here. As for the wanted criminals you need to catch here, I promise that if they come I will capture them and keep them in the courtyard. You can take them with you when you leave. If they don't come after I send you back, you can come with your people to catch them. Okay, I really appreciate it. And Lin was filled with gratitude. In his eyes, Lin Xi was just an ordinary person, and it was a huge responsibility for her to risk helping him capture traitors and send him back. Even if she was unwilling to help, he felt he had no grounds to blame her. So the next day the 3 of them casually went. The person in the front seat asked, Boss, we haven't found them. There's not a trace of them. Another person replied, lowering his head. Xiaoming, tell me what happened yesterday. Don't leave out any details, the boss said, frowning at the person who had just spoken. Yesterday, we finally found the people who came to the island. They weren't just 1 person but 3. At that time, Wu directly told a few of us to come back and inform you, and we returned. However, when we went back again, there wasn't a single person there. Although Xiaoming's words were a bit jumbled, the boss understood. Wu is not someone without discretion. The number of people you had at that time could definitely crush them, but you all came back to report to me, which means Wu must have discovered something. The boss frowned in analysis. After so many years working alongside Wu, he understood him well. He must have found something, otherwise he wouldn't have acted this way. The boss' fingers slowly tap. Second brother, what are we doing now? Xiaoming looked at the second brother and said. The second brother rolled his eyes at him. You can't even handle such a trivial matter, and now you want me to step in. Humph. Second brother, it's just that you and the boss are the backbone here. Xiaoming put on a flattering smile, but inwardly he was unimpressed. If it weren't for Wu being away, the boss would never have thought of you. Wu was the boss' right-hand man. Ever since this second brother arrived here, all he did was indulge in pleasure, demanding to be waited on hand and foot for everything. He was even more exploitative than the capitalists of old. If this were back home, someone like him would have been criticized until he had nothing left but his underpants. You know that. Now let's go to the place where you and Wu split up. The second brother puffed out his proudly round belly and strutted toward the door with an air of arrogance. Don't be mistaken, in this era of scarcity, having a figure like his was extremely rare. So naturally he was proud. Countless times he had silently congratulated himself for making the right choice by following the boss. Though it meant living on the edge, it was far better than the village where he never knew where. Lin Xi was a bit puzzled. He knew that since those people hadn't returned yesterday, the other side would surely send someone to look for them. But instead they had been gathering here for most of the day and hadn't seen a single soul, not even a hint of anyone. Uncle, don't forget why we're here. If those people come, we'll catch them. Focus on the task at hand. Oh, I've been keeping an eye out, Lin Xi said to Lin Xi. Today Lin Xi and the other were still digging up kudzu roots while Lin Xi was picking snow pears and longans. She had only picked a few longan trees yesterday. The boss here must really like longans, otherwise why would they have planted so many of them covering this entire area? Further ahead were pear trees, plum trees, peach trees, loquat trees, pomelo trees, walnut trees, papayas, and so on. While observing the surroundings with her spiritual sense, Lin Xi also took in the layout of the orchard. She noticed that about a kilometer ahead there were bayberry trees. Though, hey, look at that confused look in your eyes. The world we live in has many different dimensions and countless worlds. Just like you are living in the 1970s, someone in a different space might be in ancient times or in a world far more advanced than yours. So don't be a frog at the bottom of a well, Lin Xi said with amusement. So you mean your world is more advanced than ours? Hey, you're not stupid, are you? How did you figure out that our civilization is more advanced than yours? Lin Xi gave him an amused glance, but continued working without pause. The car you let us ride, the seasonings and the food you eat. Lin Xi thought there really aren't many seasonings in the interstellar era. The house you live in. You said yourselves that you haven't been on the island long. The enemy agents were here 3 years before you, but you've only been here a short while and already live in such a luxurious house. And clearly you don't lack food. Besides, after we came out of your house, we couldn't find it again. And you've been digging and picking fruits all day, but I've never seen you take anything back home. Where do you put it all? And Lin didn't mention that when he saw them make things disappear with a wave of their hand, he was almost scared to death. He thought he had fallen into the sea and been rescued by a sea monster. If Lin Xi had known what he was thinking, she would have cracked open his head to see what was inside. Did he really think there was a sea monster so understanding, gentle, beautiful, and lovely? If it were a real sea monster, it would have devoured him long ago. As expected of a soldier, your observation and adaptability are impressive. Since that's the case, you should know we really are just here to take a look at your world. We don't want to cause trouble, but saving you seems to have brought trouble anyway. So you'd better work hard for us, Lin Xi said, almost like a tongue twister, leaving Lin dazed. Meanwhile, Lin Xi had reached the bayberry trees. She took out a shovel and started digging around the roots of one tree. Once the soil was loose, she reached out, and the entire tree was. Why are we finishing work so early today? Lin Xi asked while chewing on roasted meat. Listen to you. Am I some miserly landlord? Lin Xi shot Lin Xi a withering glance. Who is this Zhou Bapi? Who is Zhou Bapi? Lin Xi asked, puzzled. Lin Xi's gaze flickered faintly and Lin watched her intently, expression earnest. How would I know who Zhou Bapi is? Once I overheard elders muttering about him. I assumed he must be something like a bloodsucker. Her voice was measured, unreadable. The light in Lin's eyes dimmed. Lin Xi didn't even know who Zhou Bapi was, so his earlier deduction, that they were not from this world, must indeed be true. Though his reasoning had been flawless, deep down, he'd clung to hope after all. His grandfather had often said that Xia country harbored countless extraordinary masters, merely choosing humility over fame. Could it still involve those little white creatures? Not at all, Lin Xi replied between bites. Take fruit harvesting for instance. We could loosen the soil around the tree first, then uproot the entire plant and store it directly inside the spatial ring. Far more efficient than picking fruit one by one. But won't that leave nothing for those who come later? Lin Xi pointed out the pragmatic flaw immediately. I know. Yet this method applies only to resources cultivated by those people, not the righteous. For the upright we can barter or purchase outright. Enough. No need to dwell on hypotheticals, Lin Xi interrupted gently. I understand your meaning now. From now on, whenever we encounter crops planted by such villains, we'll uproot them entirely. A spark of exhilaration gleamed in his eyes. As a seasoned scion of privilege, Lin Xi had long mastered the art of mischief. So the moment Lin Xi proposed her idea, even crueler schemes flickered through his mind. And thus uncle and niece, utterly forgetting in Lin's presence, unleashed one devious stratagem after another. Sorry, did we frighten you? No, please continue. Uncle, shall we sneak into their livestock compound tomorrow? Lin Xi glanced at Lin. Only shock registered on his face, no disapproval, and promptly dismissed him from further concern. Agreed. Didn't they mention having their own breeding facility yesterday? Let's dismantle it entirely. What about their granaries? I heard they also cultivate rice and wheat. Lin Xi winked. We'll tour the granaries thoroughly. As for wheat, let's deploy machinery to harvest it en masse. Oh, and they surely own boats. This fellow's desperate to return home. So we'll confiscate every vessel. Not a single hull left behind. Stranded on this isolated island, they'll starve without provisions, and have no means of escape. Ha. Just imagining that scene brings me joy. Lin Xi laughed aloud. And Lin, don't mistake our zeal for greed. Out of respect for your military service, we'll share half the sea's supplies with you. Lin Xi declared magnanimously. Hearing this, Lin Xi remained silent. She had no need for such provisions. Having settled their plans, each retired to their quarters. Sweat-drenched and weary, Lin decided to bathe while time remained. Just as he reached the bathroom door, he recalled something he'd forgotten to tell Lin. He'd scratched her wash basin and broken a corner off her nightstand. He'd intended to confess the next morning, but the day's cascade of events had swept that intention aside. He'd address it after his shower. Regardless, damaging another's property demanded restitution. With resolve, he stepped under the shower. Upon emerging, he resolved to apologize properly, to specify exactly what he'd damaged. Approaching the wash basin, he extended a finger to measure the screw. Knock, knock, knock. The knock echoed just as Lin Xi emerged from the shower. One moment, she called toward the door. her spiritual sense already revealing in Lin standing outside. Uncertain of his purpose, she swiftly dressed and opened the door. "Come in," she said, stepping back into her room and settling into a rocking chair, her gaze steady upon him. "Is there something urgent?" Lin Xi frowned slightly. And Lin was no impulsive man. If she'd advised rest, he wouldn't seek her out unless compelled by necessity. Why then had he come? Had something arisen earlier that couldn't be voiced before? I've come to apologize." And Lin lowered his head, a sight that would have stunned his comrades in the barracks where the legendary soldier king bore no trace of timidity. "Apologize? What for?" Lin Xi tilted her head, genuinely perplexed. What theatrical turn was? "When you rescued me the other day, I regained consciousness and went to bathe. In my haste, or perhaps excessive force, I scratched your wash basin. I also accidentally broke a piece off your nightstand. I meant to tell you that very day, but circumstances intervened. Only today while preparing to shower did I recall it. Though you've since replaced both items, I insist on compensating you fully. These objects are unlike anything I've seen beyond this place, so monetary reparation is the only fitting course." Eyes closed, and Lin spoke rapidly, releasing the carefully rehearsed confession he'd recited inwardly countless times, refusing to meet Lin Xi's gaze. Lin Xi looked at Lin, who was waiting for her response with amusement. This person was quite honest. In fact, if he hadn't said anything, she truly wouldn't have known. After all, she generally didn't use her spiritual power in the wooden house to respect privacy, and she had even set it up so that spiritual energy could not penetrate the bedroom. "Actually, if you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have known about this either. Since you moved into the guest room, I haven't entered that room again. Not just me, but my uncle also wouldn't enter your room," Lin Xi explained. Although his grandeur didn't imply any invasion of privacy, she couldn't let him think they had been in his room. "This wooden house is custom-made for us and has a self-repair function. Anything that belongs to the wooden house, whether it's the decor or home appliances, will automatically repair itself the next day if damaged. It refreshes after midnight, so it's as if nothing happened." And Lin was left dumbfounded. "You are just a soldier aside from enemy agents. The patriotism of everyone else is at an unprecedented high. If even the slightest hint of dissent is discovered, it will be viewed as anti-socialism, leading to public denunciation or even being sent away." Although he didn't have such concerns, he still didn't want to be misunderstood. "I know you are not bad people. If you were bad, you wouldn't have saved me," and Lin naturally believed Lin Xi. He didn't know why, but seeing her made him feel a sense of familiarity, convinced that Lin Xi would not harm him. Otherwise, with his cold demeanor, he wouldn't have repeatedly lost his composure in front of her. "After you go back, I hope you won't mention us. Just say that the nearby fisherman rescued you, and you don't even need to know who we are. By then we should be going home. Speaking of which, let me give you a heads up. My uncle and I came to this world actually to travel. The ecological environment here is much better than ours, which is why we are so fond of your fruits. You should have noticed that our world is technologically more advanced than yours. As you know, when technology develops, the environment inevitably suffers. At the beginning of our world, many scientific anomalies emerged, and their time and energy were all devoted to technological development. I know. I won't mention you." And Lin took a deep breath. This matter was easy, but it left him unable to repay the life-saving grace. Since he had not left recently, he might as well help them with more work. You need to remember one thing: technological advancement does not equate to environmental degradation. I hope that while your world focuses on development, you can also take time to pay attention to the ecological environment so that you don't become a second version of us. You must know that our world hasn't seen such green mountains and clear waters for hundreds of years, nor have we tasted such delicious food. What everyone sees is a polluted gray world filled with the harsh realities of technology. Even for the future of your world, for the next generation, I hope you can pay attention to this." Lin Xi spoke with urgency and depth. After all, in the world before the apocalypse, she learned in history that due to excessive harvesting and usage, and even the discharge of new, and Lin in his stunned state felt his mind was in a daze as he returned to his guest room, contemplating Lin Xi's words. He glanced at the intact nightstand, and without thinking reached out, gripping it firmly. Crack. The corner of the nightstand broke off again. When he came to his senses and realized what he had done, and Lin felt as if he had gone mad. Looking at the piece of the nightstand in his hand, he placed it silently on the table, and then went straight to bed, covering himself with the quilt. "And Lin, wake up, we need to set off," Lin, she said, holding a cooked corn cob, munching on it, while knocking on Lin's door. And Lin was unsure how he had fallen asleep the night before, but here, he was lying in bed fast asleep. Was this bed enchanted? "Ah, okay, coming right away," he replied, getting up and responding to the door. Hearing Lin's footsteps retreating, he rubbed his face, and as he was about to get dressed, he noticed that the bedside table, which he had broken a corner off the night before, was now perfectly intact, while the piece he had snapped off had vanished without a trace. He was certain that no one had entered the room besides himself since last night. This meant that what Lin Xi had told him was not a dream, it was real. And what she said about technology consuming and polluting the environment, and how a poor environment could cause natural disasters, was true. "Lin Xi, I didn't say that, but you can interpret it that way. He hurriedly put on his clothes and left the room. By the time Lin reached the dining room, Lin Xi and Lin Xi had already consumed 2 cobs of corn each, with a plate of corn still remaining on the table. "You eat first, we'll wait for you outside." "No rush," Lin Xi said as she headed out. Once outside, she didn't actually rest, but took out the sweet potatoes and kudzu they had dug up, starting to clean them off to avoid getting them muddy. Lin Xi saw this and came over to help, thinking about bringing out the mulberry tree he had stored in his space for everyone to pick mulberries together. However, considering that the system would likely take half of the task rewards, he figured it was better not to pick and just distribute the trees one by one. After all, the fruits from each tree were about the same, so there was no need for the extra effort. Seeing that both of them were busy, Lin quickly ate 4 cobs of corn and left the dining room. "I'm ready, we can go now." They had agreed yesterday that today they would go to the city to set up their breeding farm. Lin Xi and Lin Xi took Lin into the hovering car, and as they flew around in the air, Lin Xi saw many fruits and fruit trees below, already formulating a plan. Since she knew this was the property of the agents, she felt no burden in taking some. For the next few days, Lin Xi led Lin and Lin Xi as they moved through the self-sufficient areas built by the agents, stealing chickens, taking ducks, gathering wheat, and collecting rice. The outside area had been completely cleared by the 3 of them. Thankfully, due to their sporadic attacks, the leaders could only seethe in frustration without finding them. In Lin Xi and Lin Ti's eyes, this isolated island was somewhat small, comparable to a country the size of South Korea. However, for those who currently had inconvenient transportation, it was still quite large. For example, while Lin Xi and her companions were picking fruits here, by the time those people arrived in the evening, Lin Xi and her group had already finished their work. When those people tried to wait for opportunities in the orchard, Lin Xi and her group were already busy elsewhere, and by the time they received the news and rushed over, the others had long finished. "Tomorrow, let's go to their lair," Lin Xi suggested. She had noticed in Lin's performance over the past few days, from initial excitement to his current silence, likely feeling distressed that his comrades had not been found. "Tomorrow we'll help you capture all those people. Their boats have been taken by us these past few days, so they won't be able to send any messages. Now is the perfect opportunity to catch them all at once. Once we take them down, we can just use their large ship to get to your military district. At that point, you can just say you've been undercover all this time. As for us, I will erase their memories of us," Lin, she said calmly to Lin. "Are you all leaving?" And Lin immediately realized they were done playing. "Well, we've been out long enough, it's time to go back. Here, take this. Don't hand it in, we're giving it to you just in case. You don't need to worry about it being studied by the authorities. Your current level isn't sufficient for that," Lin, she instructed. "I understand," and Lin replied, fully aware of the meaning behind having something precious could lead to trouble. "All right, go rest. You need to get up early tomorrow. By the way, you're a soldier. Your shooting skills should still be decent, right?" Lin T asked, and Lin. "I'm okay, I guess," and Lin replied vaguely. Lin, she thought for a moment, and then selected 2 pistols and some ammunition from her weapon storage for him. As soon as Lin held the gun, he realized it was made with advanced technology that the current Xia country did not possess. The 3 of them arrived at the rocky outcrop in a levitating car and stopped. According to the blonde-haired man and his companions, their hidden mechanism lay just ahead. Lin Xi and the others crept stealthily toward it. Using her spiritual sense, Lin, she had already scanned the interior. Its occupant count was clearly inconsistent. Only 20 or 30 people remained inside. "Brother, we've dispatched nearly everyone to hunt down those 3. Isn't that risky?" "Humph. Are you afraid?" "TCH. Relax. We've got over 20 men here. Even if they slip in, there's no way they'll escape. But outside, our forces are vastly outnumbered. We've already sent out 7 or 8 teams, each with 8 or 9 members. Isn't this overkill?" "Humph. Those brats are craftier than expected. Only second brother took a dozen men to track them, and after days of searching, not a single trace. I suspect they're shifting routes unpredictably, so we'll cover all possible paths. No need to capture them alive. Shoot on sight. I refuse to believe even a net cast across heaven and earth could miss them." His voice dripped with venom. Initially, he dismissed Lin Xi and her companions as mere mice, trivial pests to amuse his idle days on this isolated island. Yet these mice turned out to be slippery eels evading every trap. Worse still, in just a few days, his 3-year stronghold had crumbled, all resources looted, including the island's sole vessel linking him to the outside world. It was an outright affront, an insult carved upon his very brow. Thus he deployed 2/3 of his forces armed with firearms and explosives, determined to eradicate them at any cost. "I'm only concerned if they breach here, even if we eliminate them Fine, I'll take point instead. You cover the rear." And Lin hesitated, unwilling to let a woman bear the brunt while he reaped the rewards. A coward's bargain, utterly unbecoming of a soldier. He'd sooner face fire than hide behind civilians. "Enough of your self-righteousness. I have a spatial shield. Bullets won't touch me. Worry about yourself." Lin, she wasted no more breath. She advanced first, activating her spatial defense. The gate sentries barely opened their mouths before Lin Xi and Lin Ti struck. One left, one right, rendering them unconscious. And Lin followed, delivering precise, non-lethal strikes to each man's neck. These foot soldiers were worthless, mere mouths to feed. With the boss deputy and strategist already within reach, and Lin had no use for such minor operatives. In earlier days, when leads were scarce, he'd have seized every low-level thug like a starved wolf, dragging them back for interrogation. But now, the nest itself lay exposed. The master, who dares? The leader's shout died mid-breath as Lin Xi lunged forward and struck him down with a single precise blow. Beside him, the strategist stood frozen, eyes wide, mind reeling. Had his own grim prophecy truly come true? Had these slippery eels really appeared, just as he'd feared? Was he truly cursed with a crow's tongue? He barely registered movement before a pistol pressed cold against his temple. When he finally glimpsed his captor, his face paled in shock. You're dead. His voice trembled. Thanks to you, I'm very much alive, and standing in your den. And Lin's tone dripped with irony. Yet his gaze, locking onto the two men, sharpened with sudden, piercing recognition. He'd met them before, alongside in row. Or rather, false in row. What had he claimed then? Oh. They said they were my distant uncle and cousin. And I believed them. Humph. Even if you seize us now, it's too late. You'll never recover what we've shipped overseas. Ha ha ha. The strategist laughed, bitterly resigned. Heh. Mouthy now. Back at base, plenty will ensure your silence. And Lin's icy smile revealed for the first time the iron resolve of a battle-hardened sovereign warrior. Lin Xi rummaged through the items in the house, selecting a few things she liked while storing the rest in a spatial button, which she handed directly to Lin. Here, this is a spatial button. Since you lack spiritual power, you can only recognize it as your own by using your blood. Once you return, how you manage the items inside is up to you. By the way, I personally suggest that you keep this a secret. This object can be passed down through generations. Once the last owner shows no signs of life, it will automatically open as an unowned item. Later, you can explain the recognition process to your children and grandchildren. After you recognize it, it can transform into a form that you find convenient to carry, and that won't get lost. Also, when you return, the ship will be provided for you. If you truly wish to distribute the resources, just place those weapon and machinery-related books onto the ship and take them back together. As for gold, silver, and jade, it's better not to tack. Lin Xi asked frowningly. No, and Lin replied awkwardly. In the army, he was an omnipotent soldier king, and he was always seen as an excellent representative. Yet in front of Lin Xi and Lin Ti, he felt like a kindergarten child. Everything seemed novel, and he knew nothing. Uncle Lin Xi was at a loss, as she truly couldn't operate a ship and could only cast a pleading glance at Lin Ti. Although Lin Ti wasn't particularly skilled in studies, he did understand machinery fairly well. Though his knowledge would seem trivial in front of a mechanical master in the interstellar realm, in this backward country his skills were already unmatched. However, neither Lin Xi nor Lin Ti realized this. Upon seeing Lin's eyes expression, Lin Ti understood her intentions, but he still felt helpless, no matter what their priority was to return the troops first. He sighed and approached the control panel, fiddling with it for a while. His frown deepened into a look of disdain. Although there were no water bodies in the interstellar realm, a spaceship was still a ship. He could operate a spaceship, but seeing such a piece of junk was truly unbearable. This thing called an engine is simply poorly made and lacks power. He'll fix it, Lin Ti said as he pulled out a pile of materials. Wasn't this akin to creating a new engine? Then in less than half an hour, Lin Ti crafted a lightweight, aesthetically pleasing engine-like object. After that, he went to check the main engine room, and before long, he came out again searching for designs to fabricate. He spent the entire afternoon on it. As evening approached, Lin Xi began to feel anxious. This was far from her expectations. She merely wanted to ask her uncle if he could operate a ship, and if so, to teach Lin. If he was clever, he could learn in half a day, or a day. If he was a bit slow, he could take a few more days. Once he learned to operate it, he could navigate back himself. However, now Lin Ti was fiddling around for so long that she had no idea what he was doing. Uncle, it's time for dinner, Lin. She had to call out to him since he hadn't eaten lunch. No need. I've had nutritional liquid. You all can eat without worrying about me, Lin Ti replied casually, but this was enough to astonish Lin Xi. Every time dinner was mentioned, her uncle was the most in. Is uncle not coming? And Lin asked. After spending some time with them, he had a fair understanding of what kind of person Lin Ti was. How could he possibly skip a meal? Uncle said he's fine after having nutritional liquid and is busy now. Let's eat ourselves, Lin, she said with a smile. It's all my fault. If I knew how to operate a ship, Uncle wouldn't have to do this. And Lin said somewhat embarrassedly. Although he spoke this way, Lin, she felt goosebumps rising as it reminded her of the speech patterns of those green tea bitches often seen in novels and on television. However, seeing in Lin's earnest and genuinely guilty expression, she felt that perhaps she was overly sensitive. After they finished eating, they went to wash up and rest while Lin Ti was still busy at the seaside, completely absorbed in his work. I finally succeeded. Just as dawn broke, Lin Ti exclaimed, startling Lin Xi and Lin, who rushed out from a distance. Lin Xi and Lin were genuinely worried about Lin Ti, so they had gotten up early to watch from the courtyard. Upon hearing Lin Ti's voice, they couldn't help but rush out. "Uncle, what happened?" Lin Xi hurriedly asked. "I've already modified this ship. It can start with just this button, and I've installed solar panels, so it can run without fuel. The best part is that once the route is set, it can sail on its own without anyone at the helm. In short, it has become fully automatic. The only downside is that there's no positioning here." Lin Ti excitedly shared his results. However, after he finished speaking, he heard no cheers or praises and looked at the two with confusion. "Uncle, do you think you're making too much fuss over this?" Lin Xi swallowed hard and asked. "Not at all. I just thought this kid wouldn't be able to operate the ship, but we can't just send him off, so it had to be modified to be automatic. In that case, he just needs to press the start button and input commands for left and right turns." Lin Ti believed this solution was the best. Lin Xi couldn't be bothered to stress about it anymore, as she felt that Lin Ti's reasoning made sense. As for how to explain operating the ship upon returning to the three of them, having made their plan, drove the hover car straight to find other operatives. They observed from the sky for a while, before quickly locating a group of people, then stealthily approached them from 2 kilometers away. Upon arrival, they swiftly drew out their daggers and quietly dealt with the last person. If Lin Xi had used her spatial blade, these individuals would have become headless corpses in less than 3 seconds. However, she remembered to avoid unnecessary suffering and exchanged a glance with Lin Ti before rushing forward, each taking one from either side. By the time the others reacted, and Lin's dagger had already claimed a life. With a seamless collaboration, Lin Xi and Lin Ti took down one person after another until the last one fell to Lin's blade. He walked over to Lin Xi and the others, looking at the 5 or 6 individuals lying there perfectly intact with no signs of injury, their chests still rising and falling, clearly just unconscious. And Lin immediately killed everyone except the one who clearly looked like the leader, leaving only that person tied up and tossed into the car. This went on, and each time they encountered a group of people, they would efficiently deal with them, leaving only the small team leader alive. By the end of the day, only the leader and the strategist remained on the island, with the rest of the small team leaders totaling no more than 10. Lin Ti and Lin threw them onto the ship, and after Lin retrieved the supplies and weapons meant for the state from the spatial button, he waved at Lin Xi and the others. "Thank you for saving me and for helping me capture these people. Without you, I would have." As Lin spoke, a deep sense of reluctance choked his words. "It's fine. I've already written instructions on the joystick for you. Just follow them to get back. If you get lost and need to change direction, remember to stop first," Lin Ti advised without saying any formal goodbyes, only reminding him how to operate the ship. "I understand. Thank you, Uncle," and Lin said, looking at Lin Ti with sincere eyes. "Safe travels and a peaceful journey home," Lin Xi added succinctly, and Lin nodded heavily in response. "Rest assured, I have taken your words to heart. Our country will not lag behind for long, and I hope you will come to witness our prosperous era when that time comes," and Lin said with a smile. "There will be opportunities," Lin Xi nodded. The ship slowly started carrying Lin and the operative away from the coast, gradually shrinking into a small dot. Slowly they completely disappeared from sight. "Shishi, what shall we do next?" Lin Ti thought about how they had already stripped the island bare, but they still had a few days left. It didn't seem right to return like this. "We still have a few days. Should we collect some seafood?" Lin Xi turned to Lin Ti and asked, "Collect seafood?" "Sure. The fish you caught last time was really delicious. I was thinking of finding an opportunity to bring back more. When we return to Aruda's star, we can dig out a sea there. Do you think that's feasible?" Lin Ti came up with the idea. "That's fine. Let's take out a larger spatial button to bring back some seawater. When we return, we can dig out a sizable lake." Lin Xi pondered, thinking a large ocean wasn't feasible, but a sizable small lake could work. "I have a water avoidance device. We can use that to go underwater, and it will also help avoid the pressure of the sea. We can collect anything we see with the spatial button. By the way, didn't you pay a high price for a spatial button that can hold living things? We can use that to bring back an endless supply of fish," Lin Ti suggested. Lin Xi recalled that she had indeed purchased something capable of holding living creatures. Oh, why did she only think of this now? If she had known, she could have brought those little animals back for breeding instead of killing them all. Realizing this, she felt something was off. "Uncle, how do you plan to use a water avoidance device in the star realms where there is no seawater or lakes?" Lin Xi asked in confusion. In the star realms, water was sourced from underground rivers with no surface water. Lin Ti, hearing Lin's words, had a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes, but he still candidly replied, "Did we not plan to check out the underground rivers with a few friends? That's why I designed this thing." "You really have some nerve," Lin Xi said, looking at him with a complex expression. She finally understood the meaning of being a wastrel, truly relying on the family's resources to act recklessly. It was important to note that underground rivers were the source of drinking water for everyone in the star realms. Each planet had them. It was merely a matter of scale. Aruda star had a small underground river created specifically for the convenience of its inhabitants. The river here was not naturally formed, but was specifically transported from a planet full of water by the Empire. Every 2 years the Empire would send a fleet to retrieve it for the underground river, ensuring that the water from that water planet remained uncontaminated. The underground river was constructed using special materials, thus avoiding pollution. However, if the higher-ups of the Empire discovered Lin Xi's actions, he would be charged with treason. It's not like I had the time to go, Lin Xi mumbled. Mf. Meanwhile on the ship, wherein Lin was navigating on the ocean's surface. He took out the high-powered telescope Lin Xi had given him, and scanned the distance, finally spotting an island he was somewhat familiar with. He hurriedly input commands in the control room. As the ship slowly moved in the direction he had set, and Lin finally felt relieved, and he was also amazed that Lin Xi had managed to tinker with it a bit, making this ship far surpass what the so-called advanced vessels of the current beautiful country could offer. Their technology was genuinely advanced. Lin Xi had mentioned that his uncle was a wastrel. It was hard to believe that such an unlearned person could be so capable. It was clear just how abundant talent was in their world. After sailing for 5 hours on the ocean, they were finally nearing the island guarded by the Navy. And Lin finally relaxed his tense heart. And Lin watched as the small boat approached, then leaped aboard without a word, joining the soldiers as they headed toward the shore. However, before disembarking, he had set a command for the boat to head toward the shore in half an hour, confident that he could dispel everyone's doubts within that time. And Lin, are you really in Lin? Regiment Commander Tian asked incredulously, for he had seen in Lin before. They both belonged to a certain military region, but Tian was on an external assignment stationed on an isolated island at the edge of the region. Each regiment was rotated out at most every 3 years, so it was not surprising that he recognized in Lin, as in Lin's situation had drawn some attention. I am Regiment Commander Tian. I'd like to use your phone to contact the division commander. And Lin stated his purpose, unafraid of any threat Tian might pose. Fine, Tian replied, already convinced, since outsiders knew that Lin had fallen into the sea during a mission. Now that he had returned safely and requested to speak with a superior, it must be important. The call would be monitored anyway, so there was nothing to worry about. Tian led Lin directly to the communications room. Hello, Communications Department of the military region. This is the regimental headquarters. Please connect me to Divis. This is the division commander's office of the military region. After a moment, the familiar voice of Division Commander Mu came through the phone. And Lin quickly snatched the receiver. Regiment Commander Tian looked at his empty hands, smiled helplessly, and walked out of the room. Division Commander. And Lin's voice was choked with emotion, but more so with excitement. You? Are you little Lin? You are alive. Where are you now? Division Commander Mu immediately recognized Lin's voice, for this was his capable subordinate and the grandson of his old superior. A few days ago he had heard that Lin had fallen into the sea, and he had been searching the nearby waters ever since. Now, after 8 or 9 days with no good news, he didn't know how to face his old superior. Indeed, Lin's disappearance had not been reported, only the military region knew. Division Commander, I'm at the station regiment now. I was rescued, and I've captured some spies and seized a batch of goods. I can't explain it all over the phone, but the inventory includes a ship. I'm calling to tell you that I'll be sailing back on that ship shortly. I'm not sure of the route, so they'll have Regiment Commander Tian assign someone to guide me. Just make sure the port allows a large ship to dock. Mu caught his implication. Had it been anyone else he might have hesitated, but his old superior's grandson would never be a spy. He trusted him complete. Division Commander Mu readily agreed. The two talked for over 10 minutes before finally hanging up. Regiment Commander Tian, please send someone familiar with the route back to the island to guide me. And Lin said to Tian, as soon as he left the communication room, winking as he added, make sure it's someone trustworthy. Regiment Commander Tian, knowing this must be top secret, thought for a moment and nodded. Wait for me 10 minutes. And Lin nodded to him, then walked directly to the temporary dock on the coast. In about 5 or 6 minutes the ship he had taken would automatically sail over, and he needed to meet it. True to his word, in about 5 or 6 minutes Tian came running toward the dock carrying a pack. What are you? And Lin was speechless. I think no one here is more suitable than me, said Regiment Commander Tian. Let's go take the small boat, it'll take you. No need, the ship will be here soon. Well, just take that back directly, no need to use the small boat. And Lin pointed at the already moving ship. Tian, seeing the ship moving, was surprised. There are still people on board. Wasn't this and Lin the one who fell overboard? Just now he saw him operating the helm, but now there are others on board. Those spies should count as people, right? Probably. Hearing his answer, Regiment Commander Tian's nerves immediately tensed. What was Lin up to? Why didn't he say anything earlier? He hoped nothing would go wrong now. Soon the ship arrived before them. Get on board, and Lin simply said, Regiment Commander Tian. You're treating me like a bodyguard without any hesitation. After entering the helm, Tian didn't see anyone else. Where are the others? Didn't you say there were people in the hold below? Don't dawdle, just give me directions. Where are we going? How far till we turn? ignoring whatever Tian was saying, and Lin directly interrupted him. Tian looked at the route ahead and gave him directions. After Lin input the commands, he pointed to the chair in the helm and told Tian to sit down. If there's any deviation later, let me know, but say it in advance. Wait, who's steering the ship? And Lin said, it's me. You just need to give me directions. Then he took out some sunflower seeds and peanuts, walked over to Tian, handed some to him, and started eating himself. The ship slowly left the harbor and followed the route. This move stunned Tian completely. What kind of sane person doesn't steer the ship by looking ahead? Damn. Isn't a ship supposed to be steered by keeping your hand on the helm? This kid says he's driving the ship, but here he is munching on seeds with me. Meanwhile, Lin Xi and Lin Ti, equipped with water avoidance devices, moved effortlessly through the sea, the underwater world, like their own home. Seeing a beautiful coral, Lin Xi stored it in her space. Seeing a chest of treasure that had fallen from somewhere, she stored it directly. Seeing a shrimp as thick as an arm, she unceremoniously put it into a living creature space button. Then she took out the living creature space button and began to fill it with seawater. Endless seawater poured into the space button, forming a whirlpool on the seabed. Lin Xi stared at the whirlpool, pondering. Would this cause a maritime disaster? She should slow down. With that thought, she reduced the speed of collecting seawater, stopping once the bottom layer of the space button was filled. She planned to collect more later, as the whirlpool was still vivid in her mind. If she were sucked into it, she would probably be torn to pieces. Just then Lin Ti swam toward her. Dear niece, are you alright? I just saw a large vortex appear, and it nearly scared me to death. What would I tell your uncle if anything happened to you? Seeing Lin Xi safe and sound, Lin Ti felt playful and joked. I searched for many of the fish from the pictures you gave me, and I can definitely prepare a feast of fish when we return. It's fine. The vortex earlier was created by me drawing in seawater. Now the living space button is filled with seawater, so we can directly keep the fish we're raising in it. You can just gather what we need to eat and turn in alright. Lin Xi had already planned this out. The items in her living space would not be used for tasks, as they were meant for digging out a sea area on the Anuta star. You shouldn't use that for tasks, right? Host, what about the promise to collect half of all resources from this world? You can't be unreasonable. Just make sure to turn in half of the fish collected by your little uncle. We need these, and besides, look at other hosts who get such. Uncle, the system promised me that the items in the living space wouldn't need to be submitted for tasks. Make sure to gather more seafood. Since the system is so generous, we can't make it hard for it either, Lin, she said, winking at Lin Ti. Lin Ti instantly understood her intention. Got it, dear niece. Since the system is looking out for us, it'll definitely gather more seafood. This way our rewards from the system will surely be richer, and the next task will be easier for us, Lin Ti replied, following Lin Xi's lead. The system felt touched by the way this uncle and niece cared for it, and thought it would strive to secure more benefits for its host in the future. Then, uncle, let's not waste time. Here is the space button. I take a few more with you. They'll come find you once I fill this space. If you encounter danger, just teleport back to the wooden house regardless of the ships, Lin Xi instructed. The ship mentioned earlier was one they had stolen from their boss. They had taken A2. There were many varieties of seafood, everything imaginable. Some Lin Xi couldn't even name, but it didn't matter. She was going to create a small sea area, and the more varieties the better. Meanwhile, Lin Ti was also collecting without restraint, unaware that danger was slowly approaching her. As Lin Ti was gathering, he suddenly spotted a flash of red amidst the rocks in the sea, sparking his curiosity. He swam back towards the spot where the red had vanished. With little resistance, he quickly reached the place where the red had flashed. He slowly looked into the crevice, revealing a beautiful red coral, crystal clear and vividly vibrant. Lin Ti thought that his little niece would love these pretty things and smiled. Then he directly swam around to the other side of the crevice, which was much wider, allowing him to see the coral more clearly. To his surprise, it wasn't just one coral, it was a whole cluster of red corals. Lin Ti felt a surge of excitement and hurriedly took Tools FR. Before he could fully comprehend, darkness enveloped him, followed by a wave of rolling motion, and he fell unconscious. When Lin Ti woke up, it was already half an hour later. Groggily, he opened his eyes to find nothing but darkness. Wasn't he down in the sea collecting corals? What is happening now? As he pondered this, he felt the place he was in shaking continuously, but he didn't know why. He hurriedly took out the luminous pearl Lin Xi had given him, and instantly realized that he was not in a dark place at all. The surroundings were filled with clear, visible lines, and his face and body were covered in thick, sticky liquid. Except for the parts wrapped by the temperature-regulating suit, everywhere the liquid had touched burned painfully. He suddenly realized he must have been swallowed whole, just like when he was attacked by the mother insect. Was there still hope for him? Could it be that he would just die here? This time, would his little niece be able to save him? As he thought about this, tears streamed down his face. Why was he so unlucky, getting swallowed whole time and again? Was he really that delicious? While wiping his tears and contemplating how to escape, he suddenly remembered he could directly connect to the wooden house. Could he return now? Thinking of this, he quickly used his mental energy to communicate with the wooden house, and in an instant he disappeared from the belly of the fish, while the fish that had eaten him remained blissfully unaware that its belly was now empty. Lin Xi collected fish seeds while also gathering some shellfish and plant fluids from the sea, even managing to bring back some rocks. After glancing at the time, she realized it was getting late, and with half an hour left she increased her efforts. Perhaps her movements were too vigorous as they attracted a large shark. Initially Lin Xi was unaware of the approaching great white shark, continuing her collection. However, she soon felt the sky darkening, and upon looking up she saw a massive fish whose mouth was opening towards her. As the shark's mouth drew closer, she didn't recognize what kind of fish it was, but instinctively focused her mental energy and commanded collect. The great white shark vanished from sight. Without a second thought, she swam to the shore and climbed onto her boat. Just as she was about to change her clothes, she remembered the fish in her space. Upon checking with her mental energy, she was alarmed to find the great white shark crazily hunting in her space, devouring the fish she had painstakingly collected. Lin Xi regretted putting the shark into her space, realizing it was like sending a wolf into a flock of sheep. She hurriedly steered her boat back to the coast and dragged the shark onto the beach. Initially, the great white shark struggled to return to the water, flopping on the sand, but soon it either lost strength from being out of water or had already died. In any case, she was no longer in danger, and the seafood in her living space was safe. Connection ongoing. Uncle, where are you now? I've already paddled the boat back. If you're still at sea, I'll rush to rescue you. Oh no, I meant to find you, Lin, she said, somewhat embarrassed by her slip of the tongue. No need, my dear niece, I've already returned to the wooden cabin. Lin's voice sounded weary with a faint hint of suppressed gasping audible. Lin's eyebrows furrowed tightly. What had happened? Tang-Ah reached for a spatial button, disregarding whether the great white shark was still alive, and directly stored it in a preservation space. After all, it was still meat, and even if she didn't eat it, bringing it back to sell as a product on the dark web would fetch a good price. She hurriedly returned to the island wooden cabin and walked to Lin's room door. Inside, Lin T had already washed up, lying on the bed, convulsing continuously. What Lin Xi saw was a person curled up on the bed, repeatedly twitching. What's wrong with you? Lin Xi asked as she walked in. What happened? She, am I dying? Can you check if I have? Look at all my injuries, it hurts so much, Lin T exclaimed, unable to hold back tears. There's no radiation. In this era, where would there be a radiation source? It's all pure nature. Don't worry, you won't die, it's just that you're... Did you go to rescue someone from a fire scene? Lin Xi asked, somewhat irritated. This guy must have been scared by radiation in the stars, thinking there was radiation everywhere. I was swallowed whole by a huge fish. Inside its belly there was this sticky substance, and I felt my exposed skin burning. Lin T was on the verge of tears. Lin Xi found it somewhat amusing that a big fish had swallowed him, but seeing Lin T's skin eroded by gastric acid made her feel exasperated. Couldn't you use diluted spiritual spring water to clean your wounds? Lin Xi said, exasperated, just as Lin T sat up. Why didn't you say so earlier? If you'd mentioned it, I wouldn't have had to suffer like this, he said, rushing into the bathroom. In just a moment the sound of running water was heard. Lin Xi glanced around, realizing she had nothing else to do, and returned to her room, leaving the door open, knowing Lin T would come back soon. When Lin T appeared again, the burns on his face had disappeared. On the contrary, his complexion was now rosy, and the burns on his arms were gone. His skin looked even more delicate and fair, and he seemed refreshed. If I had known that spiritual spring water could be used for bathing, I would have done it sooner. Just a drop every time I bathe would surely make my body even better. Lin T plopped down next to Lin Xi. Lin Xi had just finished washing up when she heard his words and shot him a glare. Can't you think for yourself? Besides, your body has already undergone 3 gene modifications, reaching a perfect state, so you don't need spiritual spring water at all. Not at all. I'm still feeling weak, Lin T muttered under his breath. You just need to know that bathing with spiritual spring water is a waste. You only need to soak it when you're injured to heal your wounds. There's no need to do it every day. Look at you, it took a lot for you to appear somewhat masculine, and now, with the spiritual spring water, it's all gone. Lin Xi said, frowning in mild disgust. Lin T's current state was overly delicate, with skin so smooth it seemed to glisten, and was so fair it could be mistaken for a woman. Don't talk nonsense. I'm a pure man. Lin T exploded. Despite the exhaustion that the flashlight's glow could not conceal on their faces, the 3 men stood unwavering like iron beams, their gazes fixed straight ahead, as if they were human machines ready to follow orders without question. Just as Xiao Chun least expected, as the first light of dawn began to break, a faint rumbling sound reached his ears. Not strong enough to be an earthquake, yet too distinct to be mistaken for one. That's a boat. A boat is coming. A boat is coming, someone suddenly shouted. But if a boat was approaching, shouldn't there be an engine roar? At that time, ship engines were notoriously loud and bulky. For instance, the vessel Lin was piloting would have been heard by distant sentries from over a kilometer away had it not been modified by Lin T. Yet this time it was only detected within 100 meters. Though partly due to the dim light, the revelation sent a jolt through every soldier present. All were Navy veterans, they knew how difficult it was to approach silently. But this ship had done it without using a smaller boat. If it had been a real enemy attack, the enemy would have already seized the advantage. When they saw Lin step off the boat, everyone's eyes widened. There was not a soul in the military district who didn't know Lin, except for the raw recruits. Everyone had heard that commander and had gone on a mission and hadn't returned yet. So how was he here now? Xiao Chun, as the division commander's aide, was privy to some inside information. He quickly led his men forward. Commander and Commander Tian, Xiao Chun greeted directly. Xiao Chun, how many men do you have with you? Lin asked. Everyone here except the sentries are my men, Xiao Chun replied. Good. Keep this matter confidential for now. I'll report to Division Commander Mu before making any decisions, Lin said in a low voice. Understood. Xiao Chun returned to the sentry post. What you've seen and heard tonight is a military secret. No one is to reveal anything until the command issues an official notice. I mean no one. Yes, sir. Well, complete the mission. The sentries saluted in unison. This was an order from the organization. Xiao Chun went back to Lin. Seeing that Xiao Chun had arranged everything, Lin nodded with a smile. Follow me. Xiao Chun waved his hand, and everyone followed onto the ship. These are the supplies I captured. Move them back first. You brought vehicles, right? Lin asked uncertainly. He had only told Division Commander Mu that he had some items, but hadn't specified what, so he wasn't sure if a vehicle had been sent. Reporting a military truck has been brought, a soldier driver stepped forward to say. Good. Load these first, then transport them back. When you return, arrange for another vehicle. Otherwise we won't be able to move everything, Lin directed. Everyone began hauling the goods. Xiao Chun sighed in admiration as he worked. Commander, and you've really struck a rich haul this time. Lin merely smiled, and said, you'll find out later. They loaded 3 full trucks. On the last one, Lin pulled out the 10 spies from under the deck. Xiao Chun saw the 10 men tightly bound, and looking utterly wilted, and couldn't help twitching his mouth. Had Commander used torture? These 10 are spies, Lin said, bringing them before Xiao Chun, signaling him to take them. Xiao Chun, speechless, ordered the men to be taken away. Taken away was generous. They were half-dragged, half-pulled, as the spies were nearly limp. Lin rubbed his nose. I didn't torture them. I just forgot to feed them for 2 days. He had indeed starved them, but only because he didn't want to bother with them. 2 days without food wouldn't kill them. How could he have forgotten? So this was the real commander. It was only then that Commander Tian understood why Lin had insisted on finding trustworthy people. Seeing this spectacle, he sighed. He himself might never achieve such a feat. By the way, keep a close watch on this ship. Don't let anyone touch it. No one, not a soul. This is a treasure, Lin said with grave seriousness. Seeing his expression, Xiao Chun quickly ordered the men to guard it carefully. The group slipped into the military camp without a sound. Lin, you little rascal, explain yourself. What in the world happened? Division Commander Mu was already waiting in the warehouse. Ever since the first truck of supplies had arrived, he had been so stunned that he kept guard over the stockpile. As you can see, this is what I found. Dozens of crates of weapons. I checked them while loading. All made in the US. I have no idea how these people got their hands on them. Over there are some food supplies, and these over here are perishables, fruits. As for those bound ones, Lin pointed to the tightly tied men, the 2 ringleaders, and a military advisor along with 7 others who were close to them. They probably know a lot. I suggest we interrogate them separately. Leave it to the security section. You. Come with me, Division Commander Mu said, giving Lin a long hard look before turning and walking toward his office. Commander Tian, seeing that he hadn't been called, decided to stay and help with the supplies. In the division commander's office, Xiao Chun poured a cup of water for each of them, then prepared to leave. Some matters were not for his level to hear. Xiao Chun, stay. You're my aide and I trust you. Stay and take notes for me. Xiao Chun was the son of a fallen comrade-in-arms. After the man's death, Division Commander Mu had taken him in. When Xiao Chun came of age, he chose to enlist, and by a twist of fate became Mu's aide. Mu trusted him, and he was worthy of that trust. And Lin was also on good terms with him, so he didn't mind him listening. I was shot and fell into the sea. I thought I was done for, but when I woke up, I was in a clean wooden cabin lived in by an uncle and his niece, and Lin began mixing truth with falsehood. The young woman rescued me while fishing. They asked who I was. I was afraid they might be enemy spies trying to trick me, so I just said I was a common soldier. Division Commander Mu's heart skipped a beat. What was going on? Well, there were about 100 enemy agents on the island. During the capture, some tried to escape and resist, so I shot them all dead. And Lin said, lowering his head, further unsure if the division commander would believe him. 100 agents, and you only brought back 10. You expect me to believe you shot the other 90? And Lin, do you take me for a 3-year-old? Division Commander Mu glared at him. And Lin knew that even if he didn't say it, the agents would reveal it during interrogation. Better to speak now. We didn't engage in a full-scale battle. When their leader learned that the 3 of us were on the island, he sent assassins after us. We killed the first wave outright. When he sent more men, and couldn't find us, he split into small squads to search the island. We had no choice but to eliminate them on sight, only sparing the ringleaders. After several days we finally located their base and captured their leader. And Lin spoke casually, but Xiao Qin's blood boiled. This was the guerrilla tactic the revolutionary ancestors had used, now applied against enemy agents. Division Commander Mu nodded. Go back for now. When the interrogation results come in, we'll reward you accordingly. Regardless of how many agents and Lin had killed, the fact that he had brought back so many supplies was undeniable. He would be credited. Division Commander, there's another thing. The large ship eye. You little rascal, just say what you need to say. He then glanced at Xiao Chun. Don't write this down. Go draft the report from earlier and hand it to me. Xiao Chun immediately stopped writing, saluted, and left the office, closing the door thoughtfully behind him. Go ahead, what else is there? I sent Xiao Chun out not because I don't trust him, but because the fewer people who know about this, the better. You should understand why the enemy spies are still so rampant. They want us to lack technology and weapons, then strike us. So it's for Xiao Chun's own good that he doesn't know. If the secret here leaks, it can only be one of us two. Commander Mu didn't care what Lin thought. He was indeed protecting Xiao Chun. After all, a child he raised from a young age, so the bond was special. And this. And Lin hesitated for a long time before pulling out the laser gun from his waist. This is the weapon every soldier in their army uses, called a laser gun. If shot into a human body without the gene serum, they mention it's lethal. Fatal wounds cause instant death. Non-fatal ones eventually lead to infection and decay. It doesn't use bullets, just solar energy. I examined it. There's a battery-like energy storage unit inside. That must be the most important part. And Lin voiced his speculation. On the way back, he had struggled whether to reveal the laser gun, but finally decided to do so. Just as Lin Xi said, science and technology rejuvenate the nation. And precisely because of this, by presenting these two items himself, Commander Mu's hands were trembling. No one understands the importance of weapons to a nation. Only with absolute military power can other countries dare not bully you. Only when your fist is strong can you have a voice and not be called the sick man of Asia. They had been working hard, but the results were never obvious. It's true, but I suggest you keep it quiet until you're absolutely sure. And Lin reminded. Where are the uncle and nephew you mentioned? Commander Mu finally asked about the key figures. They're gone. And Lin lowered his head. I couldn't keep them. If Lin had said this at the beginning, Commander Mu would have thought it was an excuse. But after hearing about the transformed ship and seeing the laser gun, he was convinced that Lin couldn't have kept them. Alright, don't mention this to anyone for now. Take this gun back. Once I figure out how to report it, I'll have you bring it out when higher-ups come. For now, you keep it. Commander Mu thought for a moment and, Commander, there's one more thing. And Lin decided it was better to say it himself. What is it? Can't you just spit it out? Can't you finish all at once? Commander Mu felt a headache coming on. The reason I was shot and fell into the sea this time is because someone gave them intelligence. And Lin's gaze was firm. Who? Are you saying there's a mole in the military? This matter could be serious or minor. At worst, it's treason, or at best, just an accidental slip. Given the circumstances, Lin was supposed to die without a doubt. It's Enro. His voice choked and his eyes reddened. What? The mole is Enro. Commander Mu was speechless. How could this be? Enro was the daughter of a martyr, a foster child of the Yin family. She's not Enro. She's an imposter. And Lin's eyes turned red. Enro is no longer. I heard they switched her. This accident was set up by the fake Enro leaking information. Bang! A sound came from the office door. Commander Mu quickly looked toward it. Olden, why are you here? It was Lin's father, Njigua. He steadied himself. The sound had come from the water cup he was holding. He slowly bent down, picked it up, entered the office, and closed the door. You should know you can't hide it from me. It's been so long without news of Lin. It's one thing to hide it from his mother, but why hide it from me? Olden, I was afraid you couldn't handle it. Commander Mu's face flushed with embarrassment. He had intended to keep it from his old friend, but he seemed to have forgotten that his friend outranked him and probably knew long ago. I came to the military district to see if there was any clue about Lin. As soon as I arrived, I heard he was back, so I rushed to your office. I never expected to overhear. And Njigua didn't finish, but everyone in the room understood. Shaolin, are you sure that information is true? And Ziguo's eyes were red as he looked at his son. Yes, father. I heard it with my own ears. And I also recalled. During this mission in Ro. Was very unusual. And Lin didn't want his parents to bear this bad news, but the imposter was an enemy spy. That woman wanted him dead, wanted his family dead. I understand. Old Mu, leave this to me. He'll give you an answer. Having been through countless storms as a revolutionary veteran, he had made up his mind upon hearing the truth. Olden, take care of yourself. Commander Mu gave one last reminder. And Lin watched his father slowly walk out of the office, feeling as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. His father must be heartbroken too. After all, he had raised Enro since she was a child. If it was so hard for Lin, how much harder must it be for them? Go home and comfort your parents. Commander Mu sighed. Such incidents were common in this era. The Yin family was still lucky, No irreversible damage had been done. If it had, it would have destroyed the family and killed many innocent people. I understand. And Lin saluted Commander Mu and left. He had a house in the family. When Lin returned home, the atmosphere was warm and cheerful. His mother was chatting and laughing with Ro and another young woman. It appeared his father had yet to return. Seizing the moment before anyone noticed him, Lin slipped out again and placed a call to the security department at the gatehouse. Within 5 minutes, he saw the security department staff hurrying up to his front gate. The head of the security department nodded directly at Lin. Keep it quiet. I'm still with my mother. I'll find a way to get her out, and Lin said thoughtfully. Understood, replied the security department chief, eager to curry favor with Lin. Given the circumstances, Lin was certain to be promoted for this major achievement. Whether he would ascend directly to full captain or leap several ranks remained uncertain. Lin walked past everyone toward his front door. Ro, sharp-eyed, or perhaps instinctively unsettled, glanced involuntarily toward the entrance and locked eyes with Lin. Her heart lurched, then she flashed a smile. Big brother, you're back. Though her voice was warm, her gaze betrayed unmistakable doubt and cold calculation. Yes, I'm back, Lin replied coolly, then as if struck by an afterthought turned toward the living room and announced, I'll take you all to the state-owned restaurant later. Consider it an early celebration of my success. Celebration? Ro frowned in confusion. Wasn't he supposed to be dead? Had those incompetent fools failed to act? Yes, celebration. My mission went smoothly, you'll know the details in a couple of days, Lin replied, still smiling faintly, his peripheral vision fixed on Ro's reaction. Smoothly? Then, have you completed what you set out to do? Ro asked, feigning casual indifference. Indeed, I've secured a tremendous victory. Every enemy agent involved, and all their subordinates, has been apprehended. Now we await official confirmation from above. Lin's smile was disarmingly genuine, but Ro heard nothing beyond the word failure. Failed? How utterly incompetent. She recalled the Northern Laboratory, reportedly obliterated down to its foundations. Those tenacious soldiers truly intended to eradicate them root and branch. She trusted her own operatives implicitly, but could not rule out betrayal by their recruited underlings. Still, with the lab annihilated, no one could trace her as the mastermind behind it all. Moreover, several deep covert assets remained dormant. As long as the Green Hills remain, firewood will never run out. The North drained resources. This island, however, was their source of wealth. That's wonderful, big brother. Don't forget to invite me to your commendation ceremony. Ro offered lightly, already resolved in her heart, Lin would not leave the residence alive. She would simply sail back to the island nation. In Xiangxiang's city, beauty lingered. Yet even as Ro schemed how to eliminate Lin, silently concealing his death from everyone, even for just half an hour, long enough for his body to drift out to sea. Who authorized you to barge in here? Mother N's voice bristled with indignation. She glared sternly at the intruders. How dare they burst in unannounced and bind her daughter without cause? The young woman who'd been laughing with them moments earlier stood frozen in shock. Release me. Do you know where you are? Ro's tone dripped with contempt, as if these officers were mere paper tigers. Having come this far, she refused to depart empty-handed. She would drag the family into ruin one way or another. As she thought this, tears welled rapidly in her eyes, so convincingly that Mother N's heart clenched with anguish. Do you know where you are? Who let you in? Who gave you permission to enter? Mother N, usually gentle and refined, now hardened her expression. Her husband was the commanding officer of the entire military district. Yet here within this residential compound, the security department had brazenly entered her home without clearance to arrest her daughter. How could she not rage? Mom, save me. Wallah, they hurt me so badly. Seeing her mother step forward in defense, Ro seized the chance and pleaded desperately. You? Mother N reached out to untie Ro, only for her wrist to be seized firmly by a large hand. Just as she prepared to bite down, her son's voice cut through the chaos. Mom, don't move. If the security department is authorized to make arrests here, it's only because father approved it. Lin had no intention of revealing he'd summoned them himself. After all, he'd lived alongside Ro for years, their bond ran deep. Blaming his father was safer. Mother N's fury evaporated instantly. Of course, her husband held supreme authority. Without his explicit order, no one would dare storm in like this. Yet this was their daughter, raised for over a decade. Not by blood perhaps, but even a pet cat or dog nurtured so long would evoke sorrow at parting. In that fleeting hesitation, Ro was already led away. Comradely, if you have no further business, please depart. Our household situation, as you see, is hardly suitable for guests. Lin dismissed Li Shu Yuan outright. She was a girl from the same compound, childhood sweethearts. She'd rushed over upon hearing rumors Lin might be in danger. But now, witnessing the turmoil and receiving a direct dismissal from the man she loved, she had no choice but to leave. After forcing a brittle smile at Mother N, she fled. Suddenly, only mother and son remained inside. Aside from Lon, quietly picking vegetables in the backyard. Why didn't you stop them? Your father wouldn't have ordered this, not about Xiaoro. He watched her grow up, he adored her. He'd never command her arrest. Mother and finally grasped the dissonance her son's unnerving calm. He'd always cherished Ro as a sister. Yet today he'd watched unmoved as two men hauled her away. Disappointment flooded her gaze. How could her own son stand aside while his sister faced peril? Mom, do you know? If luck hadn't saved me, if someone hadn't intervened, I wouldn't be standing here before you. And Lin gazed steadily at his mother, his voice quiet but unyielding. You? But your mission went smoothly. Were you injured? Hey. Mother and blurted momentarily, forgetting Ro entirely as she rushed to inspect his clothes. Mom, Ro is an enemy agent. He'd hoped never to utter those words, least of all from his own lips, but the truth demanded it. Nonsense. I raised her myself. I know her better than anyone. Mother retorted instantly. Mom, she isn't our Xiaoro. And Lin sighed deeply, then recounted the entire truth. The origins, the deception, the treachery. Mom, don't frighten me. If you need to cry, then cry. Watching his mother sit motionless, silent, and hollow-eyed, he pleaded urgently. She merely whispered, I'll rest in my room, and withdrew. Tears traced slow, glistening paths down her cheeks, blooming softly across her pillow like pale plum blossoms. When I was 3 years old, my parents brought home a baby who was less than half a year old, and they pointed at her and said, Xiao Lin, this is your sister. Mom, you went to Uncle's house and came back with a sister. I was quite curious, as Aunt Wang next door had been pregnant for a long time before she gave birth to Wang Xiaopeng's brother, yet my mother's belly had never been big. My mother, whose eyes were still a bit red and swollen, couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Lin, this is your sister, called Ro. Previously she was just a cousin, but now she's a real sister. My mother's tone was slow, as if she didn't really want to say it. However, no matter what, I was no longer the only one in the family. I had a sister now, and I would be a good big brother. At the age of 8, I accidentally overheard my parents talking in their room, and learned that this was the daughter of my little uncle whom I had visited before, which made her my cousin. My little uncle died heroically in battle, and my little aunt, who was already weak after giving birth to my sister, fell seriously ill and passed away shortly after. It was heartbreaking for my grandparents to lose their daughter while still raising Teach, a male sister-in-law. Where would there be women in the army camp, especially with my current status as a big soldier? As time passed, over the course of 10 years, I worked tirelessly on missions and finally rose to the rank of deputy regiment leader. On that day, Colonel Mu called me over, and I thought something important was going on. However, he handed me a secret mission. After accepting this secret mission, I was to depart the next day. I thought about it, and decided to return to the family quarters to say goodbye to my mother and Xiaoro. This mission seemed simple. It was just a matter of capturing a few spies. We already knew the identities of the spies, so how could we be afraid of not catching them? Xiaoro unusually asked me about the mission. I unguardedly shared some details I could disclose. I didn't realize that even just a few words could allow a clever mind to deduce our main mission's time and place. Just when it seemed we were about to capture all the enemy spies, I was shot in the right hand. I quickly protected my right hand, but it seemed the enemy had already locked onto me. A chill spread through my body, and a sudden pain pierced my chest. Just then someone pushed me, and as I fell into the sea, I turned to look. I saw that my comrade beside me had transformed into the legendary enemy spy leader. He was grinning at me, and I clearly heard him say, "Do you like this gift?" Gift? It was a habit in our family that whenever either my father or I completed a mission, we would celebrate with a feast. Xiaoro would also prepare gifts for me or my father. Just before I left, Xiaoro said she had prepared the gifts. I didn't dare to think deeper, and reality wouldn't allow me to. As I fell amidst the exclamations of the captain, I had already fallen into the sea. Had it not been for this near-death experience, I might never have met her. She appeared beside me like a celestial being from the 9 heavens, seemingly capable of conjuring anything I needed: food, drink, and necessities. Later I learned that it was a product of a higher civilization, the space button. Flying cars, luminous guns, fully automatic ships, and when penetrating enemy lines, the glowing membrane on her body. They thought I couldn't see it, but when that membrane appeared, I had already noticed it. That membrane seemed to disregard all damage, even more effective than a bulletproof vest. Because of that light membrane, called the Golden Bell Shield, I successfully dealt with most of the enemy spies and captured their main figures. It wasn't until I returned to the military district that I recalled that the person who pushed me into the sea was the boss. No wonder he had such a ghostly expression when I caught him. A seed was quietly planted in the soil, but had not yet grown before reality crushed it back down. This describes me well. I smiled bitterly, then promptly withdrew that touch of sentimentality and threw myself into my work. Ngong, can you take a look here? Ngong, we've calculated this many times and still can't match that data. Ngong, don't be surprised, do I indeed no longer work in the military district. I now work in the Military Research Institute, mainly researching the laser guns we initially brought out and the ship engines modified by Lin Xi. I want to clarify that principle, so when the time comes I can apply it to our existing cars, and after improving the speed of the cars I will then aim to develop the flying cars I once rode. You are simply dreaming. Our current cars can only reach a speed of 60 miles per hour. Even military vehicles have only reached their highest speed of 90, which is already pretty good. You're talking about speeding them up and making them fly. The old leader of the research institute, Old Wu, glared at me, blowing his beard and glaring. Old Wu, when the ship was first launched, it could only reach a speed of 40 miles per hour. Even after your modifications, it eventually reached 60. When you were asked to continue researching for speed, you said the same thing. But look at the result. Their technology is far ahead of us. A casual modification from someone not even in this field brought the speed up to 180. If you hadn't seen such technology, you might never believe it in your lifetime, I pointed out without hesitation. Old Wu's lips moved slightly. Yes, I know you're right, but cars and ships are different. Water has buoyancy, so after the ship's engine is modified it can speed up. As long as we have the materials and the data can be calculated to manufacture it, the speed can be conquered. But the flying car you mentioned is different. It also has to consider gravity issues. I know, but when we manufactured planes back then, could we guarantee they would definitely fly? Scientific research starts with daring to dream. We must first set a goal for ourselves, and then explore step by step toward that goal. If you don't even dare to dream, how can you possibly advance science? Remember before that, who would have thought humanity could step on the moon? My words left Old Wu speechless. The key is I have truly seen floating cars before. This sentence was very quiet, but still within Old Wu's hearing range. His eyes flickered and he finally sighed. Alas, I'm old and useless. The future belongs to you young people. At 38 years old, the first long-range laser gun was unveiled. By the time I was 58, the first self-manufactured flying car in Xia country appeared. At this point, I had already turned gray, and looking at that flying car, I could faintly remember that cute and charming smile. I did it. Our country has surpassed all other nations in the world. Our nation is now the best, although we can't compare to your world. But I believe that in the future we will catch up. I have also achieved my goal. Even while dedicated to scientific research, our world remains picturesque with clear mountains and beautiful waters. Holding the space button in my hand, I glanced at my eldest grandson, who was watching over me by the bedside, the first grandson of my adopted son. Since he was small, he had been influenced by me and loved spending time in the laboratory. If it weren't for my illness this time, he wouldn't have come back. My second grandson works at the Land Resources Management Office. He said brother does research and I protect the environment. Both of them know my wishes. This is for you, I said, giving the space button to him when only my second grandson was left. Grandpa, returning home chatting. Submit the task, Lin, she said, closing her eyes. Ding ding. Task submission detected, teleportation commencing now. 10987. After a flash of white light, Lin Xi and Lin T had left the deserted island of the 1970s. Oh, the familiar scent is still here, Lin T's voice echoed beside Lin Xi. Only then did Lin Xi realize that they had returned together to Lin T's courtyard. Xi, can you help Uncle renovate this place? The air here is really hard to bear after going to other worlds. I can't take it anymore, Lin T said hurriedly as Lin Xi turned to look at her. Uncle, why don't you move over? It's not that Lin Xi doesn't want to help purify the air here, but there is an outsider living here and visitors are bound to come. Lin Xi's plan is to receive guests here, not in the small courtyard. At least for now, she doesn't want to expose her abilities. I live just fine alone. After returning, I've been forced by my elder brother and sister-in-law to help out in the courtyard every day. If I have no personal space at night, I might as well be killed. Lin T shivered at the thought of her elder brother and sister-in-law's hopeful gazes. Were they trying to turn her into a jack-of-all-trades or a filial husband? As long as I show any reluctance if I try to slack off, my sister-in-law's eyes are watching me. Lin T, you must perform well, or else when you marry you'll be despised for this. That would be so embarrassing. You must know that as you stay by Shi's side you have to improve. Only then will she become more discerning when it comes to men, and they will have to be better and better. Blathering on and on, Lin T was thrown into a state of gloom. Unlike Lin E and Yun Ci. Look at you, no wonder the old man sent you here for me to take care of. You're truly useless, unable to do anything. Look at me, at least I can plant while you're just embarrassing. That's a heart-wrenching blow. Alright, I'll help you purify once Chu Xiao leaves. After all, you don't stay here often, and we still have missions to complete. Lin Xi thought for a moment and said, just sneak back quietly, don't let my elder brother and sister-in-law find out. I want to sleep more tomorrow, Lin T added quickly as Lin Xi was about to turn. Lin Xi felt a bit helpless. It seemed that her parents were indeed putting a lot of pressure on her uncle. After returning to her room, Lin Xi didn't look for her parents. She was quite tired after these days. Ding ding. Task settlement in progress. Ding ding. Settlement complete, rewards are being distributed, the system's voice echoed in Lin Xi's mind. She was somewhat surprised this was the first time a task settlement had been this quick after so many attempts. Usually, she would have to wait until the evening or the next day. Why was it so early this time? The rewards have been issued to your backpack. Please check them yourself. Before she could finish her thoughts, Lin, she heard the system's voice from downstairs. Out of curiosity about why the task settlement was so fast, she eagerly opened the system panel. System panel name Lin Xi, gender female. It really doesn't need to be emphasized. Abilities: purification, LV5, LV9 upgradable space, LV5, LV9 upgradable skills: mirage, domain, space, blade, space, storm, space, lock, space, teleportation, purify, evil, clear, calamity. Backpack open to view. Safe cabin 55 upgraded to the highest level. Merit 100. The task rewards section displayed a large red gift box. Without hesitation, she clicked on it, and the usual fireworks appeared. Lin Xi didn't bother with the flashy items and immediately focused on the rewards task. Rewards: spirit spring water, 10 mental strength enhancement liquid 2, ability upgrade essence 5, house renovation cards 5, energy shields 2, premium spirit stones 10, upper grade spiri. Why are there so many good things in this reward? Lin Xi thought for a moment and decided to ask. This time the host chose to gather and submit tasks without a specified target, so the tasks generated had no restrictions, just one condition: something must be submitted. However, since you started diligently gathering resources as soon as you entered that world, I had already reported your and your uncle's performance to the main system with evidence. The main system particularly appreciates diligent hosts like you, so this time the rewards are quite generous. Oh, it can work that way. Thank you, you truly are my good system. Lin Xi exclaimed excitedly. Please work hard in the future to achieve even better results. You are now quite well known among the hosts in our system. You are the only one with a name in the main system, so you must hold on. The system's voice was somewhat excited. Knowing her host was recognized by the main system brought her many benefits. For instance, she was upgraded directly this time. She was no longer that white ball, but a purple one now. Systems are also ranked. The lowest level is a transparent ball, followed by gray, white, orange, red, purple, gold, and finally, the main system's colorful ball. This time the main system waved its hand and promoted her by 3 levels. The system now thinks highly of her host. You upgraded. What new functions do you have now? Lin Xi was surprised to hear about her system's upgrade. It had never mentioned it before. From now on, I can also speak on your behalf in the main system, so let's work hard together. The system was now full of fighting spirit. Let's work hard together, they encouraged each other. You will discover my functions when you need them, and they will certainly bring you great joy. The system dropped another bombshell. Lin Xi felt her system was becoming more intelligent, or rather more human-like. This must be the effect of the upgrade. After finishing her conversation with the system, Lin, she was about to level up when she suddenly remembered her so-called husband in the next room. She wondered how his injuries were faring after all this time, and when she could finally send him away. With this thought, she decided to go check on him. She strolled leisurely toward the neighboring room, and before she reached the door, she saw Chi-Chi carrying a bowl of something upstairs. Upon spotting Lin, Kiki's eyes lit up with surprise. Miss, you're back. Chi-Chi hurried over to Lin, who smiled at her. Although Chi-Chi was a nanny robot, Lin held her dear. She had raised Lin since childhood, and no ordinary robot could compare. Chi-Chi, what are you carrying? Lin asked curiously. Oh, it's juice for the master's husband. Today's is milk-flavored. Chi-Chi said quickly, offering the bowl still fragrant with milk to Lin Xi. You're giving him juice at this hour. Since Chu Xiao had arrived, Chi-Chi had been the one taking care of him, with a D occasionally lending a hand. Lin Yi and his wife usually busied themselves in the yard tending to their work and checking the dark web, so they only visited him in the morning and evening. Yes, about 1 to 2 hours after breakfast, I bring him a bowl of juice and another in the afternoon before dinner, Chi-Chi explained. I see. Lin Xi opened the door and entered with Chi-Chi. Inside, Chu Xiao lay still in the healing pod, but his complexion was no longer as pale as when Lin Xi first saw him, had returned to a normal human color. Lin Xi gestured for Chi-Chi to go about her business. Chu Xiao, though unconscious, sensed someone new visiting, not the usual robots or his nominal in-laws. The aura felt familiar, and his mind eventually formed the name Lin, his long-absent wife, who had finally reappeared. Today he awaited his daily juice delivery. Aside from the 2 different fruit juices he looked forward to, there was little else. He knew he was being fed nutrient solution, but the added sweet treats pleased him. He struggled to wake up, but failed, so he surrendered to the process, knowing he would awaken once his spiritual energy healed. Often he dreamed, and each dream seared into his memory, accelerating his recovery. Lin Xi checked the updated data on the pod. Chu Xiao's body had healed, leaving only his spirit. How the reward calculation is pretty fast this time, Lin T said with a smile. Based on Lin Xi's introduction, he figured only the spiritual spring water was useful to him. The rest were worthless. As he lounged on the bed, the system spoke again. Ding. Rewards have been distributed. Please check your backpack, host. Oh, already distributed. Lin T opened his backpack to check. Rewards: Spiritual Spring Water X5, Spiritual Energy Enhancement Card X1, House Renovation Card X2, Energy Shield X1, Top-Grade Spirit Stones X2, High-Grade Spirit Stones X10, Mid-Grade Spirit Stones X50, Low-Grade Spirit Stones X500, Supernatural, Awakening Liquid X1. Lin Xi sat up abruptly. Wow, this time it's a big haul. He dashed toward Lin Xi's house. Downstairs he ran into Chi-Chi, who had just served Chu Xiao his juice. Before she could greet him, he rushed upstairs. Lin Xi had just sat on her bed, spiritual energy enhancement card in hand, when Lin Xi burst in. Uncle, can't you knock first? You nearly gave me a heart attack. Lin Xi rolled her eyes. Chi-Chi, did you get the mission rewards? Lin Xi asked directly. Lin Xi recalled that the system had said it would take a portion from her rewards and combine it with the main system's contribution to form Lin Xi's rewards, but nothing compared to her own bounty. She felt a twinge of guilt. Yes, I just saw them, she murmured, but Lin Xi was too excited to notice. This time the system is so generous. Do you know what it gave me? Lin Xi's voice trembled. The spiritual spring water is more than last time, and it even gave me a spiritual energy enhancement card. Is it what I think it is? Probably. I was about to try it myself when you barged in. What if you had interrupted me mid-use? I need to set up some defenses, Lin Xi said. Then they compared their rewards, and just as they decided to test the enhancement cards together, Chi-Chi appeared at the door. Miss, there's a man and a woman at the gate asking to come in, she announced. A man and a woman. Who could that be? Lin Xi wondered. She didn't think she had any friends in the interstellar realm. They came before. They said they are the master's husband's sister and brother-in-law, Chi-Chi added. Since they've been here before, let them in, Lin, she said, unaware that the previous visit had been to Lin Xi's house, not hers. Well, Uncle, looks like we'll have to test the cards tonight. Let's go greet our guests first. Mom and Dad are probably still in the yard planting and packing. We're the only ones free. Lin Xi shrugged indifferently and followed her out. Chu Yi and Gu Hong returned to Anuda Star, once again stepping inside the protective dome. They could clearly sense that the air here was better than when they visited last month. To their surprise, the butler led them around the house they entered last time, revealing another house just 50 meters behind it, which they had previously overlooked. Perhaps it was because each house had a large courtyard. Although the courtyard behind looked equally spacious, there was an inexplicable feeling that it was different. As they observed while walking, they arrived at the door of the house. Please come in. The young lady is already waiting for you in the living room, Audie said, bowing slightly in a gesture of invitation. The door swung open and Chu Yi caught a glimpse of two people chatting on the sofa. Upon hearing the door open, Lin Xi and Lin Xi's conversation abruptly halted, and they slowly turned their gazes toward the door, seeing a man and a woman approaching them. The man walked off. Their movements suggested they were quite familiar with this routine. Lin Xi stood up, watching the two individuals approach her. Although the room wasn't very large, Lin Xi felt as if they had been walking for ages. Her vision began to blur, and she thought she was experiencing a hallucination. Shuang shuang. She murmured, two words filled with disbelief and a desire to confirm something. However, how could Chu Yi, who possessed healing abilities, fail to hear her? Regardless of whether they were attack-based or defense-based abilities, or even nurturing abilities like Chu Yi's, the five senses of a practitioner are always heightened, making them more sensitive than ordinary people, even in the interstellar realm. She stood there frozen as memories surged like a tide, pieces both remembered and forgotten, complete and fragmented, seemed to stitch together. I'm on Anuda Star in the interstellar realm. Remember to come find me. Remember to come find me. I'm waiting for you. You must come find me. Repeating those reminders and instructions, she realized with a start that she had forgotten such an important thing. Xiaoyi, what's wrong? Noticing that the person behind had not kept up, Gu Hong turned his head to ask, only to find that Chu Yi was standing 2 steps away, staring blankly ahead, while ahead was the sister-in-law he had never met, Lin Xi. Xiao Yi. Gu Hong called out in confusion again. Shi. Chu Yi finally spoke, but she was not addressing him. Instead, she was calling out to the girl ahead. Shuang shuang. Is that really you? Upon hearing the call, Lin Xi's face lit up with a smile, and she rushed toward Chu Yi. It's me. I'm sorry you asked me to come find you, and I forgot. Tears streamed down Chu Yi's face, and Gu Hong, watching from the side, felt utterly confused, not understanding why Chu Yi was saying these things, especially since the recipient of these words was her sister-in-law, who kept calling her Shuang Shuang. He had grown up with Chu Yi. How could he not know she had a name like Shuang Shuang? It's alright, I know you didn't mean to. Chi told me you two came by last time. As Lin Xi spoke, she took Chu Yi's hand and led her toward the sofa. Yes, when we came last time we weren't in this place. It should have been that house in front. She had wondered why the Lin family had greeted them in the courtyard last time, but upon seeing Lin Xi, she understood. I didn't know it was you last time, it was just my mother and me who came. Lin Xi explained, her words a bit disjointed. I know when I came last time I felt the air here was great. Seeing you made it clear to me. Chu Yi smiled, and then turned to Lin Xi, who was watching in astonishment, teasingly remarked, Hi, little uncle. Lin Xi looked at Chu Yi in disbelief. When he came last time he found her familiar, but couldn't recall where he had seen her before. Hearing Lin Xi call her Shuang Shuang, he suddenly remembered that she was the enchanting beauty he had met in the beast world. However, her appearance now was only about 50% similar to that of the alluring fox spirit back then. This time, the enchanting fox-like charm was absent, and her eyes no longer held the deep affection typically associated with foxes, yet there was no sense of incongruity. "Little uncle, you still stutter? This is Chu-yi, my little sister-in-law," Lin Xi interrupted him. Lin Xi quickly realized and nodded. Right, we met last time. You all came this time to see your brother, right? Xi, hurry, and take them to see him. He'll have Chi prepare more lunch. Okay, Lin Xi nodded with a smile. Ah-hing, you stay here, he'll go see big brother first. Chu-yi said to Gu Hong, who was standing by her side. He'll go see big brother too. Gu Hong had originally come to accompany his wife to see her elder brother, so he had no intention of backing out halfway. No need, you can go see him later. He'll go first, she said, signaling to Gu Hong with her eyes indicating that there were others around, not to breach etiquette. Although Gu Hong was puzzled, he still complied. Chu-yi and Lin Xi went upstairs directly into Lin Xi's room. As soon as they entered, Chu-yi embraced Lin Xi. Xi, I missed you so much. I've been looking for you, I thought you. It was so difficult to encounter you in the beast world only to be separated again. My soul must have suffered damage when returning to the interstellar realm, otherwise I wouldn't have lost that memory, Chu-yi said. It's alright as long as the ending is good, that's all that matters, Lin Xi said, feeling grateful that the only benefit from this marriage that neither of them wanted was Chu-yi. I had memories even when I was in my mother's womb. Although I had a birthing pod to assist, our Chu family insists on nurturing our own children. I've always had a good relationship with Chu Xiao, so when I learned he was in trouble, I was so anxious. Now that I know you're here, I understand he must be fine, Chu-yi smiled. But when she learned that her brother had been exposed to mental pollution and strong radiation, she thought to herself that if Lin Xi were here, she would likely be able to purify those radiations and pollutants. Yes, I've already purified the radiation and mental pollutants from his body, but you know my situation here. Lin Xi chuckled helplessly. I know we'll take him back to the Imperial Capital Star today, but you'll have to rely on me for the subsequent natural plants. Chu-yi said, decisively, fully aware of her friend's secret. Alright, you know I'm on a mission. I'll install a batch of space buttons for you, and when you're close to running out, just inform my parents, they will arrange to send you the supplies, Lin Xi replied promptly. Okay. Chu-yi never expected that after being separated by space and time for so long, and from such a great distance, she and Lin Xi could still be so in sync. The two chatted for a while longer, then went to see Chu Xiao. After having lunch with Gu Hong, Chu-yi hurriedly took the treatment pod back to the Imperial Capital Star. On the spaceship, Gu Hong asked, Xiao-yi, why are we bringing Big Brother back to the Imperial Capital Star? He was a bit puzzled. They had agreed to return to the Imperial Capital Star after visiting Big Brother, but he hadn't expected her to take him back with them. Well, I initially thought to have Big Sister-in-law take care of Big Brother to help nurture their relationship, but Big Sister-in-law said she has some matters to attend to and can't take care of Big Brother. So I figured I'd bring him home. If Big Sister-in-law finishes her matters, she will come to pick him up herself, Chu-yi said. Of course, she wouldn't reveal that she was doing it for her good friend Chi-Chi today. Lin Xi had just entered the door and was about to ask Chi-Chi why she hadn't brought the meal today when he saw Lin Xi standing at the entrance. Chi-Chi, you're back. A spark of surprise flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect to see his daughter just by coming back for lunch. It seemed this trip was worth it. Although there were emergency nutritional liquids in the spatial button, they had developed a habit of 3 meals a day over the past nearly year. While drinking nutritional liquids could fill them up, they now had the conditions to eat 3 meals a day and didn't want to deprive themselves. My dear daughter, when did you come back? Why didn't you come to find us? You didn't even tell us. Lin Xi squeezed in unwillingly. Dad, Mom, we came back this morning. We thought we would meet for lunch, but then Chu Xiao's sister and brother-in-law came, so we hosted them. Kiki's meal was finished by them, and I figured you would come back if you couldn't wait for the meal, so I didn't notify you, Lin Xi explained patiently. What sister-in-law came over? Then you should have notified us. Lin Xi looked at Lin Xi with some disapproval. It's fine, Mom, I had a good chat with her. I originally wanted to call you back, but you were indeed a bit far away and they had to hurry back. Chu-yi, clearly you urged us to go back, so I didn't notify you. Mom, Kiki's meal is almost ready, so you guys don't chat here anymore, go tidy up first. We can eat soon, Lin Xi quickly said. Alright, we'll talk later. Lin Xi thought for a moment since his daughter was back, at least she wouldn't leave in the next few days, and there would be opportunities to talk. Lin Xi looked at her muddy parents and felt speechless. Even with robots, many things were still done by Lin Xi and Lin Xi themselves, and they always ended up looking so messy. Dad, Mom, you don't have to dig, fertilize, or water the plants yourselves every time. You should know that the land in our yard will only increase and you won't be able to finish it all. Oh, you know that Mom and I are originally planters from the plantation. In the past, there were fewer seeds and poor soil, so we could only do hydroponics. But the nutritional value of hydroponics is really not as good as soil cultivation. P.S. This is made up, don't get hung up on its truth. Moreover, not all plants can be grown hydroponically. Now that the land has been purified by you, Mom, and his biggest motivation every day is to help you fill this yard with plants, Lin, he said with a smile. The life they have now was something they never dared to imagine before. Do as you wish, but don't overwork yourselves, Lin, she said helplessly. Rest assured, Lin Xi added. By the way, Dad and Mom, Chu Xiao has already been taken away by Chui. Lin Xi paused at the foot of the stairs, recalling what happened this morning, and hurriedly said a sentence before heading upstairs. Lin Yi's hand paused. What did Xi just say? I didn't hear clearly. It shouldn't be anything big. If it were something significant, Xi definitely wouldn't mention it. So casually, Lin Xi said nonchalantly, Chu Xiao, mother-in-law, how is it that I am not important? Let's not go out this afternoon. It's rare that Xi is back. Let's make something delicious for her. Lin Yi looked at Lin Xi. Yes, let Xi have a taste of my cooking, Lin Xi said with a smile. You should know that she specifically sets aside 2 days a week to learn cooking with Chi. Although it's not as good as what Chi makes, she feels it's not bad. After all, Chi is a robot and does everything according to proportions, while she is human and can achieve that level. Lin Xi, unaware that her parents were discussing making delicious food for her, went straight into her room, activated her room's defense, and took out a mental power enhancement card. Use enhancement card, Lin, she commanded the system. Ding. Detecting that the host is using a mental power enhancement card. Mental power is being enhanced. Discomfort may occur during the enhancement period. Please endure, host. When Lin Xi was about to ask what kind of discomfort she felt, as if a needle had pierced her brain, causing intense pain. Then she felt countless needles simultaneously stabbing her brain. Her eyes were bloodshot and her eyeballs bulged. Her hands uncontrollably grabbed the bed sheet beneath her, twisting it, as if it were a twisted noodle. It felt as if her brain was being stirred by that force. After an unknown period, the person who had been in so much pain that she couldn't hold her eyes shut suddenly opened her eyes wide, and a burst of bright light erupted from them, followed by a return to calm. Lin Xi stood up, her clothes drenched in sweat. Is this considered a successful upgrade? Yes, host. This is the first time using the enhancement card, so your experience is quite painful. Next time it will be much easier. Oh, this thing also has a frequency of use, Lin, she said somewhat speechlessly, thankfully that it wouldn't be so painful next time. Oh, otherwise she might have been hesitant to use it again. Host, don't think that the first time being painful is a big loss. You should know that it's precisely because it's your first use that your mind has expanded. Your mental power should now be at an S level. After using it a few more times, 5S or 6S is not a dream. Lin Xi heard the system's voice and felt as if the system was painting a big picture for her. After taking a shower, she took out the ability enhancement liquid. No matter what, she wanted to enhance her power first, thinking that she would directly gulp down a tube of the upgrade liquid. After some time, Lin Xi felt that her ability had been enhanced again. One help me check when the next task is, and if it has been released yet. Lin Xi thought for a moment and decided to check the task first before determining the others. That evening, Lin Xi shared with her parents the amusing adventures of her recent journey to the 1970s era, alongside her uncle, sending both into peals of laughter. Lin T, now that you've gained such a rare opportunity, please look after she carefully. I wish I could have gone along too, Lin, he said wistfully, gazing at Lin T as though had it not been for fate's twist he himself might have traveled across dimensions with his daughter. Ugh, uncomfortable. I'll use another one next time. No need to push further just yet. Humph. Understood. Didn't you say you brought living creatures back this time? Why not show them now? Lin E hastily changed the subject. His habitual barbs toward Lin T were admittedly unbecoming. Yes, we brought many living specimens, but this isn't the place to unveil them. Let's purchase some robots tomorrow, or rent them if preferred, Lin, she interjected quickly. Surely this house is large enough to hold them. Now it was Lin Yi's turn to be astonished. Hadn't he purchased for her the largest spatial nexus available on the market? Let's discuss it tomorrow, Lin, she deflected with a light laugh, unwilling to reveal they transported an entire miniature ocean. Oh dear, we won't sleep tonight, Lin E pleaded pitifully. Dad, how long has it been since you last checked in on your eldest son? Lin, she turned and headed upstairs without another word. Only when Lin E finally registered her remark did he freeze, utterly bewildered. Wife, we still have a son. Lin Xi stared blankly. It had been months since Lin Zhao's last visit, and indeed neither she nor Lin E had sent him anything since. Has this semester nearly ended? Well, shall we go to the Imperial Capital Star tomorrow? Yun Xi's eyes flickered. These past months had been overwhelmingly full. They'd even forgotten their own son stationed at the military academy. Lin Zhao, am I the free bonus you got with your phone? She mentioned she had plans tomorrow, Lin E murmured softly. Yun Xi nodded. It was true, she had said something about acquiring robots. She conveniently overlooked the part about renting. Fine then. Once she departs, let's stay longer in the Imperial Capital Star this time. Visit your father's estate, mine too. And while we're there, let's scout for fine artifacts to bring back for Xi and Xiao Zhao. Her brows lifted meaningfully as she exchanged a knowing glance with Lin E. He understood instantly. Over the years, countless treasures from the royal palace had found their way home through his wife's capable hands. Though some might call it living off her, while others lacked the skill to pull it off, so why feel shame? The next morning Lin Xi descended to find her parents and uncle already seated in the living room awaiting her. She immediately tempered her usual nonchalance. Their collective gaze burned with such intensity, she could hardly bear it. Why are you all staring at me? The robots you requested have been acquired and delivered inside the protective dome, Lin Xi announced. Lin Xi caught his meaning at once, and cleared her throat, discreetly masking her embarrassment at having overslept. Right. Then let's begin site selection. She stepped out first, walking slowly through the courtyard. Lin Yi and the others followed closely. Only Lin Ti knew her intent, trailing leisurely behind. Lin Yi and Yun Xi, equally puzzled, watched Lin Xi march farther and farther, until her path led unmistakably to the dome's outer boundary. There she paused, frowning up at the shimmering barrier. I recall one of my rewards was a protective dome. What functions does it possess? This dome dynamically adjusts its size to accommodate whatever the host deploys. As its name implies, protection is its primary function, yet it seamlessly integrates both defense and offense. Crucially, it requires no external energy source. After all, anything issued by the system is by definition peerless. Today the system sounded faintly smug. You know what I'm really asking? Can this dome shield against radiation? Can it withstand the mother parasite? Lin Xi rolled her eyes. If my dome couldn't even block basic radiation, would it truly merit the title peerless? This system's dome achieves everything you can conceive, and more. While it operates autonomously for short durations, prolonged use demands spiritual energy. The system added this last part with a slight, uncharacteristic bashfulness. Spiritual energy. Does possessing spirit stones suffice? Lin Xi asked directly. In essence, yes. But do not squander spirit stones unnecessarily. Remember, spiritual energy thrives symbiotically. This planet is currently a barren world. Yet if you cultivate spirit spring water across its surface, flora will flourish, and in turn generate ambient spiritual energy. All things possess spirit. That principle rests upon precisely this truth. The system spoke with solemn gravity. You fabricated, but plausible. So the more life this world hosts, the more spiritual energy it naturally produces. Hence the dome needs no conventional power source. Precisely. Then deploy the dome to envelop the entire planet. 3 high-grade spirit stones, the system replied. Lin Xi sighed inwardly, withdrew 3 high-grade spirit stones, and watched them vanish the moment they touched her palm. How long will these sustain the dome? 1 year, though duration diminishes under assault. Lin Xi fell silent, then turned to her parents. Mom, Dad, activate the robots now. Excavate this entire area. She gestured decisively toward Lin Xi. His jaw dropped. So that's why you needed robots. You own a mecha. Summoning it would finish excavation in half a day. Lin Xi froze. She hadn't considered it, then chided herself for her oversight. Flustered, she prepared to summon her mecha, when Lin Ti's voice cut in. I know what you intend, but never imagined you'd ask brother and sister-in-law to buy robots. You should have spoken up earlier. I'd have stopped you at once. He pounded his chest in mock despair, lamenting his own obliviousness. Lin Xi ignored him, instead deploying 4 mechas to excavate a 20-meter-deep pit. Only this small? Lin Ti asked. I'd expand it further, but I can purify only this much per day, even with enhanced spiritual energy. Besides, a reunite planet itself is modest in scale. Ambition demands capability and space. Lin Ti choked on his retort. Only now recalling the land required purification. Years of joint missions with his niece had blurred the line between interstellar reality and mission simulation. The 4 mechas worked with astonishing speed, each wielding what appeared to be a colossal spoon, striking precisely where Lin Xi indicated. Within an hour the designated excavation was complete. Lin Xi recalled her mechas, then raised her hand. A soft emerald light edged with golden luminescence gathered upon her palm. She pressed it to the earth. The radiance surged outward like liquid light spreading across the soil. Lin Xi's face paled, beads of sweat cascaded from her brow. An hour later she withdrew her hand, breathless. How are you? Look at your face. It's ashen. Yun Xi rushed forward to steady her. Uncle, pour it in now. Watch carefully. If it fills, stop. Tomorrow we'll dig another. With that she slashed a spatial rift into the pit, transforming it instantly into a chasm. Add seawater, and it would resemble an ocean even more closely. The rest she entrusted to Lin Ti and her parents. After a brief farewell she vanished, reappearing instantly in her bedroom, collapsing onto the bed and falling fast asleep. Elsewhere, Lin Yi and Yun Xi stood speechless before the newly formed sea. What is this? Lin Yi whispered, trembling. Brother, this is seawater we retrieved from old Earth. Their oceans dwarf this one. Tomorrow we'll excavate again. Then the immersion will be absolute. Lin Ti smirked, retrieving a spatial nexus from his robe. Little she hadn't thought of beaches, but he had. Meanwhile, across the galaxy, astronomers studying the stellar nebula map witnessed an extraordinary anomaly. At dawn, a luminous membrane had spontaneously encased a previously barren cultivation planet, and within it all was veiled from observation. Scholars erupted in stunned disbelief, then euphoric triumph. Was a new civilization emerging? Lin Xi remained blissfully unaware of the galactic stir. All she knew was this: on a Runeta planet, seafood was now limitless. After rest, she would consume an ability enhancement serum and deploy a spiritual energy amplification card. Tomorrow her ocean would expand beyond today's bounds. Drifting into dreams, she carried visions vast and luminous. The next morning arrived as expected, and Lin Xi rose early. Her purification ability had leveled up, and her mental strength also increased. Today she should be able to purify an area 1.5 times larger than yesterday. Mom and Dad, Uncle, take your time in the floating car. I'll head over first to save some time, Lin Xi said, and without waiting for their response, she teleported to the beach from yesterday. Hey, she slowed down a bit. Yun Si's voice echoed in the distance. This child, when did she become so impatient? She can't even wait for a moment. Lin T remained silent. Having experienced 2 worlds, if she still didn't realize that her niece was no longer the weak and helpless girl from before, it would truly be a wasted life. Just going through 2 worlds and seeing the system rewards seemed unremarkable, but using them was a different story. Her mental strength and reflexes had already improved significantly. Even without the mental strength enhancement card, she could feel her body strengthening, and her mental energy was slowly growing. This was a boost that occurred every time one traveled through the time-space tunnel to a new world. She must have become unimaginably powerful. Returning her thoughts to the present, she saw her brother and sister-in-law had finished eating and were looking at her. I'm done eating too, let's set off, he said somewhat awkwardly, not expecting to have thought so much. The 3 of them boarded the floating car. By the time they arrived, 4 mechas were already busy digging into the sea. The floating car took a flight around, and it felt like this sea was much larger today before stopping at yesterday's beach. Lin Xi walked over directly. You're here? Here's what I was thinking. I'll first set up a spot here, then purify the surrounding sea that we've dug up, and afterward connect this area with yesterday's. As for the already purified land around, I'll leave that to you, Mom and Dad, Lin, she said, smiling as she shared her plan. Lin Xi suddenly reacted. So you mean you will purify the area around the sea too? Yes, I can't purify much right now, but I can purify within a radius of 3 kilometers. I'll sprinkle the isolation agent, and you just have to turn the area within 3 kilometers into a beach and plant some coconut trees and other fruit trees. When I come back next time, I'll finish purifying this place, leaving only the seldom visited dark forest. Then we can spend some time purifying that. Tomorrow I'll purify the area around our courtyard completely. This time I'll be gone for a month. Mom and Dad, don't rush, take your time, Lin, she explained her plan. Yun Ci and Lin thought about it. If the entire Anuta star were purified, how beautiful would the whole planet be? However, she suddenly paused. We haven't installed the protective shield yet. If you purify, it'll be in vain. Why don't we wait until next time? By the way, why do we only have a few days this time? Mom and Dad, I've already dismantled the protective shield in our courtyard. Now our entire planet is covered by the protective shield. I've set up the defense and attack functions. Once everything inside is purified, the entire nebula map will not be able to find Anuta star. However, for convenience in buying things and receiving deliveries, we'll just go out to buy ourselves or use the transport warehouse. There's been so much change here that it's best not to let outsiders in. Lin, she had already thought this through. She wanted to make the entire planet invisible. If that's the case, won't we be cut off from the Imperial Capital Star? How will your brother and the others find us then? Yun Ci hurriedly asked. We won't be cut off. We're just invisible, not gone. We can still receive signals, it's just that our planet won't be visible. Besides, Anuta star is a private planet, and it's already an abandoned planning star. It's not large, so no one will pay special attention to us, Lin Xi explained. In the current interstellar space, everywhere was filled with dark forests and wastelands. This planet's oasis was already taking shape. If they didn't go invisible, there was a risk of being discovered. You're right, Lin, he thought for a moment. As a planter, he understood too well the obsession and madness those people had for natural plants. When he first saw Xi like that, he and Yun Ci had been just as unrecognizable in their competition for those scarce resources. If it were discovered by other planets, it wouldn't matter much, because barren stars meant poverty. Some wealthy people bought them for leisure, while others were places of exile for those who made mistakes. Those areas had no decent spaceships. They had to directly charter a spaceship when they came here, otherwise they would have had no means of transportation. The most worrying thing was the group of nobles from Imperial Capital Star. Those people were the very definition of shamelessness, willing to go to any lengths for a bit of resources driven purely by profit. Mom and Dad, don't worry. We are just going to develop quietly. Once we've fixed up Anuta star, we'll buy the nearby planets as well, and do the same for them, giving one to Xiao Zhao. Lin, she said with a smile. Xiao Zhao doesn't need your concern. You should focus on your own life first, Lin Xi said, but tears were already welling up in her eyes. Her daughter thinking of her family made her the happiest. The family chatted nearby while the 4 mechas had already dug the sea according to Lin Xi's request. After she called them back, she began the purification process. 3 hours later, Lin Xi had finished purifying this area. Lunchtime had passed, and she took out some packed food from the state-run restaurant of the 1970s from her space. Everyone enjoyed the meal. "Uncle, it's up to you now," she said, knowing that Lin Xi must have something hidden when she saw the beach this morning, so she felt no psychological burden in asking him to help. Lin Xi had just returned to his room intending to check when the next mission would be when a familiar dizziness struck him and he blacked out. When he woke up, he found himself in an endless expanse of grass, or rather something more like a sea of dandelions. The distant mountains resembled green shells, and not far from the grass there were pod-like objects. Strangely, a vine was climbing upward without any support, defying all logic. Everything shattered Lin Xi's understanding of the world. In his memory, neither of the 2 worlds he had visited had shown him such things. Then he noticed the eerie silence around him. Even without the chirping of insects or birds, there should have been the sound of wind. Yet he watched dandelion seeds floating upward, but felt no breeze at all. Goosebumps rose on his skin. Sensing his room in the wooden cabin, he quickly slipped inside. He glanced at Lin's eyes-closed door, knowing she was still resting. Remembering that she had purified a large area. 1. The world's largest bean curd stick. 2. The Pea Princess P3. Snow White's poisonous apple 4. Cinderella's pumpkin carriage 5. Rapunzel's hair 6. The Little Match Girl's matches 7. The spindle that pricked Sleeping Bowtie's finger 8. Aladdin's lamp. Hey system, what are these skills? Can they be exchanged for merit? And what exactly is merit? Lin Xi examined his system panel, noticing many changes from before, but he didn't understand a lot of it. Skills are the things you can do. Right now you have no skills, the system explained simply. Wait, you can't insult me like that. You're telling me that my 20+ years of survival skills count for nothing. Isn't that too harsh? Lin Xi couldn't accept being labeled as someone with no abilities. In the system's perception, what everyone can do is not a skill. It's instinct, the system taunted. Let me see what skills you have here, Lin Xi said, unconvinced. He wanted to check the system's definition of skills. The system exchange mall is now open. Please browse at your leisure. Disbelieving, Lin Xi opened the exchange mall. Categories: superpower, cultivation, magic, physical. Currently, only the magic and physical categories were unlocked, the rest were grayed out. System: why are the other categories gray? Lin Xi tried to check, but found he couldn't open them. You only have 30 merit points, which is barely enough to open the physical category. However, considering your previous good performance, and since this world has some connection to magic, the magic category has been partially unlocked for you. Well, it seemed he was benefiting from this world. Let's see what skills he could use from the magic category. System: why are the other categories gray? You only have 30 merit points, which is barely enough to open the physical category. However, considering your previous good performance, and since this world has some connection to magic, the magic category has been partially unlocked for you. 1. Magic shield costs 10 merit points. Using the magic shield can defend against enemy attacks. Others cannot inflict physical damage. It can be upgraded, and upon upgrade it will reflect physical damage. 2. Sanctum costs 100 merit points. When activated, all within a 10-kilometer radius will be pulled into the sanctum. Within this space, the user becomes the absolute master. Duration depends on the user's spiritual power. It can be upgraded. The upgraded sanctum expands the area, increases the variety of illusory objects, and prolongs the duration. Oh, this one is more advanced, but I can't afford it. He'll just get the shield for now. At least if there's danger, I won't be a burden to my niece. With that thought, Lin Xi clicked the exchange button for the magic shield. Instantly, a golden light shot into his brow. Soon he felt his body surge with power. Now that he had some self-defense capability, he could go out and explore first. Had wait until Lin Xi woke up. With this in mind, 10 hours later, Lin Xi woke up. Sensing that her spiritual power had fully recovered, she let out a long sigh. So they were in another world now. Where was her uncle? Lin Xi washed her face, changed her clothes, and walked toward Lin Xi's room. Seeing the door open, she entered with a puzzled look and found a note on the nightstand. He had gone out. Can you sense where your subsystem is? Lin Xi frowned. Judging from the mission, this world should be a fairy tale world. But precisely because it was a fairy tale world, Lin Xi felt it was dangerous. After all, in fairy tales, everything that is unscientific and unreasonable in reality can happen and even be rational. If you think this world is as beautiful as the stories you read as a child, well, you'd be dead. They are not far from here, about 2 kilometers, the system's voice came. Lin Xi quickly packed up. Guide me. I'm going to find my uncle. On it. This was something Lin Xi had only noticed in the past 2 days. The system had upgraded, gaining more functions and permissions. Following the system's navigation, Lin Xi soon arrived at the location where the system said Lin Xi was. But when she looked around, she didn't see him. Are you sure my uncle is here? Lin Xi was doubtful. I'm checking. I sense him at this exact spot, and even now my subsystem is still here, the system said confidently. Hearing the system's certainty, Lin Xi grew more anxious. If the location was correct, why wasn't he there? Could the subsystem have been removed? If it had been removed, the system would have sensed it. Thinking of something, Lin Xi pulled out a walkie-talkie from her space. Uncle, Lin Xi, do you copy? After a long while, just as Lin Xi thought she wouldn't get a response, the walkie-talkie crackled. She, crackle, above you, overhead. Uncle, where are you? Lin Xi called out a few times, but she dared not raise her voice, too much afraid of attracting something unknown. There was no response. Are you sure my uncle is here? I'm checking. I sense him at this exact spot, and even now my subsystem is still here, the system said confidently. Hearing the system's certainty, Lin Xi grew more anxious. If the location was correct, why wasn't he there? Could the subsystem have been removed? If it had been removed, the system would have sensed it. Thinking of something, Lin Xi pulled out a walkie-talkie from her space. Uncle, Lin Xi, do you copy? After a long while, just as Lin Xi thought she wouldn't get a response, the walkie-talkie crackled. She, crackle, above you, overhead. Crackle. The static mixed with Lin Xi's voice came through intermittently. Although she couldn't hear clearly, Lin Xi caught the word overhead. She slowly looked up and saw the towering green plant she hadn't noticed before reaching into the sky. What is this? Lin Xi muttered to herself. Suddenly the system spoke. Beep. Target found. Where? Aren't we looking for my uncle? I haven't found him, so where is this target? Lin Xi felt a bit overwhelmed trying to piece together what was happening. The key was that she had just heard her uncle's voice intermittently. If he were in danger, he would definitely return to the wooden house, but he hadn't. Either he was not in danger or he simply couldn't make it back. Lin Xi hoped it was the former, but she couldn't help but feel anxious. Lin Xi's voice came through the intercom. Help. Woo. It confirmed her fears. Lin Xi was indeed in danger and couldn't return to the wooden house. But where was he now? Uncle, where are you? You need to tell me where you are so I can save you. Zzz. A trembling voice came through the intercom, and Lin Xi felt like cursing. What did that buzzing mean? What did it mean? After pondering for a moment, she gradually calmed down. Lin Xi had mentioned something above her head, so Lin Xi looked up at a towering green plant that resembled a tree. She was unsure of what it was, but every 2 to 3 meters there was a leaf at least 2 or 3 square meters large. After thinking for a moment, she slowly walked forward. After 10 meters, she stopped and turned to look at the green plant, feeling like she had seen it somewhere before. Then she recalled the system's prompt about the target. Lin Xi clapped her hands, realizing she understood. She took out a hover car from her space and flew directly towards the green plant. However, as she flew closer, the stout green plant vanished. Lin Xi quickly descended, got out of the car, and the green plant reappeared. After several trials like this, Lin Xi confirmed that the hover car couldn't be used. It wasn't that it couldn't be used, but that such conscious plants were off limits. She took out a dagger from her space and started cutting vigorously at the stalk. Finally, she managed to cut off a leaf, stepping on it and grabbing onto another leaf above her. With a strong pull, she went up, repeating this process. After 2 hours, completely exhausted, Lin Xi finally reached the top and collapsed onto the highest leaf. Uncle, are you there? Hello? Lin Xi exclaimed, panting and calling out into the surroundings. I'm here, hurry and save me. A muffled voice sounded from her right-hand side. Lin Xi turned her head sharply. It was something that resembled a flower bud, and the voice was coming from inside it. How did you end up in there? Lin Xi asked curiously. I thought you'd be exhausted after using your powers, so I came out to scout the path. I spotted a green bean and was about to crouch down to see what it was when it suddenly shot up into the air. I quickly grabbed onto a leaf, and before I knew it, I was up so high. When it finally stopped, I breathed a sigh of relief, thinking about how to come down. But then I was suddenly wrapped up, and whatever was inside bound me. Shishi, what kind of world is this? It looks so beautiful, but how can it be so deadly? Lin Xi seemed genuinely frightened. No wonder the system urged him to exchange skills. Lin Xi pondered for a moment. This must be the bean sprout we were looking for. I saw an animated show where it was a plant from the protagonist's dreams. This should be it. But look at it, it's so big. It's really difficult to collect. By the way, when I was tied up in that bud, I managed to grab this. Lin Xi pulled out a green bean from his space. I didn't notice before, but it turned out to be a bean. It looks just like the one I was about to check out. Lin Xi took it and confirmed this must be the bean sprout seed. Uncle, this is it. As soon as it touches the ground, it will take root and grow. We just need to turn this in. Really? That's great. Hurry and put it away. We've completed one part of our mission. Ew, I can't believe we got our first mission target on the first day. How delightful. Lin Xi felt a bit smug, having obtained something on his own for the first time. Uncle, let's see if we can find more of these flower buds to bring back. Lin Xi thought for a moment and said, after all, it might be useful later. Xi, there are two over there. Lin Xi pointed at some flower buds hidden under leaves. Oh, they were hiding underneath. Uncle, you keep searching while I go get them. Lin Xi said as she approached the flower buds, repeating her method, and ultimately collected 2 more beans. After that, the two found 6 more beans, but when they checked again, they found none left. Uncle, should we go down? Lin Xi didn't want to spend the night up there. A dizzy spell later, the scene before her changed. The grass beneath her feet had become lush green blades reaching her ankles, dotted with countless beautiful flowers. Surrounding her were dense towering trees. Lin Xi immediately recognized this as a forest, yet it was unlike any forest she had ever seen, permeated with the fragrance of blossoms and filled with the cheerful chirping of birds perched on the branches. Lin Xi wasted no time as she quickly pulled out her walkie-talkie. Uncle, are you there? See him here. I think my arm is broken. Lin Xi's voice came through the walkie-talkie. Lin Xi immediately used her spiritual sense to probe, and within moments, she located Lin Xi behind a dense shrub. She hurried over and pulled him out. Lin Xi's arm hung at an unnatural angle. Uncle, is this really a fracture? Is there a fake fracture? Ow, it hurts. Fix it for me. This bone isn't reset, so I can't use the healing potion. Healing potions could instantly restore wounds, and the physique of interstellar people had already been improved and strengthened by gene potions. The healing potions of the interstellar era were even more miraculous, making deaths from injuries extremely rare. However, healing potions had one drawback: if bones were shattered or broken, they had to be reset before application, otherwise the potion would heal the wound in its broken state. Lin Xi examined his arm, feeling utterly helpless. Let's go to the wooden cabin first. The medical robot can help. I don't know how to reset bones. Lin Xi was speechless. The most basic survival skill in the interstellar era was something his niece didn't know. Oh well, at least there was the medical robot. Lin Xi helped Lin Xi to a relatively open patch of grass, then deployed the wooden cabin. Once inside, she activated its invisible eye. I don't know either. This forest seems peaceful and serene, but I have no idea what's going on now. When I touched the red light orb to save you, I accidentally grabbed this. I don't know what it is, Lin, she said, feeling a bit frustrated. This world was truly different. It looked peaceful now, but who knew what lurked behind it? Let's not worry about that for now. If we stay in the cabin, we won't complete the mission. We might as well go out and take our chances, see what this forest has to offer. We can collect whatever we can and bring it back. It's not like we came here for nothing. Lin Xi thought for a moment, then said firmly. Lin Xi pondered and agreed. At worst, if they encountered danger they couldn't handle, they could retreat to the cabin. With that, they stepped out. They headed toward a denser part of the forest, but before long they discovered a patch of cranberries. Lin Xi didn't recognize them, but Lin Xi did. She waved at Lin Xi and they both started picking. By the next morning, Lin Xi and Lin Xi went back to the forest to gather. This time they found a patch of berries. Without hesitation they picked them all. Then they ventured further and unexpectedly came upon an open area covered with giant mushrooms of every color imaginable, some clustered together. There are so many mushrooms here. I wonder if they're edible and what variety they are. Should we collect some and bring them back to the research institute to see if they can be eaten? Lin Xi blurted out before Lin Xi could speak. Lin Xi was about to answer when she saw a red mushroom with white dots suddenly open from the inside. Yes, there was a door on the mushroom stem. The door opened, and first came out a little girl in a red cap looking adorable. Then a woman with a pretty face and a pink headscarf emerged. They exchanged a few words, and then Lin Xi saw the girl in the red cap walking toward them carrying a basket. Lin Xi slapped her forehead. That scene was so familiar. Wasn't it the childhood story of Little Red Riding Hood bringing pastries to her grandmother? Just as she was about to tell Lin Xi that their mission target had appeared, she heard the system's voice in her mind. Beep, beep. Mission target detected. Host, please proceed to collect. Collect. That was a hat, not something to be gathered. But she had to see how to get that hat. Uncle, our mission target, Little Red Riding Hood's hat. Should be that one, Lin Xi said, pointing at the girl's head. If that's the case, I'll go take it or trade for it. Lin Xi stared intently at Little Red Riding Hood. I think the mission won't be that simple, Lin Xi said, stroking her chin as she watched Little Red Riding Hood draw nearer. Your guess is correct. The heavenly Tao will of this world has only one requirement: do not disrupt the main storyline. So you cannot simply take the hat, the system chimed in. Lin Xi knew it. Of course it wouldn't be that easy. Lin Xi, who had also heard the system's words, looked equally speechless.